Transmigrated to another world, awakened as the weakest wood element summoner? No worries, the infinite amplification system is online. Starts with a tenfold increase in equipment slots, 60 pieces of gear equipped, attack power skyrockets. School beauties invite him to team up? Sorry, I, Suhan, walk alone in solo dungeons. Those who humiliate me will pay back tenfold. Blue Star, Donghai City, Donghai No. 2 High School Martial Arts Field. The annual second-year student profession transfer ceremony began. Suhan, who had transmigrated here a year ago, deeply understood the importance of profession transfer in this world where game mechanics and reality merged, and professions reigned supreme. He yearned to become a main combat professional to change his destiny. The first batch of students had poor transfer results, mostly ending up in lifestyle professions, leading to widespread lamentation. The second batch saw the emergence of main combat professions like shield bearer and archer. Suhan's good friend, Wu Hao, successfully transferred to the popular shield bearer class, feeling quite pleased. In the third batch, Chen Xiao, from a prominent family, transferred to the powerful beast warrior class, drawing considerable attention. In the fourth batch, the school beauty, Xiu Mengxian, transferred to the even stronger ice mage class, causing an uproar. When it was Suhan's turn, his handsome appearance attracted many gazes. The information on the transfer tower displayed: Suhan, transferred to main combat profession, wood element summoner. The crowd initially expressed envy, which then turned to disdain and pity. Wood element summoner was widely recognized as the weakest and most useless among main combat professions, with few and ineffective skills, offering no combat capability in the early stages. Suhan felt disheartened. Host detected to have successfully transferred profession. Infinite amplification system installing. Installation successful. System. Suhan was inwardly ecstatic. Host's current level is Black Iron Tier 1. Only one amplification function can be obtained for now. Please choose one from the following 3 options. Equipment slot amplification, tenfold, mana recovery amplification, tenfold, monster drop equipment amplification, tenfold. Suhan was thrilled. A tenfold increase in equipment slots meant he could equip 60 items, causing his combat power to soar. Mana recovery and drop rate amplification were also extremely tempting. Considering his wood element summoner's complete lack of combat power, Suhan decisively chose equipment slot amplification. With 60 equipment slots, he could purchase numerous cheap offensive items to boost his attack power, enabling him to hunt otherworldly creatures. Amplification successful. Host's equipment slots increased to 60. Each time the host advances a major realm, an opportunity to choose an amplification will be granted. Suhan was overjoyed. This meant he could obtain more amplifications in the future, allowing him to dominate any profession. On the martial arts field, Su Fancheng, another school beauty from Class 4, transferred to the Thunder Mage class, causing another sensation. The transfer ceremony concluded. Lifestyle professions were the majority, with only 38 main combat professionals and a single auxiliary profession, the priest Su Lingling. Principal Li Changfeng announced that main combat and auxiliary professionals would rest in the afternoon to purchase equipment and participate in an assessment the next day. The top 10 would receive generous rewards, with the first place getting an exclusive skill book. The students were excited and began forming teams. The mages Qiu Mengxian and Su Fanqing became popular choices. Wu Hao wanted to team up with Su Han, but Su Han, planning to solo, declined. Wood element summoners were unwelcome, as he had anticipated, and teaming up would divide EXP, hindering rapid leveling. Wu Hao tried to get Su Han into a team, but other students rejected him due to his wood element summoner class. Chen Xiao openly mocked Su Han as useless and provoked Wu Hao, advising him to stay away from Su Han. Su Han, unable to tolerate it further, retorted, calling Beast Warrior a useless profession in his eyes. Chen Xiao, angered, proposed a competition in the assessment. The loser would kneel and call the winner Grandpa. Su Han, confident in his system, readily agreed. Just then, school beauty Qiu Mengxian proactively invited Su Han to team up. Su Han, citing his dislike for teaming with female students, refused, shocking everyone. Chen Zhao's face turned livid. Subsequently, the other school beauty, Su Fanqing, also invited Su Han. Su Han refused again with the same excuse and pushed Wu Hao towards Su Fanqing. Wu Hao, flattered, successfully teamed up with the school beauty. Before leaving, Su Han whispered to Chen Xiao, "Know why no one wants to team up with you? Simple, you're too ugly." This infuriated Chen Xiao. Returning home, Su Han took out the 50,000 blue star coins left by his deceased parents. This was all his savings. He decided to keep 1,000 for living expenses and spend the rest on equipment. He declined Wu Hao's invitation to shop for equipment together, planning to go alone to avoid suspicion, as he intended to buy a large quantity of offensive gear unsuitable for a wood element summoner. He went to a shop called Chi Bao Ge, Treasure Pavilion, in the north of the city, known for cheaper equipment. Su-han inquired about the price of the cheapest offensive weapons. The shop owner informed him that the cheapest short swords cost 1,500 blue star coins each. The price is within Su-chan's acceptable range, but he did not rush to express his opinion. Instead, he asked, how much attack power? Can these short swords increase? The quality of the weapons is linked to their attack power. The better the quality, the stronger the attack power. A black iron level weapon, even the best quality, can only increase attack power by 5 points. Medium quality ones can increase it by about 3 points. Those of relatively lower quality can only increase it by 2 points. This must be clarified. If they don't even provide an increase of 2 points, there's no need to buy them, no matter how cheap they are. They can all increase by 2 points, the shop owner said directly. Su-chen was certain in his heart and said calmly, can I get a discount if I buy more? The shop owner was slightly taken aback. How many do you want? Su-chen replied calmly, 30. 30 short swords would increase attack power by 60 points, which would be more than enough to deal with Black Iron Realm level 3 otherworldly creatures. The remaining blue star coins could be used to buy a pair of speed-increasing shoes. Ah, the shop owner was shocked. It is well known that a class changer has 6 equipment slots plus 1 that can be carried, meaning 7 pieces of equipment are sufficient. Moreover, among the 7 pieces, not all can be attack-type items. At least 1 pair of speed shoes is needed. Thus, 6 attack-type items are more than enough. Why is this male student buying so many? What use could it be? Su-chen explained, I'm buying them for a classmate. The matter of the equipment slot increase absolutely cannot be exposed. He could only make a vague excuse. Oh, the shop owner realized then. Said, if you want to buy 30, I can give you a price of 1,400. Deal. Su-chen did not hesitate at all. Then, the two exchanged money for goods. Su-chen equipped 6 short swords first, opened the data panel to check, and confirmed that each short sword increased attack power by 2 points before leaving the Chibao Pavilion with the remaining short swords. Upon reaching a corner and seeing no one around, Su-chen put all the remaining short swords into the equipment slots. Next, he went to a shop selling speed shoes. The price of speed shoes was far above that of attack-type items, with the cheapest costing over 3,000 blue star coins. Currently, Su-chen had 7,000 blue star coins left, which would be enough to buy 2 pairs. If it were someone else, they would buy at most 1 pair, as they only have 6 equipment slots and must be frugal. But Su-chen had no such worries. With 60 equipment slots, he could equip whatever he wanted, just like that. After half an hour of searching, Su-chen finally found a cheap shop. After some haggling, he spent 6,700 blue star coins to buy 2 pairs of black iron level speed shoes. After the purchase, Su-chen headed home. Once home, he first opened the data panel. Name, Su-chen. Profession, Wood Element Summoner. Level, Black Iron Level 1. Attack power, 60. Defense, 10. Agility, 14. Mental power, 10. Experience, 0-100. Health, 200. Mana, 100. IQ, unknown. Skills, Summon Traiant, 1. Seeing that his attack power had increased to 60 points, Su-chen nodded in satisfaction, but at the same time felt a bit regretful. Currently, he had only used 32 equipment slots, leaving 28 empty. If he were to fill them all with attack-type items, how powerful would he be? He could easily kill Black Iron Realm level 5 otherworldly creatures. But unfortunately, he had no blue star coins. Sigh. Su-chen sighed, closed the data panel, and went to the kitchen to cook. After dinner, he watched the news for a while before starting to rest. The next morning, Su-chen and Wu Hao went to school together as usual. Seeing Su-chen holding a short sword, Wu Hao asked curiously, Su-chen, what are you doing with that sword? The summoner doesn't belong to the melee class, so who would wield a weapon? Shouldn't they be holding a mana recovery staff instead? Su-chen raised an eyebrow. Who said a summoner can't wield a weapon? Wu Hao was at a loss for words. It was one thing to say that, but what use would a weapon be for a summoner? Should they charge into battle like a warrior? What a joke! Su-chen shook the short sword in his hand, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Although he didn't have the exclusive skills of a swordsman, his attack power reached 60 points, far surpassing that of a swordsman of the same level. Isn't it reasonable to wield a sword? Wu Hao was momentarily dazed, then asked Su-chen, have you found someone to team up with? No, Su-chen replied flatly. Having decided to go solo, he certainly couldn't look for a team. You don't plan to give up, do you? Wu Hao found it hard to understand. Even strong players like Chou Mengxian would team up, yet Su-chen dared to go solo? Who gave him the courage? Did he really think that creatures from another world were pushovers? By then, it wouldn't just be about passing the assessment. Survival would be a question. Su-chen patted Wu Hao's shoulder and said meaningfully, with strength, there's no need to find a team. Wu Hao's mouth dropped open. A wood-type summoner had no strength at all. All they could summon was a little Traiant whose combat power was nearly 0. What could they do? Su-chen should know this. Why was he so confident? Had he lost his mind? Su-chen didn't explain further and walked straight ahead. After a few minutes, the two arrived at the entrance of Donghai No. 2 Middle School. They saw a school bus parked at the gate with Li Changfeng standing beside it. Principal Su Chen and Wu Hao stepped forward to greet him. Li Changfeng nodded. Get on the bus. Today's assessment location was the Endless Desert Secret Realm, located 100 kilometers from Donghai City, and they could only take the school bus there. Once Su Chen and Wu Hao got on the bus, they immediately attracted the attention of many. Most of them were looking at Su Chen, or more precisely, at the short sword in his hand. It was quite odd for a summoner to wield a short sword. Yuan Shou couldn't help but ask, Su Chen, what do you need a sword for? Su Chen replied as if it were obvious, of course, to kill monsters. Upon hearing this, the students exchanged glances. Did Su Chen think of himself as a swordsman? Chen Xiao mocked. Is it because you can't afford a mana recovery staff? Is it that hard to just admit it? So, that's it, everyone realized. The mana recovery staff was an expensive item. Even a black iron grade one would cost several thousand blue star coins. Su Chen came from a poor family, so it was normal that he couldn't afford one. Many looked at Su Chen with sympathetic eyes. It was already unfortunate enough to change to a wood-type summoner, and not being able to afford a mana recovery staff was indeed pitiful. Su Chen ignored them and walked straight to the back row of the bus. There was no need to stoop to Chen Zhao's level. After the assessment, he would slap Chen Zhao's face hard. Su Chen leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. The other students began to discuss among themselves. Have you heard? This time's assessment not only includes our 3 schools from Donghai City, but even Lingguang City and Taimu City have come. Lingguang No. 1 High School has 100 students who have changed to main combat classes, and there are more than a dozen mages among them. Can we compete with them? Don't think about competing for rankings, just passing the assessment would be good enough. Damn it, I still want to take first place. The first prize is an exclusive skill, anyone would go crazy for it. Only strong players like Qiu Mengxian and Su Fanqing are qualified to compete for it. You, a Iron Fist warrior, should give up on that idea. That's right, our strength is limited, so we shouldn't aim too high. I also heard a rumor that there's a Black Iron level 3 Sand Rat King in the Endless Desert. Is that true? Is there really such a powerful beast? Then aren't we in danger? Who says we're not? The strength of the Sand Mouse King is already above that of ordinary sand mice, and it also possesses skills. For us Black Iron Realm level 1, there is absolutely no way to survive if we encounter it. My goodness, luckily we formed a team, otherwise I wouldn't dare to enter the Endless Desert alone. Hearing this, Wu Hao began to worry. Didn't Su Chen not find anyone to team up with? If he encounters the Sand Mouse King, he might not even leave behind any remains. Thinking of this, Wu Hao turned to look at Su Chen. He saw that Su Chen had already opened his eyes, and instead of showing any panic, there was a hint of excitement in his gaze. What's going on? Su Chen isn't scared at all? Wu Hao felt a bit confused. Su Chen, are you okay? What could possibly be wrong with me? Su Chen smiled slightly. Wu Hao was taken aback. You can still smile. Don't you smile when you're happy? Su Chen countered. Wu Hao, dude, there's a Black Iron Realm level 3 Sand Mouse King in the Endless Desert. Is this something to be happy about? Su Chen didn't explain, closing his eyes to rest. With his current attack power, hunting a Black Iron Realm level 3 Sand Mouse King would be effortless. Moreover, the Sand Mouse King is a boss level otherworldly creature, and hunting a boss guarantees equipment drops, and if luck is on your side, you might even get a skill book. Such good fortune is rare and should not be missed. The school bus drove for over an hour and stopped in front of a mountain peak. The entrance to the Endless Desert is located within this mountain. There are hundreds or even thousands of secret realms in Blue Star, each filled with numerous otherworldly creatures. Some secret realms have already been controlled by humans specifically for training or assessment purposes. The Endless Desert is one such controlled secret realm. Su Chen, we've arrived. Wu Hao nudged Su Chen's arm. Su Chen opened his eyes and glanced outside, where several school buses were parked. A large number of students were getting off the buses one after another. Roughly estimated, there were at least 400 to 500 people. The competition is a bit fierce. Su Chen muttered thoughtfully. Standing out among so many people is quite challenging. However, Su Chen remained full of confidence. The source of his confidence was the 32 items in his equipment slot. At this moment, Li Changfeng stood up and said, Students, the assessment location is the Endless Desert Secret Realm. The standard for the assessment is for each person to hunt 3 sand mice. Additionally, this assessment not only concerns individual scores but also involves a ranking among the various academies. The ranking affects the honor of the academies, so try to kill as many sand mice as possible while ensuring safety. Rest assured, Principal, we won't let you down. Chen Xiao was the first to express his commitment. We will definitely work hard. The other students echoed. Li Changfeng nodded slightly and reminded, later, each of you will be given a recording token, which is used to record your scores. So keep it safe. Also, the assessment time is 1 day, and you must come out within the specified time. Exceeding the time limit will result in invalidation of your assessment score. Understood, principal. Everyone responded in unison. After the recording tokens were distributed at Li Changfeng's signal, Su Chen and the others got off the school bus one by one and then walked towards the entrance of the endless desert. Due to the large number of participants, they had to queue and wait. Donghai No. 2 High School was at the very end of the line. They had to wait until all the students from other academies had entered before it was their turn. In the endless desert, yellow sand spread endlessly as far as the eye could see. A few withered plants swayed alone in the wind, appearing extremely desolate. Hundreds of students stood in place chatting for a while before heading off in various directions. Su Chen, are you really going to act alone? Wu Hao asked quietly. 99% of the students participating in the assessment would find someone to team up with. There were no teams, and without exception, all were fierce individuals from various academies, possessing absolute confidence in their own strength. But how could Su Chen be considered fierce? He was clearly just a weakling. 2. Take first place in the assessment. I can only go solo. Su Chen squinted his eyes and whispered, I'm off first, be careful. Wu Hao was speechless. With someone like Su Chen, he still wanted to take first place. Originally, he wanted to persuade him again, but in the blink of an eye, Su Chen had already run far away. Seeing Su Chen leave alone, Xiao Mengxian frowned slightly and walked over to Wu Hao, asking softly, what's up with Su Chen? Why did he leave by himself? Wu Hao sighed. Su Chen said he wants to go solo. Xiao Mengxian, a wood-type summoner daring to go solo in the endless desert? How reckless could that be? Upon hearing that Su Chen wanted to go solo, Chen Xiao sneered darkly, you think someone like you can compete with me? Sand rats, while not particularly powerful otherworldly creatures, were not something a wood-type summoner could contend with. As soon as he encountered a sand rat, Su Chen would undoubtedly die. On the other side, Su Chen had been running for over 10 minutes but had yet to find any trace of the sand rats. The assessment time was only 1 day, and time was very limited. He couldn't afford to not find the sand rats. Su Chen pondered for a moment and used his summoning skill to summon a small tree ant. The small tree ant was about 1 meter tall and looked no different from an ordinary little tree. However, it could move freely and had the ability to sense, with a range of about 20 meters. As long as it was within the sensing range, the sand rats would have nowhere to hide, making it quite useful at this moment. Su Chen squinted at the small tray ant, and a data panel for the tray ant appeared in his mind. Target, small tray ant. Level, black iron first rank. Attack power, 0, defense, 2, agility, 10. Spirit, 20. Health, 100. Skill, sensing. It really is a bit weak, Su Chen sighed. Aside from the sensing skill, the small tray ant was truly useless. Small tray ant, search for the whereabouts of the sand rats, Su Chen instructed and walked in one direction. After searching for a few more minutes, just as he passed a dune, the small tray ant suddenly stopped and issued a warning to Su Chen. Su Chen's expression changed. The small trance warning indicated that there were sand rats nearby. Sand rats were very good at hiding and were likely concealed within the dunes. Just as Su Chen was about to ask for the exact location of the sand rats, he saw a male student approaching, wielding a giant axe. This male student was about 1.9 meters tall, with a strong build and a resolute face. It was unclear which academy he belonged to. However, daring to act alone in the endless desert was enough to prove his extraordinary strength. The tall male student slowly approached, and upon seeing the small tray ant beside Su Chen, he paused slightly. Classmate, are you a wood-type summoner? Yes, Su Chen nodded. Alone? The tall male student was very curious. Alone, Su Chen replied. The tall male student's mouth dropped open. How dare you come here alone? The main reliance of a wood-type summoner was their summon creatures, but at the beginner level they only had one summoning skill, allowing them to summon just one small tray ant. To wander alone in the endless desert with just a small tray ant? When did this world become so crazy? Su Chen calmly said, aren't you alone too? The tall male student swallowed hard. I am a giant axe warrior. What can you, a wood-type summoner, compare with me? Su Chen shook the short sword in his hand. With this, the tall male student was speechless. The boy in front of him was quite the oddball. Did he really think that just because he had a sword he could consider himself a swordsman? Su Chen didn't want to drag the conversation on any longer and reminded him, time is limited, you should hurry and look for the sand rats. The tall male student came to his senses and kindly reminded, classmate, let me give you a piece of advice. The endless desert is very dangerous. It's best to leave as soon as possible. Sure, Su Chen replied impatiently. The tall male student didn't say more and turned to leave. At that moment, 2 large yellow mice suddenly sprang out from the nearby sand dunes. These 2 mice were about the size of rabbits, their fur standing upright like steel needles, with 2 sharp fangs protruding from their mouths, exuding a chilling cold light. Sand mice. The tall male student was not surprised but rather pleased, gripping his giant axe and aiming at one of them to strike. He saw a shadow of an axe, about the size of a foot, shoot out and instantly cleave the sand mouse in half. With a splatter, the sand mouse was killed on the spot. This strike was the initial skill of the giant axe warrior, flying to the sky.
After killing this sand mouse, the tall male student intended to attack the second one but suddenly noticed Su Chen charging
towards the sand mouse.
Hunting sand mice could earn experience points and, if lucky, drop equipment. Su Chen wouldn't miss such an
opportunity. At that moment, the tall male student was completely dumbfounded. What was happening? A wood-type summoner actually chose to engage in close combat? Was he trying to get himself killed? The tall male student wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. He saw Su Chen rush in front of the sand mouse and slash down with his sword. With a slicing sound, the sand mouse was cut in half from head to tail.
Blood splattered, painting a scene of vivid color.
Holy crap!
Witnessing this, the tall male student
couldn't help but exclaim. It was hard to imagine that a wood-type summoner could kill a sand mouse with a single sword strike. What kind of combat power was this? If it were him, although he could kill a black iron level 1 sand mouse without using skills, he could never achieve such fluidity as Su Chen. What the hell? Are wood-type summoners this fierce nowadays?
On the other side, Su Chen let out a sigh of relief and checked the record token, only to see a new number 1 glaring back at him, indicating that killing a black iron level 1 sand mouse only earned him 1 point.
Then, Su Chen opened the data panel. Name, Su Chen. Profession, wood-type summoner. Level, black iron level 1. Attack power, 60. Defense, 10. Agility, 14. Mental power, 10. Experience, 100. Health, 200. Mana, 80. Intelligence, unknown. Skills, summon Treant, 1. After a glance, Su Chen closed the data panel. Aside from experience and mana,
nothing else had changed.
The mana decreased by 20 points because he summoned a Treant.
The experience increased by 5 points from killing
a black iron level 1 sand mouse.
In other words, to advance to black iron level 2, he needed to hunt 20 black iron level 1 sand
mice. With a little effort, it shouldn't be a problem. Classmate, did you just kill a sand mouse? The tall male student came back to his senses, looking at Su Chen in disbelief. A black iron level 1 wood-type summoner killed a sand mouse with a single sword strike. If he told others, they probably wouldn't believe it. So how did Su Chen do it? Didn't you see it? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. I did see it. The tall male student smiled awkwardly and tentatively asked, "Are you really a wood-type summoner?" He was somewhat suspicious that Su Chen might be a dual-class player. Otherwise, how could he be so powerful? Absolutely. Su Chen nodded.
The tall male student was stunned.
Let's go. Su Chen called out and turned to leave. Instead of chatting, it was better to kill a few more sand mice. Wait a moment.
A tall male student interrupted, and when Su Chen stopped, he hurriedly said, "I am Luli from
Lingguan number 1 high school. What do you call your classmate?" Su Chen's bravery gave him a sense of profound mystery, so he thought to get to know Su Chen. Donghai number 2 high school, Su Chen. After Su Chen finished speaking, he left with the little Treant. Watching Su Chen's departing figure, Luli muttered, "What a strong opponent." He came for the rewards in this assessment. He originally thought that with his own strength, getting into the top 10 would be no problem. But after meeting Su Chen, he realized what it meant to have people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. If a wood-type summoner possesses such terrifying combat power, what about the others? Luli took a deep breath, a spark of fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. "I won't lose to anyone." Su Chen searched with the little Treant for more than 10 minutes, and when they passed a patch of wild grass, the little Treant once again sent out an alarm signal. This time, the signal was very strong, indicating that there were sand rats nearby, and quite a few of them. Su Chen tightened his grip on the short sword, staring intently at the yellow grass. Suddenly, a yellow figure shot out from within. It was a sand rat, and from its size, it was at least a circle larger than the previous ones. The larger the size, the higher the level. The sand rat before him was likely at the second stage of the Black Iron realm. Good timing. Su Chen smirked and slashed with his sword in mid-air. With his current attack power, hunting a second stage Black Iron sand rat was as easy as hunting a first stage one without breaking a sweat. The cold light flashed and a spray of fresh blood erupted. The sand rat's body was severed and it died instantly. With a thud, after the sand rat hit the ground, a dazzling light suddenly burst forth from its corpse. When the light faded, a 1-meter-sized shield appeared before Su Chen. Equipment drop. Su Chen was overjoyed. It is well known that the drop rate for equipment from monsters is very low. Often, one might kill dozens or even hundreds without getting a single piece of equipment. Yet Su Chen had only killed 2 and had already obtained a shield. His luck was truly remarkable. Just as Su Chen was about to pick up the shield, he suddenly heard 3 sounds of air being sliced. 3 first-stage Black Iron sand rats sprang out from the grass, looking for death. Su Chen snorted coldly, gripping the short sword and slashing in mid-air. With 2 sharp sounds, 2 sand rats were split in half and died on the spot. However, the third sand rat dodged the slash and pounced from the side. It raised a claw radiating cold light and fiercely aimed for Su Chen's waist. Su Chen's heart tightened and he quickly retreated. With a tearing sound, his shirt was slashed open with a long gash. Fortunately, he dodged in time and was not injured.
Nevertheless, he was still drenched in cold sweat. His current defense was too weak. If he got hit, he would surely be hurt. In the perilous endless desert, being injured meant death. That was close. Su-chen sighed in relief, still shaken. The sand rat, missing its attack, bared its teeth and let out a low growl, charging fiercely at Su-chen again. Die! Su-chen didn't hold back, thrusting the short sword directly. The sword light was dazzling, piercing through the sand rat's skull with lightning speed. After killing this sand rat, Su-chen picked up the dropped shield and placed it in his equipment slot, then opened the data panel. Name, Su-chen. Occupation, wood-type summoner. Level, black iron. Stage 1. Attack power, 60. Defense, 13. Agility, 14. Mental power, 10. Experience, 25, 100. Health, 200. Mana, 80. Intelligence, unknown. Skills, summon little Treyant, 1. Seeing that his defense had increased by 3 points, Su-chen couldn't help but smile. The increase in defense is due to the addition of a shield. It can increase defense by 3 points, which qualifies as a medium-quality black iron shield with a market price of at least 4,000 blue star coins. Additionally, the experience has changed from 5 points to 25 points. Killing a black iron realm level 1 sand mouse yields 5 points of experience, so by this calculation, killing a black iron realm level 2 sand mouse would grant 10 points of experience. Not bad, Su-chen smirked slightly. He then continued to search with the little Treyant. An hour later, with the help of the little Treyant, Su-chen had hunted 5 sand mice. The results were decent, but unfortunately they were all black iron realm level 1 sand mice and no equipment dropped. Su-chen was not discouraged. He had only been here for a little over an hour and had already hunted 9 sand mice. At this rate, he would soon be promoted to black iron realm level 2. Little Treyant, let's go, help me find a few more sand mice, Su-chen commanded. The little Treyant picked up speed and dashed forward. Su-chen followed closely behind. With the little Treyant providing warnings, he didn't have to worry about any dangers, just needed to keep running. After about 5 miles, the little Treyant suddenly stopped. At the same time, Su-chen received a message from the little Treyant that there were 2 black iron realm level 1 sand mice hidden in a sandpile ahead. Su-chen was overjoyed and rushed towards the sandpile with his short sword. As he got closer, the sandpile began to writhe violently. In the next moment, 2 large mouse heads popped out and began to hiss at Su-chen. Su-chen's eyes lit up with excitement. To him, the sand mice were not ferocious beasts but rather experience points for leveling up. Just as Su-chen was about to make his move, a golden light suddenly shot over from a distance. It was incredibly fast, almost arriving in the blink of an eye. Before Su-chen could react, the golden light plunged into the sandpile where the 2 sand mice were, exploding with a loud bang. Explosive arrow. Su-chen's expression changed. The golden light was the explosive arrow skill released by an archer, and its power was formidable. Boom! With a loud explosion, a hole about a yard wide opened up in the sandpile, dust flying everywhere, and the 2 sand mice were blown to pieces. Although Su-chen was not injured, he was splattered with a lot of sand and gravel from being too close, making him look quite disheveled. The little Treyant was relatively far away and was not affected. Damn! Su-chen spat out the gravel in his mouth, his expression darkening. After finally finding 2 sand mice, they were snatched away by someone else, and his mood was understandably not great. Hey, are you okay? At that moment, a male and female student approached from a distance. The male student was tall and strong, holding a huge wooden shield. The female student was slender and beautiful, carrying a bow and arrow. It was the female student who spoke. Su-chen glanced at them and replied irritably, I'm fine, no need for your concern. The male student frowned, displeased, and said, What's with your attitude? Do you know we just saved you? You treat your saviors like this? With a little Treyant by his side, it was not hard to guess that they were undoubtedly a wood-type summoner. The wood-type summoner had no resistance against the 2 sand mice. They acted out of concern for Su-chen, fearing he might get killed. In fact, it was out of good intentions. Su-chen couldn't be bothered to explain and turned to leave. The male student was immediately unhappy and shouted, What's wrong with you? Can't you at least say thank you? Su-chen stopped, looked at the male student, and replied coldly, You stole my 2 prey, and I didn't hold it against you. You want me to say thank you? What are you thinking? The 2 students were dumbfounded. They had stolen Su-chen's prey? If they hadn't acted in time, Su-chen would have been done for. How could he have the face to say such a thing? The male student couldn't hold back and mocked, You, a wood-type summoner, can kill 2 sand rats? You really know how to brag. Self-righteous. Su-chen snorted and ignored him. Seeing Su-chen so arrogant, the male student was displeased. Who do you think is self-righteous? Don't you have any self-awareness? Xiong Tao, forget it. The female student hurriedly advised. If they continued to argue, it might escalate to a fight. Su-chen said nothing more and walked away without looking back. Although they had stolen the prey, it was ultimately out of goodwill. There was no need to hold a grudge. However, just a few steps away, a cry for help suddenly came from afar. Chang Shiru, Xiong Tao, help! Su Chen looked up and saw 3 male students rushing towards them in a panic. Behind them, a group of sand rats, 6 in total, was hot on their heels. Not good. All of them are Black Iron Level 2 sand rats. Xiong Tao's face changed dramatically. With their strength, dealing with 3 Black Iron Level 2 sand rats was not a problem, but facing 6 was a different story. They could easily be wiped out. Prepare for battle, Chang Shiro said with a serious expression. The newcomers were all students from Taimu No. 1 High School. They couldn't just stand by and watch. Moreover, even if they wanted to escape, they couldn't. The speed of the Black Iron Level 2 sand rats far exceeded theirs. This battle was unavoidable. It was either the sand rats would die, or they would. Xiong Tao gritted his teeth and held his wooden shield in front of Chang Shiru. He was a shield bearer and had little combat power, only able to protect Chang Shiru. Chang Shiru took a deep breath, nocked an arrow, and prepared to attack. Su Chen gripped his short sword, standing still and waiting quietly. His handsome face showed no signs of panic but rather a hint of excitement. Killing all 6 Black Iron Level 2 sand rats would yield 60 experience points, allowing him to level up to Black Iron Level 2 in one go. Chang Shiru glanced at Su Chen and shouted, "Classmate, come over quickly." If the sand rats charged and there was no one to protect him, Su Chen would undoubtedly die. Su Chen turned a deaf ear, his gaze fixed on the 6 sand rats, his eyes growing sharper. What a fool, Xiong Tao huffed in anger. Since Su Chen didn't know what was good for him, there was no need to care about him. Soon, the 3 students from Taimu No. 1 High School rushed over in a panic. The 6 sand rats followed closely behind. A fierce battle was about to erupt. Chang Shiro was the first to shoot an arrow. A golden streak shot across the sky, accurately hitting one sand rat. With a loud bang, the sand rat was blown to pieces, dying on the spot. The death of their companion not only failed to scare off the remaining sand rats but instead provoked their ferocity. With a howl, 4 of the sand rats charged towards Chang Shiru and the others. Except for Chang Shiro, the other 4 were all melee fighters. Xiong Tao was responsible for defense while the other 3 launched a counterattack. They coordinated quite well, but the sand rats were Black Iron Level 2 after all. The difference in levels caused them to fall into a passive position as soon as they engaged. The strongest attacker, Chang Shiru, could only anxiously wait as her skills were on cooldown. Another sand rat launched an attack on Su Chen. It's over. Chang Shiru sighed deeply. Su Chen was fighting alone. There was no way he could be a match for a Black Iron Level 2 sand rat. Unfazed, Su Chen swung his short sword heavily as the sand rat charged close. With a splatter of blood, the sand rat was split in 2. How is this possible? Seeing this, Chang Shiro couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes filled with shock. A wood-type summoner actually killed a Black Iron Level 2 sand rat. With one sword? Was this real? What happened? Xiong Tao asked anxiously. Since all his attention was on the sand rat, he didn't see. Su Chen killed the sand rat and thought something had happened to Chang Shiru. He killed that sand rat. Chang Shiru swallowed and murmured. What? Xiong Tao thought he had misheard and turned to look at Su Chen. He saw Su Chen striding over with a bloodied short sword, walking up to a sand rat and raising his hand to strike. Put! The sand rat was cut in half. Damn! Xiong Tao almost dropped his jaw. Without pausing, Su Chen began to slaughter the remaining 3 sand rats. With 3 strikes, the 3 sand rats fell dead on the spot. It felt as easy as chopping vegetables. In an instant, the surroundings fell into a suffocating silence. Xiong Tao and the others stared at Su Chen, their minds in a whirl. Just 5 strikes had wiped out 5 Black Iron Level 2 sand rats. What terrifying power was this? Even more unbelievable was that the one who acted was a wood element summoner. What the hell? When did wood element summoners become this powerful? This is clearly a melee maniac. Su Chen ignored the gazes of the crowd and eagerly opened the data panel. Killing 5 Black Iron Level 2 sand rats earned him a total of 50 experience points. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be promoted to Black Iron Level 2, right? Name, Su Chen. Profession, Wood Element Summoner. Level, Black Iron 2. Attack. Power, 70. Defense, 15. Agility, 19. Mental Power, 20. Experience, 0-200. Health, 300. Mana, 180. IQ, unknown. Skills, Summon Treyant. 1. After confirming his promotion, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. Advancing to Black Iron Level 2, all attributes had increased significantly, and overall strength had soared. As long as he didn't encounter hordes of sand rats, he could walk through the endless desert with ease. Then, Su Chen wiped the blood off the short sword and looked at Xiong Tao, saying meaningfully, now you know who was being self-righteous, right? Xiong Tao's face turned red. He had previously thought Su Chen was just a weakling who could only boast, and even mocked him to his face. But in the blink of an eye, Su Chen had displayed extraordinary strength. It was a hard slap to his face. Su Chen withdrew his gaze and slowly walked away. Chang Shiro came to her senses and gratefully said, "Classmate, thank you." If it weren't for Su Chen's intervention, the 5 of them would have faced certain death. Saying thank you was only natural. It was just a small effort, no need to take it to heart. Su-chen replied lightly, gradually disappearing from their sight. Chang Shiru, which academy is this guy from? Why is he so fierce? A male student holding a long knife asked Chang Shiru. I don't know. Chang Shiru shook her head. Another student sighed. Oh, what element mage is even stronger than us melee fighters? What kind of monster is he? Meanwhile, after walking for a while, Su-chen suddenly heard a commotion of battle not far ahead. Where there was fighting, there would surely be sand rats. Su-chen's heart stirred, and he quickly ran forward. Crossing a sand dune, he found a huge basin below. Su-chen squinted down and saw a long-haired female student being besieged by a group of sand rats. Beside the female student stood 3 humanoid skeletons, and these 3 skeletons were incredibly powerful. Whenever a sand rat charged close, they would be repelled. Necromancer. Su-chen was shocked. Necromancers were the most powerful among summoners, far surpassing him as a wood element summoner. However, necromancers were extremely rare. The entire Blue Star has no more than 5, and I didn't expect to encounter one here. So, which academy does this necromancer belong to? Su-chen didn't think much of it and was about to leave. The sand rats surrounding the long-haired female student were only at the first level of the Black Iron Realm. Although there were quite a few, the female student's strength was more than enough to handle them. If he went down to help now, they might think he was there to steal the prey. It could easily lead to a fight. Help me. Just as Su-chen was about to move, he suddenly heard the long-haired female student's cry. What's going on? Su-chen was a bit confused. A necromancer was asking him, a wood-type summoner, for help? Was this a joke? Su-chen hesitated for a moment but still rushed into the basin. Since she was the one asking for help clearing out the sand rats in the basin wouldn't draw any complaints from her. Seeing Su-chen really charge over, the long-haired female student showed a look of joy. However, she quickly realized something was off. How could a little Traiant be following Su-chen? Wasn't the Traiant a summon of wood-type summoners? Could it be that the newcomer was a wood-type summoner? The long-haired female student was stunned. Initially, seeing Su-chen holding a short sword, she thought he was a swordsman, which was why she sought his help. Little did she know he was actually a wood-type summoner. If she had known this earlier, she wouldn't have asked for help. It was equivalent to putting his life in danger for nothing. The long-haired female student wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. In just a few breaths, Su-chen had already rushed to the front. The sand rats also noticed Su-chen, and 2 of them fiercely pounced at him. Swish, swish. Su-chen swung his sword twice, cleanly and efficiently dispatching the 2 sand rats. The long-haired female student's eyes widened in disbelief. The scene before her felt particularly unreal. When did wood-type summoners become melee fighters? And so fierce at that? In a daze, Su-chen continued to slay 8 more sand rats in quick succession. It was as effortless as autumn winds sweeping away leaves. At this point, only 7 sand rats remained. Witnessing Su-chen's ferocity, the sand rats were terrified and fled in panic. All wait to die. Su-chen pursued mercilessly. In the blink of an eye, 6 more fell under his sword. Just as Su-chen was about to finish off the last one, the long-haired female student regained her senses and urgently called out, "Don't kill it." Why? Su-chen severed the sand rat's 2 hind legs with a sword to prevent its escape, then turned to look at the long-haired female student, only to be stunned by her beauty. The long-haired female student had exquisite features, as if sculpted, flawless, and perfect. Her beautiful eyes sparkled like stars. In terms of looks, she surpassed Xiao Mengxian and Su Fanqing. The long-haired female student blinked. "Can you leave this sand rat for me?" Su-chen immediately refused. No. 1 sand rat represented 10 experience points and 1 point. How could he just give it away? Just because she was pretty, she thought she could take advantage of him? No way. The long-haired female student was slightly taken aback. "I'm just 10 experience points away from advancing to the 2nd level of the Black Iron Realm. If you really don't want to give it, I can offer you a starlight stone in exchange." As she spoke, she pulled out a thumb-sized stone from her pocket, emitting a faint starlight. Starlight stone. Su-chen's eyes lit up. Starlight stones are a primary material for crafting attack and defense items. Most items sold on the market, aside from those dropped by monsters, are crafted by alchemists. During the crafting process, to ensure the stability of the items, a bit of starlight stone is usually added. Because of this, starlight stones are very expensive. Even a thumb-sized one is worth at least 10,000 blue star coins. Do you agree? The long-haired female student looked at Su-chen with eager eyes. "It doesn't matter whether it's a starstone or not. What matters is that I enjoy helping others." "I agree." Su-chen cleared his throat and said seriously. A sand mouse could be exchanged for 10,000 blue star coins, a guaranteed profit, so there was no reason to refuse. The long-haired girl was momentarily stunned, then threw the starstone to Su-chen and ordered a nearby humanoid skeleton, "Xiao-san, go kill that sand mouse." What a name! Su-chen clicked his tongue. The skeleton named Xiao-san rushed forward, gripping a bone spear, and pierced through the sand mouse's skull. In one strike, finally leveled up. The long-haired girl clenched her fists in excitement and then turned to Su Chen gratefully, saying, "Thank you." "No problem," Su Chen replied with a faint smile. It was just a transaction and he had profited quite a bit from it. The long-haired female student focused on Su Chen. "My name is Zhu Yuqi from Lingwang No. 2 High School. What about you?" "Donghai No. 2 High School, Su Chen." "Su Chen," Zhu Yuqi murmured, then asked, "You're a wood-type summoner, right? How is your attack power so strong?" Even swordsmen couldn't easily kill a sand mouse without using skills. In contrast, Su Chen took them down effortlessly, as if he were striking from a different dimension. She really couldn't understand how he did it. Su Chen pondered for a moment and replied lightly, "I am indeed a wood-type summoner, but who says wood-type summoners can't have strong attack power?" This question was difficult to answer. He couldn't just tell Zhu Yuqi that he had 60 equipment slots, could he? There was no choice but to continue to dodge. "Alright," Zhu Yuqi smiled helplessly. Su Chen's words were essentially meaningless. There were hundreds, or even thousands of wood-type summoners across the entire Blue Star, but none dared to engage in close combat like Su Chen, let alone possess his level of combat power. However, considering that everyone had their secrets, probing too deeply could easily provoke Su Chen's displeasure. Su Chen glanced at the 3 humanoid skeletons and changed the subject. "Did you summon these 3 skeletons with one of your skills?" "Yes," Zhu Yuqi nodded. Su Chen felt a bit unbalanced. His skill could only summon a small tree ant, which had no combat power at all. In contrast, she summoned 3 powerful humanoid skeletons at once. How could there be such a big gap among summoners? Sigh. Su Chen sighed and faced Zhu Yuqi. "If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving." "Wait a minute." Zhu Yuqi interrupted. "I want to collaborate with you." "For what?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Zhu Yuqi pointed to a cave not far away and whispered, "There are 7 or 8 starstones inside the cave. Do you want to get your hands on them?" Su Chen's eyes lit up. 7 or 8 starstones were worth 70 to 80,000 blue star coins. Definitely a considerable income. Such a good opportunity couldn't be missed. But why was Zhu Yuqi telling him? Wouldn't it be better to keep it all for herself? Su Chen asked in confusion. "Can't you do it by yourself?" Zhu Yuqi explained, "There are 2 black iron tier 2 armored beetles inside the cave and their defense is exceptionally impressive, likely reaching 50 points. My humanoid puppets are no match for them. There are armored beetles in there," Su Chen exclaimed softly. Armored beetles were also otherworldly creatures, but as far as he knew, the endless desert seemed to have only sand mice. How could armored beetles appear here? Zhu Yuqi smiled and said, "In the endless desert, 99% of the otherworldly creatures are sand mice, but there are a few other types as well. They just excel at hiding and are rarely discovered." "Oh," Su Chen realized and reminded, "Let's move quickly." Zhu Yuqi said, "Before we act, I need to confirm one thing. Can you break through the iron beetle's defenses?" The iron beetle's defense reached 50 points, and even a 3rd-tier swordsman in the black iron realm couldn't break through without using skills. If the defense couldn't be breached, the iron beetle couldn't be killed. "It's a piece of cake," Su Chen smirked. Having advanced to the 2nd tier of the black iron realm, his attack power had reached 70 points, making hunting the iron beetle a trivial matter. Zhu Yuqi seemed a bit skeptical. "Are you really sure?" Su Chen had indeed shown great strength before, but the 1st-tier sand rat and the 2nd-tier iron beetle were not on the same level. Did Su Chen really possess such ability? Zhu Yuqi expressed doubt. "I never take a gamble I'm not confident in," Su Chen chuckled. Hearing is believing, and he would let Zhu Yuqi witness his strength soon enough. "All right." Zhu Yuqi nodded, then stored away 3 humanoid skeletons and summoned 3 more. This operation left Su Chen a bit confused. "What are you doing? Storing and then summoning again consumes mana. Is that really necessary?" Zhu Yuqi explained, "I previously entered the cave and fought with the iron beetle, which severely injured the 3 humanoid skeletons, causing their combat power to drop significantly. Besides, I just advanced to the 2nd tier of the black iron realm, so if I summon them again, the humanoid skeletons will have the strength of the 2nd tier. "I see," Su Chen murmured. No wonder Zhu Yuqi sought his help. It was because the humanoid skeletons were injured. "Let's move," Zhu Yuqi called. "How will we distribute the starstones after killing the iron beetles?" Su Chen suddenly asked. This needed to be confirmed in advance to avoid conflicts over uneven distribution later. "Of course, we'll split it evenly," Zhu Yuqi replied without hesitation. "Let's go." Su Chen no longer hesitated. Soon, the two arrived at the entrance of the cave. Zhu Yuqi said, "There's a passage below, about 20 meters long. Beyond this passage is a cavern. 2 iron beetles and the starstones are inside the cavern." Su Chen glanced into the cavern and then sent the tray ant down. The cave was pitch black, severely affecting visibility. The tray ant had sensing abilities and could provide timely warnings of danger, making it the most suitable for leading the way. After the tray ant entered the cave, Zhu Yuqi's 3 humanoid skeletons followed closely behind. Su Chen and Zhu Yuqi walked at the back. After advancing for more than 20 meters, a cavern indeed appeared ahead.
At the same time, the Treyant relayed information that there were indeed 2 iron beetles in the cavern. Su Chen whispered, "Let your 3 humanoid skeletons entangle one of the iron beetles." With his strength, hunting 2 iron beetles was not a problem. However, for safety's sake, it was better to take them down one by one. "No problem, Zhu." Yuchi immediately agreed. "Go!" Su Chen gripped his short sword and charged into the cavern. Roar! 2 angry roars echoed in the cavern. 2 bugs, each over a meter long and covered in a layer of black shell, lunged wildly at Su Chen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, 3 figures rushed into the cavern. It was the 3 humanoid skeletons following Zhu Yuchi's command, blocking one of the black beetles, and soon they were locked in combat. With the advancement to the second tier of the Black Iron Realm, the 3 humanoid skeletons had greatly increased in strength. Although they couldn't kill the iron beetle, holding it off was no problem. On the other side, Su Chen swung his short sword in midair. With a whoosh, the short sword sliced into the iron beetle's body, cutting it in half as easily as slicing tofu. Hiss! Witnessing this, Zhu Yuchi gasped, her heart churning with waves of shock. Knowing that Su Chen was strong, no one could have imagined he would be this powerful. Even the iron beetle, known for its defensive capabilities, was killed in a single strike. His attack power was terrifying. After killing the iron beetle, Su Chen did not linger and charged towards the second one. With one sword strike, he cleanly and swiftly took the life of the iron beetle. "Is that it?" Zhu Yuchi murmured in a daze. The battle lasted only 3 seconds from start to finish. It was so fast that she could hardly react. "Zhu Yuchi, where are the starstones?" Su Chen asked. Zhu Yuchi regained her senses and pointed to a corner of the cave right there. Su Chen rushed over and indeed found a small pile of starstones, exactly 8 pieces. He picked up the star stones and returned to the original spot, taking out 4 to give to Zhu Yuchi as previously agreed, while putting the rest in his pocket. Shortly after, the 2 left the cave, exchanged a few pleasantries, and went their separate ways. It had been over 2 hours since entering the endless desert, and Su Chen's gains were quite good. So far, he had hunted 25 sand rats and 2 iron beetles, accumulating 35 points. This score was already considerable, but Su Chen was not satisfied. His goal was to be first in the assessment, and 35 points were far from enough. "Little treeman, let's continue." Su Chen took a deep breath and continued searching with the little treeman. An hour later, he hunted 5 more black iron level 1 sand rats. Su Chen then opened his data panel. Name, Su Chen. Profession, Wood Element Summoner. Level, Black Iron Level 2. Attack Power, 70. Defense, 15. Agility, 19. Mental Power, 20. Experience, 135-200. Health, 300. Mana, 180. IQ, Unknown. Skills, Summon Little Treeman, 1. Seeing his experience rise to 135 points, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before he advanced to Black Iron Level 3. "I can't get complacent, I need to keep working hard," Su Chen reminded himself just as he was about to continue when he suddenly noticed a female student rushing towards him. Behind her, a sand rat was hot on her heels. As the distance closed, the female student's appearance gradually became clearer. It was Li Menghan from Donghai Number 2 High School. At this moment, Li Menghan looked pale and drenched in sweat, appearing very disheveled. Seeing this, Su Chen felt puzzled. Wasn't Li Menghan teamed up with Su Fanqing, Wu Hao, and the others? How did she end up alone and being chased by a sand rat? Su Chen didn't have time to think too much and quickly charged forward. At this point, Li Menghan was already at her limit, about to be taken down by the sand rat. After all, they were from the same academy. He couldn't just stand by and watch. Li Menghan suddenly noticed someone coming to her aid. At first, she was very excited, but when she saw it was Su Chen, her heart sank. Su Chen was just a wood element summoner with no combat power. How could he be a match for the sand rat? Rushing over would be no different from seeking death. Gritting her teeth, Li Menghan shouted, "Su Chen, run!" Su Chen ignored her, rushing closer, and with a short sword in hand, he slashed downwards, a cold light bursting forth as he struck heavily at the sand rat's head. There was a loud bang. The entire head of the sand rat was split open, blood splattering everywhere, appearing extremely vivid in the sunlight. This, Li Menghan was stunned, her thoughts coming to a halt. Su Chen killed a sand rat with one sword? How could he be so powerful? Was she dreaming? Su Chen approached Li Menghan and looked her over. "Are you okay?" Li Menghan regained her composure, her face still showing signs of lingering fear. "Fortunately, I ran into you, otherwise I would have been done in by the sand rat. It was just a small effort, no need to be polite," Su Chen replied with a slight smile, then asked, "If I remember correctly, you switched to the archer class, right? Can't you even handle a black iron level 1 sand rat?" The archer Chang Shiro they had encountered before could easily take down even a black iron level 2 sand rat with a single explosive arrow. Why was Li Menghan so weak, being an archer as well? Li Menghan took a breath and said, "I ran out of mana and couldn't use my skills, so I couldn't fight the sand rat." Oh, Su Chen realized
Archers relied heavily on their skills. Once they couldn't cast them, their combat power would plummet. It was like Chang Shiru, who was like a celestial being when she had skills, easily defeating enemies above her level, but when she didn't, she could only hide behind Xiong Tao. Su Chen then asked, "How did you get separated from the team? Where are the others?" A hint of terror appeared in Li Minghan's eyes. "We stumbled into a sand rat's lair, thinking we could kill a few more sand rats. We didn't expect that lair to be the den of the Sand Rat King. The others got trapped, and I was the only one who managed to escape." The Sand Rat King. Su Chen's expression turned serious. The Sand Rat King was a black iron level 3 creature, one of the most powerful otherworldly beings in the Endless Desert. Ordinary students would stand no chance against it. Even someone like Su Fanqing, a lightning mage, might not be able to handle it. Of course, in his eyes, it was nothing. With just one sword, he could easily slay it. What Su Chen was worried about was whether Wu Hao was also trapped in the lair and if he was in danger. "Where is the Sand Rat King's lair?" Su Chen asked urgently. "Just a little ahead," Li Menghan pointed. "Hurry and take me there." Su Chen was anxious. The longer they delayed, the more danger Wu Hao would be in. At that moment, he wished he could fly there immediately. "Ha!" Li Menghan was taken aback. What did Su Chen want to do? Was he going to save someone? But how could Su Chen, a wood element summoner, possibly defeat the Sand Rat King? What if he couldn't save anyone and ended up getting himself killed? "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up," Su Chen urged when he saw Li Menghan standing still. Li Menghan stared at Su Chen in a daze. "Su Chen, you should know how powerful the Sand Rat King is, right? If we go, isn't that just asking for death?" "Powerful my ass, I can kill it with one sword," Su Chen said dismissively. Although the Sand Rat King was black iron level 3, its defense was weaker than that of an armored beetle. One sword would take care of it. Li Menghan, he can kill the Sand Rat King with one sword? Is he really that arrogant? Does he think he's invincible? If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Su Chen was genuinely anxious. Li Menghan gritted her teeth. "Follow me." Although she didn't believe Su Chen had that kind of strength, since he insisted on going, she had no choice but to comply. 5 minutes later, the two arrived in a stone forest. Under Li Menghan's guidance, they turned left and right and finally found the entrance to the lair. Su Chen instructed, "You wait outside, don't follow me in." Li Menghan had run out of mana and had basically lost her combat ability, so she wouldn't be of any help going in. Understood. Li Menghan was self-aware. "Su Chen, be careful. If things go wrong, retreat as soon as possible." Su Chen nodded and took the little tray ant into the lair. Inside, the lair was dark and winding. Su Chen cautiously moved along a tunnel for several dozen meters when a strong, pungent smell of blood wafted into his nostrils. He saw a dozen sand rat corpses lying haphazardly on the ground, some cut in half, others turned to char. These sand rats were likely hunted by Su Fanqing and the others. So where were they? "Are you still alive?" Su Chen withdrew his gaze and continued searching. After moving forward for about 100 meters, the little tray ant conveyed a message that the Sand Rat King was in a nearby cave. Su Chen's heart stirred, and he quickly made his way over. As he approached the cave, a sudden burst of intense fighting erupted from within. Su Chen crouched at the edge of the cave and glanced inside, seeing 4 students engaged in a fierce battle with a rat the size of a calf. It was Wu Hao, Su Fanqing, Su Lingling, and Yi Jiayu from Donghai No. 2 High School. The large rat was undoubtedly the Sand Rat King. At that moment, the Sand Rat King was glowing with a layer of bloodlight, exuding a terrifying aura, its presence extremely menacing. Skill. Berserk. Su Chen frowned. The Sand Rat King's strength came not only from its high level but mainly from its Berserk skill. Berserk is a skill that comprehensively enhances physical attributes, making its power significantly stronger. However, the cooperation among Wu Hao and the others was quite tacit, and with their complementary professions, they managed to barely fend off the Sand Rat King's onslaught. Wu Hao stood at the forefront, his shield radiating golden light as he activated the skill Guardian Light. Guardian Light not only increased his teammates' defense but also had a certain rebound effect. The support class Su Lingling hid behind, occasionally boosting Wu Hao's status. Yi Jiayu, a female swordsman, wielded her long sword with agility, continuously unleashing fierce sword energy that struck the Sand Rat King's body, producing explosive sounds like rain hitting banana leaves. Although it didn't inflict much damage on the Sand Rat King, it served to distract it. As the main damage dealer, Su Fanqing had already advanced to Black Iron Level 2. Standing at the center of the team, she waved her hand and a fist-sized ball of lightning shot out. It struck the ground beneath the Sand Rat King, sending it flying. The lightning ball was Su Fanqing's skill, Thunderstorm. Its power was astonishing. If it weren't for the Sand Rat King activating its Berserk skill, it would have been severely injured in one hit. Su Chen observed for a while, not rushing to reveal himself. With his attack power, he could easily take down the Sand Rat King. However, the Sand Rat King wouldn't just stand there waiting for him to strike. If it retaliated desperately, he could get hurt. For safety's sake, He needed to come up with a foolproof plan. Su Chen fell into deep thought. If Zhu Yuqi were here, he could send out 3 skeletal warriors to distract the Sand Rat King, drawing its attention, and then he could swoop in for a finishing blow. Unfortunately, Zhu Yuqi was not present. He had to think of another way. After pondering for a moment, a good idea suddenly flashed through his mind. He could have the little Treant go down to harass the Sand Rat King, ideally drawing it out. Meanwhile, he would hide and wait for the Sand Rat King to chase after the little Treant, then take advantage of the moment to strike. With this thought, Su Chen immediately instructed the little Treant to act and hid around a corner of a distant passage. The little Treant received the order and bravely charged into the cave. At that moment, the battle inside the cave was still raging fiercely. Wu Hao and the others had been pushed into a corner by the Sand Rat King, and the situation was extremely perilous. Just then, the little Treant rushed in front of the Sand Rat King, extending a branch and making a provocative gesture. Seeing this, Wu Hao and the others were all stunned.
A little Treant? Wasn't that a summon of a wood-type summoner? Which wood-type summoner had the guts to provoke a Sand Rat King? Could it be Su Chen? Wu Hao's heart sank. If it really was Su Chen, once discovered by the Sand Rat King, he would undoubtedly be doomed. The Sand Rat King seemed to be enraged, raising its claws to strike at the little Treant. With a loud bang, the little Treant was shattered into pieces. Su Chen received the news that the little Treant had been taken down, and without a hint of panic, he summoned another one. Little Treant continued to harass. This time, the summoned little Treant belonged to the Black Iron Realm, level 2, and its speed was noticeably faster. It quickly charged into the cave, provoking the Sand Mouse King. The Sand Mouse King was furious and swiped with its claws. Bang! The little Treant turned into a pile of wood chips. But before long, another little Treant rushed in. Do you think this little Treant is Su Chen's summon? Wu Hao said. Ha! Yi Jiayu and Su Lingling widened their mouths, suddenly realizing that Su Chen was a wood-type summoner. It might really be Su Chen. It's not Su Chen, Su Fanqing disagreed. This little Treant is a level 2 summon from the Black Iron Realm. How could Su Chen summon it? As long as it's not Su Chen, that's good, Wu Hao sighed. In relief, to summon a level 2 little Treant from the Black Iron Realm, one must also be at least level 2 in the Black Iron Realm. In such a short time, how could Su Chen possibly advance to level 2? Roar! The Sand Mouse King let out a low growl and raised its claws to strike at the little Treant again. But this time, the little Treant didn't wait to die, it turned and fled. After being provoked a few times, the Sand Mouse King was filled with murderous intent and didn't want to let the little Treant escape, quickly pursuing it. In the blink of an eye, the two burst out of the cave. The Sand Mouse King is gone? Wu Hao exclaimed in delight. Su Fanqing reminded, we should hurry. After fighting for so long, their mana was nearly depleted and they couldn't hold out much longer. Since the Sand Mouse King had been lured away, it was the best time to escape. Let's go! Wu Hao led the way, holding up his shield at the front. Su Fanqing and the others followed closely behind. On the other side, the little Treant ran desperately, quickly leading the Sand Mouse King to Su Chen's hiding place. Su Chen, who had been waiting for this moment, struck with his short sword as soon as the Sand Mouse King charged in. With a crack, the short sword accurately struck the Sand Mouse King's head. Blood splattered as the Sand Mouse King's head exploded, twitching on the ground before finally dying. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from the Sand Mouse King's corpse. The Sand Mouse King was a mini-boss, and killing a boss guaranteed equipment drops. Su Chen had known this, but he still couldn't hide his excitement upon seeing this scene. When the light faded, 3 items appeared before him. They were an unremarkable longsword, a jade token glowing with golden light, and an ancient book. Upon seeing the jade token, a layer of fiery light spread across Su Chen's eyes. This jade token was actually a skill book. The value of a skill book is self-evident, even the worst ones are worth 100,000 blue star coins. I'm going to get rich. Su Chen quickly picked up the jade token and information about it appeared in his mind. Skill, Wild Wind, exclusive skill for wind mages. Not bad, Su Chen nodded slightly. The Wild Wind skill was a control skill that released a tornado, blowing the target into the air. Although it wasn't an exceptionally powerful skill, it had its uses, with a market price of about 120,000 blue star coins. After putting away the skill book, Su Chen picked up the book to read. It was a book on crafting explosive bombs. According to the book, the explosive power of the bombs was immense, rivaling the thunderstorm spell cast by Bronze Realm lightning mages. It is well known that there are no firearms on Blue Star. If explosive bombs could be crafted, it might fill this gap. And if they could be mass-produced, the benefits would be immeasurable. Just imagine carrying a few high-explosive grenades and bombarding otherworldly creatures, how exhilarating that would be. But unfortunately, Su Chen could not refine it, as it belonged to the realm of alchemists. Thus, he could only sell it. I wonder if this thing is worth anything? Su Chen muttered, planning to find an alchemist to ask for a price when he went out, and if it was reasonable, he would sell it. Then, he picked up the long sword, glanced at it casually, and placed it into his equipment slot, then opened his data panel. Name, Su Chen. Profession, Wood Element Summoner. Level, Black Iron Stage 2. Attack Power, 120. Defense, 15. Agility, 19. Mental Power, 20. Experience, 160-200. Health, 300. Mana, 230. IQ, unknown. Skills, Summon Treyant, 1. What the hell?
When he saw his attack power soar to 120 points, Suchen was completely stunned.
What was going on? How did his attack power suddenly increase so much? If he remembered correctly, it was only 70 points before. Where did the extra 50 points come from? Su Chen pondered
for a moment and immediately thought of the longsword that had dropped.
However, he was currently only at Black Iron Stage 2 and could equip at most Black Iron level items. Even the best quality Black Iron items would only increase attack power by 5 points at most,
so it was impossible for it to increase by this much.
What on earth was going on? Su Chen was baffled, so he simply took the longsword out of the equipment slot. The moment he removed it, his attack power returned to 70 points. This indicated that the additional
50 points of attack power indeed came from this longsword.
What kind of divine weapon is this? Su Chen was utterly shocked,
carefully examining the longsword. Suddenly, a piece of information appeared in his mind.
Golden level no rank weapon judgment.
Features increases attack power by 50 points and possesses extremely strong penetration ability.
No rank weapon. Su Chen almost shouted in excitement. No rank weapons were extremely rare, each worth a fortune. Ordinary golden level attack items were worth at most a few 100,000 blue star coins.
But no rank golden items started at least at 1 million blue star coins, and they were
simply not available for purchase.
The main reason for their high value was that there were no level restrictions, meaning any level
of class changer could use them.
Just imagine, a Black Iron Stage class changer wielding such a weapon with an attack power increase of 50 points would completely dominate the same level of otherworldly creatures.
Nice. Su Chen couldn't help but smile. With this
judgment, not only did his overall strength increase significantly, but if anyone asked why his attack power was so strong, it would
be easy to explain. I have a no-rank golden judgment, isn't it normal for my attack power to be strong?
Later, Su Chen calmed his
emotions, placed judgment back into the equipment slot, and left the place.
Outside the cave, Li Menghan saw Su Fanqing and the other three come out safe and sound, and she shouted excitedly, "You're alive, that's great."
Just lucky, the four of them had expressions of lingering fear.
If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the Wood Element Summoner helping them in secret, they would have eventually died at the hands of the Sand Mouse King. Li Menghan glanced into the cave, her brows furrowing. Did you not see Su
Chen?
Su Chen came here to rescue people. Since Su Fanqing and the others were out, why was there no sign of Su Chen?
Could it be that he fell victim to the Sand Mouse King? Su Chen came here? Su Lingling exclaimed softly. Li Menghan explained.
Su Chen heard that you were trapped by the Sand Mouse King and rushed over to save you. He entered the cave earlier.
What the hell? Wu Hao
exclaimed, his heart leaping to his throat. According to Li Menghan, the Wood Element Summoner who helped them was most likely Su Chen.
So what happened to Su Chen now? Is it really Su Chen?
Su Fanqing murmured, then turned to Li Menghan for confirmation. Has Su
Chen advanced to Black Iron level 2?
If Su Chen had advanced to Black Iron level 2, it would basically be certain.
Li Menghan shook
her head. I'm not sure, but Su Chen is really strong.
Su Chen is strong?
Su Fanqing and the others exchanged glances.
The word strong doesn't seem to fit a Wood Element Summoner, right?
Li Menghan continued. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Su Chen killed a
Black Iron level 1 sand rat with a single sword strike. Is that true? Everyone was stunned. Can a Wood Element Summoner be that fierce?
It's not that they didn't believe it, but it was truly hard to comprehend. Wu Hao was momentarily dazed and turned to rush towards the cave. His good brother was inside the cave, he couldn't just ignore it.
Wu Hao, calm down. Su Fanqing grabbed Wu Hao. No
matter how strong Su Chen was, there was no chance of survival against a Sand Rat King. He could very well be killed by it.
Even if
they all went in, it would be of no use.
Su Chen is inside, how can we not care about him? Don't forget he saved us. Wu Hao shouted.
Su Fanqing sighed. I know Su Chen saved us, but you have to understand, our condition is too poor. We have no fighting power left.
I don't care, if you won't go, I'll go myself. Wu Hao shook off Su Fanqing's hand and strode towards the cave. Su Fanqing gritted her teeth. If we're going to die, let's die together. Su Lingling and the others showed no hesitation and followed closely behind Wu Hao.
Their lives were saved by Su Chen, they could just return the favor. Just as they reached the entrance of the cave, they
suddenly saw a tall figure walking out. Soon, a handsome face appeared before them. It was Su Chen. What are you doing here? Su Chen
rubbed his nose and slowly walked out of the cave.
Su Chen. Wu Hao rushed up and gave Su Chen a big hug. Be a little reserved. Su Chen pushed Wu Hao away.
In front of everyone, two grown men hugging like that was quite inappropriate.
Yi Jiayu scrutinized Su Chen closely and said in disbelief, Su Chen, how are you still alive? Su Chen's face darkened. Are you wishing for my death? That's not what I meant.
Realizing she had misspoken, Yi Jiayu quickly explained, I meant, wasn't there a sand rat king in the cave? How did you escape? Just kill it, right? Su Chen said calmly. What? The 5 of them were dumbfounded. Su Chen killed the Sand Rat King? A Wood Element Summoner killed a Black Iron Level 3 Sand Rat King that had a Berserk skill? Can this even be joked about? Su Fanqing swallowed hard. Su Chen, how did you do it? Su Chen shook the short sword in his hand. I killed it with one sword. Strike. It sounded a bit unbelievable, but that was the truth. Su Fanqing, Wu Hao, Yi Jiayu, Li Menghan, Su Lingling. Su Chen killed the Sand Rat King with one sword strike? It should be noted that the Sand Rat King, when using its Berserk skill, had a terrifying defense of 50 points. Even a Black Iron Level 4 swordsman might not be able to do it. Could Su Chen's attack power really break through the Sand Rat King's defense? Wu Hao clicked his tongue. Su Chen, can we be a little low-key? Even if he were to die, he wouldn't believe that Su Chen could kill the Sand Rat King with one sword strike. If you don't believe it, then forget it. Su Chen was too lazy to explain and changed the subject. How many points have you all earned? Points not only determined whether they could pass the assessment but also affected their rankings. Currently, he had accumulated 40 points. What about the others? Wu Hao was the first to speak. I have 5 points, which exceeds the assessment standard. I have a little more. I have 7 points. I have 5 points, just like Wu Hao. Yi Jiayu and the others followed up. Su Chen turned to Su Fanqing. What about you? He was most curious about how many points Su Fanqing had. Su Fanqing was a lightning mage, considered a very powerful class changer. By comparison, he could roughly know where he stood. 12 points. Su Fanqing smiled slightly. Hearing this, Su Chen felt assured. He had 28 more points than Su Fanqing, which was quite a clear advantage. Su Chen, how many points do you have? Yi Jiayu asked. Curiously. About the same as you guys. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. With 40 points, he stood out among them even more than the combined total of Yi Jiayu and her 5 friends, which was somewhat astonishing, so there was no need to mention it for now. What do you mean by about the same? Wu Hao pressed. Just as Su Chen was thinking of casually throwing out a number to brush it off, a rumbling sound echoed in their ears. Everyone turned to look. They saw dust flying in the distance, blocking out the sun, surging towards them like a tsunami. What was happening? Could it be a sandstorm? Everyone was a bit confused. Look, there's a person in the sky. Su Lingling pointed upwards. Everyone looked up and indeed saw a male student with a pair of thin wings. What the heck? How could he fly? Su Chen and the others were stunned. Su Fanqing reminded them he is a wind mage using the skill wings of flight. I see. Everyone understood. Soon, the male student flew down above them and shouted, Run quickly, the rat tide is coming. Damn! Everyone's expression changed drastically. That cloud of dust was actually caused by the rat tide. Generally speaking, anything referred to as a rat tide had at least 1,000 rats, facing over 1,000 sand rats, not to mention black iron class changers, even bronze class would not be able to withstand it. What should we do? Wu Hao panicked. If they waited for the rat tide to catch up, they would be left with nothing. Su Lingling suggested, why don't we go into the cave? Su Fanqing shook her head. No, the cave itself was the nest of the sand rats. Entering it would be like a turtle in a jar. Su Chen decisively said, run. Staying here would mean certain death. There might still be a glimmer of hope in escaping. Everyone took off running with all their might. Su Chen led the way, running at the front. They passed through the stone forest and emerged into a desolate desert. Seeing this, everyone's heart sank. In such an open place, they could not outrun the sand rats. The sand rats are about to catch up. Wu Hao was frantic. The sand rats were less than 100 meters away from them, and death was gradually approaching. At this critical moment, the wind mage flew back and shouted to Su Chen and the others, if you want to live, follow me. Everyone seemed to grasp a lifeline and followed the wind mage without a second thought. After running for a mile and crossing a sand dune, they saw a 5-meter-high stone tower standing ahead. How could there be a stone tower in the endless desert? While everyone was puzzled, they saw the wind mage land near the stone tower. At the same time, 2 male students walked out from the stone tower's entrance, one of whom was waving and shouting at them with a giant axe, hurry over. Luli. Su Chen's expression changed. The giant axe student was none other than Luli from Lingwang number 1 high school, whom he had met once. Boom! The sounds behind them grew clearer. The pursuing sand rats were now less than 50 meters away, and the situation was becoming increasingly urgent. Everyone put in more effort. Su Chen encouraged. As long as they entered the stone tower, relying on its defenses, they could definitely hold off the sand rats. Everyone understood this and ran desperately towards the stone tower. After a hard run to the stone tower, several sand rats had already chased up behind them. Seeing this, the male student beside Luli waved his hand, and a fire dragon as thick as a water bucket roared out, emitting a terrifyingly hot temperature, as if the air itself was burning in its wake. In an instant, it flew over the heads of Su Chen and the others. landing among the group of sand rats behind them. There was a loud explosion. The scorching power wreaked havoc, turning a dozen sand rats to ashes. Impressive. Su-chan clicked his tongue. A single skill could annihilate over a dozen sand rats. The strength of this fire mage was not to be underestimated. With the fire mage's help, Su-chan and the others successfully reached the base of the stone tower. Enter the tower. Lu Li shouted anxiously. Wu Hao and the others quickly entered the stone tower. Just before entering, Su-chan called out to Lu Li, "Old Lu, we meet again." Su-chan? Lu Li was quite surprised, not expecting to encounter Su-chan here. Lu Li, hurry up and come in, the fire mage shouted. The group of sand rats was about to pounce. If they didn't enter the tower soon, they would be overwhelmed. Lu Li was startled and pulled Su-chan into the tower. As soon as the two entered, a stone door descended at the entrance of the tower. At the same time, a series of loud banging sounds echoed around them. It was obvious that the sand rats were attacking the stone tower. Fortunately, the tower's defenses were strong. No matter how the sand rats attacked, it remained steadfast. Seeing this, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Su-chan's gaze drifted around the interior of the tower. Besides the few familiar faces, there was a dark-skinned male student. The dark-skinned student walked over slowly and introduced himself. "Hello, everyone, it's a fate to meet here. My name is Jin Chaogwa and I am an alchemist from Lingwang No. 2 High School." Everyone was taken aback. Alchemy was a non-combat profession. How could he dare to come into the endless desert? Seemingly sensing their confusion, Jin Chaogwa smiled and said, "Alchemists indeed lack combat power, but I am an exception. I have many alchemical items with me, and this stone tower is one of them." Wow! Everyone was astonished. So this stone tower was Jin Chaogwa's alchemical item. No wonder it appeared here. With this stone tower in hand, they truly didn't need to worry. They could just hide inside when danger approached. Later, Lu Li and the others introduced themselves in turn. After getting to know each other, Jin Chaogwa said solemnly, "Everyone, get ready. I will open the stone door soon." Ha! Wu Hao was confused. Why do we need to open the stone door? Su-chan and the others also didn't quite understand. There were thousands of sand rats outside. If the door opened, wouldn't they rush in? Jin Chaogwa explained, "What is our purpose for coming here? Isn't it to hunt sand rats for experience points? The opportunity is right in front of us. Wouldn't it be a pity to miss it?" Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. No one wanted to miss out on experience points. This was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. However, there were simply too many sand rats outside. If they all rushed in, the few of them wouldn't be able to handle it. Su-chan said, "There are less than 10 of us. We probably can't kill that many sand rats, right?" "That's true." Jin Chaogwa replied calmly, "My plan is to let in a portion of the sand rats each time, then close the stone door. After we finish off these sand rats, we can let in some more." Su Fanqing raised a concern. "We few mages rely on skills for damage output, and the space inside the tower is limited. If we release our skills, we might hurt our own people." "That's a valid point." Jin Chaogwa frowned. The attack power of mages was exceptionally strong. If they weren't careful, they could injure their own team. And it could even damage his stone tower. It is indeed a bit thoughtless. Jin Chaogwa sighed. Once the stone tower was damaged and lost its protection, they would all be doomed. However, he was also very reluctant to miss this opportunity. Lu Li suddenly asked, "Can we open the stone door a little smaller?" "No problem," Jin Chaogwa replied without hesitation. "I have a plan." Lu Li's expression changed. "Just open a crack, let Wu Hao hold the front, and then we take turns to attack. Once the blue energy is exhausted, we close the stone door." It had to be said, this was indeed a good plan. Wu Hao, as a shield bearer, could easily hold the entrance. For a while, a few main combat professionals could output safely and would definitely be able to hunt down quite a few sand rats. But there was one problem. Su Lingling was a support, and Jin Chaogwa was an alchemist. They had no attack power at all and couldn't kill the sand rats, thus unable to gain any experience for leveling up. And Wu Hao, as a tank, also couldn't kill the sand rats. It was very unfair to give without receiving anything in return. Lu Li had already thought of this and said, "Isn't there a team mechanism? Can't we form a team of 10? After forming a team, the experience gained from hunting sand rats would be shared equally. But this sharing wasn't absolute. It would be distributed based on contribution. For example, if Wu Hao formed a team of 5, the one with the most contribution would definitely be Su Fanqing, and she would gain more experience, while the others would get relatively less. This mechanism was actually quite fair, and everyone present agreed. Su Chen agreed, but felt a bit reluctant, because with his strength he could definitely gain more experience without forming a team, and it wouldn't be just a little. However, considering they were in Jin Chaogwa's stone tower, it wouldn't make sense not to give some return. Moreover, his good brother Wu Hao was among them, so he treated it as helping Wu Hao. After discussing, everyone made a team oath and then began to act. Wu Hao held his shield at the very front. Yi Jiayu and Lu Li stood on either side of Wu Hao. A few mages, along with Li Menghan and Su Lingling, stood a bit further back. Su Chen originally wanted to step forward but was stopped by Jin Chaogua. In Jin Chaogua's view, Su Chen was just a wood-type summoner and going up would not only be unhelpful but could also cause trouble. Su Chen didn't explain anything. He could wait until the others were exhausted before stepping in. There would always be a chance to act. Everyone, get ready, I'm going to open the stone door, Jin Chaogua shouted. Wu Hao immediately released the skill Guardian's Light. The others were also poised to act. With a crack, the stone door slowly opened. What lay before them was a sea of sand rats densely packed, making it impossible to see their numbers. Accompanied by a chorus of rat squeaks, countless sand rats charged towards the stone tower, continuously crashing against Wu Hao's shield. Bang bang! With just one impact, Wu Hao began to sway. Lu Li and Yi Jiayu sensed the danger and quickly released their skills to block. At that moment, three mages also took action. Su Fanqing unleashed the skill Thunderstorm, Fire Mage Chao Rui released the skill Rage Dragon Roar, and Wind Mage Duan Ting released the skill Windblade. Su Chen's gaze drifted towards Duan Ting, murmuring, dual skills. Duan Ting had previously used the skill Wings of Flight. Windblade was his second skill. It was well known that a job changer only had one initial skill at the beginning. To learn a second skill, one could only do so through skill books. It was unclear whether Duan Ting had obtained the skill book from monster drops or purchased it. If it was the latter, it meant Duan Ting was quite wealthy. He just happened to have a Wind Mage exclusive skill book which he could sell to Duan Ting. Of course, now was not the time. The priority was still hunting sand rats. The skills of the three mages were powerful, and many sand rats outside the tower were killed or injured. However, the number of sand rats was simply too many. The dead ones barely counted as a drop in the bucket. Soon, another large wave of sand rats charged forward. Su Lingling was quick on her feet and cast a healing spell on Wu Hao. The priest's healing spell not only restored health but also replenished a bit of stamina and mental energy, which was crucial for Wu Hao at that moment. With a whoosh, Li Menghan unleashed her skill, White Feather Arrow, shooting a white arrow that flew like lightning into the swarm of sand rats, instantly killing several of them. As archers, Li Menghan was clearly not as skilled as Chang Shiru. If it had been Chang Shiru, one arrow would have at least taken down a dozen sand rats. The brutal battle lasted only 2 minutes before everyone began to struggle. The three mages had nearly exhausted their mana, and without these three main damage dealers, Wu Hao was under immense pressure, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, feeling utterly helpless. Yi Jiayu and Lu Li were not faring much better. In such a short time, they had struck over 100 times, their arms sore and panting heavily. Jin Chaogua saw the situation was dire and was about to close the stone door when he was interrupted by Su Chen. Let me take over. What? Jin Chaogua was taken aback. Su Chen wanted to step up? Wasn't he a wood-type summoner? What good would that do? Would he let a little Treant guard the door? It would be wiped out in an instant by the sand rats. Su Chen said nothing more and took the judgment from his equipment bar, walking towards the stone door. In fact, the attack power of Judgment remained the same whether it was in the equipment bar or in hand. However, Judgment also possessed strong penetration capabilities, and only when held could its full power be unleashed. Standing behind Wu Hao, Su Chen calmly said, "You all hold on, let me take a turn." What's going on? Duan Ting and Chao Rui were dumbfounded. They had thought Su Chen was going to help, but it turned out he intended to guard the door alone. This was a big joke. How could a wood-type summoner have that capability? Duan Ting exchanged glances with Su Fanqing. Su Fanqing, quickly persuade your academy's people, don't let him act recklessly. Let him give it a try, it should be fine, Su Fanqing replied with a faint smile. Although she had not witnessed Chu Su Chen's true strength, Li Menghan had said that Su Chen could hunt black iron level 1 sand rats as easily as cutting vegetables. Most of the sand rats outside were also black iron level 1, so they shouldn't pose a threat to Su Chen. For now, let Su Chen try. If it really didn't work, they could just close the stone door. Ha! Duan Ting's mouth dropped open. Were the people from Donghai No. 2 High School crazy? Did they really dare to let a wood-type summoner guard the door? Chao Rui comforted him. Don't worry, Lu Li won't agree to it. That's true, Duan Ting sighed in relief. Lu Li wasn't from Donghai No. 2 High School and wasn't familiar with Su Chen. He wouldn't let Su Chen act recklessly. But the next moment, both of them were stunned. They saw Lu Li unhesitatingly step aside. Lu Li, what are you doing? Why aren't you stopping Su Chen? Duan Ting shouted. Lu Li shrugged. Su Chen is very strong. Why stop him? Very strong? Duan Ting and Chao Rui exchanged glances. When did a wood-type summoner become associated with strength? Su Fanqing might be crazy, but had Lu Li also lost his mind? Just wait and watch Su Chen's performance, Lu Li said meaningfully. Duan Ting and Chao Rui looked at each other and turned to watch Su Chen. Once Lu Li stepped back, Yi Jiayu and Wu Hao also retreated. Su Chen stood at the stone door, gripping Judgment and slashing it through the air. A spray of blood erupted as the first few sand rats charging in were cleaved in half. Holy crap! Duan Ting and Chao Rui were shocked. On the spot, They clearly saw that Su Chen had not used any skills. With just a simple slash, he had killed 4 sand rats. What a powerful attack. How can a wood-type summoner be so fierce? Jin Chaoguo was equally stunned. Originally, he planned to close the stone door, but upon seeing this scene, he changed his mind. With Su Chen being so impressive, why close the door? Let Su Chen kill a few more sand rats and they could gain more experience. Amazing. Su Fanqing stared intently at Su Chen, a strange light flickering in her beautiful eyes. Su Chen, you're awesome. Seeing Su Chen's bravery, Wu Hao excitedly raised his arms and cheered. Su Chen stood at the stone door like a war god, his weapon flying in his hands, and with every strike 4 or 5 sand rats fell. In no time, he had already hunted down 40 to 50 sand rats. This hunting speed was terrifying, far surpassing anyone present. Even the 3 high-output mages including Su Fanqing felt inferior. Under Su Chen's relentless slaughter, the sand rats could not advance even a bit. Truly, one man could hold back 1,000. Duan Ting was dumbfounded. Luli, is Su Chen really a wood-type summoner? What kind of wood-type summoner engages in close combat? He was clearly a melee maniac. Luli nodded. Su Chen told me himself that he is a wood-type summoner. Really? Duan Ting muttered, clearly not believing it. Equipment drop. Chao Rui suddenly shouted. Everyone turned to look at the stone tower entrance, where a sand rat's corpse was glowing. As the light faded, there lay a blue gem. A sapphire. Everyone was envious. The sapphire was used to store blue energy and was a necessary item for mages. This was no ordinary item, it was very valuable, with even the lowest quality worth 10,000 blue star coins and high-quality ones reaching 30,000. According to the team system, experience would be distributed based on contribution, but dropped equipment items would not be shared. Whoever killed it owns it. This meant that the sapphire belonged to Su Chen. One had to admit, Su Chen was quite lucky. When he saw the sapphire, his eyes lit up, and he quickly pocketed it before continuing to hunt. Unbeknownst to him, 5 minutes had already passed. The number of sand rats that died under Su Chen's blade exceeded 200, nearly matching the total kills of the others combined. Everyone was shocked. Su Chen not only had exceptional combat power but also an unfathomable stamina. If it were any other combatant of equal strength, they definitely wouldn't last this long. In fact, Su Chen's stamina was just average, even less than Wu Hao's. The reason he could last so long was mainly due to his weapon. The weapon had powerful armor-piercing capabilities, easily breaking through the sand rat's defenses, thus saving a lot of stamina. After striking down 5 more sand rats with another swing, Su Chen felt a bit exhausted and called out to Jin Chaoguo. "Old Jin, close the door." With a click, the stone door closed immediately. Su Chen slumped down on the ground, breathing heavily. "Su Chen, are you okay?" Wu Hao quickly approached, concerned. Su Chen smiled slightly, "Just a bit tired, I'll be fine after a rest." "That's good to hear," Wu Hao sighed in relief. At that moment, the others gathered around, all looking at Su Chen with awe and confusion. To single-handedly annihilate so many sand rats, Su Chen's strength was beyond imagination. But why was Su Chen so powerful? After all, he was just a wood-type mage. Everyone was puzzled. "I leveled up," Li Menghan suddenly shouted. Everyone's expressions shifted and they opened their data panels to check. The main purpose of hunting sand rats was to gain experience for leveling up. If Li Menghan could level up, then they should be fine too, right? Su Chen also opened his data panel. Name, Su Chen. Occupation, Wood Element Summoner. Level, Black Iron Tier 4. Attack Power, 140. Defense, 30. Agility, 29. Mental Power, 30. Experience, 360 500. Health, 500. Mana, 500. IQ, Unknown. Skills, Summon Treyant, 1. Nice. Su Chen was overjoyed. He didn't expect to have leveled up by 2 tiers and gained an additional 360 experience points. This time, he really hit the jackpot. Closing the data panel, Su Chen took another look at the record token. Points are related to rankings and rewards and are equally important. When he saw the number on the token was 300, Su Chen was stunned. How did he gain so many points? Soon, Su Chen understood. Level up experience is distributed based on contribution, but points do not need to be distributed. Whoever kills gets the points. Just now, he had hunted over 200 sand rats, including some at Black Iron Tier 2. Adding the 40 points he had accumulated before, reaching a total of 300 points was quite normal. Su Chen, I leveled up to Black Iron Tier 3. Wu Hao was extremely excited. As a shield bearer, leveling up is relatively difficult due to occupational restrictions. To level up by 2 tiers in such a short time was indeed unexpected. However, Wu Hao's previous performance was certainly commendable. In terms of contribution, he was second only to Su Chen. The experience gained from leveling up must have been considerable, so his promotion to Black Iron Tier 3 was understandable. Awesome. Su Chen patted Wu Hao on the shoulder. As a brother, he was genuinely happy for Wu Hao. Wu Hao scratched his head and asked, "What about you, Su Chen?" I'm one level higher, Black Iron Tier 4, Suchen replied calmly.
Impressive. Wu Hao gave a thumbs up.
Among the hundreds of students participating in the assessment, so far, it seemed that only Suchen had been able to level up to Black Iron Tier 4. A Wood Element Summoner had actually left a group of main combat professions behind. If this were to be said out loud, it would surely drop many jaws. The others were not surprised. After all, Suchen had just killed so many sand rats. Leveling up to Black Iron Tier 4 was quite reasonable, wasn't it? What about you guys? Suchen asked. I also leveled up to Black Iron Tier 3. Su Fanqing smiled slightly. I'm at Black Iron Tier 2. After understanding, it was found that Su Fanqing and the three mages, along with Lu Li, had leveled up to Black Iron Tier 3, while the others were all at Black Iron Tier 2. Overall, it was still quite good. Jin Chagwa walked up to Suchen. Suchen, there's something I'm very curious about, and I don't know if I should ask. Then don't ask, Suchen casually replied. Jin Chagwa. So direct? It made him a bit awkward. Suchen glanced at Jin Chagwa and smiled. Just kidding, go ahead and ask. Jin Chagwa cleared his throat and said, what is your attack power? The others were also very interested and looked at Suchen in unison. Suchen rubbed his nose and calmly said, 90 points of attack power. An attack power of 140 was too astonishing, so it was better to say a little less. Hiss. Everyone gasped, looking at Suchen as if he were a monster. No wonder Suchen hunted sand rats as easily as cutting vegetables. It turned out his attack power had reached such a level. However, what they couldn't understand was why Suchen's attack power was so strong. It should be noted that Suchen was a Wood Element Summoner, and after leveling up to Black Iron Tier 4, he could at most gain 30 attack power. Even if all 6 item slots were equipped with attack-type items, it shouldn't be possible to reach 90 points, right? So how did Suchen achieve that? Jin Chagwa swallowed hard and weakly said, Suchen, your attack power is indeed a bit high. It doesn't seem reasonable, right? Suchen shook the judgment in his hand. You don't need to be surprised. The reason my attack power is so high is all thanks to this. Everyone's gaze fell on the judgment. On the surface, the judgment seemed ordinary, no different from a regular attack-type item. What was so special about this thing? Suchen said lightly, it's not an ordinary Black Iron level weapon, but a Gold level 1. Gold level. Everyone was shocked. A gold level attack-type item can increase attack power by at least 40 points, which explains why Suchen's attack power was so high. However, wasn't Suchen a Black Iron realm? It is well known that Black Iron realm transmuters cannot use gold level items. Jin Chagwa probed, Suchen, can you use gold level items? Suchen raised an eyebrow. Ordinary gold level items indeed cannot be used, but there are exceptions for unranked ones. Unranked? Everyone was stunned. Once they realized, they were all dumbfounded. An unranked gold level item is absolutely priceless and extremely rare. Even if one is wealthy, it may not be possible to buy it. They never expected Suchen to possess such a divine weapon, which was truly enviable. So, that's how it is. Lu Li and the others felt much relieved. Previously, seeing Suchen so fierce while marveling at his strength, they had a hard time accepting it. They were all elites among main combat professions. If they were even inferior to a wood-type summoner, it would be too embarrassing. Knowing that Suchen was so powerful because he had an unranked item made them feel more balanced. Don't crowd around anymore, take the time to rest. Once you're back in shape, we'll continue hunting sand rats, Suchen reminded. That's right, everyone dispersed in unison. Duan Ting. Suchen called out to Duan Ting. What is it? Duan Ting stopped and looked at Suchen. Is your family quite wealthy? Suchen got straight to the point. He planned to sell the skill book Wasteland Wind to Duan Ting, but this thing was too expensive for an average person to afford. So he wanted to check Duan Ting's financial situation first. Suddenly, Suchen's question left Duan Ting a bit confused. After a moment of daze, he said, our Duan family is also a prominent family in Taimu City, and we are indeed quite wealthy. That's good, Suchen nodded. Duan Ting was increasingly puzzled. Suchen, why are you asking this? Suchen answered the question with another question. Do you know the skill Wasteland Wind? Duan Ting nodded. I know. As a wind-type mage, he might not know much about skills from other professions, but he was very familiar with wind-type skills. The skill Wasteland Wind is a control-type skill, not particularly powerful, but it has certain practicality. Suchen asked nonchalantly, how much is this thing worth? Duan Ting thought for a moment and said, the market price should be around 120,000 blue star coins, but Wasteland Wind is a niche skill with a very low probability of appearing, so it is almost unseen in the market, which leads to a certain price increase. Suchen's mind stirred. Would you like to buy the Wasteland Wind skill book? Of course I would, Duan Ting said without hesitation. Having one more skill naturally means greater strength. Compared to other wind-type skill books, the price of the Wasteland Wind skill book is not too expensive and is completely within his range. But the key is that there are none available on the market. I have a way to help you get it. Let's exchange contact information, and after the assessment is over, I'll contact the seller for you, Suchen said with a smile. That's great, Duan Ting was overjoyed. They then exchanged
phone numbers and chatted for a bit. Suchen walked up to Jin Chaohua. "Well, Jin, I want to ask you something." "What is it?" "Is your family quite wealthy?" Suchen smirked.
In his hand, he still had a manual for crafting explosive bombs and 5-star stones.
These were all needed by alchemists.
If Jin Chaohua has sufficient funds, just sell everything to him. Jin Chaohua was slightly taken
aback. "Our family is an alchemy family. We should be considered wealthy.
Most of the items sold in the market come from the hands
of alchemists. This is a highly profitable industry, and the wealth accumulated by the Jin family over the years is unimaginable." "That's good." Suchen raised an eyebrow. "Let's exchange contact information." Jin Chaohua asked in confusion. "Suchen, what do you mean?" He was baffled by the question about money. What exactly did he want to do? Was he thinking of robbing him? "I want to make a deal with you. We'll talk about it when we get out," Suchen said meaningfully, exchanged phone numbers with Jin Chaohua, and turned to leave. After resting for half an hour, everyone began the second wave of hunting. As before, Wu Hao took the lead, while the others were responsible for output. In the end, Suchen would take the stage. Due to not being fully recovered, everyone was not in their best condition, and this time the number of hunts was far less than the first, but they still gained quite a bit of experience. Suchen opened the data panel to take a look. Name: Suchen. Profession: Wood Element Summoner. Level: Black Iron Stage 5. Attack: Power 150. Defense 35. Agility 35. Mental Power 40. Experience 200 600. Health 600. Mana 600. IQ unknown. Skills: Summon. Traiant 1. Suchen was quite satisfied with this result, then glanced at the record token, noticing that the number had changed from 300 to 370. This score would definitely place him in the top 10, but whether he could take first place was uncertain. Just as Suchen was about to ask about other scores for comparison, he saw Luli striding over. "Suchen, how many points did you get?" "What about you?" Suchen countered. "Not many, just 87 points. Luli spoke modestly, but a hint of pride was evident in his expression. Suchen raised an eyebrow. "Over 300. Goodness." Luli clicked his tongue, and although he had anticipated it, he still felt inexplicably shocked upon hearing the number. "What about Chao Rui?" Suchen asked next. Chao Rui was a fire mage, and his output was no less than Su Fanqing's. "He only has a little over 100, can't compare to you." Luli looked at Suchen enviously, saying, "The first place in this assessment is definitely yours. The reward for first place is an exclusive skill book, which anyone would covet. There are always stronger people out there. My points are considerable, but not guaranteed." Suchen smiled faintly. The elite students participating in the assessment were not just the few of them. The strength of Chang Shiro and Zhu Yuqi, whom he encountered earlier, was also quite strong. And those were just the ones he knew. There were many more he didn't. Luli laughed. "You don't need to be so modest. I can guarantee that first place is definitely yours." "Oh?" Suchen raised an eyebrow. Luli hadn't seen the scores of others. Why was he so certain? Luli explained, "Among the students participating in the assessment, there are indeed many strong ones, and a few are not weaker than you. But they didn't encounter the rat tide, so how could they slaughter as freely as you did? That makes sense." Suchen's eyes brightened slightly. If it weren't for the rat tide, his score would only be 40. Others should be in a similar situation. Even if they hunted continuously, breaking 100 points would be extremely difficult. In this case, first place in the assessment was indeed within his grasp. Thinking of this, Suchen couldn't help but chuckle. Luli glanced at Suchen and sighed. "If others knew that you, a wood element summoner, took first place in this assessment, what would they think? It's truly outrageous." Suchen. Luli's words were loaded, clearly filled with envy and jealousy. Suchen comforted him. "Your points are quite a lot too. Entering the top 10 is not a problem." Luli immediately perked up. If he couldn't compare to Suchen, could he not compare to others? As long as he made it into the top 10, there would be rewards. Thinking this way, his mood improved significantly. After resting for an hour, Suchen called out, "Everyone, let's continue the hunt. I'd been waiting for this." Wu Hao stood up excitedly. The others also perked up. Although they were still a bit tired, it was worth it for the experience points. Jin Chaohua suddenly said, "We can't keep killing." "Why not?" Everyone looked puzzled. The sand rats outside were all experience points. How could they just give up such a good opportunity? Jin Chaohua explained, "We can only stay in the endless desert for one day. If we don't leave within the designated time, we will be disqualified from the assessment. And sand rats hold grudges. If we keep killing, they will definitely seek revenge, making it difficult for us to leave." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Experience points were indeed important, but if they were disqualified from the assessment, it would be a loss. Thus, they had no choice but to give up the hunt. Although it was a bit regrettable, it was the only option. Li Menghan raised a question. "If we don't take action, will the sand rats leave on their own?" Jin Chaohua replied confidently, "The sand rats can't break through my stone tower. They won't linger with us forever.
As long as we exercise restraint, they will leave in 3 to 5 hours. With Jin Chaogua's assurance, everyone felt relieved and found places to rest. Time slowly passed. 3 hours later, the sounds outside gradually became rustling. 5 hours later, it fell completely silent. It seemed that, just as Jin Chaogua had said, the sand rats had indeed retreated. Old Jin, can we leave now? Lu Li asked. With less than 3 hours until the assessment ended, it was better to leave early to avoid complications. That works. Jin Chaogua nodded, preparing to open the stone door when he was interrupted by Su Chen. Wait a moment. What's wrong? Jin Chaogua frowned. Su Chen said, let me check the situation outside first. Caution is the mother of safety. If the sand rats hadn't left but were lying in ambush around, it would be dangerous to open the stone door. After saying this, Su Chen summoned the little Trey Ant and instructed little Trey Ant scout the area. After advancing to the 5th level of the Black Iron Realm, the trend's perception ability had also greatly improved, extending to a range of 50 meters. If there were indeed sand rats outside, they would definitely not escape the trend's perception. The little Trey Ant quickly reported back to Su Chen. Not good. Su Chen's expression suddenly changed. According to the little Trey Ant, not only had the sand rats outside not left, but they had also gathered in increasing numbers, with an estimated count reaching over 10,000. It seemed that all the sand rats in the endless desert had converged here. Su Chen, what's wrong? Lu Li asked, confused. The situation is dire. Su Chen explained the situation as he understood it. Upon learning that there were 10,000 sand rats outside, everyone looked horrified, their hearts sinking. Surrounded by so many sand rats, were they not going to be trapped here? Old Jin, what's going on? Lu Li questioned Jin Chaogua. Didn't Jin Chaogua say that the sand rats would definitely leave? Why were there more and more? I don't know either. Jin Chaogua shook his head and turned to Su Chen, asking, Su Chen, are there really that many sand rats outside? Yes. Su Chen nodded gravely. My summoned creature has sensing abilities, it can't be wrong. What on earth is going on? Jin Chaogua furrowed his brows and fell into deep thought. Logically, his judgment should not be wrong. Unless, it seemed Jin Chaogua had thought of something, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. I know what's going on. Everyone turned to look at Jin Chaogua, waiting for him to continue. Jin Chaogua took a deep breath and slowly said, the sand rats can gather in such large numbers because they must have received orders. And the only one who can give orders to the sand rats is the Sand Rat King. Su Chen murmured. Wasn't the Sand Rat King killed by him? Could there be a second Sand Rat King in the endless desert? Or was Jin Chaogua's guess wrong? So what do we do? Just wait here to die? The crowd panicked. Jin Chaogua's expression turned contemplative. There's only one way, eliminate the Sand Rat King. Once the king is dead, the sand rats will scatter like birds and beasts. Eliminate the Sand Rat King? The crowd's faces tightened. The Sand Rat King's level wasn't too high, only a Black Iron Realm 3rd stage. Many people present could defeat it in a one-on-one fight. The key was, would the Sand Rat King give you the chance to fight it one-on-one? If it didn't show up, it would be impossible to kill it. Su Chen walked over to Jin Chaogua and quietly asked old Jin, how many Sand Rat Kings are there in the endless desert? Of course, there's only one, Jin Chaogua replied without hesitation. Then could you be mistaken? What do you mean? Jin Chaogua looked puzzled. Su Chen rubbed his nose. I killed a Sand Rat King in a cave before. What? Jin Chaogua's face turned extremely ugly and he muttered in despair, we're doomed now. What exactly is going on? The crowd gathered around. Jin Chaogua looked dejected, sighing, you should know that every secret realm has its unique game rules. The game rule of the endless desert is that the boss will respawn infinitely. Each time it respawns, its level will double from the original. The crowd was stunned. No one had told them this before coming. Wasn't this setting them up for failure? According to Jin Chaogua, the Sand Rat King outside was a Black Iron Realm 6th stage beast? Who could possibly defeat that? The Black Iron Realm 6th stage Sand Rat King, after using its Berserk skill, had its health skyrocketed to 2,000 points, and its defense had nearly broken 100 points. Even if they stood in front of it and bombarded it, they couldn't break through its defense. Moreover, the Sand Rat King wouldn't just let them attack it freely. Are we really going to be trapped here to die? The crowd wore worried expressions, their hearts sinking. Su Chen squinted his eyes and pondered. With his current attack power, he could easily kill a Black Iron Realm 6th stage Sand Rat King. The key was that he had no chance to fight it one-on-one. Su Fanqing thought for a moment and said, the sand rats can't keep surrounding us forever, right? They must leave at some point? Jin Chaogua smiled bitterly. After the Sand Rat King respawns, it will seek revenge on the one who killed it. Unless the target is killed, it will never leave. Everyone turned to look at Su Chen. So the Sand Rat King was here to take revenge on Su Chen. They were all implicated because of him. However, no one blamed Su Chen. After all, he was unaware of the game rules of the endless desert. He was also a victim in this situation. Bang! Suddenly, a loud crashing sound came from the stone door.
The entire stone tower trembled and a huge crack appeared on the stone door.
Seeing this, everyone was startled. What was happening? The stone door had withstood such fierce attacks before. Why was it damaged this time?
Old Jean, is there a problem with your stone tower?
Luli asked, trembling. If the stone door was breached, it would definitely be left with nothing but ashes.
Jean.
Chaobua sighed. The one who crashed into the stone door must be the Sand Mouse King. My stone tower can't withstand the impact of a
level 6 Black Iron Realm beast.
We should prepare for battle. Luli was almost in tears.
What battle?
Just clean your neck and wait for death. The others looked ashen, as if they had resigned themselves to fate. Among those present, only Su Chen remained calm. Through communication with the little Treant, he learned that it was indeed the Sand Mouse King that had struck the stone door. Moreover, there were no other sand mice around the Sand Mouse King. If they opened the stone door now, they could definitely kill the Sand Mouse
King by taking it by surprise. Opportunity knocks but once.
Su Chen clenched his weapon, Judgment, and strode up to the stone door.
Old Jean, open the door. What? Everyone was stunned. Opening the door at this time was tantamount to seeking death, wasn't it? Su Chen, what do you want to do?
Jean Chaobua swallowed hard. Su Chen's eyes glinted coldly. Kill the Sand Mouse King.
Everyone. Indeed, Su Chen, who possessed a golden level item, was very strong.
But no matter how strong he was, he couldn't possibly break
through the Sand Mouse King's defenses, right? If he couldn't break through the defenses, how could he kill the Sand Mouse King? Old Jean, trust me. The depths of Su Chen's dark eyes sparkled with profound determination.
Jean Chaobua gritted his teeth and opened
the stone door.
The stone door would eventually be broken open by the Sand Mouse King anyway, so he might as well let Su Chen give it a try. Crack! The moment the stone door opened, a mouse head the size of a cow squeezed through the gap. It was the Sand Mouse
King.
The Sand Mouse King bared its teeth, its eyes blood-red, exuding a bloodthirsty aura. At this sight, everyone was filled with
inexplicable terror, their bodies trembling violently.
In an instant, they were intimidated by the Sand Mouse King's presence.
Die!
Su Chen raised his long sword and slashed down from the air. A sharp beam of sword light cut through the air, striking heavily on the Sand Mouse King's head. Although this sword did not use any skills, it carried a hint of the essence of life and death.
Unyielding and unstoppable.
With this one strike, it seemed capable of annihilating everything.
Put! The long sword easily pierced through the
Sand Mouse King's head, embedding itself deep within, as if cutting through tofu, cleaving the Sand Mouse King in half from head to tail. In the next moment, a dazzling light burst forth. As the light faded, a pitch-black long knife appeared prominently on the Sand
Mouse King's corpse. A sudden silence fell around.
Inside the stone tower, everyone stood frozen, their thoughts halted.
The level 6 Sand Mouse King, after unleashing its berserk skill, was killed by Su Chen in one strike? Even witnessing it with their own eyes left them feeling dazed.
Outside the stone tower, thousands of sand mice stood motionless like statues, their eyes filled with deep terror.
The death of the Sand Mouse King had inflicted an indescribable psychological shock on them. At this moment, Su Chen appeared to them like a god of death wielding the power of life and death, capable of taking their lives at will. In this instant, all the sand mice were filled with dread. Su Chen knew that merely killing the Sand Mouse King did not solve the problem. He had to scare all the sand mice away.
So, he strode out of the stone door, pointing Judgment at a distance. A murderous aura radiated from him, surging
violently.
With a whoosh, under the pressure of Su Chen's ferocious aura, the sand mice could no longer bear it and fled in panic. Like retreating tides, they vanished from sight in an instant. The sand mice have retreated. The crowd cheered with joy. Su Chen stood still for a moment, confirming that there were no sand mice around before walking up to the Sand Mouse King's corpse, squinting to examine the black long knife that had dropped. Last time, hunting the Sand Mouse King had yielded 3 items, but this time,
there was only 1.
Su Chen was not very satisfied with this result. But it was what it was, there was no way to change it.
On the
surface, the black long knife seemed unremarkable, with nothing particularly outstanding about it.
Su Chen took a glance, held it in his
hand, and was about to place it in his equipment slot when a message appeared in his mind.
Golden level, unranked attack type item. Dragon Slayer Sword. Features: possesses 50 attack power, increases critical hit rate by 50-100. The blade contains the soul of an abyssal black dragon, and upon release, it is as if the dragon god descends, capable of destroying heaven and earth. Usage limit. Can be released once per day. After reading the introduction, Su Chen was stunned.
He never expected to find another golden level
unranked attack item, and one even more powerful than the Judgment.
Not to mention, just the abyssal black dragon soul was something to look forward to, clearly a powerful attack type skill.
With this Dragon Slayer sword, Su Chen's overall strength rose another level. It was impossible not to be happy.
Subsequently, Su Chen stored the Dragon Slayer sword in his equipment slot and returned to
his original spot.
As Su Chen walked over, the gazes of the crowd were filled with awe and astonishment.
Initially, they thought Su
Chen was so formidable merely because he possessed a golden level unranked item. But upon witnessing Su Chen slay the Sand Mouse King, they realized their mistake.
Su Chen's strength was not something that could be represented by a single golden level item. A golden level
item could only increase attack power by 50 points at most. If it were someone else, they wouldn't even be able to break the
Sand Mouse King's defenses, let alone kill it in one hit.
This indicated that Su Chen himself possessed extraordinary strength.
So, why was Su Chen so strong? Perhaps only Su Chen himself knew the answer. Why are you all looking at me like that? Su Chen rubbed
his nose and said lightly. At that moment he felt as if he were a star being adored by all, which made him a bit uncomfortable. Was it just because he killed a Sand Mouse King? It was just a routine operation. Was there really a need for such a fuss? The crowd regained their composure and began to compliment him.
Su Chen, you're amazing.
One sword to kill the Sand Mouse King, that's
terrifying.
Even a war god descending would be no different. Su Chen chuckled, you all don't need to flatter me, I'm just a wood type
summoner.
The crowd fell silent. In terms of profession, Su Chen was merely a wood type summoner and everyone present was
better than him.
But in terms of strength, Su Chen was leagues ahead of them. If they could possess Su Chen's strength, they would
gladly choose to be a wood type summoner. Luli curiously asked Su Chen, what level is that long sword that just dropped? Generally speaking, the equipment drop from killing a boss is quite good. Just an ordinary black iron level item, Su Chen replied casually. The Dragon Slayer sword and Judgment were both golden level unranked items. One person possessing two treasures, wouldn't that make others envious? There was no need for that. Can your item slot hold it? Luli asked. Entering the secret realm for training was a
dangerous affair, so everyone would fill their item slots to enhance their strength.
So how could Su Chen still equip items? Little did
they know, Su Chen's item slot could hold up to 60 items. Not only could he store one, but he could even store 20 more without
issue. Of course, this was Su Chen's biggest secret, and he would never reveal it. Su Chen sighed and said leisurely, you might not.
No, but I'm quite poor. I only equipped 2 items before coming here.
The crowd. Su Chen is poor? He already possessed a golden level unranked item. This was a treasure worth a fortune. Even the direct descendants of prominent families like Su Fanqing had never owned one. If Su Chen was poor, wouldn't everyone else present be beggars? This was just too much. Su Chen changed the subject. Shouldn't we leave here now?
Although the Sand Mouse King had been defeated, it would respawn, and upon revival, it would
break through to the Bronze Mirror level. The power of Bronze Mirror monsters was not something that Black Iron Realm could compare to. I must leave here before the Sand Mouse King is resurrected. Su Chen is right, let's hurry up. Luli was startled. Jin Chao, Guo put away the stone tower, and everyone rushed towards the exit. An hour later, they escaped the endless desert without incident. Outside the exit, there was a sea of people. It seemed that the students participating in the assessment had come out early. Su Fanqing, over here. Suddenly, someone shouted. Su Fanqing turned her head and saw students from Donghai No. 2 High School waving. Cho, Mengxian, Yuan Xiu, and others were all there. Even Li Changfeng was standing to one side, but his expression seemed a bit serious. Let's go over. Su Fanqing called out. Principal. After everyone approached, they first greeted Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over, and when he saw Su Fanqing, his serious expression eased a bit. You all rest for a while. Previously, he had received news that a mouse tide had appeared in the endless desert, and he was genuinely worried that Su Fanqing and the others had encountered misfortune. Fortunately, they all made it out alive. Just as Su Chen was about to find a place to rest, he saw Chen Xiao walking over with 2 male students, each wearing a smug expression. Oh, our academy's only wood element summoner actually made it out alive. That's impressive. Maybe he found a place to hide and played turtle, that's why he survived. Haha, makes sense. Su Chen's expression darkened slightly and he ignored them. Now was not the time. He could wait until the assessment results were announced to slap Chen Xiao in the face. Seeing that Su Chen didn't respond, Chen Xiao continued to press on. Guess how many sand mice Su Chen killed this time? Will he pass the assessment? A student nearby mocked. With someone like Su Chen, he can't even kill a sand mouse. It's a miracle he didn't die at their hands. Once we get back to the academy, he'll definitely be expelled. Wu Hao glared fiercely at Chen Xiao and the others, coldly snorting. You guys have the nerve to mock Su Chen? The 3 of you combined aren't even as strong as Su Chen. How powerful was Su Chen? He could even kill a 6-tier Sand Mouse King in an instant. Chen Xiao was nothing but an ant in front of Su Chen. What? Chen Xiao and his companions were momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. What element summoner is stronger than the 3 of them? Wu Hao was really blowing his own horn. Just as Wu Hao was about to say something else, he was stopped by Su Chen. Just a bunch of clowns, why bother with them? Who are you calling a clown? Chen Zhao's expression darkened. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, disdainfully saying, who the clown is will be clear later. Also, I ask you one thing. Stop trying to seek attention in front of me all the time. Don't you know your own worth? With a face that looks like it was run over by a tire. Who the hell are you disgusting? Ha ha. Wu Hao laughed unabashedly. The surrounding students also joined in the laughter.
It must be said that Su Chen's metaphor was quite apartment. Chen Zhao's horse-like face was indeed pockmarked, looking as if
it had been run over by a tire.
You, Chen Zhao's nose twisted in anger.
In front of so many people, Su Chen actually resorted to
personal attacks, which was truly despicable. At this moment, he wished he could crush Su Chen to ashes to relieve his hatred.
Seeing the murderous look in Chen Zhao's eyes, Su Chen smiled faintly, angry. No need for that, I'm just speaking the truth. Being ugly isn't your fault, but coming out to disgust people is your mistake. Chen Xiao swayed, breaking down.
Su Chen fixed his gaze on Chen Xiao, continuing to deliver the final blow. I didn't want to bother with you, but you just had to humiliate yourself.
Tell me, are you asking for it?
Creak. Chen Xiao clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his face, gritting his teeth.
Su Chen, do you want to die?
After being humiliated by Su Chen repeatedly, his patience had reached its limit.
I advise you to behave yourself, or you'll end up hurt, Su Chen said, narrowing his eyes with a hint of disdain.
Someone like Chen Xiao could be crushed with
just one hand.
As Chen Xiao was about to explode, Li Wansan hurriedly persuaded him, Brother Chen, the principal is nearby, we can't make
a move here. Hold it in. Once the assessment results are announced, it'll be Su Chen's turn to cry.
Chen Xiao immediately remembered that there was a bet between him and Su Chen where the loser would have to kneel and call the winner grandpa.
This time, he had hunted over 20 sand rats, earning 27 points. Defeating Su Chen would be a piece of cake, right? Thinking of this, Chen Zhao's mood improved significantly and he smirked. Su Chen, enjoy your arrogance for now. Once the results are announced, you'll be kneeling before me.
Let's wait and see, Su Chen replied with a smirk, turning to walk away. To be honest, Chen Xiao was indeed disgusting. To look at, just a glance would make one feel nauseous. Not far away, Xiao Mengxian observed this scene, pondered for a moment, and
slowly walked over to Su Chen. Is something wrong?
Su Chen pinched his nose.
Xiao Mengxian's face flushed slightly as she bit her lip.
Su Chen, don't bet with Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao had earned a lot of points this time, and Su Chen couldn't possibly surpass him. Because she liked Su Chen, she didn't want to see him humiliated by Chen Xiao. The bet has already been made, it can't be cancelled.
Su Chen said calmly. It's okay, I'll talk to Chen Xiao. He'll definitely give me face.
Su Chen replied bluntly, no way, that guy. Chen Xiao is too despicable, he can't be let off easily. He needs to see some consequences.
Xiao Mengxian was taken aback. It sounded like Su Chen was completely confident he could defeat Chen Xiao, but Su Chen was just a wood element summoner. How could he possibly hunt sand rats? Without hunting sand rats, how could he earn points? Su Chen, don't act impulsively.
Chen Xiao has earned 27 points. You can't compete with him, Xiao Mengxian advised earnestly. It's just 27 points. 10 Chen Xiaos combined wouldn't be as good as
Su Chen. Wu Hao scoffed.
Su Chen's points exceeded 300. Not only Chen Xiao, but even the strong from other academies
couldn't compare. Xiao Mengxian. 10 Chen Xiao's points wouldn't even add up to Su Chen's? Could it really be that exaggerated?
Xiao Mengxian didn't believe it at all and stared blankly at Su Chen. Su Chen, how many points did you earn?
Su Chen smiled slightly.
Definitely more than Chen Xiao, you'll find out soon. Looking at Su Chen's confident smile, Xiao Mengxian began to wonder.
Could it be that what Su Chen said was true? How did he manage to do it?
Xiao Mengxian wanted to ask more, but at that moment, Li Changfeng walked over. Students, gather around. A group of students quickly surrounded Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng scanned the crowd and said, in a deep voice, the assessment is over, hand in your point tokens. The tokens were marked with names, so even if collected, they
wouldn't get mixed up.
Chen Xiao was the first to hand in his point token. Li Changfeng took it, examined it, and nodded slightly.
Well done.
27 points was considered an excellent score and worthy of praise. Receiving Li Changfeng's compliment, a smug smile crossed Chen Zhao's face as he provocatively glanced at Su Chen. Xiao Mengxian, Su Fanqing, your tokens, Li Changfeng reminded.
Xiao
Mengxian and Su Fanqing were the two strongest transmuters from Donghai No. 2 High School, fully capable of competing for a spot
in the top 10.
The results of Donghai No. 2 High School largely depended on their performance.
Xiao Mengxian and Su Fanqing handed in their point tokens one after the other. Li Changfeng first looked at Xiao Mengxian's token, which showed 57 points. This score is
already quite good, but aiming for the top 10 is still a bit difficult.
Li Changfeng's gaze shifted and landed on Su Fanqing's token.
When he saw the number on it, he was momentarily stunned.
A full 127 points. How could there be so many? It should be noted that
Su Fanqing and Xiao Mengxian were of comparable strength.
He had originally thought that their scores would be neck and neck. To his surprise, Su Fanqing's score was more than double. With so many points, she was guaranteed a spot in the top 10, and there was even a possibility of breaking into the top 3. Ha ha, Li Changfeng couldn't hide his excitement and couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong with the principal? Everyone was taken aback. As a principal known for his composure, why was he so out of character this time? What could have made him this happy? Could it be that Su Fanqing had achieved a high score? After Su Fanqing returned, she hadn't revealed how many points she had earned. Apart from a few like Su Chen, no one else knew. Very good. Li Changfeng's face was glowing. With joy as he praised, then turned to the students, your score tokens. Wu Hao and the others handed in their tokens one by one. This time, Li Changfeng didn't look closely, because apart from Su Fanqing, Xiu Mengxian, and Chen Xiao, the other students were relatively weak, with at most a few dozen points, having no hope of breaking into the top 10. Su Chen was the last to hand in his token. Li Changfeng took a special glance. There shouldn't be any issues for the others, but only Su Chen was a concern. Su Chen was a wood-type summoner with weak combat power. He didn't know if he could even earn 3 points. When he saw the number on the token was 380, Li Changfeng thought he was seeing things. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, and after confirming it was correct, he was instantly petrified. My goodness, what's going on? Su Chen earned 380 points? How many sand rats did he kill? When did this world become so crazy? A wood-type summoner can be this fierce? Li Changfeng swallowed hard and pulled Su Chen aside, asking quietly, Su Chen, how did you get the points on the token? Su Chen replied naturally, of course, it's from hunting sand rats. Li Changfeng probed. How many sand rats did you kill? Su Chen thought for a moment and said, about 200 or so. Li Changfeng was shocked on the spot. How did you do that? A wood-type summoner killed over 200 sand rats? It felt like hearing a myth. Su Chen had already thought of an excuse. I have a golden level weapon with no rank. You have such a treasure? Li Changfeng was dumbfounded. A golden level weapon with no rank increases attack power by 50 points. With such a weapon, Su Chen indeed had the capability to hunt over 200 sand rats. However, such treasures were rare. Even the strong in Donghai City didn't have one. Where did Su Chen get it? It was left to me by my parents. Su Chen lied. I see. Li Changfeng believed him. As far as he knew, Su Chen's parents were both golden level experts and members of the first mercenary group in Donghai City, the Flame Mercenary Group. Unfortunately, during a mission, all the strong members of the Flame Mercenary Group perished, including Su Chen's parents. After this heavy blow, the Flame Mercenary Group declined and became a second-rate mercenary group in Donghai City. Given Su Chen's parents' strength, it wasn't impossible for them to acquire a golden level weapon with no rank. Li Changfeng then asked, what level are you now? Having hunted so many sand rats, even if the experience was shared in a team, Su Chen's level wouldn't be low. He might even have advanced to the 4th stage of the Black Iron Realm. 5th stage of the Black Iron Realm, Su Chen said directly. Goodness. Li Changfeng clicked his tongue. His expectations for Su Chen were already high, but he hadn't realized he had seriously underestimated Su Chen's abilities. It is hard to imagine that a wood mage, regarded as a mediocre profession, has actually advanced to the 5th level of the Black Iron Realm. What must those self-proclaimed geniuses think? Would they feel ashamed? What are the principal and Su Chen talking about? Seeing Li Changfeng and Su Chen chatting endlessly, Yuan Shou muttered. Chen Xiao sneered. What else could they be saying? It must be that Su Chen failed the assessment and the principal is scolding him. Chen Zhao's sycophant, Li Wansan, chimed in. There were 400 or 500 students participating in the assessment, and it seems only Su Chen failed. He really embarrassed us at Donghai No. 2 High School. Others followed suit, saying, if anyone is to blame, it can only be Su Chen himself. Knowing he is a wood summoner, he still refused to team up. Being eliminated is his own fault, not worthy of sympathy. A few insiders, including Su Fancheng, looked at the crowd as if they were watching clowns. Su Chen failing the assessment? What a bunch of self-righteous fools. When Su Chen's results are announced, I wonder if these guys will have the face to stand here. Su Chen, you performed exceptionally well. This time, Li Changfeng praised without reservation. With Su Chen's 380 points, Donghai No. 2 High School had a chance to aim for first place, both in team and individual rankings. In all the years of the assessment competition, Donghai No. 2 High School had never shone so brightly. And the biggest contributor was Su Chen. Su Chen just smiled and said nothing. After a brief chat, the two returned to their original spot. After giving a reminder, Li Changfeng walked towards the center of the venue with the points token. The principals of 3 cities and 8 academies gathered here. Old Li, it seems your academy's results are quite good. Zhou Mu, the principal of Lingguang No. 1 High School, joked with a smile. Li Changfeng's face was beaming, full of spirit, and his happiness was evident. His joy was undoubtedly related to the assessment results. It's passable, but we can't compare to your universities, Li Changfeng chuckled. Let's not waste time, let's start comparing results. Zhang Hong, the principal of Lingguang No. 2 High School, said impatiently. This time, their academy had achieved very good results. The 2 top mages, Chao Rui and Duan Ting, both exceeded 100 points, easily making it into the top 10. Their team results were also strong, even likely to surpass the overall strongest. Lingguang No. 1 High School. Zhoumu remained calm. Since Principal Jiang is so confident, why don't you share your academy's results? First,
Jiang Hong cleared his throat and said proudly, our academy's total score is 687 points, with Duanting scoring 102 points,
and Chao Rui 130 points. Impressive.
Apart from Li Changfeng and Zhou Mu, the other principals were somewhat moved.
2 students
exceeding 100 points, with a total score close to 700 points, Lingwang No. 2 High School had truly risen this time.
Li Changfeng's
expression remained indifferent. Lingwang No. 2 High School's results were indeed good, but there was still a gap compared to their
academy.
Donghai No. 2 High School's total score was 814 points, both in team and individual scores, firmly surpassing Lingwang No. 2
High School.
Zhou Mu looked down on it, chuckling, congratulations, Principal Jiang.
Jiang Hong shot Zhou Mu a glance. Old Zhou, what about your academy? Lingwang No. 1 High School was their only competitor. As long as they defeated Lingwang No. 1 High School, the first place in the team would undoubtedly belong to their academy. Zhou Mu feigned seriousness. Our academy performed quite average this time, with only 3 students exceeding 100 points and the total score barely breaking 1,000 points. All the principals were stunned. 3 students exceeding 100 points? Total score breaking 1,000 points? Lingwang No. 1 High School's foundation was indeed profound. It was simply not something their academy could compare to. Jiang Hong sighed dejectedly. It seems our academy can only settle for second place. Getting second place is already good enough. Aren't you satisfied? Shui Guanyu, the principal of Tai Mu No. 2 High School, said sourly.
Their academy's performance this time was also quite good, scoring a total of 650 points, just a little short of making it to second place, which was truly a pity. Jiang Hong asked Principal Shui, how many points did your academy get? 650 points, Shui Guanyu said with a face full of disappointment. 650 points can secure third place, which is much better than
last time, Zhou Mu said thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Hearing this, Shui Guanyu's mood improved considerably. Last time, their
academy ranked second to last, barely better than Donghai No. 2 High School. This time, they had directly entered the top 3,
showing significant progress.
Jiang Hong suggested, since the top 3 have been announced, there's no need to rank the others.
Let's tally up the individual scores next.
The other principals all agreed. Wait a minute, Li Changfeng suddenly spoke up.
Old Li, what is it?
The principals all turned to look at Li Changfeng.
Li Changfeng cleared his throat and said calmly, for this group ranking, our Donghai No. 2 High School needs to move up a bit. Jiang Hong was slightly taken aback. Your academy can't make it to the top 3, is this necessary? Li Changfeng raised an eyebrow. Who said our academy can't make it to the top 3? The other principals were stunned. To enter the top 3, they would have to exceed Taimu No. 2 High School's 650 points. Did Donghai No. 2 High School have that capability? Shui Guanyu instinctively asked. How many points did your academy get?
814 points, Li Changfeng said
proudly.
All the principals were left speechless.
Donghai No. 2 High School scored 814 points? This meant Donghai No. 2 High School had surpassed Lingwang No. 2 High School and claimed second place?
From being last in the previous round, they had suddenly climbed
so many ranks? Was that even possible?
The principals were skeptical. Jiang Hong stared at Li Changfeng in disbelief. Old Li, are you
joking? Can I joke about something like this?
Li Changfeng looked completely unfazed.
Shui Guanyu immediately said, let us see your academy's points.
Generally speaking, as a principal, one would never falsify such matters. But the score Li Changfeng claimed was too outrageous, making it hard to convince others.
Hearing is one thing, seeing is believing. He wanted to see how Donghai No. 2 High School had earned so many points. Li Changfeng didn't mind and took out the score tokens for everyone to check. Qiu Mengxian 57
points, Qinshao 27 points, Su Fanqing 127 points. After checking 38 tokens, the total score was only 434.
Jiang Hong burst into laughter. Old Li, I knew you were bragging. What do you have to say now? Shui Guanyu mocked. If you're weak, you should admit it. What's the point of fabricating? It will only make people look down on you even more.
The other principals also looked disdainful. This kind of situation had never occurred in the dozen or so rounds of assessments held. Li Changfeng had set a precedent.
From now on, his reputation would be tarnished.
Li Changfeng remained calm and said lightly, there's still 1 token left. You all are jumping to conclusions too quickly. Be careful of getting slapped in the face. Donghai No. 2 High School had a total of 39 students
participating in the assessment, meaning there were 39 tokens. The last token that hadn't been checked belonged to Su Chen. We'll get slapped in the face? The principals laughed. They had already seen the tokens of the more capable transmuters from Donghai No. 2 High School, and the remaining one must belong to an unknown individual. How many points could such a person possibly earn? 50 points. At most. Even adding 50 points, Donghai No. 2 High School would barely reach 500 points.
Li Changfeng said calmly, I suggest you wait until you see it all before drawing conclusions.
Not seeing the coffin, not shedding tears, let's just take a look. Jiang Hong took the token and glanced at it.
When he saw the numbers on it clearly, he was completely stunned.
What's wrong? Seeing Jiang Hong's
dazed expression, the others gathered around to look at the token.
Damn! Shuiduan, you couldn't help but exclaim.
The others were
like wooden chickens. Li Changfeng said triumphantly, everyone, do you believe me now?
Jiang Hong swallowed hard. Oldly, there
can't be a problem with the recording token, right?
It wasn't that he didn't believe it, it was just too unbelievable. The endless desert assessment had been held for over a dozen sessions, and the best score was only 190 points.
Yet Su Chen had scored a full 380 points.
Not only did he break the record, but he also doubled the score. The increase was astonishing.
Even the last-ranked Tai Mu, number 1, had just over 400 points.
A single student's score was almost on par with that of an entire academy. That was a bit exaggerated.
Who has that kind of ability?
Faced with Jiang Hong's doubts, Li Changfeng immediately became unhappy, his expression darkening.
The recording token was crafted by Master Wei Yi. If you say that, you're questioning Master Wei Yi. Wei Yi was the most famous alchemist in Lingguang City, and every item crafted by him was of the highest quality. His abilities were well known, and his reputation was excellent.
There had never been any reports of problems with the items he created.
Zhoumu tried to mediate. Principal Li, don't be angry.
Principal Jiang was just speaking casually. The recording token had been in use for over a decade. If there were any issues, they would have been discovered long ago. This meant that Su Chen's score was real and valid.
So the question arose, how did an obscure student manage to earn so many points? Jiang Hong was momentarily dazed and asked, oldly, what profession is Su Chen?
As far as they knew, the strongest practitioners at Donghai No. 2 were Qiu Mengxian and Su Fanqing, one an ice mage and the other a lightning mage. They had never heard of Su Chen.
Could it be that Li Changfeng was deliberately hiding it? Li Changfeng pondered for a moment and slowly replied, Su Chen is a wood-type summoner.
When he said this, he felt somewhat incredulous.
A wood-type summoner? Won first place in the individual competition? And with such a crushing advantage?
This was really exciting.
What? Everyone was dumbfounded. Su Chen was a wood-type summoner? A wood-type summoner could score 380 points? Was this really a wood-type summoner? Had he mutated? Jiang Hong swallowed hard. Oldly, it's not that I want to question you, but do you think this is convincing? If Su Chen were a powerful mage, there would be a slight possibility of earning 380 points. But what could a wood-type summoner do? Kill monsters with a little tray ant? What a cosmic joke. Li Changfeng smiled and said, a wood-type summoner indeed doesn't have that ability. But if he had a weapon, it would be a different story. What weapon is that powerful? Everyone was stunned.
Li Changfeng said
solemnly, a golden-level, non-ranked item. Hiss. Everyone gasped in shock. A golden-level, non-ranked item was worth a fortune and
was not available for sale on the market.
Such a treasure actually appeared on a student?
Li Changfeng explained. Su Chen's parents are golden-level powerhouses, and this treasure was left to him by his parents. Once they understood the situation, everyone felt relieved. In the end, Su Chen achieved his score thanks to a treasure, so it wasn't that impressive after all.
Zhoumu said, it's about time we should announce the results. Just then, a guard from the endless desert suddenly ran over. He approached Zhoumu and whispered a few words before quickly leaving. How is this possible?
Zhoumu murmured in disbelief.
Principal Zhou, what's going on?
Zhoumu came to his senses and whispered, I just received news that the Sand Mouse King in the Endless Desert has been promoted to
Bronze Mirror Level 2. Ha! Everyone was stunned. Each time the Sand Mouse King is resurrected, its level doubles. This means it has been killed twice. The first time wasn't too difficult, but the second time after resurrection, the Sand Mouse King had reached Black Iron Level 6, and with its Berserk skill, even an 8th level Black Iron class changer might not be able to handle it. Who has the ability to kill it twice? Zhoumu speculated. Principal Li, could it be your academy's Su Chen? With a golden level weapon. Without rank, Su Chen is undoubtedly the strongest fighter among all the students. It shouldn't be.
Li Changfeng shook his head.
Su Chen's attack power is just over 100 points at best, and he can't even break the Sand Mouse King's defense, so how could he kill it? Then who could it be?
The other principals began to ponder.
Jiang Hong reminded, the Sand Mouse King must have been hunted down by a participating student. Asking around might reveal the answer. That makes sense. Zhoumu's eyes lit up, and then he waved to call Luli over. Luli, do you know who killed the Sand Mouse King? I do. Luli nodded. Who was it? Su Chen, Luli said. Directly. It really was Su Chen.
The principals were astonished.
Zhoumu continued to ask, did Su Chen kill it by himself? Or did he have your assistance?
He didn't believe Su Chen had the ability to hunt the Sand Mouse King alone.
But if it was through teamwork, there was indeed a possibility.
Luli replied truthfully, Su Chen killed it by himself, and it was a one-hit kill. He split the Sand Mouse King in half with one sword.
Zhoumu, Li Changfeng, the other principals, Su Chen not only hunted the Sand Mouse King alone but did it in one hit? How fierce is that? Even with a golden level item, it shouldn't be possible, right?
This indicates that their previous judgment of Suchen was clearly wrong.
Suchen relied not only on an item but must also possess extremely strong abilities. Goodness. A wood-type summoner actually trampled the geniuses of 8 academies underfoot. It's truly unexpected. Alright, you can go back now.
Zhou came to his senses and instructed Lu Li. Once Lu Li left, Zhou turned to Li Changfeng and said meaningfully, "Oldly, your academy is truly a hidden dragon and crouching tiger.
Compared to your Lingguang number 1, we're still a bit lacking."
Li Changfeng spoke humbly, but a proud expression unconsciously appeared on his face.
You two should stop
flattering each other and hurry up and announce the results, Zheng Hong said, somewhat displeased. Zhou nodded, walked in front of the students, and raised his voice. "Students, quiet down. I will now announce the team scores and the top 10 individuals for
this assessment." The surroundings immediately fell silent.
Third place in the team category, Lingguang number 2, total score 687.
Ha!
The students of Lingguang number 2 looked at each other.
They originally thought that 687 points would at least secure them second
place, but unexpectedly, they landed in third.
Besides Lingguang number 1, which academy could have more points than them? Chao Rui and
Duan Ting vaguely felt it should be Donghai number 2. The reason was simple: the prodigy Su Chen was from Donghai number 2.
Just Su Chen
alone had nearly 400 points, and with the contributions of others, a total score exceeding 700 was not impossible.
Zhou Mu
didn't keep everyone waiting long and quickly announced the second place in the team competition.
Donghai number 2, total score 814. In an
instant, all the students were stunned, including those from Donghai number 2. Before this, no one had expected Donghai number 2 to secure
second place.
After a moment of silence, Wu Hao raised his arm and shouted, "We are second place. Donghai number 2 high school is awesome." The other students from Donghai number 2 were inspired and began to cheer excitedly.
After all, they were part of Donghai number 2.
And the academy achieving such a good result made them feel proud. Li Changfeng also had a beaming face.
The glorious moment for Donghai number 2 had finally arrived. 814 points?
Xiao Mengxian murmured in disbelief.
Before the scores were announced, she had estimated
that, aside from Su Chen, the total points of the other students combined were just over 400.
Where did the remaining 300 points come from? Was it all from Su Chen alone?
Thinking of this, shock gradually filled Xiao Mengshuan's eyes.
Soon,
Zhou announced the first place in the team competition.
Lingguang number 1 high school, total score 1026.
This did not cause much of a stir. Lingguang number 1's overall strength was outstanding, and taking first place was quite normal. Everyone had already anticipated this. After the team results were announced, it was time for the individual scores. Those qualified to compete for the top 10 began
to feel nervous.
Individual assessment, 10th place, Lingguang number 1's Lu Li, 87 points.
Yay!
Lu Li clenched his fists in
excitement.
With over 400 students participating in the assessment, it was no small feat to emerge from such a crowd and secure
the 10th position. Lu Li, congratulations.
The students from Lingguang number 1 congratulated him one after another.
Just okay.
It's only 10th place, Lu Li chuckled.
Anyone who makes it into the top 10 is a genius.
In previous years, the top 10 spots were
mostly dominated by mages.
You, a giant axe warrior, snatched a spot from so many mages. That's really impressive.
The surrounding students kept complimenting him. Lu Li was grinning from ear to ear.
Just barely scraping by to get 10th place. What's there to brag
about?
Suddenly, an untimely voice drifted over. Lu Li's expression darkened as he turned to see a male student with a smug smile
approaching him.
This person was named Huang Jin, a fire mage rumored to possess 3 skills, equipped with top-tier gear, and recognized
as the number 1 powerhouse of Lingguang number 1.
In this assessment, he had scored a staggering 187 points.
Huang Jin, I admit, I'm not as good as you.
But don't get too cocky. There are others from different academies who are stronger than you, Lu Li snorted
coldly.
The two had always looked down on each other, and their relationship was quite tense, so they would seize any opportunity to
mock one another. Huang Jin scoffed, looking at the entire Blue Star. There are indeed those stronger than me, but among the few academies present, who can compare to me? You can only talk big.
Lu Li raised an eyebrow. Let's let the results speak for themselves.
Do you think you can take first place? Huang Jin was slightly taken aback. You think I can't take first place? Although 187 points didn't break the record, it was still an incredibly impressive score. Who could possibly surpass him?
Lu Li sneered, a frog at the
bottom of a well. You'll know who the first place is soon enough.
First place was, of course, Su Chen.
In front of Su Chen, Huang Jin was just a little brother. Alright, let's wait and see,
Huang Jin said with a dark smile.
Individual competition, 9th place Taimu number 2's Ding Xian, 92 points. 8th place Lingguang number 2's Zhu Yuqi, 99 points. 7th place Lingguang number 1's Lin Haoren, 101 points. 6th place Lingguang number 2's Duan Ting, 102 points. Hearing Zhu Yuqi's name, Su Chen's expression shifted. As a necromancer, Zhu Yuqi was indeed very powerful.
However, she should not have encountered the rat tide, yet she still managed to achieve such a high score. He couldn't help but wonder how she did it.
5th place, Xiao Yang from Lingwang No. 1 High School, 110 points.
4th place, Su Fanqing from Donghai No. 2 High School, 127 points.
Su, the campus beauty, ranked 4th. That's amazing. Su Fancheng is a lightning mage, isn't it normal for her to be strong? Upon hearing Su Fancheng's name on the list,
discussions erupted among the team from Donghai No. 2 High School. Xiao Mingxian sighed, her beautiful eyes unable to hide her desolation. For a long time, many people compared her to Su Fancheng. Whether in looks or profession, the two were evenly matched.
But this time, the gap became apparent.
One didn't make it into the top 10, while the other surged to 4th place.
How would others see it? They would definitely think she was inferior to Su Fancheng.
In truth, she didn't care about others' opinions. What mattered to her was Su
Chen's thoughts.
3rd place in the individual assessment, Chao Rui from Lingwang No. 2 High School, 130 points.
Upon hearing this, Huang Jin was slightly taken aback. He was well aware of the strong contenders from each academy, and the only ones who could pose a threat to him were 3 people: Su Fanqing, Zhu Yuqi, and Chao Rui. But now that the rankings of these 3 had been revealed, who would be in 2nd place? 2nd place in the assessment, Huang Jin from Lingwang No. 1 High School, 187 points. Wow! A commotion erupted around him. Huang Jin actually ranked 2nd? Whose points could surpass Huang Jin's? Everyone knew how strong Huang Jin was.
Before this, everyone unanimously believed that the 1st place was a foregone conclusion, and it had to be Huang Jin.
Who do you think will be first?
All the well-known strong contenders are on the list. I really can't guess.
Could it be Qiu Mengxian from Donghai No. 2 High School? I heard she's an ice mage and very powerful.
That's possible.
Donghai No. 2 High School has 2
mages. Su Fanqing ranked 4th, so Qiu Mengxian really could take 1st.
Rumor has it Qiu Mengxian only got 54 points. Definitely not her. Ha! Then who could it be? A group of students debated. Huang Jin's face was dark enough to drip water. For others, 2nd place might be a great honor, but for him, it was failure. Damn it! Who is it?
Huang Jin clenched his fists, his eyes radiating
cold light. Luli mocked. Huang Jin, who's the one talking big? Always acting tough, but you still ended up 2nd? You're not that great either. Damn! Huang Jin was so angry his lips trembled. Quiet. Now announcing the 1st place of this assessment, Zhou Mu waved his hand. The surroundings instantly fell silent, all students holding their breath, listening intently. Who would be the first in the assessment? Everyone was eager to know.
Zhou cleared his throat and announced loudly, the 1st place goes to Su Chen.
From Donghai No. 2 High School, 380 points. What the hell? Gasps filled the air. A full 380 points. Not only did he break the assessment record, but he also doubled the score. How many sand rats did he kill? Is this the ability of a Black Iron Realm class changer? So the question arises, who exactly is this Su Chen? Such an impressive figure, why had they never heard of him before? Su Chen got 1st?
The students from Donghai No. 2 High School were all stunned.
As students of the same academy, they certainly knew Su Chen's situation. Wasn't Su Chen just a wood element summoner? It was already impressive for a wood element summoner to pass the assessment, let alone take 1st place, and he got 380 points? That's just ridiculous. Yuan Xiu nudged Wu Hao's arm, asking foolishly, Wu Hao, I didn't hear wrong, did I? The 1st place is Su Chen? Of course it's Su Chen. Yuan Xiu's mouth dropped open. Is it our Academy Su Chen who changed to a wood element summoner? Wu Hao rolled his eyes. Is your brain malfunctioning? How many Su Chen are there in our academy?
Yuan Xiu swallowed hard, his thoughts a bit dazed.
The 1st place really is Su Chen. Qiu Mengxian
stared at Su Chen with a dazed look, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a strange light.
Truly worthy of being a male god. So amazing.
The female students from Donghai No. 2 High School transformed into little fans, gazing at Su Chen with affectionate eyes.
How could this happen?
Chen Zhao's face looked as if he had eaten something terrible. Not only had Su Chen passed the assessment, but he had also won 1st place in the individual assessment, leaving him far behind. Ironically, he had previously mocked Su Chen
mercilessly. What a true clown. Who knows Su Chen? What profession did he change to? Su Chen is definitely a mage, either lightning or fire. Even if he is a mage, he can't be this amazing, right? The students from Lingwang No. 1 began to speculate about Su Chen's background.
Luli chuckled. No need to guess, I'm brothers with Su Chen, and I know his situation very well.
What? The
surrounding students gathered around, their eyes filled with skepticism. Luli was from Lingwang No. 1, while Su Chen was from Donghai
No. 2. They shouldn't have even met before,
so how could they be brothers? Luli said seriously, in the endless desert, Su Chen and I fought side by side, and after a fierce battle, we formed a deep friendship. As the saying goes, heroes cherish heroes. Calling each other brothers is not an exaggeration. Everyone looked at him with disdain. Luli was really shameless. They became brothers.
After fighting one battle, did he even ask Su Chen? Would he agree?
However, they didn't dwell on that point but wanted to know
Su Chen's profession. What exactly is Su Chen's profession? Su Chen's profession, you might not believe it when I say it. Luli paused halfway. Damn, hurry up and say it.
everyone couldn't hold back. They really wanted to beat Luli up.
Seeing that he had
aroused everyone's anger, Luli stopped teasing and said solemnly, Su Chen is a wood-type summoner.
What? Everyone was stunned. A wood-type summoner? Isn't that a trash profession? How could such a profession trample a group of geniuses underfoot? When did this world become so crazy? Luli, are you joking with us?
No one believed him. If even a wood-type summoner could take first place,
then what did that make them?
Luli spoke firmly. Su Chen is indeed a wood-type summoner. If you don't believe me, you can go ask
over at Donghai number 2. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Luli had said it this way, so it couldn't be wrong. Huang Jin swallowed hard, feeling a mix of emotions.
He never expected that this genius, who was the center of attention, would actually lose to a
wood-type summoner. How ridiculous. Brother Chen, this isn't good. Li Wansan nudged Chen Xiao's arm. What's wrong? Chen Xiao asked, confused. Li Wansan reminded him, didn't you make a bet with Su Chen? Chen Xiao suddenly woke up. Before the assessment, he
had indeed made a bet with Su Chen, where the loser would have to kneel and call the winner grandpa.
Now that the results were out, did that mean he really had to kneel to Su Chen? If he did that, how would he ever hold his head up again? Chen Xiao's face changed, and after tossing and turning for a while, he suddenly stepped out of the line and faced Zhou Mu. Principal Zhou, I want a report. What does Zhou Xiao want to do? What does he want to report? Everyone was puzzled. Zhou Mu frowned. Who are you reporting?
Zhou Xiao pointed at Su Chen. I'm reporting our academy's Su Chen. He cheated during the assessment.
His idea was simple. As long as the report was successful, Su Chen's results would be voided.
Then he would naturally win the bet against Su Chen.
What? Su Chen cheated? This statement stirred up a storm. In an instant, everyone's gaze fell on Su Chen. Idiot. Li Changfeng was so angry that
he puffed his beard and glared, wishing he could slap Chen Xiao to death.
Not to mention that Su Chen didn't cheat at all. Even if he had, how could he report a student from his own academy? What a pure brainless move. Fool. Wu Hao spat. Ever since escaping from the underground, he had been with Su Chen. How could he not know whether Su Chen cheated? How could it be him? Chang Shiro looked astonished. Su Chen was just that wood element summoner they had met once, right? Indeed, Su Chen was strong. But no matter how strong, he was just a wood element summoner. How could he earn so many points? Xiong Tao also recognized Su Chen and was momentarily stunned. Zhou Mu paused for a moment and asked, do you have evidence? Chen Xiao hesitated. He had reported out of a moment of
heated impulse and really had no evidence. However, now that he was in a difficult position, even without evidence, he had to force
himself to say something. Su Chen is just a wood element summoner. As everyone knows, wood element summoners have no combat power. How could he possibly earn such high points?
From this, I deduced that Su Chen must have cheated during the assessment.
Nonsense. Zhou Mu was furious. Su Chen's results are recognized by several of our principals. Are you questioning our judgment? Reporting without evidence was nothing but slander. How could Donghai number 2 high school produce such a person? Chen Xiao broke out in a cold sweat, scared into silence. Principal Zhou, I can testify. Su Chen did not cheat. I saw him kill over 200 sand rats, including a black iron level 6 sand rat king, Wu Hao declared loudly.
As a brother, he had to stand up firmly at this moment to defend
Su Chen. Su Chen killed over 200 sand rats? And also killed a black iron level 6 sand rat king? Su Chen is too brutal.
There was an uproar around. Everyone was shocked by Su Chen's formidable strength.
We can also testify. Su Fancheng and others stepped forward. Me too. Luli strode out. We also vouch for Su Chen.
Jin Xiaoguo, Xiaorui, and Duanting followed closely.
One person
testifying for Su Chen might not mean much, but with so many people testifying, it was enough to prove Su Chen's innocence. This meant that Chen Xiao was simply slandering him. Such behavior was extremely vile, truly despicable.
In an instant, all eyes turned to
Chen Xiao, filled with disgust and contempt.
Zhou Mu shot a cold glance at Chen Xiao and said, what else do you have to say?
Chen Xiao's face turned ashen, stammering and unable to speak.
Get back to where you came from, Li Changfeng shouted. Chen Xiao
trembled all over and returned to the group in disgrace.
Failing to steal a chicken, he now regretted it deeply. After this little episode, the principals gathered together to discuss for a while, then took the students from each academy and left on the school bus.
On the way back, a group of students surrounded Su Chen. Su Chen, tell us about your heroic deeds in the endless desert.
I'm tired.
Su Chen excused himself to rest and slowly closed his eyes. The students were disappointed and were about to disperse when Wu Hao spoke up. I was with Su Chen the whole time. I can tell you about it.
Hurry up and tell us. Everyone became interested.
Wu Hao began to describe vividly, gesturing animatedly at the key points, greatly stirring the emotions. The crowd listened with bated breath, their blood boiling. After more than an hour, the school bus returned to Donghai No. 2 High School. Li Changfeng said in a deep voice, "In this assessment, our academy has achieved remarkable results, but we must not be too proud. If you want to stay in the academy, you still have to go through 2 more tests, so you must continue to work hard." Understood, Principal. The students responded in unison. Li Changfeng nodded slightly. The second assessment is tentatively scheduled for 7 days later. You can go back and wait for the notice. Also, students who ranked in the top 10 of the individual competition should come to the academy tomorrow to receive their rewards. Su Chen's heart stirred. The reward for first place in the individual assessment competition was a special skill book. Learning a second skill would significantly boost his strength. After Li Changfeng finished speaking, he shot a fierce glare at Chen Xiao and warned, "Chen Xiao, if there's a next time, get out of the academy." Chen Zhao's actions today had embarrassed the entire Donghai No. 2 High School. If it weren't for Chen Zhao's decent profession, he would have been kicked out long ago. Chen Xiao shrank his neck and hurriedly assured, "Principal, there won't be a next time. Go back and rest," Li Changfeng said, then left alone. After Su Chen got out of the car, he happened to see Chen Xiao preparing to run away. Trying to escape? Su Chen snorted coldly and quickly chased after him, blocking Chen Zhao's path. They still had a bet to settle. Did Chen Xiao think he could take the opportunity to run away? It wouldn't be that easy. "Su Chen, what do you want?" Chen Xiao asked knowingly. Su Chen smiled coldly. "The assessment is over. Isn't it time for you to fulfill the bet?" Wu Hao chimed in. "A man keeps his word. Since you lost, you have to admit it. Hurry up and kneel down to Su Chen and call him Grandpa." Chen Zhao's face turned exceptionally ugly. Kneeling in front of so many people would ruin his reputation in the academy. It would be better to kill him. Chen Xiao would never accept it, snorting, "I was just joking before. Why are you taking it seriously?" Wu Hao was furious. "Are you talking nonsense? The classmates are all witnesses. Don't be a sore loser." Other students began to point and ridicule Chen Xiao, their expressions filled with disdain. A bet is a bet. Chen Zhao's behavior was utterly disgraceful and despicable. Chen Zhao's face turned a mix of colors as he gritted his teeth and glared at Su Chen. "Su Chen, we're classmates. There's no need to tear our faces apart, right? You still remember we're classmates? How did you act before? Now you're trying to play the emotional card with me? Who gave you the face?" Su Chen questioned step by step, pressing closer to Chen Xiao. He realized that Chen Xiao had no intention of backing down. Dealing with someone so untrustworthy could only be resolved with action. "What do you want?" Chen Zhao's eyes showed fear as he involuntarily stepped back. Su Chen was surrounded by a murderous aura, as if possessed by a demon. Just a glance at Su Chen made him feel a chill all over. "Let me teach you a lesson." Su Chen forced his way forward, placing a hand on Chen Zhao's shoulder and suddenly exerting force. Crack! The floor beneath Chen Xiao shattered, his feet sinking deep into it. Chen Xiao felt an invisible force surge through him. He could barely hold on for less than a second before kneeling on both knees. So fierce. The surrounding students gasped in amazement. With just a light push, Chen Xiao was pressed into the ground. Su Chen's formidable strength left them greatly shocked. No wonder he was the first place in the individual assessment. His strength was truly impressive. Deserved. Wu Hao shouted in delight. Chen Xiao, who had always looked down on others and bullied the weak, finally received his comeuppance today. Su Chen stood in front of Chen Xiao, looking down at him coldly, and said, "This is your last warning. Never seek attention in front of me again. And don't provoke me, or you'll be in for a world of hurt." "I won't dare." Chen Xiao appeared to be submissive, but his eyes were filled with resentment. Su Chen ignored him, exchanged a glance with Wu Hao, and the two turned to leave. Seeing that there was no excitement to watch, the others began to disperse as well. "Chen Ge, are you okay?" Li Wansen pulled Chen Xiao out with force. "I'm fine." Chen Xiao gritted his teeth. "Chen Ge, Su Chen is too arrogant. Can you swallow this anger?" Li Wansan said indignantly. A cold light flickered in Chen Zhao's eyes as he gritted his teeth. "I will not let him off. He had always bullied others. He had never been humiliated like this before." Su Chen was indeed strong, but he was still just at the black iron level. With the Chen family's influence, there were plenty of ways to deal with Su Chen. "Kid, I advise you not to do anything foolish." Suddenly, a cold voice drifted over. Chen Zhao's heart tightened, and when he looked up, he saw 2 old men, one fat and one thin, appearing before him. It was as if they had suddenly materialized, very eerie. "Who are you?" Chen Xiao instinctively asked. The 2 old men were enveloped in a terrifying aura that made it hard for him to breathe. The fat old man took out a token and placed it in front of Chen Xiao. The token bore the words Zhushen. Upon seeing these 2 characters, Li Wansan nearly wet himself. Chen Zhao's whole body trembled. It was rumored that there existed a powerful and mysterious organization on Blue Star called the Zhushen Organization. The Zhushen Organization was small in number, but each member was an elite among elites, a genius among geniuses, with immense strength.
they could definitely be considered the top combat organization on Blue Star. Moreover, the Jushin organization acted very domineeringly. Simply put, their reasoning was absolute, and they acted without restraint. No matter who it was, as long as they provoked the Jushin organization. Even if they were killed, no one would dare to hold them accountable. Over time, the Jushin organization had become a taboo, making people change color at the mention of it. Realizing the identity of the visitors, Chen Xiao trembled in fear. Seniors, I haven't offended you, have I? The fat old man put away the token and said coldly, do not cause trouble for Su Chen. Chen Xiao was taken aback, and after realizing it, he hurriedly assured, seniors, rest assured, I wouldn't dare to cause trouble for Su Chen even if I had 10 times the courage. At that moment, he felt a storm of panic rising in his heart. From the other party's words, Su Chen was a member of the Jushin organization? Oh my god, he had clearly been courting death before. Not to mention he was just a direct descendant of a small family. Even the lord of Donghai City couldn't afford to offend someone from the Jushin organization. The fat old man waved his hand. Do not spread this matter, now leave. Thank you, seniors. Chen Xiao felt as if he had received a reprieve, and fled with Li Wansan. They ran out of the campus, gasping for breath. The two felt as if they had walked through the gates of hell, drenched in cold sweat. Li Wansan looked terrified, trembling as he said, Chen Gu, is Su Chen really a member of the Jushin organization? Chen Xiao swallowed hard. It's almost certain. The fact that members of the Jushin organization had personally intervened was enough to prove Su Chen's identity. Additionally, Su Chen's ruthless performance in the Endless Desert showcased his formidable strength, which was very much in line with the characteristics of the Jushin organization. Will Su Chen let us off? Li Wansan asked weakly. Chen Xiao fell silent. Going against someone from the Jushin organization was tantamount to seeking death. He could only hope that Su Chen wouldn't stoop to the level of an ant like him. After Chen Xiao and Li Wansan left, the thin old man Dai Jiaju squinted his eyes and said lightly, Ho Hai, do you think Su Chen is qualified to join our Jushin organization? The fat old man Ho Hai showed a contemplative expression. Su Chen's performance in the Endless Desert was quite outstanding, far exceeding our expectations. However, our Jushin organization has extremely strict recruitment standards. We need to see Su Chen's future performance before making a judgment. Dai Jiaju raised an eyebrow. Don't you think your evaluation of Su Chen is a bit high? Rumor has it that Su Chen possesses a golden level item without rank. If he loses this item, how powerful can a wood-type summoner be? Ho Hai chuckled lightly. If it were a similarly ranked job changer, even with a golden level item, could they kill a black iron Stage 6 Sand Rat King in one strike? This indicates that Su Chen has more secrets. However, there's no need for us to dig deeper. As long as we confirm Su Chen's potential, that's enough. That makes sense. Dai Jiaju nodded thoughtfully. It's hard to imagine a wood-type summoner having such strength. I'm actually looking forward to Su Chen's performance later. Ho Hai said solemnly, I have a gut feeling that Su Chen will be the standout among the candidates this time. Dai Jiaju laughed silently. Your intuition might not be very accurate this time. Don't forget about that one from Woyo City. She's a space-type mage. Ho Hai's expression shifted. Our Blue Star hasn't seen a space-type mage in hundreds of years. That girl is truly a prodigy. But I still have more faith in Su Chen. Dai Jiaju, how can a wood-type summoner be compared to a space mage? I wonder which wire Ho Hai has crossed. On the other side, Su Chen returned home and immediately opened his data panel. Name, Su Chen. Profession, wood-type summoner. Level, black. Iron Stage 5. Attack power, 200. Defense, 35. Agility, 35. Mental power, 40. Experience, 230, 600. Health, 600. Mana, 600. IQ, unknown. Skills, Summon Treant, 1. After reading, Su Chen fell into contemplation. His current attack power reached a terrifying 200 points. Enough to kill any otherworldly creature below the bronze level in one hit. The attack power is completely sufficient, but the defense and agility are relatively weak. This is a major hidden danger that must be addressed. The solution is actually quite simple. Buy a few more agility and defense items. So far, Su Chen has used 35 item slots, leaving 25 unused. If he fills all 25 item slots with defense items, his defense will increase by at least 100 points. Even high-output mages of the same level would be unable to break through his defense. At the Black Iron level, he would be nearly invincible. Additionally, selling the items he has for Blue Star coins would allow him to upgrade his existing equipment, replacing everything with top-tier Black Iron items. By then, his strength would rise another level. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but smile. Next, he began to check his gains. A manual for crafting explosive bombs, a sapphire, 5-star stones, and a skill book for the Wild Wind. Selling all of these would start at over 200,000 Blue Star coins. Furthermore, he obtained 2 golden level items without rank, the Judgment and the Dragon Slayer, each worth a fortune. The trip to the Endless Desert was incredibly profitable. Su Chen chuckled and then took out his phone to contact Duan Ting. Duan Ting, the seller has been contacted. When are you free for us to meet? So soon? Duan Ting was quite surprised. Just back, and Su Chen had already contacted the seller? Is his efficiency really that high? Little did he know, the seller was Su Chen himself. How could it not be fast? Duan Ting was momentarily dazed and asked, "What's the offer?"
The Wild Wind skill book is good, but if the price is too high, beyond his budget, he wouldn't buy it.
Su Chen thought for a moment and asked, "What do you think is appropriate?"
His bottom line was 120,000 blue star coins. As long as it was not below that price, he could make the deal.
Duan Ting was slightly taken aback. Is this something he gets to decide? If he thinks 100,000 is appropriate, would the other party agree?
Duan Ting, hurry up and say something, Su Chen urged. Duan Ting came back to his senses and said, "I only have 14 or 15
blue star coins. If it's higher, I can't afford it. 14 or 15, then 14 or 15, deal." Su Chen was decisive. Duan Ting, isn't Su Chen just a middleman? Can he make decisions?
Duan Ting, come to Donghai City tomorrow and we'll exchange
money for goods. All right. Duan Ting readily agreed.
14 or 15 blue star coins could buy a Wild Wind skill book, which
was worth it. The 14 or 15 blue star coins are ready.
Su Chen raised an eyebrow and then called Jin Chaohua. "Old Jin,
what are you busy with?" "Nothing, just resting."
"What do you need?" came Jin Chaohua's lazy voice from the other end.
Su Chen said, "Seriously, I have 5 star stones. Do you want them? Are you giving them to me for free?"
Jin Chaohua asked instinctively.
Su Chen coughed violently. "Old Jin, what are you thinking?
The star stones were purchased with blue star coins. I'm selling them to you, so
make an offer."
"Oh." Jin Chaohua realized, "I'll offer 60,000 blue star coins." In fact, many places sell star stones for just over 10,000 each, so there was no need to buy from Su Chen. However, thinking about how this could help him get closer to Su Chen, he decided to let Su Chen make a little profit. After all, he wasn't short on blue star coins.
Deal. Su Chen was delighted. Is there anything else? If not, I'll hang up. Jin Chaohua yawned. Wait a minute.
Su Chen interrupted and continued, "Old Jin, have you heard of a kind of alchemical device called a blast bomb?"
No.
Jin Chaohua shook his head. "What is it used for?"
Su Chen
briefly described the function of the blast bomb. When Jin Chaohua learned that the power of the blast bomb was comparable to the thunderstorm spell of a bronze mirror thunder mage, he was shocked. As an alchemist, he certainly understood the value of such an
alchemical device.
Once developed and released, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. It was not an exaggeration to say that the blast bomb was a revolutionary product. Of course, he couldn't just take Su Chen's word for it. Whether the blast bomb truly had such power
needed to be verified through actual production. Su Chen, where did you get this thing? Jin Chaohua probed. I acquired it from someone else. Su Chen chuckled. Old Jin, are you interested in the blast bomb? If you want it, I can reluctantly sell it to you. Of course I want it.
Jin Chaohua replied without hesitation. As long as the blast bomb was real, it would definitely attract a rush
to buy.
While making money, it could also raise the Jin family's profile. There was no reason to refuse.
So how much are you willing to offer? Su Chen asked nonchalantly.
Jin Chaohua thought for a moment and said, "Su Chen, it's not that I don't trust you. The
key is that I'm not clear on the power of the blast bomb.
How about this? I'll give you 100,000 blue star coins first, and once the power of the blast bomb is verified to be as you said, I'll pay you another 100,000 blue star coins."
Okay. Su Chen agreed. Jin Chaohua was overjoyed. When shall we trade? Tomorrow. See you tomorrow. After hanging up the phone,
Su Chen made a bowl of noodles, and after finishing, he began to rest. The next morning, at dawn, Su Chen, still in a dream, was
suddenly awakened by the ringing of his phone. Groggily, he answered. Who is it? Waking me up so early? It was only 5 o'clock. Who had the time to make calls at this hour? Su Chen, it's Jin Chaohua. I've arrived in Donghai City. Where are you? I'll come find you. Su Chen was speechless. Jin Chaohua was definitely here for the trade, but there was no need to be so anxious, right? Su Chen, are you listening to me? I'm listening.
Come to Shangrong Garden Community. I'll wait for you at the entrance.
Okay. Putting
down his phone, Su Chen got dressed and walked out of the house.
He waited for 10 minutes at the entrance of the community when a black off-road vehicle sped towards him.
As it approached, it suddenly slammed to a stop. Quite impressive.
With a click, the car door
opened, and a young man wearing sunglasses and a black leather jacket stepped out. It was Jin Chaohua.
This outfit was quite flashy. Su Chen.
Jin Chaohua strode over, his face beaming with a bright smile. I'm here, Su Chen replied with a smile. The two exchanged a few simple words, money in one hand and goods in the other. Once the transaction was complete, Jin Chaohua left in a hurry, holding a thick stack of blue star coins. Su Chen felt quite pleased. Returning home, he took a nap. He didn't know how long he slept, but his phone rang again. Seeing that it was Li Changfeng calling, Su Chen jolted awake and quickly answered the call.
Su Chen, it's already 9 o'clock. Why aren't you at the academy yet? Don't you want your reward?
Li Changfeng complained.
Principal, I'm on
my way, Su Chen said as he rushed out of the house. The reward was a special skill book. How could he not want that? What a joke. Su Chen jogged for a while and arrived at Li Changfeng's office about 10 minutes later. He pushed the door open and gasped, "Principal, I'm here." Li Changfeng didn't mind Su Chen's reckless behavior. He glanced at Su Chen and then took out a jade slip, placing it in front of him. "Your reward, a special skill for wood element summoners, summon demon plant archer." "Thank you, Principal." Su Chen exclaimed joyfully. "This is the reward you deserve, no need to be polite." Li Changfeng smiled and then reminded him, "There are still 2 more assessments ahead. You must not become arrogant or complacent, you need to keep working hard." "I understand." Su Chen nodded and asked, "Principal, what is the content of the second assessment?" If he knew in advance, he could prepare. "It hasn't been decided yet, just wait for the notice when you get back." "Okay." Su Chen didn't pay much attention to it. After all, with his strength, he was confident he could pass any assessment. Li Changfeng squinted slightly. "Given your outstanding performance in this assessment, several well-known universities are already paying attention to you. If you perform well in the next 2 assessments as well, your future after graduation will be limitless." "I will definitely work hard," Su Chen said with determination in his eyes. After graduation, there were 2 choices: continue studying at university or enter society. If he wanted to keep progressing in cultivation and achieve greater heights, going to university was the best choice. Su Chen's dream was to become a top-tier job changer, so he certainly hoped to enter university. "Alright, there's nothing else. You can go back now," Li Changfeng said. As soon as Su Chen stepped out of the office, his phone suddenly rang. He initially thought it was Duan Ting calling, but when he checked, it was an unfamiliar number. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, sir, are you interested in buying a house? We have Donghu Blue County." "Not interested." Su Chen hung up immediately after hearing that. These days, real estate agents were really unprofessional. Didn't they know he was a student? How could he afford that? Su Chen jogged a bit and had just stepped out of the office building when his phone rang again. Seeing it was still an unfamiliar number, he assumed it was another real estate spam call and hung up directly. But not long after, the unfamiliar number called again. These spam calls are really persistent, Su Chen sighed and then blocked the number, bringing silence to his world. However, to his surprise, just a minute later, his phone rang again. Fortunately, this time it was Duan Ting, otherwise he would have gone crazy. "Old Duan, have you arrived in Donghai City? There's something, I'll be there in the afternoon." Su Chen frowned slightly. "Then why did you call me?" Duan Ting explained, "Here's the thing, Luli just tried to call you, but couldn't get through, so he wanted to ask me about the situation." "Luli?" Su Chen muttered, "Could it be that strange number from earlier was Luli's?" "Got it, I'll call back and ask." Su Chen pulled up his blacklist, removed the strange number from it, and then dialed. "Su Chen, I finally got through to you." A rough voice came from the other end of the line, and Su Chen recognized it as Luli Volu. "What's up? It's hard to explain over the phone, let's meet and talk. I'm at Donghai No. 2 High School." Su Chen raised an eyebrow. "I'm also at Donghai No. 2 High School, let's meet at the school gate." Su Chen arrived at the school gate and saw the tall figure of Luli from a distance. Beside him stood a young man with a somewhat hazy complexion who was likely also a student. Su Chen walked up. "Old Lu, why did you come all this way? What do you need from me?" "It's not me looking for you, it's him. His name is Huang Jin, a student from Lingguang No. 1 High School, and he's a fire mage." Luli pointed to the young man beside him and made a brief introduction. Huang Jin? Su Chen felt the name was somewhat familiar, and after a moment he quickly remembered that Huang Jin had ranked second in the last assessment competition, showing considerable strength. However, Su Chen was puzzled. He didn't know Huang Jin, so why was he looking for him? Huang Jin sized up Su Chen and got straight to the point. "I'm here to spar with you." After losing to Su Chen in the assessment competition, he felt 1,000 grievances in his heart. He couldn't believe that a wood-type summoner could possess such formidable strength. So he wanted to find an opportunity to challenge Su Chen one-on-one. "So, you're here to stir up trouble." Su Chen rubbed his nose and turned to Luli. He and Luli had fought together before, and their relationship was decent, but he didn't expect Luli to bring someone to cause trouble. Wasn't that a bit underhanded? Luli hurriedly explained. "Su Chen, don't misunderstand, it's Huang Jin who insisted on coming to me. He said he wanted to defeat you openly and asked me to be a witness." Understanding the reason, Su Chen faced Huang Jin. "What's the benefit for you in defeating me?" "To prove I'm stronger than you," Huang Jin declared emphatically. Su Chen said earnestly, "There are countless transmuters in Blue Star stronger than me. Do you plan to defeat them one by one?" "Take my advice, reputation is just an external thing, don't take it too seriously." Huang Jin provoked. "Su Chen, you're not backing down, are you? If you are, just admit it, I won't make it hard for you." "Back down? Impossible, that will never happen in this lifetime." Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. Huang Jin was a bit self-righteous. It seemed he hadn't experienced the harshness of society. Should he teach him a lesson? Su Chen thought for a moment but ultimately decided against it. Fighting was just a waste of time and wouldn't benefit him at all.
So, does that mean you agree? Huang Jin asked. Eagerly. Suchen curled his lips in disdain. What kind of random people come to challenge me? I don't have that much time. Go back and
focus on your training for a few years, and when your strength has improved, then come find me.
Right now, you aren't worthy. Huang Jin. Lu Li. Su Chen's words were somewhat pretentious. He clearly didn't regard Huang Jin as a person. Even if
Huang Jin was not the best, he was still a fire mage with 3 skills.
The top combat power of Lingguan No. 1 high school was so insignificant in Su Chen's eyes. Su Chen, stop pretending. Don't you think you're so impressive? If you have the ability, come fight me. What's the use of just boasting? Huang Jin was about to go crazy. Su Chen actually compared him to a cat or a dog? This is intolerable.
Seeing Huang Jin's frantic expression, Su Chen's eyes gradually narrowed. If you really want to fight, we need to raise
the stakes first. If there were no benefits, he definitely wouldn't agree. What are we betting on? Huang Jin's eyes lit up. Su
Jin smiled slightly. You don't look like you have much money, so let's keep the stakes small, just 100,000 blue star
coins.
In a situation where he was sure to win, the bigger the bet, the better.
Huang Jin and Lu Li were momentarily stunned. Su Chen considered 100,000 blue star coins a small bet? Is he really that extravagant? Does his family own a mine? So, what do you say? Are we betting or not? Su Chen asked. Huang Jin lowered his head. I don't have that many blue star coins. His family was
indeed quite wealthy, but he had nearly exhausted all his savings to buy skill books. He couldn't even come up with 50,000, let alone 100,000.
Su Chen sighed. You're not useful when given a chance. I can only give up. Huang Jin realized something. Was off and sneered coldly. Su Chen, are you afraid of losing to me and deliberately making up an excuse? Can you really take out 100,000 blue star coins?
100,000 blue star coins was no small amount. Even members of prominent families might
not be able to casually produce it. Someone from an ordinary family like Su Chen definitely couldn't. Su Chen smiled slightly. 100,000 blue star coins is just a drop in the bucket for me.
In the past, he certainly wouldn't have had that much.
Didn't he just finish a deal with Jin Chabwa?
He happened to have 160,000 blue star coins on him, planning to buy some
items later. 100,000 blue star coins is just a drop in the bucket? Even Lu Li couldn't take it anymore. Su Chen was being a bit too outrageous. Huang Jin swallowed hard. Show it to me.
Su Chen casually pulled out a thick stack of blue star coins and
waved it in front of Huang Jin. Huang Jin and Lu Li were dumbfounded. Good heavens! This thick stack of blue star coins was far more than 100,000. So Su Chen was really a rich man. What else do you have to say? Su Chen looked at Huang Jin, raising an eyebrow.
Huang Jin gritted his teeth. I know a secret worth at least 200,000 blue star coins.
If you can beat me, I'll tell you the secret. Su Chen pondered for a moment and said, who can guarantee that your secret is valuable? Huang Jin pointed at Lu Li. Let Lu Li vouch for me. Lu Li was slightly taken aback and cursed. Get lost. Am I that familiar with you? What are you thinking?
Their relationship was already quite tense, and they had almost fought several times.
Huang Jin still wanted him to be a guarantor? Has he lost his mind? Su Chen remained silent, quietly watching Huang Jin.
Huang Jin said seriously, Lu Li, our relationship
isn't good, but you know my character. When have I ever gone back on my word? Lu Li thought for a moment, and it was indeed true.
Huang Jin was a bit reckless, but at least he kept his promises. Thinking of this, Lu Li gave Su Chen a look. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said lightly, Huang Jin, I agree.
Huang Jin was overjoyed. Let's go to the arena right now. Since all job changers
had considerable combat power, especially mages whose destructive power was even greater, every city had explicit regulations
that required duels to take place in designated areas to avoid damage and casualties. Su Chen chuckled. I have something to do today. Let's do it tomorrow.
He needed to buy equipment and had a trade with Duanting in the afternoon, so he really couldn't spare
the time.
Moreover, Huang Jin was a fire mage with 3 skills, and his output was explosive.
For safety's sake, it was better to raise his defense first. Can't we do it today? It won't take long. Huang Jin was a bit impatient. If you want to wait, then wait.
If not, forget it, Su Chen snorted lightly.
Alright, then tomorrow. Huang Jin could only agree helplessly. After parting, Su Chen headed to the city center.
The 5 major areas of Donghai City all had shops selling props, but in terms of quality, the
shops in the city center sold the best, though correspondingly, the prices were much higher. Su Chen had 160,000 blue star coins in hand, so he didn't care about this little bit. With money, one naturally wants to indulge a bit. After 2 hours, Su Chen purchased 30 top-grade black iron shields and 10 pairs of top-grade black iron shoes. Additionally, he sold all the short swords in his prop inventory and exchanged them for 15 top-grade black iron offensive weapons. There were still 3 empty slots in his prop inventory, and Su Chen decided not to buy more props, planning to keep them as a reserve. By the end of this trip, he had basically spent all 160,000 blue star coins.
However, the increase was still significant, so it was worth it.
Upon returning home, Su Chen immediately
Opened his data panel.
Name, Su Chen. Profession, Wood Element Summoner. Level, Black Iron Stage 5. Attack Power, 190. Defense, 185. Agility, 85. Mental Power, 40. Experience, 230, 600. Health, 600. Mana, 600. Intelligence, unknown. Skills, Summon Trayant, 1.
After reading, Su Chen showed a contemplative expression. His attack power had decreased by 10 points compared to before. This was mainly because he had previously placed 33 low-grade offensive weapons in his inventory and now he had replaced them with 15 top-grade
ones, so the decrease in attack power was expected.
However, 190 attack power was more than sufficient.
Additionally, his defense had
reached 185 points, an increase of a full 150 points from before, which was a bit terrifying.
It's not an exaggeration to say that, no matter the profession, a Black Iron Stage transmuter could not break through his defense.
His agility had also increased significantly. Agility represents movement speed and evasion ability, and with these two aspects improved, it would be difficult for ordinary
transmuters to hit him, essentially placing him in an invincible position.
This enhancement compensated for the weaknesses in defense
and agility, definitely marking a qualitative leap.
Closing the data panel, Su Chen took out the skill book for summoning the plant
Archer.
The method to learn the skill book was very simple. As long as the profession matched, he just needed to place it on his forehead. Soon, the skill book merged into Su Chen's forehead. The skill took shape, and Su Chen subsequently summoned the plant archer. Suddenly, a 2-meter-tall small tree appeared before him, with 2 sturdy branches transforming into arms, gripping a wooden bow and
arrow.
This was the plant archer summoned by the second skill.
Su Chen's gaze fell on the plant archer, and relevant information appeared in his mind.
Target, plant archer.
Level, Black Iron Stage 5. Attack Power, 50. Defense, 30. Agility, 20. Mental Power, 30. Health, 500. Mana, 500. Skill, Spirit Arrow. The Spirit Arrow, within a range of 100 meters, locks onto the target with a 100% hit rate. Not bad, Su Chen nodded slightly. The plant archer's attack power was just average, but fortunately, it had the skill Spirit Arrow, which compensated for the lack of attack power. Later, Su Chen put away the plant archer and took out his phone to browse the transmuter forum. When he saw the first post, he was immediately attracted. Blue Star Potential New Star Ranking Top 100. The so-called potential new stars refer to students who have just participated in the transmutation, and Su Chen was among them. He had also made a name for himself in the previous Endless Desert assessment, so would he appear on the list? Su Chen was a bit hopeful about this, so he clicked on the post to take a look. Potential New Star Number 1, Lin Miaoka from Woyo Number 1 Middle School, Black Iron Realm Level 7, Space Mage Profession, Potential Index 10 stars. Damn! When Su Chen saw the first place, he was shocked on the spot. A Space Mage. This is a rare profession. It is more powerful than Thunder Mages and Fire Mages. There haven't been any Space Mages in Blue Star for hundreds of years. And Lin Miaoka has even advanced to Black Iron Realm Level 7, ranking first in overall strength, truly deserving. Su Chen took a breath and continued to look down. Potential New Star Number 2, Du Binzhou from Haimo Number 2. Middle School, Black Iron Realm Level 8, Beast Warrior Profession, Potential Index 10 stars. Ha! Su Chen was momentarily stunned. A mere Beast Warrior can rank second? And he has even advanced to Black Iron Realm Level 8? Chen Xiao is also a Beast Warrior, but he is nothing special. Can Du Binzhou be that powerful? Maintaining this doubt, Su Chen looked down again and quickly discovered the clue. It turns out Du Binzhou is not an ordinary Beast Warrior but a Dragon Form Beast Warrior. Dragon Form Beast Warriors, like Space Mages, are also rare professions. Transforming into a divine dragon, their combat power is earth-shattering, so ranking second is understandable. There are always people beyond people and heavens beyond heavens. Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He initially thought he was quite impressive, but after seeing Lin Miaoka and Du Binzhou's professions, he clearly realized the gap between them. However, Su Chen did not feel discouraged. Although he may not compare to Lin Miaoka and Du Binzhou now, with the system in hand, continuously enhancing himself, surpassing these two is just a matter of time. Regaining his focus, Su Chen continued to watch. Potential New Star Number 3, Zhao Kai from Yuancheng Number 2 Middle School, Black Iron Realm Level 6, Dual Profession of Thunder Mage and Fire Mage, Potential Index 9.5 stars. Su Chen was shocked again. Dual Profession transmuters are also very rare, and they are both high-output professions. Zhao Kai is indeed impressive. Potential New Star Number 4, He Yaoxing from Qingmu Number 1 Middle School, Black Iron Realm Level 5, Dual Profession of Swordsman and Elemental Summoner, Potential Index 9.5 stars. Another dual profession has appeared. Moreover, it combines a melee profession and a summoning profession. Truly, there are wonders in this world. Su Chen watched in amazement. Potential New Star Number 5, Song Wei from Chengwang Number 1 Middle School, Black Iron Realm Level 5, Ghost Assassin profession, potential index 9.5 stars. Goodness. A ghost assassin. Su Chen clicked his tongue. An ordinary assassin profession definitely wouldn't have such a high ranking.
But ghost assassins are different, they belong to a rare profession, and are much stronger than ordinary assassins. An ordinary assassin can only learn 3 skills, but a ghost assassin can learn 6. The extra 3 skills are unattainable for regular assassins. One of them is called phantom shuttling, which not only hides one's tracks but also possesses teleportation abilities. Coming and going freely, killing invisibly, it is truly terrifying. In Su Chen's view, although Songwei ranked 5th, if it comes to real combat power, she could easily match Lin Nyoka and Du Binzhou. Potential new star number 6, Tang Qin from Chunha number 3 middle school, Black Iron level 6, spellcaster loot master profession, potential index 9 stars. What? Seeing the introduction of the 6th place, Su Chen was completely stunned.
Isn't a loot master a lifestyle profession? This kind of profession has 0 combat power, yet can enter the potential new star ranking, and still rank 6th? Could there be a mistake?
Su Chen looked again and quickly found the problem. Tang Qin is indeed a loot master, but she is a spellcaster loot master, which is also a rare profession.
Once it rises to a rare profession, it is no longer ordinary. Spellcaster loot masters possess attack power, and their attack methods are similar to mages, and when releasing skills, there is no cooldown time. As long as there is enough mana, they can continuously output firepower. It is precisely because of this advantage that he ranks 6th. The potential new star in 7th place, Chengmeng from Baiyin number 2 middle school, is at the Black Iron level 5, a holy knight profession, with a potential index of 9 stars. The potential new star in 10th place, Wu Meng from Tianqing number 1 middle school, is at the Black Iron level 4, a holy priest profession, with a potential index of 9 stars. Upon seeing this, Su Chen was momentarily stunned. Even a support profession can make it into the top 10?
But he quickly realized that a holy priest is not an ordinary support, it
is also a rare profession. Compared to ordinary priests, holy priests have 10 times the mana and can cast skills without cooldown.
Having a holy priest as a teammate is like having a mobile health pool, able to restore status anytime and anywhere, making it quite
difficult to die. With such powerful sustainability, it is understandable that they made it into the top 10. Su Chen collected his thoughts and continued to look down. The 11th place on the potential list is Zhu Yuqi from Lingwang number 2 middle school, at the Black Iron level 4, a necromancer profession, with a potential index of 9 stars.
Finally, I see a familiar face, Su Chen sighed. Speaking of which, Zhu Yuqi did not perform particularly well in the last assessment, only ranking 7th.
However, this ranking is based on potential.
The potential of a necromancer is quite terrifying, especially at high levels, where they can summon hundreds, or even thousands of undead creatures, enough to crush most other class changers of the same level.
Ranking 11th is completely reasonable. Su Chen continued to look down, gradually recognizing more familiar names on the list. Huang Jin ranked 19th. Su Fanqing, 20th. Chao Rui 35th. Xiao Mengxian 71st. Lu Li 99th. The top 100 are basically dominated
by mages, with only a handful of other professions making the cut, including a few rare profession holders.
It must be said that the
era of the Mage King still continues.
After reading the rankings, Su Chen felt a bit gloomy. Even Lu Li made the list, why not him?
Admittedly, the potential of a wood element summoner is a bit low, but he has already demonstrated sufficiently strong strength.
Couldn't he at least get a ranking? Who does he look down on?
Fortunately, Su Chen didn't care much about fame and quickly let it
go. If they want to compete, let them compete.
He would just focus on his own development. In a high-end hotel in Donghai City, 2 old men, one fat and one thin, were staring at their phones, looking at the potential new star rankings.
These two are Ho Hai and Dai Jiazhu from the God-slaying organization. Dai Jiazhu chuckled, "Old Ho, the Su Chen you were optimistic about didn't make the list. Did you misjudge this time?"
Ho Hai scoffed, "The people from the Statistics Bureau are a bunch of useless fools. What do
they know?"
Dai Jiazhu raised an eyebrow. "The people from the Statistics Bureau are indeed not great, but they still have some ability. At least there's no problem with the top 10 rankings.
The top 10 are either rare professions or dual professions, and their potential is evident.
This also indicates that the Statistics Bureau did not make random rankings, they conducted investigations and research." Ho Hai looked disdainful. "Just pick anyone from the top 10, which one can confidently defeat Su Chen?"
Dai Jiazhu chuckled. "In terms of current combat power, indeed, not many would be Su Chen's match. But what is being evaluated is potential." "What potential does a wood element summoner have? After some time, he will gradually fade from view." Ho Hai's expression turned solemn. As he said meaningfully, "My thoughts are exactly the opposite of yours. I feel that the further we go, the stronger Su Chen will become. Given time, he will surely shake the entire Blue Star." "You hold Su Chen in such high regard?" Dai Jiazhu was quite surprised, unable to understand what a wood element summoner could have that is worth looking forward to. Ho Hai smiled slightly. "Isn't the second round of assessments coming up in a few days?
After the assessment ends, the second list of potential new stars will also be released. I believe Su Chen will definitely make the list and his ranking will absolutely not be low. Where does your confidence come from? Dai Jiaju retorted. Su Chen performed exceptionally well in the first assessment, yet he didn't make the list? The second time will be different? Ho Hai calmly replied. The last assessment was conducted at locations chosen by each academy, so it couldn't directly compare the strength and potential of each student. But this time is different. It's a unified assessment. Whoever achieves good results will have stronger strength and potential. Dai Jiaju was slightly taken aback. Is that true? Generally speaking, the assessment locations are in various secret realms. There are countless secret realms on Blue Star, but more than half are not under human control. There are actually not many secret realms that can serve as assessment locations, and they are mostly small ones with a maximum capacity of about 1,000 people. This time, however, there are as many as 100,000 job changers participating in the assessment, making it hard to imagine which secret realm could accommodate so many people. This time, the assessment location is in the Chaos Tower, Ho Hai said in a deep voice. The Chaos Tower. Dai Jiaju's expression changed. The Chaos Tower belongs to the Xiantian Sacred Treasure and is a top-tier spatial treasure formed at the beginning of the world. The Chaos Tower has a total of 80 floors, each resembling a world of its own, with an incredibly vast spatial area. Not to mention accommodating 100,000 people. Even 1 million or 10 million would be a piece of cake. Dai Jiaju was momentarily dazed and tentatively asked, is the assessment still based on a challenge format? Ho Hai nodded. It should be. Dai Jiaju's eyes lit up. If this is really the assessment standard, I'm actually looking forward to it. Let's see whether Su Chen is stronger or Lin Miaoka is better. I bet on Su Chen. I have more faith in Lin Miaoka. A bet? Bring it on. Who's afraid of whom? What are we betting on? Aren't we each keeping a bottle of carved flower wine? Let's bet on that. Deal. At 3 in the afternoon, Duanting arrived as promised. After Su Chen and Duanting completed their transaction, he happily returned home with 14 or 15 blue star coins. Just as he was about to rest, Li Changfeng suddenly called. Principal, what instructions do you have? Su Chen quickly answered the call. Li Changfeng asked with a smile, Su Chen, have you seen the potential rising stars list on the job change forum? I just looked at it. What are your thoughts? Su Chen replied calmly, I don't feel anything. At first he was a bit indignant, but he soon let it go. It was just a hollow title without any substantial meaning. Li Changfeng, he originally wanted to offer some comfort, but it turned out Su Chen didn't care at all. Principal, did you call just for this? Su Chen asked. Li Changfeng collected his thoughts and slowly said, I mainly wanted to inform you that the time and location for the second assessment have been set. It will be in the Chaos Tower in 5 days. The content of the assessment is a challenge. Each floor you ascend counts as one challenge. And the higher the floors you reach, the better your results. Principal, is there a reward for this assessment? Su Chen was most concerned about this. Li Changfeng smiled and said, of course there are rewards, and they are even more generous than the rewards for the first assessment. Su Chen's eyes brightened. What is the reward for first place? After upgrading his equipment, his overall strength had surged significantly. First place was a must. Li Changfeng answered off topic. This assessment is very different from the past. It's a unified assessment with nearly 100,000 participants. Do you still have confidence in taking first place? Ha! Su Chen was astonished. 100,000 people. The difficulty of standing out among so many was unimaginable. Not to mention, just the guys on the potential rising stars list were no pushovers. Su Chen asked nonchalantly, Principal, can you tell me what the reward is? Whether to compete for first place depends on the rewards. Li Changfeng said in a deep voice, the reward for first place is a golden level, non-ranked defensive item. Damn! Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Every golden level non-ranked item is worth a fortune. He didn't expect the reward this time to be so precious, so he definitely had to give it a shot. So, what do you think? Are you interested? I am indeed interested, Su Chen nodded. In terms of value, golden level non-ranked defensive items surpass offensive ones, and anyone would go crazy for them. Since you're interested, then put in more effort and strive for first place. I boldly can also show my face. Li Changfeng chuckled lightly. I will do my best, Su Chen said seriously. When it comes to treasures, he has always been unyielding. Li Changfeng said, there are still 5 days until the assessment. During this time, others will find ways to improve their strength. I suggest you team up with a few people and practice in some nearby small secret realms to try to level up a bit. That way, you'll have a better chance. Got it, Principal. Then you get busy. I won't disturb you. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen showed a contemplative expression. For a job changer, there are only 2 ways to improve strength. First, through items. Second, by leveling up. Currently, he has used 57 slots in his equipment bar, and even if he utilizes the remaining 3, the improvement will be limited. So, he can only go through the second route. However, he doesn't plan to grind
Experience in small secret realms. The otherworldly creatures in small secret realms are too low in level, usually below black iron.
Level 5 and killing one only gives a maximum of 20 experience points, making the leveling speed too slow.
If he can enter slightly
larger secret realms, like those with bronze mirror level 1 or 2 otherworldly creatures, killing one starts at 50 experience points,
which makes leveling up much more enjoyable. If he can advance to bronze level, that would be even better, as he would gain a second enhancement function. Just thinking about it is exciting.
However, the requirements to enter these secret realms are very strict.
First, you need a decent team to ensure safety. Second, you have to pay a hefty ticket fee. Suchen has 140,000 blue star coins, so the ticket fee is not a problem. The key issue is finding a suitable team. If he teams up with students, it definitely won't work. Their strength is too weak, and the guards of the secret realms would never let them pass. So, he can only find others to team up with. After pondering for a long time, the name of the Flame Mercenary Corps suddenly appeared in his mind. His parents were previously members of the Flame Mercenary Corps, but during a mission, all the strong members of the team fell. The Flame Mercenary Corps subsequently fell into decline, gradually becoming a third-rate mercenary group, with the strongest member only at bronze level 3, which is just right for teaming up with them. Thinking of this, Suchen took out his phone and dialed Pang Quan's number. Pang Quan is the leader of the Flame Mercenary Corps, and their relationship is quite good. The phone rang twice before a man's voice came through. Suchen, looking for me for something? Brother Pang, I want to ask you something. Do you know which secret realm nearby has bronze mirror level 1 otherworldly creatures? Suchen asked. He wasn't very familiar with the secret realms around Donghai City, so he could only ask Pang Quan. Pang Quan curiously asked, why do you want to know this? You tell me first, and then I'll answer you. Pang Quan didn't think much and said directly, the lowest level of otherworldly creatures in the Tsunyue secret realm is black iron level 6, and the highest level is bronze mirror level 1, which should meet your requirements. Tsunyue's secret realm? Suchen muttered, then said, Brother Pang, do you have time recently? The Tsunyue's secret realm is over 300 kilometers away from Donghai City, which isn't too far. If we go back and forth, 2 days is enough, but it depends on whether Pang Quan has time. Suchen said, I want to team up with your Liran mercenary group to level up in the Tsunyue mountain range. Pang Quan was taken aback. As far as he knew, Suchen had just changed jobs, and at most he was at the second tier of the Black Iron realm. Wanting to go to the Tsunyue mountain range to train at such a low level? Was he getting ahead of himself? Pang Quan said earnestly, Suchen, aren't there small secret realms around Donghai City? Wouldn't it be more suitable to level up there? The creatures in the small secret realms are too low in level, and the leveling speed is too slow, so I thought about going to a bigger secret realm to quickly raise my level. Suchen replied honestly. Pang Quan was speechless. Just having changed jobs, he was already dreaming of quickly leveling up. It was a bit unrealistic. Taking too big a step could easily backfire. In his impression, Suchen was quite steady. Why had he become so aggressive? Pang Quan quickly realized that Suchen must want someone to help him level up. This was quite common, especially among the children of prominent families, who would even spend a lot of money to invite strong players to help them level up. However, this approach had its pros and cons. The leveling speed would indeed be faster, but lacking the training process, their combat power would be far inferior to other players of the same level, which was similar to pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Pang Quan asked, Suchen, have you really thought this through? I have, Suchen replied without hesitation. Pang Quan paused slightly and said, awkwardly, I can agree to help you, but the key is that we don't have blue star coins to buy the tickets. Suchen's parents were originally members of the Flame Mercenary Group, so it wouldn't be a problem to help Suchen a bit. However, a ticket to enter the Tsunyue secret realm costs 20,000 blue star coins. The situation of the Flame Mercenary Group was getting worse every day. It could only be described as poor, and they couldn't come up with that much blue star coins. Suchen said lightly, Brother Pang, how much is a ticket? 20,000 blue star coins. Suchen didn't care. I have some blue star coins. Buying 3 or 5 tickets is not a problem. Pang Quan hurriedly advised, your parents didn't leave much savings. Wouldn't it be better to use it to buy equipment? Why waste it like this? According to the requirements, at least 3 people were needed to enter the Tsunyue mountain range, and just the ticket money would be 60,000 blue star coins. If they were lucky, they might level up 1 or 2 levels. It was actually not worth it. Suchen smiled and said, these blue star coins are all earned by me. Pang Quan. Suchen earned them himself? How could that be? He had just changed jobs. How could a Black Iron Realm player have that ability? Pang Quan sighed, since you've made up your mind, when shall we set off? Suchen said, tomorrow at noon. Ideally, it would be best to set off in the morning, but he had a duel with Huang Jin tomorrow, so he could only delay the time. All right. Pang Quan nodded, suddenly remembering something. By the way, what profession did you change to? What element summoner? Suchen replied honestly. Pang Quan's mouth dropped open.
It was well known that the wood element summoner was a rather useless profession with almost no future to speak of.
Su Chen should know this. Why would he spend so many blue star coins to level up? What was the point? Pang Quan originally wanted to persuade
him, but he heard Su Chen say, "Brother Pang, see you tomorrow." After saying that, he hung up the phone.
Listening to the busy
tone on the phone, Pang Quan was left in a daze. Just as Su Chen was about to rest, Wu Hao called, "Su Chen, we plan to go to the Dazhou Mountain's secret realm to level up tomorrow.
Are you coming?"
No, Su Chen refused directly.
The Dazhou Mountain's secret realm
was just a small secret realm. It wouldn't necessarily help him level up even once, and it was purely a waste of time.
Wu Hao reminded
him, "Xiao Mengxian is going too.
Aren't you interested? Does it matter to me whether she goes or not?"
Wu Hao chuckled. "Stop
pretending. Can't you see that Xiao Mengxian likes you? This is such a good opportunity. You should seize it well." Su Chen fell silent.
He wasn't a fool. He could naturally sense Xiao Mengxian's affection for him. To be fair, whether it was her looks or her profession,
Xiao Mengxian was top-notch. Anyone would be moved, and he was no exception.
However, his ideal was to become the most powerful class
changer in Blue Star, a belief that was firm and unshakable. Premature romance would only hinder his leveling speed. That was a big taboo. No more talking, I'm taking a break. Su Chen hung up the phone before Wu Hao could respond. After that, a series of calls
came in, all of them asking him to team up. Su Chen politely declined one by one, and finally, overwhelmed, he simply turned off
his phone. The next day, as agreed, Su Chen and Huang Jin arrived at a gladiatorial arena in Donghai City. Lu Li came along as a witness. Upon meeting, Huang Jin smugly said, "Su Chen, did you see yesterday's potential new star rankings? I'm ranked 19th. And you didn't even make the list. Do you know what the gap is?" "This is the gap." Su Chen scoffed, "It's just a ranking. Do you really take it seriously?"
With someone like Huang Jin, he could crush him with one hand, yet he still wanted to find a sense of presence
in front of him. Soon, Huang Jin would see what true strength was.
This ranking is published by an authoritative organization and
symbolizes strength. If you have the ability, why don't you make the list? Huang Jin mocked. "Stop rambling, buy the tickets," Su Chen said, a bit impatient.
The gladiatorial arena was not just a simple sparring place, it was equipped with powerful formations. During the competition, if any dangerous situation arose, the formation would automatically activate protective measures, greatly reducing casualties. Once the formation was activated, it consumed resources. Therefore, entering the arena required purchasing tickets. And they weren't cheap, each ticket was 1,000 blue star coins.
Su Chen certainly wouldn't pay for that. Huang Jin frowned slightly. "Why don't you go buy it?"
2,000 blue star coins wasn't a big deal, but he couldn't stand Su Chen's arrogant attitude.
Su Chen replied as if it were obvious,
"You were the one who asked me to spar. If you don't buy it, then forget it."
"I'll buy it." Huang Jin
gritted his teeth and walked to the ticket window, saying to a young and beautiful female ticket seller, "2 entrance tickets, please."
The female ticket seller didn't look up and said, "Name, profession, level." According to the rules, a simple registration was required before selling tickets. Huang Jin, Fire Mage, Black Iron level 5. Su Chen, Wood Summoner, Black Iron level 5. "Ha! The female ticket seller looked up in shock at Su Chen. "You're a Wood Summoner? A Wood Summoner challenging a Fire Mage? Wasn't that just asking for trouble?"
"Yes," Su Chen nodded. The female ticket seller slightly opened her mouth, took the 2,000 blue star coins, handed 1 ticket each to Huang Jin and Su Chen, and reminded them, "Arena number 4, usage time is 15 minutes.
Huang Jin and Su Chen strode towards arena number 4.
Watching Su Chen's departing figure, the female ticket seller muttered, "He looks quite handsome, but
he's not very bright."
At that moment, Lu Li walked up to the window, staring intently at the screen behind the female ticket seller.
The gladiatorial arena was a closed space, and one couldn't see what was happening inside from the outside. They could only view it through the projection on the screen. "What are you doing?" the female ticket seller asked curiously.
Lu Li chuckled and explained, "The 2 who just entered the arena are my classmates. I want to see their battle."
The female ticket seller didn't say anything further
and turned to look at the screen. The duel between Su Chen and Huang Jin also sparked her great curiosity. She really wanted to see how a wood-type summoner had the confidence to challenge a fire-type mage one-on-one.
The arena resembled a large circular stage,
surrounded by a layer of white light. Su Chen and Huang Jin stood on opposite sides, gazing at each other from a distance.
Huang Jin was a bit impatient. "Su Chen, hurry up and make your move." Su Chen, with his hands behind his back, appeared relaxed. "Once I make my move, you won't have a chance, so why don't you go first?" Huang Jin was slightly taken aback. Su Chen clearly looked down on
him. He was being too arrogant.
Seeing Su Chen's calm demeanor, the female ticket seller found it strange. "Isn't he a wood-type summoner? Why isn't he using summoning skills?" Lu Li said meaningfully, "It's true that Su Chen is a wood-type summoner, but he follows a melee route." The female ticket seller shot Lu Li a glance. "Do you think I'm an idiot? A wood-type summoner choosing melee? Can this even be joked about?" Lu Li shrugged. "Let's wait and see."
In the arena, Su Chen appeared lazy, beckoning Huang Jin with a finger. We're in a hurry, so hurry up. This is what you asked for. Huang Jin's expression gradually turned cold as he muttered a few incantations. Suddenly, a fireball the size of a basin rapidly formed, hovering in front of him. This large fireball was the signature skill of a fire-type mage, fireball technique. With a casual wave of his hand, Huang Jin sent the fireball shooting straight at Su Chen. As it flew, flames erupted and the surrounding air seemed to ignite, making a sizzling sound. In the blink of an eye, it reached Su Chen. Feeling a wave of heat approaching, Su Chen moved his feet and vanished from the spot like a ghost. Boom! The fireball crashed into the place where Su Chen had just been, scorching the ground black. The female ticket seller was utterly astonished. Su Chen's speed was beyond imagination. Logically, a Black Iron Realm transferee, even with 6 slots filled with agility-boosting shoes, shouldn't have such speed. So how did Su Chen achieve it? Little did she know, Su Chen had equipped 10 pairs of top-tier agility shoes, making such speed unsurprising. Lu Li was also in shock. Having fought alongside Su Chen, his feelings were even more profound. Now, in terms of speed, Su Chen had increased several times compared to when they were in the Endless Desert. Seeing Su Chen easily dodge his fireball, Huang Jin was stunned. Was this really a wood-type summoner? Why did it feel like he was facing an assassin? Old Huang, I heard you learned 3 fire-type skills. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Go ahead and unleash them one by one, Su Chen chuckled. Stop acting so smug. Watch how I deal with you. Huang Jin felt humiliated, raising both hands as a shower of sparks shot from his palms into the air, dense and bright like burning stars. In the next moment, each spark burst into dazzling flames and rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into fireballs the size of fists, each radiating intense heat. Fire-type skill, Rain of Fire. Lu Li's expression suddenly changed. The Rain of Fire was a group skill and one of the most powerful fire-type skills. Unless one had extremely strong defenses, there was no way to withstand the onslaught of the Rain of Fire. Su Chen's attack power was undoubtedly top tier in the Black Iron Realm, but his defense was unknown. Could he withstand Huang Jin's assault? Lu Li felt a hint of worry. This should be the end, the female ticket seller murmured thoughtfully. Su Chen's greatest advantage was his agility, but in the face of group skills, that advantage vanished and defeat was merely a matter of time. Huang Jin, like a victor, surveyed Su Chen with a smug expression. Su Chen, are you scared now? Scared? Not at all. Su Chen remained calm, not a trace of panic on his face. Confidence comes from strength. With a defense rating of 185 points, what was there to fear? You won't cry until you see the coffin. Huang Jin thought Su Chen was still putting on a show, so he was unceremonious, pressing down with one hand, causing a rain of fireballs to descend rapidly. In an instant, the entire arena was engulfed in flames. The scene was as shocking as a meteor falling. What a terrifying skill! The ticket seller and Lu Li's expressions turned serious. How would Su Chen choose to respond to such an attack? The two couldn't help but look at Su Chen. They saw him calm and composed, his eyes tranquil, seemingly ignoring the attack. The ticket seller and Lu Li were confused. What was going on? Was Su Chen really scared silly? As the fireball shot towards him, Su Chen suddenly spread his arms, closed his eyes, and looked up at the sky, quietly welcoming the baptism of the fire rain. This wasn't just for show, he mainly wanted to test his defense. Lu Li, ticket seller. What was he trying to do? Commit suicide? He must be crazy. Su Chen had to be insane. Lu Li worriedly said, Su Chen won't be killed. Will he? The ticket seller reassured him. Don't worry, the arena is equipped with a sensing array. Once it detects that a target is in danger, it will automatically activate protective measures. Lu Li questioned, why hasn't it activated yet? The ticket seller was stunned. Right. Why hadn't it activated? Was there a problem with the array? Just as they were lost in thought, the arena was filled with the sound of rain hitting banana leaves. One fireball after another struck the ground in Su Chen's body, sending sparks flying. Yet Su Chen remained standing, not a trace of pain on his face. It felt like the fireballs hitting him were just tickling him. Bang, bang. The intense sounds of impact continued for several seconds before gradually subsiding. Su Chen let out a light breath, looked down at his left arm, and sighed deeply. The rain of fire is indeed powerful. It should be noted that his defense had reached a terrifying 185 points, rendering most attack skills ineffective. However, Huang Jin's fire skill had burned off a few hairs on his left arm and even reduced his health by 1 point. This showed just how terrifying the attack power was. Is Su Chen okay? The ticket seller and Lu Li were frozen in place. Facing such a dense and powerful magical attack, Su Chen was completely unharmed? Was this real? It felt like a dream. How could this happen? Huang Jin was also dumbfounded, trembling as he struggled to speak. His proud rain of fire skill hadn't even scratched Su Chen? Was this even human? After a moment of silence, Su Chen winked at Huang Jin and comforted him. Old Huang, your attack power is too strong. You almost defeated me. Don't be discouraged, keep it up and continue attacking.
Huang Jin. Damn it. Was this comfort? It was clearly a blatant humiliation. It was a heart-wrenching blow. Huang Jin gritted his teeth and unleashed his third skill, Angry Dragon Roar. In an instant, a fire dragon, as thick as a barrel and several meters long, spiraled in the air, bearing its fangs and claws, exuding a fierce aura. Angry Dragon Roar was a single target attack, skill that Chao Rui had used in the Endless Desert, and it was incredibly powerful. Destroy him! Huang Jin's face twisted in rage as he pointed. Roar! The fire dragon roared and lunged at Su Chen with bared fangs and claws. Good timing! Su Chen smirked, opened his inventory, and drew out the judgment, slashing through the air. Agility and defense had already been tested, it was time to verify his attack power. With a sharp sound, a beam of swordlight sliced through, cleaving the fire dragon in half, which then turned into a shower of sparks, vanishing into nothingness. My Angry Dragon Roar! Huang Jin was completely dumbfounded. All three of his major skills had been effortlessly countered by Su Chen. How could he possibly fight back? They were simply not on the same level. Gulp! The female ticket seller swallowed hard, her eyes wide with shock. Not only was Su Chen highly agile and defensively strong, but his attack power was also terrifying. He was completely flawless from every angle. How could there be such a powerful class changer? Su Chen, you're amazing! Lu Li exclaimed, clenching his fists in excitement. Seeing Huang Jin get humiliated brought him immense satisfaction. The female ticket seller shot Lu Li a glance, feeling frustrated. Didn't you say he was a wood-type summoner? How can there be such a formidable wood-type summoner in the world? Lu Li didn't know how to explain. Su Chen was indeed a genuine wood-type summoner, but without summoning the little Traians, it was hard to prove his class. In the arena, Su Chen squinted at Huang Jin and said lightly, is this the strength of someone ranked 19th on the potential new star list? Not impressive at all. I've given you a chance, but you're useless. Just surrender already. Huang Jin's face shifted between shades of green and red as he gritted his teeth and growled, Su Chen, don't get cocky, we're just even. Although he was intimidated by Su Chen's formidable strength, his pride wouldn't allow him to admit defeat. Even? Su Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. At this point, Huang Jin was still so stubborn? It seemed he needed to be shown a lesson. I admire your courage, now it's my turn to attack. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and summoned the Demon Plant Archer. He had learned the second summoning skill and hadn't had the chance to test the strength of the Demon Plant Archer yet, so it was perfect to practice against Huang Jin. Demon Plant Archer. The female ticket seller's mouth dropped open. The Demon Plant Archer was a special summoning skill for wood-type summoners, which meant Su Chen was indeed a wood-type summoner. Lu Li chuckled, see? I wasn't lying to you, was I? The female ticket seller nodded dumbly, her mind in a whirl. Huang Jin boldly declared, Su Chen, bring it on. If Su Chen played in close combat, even 10 of him combined wouldn't be a match. But since Su Chen had summoned the Demon Plant Archer, there was nothing to fear. If he couldn't even handle a single Demon Plant Archer, he might as well give up. Attack him, Su Chen commanded. With a whoosh, the Demon Plant Archer drew its bow, charged up, and suddenly shot an arrow. Huang Jin didn't choose to dodge. Instead, he conjured a fireball to block in front of him. He knew very well that the Demon Plant Archer's skills had target-locking capabilities, and no matter how he dodged, he couldn't escape this arrow. With a bang, the wooden arrow collided with the fireball, both shattering into pieces. Ha ha! Having blocked the attack, Huang Jin laughed triumphantly. Su Chen, what can you do to me? Su Chen rubbed his nose, suddenly accelerating and charging straight at Huang Jin. Clearly, defeating Huang Jin through the Demon Plant Archer was unrealistic, so he had to take matters into his own hands. Su Chen, you're not playing fair. Huang Jin's eyes widened in terror. What kind of wood-type summoner engages in close combat? Wasn't that just cheating? Huang Jin couldn't think too much about it. He quickly conjured a large fireball and hurled it at Su Chen. If Su Chen got close, it would be a disaster. Looking at the fireball flying towards him, Su Chen moved slightly and easily dodged it. Then with another quick motion, he appeared in front of Huang Jin like a ghost. I admit. Before Huang Jin could finish saying the words of surrender, he saw Su Chen's big foot flying towards him, accurately kicking him in the chest. Ah! Huang Jin let out a scream like a slaughtered pig, flying backward like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the edge of the protective barrier, pausing for a moment before slowly falling down. Can it really be like this? The female ticket seller was dumbfounded. It was hard to imagine that a wood-type summoner could defeat a powerful mage through close combat. Today, she had witnessed it. It completely overturned her worldview. Lu Li was also astonished. He knew Su Chen was fierce, but he didn't expect him to be this fierce. From start to finish, it was a complete one-sided beating of Huang Jin. So brutal. Su Chen slowly walked up to Huang Jin and asked softly, Old Huang, are you okay? Su Chen, stop hitting me, I admit defeat. Huang Jin was genuinely scared, almost crying. Su Chen. Originally, seeing Huang Jin's arrogant demeanor and how he spoke so confidently, he thought he was a tough guy, but he didn't expect him to be so cowardly. I won't hit you anymore, get up.
Su Chen said. Huang Jin felt as if he had received a pardon and began to breathe heavily. After the duel ended, Su Chen and the others left the arena. Lu Li looked at Su Chen with admiration. Su Chen, you are amazing. Especially in defense, it's as solid as a fortress, simply an indestructible cockroach. Su Chen's face darkened. Old Lu, do you think that metaphor is appropriate? Lu Li compared him to a cockroach? Who is he disgusting? Realizing he had misspoken, Lu Li quickly corrected himself. I didn't mean it that way, what I meant was, enough. Su Chen waved his hand, not wanting to argue with Lu Li. Huang Jin asked, Su Chen, did my rain of fire skill really not cause you any damage? Su Chen rolled up his sleeve, placing his left arm in front of Huang Jin and said seriously, how could it be that there was no damage at all? Did you see? Just now, it blew off 2 of my body hairs in one go. I almost felt pain. Huang Jin. This statement was not very damaging, but it was too insulting. Blew off 2 body hairs? Almost felt pain? Look at this, is this something a person would say? If he could beat Su Chen, he would definitely want to compare with him. Damn it. So insulting. Ha ha. Lu Li couldn't help but laugh, not expecting Su Chen to be so humorous. Su Chen then got serious. Old Huang, a bet is a bet. Now you can tell me your secret, right? Huang Jin nodded, pulling Su Chen aside and whispering, I know the location of a patch of saffron. Where? Su Chen's expression changed. Saffron is a top-tier spiritual material that increases health. Each one consumed permanently increases health by 100 points. Health represents life value, and of course, the more, the better. In the City of Death, Huang Jin said truthfully. City of Death? Su Chen's face slightly tightened. The City of Death was originally called Taiguang City, a small city on Blue Star with a population of 4 to 500,000. But with the arrival of otherworldly creatures, Taiguang City fell, and all the residents inside were killed, with corpses everywhere, a scene of horror. Since then, it has been called the City of Death. As far as he knew, all the deceased residents had turned into undead creatures, and with the invading otherworldly beings, the City of Death was extremely dangerous. Even if there really was saffron inside, with his current strength, he wouldn't dare to enter recklessly. Su Chen's eyes flickered. Old Huang, are you serious? Are you trying to fool me? Huang Jin's face turned red. Su Chen, you can question my strength, but you cannot question my character. Go ask around. When have I, Huang Jin, ever spoken carelessly? Seeing that Huang Jin didn't seem to be lying, Su Chen sighed. Even if what you say is true, we still can't get our hands on the saffron. Knowing the location of the treasure but being unable to obtain it was quite frustrating. Huang Jin whispered, I have a map of the sewers under Death City, and one of the routes leads directly to the saffron's location. If you're interested, we can team up. Su Chen asked in confusion. If you have the map, why not go in earlier? It wouldn't be too difficult to gather a few powerful people to team up and get the saffron, right? Huang Jin explained, you should know that every secret realm has its own unique rules. The rule of Death City is that only those below the silver rank can enter. The highest level creatures in Death City are silver rank 3 and without absolute strength. Who would dare to go in? I see. Su Chen realized, then said, once I advance to bronze rank 10, we'll go to Death City. No problem. Huang Jin was overjoyed. After just sparring with Su Chen, he had a clear understanding of Su Chen's strength, which could only be described as unfathomable. By the time Su Chen reached bronze rank 10, he could probably easily handle even silver rank 5. Entering Death City would pose no danger. After discussing, the two returned to their original spot. Lu Li curiously asked, what were you two discussing? Can I come along? Huang Jin looked at him with disdain. You weakling, do you think you deserve to team up with us? Compared to Su Chen, he was nothing. But in front of Lu Li, he felt a great sense of superiority. Damn you! Who do you think you're looking down on? Lu Li cursed angrily. I look down on you. Want to fight it out in the arena? Huang Jin provoked. Bring it on, I'm not afraid. Lu Li was unyielding. Let's go. The two cursed at each other as they headed towards the arena. 2 idiots. Su Chen shook his head in disbelief and turned to leave. Later, Su Chen didn't go home but headed directly to the headquarters of the Flame Mercenary Corps. Originally, the Flame Mercenary Corps was the largest mercenary group in East Sea City, with its headquarters located in a very luxurious office building in the city center. However, after its decline, it could no longer afford the high rent and had to move out. The current location was in a residential area in the south of the city. This area consisted of low, dilapidated houses, showing just how badly the Flame Mercenary Corps was faring now. Upon arriving in the south of the city, Su Chen called Ping Quan. After they met, Ping Quan took Su Chen to a courtyard, which was the headquarters of the Flame Mercenary Corps. Su Chen glanced around. Brother Pang, is the Flame Mercenary Corps really in such dire straits now? Pang Quan sighed. Don't mention it, there are no high-level transmuters in the team, and the tasks are getting harder and harder. Most of the members have left, and with me and Pang Li, there are only 5 of us left. What? Su Chen's mouth dropped open. He knew the Flame Mercenary Corps was struggling, but he didn't expect it to be this bad. Only 5 people left?
Was this still a mercenary group? They were almost at the point of disbanding. Su Chen.
At that moment, a short-haired woman with a pretty face walked out of the house. Her name was Peng Li, and she was Peng Quan's sister. Sister Li, Su Chen greeted. Peng Li walked closer and shot Su Chen a fierce glare, scolding him. I heard you're going to the Tsangyue Mountain secret realm? Do you have money to burn? Why not save it to buy equipment? What are you, a wood-type summoner, messing around for? Su Chen knew that Peng Li had a sharp tongue but a soft heart, so he wasn't angry. He rubbed his nose and said lightly, who said that a wood element summoner can't have dreams? I'm just trying to level up faster. Right? Peng Li snorted lightly. Wood element summoners have no future. No matter how hard you try, you won't be able to enter a university after graduation. But don't worry, the door of the Flame Mercenary Corps will always be open for you. You can come to the Flame Mercenary Corps after you graduate. Maybe a university will accept me? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Normally, after graduation, a wood element summoner without strong connections indeed had no good options. Universities wouldn't recruit them, and mercenary groups and the guard army wouldn't look at them either. But he wasn't an ordinary wood element summoner, he was a complete melee maniac. Given his performance, he would definitely be snatched up after graduation. You're quite optimistic, aren't you? Peng Li shot him an annoyed glance. Su Chen smiled faintly. As a job changer, you must maintain a good mindset, only then can you grow. Peng Li was speechless. The potential of wood element summoners was pitifully low. Where was the growth space? Peng Quan interrupted. It's getting late. If we set off now, we should reach Dingguang City by evening. The Tsangyue secret realm was located about 10 miles from Dingguang City. Before entering the Tsangyue secret realm, they needed to rest for a night in Dingguang City. Su Chen was a bit puzzled. The distance was 300 kilometers, and if they drove a base vehicle, they would arrive in just over 3 hours. But from Peng Quan's words, it sounded like it would take 7 or 8 hours. Soon, Su Chen figured it out. It turned out that the Flame Mercenary Corps was so poor they didn't even have a base vehicle. They could only take the bus to Dingguang City. However, there was no direct bus from Donghai City to Dingguang City, and they would have to change buses twice along the way. After all that hassle, it wouldn't take just 7 or 8 hours. Su Chen didn't want to waste time on the road. After thinking for a moment, he called Lu Li's mobile number. Old Lu, have you returned to Dingguang City? Not yet. Huang Jin and I are still in Donghai City, just looking for a place to eat. Don't eat. I'll send you a coordinate. Drive over to pick me up, and I'll treat you to a meal. Okay, we'll be there soon. After hanging up, Su Chen sent Lu Li a coordinate. Peng Quan curiously asked, Su Chen, who did you call? A friend of mine. He has a car, and we'll take his car to Dingguang City. You have quite a wide network, Peng Quan remarked. Back in the heyday of the Flame Mercenary Corps, there was no need to rely on someone else's car for a trip, but now, it was all tears. 10 minutes later, a black off-road base vehicle sped over. From the outside, it looked exactly like the one from Jin Chaohua. The vehicle stopped in front of them, and Huang Jin in the driver's seat rolled down the window. Su Chen, get in. Su Chen brought the Peng Quan siblings into the car and introduced them to each other. Upon learning Huang Jin and Lu Li's identities, the Peng Quan siblings were shocked. Huang Jin and Lu Li were both geniuses ranked in the top 100 of the potential new star list, right? Especially Huang Jin, who was ranked 19th. It was unbelievable that such geniuses knew Su Chen and even became friends. After getting acquainted, Huang Jin asked, Su Chen, where are we going to eat? Su Chen smiled slightly. Dingguang City. Ha! Huang Jin and Lu Li were both dumbfounded. Traveling over 300 kilometers just to eat? Was that crazy? Huang Jin asked in confusion. Why go so far? Can't we eat in Donghai City? Su Chen didn't hide anything. Eating is secondary. The main reason is to train in the Tsangyue Mountains. Huang Jin. So Su Chen was treating him like a driver. That was a bit too much. However, he immediately thought of something and said excitedly, take me with you, let's team up. I want to go to the Tsangyue mountain range too. There are bronze mirror, otherworldly creatures in the Tsangyue mountain range, and killing one can yield a lot of experience points for leveling up. I want to go too. Lu Li shouted along. Su Chen pinched his nose. The ticket to enter the Tsangyue mountain range isn't cheap. It costs 20,000 blue star coins. Do you have the money? We do. Lu Li and Huang Jin replied in unison. Su Chen looked at Huang Jin, puzzled. Didn't you say you didn't have any before? Huang Jin chuckled. I don't have any on me, but my dad does. Just tell him, and he'll definitely transfer it to me. Spending 20,000 blue star coins for a chance to level up 1 or 2 levels is definitely worth it. Su Chen nodded. Let's go. Huang Jin drove the base vehicle straight towards Dingguang City. On the way, Peng Li nudged Lu Li and curiously asked, why do you guys insist on teaming up with Su Chen? Generally, when forming a team, one would look for a strong player. This way, they could hunt more otherworldly creatures and ensure safety. But Su Chen is just a wood-type summoner, not at all comparable to a strong player. What's the point of teaming up with Su Chen? Lu Li replied without hesitation. Of course it's because Su Chen is strong now. Although Su Chen is only at the 5th level of the Black Iron realm, the strength he displayed is not inferior to that of a 10th level Black Iron, especially his attack power, which is terrifying. He can easily kill a 1st level bronze mirror creature. Pang Li, Pang Quan. Su Chen is strong? Can this really be joked about? Pang Li was momentarily dazed and tentatively asked, "What level is Su Chen now?" 5th level of the Black Iron realm, Luli said directly. Hiss. Pang Li gasped. She originally thought it would be good if Su Chen could advance to the 2nd level of the Black Iron realm, but unexpectedly he had advanced to the 5th level. How could he level up so quickly in just a few days? However, she quickly realized Su Chen must have spent money to level up with someone. Pang Quan asked, "Can Su Chen really be stronger than you guys?" Luli laughed. In disbelief, even if Huang Jin and I combined, we wouldn't be a match for Su Chen. Pang Quan and Pang Li were stunned. Huang Jin and Luli together aren't as strong as Su Chen? It's important to note that Huang Jin is the 19th ranked fire mage on the potential new star list and Luli is the 99th ranked giant axe warrior. In contrast, Su Chen is just a wood-type summoner. How could he compare to Huang Jin and Luli? If he were really stronger than these two, how could he not be on the list? Luli glanced at Pang Li and the others, seemingly seeing their doubts, and meaningfully said, "There was someone before who was very unconvinced, thinking that being ranked 19th on the potential new star list meant he could completely disregard Su Chen, so he thought about challenging Su Chen one-on-one. But what was the result? From start to finish, he was pressed to the ground and rubbed by Su Chen, not even managing to hurt a single hair on Su Chen. What? Pang Li and Pang Quan were dumbfounded. The 19th ranked potential new star is Huang Jin, right? Su Chen could actually beat Huang Jin? You're talking nonsense. Upon hearing this, Huang Jin was furious. Luli, stop distorting the facts. Luli glared back, unwilling to back down. I was watching the whole time. How did I distort anything? Huang Jin snorted. Didn't I manage to break 2 of Su Chen's hairs? Is that not hurting a single hair on him? Cough cough. Luli started coughing violently, completely defeated by Huang Jin's words. Pang Li, Pang Quan, breaking 2 hairs? Is that something to be proud of? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Both of them were speechless. However, this is enough to prove that Su Chen's strength is indeed above Huang Jin's, but they couldn't understand how a wood-type summoner could defeat a fire-type mage and in such a crushing manner. Pang Quan tentatively asked, "How did Su Chen defeat Huang Jin?" Luli simply described. Su Chen blocked 3 of Huang Jin's fire skills in a row, then charged up and kicked Huang Jin away. Damn! Huang Jin gritted his teeth in anger. It was too humiliating to say such things out loud, yet he had no strength to refute it. After all, the facts were as they were. Pang Quan was shocked again. He kicked Huang Jin away with 1 kick? Was this still a wood-type summoner? How? Did it feel more ferocious than a melee class? Luli, getting into the spirit of it, continued to talk. This isn't even the best part. At that time in the endless desert, Su Chen was even more amazing. With just 1 sword, he killed sand rats left and right, and even one-shot a Black Iron Realm level 6 sand rat king. Upon hearing this, both Pang Quan and Pang Li were momentarily stunned. Just as Luli was about to continue, he was interrupted by Su Chen. "Old Lu, that's enough, keep a low profile." "Oh." Luli nodded and stopped talking. Pang Quan and Pang Li looked at Su Chen, their eyes filled with deep shock. At noon, Huang Jin drove the base vehicle into Dingguang City, taking just over 2 hours, much faster than expected. One must say, the performance of his off-road base vehicle was quite impressive. After everyone had lunch, they found a hotel to settle down. After resting for a night, they set off for the Tsangyue mountain range early the next morning. At the entrance of the Tsangyue mountain range, there was a dedicated ticket window and a large parking lot. After parking the car and buying tickets, they entered. Just as they entered, 2 old men, one fat and one thin, approached from a distance. They were Dai Jiaju and Ho Hai from the God-slaying organization. Dai Jiaju glanced at the entrance and chuckled. This kid Su Chen is getting a bit inflated, daring to come to the Tsunyue's secret realm to level up just Black Iron Realm level 5, really fearless. Ho Hai casually replied, "Doesn't he have 2 bronze mirror transmuters by his side? What's there to worry about?" Dai Jiaju said solemnly, "You might not know, but a bloodthirsty Liao Pig of bronze mirror level 4 has recently appeared in the Tsunyue's secret realm. This bloodthirsty Liao Pig is incredibly strong and extremely ferocious. It also possesses a petrification skill, and transmuters of the same level are simply no match for it. So far, over 100 human transmuters have died at its hands. If Su Chen encounters it, does he have any chance of survival?" Ho Hai's expression darkened. "This bloodthirsty Liao Pig is the boss of the Tsunyue's secret realm, right? Isn't anyone hunting it? Hunting a boss guarantees equipment drops, and the quality of the dropped equipment is usually high. Therefore, whenever a boss appears in a secret realm, many strong players come to hunt it." Dai Jeju explained that Tsunyue mountain range has rules that only allow transmuters below bronze mirror level 3 to enter. Even a regular bronze mirror level 3, even in a team, would not be a match for the bloodthirsty Liao Pig, so no one has come
to hunt it.
Ho Hai's expression gradually became serious. I hope Su Chen can turn misfortune into fortune.
Inside the Tsan Yue
mountain range, a thin layer of gray mist enveloped the area, making visibility quite low.
Su Chen glanced around and asked Pang Quan, "Brother Pang, where are we going next?" Pang Quan pondered for a moment and said, "It is said that not far ahead there is a valley
occupied by a small group of wolf spiders. Let's head there first."
The otherworldly creatures in the Tsan Yue mountain range are not
singular, with dozens of types. Wolf spiders are one of the most common and also quite peculiar. They have bodies like spiders, but bear the head of a wolf, hence the name wolf spider. The level of the wolf spider is a bit low, Su Chen muttered. The wolf spider could be considered the lowest level otherworldly creature in the Tsan Yue mountain range, generally around the 6th rank of the Black Iron realm, with the stronger ones only reaching about the 8th rank of the Black Body realm. Killing one would yield at most 20 to 30 experience points, which simply wouldn't satisfy his appetite.
Pang Quan laughed, "We just got here, let's find some
low-level ones to practice on first. Once we adapt, we can look for higher-level ones."
"Alright," Su Chen nodded. Then, under Pang
Quan's lead, everyone headed in a certain direction. After walking a few miles, 5 men suddenly approached them.
From their attire, they seemed to be a mercenary team.
At first, Su Chen and the others didn't pay much attention, but after taking a couple of steps, a
mocking laugh reached their ears. "Oh, isn't this the Blazing Flame mercenary team from Donghai City?
I heard all the strong members
of your team have fallen, and now you become a second-rate mercenary team. Aren't you disbanded yet?"
Upon hearing this, the faces
of Pang Quan's siblings and Su Chen turned sour as they looked over.
They saw an ugly young man holding a shield, looking at them with a provocative gaze. Pang Li, who had a fiery temper, couldn't stand it and immediately shouted, "What does it matter to you
whether our Blazing Flame mercenary team disbands or not? Mind your own business."
The ugly man sneered, "You little girl may not be
strong, but your temper is quite fierce. Do you still think your Blazing Flame mercenary team is in its prime? Do you think others are afraid of you? Keep talking and I'll teach you a lesson. Come on, you think I'm afraid of you?"
Pang Li gripped her long knife, pointing it at the ugly man from a distance. Her level was the same as his, both at the 1st rank of the Bronze Realm, and she was not afraid to fight him one-on-one.
"Peng Gu, who is this guy?" Su Chen asked. Pang Quan whispered, "His name is Luo Xing, a small fry from the Iron Cavalry mercenary team."
The Iron Cavalry mercenary team has a grudge against our Blazing Flame mercenary team, and now
that they see us down and out, they come to kick us while we're down. What level is Luo Xing? Su Chen's eyes gradually narrowed.
His parents had once been members of the Blazing Flame mercenary team, and because of this connection, he had deep feelings for the
team and absolutely did not want to see Peng Quan's siblings humiliated. If Luo Xing's level wasn't high, he would step in to teach him a lesson.
"A first-rank shield bearer of the Bronze Realm," Peng Quan said disdainfully.
"Trash." Su Chen sneered coldly. With his
current strength, dealing with a first-rank shield bearer of the Bronze Realm posed no pressure at all.
Luo Xing grinned and said contemptuously, "You think you can fight me with your kind? I'll just play with you today."
A one-eyed man beside him smirked. "Luo Xing, this little girl looks pretty good. You should know how to cherish her and not break her."
Ha ha. The members of the Iron Cavalry mercenary team burst into laughter. "Shameless."
Pang Li was furious, gripping her long knife and slashing it through the air. A blade of energy, about a foot in size, instantly formed and crashed down towards Luo Xing.
This blade of energy was the exclusive skill of a swordsman, the blade dance. A mere trick.
Luo Xing scoffed, raising his shield in front of him, which shimmered with a layer of brilliant golden light, having activated the skill Guardian's golden light. With a loud bang, the blade of energy collided with the shield and shattered, causing no damage to Luo Xing at all.
"Is that all you've got?"
Luo Xing mocked, raising his shield and
charging rapidly towards Pang Li.
In an instant, his speed increased significantly, and he was in front of Pang Li in the blink of an eye.
"Be careful, he's using the skill charge," Pang Quan urgently reminded.
The skill charge was the only offensive skill of a shield bearer, and once activated, his speed would double and his strength would greatly increase as well.
Pang Li did not expect Luo
Xing to have learned 2 skills. In a hurry, she could only wield her sword to block Luo Xing's assault.
"You are too naive," Luo Xing
sneered, raising his shield and crashing it violently against Pang Li's long sword.
Bang! Pang Li felt a tremendous force sweep over
her, causing her sword to fly out of her hand, and she was knocked back several steps by the recoil.
"Luo Xing, well done." The members of the Iron Cavalry mercenary group cheered.
Luo Xing looked at Pang Li with pride. "Little girl, now you know my strength, right?"
"Damn it."
Pang Li stomped her foot in anger, picking up her fallen sword and wanting to fight Luo Xing again.
Suddenly, Su Chen stepped forward, standing in front of Pang Li. "Sisterly, take a break, let me deal with this scoundrel." "Ha!" Pang Li was taken aback.
From Luli, she had learned that Su Chen was incredibly strong. But no matter how strong he was only at the 5th level. Of the Black Iron Realm, how could he possibly be a match for Luo Xing, who was at the first level of the Bronze Mirror? Lu Li and Huang Jin exchanged glances, both seeing excitement in each other's eyes. The melee madman was finally going to make a move. They had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Su Chen, don't act impulsively, Pang Quan hurriedly advised. Everything is under my control. Su Chen gave Pang Quan a reassuring look, then took out his judgment and pointed it at Luo Xing. Luo, I'm here to have a go with you. Who are you? Luo Xing scrutinized Su Chen. After the decline of the Flame Mercenary Group, only 5 people remained, and he knew each of them. But Su Chen was a stranger. Could he be a new member of the Flame Mercenary Group? I am a student from Donghai No. 2 High School, Su Chen said calmly. Luo Xing was slightly taken aback, then laughed mockingly. You, a student, dare to stand up for the Flame Mercenary Group? Have you never faced the harshness of society? A mere student, at most just at the Black Iron Realm. How could he challenge someone at the Bronze Realm? What a joke. Is he out of his mind? Stop talking nonsense. Are you ready? I'm going to start beating you. Su Chen's gaze was sharp. Are you really going to make a move? The members of the Iron Cavalry Mercenary Group were all stunned. The one-eyed man coldly smiled. Luo Xing, since this kid doesn't know what's good for him, teach him a lesson. Luo Xing said with a satisfied expression. Kid, bring it on. The battle between the Bronze Mirror and the Black Iron Realm was like a father beating his son. He didn't take Su Chen seriously at all. Luo is going to be in trouble. Huang Jin and Lu Li chuckled to themselves. Su Chen was not an ordinary Black Iron Realm fighter. Luo Xing clearly did not realize the seriousness of the situation, and his fate would be extremely tragic. Without saying a word, Su Chen dashed forward to Luo Xing, wielding judgment and slashing down. A fierce sword intent spread out. In an instant, the world changed color. Damn! Luo Xing's pupils constricted, and he immediately activated his skill, Guardian's Golden Light. At the moment Su Chen swung his sword, he felt an impending sense of destruction. If he didn't use a skill to defend, he could be killed by a single strike. The sharp sword light tore through the sky, heavily striking the shield. The golden light enveloping the shield instantly dissipated. Without the protection of the golden light, the shield was as fragile as tofu, easily split in two. The violent sword energy surged upward, sweeping across Luo Xing's chest. With a splatter, a gaping wound appeared 20 meters away, blood gushing forth. Ah! Luo Xing let out a piercing scream, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the surroundings fell into a suffocating silence. Everyone was stunned. With just one sword strike, Su Chen shattered Luo Xing's shield and golden light, severely injuring him. Crossing 5 levels, he still crushed his opponent. This showed just how terrifying Su Chen's strength was. Su Chen's gaze shifted to the one-eyed man, and he pointed his long sword. You're next. Among those present, apart from Luo Xing, the one-eyed man's mouth was the foulest. Luo Xing had already faced punishment, and now it was the one-eyed man's turn. The one-eyed man trembled all over and turned to a scar-faced man beside him. Captain, save me. He was merely a bronze rank 1 swordsman, with real combat power even inferior to Luo Xing. If he were to face Su Chen, he would be killed in one exchange. With no other choice, he could only seek help from the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man, Dong Changming, had a face that shifted between dark and light. He was a bronze rank 3 spear warrior, definitely stronger than Su Chen in terms of strength. However, Su Chen's recent sword strike, filled with ruthless intent, had instilled a strong psychological fear in him. Not wanting to confront Su Chen without knowing his true capabilities, Dong Changming said to Pang Quan, it's just a misunderstanding. Do we really want to make it a life or death situation? Pang Quan thought for a moment and gave Su Chen a look. Su Chen, let it go. Although Luo Xing was heavily injured, the remaining 4 were all bronze rank, and fighting would benefit neither side. Huang Jin also urged, Su Chen, we're here to level up, don't stoop to their level. Su Chen nodded slightly, glaring at the one-eyed man, warning, I'll let you go this time. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll destroy you. The one-eyed man lowered his head, not daring to utter a word. Let's go, Pang Quan called out. Once Su Chen and the others left, the one-eyed man unwillingly said, Captain, can you swallow this anger? The Iron Cavalry Mercenary Group was also a large mercenary group. When had they ever suffered such a loss? Dong Changming's expression darkened. You take Luo Xing out to contact the vice captain and inform him of the situation. He will definitely stand up for us. The Iron Cavalry Mercenary Group was, after all, a big mercenary group. How could they let a small, insignificant mercenary group ride on their backs? If they couldn't deal with the Flame Mercenary Group, wasn't there someone behind them? Bringing the vice captain out would easily put pressure on the Flame Mercenary Group. The one-eyed man gritted his teeth and muttered, we must cripple that Su guy. On the other side, Pang Li walked up to Su Chen. Thank you for helping me teach Luo Xing a lesson. Su Chen smiled slightly. We're on the same side. No need to be polite. A warmth surged in Pang Li's heart, and she curiously asked, are you really a wood element summoner? How could a wood element summoner be this powerful? If he were a swordsman, it would be somewhat understandable.
Absolutely, Su Chen raised an eyebrow and summoned a small tray ant.
Seeing this, Pang Li's mouth slightly opened. The small tray ant was a special summoning skill of wood element summoners, which meant that Su Chen was indeed a wood element summoner. At the same time he summoned the small tray ant, Su Chen received a message from it that a black iron rank 8 yellow flower snake was hiding in the nearby weeds. This yellow flower snake was as thick as a barrel and over 10 meters long, coiled in the weeds, waiting for an opportunity to strike. If it weren't for the small Trent's early warning, they might have been ambushed by the yellow flower snake. Su Chen smiled coldly and rushed up the mountain with his sword, Judgment. Hunting otherworldly creatures could yield experience points, and he certainly couldn't miss this yellow flower snake. Upon noticing a human charging at it, the yellow flower snake opened its massive mouth and lunged at Su Chen. With a slicing sound, the sword light passed through, splitting the yellow flower snake's head in two, killing it instantly. Peng! Quan and the others gasped in amazement. Such a large python was killed just like that. Su Chen was too fierce. Panga, let's hurry up, Su Chen called out. Hunting this yellow flower snake yielded only 35 experience points, and after distribution he was left with just 15 points, far from meeting his requirements. Half an hour later, everyone arrived at the edge of a valley. From a distance, the valley was densely packed with the figures of wolf spiders, roughly estimated to be at least 100. Isn't that a bit too many? Can we really take them on? Huang Jin swallowed hard. If it were just a dozen or 20, it would be manageable. The key issue was that there were 100, a single charge could wipe them out. What are you afraid of? Isn't Su Chen with us? Have you forgotten that he single-handedly hunted over 200 sand rats? Lu Li said dismissively. Huang Jin rolled his eyes. The sand rats in the endless desert are only at the Black Iron Realm level 1 or 2, but the wolf spiders here are at least level 6 of the Black Iron Realm. Can they be compared? That's true, Lu Li realized. The combat power difference between level 1 and level 6 of the Black Iron Realm was immense. Su Chen might not be able to withstand it. Su Chen, why don't we just give up? Pang Quan suggested. Why give up? Su Chen countered. Wolf spiders are all experience points. If we hunt them all down, everyone can at least level up 1 or 2 times. How could we miss such a great opportunity? Pang Quan hesitated. There are too many wolf spiders. We are no match for them. You all wait here. I'll go over and kill their momentum. When the time is right, you can join in. Su Chen's eyes flashed slightly. With his current defense, the wolf spiders couldn't break through. Without any worries, he could kill freely. Ha! Pang Quan and the others were all stunned. Su Chen was going to take on 100 wolf spiders alone? Was he that crazy? Just as Pang Quan was about to persuade him against it, he saw Su Chen dash into the valley like a gust of wind. Roar! A chorus of roars erupted in the valley. All the wolf spiders locked onto Su Chen, their eyes radiating a chilling light. An extremely fierce aura spread out, making it hard for Lu Li and the others to breathe even from a distance. Can Su Chen handle this? Pang Li's face turned pale with fear. Peng! Quan gritted his teeth. Let's observe the situation first. If it really doesn't work, we'll rush down to support him. Su Chen showed no fear, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The blade pointed at the wolf spiders, killing intent soaring. Roar! All the wolf spiders were enraged, rushing towards Su Chen like a tsunami. Swish! Su Chen swung his sword, the light flashing, and the first wolf spider in the front was cleaved in half. Swish! Another swing, and 2 wolf spiders were cut in half at the waist. Swish, swish, swish. With a series of strikes, wolf spiders fell in droves. Lu Li and the others watched in shock, secretly admiring Su Chen's incredible strength while feeling a pang of regret. If Su Chen were a swordsman and had learned swordsman skills, he could definitely sweep the area. But unfortunately, Su Chen was just a wood-type summoner, which greatly limited his combat power. No matter how brave he was, he couldn't withstand the tidal wave of wolf spiders. Let's make our move, Pang Quan reminded, brandishing a large machete and charging forward. Su Chen could only hold out for so long. The longer it took, the more dangerous it would become. Go! Lu Li and the others followed suit. However, just as they charged halfway, they saw Su Chen being overwhelmed. Su Chen! Pang Quan's eyes widened, his heart aching. Lu Li and the others froze in place. Was Su Chen really taken down so easily? But the next moment, a beam of sword light shot into the sky, and dozens of wolf spiders were cleaved in half. Blood splattered into the air, shimmering with dazzling colors under the sunlight. The blood slowly fell, landing perfectly on a lithe figure. Su Chen stood firm with his sword in hand, surrounded by the corpses of wolf spiders, like a war god descending, standing on the bodies of his enemies, majestic and domineering, surveying all. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Surrounded by so many wolf spiders and yet unscathed, what kind of formidable defense is required? The surrounding wolf spiders were equally intimidated by Su Chen's strength. For a moment, they didn't know whether to continue attacking or retreat. Each one stood still, like a statue. The wolf spiders did not attack, but Su Chen would not let them off the hook, charging forward and continuously slashing, one sword for one spider, like autumn wind sweeping away fallen
leaves, relentlessly harvesting the lives of the wolf spiders.
Unbeknownst to him, 5 or 6 dozen wolf spiders had already died.
Under Su Chen's blade,
bright red blood gushed forth, staining the ground, a gruesome sight.
Faced with Su Chen's slaughter,
the wolf spiders were completely enraged, rushing towards him one after another. Pang Quan regained his composure and rushed to Su Chen's side. With Pang Li, the three of them joined forces, causing the wolf spiders to collapse in disarray.
Lu Li and Huang Jin were too low in level to dare charge in, but they were not idle.
Huang Jin began to chant, and countless fireballs the size of fists appeared above his head, falling like meteors, bombarding the wolf spider horde. The Rain of Fire was a group attack skill perfectly suited for the
moment. Unfortunately, Huang Jin's level was too low to deal fatal damage to the wolf spiders, but it still caused them considerable
trouble, draining a significant amount of their health. Lu Li stood beside Huang Jin with a long knife, responsible for protection.
Huang Jin was a mage, with almost zero melee capability. It would be dangerous if any wolf spiders slipped through. Bang bang, crack, crack crack.
The entire valley was enveloped in a cacophony of explosive sounds. The brutal battle lasted for 10 minutes, and the valley gradually quieted down. Su Chen gasped heavily, scanning the area where wolf spider corpses lay scattered everywhere. Among them, a short sword floated above one of the wolf spider's bodies.
Explosive equipment. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, striding
forward to pick up the short sword, examining it with a hint of disappointment in his eyes.
It was just an ordinary black iron grade item, not of much value.
Looking at the scene of corpses before him, Huang Jin exclaimed in disbelief, "Lu Li, we are amazing.
We actually killed so many wolf spiders. If this gets out, I don't know how many jaws would drop." Lu Li was speechless. "Can you stop patting yourself on the back? You didn't kill a single wolf spider from start to finish. Do you have any idea of your own capabilities?" Cough cough. Huang Jin was choked into silence, coughing violently. "I just advanced to bronze level 2.
Pong Li suddenly shouted excitedly. Lu Li and Huang Jin's hearts stirred, and they opened their data panels simultaneously.
Although the two of
them hadn't contributed much, they had still hunted so many wolf spiders, and even a small share of experience could greatly increase
their chances of leveling up. "I really leveled up,"
Lu Li shouted loudly. They had only entered the Tsangyue Mountains for a short time and had already leveled up. The 20,000 blue star coins ticket was truly worth it.
Of course, he also knew that it was mainly due to Su Chen's efforts. If it weren't for Su Chen's overwhelming power, they wouldn't have leveled up so quickly. Huang Jin was equally excited because he had also leveled up.
At that moment, Su Chen opened his data panel.
Name, Su Chen. Profession, Wood Element Summoner. Level, Black Iron Level 8. Attack Power, 220. Defense, 200. Agility, 100. Mental Power, 50. Experience, 2900. Health, 800. Mana, 800. IQ, unknown. Skills, Summon Treant 1, Summon Demon Plant Archer 1. Nice. Su Chen was overjoyed. He had anticipated
leveling up, but he didn't expect to advance 3 levels. After being promoted to the 8th level of the Black Iron Realm, his overall strength surged significantly. It's not an exaggeration to say that even when facing a 3rd-level bronze mirror otherworldly creature, he felt no fear, and in the Tsangyue mountain range, he could practically walk with confidence.
Calming his emotions, Su Chen walked
up to Pang Li and said, "Sister Li, this long sword is for you." The Black Iron level item had a negligible effect on his strength,
so he decided to give it to Pang Li.
After all, the Flame Mercenary group was too poor, so it was like helping the needy.
Pang Li was taken aback and declined. "Su Chen, I can't accept this."
Being able to level up was enough to satisfy her. How could she take
Su Chen's things?
"Just take it, I don't need this thing," Su Chen insisted, shoving the short sword into Pang Li's hands. Seeing Su Chen's firm attitude, Pang Li didn't know what to say and turned to look at Pang Quan. Pang Quan chuckled, "You should accept Su Chen's kind gesture."
Pang Li nodded, a warm feeling surging in her heart again. "Su Chen, where are we going next?"
At that moment, Huang Jin and Lu Li jogged over, both wearing bright smiles.
Su Chen asked curiously, "What are you so happy about?"
Huang Jin and Lu Li looked as if they had found treasure.
Lu Li scratched his head. "We leveled up too. Of course we're happy."
"It's indeed something to be happy about," Su Chen smiled and then said, "Let's find a place to rest first." After a fierce battle, the exhaustion was great. If they didn't recover well, it would be dangerous if they encountered a large number of otherworldly creatures.
"All right," everyone agreed.
They then found a secluded spot to rest.
After an hour, they continued their journey. Due to the lack of a specific target, they could only search around. Fortunately, with the perception ability of the little Treant, they managed to hunt down quite a few otherworldly creatures, most of which were taken down by Su Chen. After spending 3 hours, Su Chen, Huang Jin, and Lu Li leveled up again. Pang Li picked a lot of spiritual materials along the way, and a few of them were of good quality, which made her very happy. Being able to level up in such a short time was already quite efficient, but Su Chen was not satisfied. His minimum goal was to reach the 1st level of the Bronze Realm. He couldn't relax for a moment until he achieved his goal. They continued searching with the little Treant.
Just as they had just hunted down a black iron wolf, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard suddenly walked over. As he approached, the bearded man's eyes lit up when he saw the little tray ant whose summoning creature is.
This? Mine, Su Chen replied calmly.
The bearded man scrutinized Su Chen and said in an unquestionable tone, "You need to come with me."
Su Chen was slightly taken aback. "I don't know you, why should I go with you?" The bearded man's expression darkened. "Do you think I'm asking you? If you don't come with me, I'll kill you right now." Everyone was stunned. Was he really going to kill Su Chen over a disagreement? Could he be this arrogant? "Sir, you're being a bit too arrogant. Do you really think we're pushovers?"
Pang Quan stepped in front of Su Chen, coldly staring at the bearded man. That Sangyue mountain range had clear rules that only allowed third-level Bronze Realm transmuters
to enter.
This meant the other party was at most a third-level Black Iron.
He had never feared anyone of the same level. The bearded man glanced at Pang Quan and sneered, "If you have strength, you can be arrogant too. The key is, can you?" Pang Quan's eyes gradually narrowed. "Whether I can or not will be known after a try. If you want to take Su Chen, you'll have to get past me first." A smirk crossed the bearded man's lips. "I advise you to take back what you just said, otherwise, you'll be hurt badly.
This guy is too rampant. I really want to teach him a lesson." Lu Li was filled with righteous indignation.
Out of nowhere, someone wanted to take Su Chen away and even threatened him. Such behavior was too domineering.
"A gentleman can endure, but how much can one endure?" Huang Jin said. "Then hurry up and show him who's boss." Lu Li, the man with the beard, clearly wasn't a good person. At the very least, he was a strong warrior above the bronze level.
How could someone at the black iron level like him compete? What was Huang Jin trying to do? Send him to his death? His heart deserves to be punished.
Lu Li snorted lightly. "Let's forget it. I'm not necessarily his match right now." Huang Jin looked at him with disdain. "If you don't have the ability, then keep a low profile.
Stop trying to show off for attention." "Damn." Lu Li's mouth twitched in anger.
"You two, quiet down." Pang Li glared at the two of them. At such a time, they still had the energy to bicker. She was quite fed up.
Huang Jin and Lu Li immediately fell silent. "Less talk. If we're going to fight, then let's fight."
Pang Quan's fighting spirit was high as he gripped his long knife and pointed it at the bearded man from a distance. The bearded man did not rush to attack. He smiled slightly. "You should know that there are no legal
constraints in the secret realm. Even if I kill you, there will be no problem. You talk too much. Are we fighting or not? If not, we're leaving," Pang Quan said, a bit impatient.
"Then I'll play with you for a bit." The bearded man snorted lightly, pushed his arms out, and with a tearing sound, his shirt completely ripped apart, revealing two bronze-colored arms. The muscles on them bulged high, as if cast from molten iron.
Everyone was taken aback. What was he trying to do? Show off his muscles?
Just as they were momentarily stunned, a sudden change occurred. They saw the bearded man's arms rapidly swell, and at the same time, black scales burst forth from his skin, completely
covering his arms. "Beast warrior!" everyone exclaimed in shock. Only beast warriors had the ability to transform. Among warriors of the same level, beast warriors had exceptionally strong combat power, far beyond that of a swordsman. But what puzzled them was why the bearded man only transformed his arms and not his entire body. Pang Quan asked, "What do you mean by that?" The bearded man replied indifferently, "For someone like you, transforming just 2 arms is enough." Only then did everyone realize that the bearded man didn't take Pang Quan seriously at all. Pang Quan felt humiliated, his voice icy. "Are you that confident?" The bearded man smirked. "Confidence comes from strength. Then let me see your strength." Pang Quan stopped wasting words, wielding his long knife and slashing through the air, unleashing a fierce flash of blade light that intertwined and formed a giant net, descending upon the bearded man. This was the swordsman's exclusive skill, Wild Blade Dance. A trivial skill. The bearded man scoffed, clenched his fist, and suddenly struck out, smashing heavily into the blade net. With a loud bang, the net was shattered in an instant. Damn! Lu Li and the others were left dumbfounded. Wild Blade Dance was a very powerful attack skill, and it was shattered so easily? How strong could the bearded man be? "You overestimate yourself. Now you know my strength, right?" the bearded man mocked. Pang Quan's face turned a mix of colors, and as he gritted his teeth, preparing to continue his attack, he was stopped by Su Chen. "Brother Peng, stop fighting." The gap in strength between him and the opponent was too great. Continuing would only lead to injury. Su Chen then turned to the bearded man and said calmly, "Even if you want to take me away, you should at least explain the situation first." With his black iron level 9 strength, it wouldn't be difficult to kill the bearded man. However, he was curious about what the other party wanted from him. It was better to ask for the reason first. If it didn't work out, he could always take action later. "Kid, you're quite calm." The bearded man glanced at Su Chen and chuckled. "I don't mind telling you, I'm hunting a demon beast, but that beast is good at disguising itself and can blend into its surroundings. So I want your little tray ant to help search for it." "I see," Su Chen said, realizing. He then asked, "What kind of demon beast are you looking for?" The bearded man scoffed. "I've already told you quite a bit, so don't push your luck." "Push my luck?" Su Chen almost laughed, saying, "I'm quite stubborn. If you don't tell me, I won't go with you even if you kill me." If it were a valuable demon beast, he could take the opportunity to claim it for himself. But
If it wasn't valuable, there was no need to waste time following him around. The bearded man's eyes turned, and after pondering for a moment, he laughed heartily. Kid, your courage has earned my respect. Don't worry, I won't kill you. For now, the priority was to search for the demon beast. There was no need to be forceful. First, he would appease Su Chen, and once the beast was caught, he could handle things however he wanted. Su Chen rubbed his nose. What kind of demon beast are you looking for? A lime bird, the bearded man said. As long as you help me catch the lime bird, I will pay you a generous reward. Lime bird? Su Chen had never heard of such a demon beast and didn't know if it had any value. A hint of fervor appeared in Huang Jin's eyes as he quietly said to Su Chen, Su Chen, the lime bird is a very rare and precious spirit bird. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. What value does it have? Huang Jin replied directly, it lays eggs. Su Chen almost choked. Laying eggs? What bird doesn't lay eggs? Is that really considered valuable? Huang Jin explained, the eggs of the lime bird are not ordinary eggs. Consuming one permanently increases your health by 100 points. Su Chen's eyes lit up. The lime bird's eggs clearly had the same function as saffron. Anything that could increase health was not ordinary. No wonder the bearded man was so intent on capturing it. Kid, I've said what I needed to say. Can we go now? The bearded man reminded. Sure, lead the way. Su Chen readily agreed. Follow me. The bearded man grinned and walked straight in one direction. Su Chen and the others followed closely behind. Su Chen, is it really okay to go with him? Pang Quan was a bit worried. The bearded man was strong and had a very strange temper. If they caught the lime bird and he turned against them, it could be dangerous. Su Chen gave Pang Quan a reassuring look. Everything is under my control. If the bearded man dared to act recklessly, he would just eliminate him. Pang Quan was slightly taken aback, unsure where Su Chen's confidence came from. Under the bearded man's lead, they walked for more than 10 minutes and arrived at a dense bamboo forest. This bamboo forest covered several acres, lush and green. At a glance, it was all shades of green. The bearded man glanced around and instructed Su Chen, the lime bird is in the bamboo forest, let your little Treant search. Su Chen asked in confusion, how do you know the lime bird is still in the bamboo forest? It won't fly away? The bearded man smiled faintly. These bamboos are called emerald bamboos, and the juice they contain is the main food source for the lime bird. Looking across the entire Sanyue mountain range, only here has emerald bamboo. So I assert that the lime bird won't leave. Oh, Su Chen nodded and then commanded the Treant to search. The Treant walked ahead, with Su Chen and the others closely following. After advancing to the 9th level of the Black Iron Realm, the Treant scouting ability had improved again, now reaching a range of 60 meters. It wouldn't take long to search the entire bamboo forest. The little tree person moved forward for more than 200 meters, suddenly stopping and conveying a message to Su Chen. The lime bird was perched on a lush green bamboo about 50 meters ahead. Su Chen did not make a sound, signaling the little tree person to continue toward the direction of the lime bird. At this distance, it was not yet the right time to capture it. Moreover, even if they were to act, they first needed to get rid of the bearded man. When they were 5 meters away from the lime bird, Su Chen signaled everyone to stop. The bearded man's expression shifted, and he quietly asked, did you spot the lime bird? Su Chen nodded. Where is it? The bearded man became excited. Su Chen pointed in the opposite direction, 10 meters ahead, the middle bamboo. Counting from the bottom, the 7th segment, the lime bird is perched on it. Su Chen was very detailed, and the bearded man believed him, instructing, you all wait here. With too many people, it would be easy to scare off the lime bird. The bearded man tiptoed forward, while Su Chen headed to the lime bird's actual location. The lime bird had already noticed Su Chen, but it was extremely confident in its camouflage abilities and was not worried about being discovered. At that moment, it was leisurely drinking bamboo sap while completely ignoring Su Chen's arrival. Guided by the little tree person, Su Chen quickly approached the lime bird, with only half a meter between them. What is Su Chen doing? Lu Li and the others murmured. On the other side, the bearded man had been tricked by Su Chen to a bamboo tree, staring intently at the 7th segment of the bamboo, suddenly reaching up to grab it. At the same time, Su Chen also made his move. Slap! The bearded man grabbed nothing but air. Su Chen, however, caught something soft. With a startled chirp, a small bird appeared in his hand. This small bird was covered in a layer of green feathers, about the size of a sparrow. Did Su Chen catch the lime bird? Everyone was stunned. Wasn't he supposed to assist the bearded man? Why was he acting on his own? Hearing the commotion, the bearded man turned around. Sharply, he saw Su Chen holding the lime bird, aiming for its head with a swift strike that knocked it out, then casually tore off a vine from the ground and bound the lime bird tightly, quickly wrapping it into a zongzi shape. Then he brazenly tossed it into his pocket. Everyone. At this moment, they finally understood. Su Chen clearly intended to rob the lime bird. One had to admit, Su Chen was quite bold. Was he not afraid of the bearded man's revenge? After all, the bearded man was a bronze mirror level 3 beast warrior, incredibly powerful. Even Pine Quan was no match for him. Could Su Chen be his opponent? Everyone began to worry. The bearded man was momentarily stunned, but after regaining his composure, he strode up to Su Chen and coldly asked, Kid, what do you mean?
Su-chan calmly replied, didn't you say that if I helped you find the lime bird, you would give me a generous reward? The bearded man was slightly taken aback. Then you should give me the lime bird first, right? Su-chan smiled, no need to trouble yourself, this lime bird can be considered my reward. Realizing he had been played, the bearded man's eyes glinted with cold light. You're digging your own grave. Kid, are you tired of living? A mere wood-type summoner dared to snatch his prey? It was utterly ridiculous. Su-chan raised an eyebrow. It seems that we can only decide the ownership of the lime bird through force. But I advise you, if you make a move, you'll be dead. So it's best to think twice. The bearded man's mouth dropped open. A black iron realm wood-type summoner dared to threaten him. This was probably the funniest joke he had ever heard in his life. Kid, since you want to die, I'll grant you that. The man with the bushy beard changed his expression, suddenly reaching out to grab Su-chan's neck. Due to preconceived notions, he thought Su-chan was merely a wood-type summoner and he didn't even transform, completely underestimating Su-chan. Underestimating an opponent will inevitably lead to a painful price, and the bushy-bearded man was a typical example. Swish! Su-chan swung his sword fast as lightning. With a crack, the bushy-bearded man's right hand was severed at the root, a spray of fresh blood splattering out. How could this happen? Looking at his severed hand, the bushy-bearded man was dumbfounded. A wood-type summoner could break through his defenses and even sever his hand? Was this really a wood-type summoner? Before he could think further, a wave of intense pain surged through him, and he couldn't help but let out a piercing scream, clutching his severed hand and retreating continuously. Seizing the opportunity, Su-chan wouldn't give the bushy-bearded man a chance to catch his breath. He moved forward, charging wildly. You won't get away. The bushy-bearded man bared his teeth and roared, black scales suddenly emerging on his skin, quickly enveloping his entire body. He looked just like a humanoid lizard. At that moment, Su-chan's sword came crashing down. With a slicing sound, the sword cut across the bushy-bearded man's chest, sending sparks flying. Ha ha! The bushy-bearded man laughed maniacally. You think you can kill me with that? After transforming, his defense skyrocketed to 200 points. Not even a Black Iron Realm warrior could break through his defenses, let alone a Bronze Realm 3rd tier. Su-chan sheathed his sword, smiling faintly. I think I can. You're so full of yourself. The bushy-bearded man sneered. Just as he was about to say something, a piercing pain suddenly shot through his chest. He instinctively looked down and saw his chest gradually cracking open, bright red blood gushing out, instantly soaking his entire body. Gulp! The bushy-bearded man struggled to swallow, looking up at Su-chan, his eyes filled with unwillingness and inexplicable fear. In the next moment, his upper body gradually detached from his torso, and his consciousness completely faded away. Is he dead? Everyone was stunned. How powerful was the bushy-bearded man after transforming? He was killed so easily by Su-chan? And split in half by a single sword? My goodness, that's too brutal. Looking at the bushy-bearded man's corpse, Su-chan furrowed his brows. After all, it was his first time killing someone, and he felt somewhat unaccustomed. However, he felt no guilt whatsoever. Blue Star is a world where the strong are revered, and it is also a cruel world. To survive in this harsh world, one must not show mercy. Being merciful to enemies is being cruel to oneself. Moreover, it was the bushy-bearded man who provoked him first. Being killed was his own doing. Su-chan let out a light sigh, calming his emotions, and slowly walked to the bushy-bearded man's corpse to search it. His luck was decent. He found 10,000 Blue Star coins. He pocketed them and then approached Huang Jin. Old Huang, how much is the lime bird worth? Are you selling it? Huang Jin was taken aback. Su-chan nodded. Selling. Generally speaking, items that can increase health are rarely sold. But Su-chan was considering that he would soon be promoted to the Bronze Realm, and at that time, aside from the Judgment and the Dragon Slayer, he would need to update other equipment. The price of bronze-level items is far higher than that of Black Iron level. Without some extra money, he wouldn't be able to afford replacements. Huang Jin thought for a moment and said, the market price is around 200,000 Blue Star coins. It should be higher at an auction. Only 200,000 Blue Star coins? This price was far below Su-chan's expectations. After all, the lime bird was not a one-time consumable. It could lay eggs continuously. How could it be worth so little? Huang Jin explained, the lime bird's egg-laying cycle is too long. It can only lay 1 or 2 eggs in a month. Moreover, raising lime birds is not a simple task. It requires planting a large amount of emerald bamboo. Because of these two reasons, the price cannot go up. After understanding the reason, Su-chan asked Old Huang, are you willing to buy lime birds? Just give me 200,000 Blue Star coins. Usually, there is no time to raise lime birds. If the lime bird is in his hands, it would starve to death sooner or later. It would be better to sell it quickly. Ha! Huang Jin was slightly taken aback. Of course, he was willing to buy. Lime birds are relatively valuable. Selling them casually could earn him 30 to 50,000 Blue Star coins without a problem. But the key is, he didn't have that much money. Su-chan, I don't have money, Huang Jin said. It's okay, just transfer it to me after you sell it, Su-chan replied, placing the wrapped lime bird in Huang Jin's hand. Huang Jin was overjoyed. I'll give you the Blue Star coins as soon as I sell it. All right. Su-chan nodded and continued. Let's keep looking for prey.
A ticket only allows for 10 hours in the Tsan mountain range. When the time is up, they must leave. Exceeding the time would result in a fine. The fine is quite substantial and most people cannot afford it. Currently, more than 5 hours have passed. Time is limited and they must hurry. Leaving the bamboo forest, everyone searched around. Unfortunately, the otherworldly creatures they encountered were few and far between. After nearly an hour, they had only hunted 20. Su Chen felt a bit frustrated. At this rate, it would be impossible to advance to the Bronze Realm today. Look to the left, Luli suddenly reminded. Everyone turned to see a large group of people rushing into a nearby forest. Following them were quite a few others. What were they up to? Could there be treasures in the woods? Or otherworldly creatures? Su Chen's mind stirred and he called out, "Let's go take a look." Arriving at the edge of the forest, they happened to see a team of 5 running over. Su Chen asked one of the middle-aged men, "Uncle, what are you all going to do?" The middle-aged man glanced at Su Chen and said, "Haven't you heard? Hundreds of bloodthirsty Liao pigs have appeared in a grassland outside the woods. We're planning to go hunt them." After saying that, the middle-aged man quickly led his team into the forest. Hundreds of bloodthirsty Liao pigs? Su Chen's eyes lit up. The level of bloodthirsty Liao pigs is not high, mostly at the Black Iron Realm level 6, making them relatively easy to hunt. Currently, he only needed a little more experience to advance to Black Iron Realm level 10. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity could not be missed. "Su Chen, let's go too," Huang Jin and Luli said eagerly. Compared to other otherworldly creatures, bloodthirsty Liao pigs have another characteristic. Their meat is delicious and very popular on Blue Star, with each one priced at around several thousand Blue Star coins. Not only can they gain experience, but they can also sell the meat for money. Where else could they find such a good deal? No wonder so many people were going crazy for it. "Let's go." Su Chen charged into the forest first. After a few minutes, they emerged from the woods to find an endless expanse of grassland, lush and green, making one feel refreshed just by looking at it. Su Chen was not here to enjoy the scenery but to hunt bloodthirsty Liao pigs. He quickly scanned the area and soon discovered traces of the pigs. Not far away, a dozen robust wild boars with blood-red fur were fighting with a small team of humans. Su Chen did not intend to get involved and led his team to another area. There were plenty of bloodthirsty Liao pigs. There was no need to snatch someone else's prey. After running for a while, they came across a group of bloodthirsty Liao pigs, and there seemed to be quite a few, about 30 or so. "Go for it." Everyone became excited and rushed forward together. In less than a minute, 30 bloodthirsty Liao pigs were slaughtered. Su Chen immediately opened the data panel. Name, Su Chen. Profession, Wood Element Summoner. Level, Black Iron 10th rank. Attack power, 240. Defense, 220. Agility, 120. Mental power, 70. Experience, 150, 1100. Health, 1000. Mana, 1000. IQ, unknown. Skills, Summon Treant 1, Summon Demon Plant Archer 1. Upon advancing to Black Iron 10th rank, Su Chen was momentarily stunned just as he was preparing to lead the group to continue searching. He suddenly noticed Luli chopping at a pig's leg with a long knife. Moreover, he was specifically targeting the hind legs, and in no time, he had already chopped off 4. What kind of operation is this? Su Chen was slightly taken aback. "Old Lu, what are you doing?" Luli chuckled. "Su Chen, you might not know yet, but the hind legs of the bloodthirsty Liao pigs are the most delicious part. I plan to chop a few more to take with me." Su Chen quickly called out, "Old Lu, hurry up and stop." The time spent chopping pig legs could have been used to kill several more bloodthirsty Liao pigs. Is leveling up experience important? Or are pig legs important? Is Luli's brain not working? Luli, confused, said, "These things sell for at least 700 or 800 Blue Star coins each. Wouldn't it be a waste to throw them away?" Huang Jin timely mocked, "This is all you amount to. Get lost." Luli glared fiercely at Huang Jin. Su Chen was speechless and patiently said, "First kill the bloodthirsty Liao pigs, and when we leave, we can chop a few more." Luli thought about it and realized it made sense. So he put down the butcher's knife. The group quickly moved the battlefield. It must be said that there were indeed plenty of bloodthirsty Liao pigs here. Just changing locations would lead to encountering a few. Of course, there were also many hunters coming to hunt. After a while, they saw a dozen human teams. After hunting for an hour, Su Chen's experience broke through the 1000 mark and he was only 50 points away from advancing to Bronze Mirror first rank. Just as Su Chen was getting into the swing of things, a sudden rumbling sound came from the distance and the ground began to tremble as if there was an earthquake. What was going on? The group looked in the direction of the sound in confusion. What they saw was a cloud of dust sweeping toward them. Around the dust, those human transmuters seemed to have seen something terrifying, scrambling to flee in all directions. Is it a beast tide? Huang Jin speculated. Peng Quan shook his head. There are hundreds of transmuters present. Even if they really encountered a beast tide, it wouldn't scare them like this. Then what is going on? Everyone was puzzled. Peng Li felt a hint of worry and suggested, "Why don't we retreat first? Let's leave this place and see the situation. If there's no danger, we can come back to hunt." Everyone looked at Su Chen, wondering whether to leave or not, needing Su Chen to make the decision.
Su Chen pondered for a moment. Retreat. The highest level otherworldly creatures in the Tsangyue mountain range were only bronze 3rd rank. With his strength, he was not afraid at all. The key was that Lu Li and the others were too weak, and he had to consider their safety. The group rushed madly toward the woods, but before they could run a few steps, a piercing scream suddenly came from behind. What was happening? Everyone's hearts tightened, and they stopped to turn around. In their line of sight, a wild boar the size of a small mountain, covered in a layer of rock, was charging toward them. Wherever it passed, it could only be described as barren. No matter what profession the transmuters were in front of this giant wild boar, they were as fragile as paper, either getting stomped to death or crushed. In just a few breaths, dozens of humans had already fallen victim to its deadly attack. What the hell? What kind of monster is this? Lu Li's eyes widened in terror and his whole body trembled. Isn't it said that the most powerful otherworldly creature in the Tsangyue mountain range is the Bronze Mirror level 3? Is this wild boar a Bronze Mirror level 3? Just look at how it kills without mercy. Saying it's Bronze Mirror level 5 would not be an exaggeration. Who the hell can fight against this? Pang Quan's expression turned serious. This seems to be a bloodthirsty Liao Pig King. To put it simply, it's the boss of the Tsangyue mountain range. Upon hearing that it was a boss, Wang Jin and the others turned pale with fear. Su Chen's eyes, however, brightened slightly, as he asked tentatively, Brother Pang, how strong is this boss? Hunting a boss guarantees equipment drops, and if luck is on your side, you might even get top-tier gear. Last time in the Endless Desert, they hunted 2 sand mouse kings and got 2 golden level, non-great items. So what about this time? Su Chen was eager to try, but before making a move, he needed to understand the boss's strength. Pang Quan said solemnly, it looks like at least Bronze Mirror level 4, and it has a petrification skill. With defenses as solid as a rock, it's practically an invincible existence. We should run quickly. Huang Jin was nearly scared to death. Let's go. Su Chen showed no hesitation. This boss was indeed too strong. With his current strength, he might not be able to handle it. First, he needed to move Huang Jin and the others to a safe place, then assess the situation. Soon, they rushed to within 30 meters of the woods. Once they entered, they would be relatively safe. But before they could catch their breath, a fierce aura swept over them, and the ground trembled beneath their feet. It was clear that the boss was coming after them. My God! The group was filled with inexplicable terror as they desperately charged toward the woods. Su Chen glanced back and saw a crew-cut young man rushing toward them, with the ferocious bloodthirsty Liao Pig King hot on his heels. Damn! Seeing this scene, Su Chen couldn't help but curse. The crew-cut young man was clearly coming for them. Unable to shake off the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King, he resorted to leading it their way, making them the scapegoats. How insidious and vicious. Su Chen wished he could slay the crew-cut young man with a single sword. But now was not the time to act. The bloodthirsty Liao Pig King was already closing in, and he had to block it, or Pang Quan and the others would be doomed. Quick, into the woods! Su Chen shouted, charging bravely toward the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King without retreating. As he brushed past the crew-cut young man, he caught a glimpse of a scheming smile on the other's face. At the same time, the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King had already rushed up, glancing at Su Chen before launching a direct charge. Su Chen stood firm, gripping his weapon, Judgment, and slashed down from the air. With a loud bang, Judgment struck heavily against the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King's massive head, sending sparks flying and opening a long gash, blood gushing out and staining half its head, making it look even more ferocious. Meanwhile, Su Chen was sent flying by the violent force. After landing, he felt dizzy, with a dull pain in his chest and arms, and his health dropped by 200 points. In the direct confrontation with the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King, he was clearly at a disadvantage. Just as Pang Quan and the others rushed into the woods, they suddenly heard a loud crash from behind. When they turned to look, they witnessed Su Chen being knocked away. Not good. Pang Quan's face changed dramatically, and without thinking, he dashed out of the woods to aid Su Chen. Although he knew he was no match for the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King, he couldn't just stand by and watch Su Chen die before his eyes. The bloodthirsty Liao Pig King ignored Pang Quan and locked onto Su Chen, its crimson eyes filled with bloodthirsty rage. A mere human had actually broken its skull, something it could never tolerate. At this moment, the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King roared fiercely and charged again toward Su Chen. Su Chen, hurry and hide. Pang Quan was anxious. Su Chen remained calm in the face of danger and immediately summoned a plant archer. With a whoosh, the plant archer shot an arrow of spiritual insight, and a cold light pierced the sky, striking the eyelid of the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King at an incredible angle. With a bang, the wooden arrow shattered. Although it did not penetrate the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King's pupil, it still caused a sharp pain. The bloodthirsty Liao Pig King was completely enraged and charged in front of the plant archer, swiping down with a claw. Boom! The plant archer was smashed into the ground, turning into a pile of wood chips. Taking this opportunity, Su Chen got up and ran. At this moment, he was not a match for the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King and could only evade it. However, if he could advance to the first level of the bronze mirror, combined with the Dragon Slayer blade, he would have no problem turning the tables on the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King. What he needed to do now was to find ordinary bloodthirsty Liao Pigs and strive to level up in the shortest time possible. The bloodthirsty Liao Pig King would certainly not let Su Chen escape and pursued him relentlessly. Both of them moved quickly and soon disappeared from sight. What to do? Pang Quan was stunned. In place. Su Chen and the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King's speed far surpassed his own. Even if he wanted to help, he couldn't catch up. Not far away, a young man with a buzz cut watched the direction Su Chen had gone, his expression shifting between uncertainty and contemplation, muttering to himself, a wood-type summoner? Just now, Su Chen had clearly summoned a plant archer. The plant archer was a special summoning skill of wood-type summoners. But how? Could someone who could face the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King possibly be a wood-type summoner? What was going wrong? The buzzcut young man couldn't figure it out, so he decided not to think too much and turned to leave. In his view, no matter what profession Su Chen was, he would eventually die at the hands of the bloodthirsty Liao Pig. On the other side, Su Chen was leading the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King on a wild chase. In fact, with his speed, he could easily escape from the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King. The reason he didn't do so was to kill the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King. The bold thrive while the timid perish. As long as he took down the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King, he would not only gain experience but also obtain top-tier equipment. Such opportunities were rare and should not be missed. Unfortunately, after running for over 10 miles, he still had not encountered a single ordinary bloodthirsty Liao Pig, which hindered his leveling up. Su Chen was puzzled. There had been so many bloodthirsty Liao Pigs just now. Where had they all gone? Helpless, he could only continue searching. In a nearby grove, two young and beautiful women were picking wild fruits when they suddenly heard a rumbling sound from outside. They instinctively glanced outside and were stunned to see a gigantic bloodthirsty Liao Pig chasing a young man. So many large bloodthirsty Liao Pigs? Why hadn't they seen them before? Sister, what level is that bloodthirsty Liao Pig? Yi Yunyu asked quietly. It should be boss level. Yi Yunchuan's expression tightened slightly. Hiss. Yi Yunyu gasped. If that's the case, that handsome guy is definitely doomed? Yi Yunchuan glanced at Su Chen and whispered, against a boss-level bloodthirsty Liao Pig, even a third-level bronze mirror class changer has no chance of survival, let alone he is not even at the bronze mirror level. Sister, why don't we help him? Yi Yunyu's compassion stirred. Yi Yunchuan coldly replied, how can we help? Do you think I can fight a boss-level bloodthirsty Liao Pig? Yi Yunyu lowered her head, but he's really handsome. Are we just going to watch him get killed? That's too cruel. Stop being infatuated. Yi Yunchuan snorted and pulled Yi Yunyu back into the depths of the grove. If they were discovered by the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King, they would also be in danger. Su Chen fled at high speed, encountering several human teams along the way. When these people saw the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King, they were nearly scared out of their wits and fled from a distance. Not a single person came forward to help Su Chen. He was quite pleased with this, with no one interfering. The bloodthirsty Liao Pig King would belong to him alone. After continuing to race for several miles, he still hadn't discovered any otherworldly creatures. Su Chen began to feel anxious. It wouldn't do to keep going like this, as his stamina would eventually run out. At that point, he would truly be in danger. After pondering for a moment, he decided to summon the Treant. With the Trent's perceptive abilities, he finally discovered a pack of black iron wolves hiding in a nearby ravine, numbering more than 20. Su Chen was thrilled and rushed towards the ravine. However, before he could get close, he saw the black iron wolves fleeing in panic. Realizing this, Su Chen finally understood why he hadn't encountered any otherworldly creatures for so long. They must have been scared off by the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King. Su Chen hastily quickened his pace to pursue them. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a pack of black iron wolves, and he couldn't let it slip away. In just a few breaths, he closed the distance. The judgment blade swung wildly, continuously reaping the lives of the black iron wolves. 1, 2. When he killed the fifth one, he successfully advanced to the first stage of the bronze realm. Su Chen stopped, put away the judgment blade, and took out the dragon-slaying knife, aiming it at the charging bloodthirsty Liao Pig with a slash. With a whoosh, a massive black dragon, several zhang in size, burst forth from the blade. It coiled and soared in the air, exuding a terrifying aura from the abyss. This dragon was the abyssal black dragon soul hidden within the dragon-slaying knife. As soon as the abyssal black dragon appeared, it let out a roar that echoed through the heavens and earth, clearly resonating in every corner of the Tsanyue mountain range. Dragon roar? A dragon-shaped otherworldly creature has appeared in the Tsanyue mountain range? My god, we need to run for our lives. In an instant, everyone rushed towards the exit, fearing that if they were slow, they would die here. Pangu, what should we do? Huang Jin's face turned pale with fear. Pang Quan's expression was grave. You all go out first. I'll wait here. Maybe Su Chen will return soon. If we're going to die, let's die together. I'm staying. Luli gritted his teeth and made his decision. When the bloodthirsty Liao Pig saw the abyssal black dragon, its massive body trembled violently and a deep terror filled its eyes. After a moment of hesitation, it turned and fled. Dragons are the most powerful beasts in the world, possessing an innate bloodline suppression over all other beasts. It was entirely normal for the bloodthirsty Liao Pig to feel fear. Die. Su Chen's face was cold as he gripped the dragon-slaying knife and swung it fiercely. The abyssal black dragon, swirling in the air, roared upward and instantly engulfed the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King. Bang bang, crack crack.
Under the ruthless rampage of the abyssal black dragon, the rocky layers covering the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King were completely torn apart. Losing this layer of protection, its skin was riddled with gaping wounds, densely packed and crisscrossing. Blood gushed out uncontrollably, the scene too brutal to bear. After rampaging for a minute, the abyssal black dragon gradually dissipated. Looking at the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King, there was not a single intact part left. It was a bloody mess, resembling a pile of mush. Although it hadn't died, its breath was extremely weak and it was clear it wouldn't survive. Su Chen was shocked by the scene before him. Prior to this, he had high expectations for the power of the dragon-slaying knife, but he hadn't anticipated it would be this formidable. After taking a moment to recover, Su Chen stepped forward and ended the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King with a single strike. In the next moment, a burst of white light erupted. When the light faded, two items appeared, a pair of red boots and a skill book. Su Chen was immediately excited and picked up the skill book to check it out. Exclusive skill for swordsman, wave of 10-fold slashes, a violet attack type skill that unleashes a sword strike, transforming into 10 waves of sword energy, each wave higher than the last. Unstoppable and devastating. Goodness! Su Chen clicked his tongue in amazement. The wave of 10-fold slashes was the most powerful attack skill he knew of so far. Possessing this skill would at least double his overall strength. Unfortunately, he was not a swordsman and could not learn this skill, leaving him only to covet it. However, it could be sold for money. Such a powerful skill would start at no less than 1,000,000 blue star coins, even more precious than a golden grade item without a level. Once he sold it, he would definitely make a hefty profit. After putting away the skill book, Su Chen picked up the red boots to examine them. Suddenly, relevant information appeared in his mind. Boots of Agility, a golden grade item without a level, increases agility by 50 points and reduces skill cooldown time by 20%. Another golden grade item without a level. Su Chen was thrilled and quickly stored the Boots of Agility in his equipment slot, then opened the data panel. Name, Su Chen. Profession, Wood Element Summoner. Level, Bronze Mirror Stage 1. Attack Power, 250. Defense, 220. Agility, 170. Mental Power, 70. Experience, 150, 2000. Health, 1100. Mana, 1100. IQ, Unknown. Skills, Summon Treant 1, Summon Demon Plant Archer 1. After taking a glance, Su Chen asked the system, what about my amplification function? Didn't the system say that every time he advanced to a major realm, he would have a chance to choose an amplification? Now that he had advanced to the bronze realm, why hadn't he received a prompt yet? Amplification function is being generated. Please be patient, host. Hearing this, Su Chen felt assured and patiently waited. 5 minutes later. Amplification function generated. Please choose one from the following 3 amplifications. Summon quantity. Amplification. After amplification, the number of summon creatures for each summoning skill increases to 100. Summoning skill amplification. After amplification, more powerful summon creatures will be derived. Skill slot. Amplification. After amplification, the number of skill slots increases tenfold, from the original 2 skill slots to 20. After hearing this, Su Chen was both shocked and puzzled. He had originally thought there would be amplifications for monster drops and mana, but instead, there were 3 entirely new and even more powerful amplifications. Increasing the summon quantity by 100 meant he could summon 100 demon plant archers at once. Right? Even if the attack power of the demon plant archers wasn't very strong, their sheer numbers would be overwhelming. 100 demon plant archers firing simultaneously would be too much for even the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King to withstand, right? This was incredible. The summoning skill amplification would derive even more powerful summon creatures. What did that mean? Did it mean the Treants and demon plant archers would mutate? Into what form? 1. Could be sure that they would definitely be stronger than the Treants and demon plant archers. As for the third amplification, that was even more impressive. It was well known that each profession had a fixed number of skill slots. The number of skill slots determined how many skills one could learn. In Blue Star, the profession with the most skill slots was the rare profession, but it only had 6. If he chose the amplification, the skill slots would directly increase to 20, more than 3 times that of a rare profession, which was quite terrifying. However, he was just a wood element summoner and could learn at most 2 summoning skills. Having so many skill slots wouldn't be useful, right? The system should know this, so why would it still offer a choice? Su Chen pondered for a moment and asked the system, if I choose to enhance the skill slot, can I learn other skills? You can learn any skill. Su Chen was slightly taken aback. Any skill? Does that include skills from other professions? If that's true, wouldn't that make him an all-class job changer? That would be incredible. Su Chen tentatively asked. System, do you mean I can learn swordsman skills? Any skill includes swordsman skills. The system replied affirmatively. Wow. Su Chen was shocked on the spot. If that's the case, he could really go for an all-class route? Plus, he could learn 18 different skills. That was simply amazing. Please choose which enhancement function you would like. Su Chen didn't rush to answer but instead asked, after enhancing the summoning skill, what will the summoned creatures become? With 3 enhancement options, he can only choose one, so he needed to compare them carefully.
After enhancing the summoning skill, the Treant will upgrade to a War Ancient Tree, and the Demon Plant
Archer will upgrade to an Elven Archer.
Goodness. Su Chen clicked his tongue.
Just the name War Ancient Tree sounded incredibly powerful, and the Elven Archer would definitely be many times stronger than the Demon Plant Archer. This enhancement function was quite impressive. If he could increase the number to 100, it would be terrifying. 100 War Ancient Trees at the front, 100 Elven Archers dealing massive damage. Who could withstand
that? If he could choose 2 enhancements, Su Chen would not hesitate to pick these 2.
But since he could only choose one, he had to think carefully.
Please choose the enhancement function as soon as possible.
The system urged him. Su Chen felt a bit troubled, a happy kind of trouble.
Which one to choose? After some deliberation, Su Chen proposed, System, can I advance one enhancement function in advance? I'll give up the choice when I promote to silver rank. System.
It seemed as if Su Chen's line of thought had caused the system to freeze, and it took a long time to respond.
System, say something. Rules are rules. The host cannot break the rules and can only choose 1. All right. Su Chen sighed helplessly and finally made his decision. I choose the 3rd enhancement.
After enhancing the skill slot, he could learn the swordsman skill, wave/tenfold.
Having this skill was like having a trump card.
It was much better than choosing the first 2 enhancements alone. Selection successful. The host has obtained the skill slot enhancement function. Su Chen felt a stir in his heart and took out the wave/tenfold
skill book, placing it on his forehead.
In the next moment, the skill book merged into his forehead. Wave/tenfold learned successfully.
Su Chen opened his equipment panel, took out the judgment sword, and with a flick of his eyes, aimed at a large rock not far away and slashed. A sword howl echoed. A wave of sword energy surged forth, interwoven into a sea of waves, crashing one after another towards the boulder. Bang, crack.
The first wave of sword energy crashed into the boulder, causing several cracks to appear on its surface. With the second impact, the cracks turned into fissures. With the third impact, the boulder began to shatter. With the fourth impact, the boulder was reduced to fragments. With the fifth impact, the boulder turned into powder. The subsequent 5 waves of sword energy struck the ground where the boulder had been, creating a pit several feet wide, surrounded by spider web-like cracks. Seeing this, Su Chen was invigorated and very satisfied with the power of wave/tenfold.
In terms of lethality, it even surpassed the Dragon Soul attack of the Dragon Slayer Blade. With this skill, Su Chen felt a bit more confident. Shortly after, he opened the data panel to check his mana. Regardless of which skill he released, it would consume mana. Moreover, the more powerful the skill, the more blue stars it consumes. This point must be taken seriously, otherwise, without blue stars, even the strongest skills are just for show. When he saw that his blue star count had dropped to 900, Su Chen's expression turned contemplative. Releasing the wave of tenfold slashes requires 200 blue stars, and with his current blue star reserves, he could release it 5 times, which should be enough. Then, he shifted his gaze to the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King. The meat of the bloodthirsty Liao Pig is edible and extremely delicious. Such a large one would be worth at least 20,000 blue star coins if sold. This is quite a fortune, but unfortunately, it can't be taken away. The bloodthirsty Liao Pig King weighs 4 to 5 tons, and unless it is hoisted away with a crane or placed in a storage device, it can't be moved. But Su Chen had neither, so he could only helplessly give up, cutting off half of a pig's hind leg to carry on his shoulder and hurriedly leaving. Half an hour later, Su Chen returned to the woods. Seeing that Su Chen had returned safely, Pang Quan and the others excitedly surrounded him. Huang Jin asked incredulously, Su Chen, how did you escape from the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King's pursuit? Before this, no one had thought Su Chen could come back alive, and unscathed at that. Maintaining his usual Loki style, Su Chen did not reveal the truth but chuckled, the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King's speed couldn't match mine. I shook it off after running for a while. Pang Quan breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you're back. It's about time, let's hurry and leave. They had exceeded the allotted time and would have to pay a fine. Moreover, the earlier dragon roar still left him feeling uneasy. What if there really was a dragon? They wouldn't be able to escape. Wait a minute. Luli suddenly said, at least get a few pig legs out, right? Everyone was speechless. At a time like this, Luli was still thinking about pig legs? Su Chen didn't oppose, 2 legs each is fine. Getting 2 legs wouldn't take much time and wouldn't delay their departure. With Su Chen's permission, Luli excitedly rushed toward the bloodthirsty Liao Pig's corpse. The others exchanged glances and followed suit. Su Chen didn't join in. The half-pig leg he was carrying weighed at least 200 to 300 pounds, and he couldn't carry more. 5 minutes later, everyone returned with 2 pig legs each. Let's go! Su Chen waved his hand and headed straight for the exit. On the way, Luli suddenly noticed that the pig leg Su Chen was carrying was significantly larger, so he curiously asked, Su Chen, where did you get that pig leg? Why is it so big? It's about the same, Su Chen replied dismissively. Is it? Luli wasn't very convinced and took another look. Upon closer inspection, he noticed something odd. The pig leg on Su Chen's shoulder was clearly only half a leg, but half of it was equivalent to 2 normal legs. Could it be from the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King? A thought suddenly popped into Luli's mind.
The bloodthirsty Liao Pig King was enormous, several times larger than a normal bloodthirsty Liao Pig, only it could have such a large hind leg. Does this mean that Su Chen had killed the bloodthirsty
Liao Pig King? What the hell?
Lu Li's thoughts came to a halt.
Lu Li, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and catch up. Seeing Lu Li lagging behind, Huang Jin reminded him. It's nothing. Lu Li snapped back to reality and quickly caught up. After walking for a while, Su Chen sensed something was off and asked Pangquan, Pangu, why haven't I seen anyone else? There were at least 1,000 people who had entered the Sanyue mountain range. But after such a long time, not a single shadow was seen. Had they all left the Sanyue mountain range? Pangquan's expression slightly tightened. You should have heard a dragon roar earlier, right? Dragon roar? Su Chen thought for a moment, wasn't that caused by the dragon-slaying blade releasing the dragon soul? Why does Pangquan look a bit scared? Pangquan whispered, everyone suspects that a giant dragon has appeared in the Sanyue mountain range, which is why they are eager to leave. The dragon was not only incredibly powerful but also very ferocious. Once encountered, there was almost no chance of survival. Who would dare to stay here for long? Su Chen was taken aback. He didn't expect that one attack could cause such a panic, scaring everyone away. It was truly laughable. However, there was no need to reveal the truth. Su Chen pretended to know nothing. Since there is a dragon, let's hurry up and leave. After an hour of swift walking, they were less than 300 meters from the exit. At this point, Huang Jin and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they put in a little more effort and left the Sanyue mountain range, they would be completely safe. Su Chen suddenly let out a soft sound as he noticed 3 people confronting each other at the exit. One side consisted of 2 women, while the other was a young man. Due to the distance and the mist in the air, their features were obscured, making it hard to see them clearly. But Su Chen vaguely felt that the young man looked somewhat familiar, as if he were the buzzcut youth from before. If it really was him. Su Chen's gaze sharpened. If no one wrongs me, I won't wrong others. The actions of the buzzcut youth before had nearly cost them their lives. If he wasn't taught a lesson, it would be hard to swallow the resentment in his heart. Su Chen, what's wrong? Pangquan asked curiously. Su Chen pointed. Pangu, take a look if that guy is the buzzcut youth who harmed us before. Pangquan followed Su Chen's finger and said, he does look a bit like him. Let's go over. Su Chen strode forward. Damn it. What a narrow road for enemies. We have to deal with this guy properly. Lu Li cursed as he walked. If it weren't for Su Chen risking his life to lure away the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King, they would have suffered a terrible fate. And the culprit was the buzzcut youth. They would not rest until they avenged this grievance. The arrival of Su Chen and the others quickly caught the attention of the other party. The 3 who were originally confronting each other turned to look at Su Chen and the others. How could it be you? When they saw Su Chen, the 3 were astonished and let out a soft sound. These 3 were indeed the buzzcut youth and the sisters Yi Yunchuan and Yi Yunya. They had all witnessed Su Chen being chased by the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King and never expected him to survive. Su Chen was slightly taken aback. These 2 women knew him? He had no recollection of them at all. Not thinking much of it, Su Chen turned to the buzzcut youth and said meaningfully, surprised, aren't you? The buzzcut youth took a moment to compose himself and chuckled. It's indeed a bit surprising that a wood-type summoner like you could escape from the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King. So, what do you want from me? He's a wood-type summoner? Yi Yunchuan and Yi Yunya's eyes widened in shock. Before this, they had thought Su Chen was a powerful swordsman. Who would have thought he was a wood-type summoner? When did wood-type summoners become so strong? To be able to contend with a boss-level bloodthirsty Liao Pig King? And to escape alive was simply unbelievable. Su Chen fixed his gaze on the buzzcut youth, his expression gradually turning cold. Do you have any idea what you did? You still don't know why I'm looking for you? The buzzcut youth chuckled knowingly. I really don't know. Could you please clarify? Lu Li couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, you brought the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King to us, almost getting us killed, and you're playing dumb? The buzzcut youth shrugged, looking indifferent. I did it on purpose. What can you do about it? Do you know who I am? I don't give a damn who you are. Lu Li snorted coldly, raising his long knife and preparing to strike, but was stopped by Su Chen. Let me handle this. Su Chen gave Lu Li a glance, then turned to face the crew-cut young man, gripping the judgment and pointing at him from a distance. Draw your sword. The crew-cut young man hesitated a bit and said in a low voice, Kid, do you know who I am? You dare to fight me? Aren't you afraid of dying? He was a 3rd-tier bronze mirror swordsman, and if it were any other wood-type summoner provoking him like this, he would have simply cut them down with one sword. But Su Chen was different. On the surface, Su Chen appeared to be a wood-type summoner, but his close combat strength was exceptionally formidable. He could even go toe-to-toe with the blood-sucking Liao Pig King. Faced with such a fierce opponent, he had no confidence at all. Yi Yunchuan and Yi Yunya were stunned. A wood-type summoner actually dared to challenge a swordsman? Was he that confident? What was even more surprising was that the crew-cut young man seemed to have backed down. They knew him very well. He was arrogant and domineering, extremely overbearing. How could such a cocky person be intimidated by a wood-type summoner? Su Chen coldly smiled. No matter who you are, you must pay the price today. The crew-cut young man's face darkened like water, drawing his long sword and pointing it at Su Chen. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Just as the atmosphere became tense, Yi Yunya hurriedly advised, Hey, handsome guy, don't act impulsively. Zhao Yuanluan is very strong. He has learned 2 swordsman skills. Thanks for the reminder, but I still want to crush him. Su Chen smiled slightly and advanced towards Zhao Yuanluan with his sword. Die! Zhao Yuanluan grinned savagely, slashing at Su Chen with his sword, and a massive cross formed from sword energy enveloped Su Chen. The first move was a killing blow, a swordsman exclusive skill, cross slash, seemingly aimed at finishing Su Chen in one strike. Get out of the way! Yi Yunya shouted anxiously. The power of the cross slash was incredibly strong, and without any defensive skills, it was impossible to withstand. Su Chen scoffed. With his current defense, he could even take the cross slash head on. Of course, there was no need to be so ostentatious. With a swish, Su Chen swung judgment, delivering a strike in midair. The sword light swept through, and the cross slash crumbled like paper. Immediately, a beam of sword light surged up, cutting a long bloody gash across Zhao Yuanluan's chest. Bright red blood gushed out instantly, soaking half of his body. Zhao Yuanluan let out a painful grunt, staggered a few steps, and fell to the ground. This, Yi Yunchuan and Yi Yunya were both dumbfounded. A third-tier Bronze Realm swordsman was actually heavily injured by a wood-type summoner with one sword? Who was the swordsman? Who was the wood-type summoner? It felt like their roles had been reversed. Huang Jin and the others were relatively calm because they had anticipated this. How powerful was Su Chen? Even a transformed third-tier Bronze Realm beast warrior could be cut in half with one sword. Defeating Zhao Yuanluan with one sword was nothing unusual. Sister, do you think he might be a dual class? Yi Yunya gently nudged Yi Yunchuan's arm and asked in a low voice. How could a wood-type summoner be this fierce? It simply didn't make sense. Yi Yunchuan pondered and said, There's a possibility. Although Su Chen hadn't used any swordsman exclusive skills, his sword speed was as fast as lightning and extremely fierce, very much in line with the characteristics of a swordsman. He might really be a dual-class job changer. So handsome, so strong, how can he be so outstanding? Yi Yunya's eyes sparkled with little stars, completely turning into a little fangirl. Be a bit more reserved. Yi Yunchuan was furious and glared at Yi Yunya. I don't want to either, but he's just too charming, Yi Yunya muttered softly. Yi Yunchuan was utterly speechless. At this moment, Su Chen walked in front of Zhao Yuanluan, looking down at him from a height, and coldly said, This time counts as your punishment. If you dare to harm others again, I'll cut you down with a single sword. Zhao Yuanluan gritted his teeth, remaining silent, but his eyes were filled with resentment. Yi Yunchuan stepped forward. Are you just going to let him go? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? A cold smirk crossed Yi Yunchuan's lips. If you don't eliminate the roots, the spring breeze will blow again. The Zhao family is very powerful, not something you can provoke. And Zhao Yuanluan is someone who will repay grudges. If you let him go, you will definitely face revenge in the future. It's better to end it all at once. Su Chen's mouth dropped open. From what the other party meant, was she trying to incite him to kill Zhao Yuanluan? Yi Yunchuan looked harmless, but her thoughts were so malicious. Zhao Yuanluan was startled and roared, Yi Yunchuan, if you dare to touch me, our Zhao family will wipe you out. Yi Yunchuan ignored him and looked at Su Chen. What do you think of my suggestion? Zhao Yuanluan often harassed her and her sisters. She had long detested him and had thought about getting rid of him, but had never had the chance. Now, the opportunity was right in front of her. Why not use Su Chen's hand to eliminate Zhao Yuanluan? Moreover, she believed that as long as she stated the stakes, Su Chen would definitely take action. Su Chen pondered for a moment and said, Killing him is fine, but you have to join me. Yi Yunchuan was right. Killing Zhao Yuanluan would solve everything. But she had to be involved, so he wouldn't have to worry about her leaking information, and there would be no future troubles. You think things through quite well. Yi Yunchuan smiled faintly. She was fully aware of Su Chen's intentions. However, for her, nothing else mattered as long as Zhao Yuanluan was dead. Do you agree? Su Chen asked tentatively. Yi Yunchuan nodded, her voice cold as ice. Try not to leave any traces. Su Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. Yi Yunchuan's meaning was very clear, to destroy the body and erase all evidence. One had to admit, her thoughts were indeed meticulous. She must have done this many times before, right? Seeing that Su Chen and Yi Yunchuan had reached an agreement, Zhao Yuanluan became frightened and panicked, shouting, Don't kill me. I know I was wrong. Just let me go. Su Chen and Yi Yunchuan exchanged glances and struck at the same time. 2 long swords slashed into Zhao Yuanluan's body, the powerful killing force tearing him into pieces. Let's go. After eliminating Zhao Yuanluan, Su Chen signaled to Peng Quan and the others and quickly left the scene. When Yi Yunyu wanted to chase after them, she was pulled back by Yi Yunchuan. What are you doing? Yi Yunyu anxiously said, Sister, let me go. I haven't even asked him his name. Yi Yunchuan glared at her fiercely. You need to calm down. Can't you see he doesn't want to talk to you? Yi Yunyu retorted. How do you know? After all, she considered herself a little beauty. How could a handsome guy not like beautiful girls? Yi Yunchuan's expression darkened slightly. Even if he likes you, I won't let you two have any connection. Why? Yi Yunyu asked, puzzled. Yi Yunchuan looked in the direction Su Chen had left, thoughtfully saying, he's very shrewd and ruthless in his actions. A silly sweet girl like you hanging around him would get sold out without even knowing it. Yi Yunyu pouted, so you're saying he's the same kind of person as you? Yi Yunshuang. Those involved are confused, while the bystanders see clearly. After Yi Yunyu's reminder, it seemed that was indeed the case. On the other side, when Su Chen and the others left at Sanyue mountain range, they saw a large crowd gathered outside the exit, densely packed with over 1,000 people. Among them were several exceptionally powerful job changers, definitely above the Silver Realm, and possibly even in the Golden Realm. Su Chen was puzzled. What were so many strong individuals doing here? After inquiring, he found out that it was all his doing. These strong individuals had learned that a giant dragon had appeared in the Sanyue mountain range and had come to guard against the dragon breaking out of the secret realm. Understanding the reason, Su Chen planned to leave quickly. But just then, an elderly man with a flushed face and gray hair called out to them, "Have you seen a giant dragon?" Sensing the profound aura of the gray-haired elder, Su Chen did not dare to be careless. "Senior, we did not see a giant dragon." A look of disappointment crossed the elder's face and he then asked, "Are there any other people in the Sanyue mountain range?" To others, the giant dragon was a fierce creature from another world, but to him, it was a rare treasure. He had come here specifically to capture the dragon. The moment he received the news, he rushed over without stopping. However, after inquiring around, no one had seen the dragon. He was unsure if the news was reliable. "We didn't see anyone else when we came out," Su Chen lied outright. Yi Yunchuan was definitely not someone to be underestimated. He did not want to have any further dealings with such a person, so he did not mention anything. "You can leave now." The gray-haired elder waved his hand. In the distance, Ho Hai saw Su Chen come out and scathed and chuckled. "I told you, Su Chen will turn misfortune into fortune." Next to him, Dai Jeju's eyes sparkled, and after glancing at Su Chen, he suddenly exclaimed, "No way, how is this possible? What are you shouting about?" Ho Hai glared at Dai Jeju. Dai Jeju sighed in relief and remarked, "Old Ho, this kid Su Chen is extraordinary. I did underestimate him a bit. His potential is definitely not inferior to Lin Miaoka." "What do you mean?" Ho Hai was slightly taken aback. Dai Jeju's unexpected words left him a bit confused. Dai Jeju said seriously, "Su Chen has advanced to the first stage of the bronze mirror." Hiss. Ho Hai gasped. He had entered the Sanyue mountain range and advanced 6 levels? The speed of advancement was too exaggerated. Was that even possible? Ho Hai instinctively asked, "How do you know?" Dai Jiaju smiled slightly. "Did you forget my skill, the Void Insight?" Oh, Ho Hai realized. The Void Insight was a type of auxiliary skill that could not only see through illusions and disguises but also discern the cultivation level of job changers. This meant that Su Chen had indeed advanced to the first stage of the bronze mirror. Dai Jiaju said meaningfully, "Not only is Su Chen's advancement speed extremely fast, but his combat power is also outstanding. He can even hunt the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King. Such a good seedling should join our god-slaying organization." "Are you joking?" Ho Hai looked surprised. The bloodthirsty Liao Pig King was a boss in the Sanyue mountain range, and boss-level monsters had special skills that ordinary monsters could not compare to. Take the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King, for instance. Once it used its petrification ability, it was as solid as a rock, and without powerful attack skills, it was impossible to break through its defenses. So how did Su Chen manage to kill it with a 4-level difference? Dai Jiaju said seriously, "I'm not joking. Did you see the pig leg he was carrying on his shoulder? That's from the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King." Goodness! Ho Hai clicked his tongue in amazement. He had already overestimated Su Chen, but he never expected Su Chen's performance to exceed expectations. To be able to hunt a boss-level monster of the 4th stage of the bronze mirror at the first stage was a bit ridiculous. Given time, when Su Chen grows up, he will surely shine across the entire blue star. Dai Jiaju seemed to remember something and suddenly said, "Guess what that old guy Tian Feizui is doing here?" Tian Feizui is the gray-haired elder, a platinum-level job changer. What could a strong person of this level be doing in a small secret place like the Sanyue Mountains? Ho Hai said lightly. "Have you forgotten Tian Feizui's profession? He is a holy knight, definitely here to capture a dragon as a mount." Dai Jiaju chuckled in disbelief. This old guy must be crazy about dragons. How could there be any dragons in a small place like the Sanyue Mountains? Ho Hai changed the subject. "Su Chen has left, let's follow him. Anyone on the candidate list will have the god-slaying organization send someone to protect them during their assessment." Dai Jiaju nodded and reached for a yellow bag at his waist. A flash of silver light shot out from it, transforming into a silver flying vehicle. Ho Hai and Dai Jiaju entered it, soaring into the sky and disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the parking lot, a few members of the Iron Rider Mercenary Corps were hiding in a corner. When they saw Su Chen and the others, a one-eyed man flashed a cruel look in his eyes and said to a red-faced man beside him, "Captain, that kid in the front is the one who injured Luo Xing. When do we strike?" The red-faced man glanced at Su Chen from a distance, a dark smile on his face. "There are too many people here, it's not suitable to act. Let's follow them and wait for a secluded place to make our move. The captain is wise." The one-eyed man and the others flattered him. Captain, they got in the car, Dong Changning reminded. Let's follow them, the red-faced man said with a cold smile. Su Chen, should we go to Dingguang City or return to Donghai City? Huang Jin asked Su Chen after leaving the parking lot.
Let's go to Donghai City. Su Chen thought for a moment and replied.
Huang Jin's off-road vehicle had excellent performance and it would take just over 2 hours to return to Donghai City, so there was no need to linger in Dingguang City. All right. Huang Jin nodded and drove the vehicle towards Donghai City. After driving for an hour, they arrived at a dirt road. This dirt road was bumpy and uneven.
The surrounding area was filled with endless wild grass, and combined with the dim sky, it looked very desolate. Luli complained.
Huang Jin, why did you choose such a road? It was a remote area, what if they encountered danger?
Huang Jin shrugged it off. The road conditions are a bit poor, but this is a shortcut to Donghai City, saving us more than half an hour.
Hearing it was a shortcut, Luli stopped complaining.
Pang Li suddenly reminded, there's a car following us. If it had only followed for a short while, it wouldn't have been a problem, but she noticed that the vehicle had been
tailing them since the parking lot, which was concerning.
Peng Quan glanced back and, upon seeing that there really was a vehicle following them, his brows furrowed. The other party has accelerated. Pang Li's expression changed. The vehicle tailing them was indeed from the Iron Rider Mercenary Corps, and they saw the opportunity to act. Soon, the two vehicles were only 5 meters apart.
When Peng Quan recognized that the pursuers were from the Iron Rider Mercenary Corps, including the Vice Captain Liao Yong, his expression became extremely serious. Those guys are from the Iron Rider Mercenary Corps. Previously, the two sides had fought fiercely in the Sanyue Mountains, and Su Chen had severely injured Luo Xing.
After suffering such a significant loss, the Iron Rider Mercenary Corps was undoubtedly here for revenge.
Can't we just eliminate them?
Luli said dismissively.
With Su Chen around, who among the Iron Rider Mercenary Corps could be a match? Peng Quan smiled bitterly. If it were just Dong Changning and the others, we wouldn't need to take them seriously. But among the newcomers, there is also Liao Yong, the vice captain of the Iron Cavalry Mercenary Corps. He is a Silver Realm level 3 swordsman. Damn!
Luli was startled and shouted at Huang Jin, Old Huang, speed up. Get rid of them. Facing a Silver Realm class changer, they were simply no
match.
If they were caught, they would undoubtedly die.
Huang Jin cursed. Do you think I don't want to?
Damn it, their base vehicle is better than mine. I can't shake them off.
What should we do? Just wait to die? Everyone's hearts sank to the bottom. Su Chen remained calm, pondering for a moment before speaking. Wait a moment, I'll hold them off. You guys take the chance to leave and wait for me in East Sea City.
Ha!
Everyone was stunned. They were facing a Silver Realm powerhouse. What could Su Chen use to hold them off? Wasn't that just asking for death? Peng Quan firmly refused. If anyone is going to hold them off, it should be me.
Every time they encountered danger, it was Su Chen who stepped up, and this time, they couldn't let him take the risk. Su Chen smiled faintly. Peng Good, don't worry, I have a way. The Iron Cavalry Mercenary Corps can't do anything to me. What way could you possibly have? Peng Quan frowned. Su Chen was indeed strong, but no matter how strong, he couldn't possibly be a match for a Silver Realm class changer, right? Su Chen's expression was calm. Have you ever seen me fight a battle I wasn't confident in? Right now, he indeed couldn't defeat a Silver Realm, but he could run. With an agility attribute of 170 points, a Silver Realm level 3 swordsman couldn't catch up to him at all. Without any worries, what was there to be afraid of? Seeing Su Chen's confident demeanor, Peng Quan was slightly taken aback. During their journey through the Sanyue Mountains, they had encountered several dangers, but Su Chen always managed to step up and turn the tide. Su Chen's various actions seemed reckless, but they indeed proved his capabilities. This indicated that Su Chen was far from being reckless. As long as he wanted to do something, there was nothing he couldn't accomplish. Thinking of this, Peng Quan gritted his teeth. Huang Jin listened to Su Chen.
Ha! Huang Jin was dumbfounded. Did Peng Quan have such confidence in Su Chen?
Old Huang, stop the car, Su Chen shouted.
Huang Jin instinctively slammed
on the brakes, and the base vehicle left a long skid mark, stopping in the middle of the road. The pursuing Iron Cavalry Mercenary Corps' base vehicle also came to a halt. With a crack, the moment the car door opened, Su Chen stepped out from the passenger seat. The members of the Iron Cavalry Mercenary Corps followed suit. The one-eyed man pointed at Su Chen. Captain, it's this kid who claims he will destroy me.
Liao Yong sized up Su Chen, a sinister
smile creeping onto his face as he approached.
Run!
Su Chen signaled Huang Jin with his eyes.
Huang Jin didn't hesitate, flooring the accelerator and driving the base vehicle forward.
Captain, they're trying to escape.
Dong Changming reminded.
Liao Yong didn't care, locking his gaze on Su Chen with a cold smile. As long as this kid doesn't run, it's fine. The purpose of coming here was to kill Su Chen. The others were of no concern.
Su Chen rubbed his nose. Gentlemen, what do you mean by this?
The one-eyed man, holding a long sword, pointed it at Su Chen's face, speaking arrogantly. Stop pretending to be confused.
Weren't you very arrogant before? You didn't even take our Iron Cavalry Mercenary Corps seriously. I see you must be tired of living. To be honest, my brothers and I are going to cripple you today. Su Chen's eyes gradually narrowed. You dog who relies on power. If I had known you were
Such a thing, I should have killed you with one sword back then. How dare you be arrogant? The one-eyed man was furious. Liao Yong gestured for the one-eyed man to calm down, then turned to Su Chen. Kid, anyone who offends our Iron Cavalry Mercenary Corps has no good ending. You can only blame yourself for not knowing better. However, I am a reasonable person. Considering your youth and ignorance, I can give you a way out. As long as you sever your own arms, you can leave. The one-eyed man had a look of certainty about him, a playful smile on his face. Kid, the opportunity is yours, you better seize it. Su Chen's gaze was sharp, showing no fear. Stop with the nonsense. Are you all coming at me together, or do you want to duel one-on-one? The members of the Iron Cavalry mercenary group were stunned. Even at this point, Su Chen spoke so defiantly. Who gave him the courage? Did he want to die with more dignity? At that moment, a fierce-looking bald man walked up to Liao Yong. Captain, let me play with him. His name was Niu Run, a giant axe warrior of bronze mirror level 5. Then you can play with him, Liao Yong said with a dark smile. From Dong Changming he learned that Su Chen was at most a bronze mirror level 1. With a 4-level difference, Niu Run could easily handle him. Niu Run approached Su Chen, axe in hand, and disdainfully said, Kid, didn't you want a one-on-one? Let's have a go. Su Chen's eyes flickered slightly as he asked, what level are you as a class changer? Niu Run replied proudly, bronze mirror level 5. Just trash, Su Chen sneered, then suddenly stepped forward and vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he was right in front of the one-eyed man, swinging down the judgment. How dare you? The sudden turn of events left Liao Yong unable to react in time. The one-eyed man was nearly scared out of his wits and could only raise his sword to block. Crack! Judgment struck down fiercely, shattering the one-eyed man's long sword and heavily cleaving into his skull. With a loud bang, the one-eyed man's head exploded, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere, creating an extremely bloody scene. After landing a hit, Su Chen did not linger and turned to flee. Liao Yong was momentarily stunned, but once he regained his senses, he roared in anger. Where do you think you're going? A mere bronze mirror level 1 class changer had killed someone right under his nose. If he didn't crush him to dust, how could he return to the Iron Cavalry mercenary group? Kill him, the others shouted angrily, following closely behind Liao Yong as they pursued Su Chen. After taking down the one-eyed man, Su Chen dove into the grass by the roadside. At this moment, he deliberately suppressed his speed because if he went all out, Liao Yong and the others wouldn't be able to catch up and they might turn back to chase Peng Quan instead. He needed to buy some time for Peng Quan and the others. Su Chen led the Iron Cavalry mercenary group members on a chase, and before he knew it, he had run over 10 miles. Niu Ren sensed something was off. Captain, this kid is strange, his speed is too fast and we can't catch up at all. After chasing for so long, they were already panting heavily, yet they still couldn't close the distance. At this rate, they would be exhausted and still wouldn't catch him. Liao Yong frowned. You all wait here, I'll go after him alone. No matter how far he had to chase, he was determined to eliminate Su Chen. He couldn't believe that a bronze mirror class changer could escape from his grasp. In midair, a silver aircraft was weaving through the clouds. Dai Jiazhu glanced down. Old ho, Su Chen's situation isn't looking good. He's being chased by a silver realm level 3 swordsman. Should we intervene? Ho Hai appeared contemplative. No need to rush for now. Dai Jiazhu was somewhat puzzled. Aren't you optimistic about Su Chen? Aren't you afraid he might get killed? Ho Hai chuckled softly. Of course, I don't want Su Chen to be killed, but look at how effortlessly he's handling the situation. Does he seem in danger? Dai Jiazhu exclaimed softly, looking down again and quickly noticing the clue. Su Chen hadn't exerted himself at all. It was as if he was walking a dog while leading Liao Yong around. Dai Jiazhu was shocked. Su Chen was only bronze mirror level 1. How could his agility be so high? He was actually toying with a silver realm level 3 class changer, which was quite unbelievable. What puzzled him even more was that Su Chen could clearly shake off Liao Yong with his speed, so why was he toying with him? What was the purpose? Dai Jiazhu couldn't help but ask, Old Ho, why do you think Su Chen is doing this? Ho Hai shook his head. I don't know either. Let's just wait and see. Su Chen toyed with Liao Yong for a while before suddenly accelerating. Like a whirlwind, he rushed forward at high speed. Damn! Liao Yong was left dumbfounded. It was only at this moment that he realized Su Chen hadn't been using his full strength at all. As Su Chen was about to disappear from sight, Liao Yong gritted his teeth and chased after him with all his might. But just a minute later, he completely lost track of Su Chen. Damn it! Liao Yong's expression changed rapidly, and he cursed at the spot where Su Chen had vanished. Not being able to take down Su Chen was a huge humiliation for him. Though unwilling, he felt helpless. After standing there in a daze for a while, Liao Yong resentfully turned back the way he came. In fact, he didn't know that Su Chen hadn't left but was hiding in a patch of grass not far away. Originally, Su Chen's plan was to shake off Liao Yong and return to Donghai City. But now he had changed his mind. He wanted to try ambushing Liao Yong to see if he could take him down. A first-level bronze mirror ambushing a third-level silver realm? Others wouldn't even dare to think about it. But Su Chen was fearless. If he succeeded, that would be great. If not, he could just keep running. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen slowly crept toward Liao Yong. On the aircraft, Dai Jiaju and Ho Hai's mouths dropped open when they saw this scene.
What did Su Chen want to do? Was he really planning to kill Liao Yong? A first-level bronze killing a third-level silver? That was a full 12 levels apart. My goodness, can it really be this crazy? Dai Jiaju swallowed hard. Old Ho, if you don't intervene soon, Su Chen might be in real danger. If it came to blows, Su Chen wouldn't last even a single move and would be wiped out immediately. Ho Hai hesitated for a moment and reminded, get ready. If Su Chen is in danger, you need to step in to save him. Dai Jiaju complained, why aren't you preparing to intervene? Ho Hai shot him a glance, I'm a melee class, how can I get there in time? That's true. Dai Jiaju nodded. Opened the cabin door, stood at the edge and then took out a golden bow, fully drawing it back, aiming downward. But strangely, there were no arrows on the bow. 5 minutes later, Su Chen stealthily approached Liao Yong's front. When Liao Yong passed by, he suddenly sprang out from the grass and slashed at Liao Yong with his sword. The strike was as fast as lightning, aimed directly at Liao Yong's face. It's you! Liao Yong was startled by the sudden attack. However, being a Silver Realm class changer, his reaction speed was incredibly fast. At the critical moment, he quickly raised his sword to block. With a crisp sound, the two weapons clashed and Liao Yong's long sword broke. With a snap. The long sword in his hand was only a bronze-level item. How could it compare to Su Chen's judgment? Su Chen wielded judgment and charged straight in, determined to take Liao Yong's life. You won't get away. Liao Yong gritted his teeth and quickly retreated. With a slicing sound, judgment grazed Liao Yong's shoulder, leaving a long gash. Seeing this, Su Chen inwardly sighed in regret. Having missed this opportunity, it would be nearly impossible to kill Liao Yong once he was on guard. Goodness! Ho Hai and Dai Jiaju were left speechless. A Bronze Realm class changer actually managed to injure a third-level Silver Realm class changer. Although it was an ambush, the level difference was still 12 levels. Aside from Su Chen, it seemed no one else could achieve this. Dai Jiaju took a breath and asked, should we step in and take out that swordsman? Su Chen's ambush failed and he would soon face Liao Yong's frenzied retaliation, which could be dangerous. Ho Hai pondered for a moment, no rush, let's see how things unfold. He had a gut feeling that Su Chen's strength was far beyond what was visible. Perhaps he could bring an even greater surprise. Then I'll follow your lead. Dai Jiaju did not object. Liao Yong glanced at his shoulder and a layer of bone-chilling cold spread across his eyes. Today, I will crush you to dust. It was a great humiliation that a Silver Realm warrior was injured by a bronze mirror. If word got out, wouldn't it be a laughingstock? Therefore, Su Chen must die. You won't get that chance. Su Chen snorted lightly and turned to run. He knew he couldn't match him head-on and could only avoid the confrontation for now. You can't escape. Liao Yong grinned savagely, quickly pulling out a long sword from his inventory and slashing towards Su Chen from a distance. In an instant, a torrent of sword energy surged forth, roaring towards Su Chen. Wherever it passed, the surrounding wild grass was instantly turned to dust. Sword piercing the rainbow. Su Chen's heart tightened as he gripped his weapon, executing a tenfold wave slash. Sword piercing the rainbow was a powerful swordsman skill. Once it got close, his defenses would be unable to withstand it. There was no time to dodge, so he could only hope that the tenfold wave slash could block this attack. When Dai Jiaju saw Liao Yong unleash sword piercing the rainbow, he prepared to intervene. But the next moment, he was suddenly stunned. He saw the sword energy on Su Chen's weapon surge, transforming into a sea of sword energy, layer upon layer, each wave higher than the last, reaching a full tenfold wave slash. Witnessing this, Dai Jiaju couldn't help but exclaim. Ho Hai was equally dumbfounded. The tenfold wave slash was an incredibly destructive swordsman skill, ranking among the top 3 of all swordsman skills. It was many times more powerful than sword piercing the rainbow. However, it was well known that only swordsmen could use swordsman skills. Wasn't Su Chen a wood element summoner? Why could he also use the tenfold wave slash? Could it be he was a dual-class job changer? What the hell? Ho Hai and Dai Jiaju's hearts surged with shock. Just as the two were lost in thought, the two powerful skills collided fiercely. The first wave of the tenfold wave slash was instantly shattered by the torrent of sword energy from sword piercing the rainbow. The second wave met the same fate. The sword energy torrent surged forward with unstoppable force, continuously shattering 6 waves of sword energy. It was only at the 7th wave that it slightly paused. Upon encountering the 8th wave, the sword energy torrent began to weaken. By the 9th wave, it showed signs of fatigue. When it met the 10th wave, the two became entangled for a moment before exploding violently. The fierce sword energy shot out in all directions, turning the wild grass within a 10-meter radius into fragments. He actually blocked it. Ho Hai and Dai Jiaju stood there like wooden chickens. It was hard to imagine that a first-tier Bronze Realm job changer could withstand the fierce assault of a third-tier Silver Realm job changer without losing ground. If this were to be said, no one would believe it. Liao Yong was stunned in place, staring at Su Chen with wide eyes filled with shock. There was a full 12-level difference. With such a huge advantage and using the killing move sword piercing the rainbow, he still couldn't do anything to Su Chen. Was this really a bronze mirror job changer? How could such a monster exist in the world? Su Chen gasped heavily, slowly retreating.
Although he had successfully blocked the opponent's attack, the significant level gap was real, and continuing the fight would be very unfavorable for him.
Enduring for a
moment would bring peace, taking a step back would open up the sea. As long as he is given a period of growth time, not too long, after the Chaos Tower assessment ends, he can easily kill Liao Yong.
Once he regains his composure, Liao Yong's killing intent rises sharply.
Su Chen's potential is too terrifying. If he lets him escape, it would be like releasing a tiger back to the mountain. By the time Su Chen grows stronger, not only will it be his death, but
the entire Iron Rider mercenary corps will also face annihilation. Die!
Liao Yong slashes the air with his long sword, and a cross slash of sword energy howls out, shooting straight at Su Chen.
Su Chen chooses not to confront
it head-on. He steps forward and quickly dodges. With a whoosh, the cross slash grazes Su Chen's clothing, shredding the weeds behind him. After failing with one strike, Liao Yong does not give up and continuously unleashes skills
in a frenzied attack against Su Chen.
After several attempts, Su Chen is in a very precarious situation, nearly getting hit multiple times.
Old ho, are we still waiting? Dai Jiaju watches in fear.
If it were any other bronze mirror-class job changer facing such a storm of skill attacks, they would have died countless times by now. But Su Chen has managed to hold on until now, and he hasn't been injured. It's simply a miracle.
However, Su Chen has been completely locked onto by Liao Yong, losing all chances to escape.
If this continues, he may fall into a deadly trap.
Ho Hai's expression tightens. Let's make our move.
Having witnessed Su Chen's combat power and potential, there is no need to let him take any more risks.
Dai Jiaju, holding a longbow, shoots an arrow at Liao Yong. This arrow seems ordinary, but in reality, it is anything but.
It employs the archer's exclusive skill, Shadowless Arrow.
It appears and disappears without a trace.
A piercing sound of the arrow cutting through the air reverberates through the heavens and earth, clearly reaching the ears of both Su Chen and Liao Yong. Both of them feel a chill and look up.
In unison, the sky is empty.
Clearly, there is nothing there, yet it instills an inexplicable sense of crisis in both.
It feels as if something terrifying is about to descend.
In the next moment, a bizarre scene unfolds.
Liao Yong's chest suddenly opens up with a massive blood hole, as if pierced by a sharp weapon. Crack, crack. The blood hole continuously spreads outward, and Liao Yong's entire body shatters inch by inch, ultimately turning into a fine powder, disappearing into the void. Su Chen watches, dumbfounded. What is happening? Out of nowhere, how did Liao Yong die? And so tragically, with no bones left. Could it be that someone struck from the shadows? Thinking of this, Su Chen quickly looks up but finds nothing. Due to the distance, and with Dai Jiaju's flying device hidden in the clouds, it is normal not to see anything. Su Chen is puzzled. Liao Yong must have been killed by someone. Who could it be? Why would they help him? After pondering for a while without coming to a conclusion, Su Chen decides not to think too much and returns the way he came. Dai Jiaju puts away the longbow, faces Ho Hai, and grins. Old Ho, I want to discuss something with you. What? Ho Hai is slightly taken aback. Dai Jiaju says lightly, can we nullify our bet? Previously, he thought Su Chen was just a wood-type summoner and didn't have high hopes for his future, which is why he made a bet with Ho Hai. But unexpectedly, Su Chen turned out to be a dual-class job changer and learned such powerful swordsman skills. In terms of combat power, he completely surpasses Lin Miaoka. If he bets with Ho Hai again, he would undoubtedly lose. Ho Hai firmly refuses. No way. Just because he learned Su Chen is a dual-class job changer, he wants to break the bet? What a joke. Of course, he wouldn't agree. Dai Jiaju's expression darkens. Our bet is cancelled from this moment on. Whether you agree or not, it doesn't matter. There are no witnesses. He can't bear to drink the treasure jar of pear blossom wine himself, so he certainly won't let Ho Hai benefit. Ho Hai is stunned. A dignified Platinum Realm expert actually goes back on his word? Is this still the Dai Jiaju that he knows? How can he be so shameless? Ho Hai swallowed and said coldly, Dai Jiaju, if you dare to play tricks, don't blame me for being rude. Dai Jiaju scoffed. We've been dealing with each other for so many years. We know each other well. Our strengths are about equal. If we really fight, neither of us will come out unscathed. Ho Hai's gaze turned icy. Then let's find a place to practice and see if I can take you down. Seeing that Ho Hai was determined, Dai Jiaju's eyes flickered. Old Ho, I have an idea. Just listen to me, and you won't be angry. Speak, Ho Hai grunted. Dai Jiaju raised an eyebrow. You know how important pear blossom wine is to me, and I definitely won't give you any. However, we can trick someone else. Ho Hai became interested. Trick whom? Dai Jiaju whispered. Duan Chunhai. This guy not only has several jars of pear blossom wine, but he also brewed a medicinal wine with 1,000-year-old Ganoderma. Let's trick him. What's your plan? Ho Hai pinched his chin. Dai Jiaju said directly, Duan Chunhai is Lin Miaoka's guardian and thinks highly of her. We can bet with him on the results of this Chaos Tower assessment. He definitely won't refuse. Ho Hai's mind stirred. You really think Su Chen can defeat Lin Miaoka? Dai Jiaju countered. Don't you think so? Ho Hai and Dai Jiaju exchanged glances and laughed together. Lin Miaoka, as a space mage, is indeed formidable. But Su Chen is no pushover. With a bronze mirror at level 1, he can stand up to a silver realm at level 3. How strong is that? Even a fool knows who is superior and who is inferior. Ho Hai then thought of another problem. Even if we team up, we're not a match for Duan Chunhai. What if he doesn't acknowledge the bet?
Dai Jiazhu confidently said, don't be fooled by Duan Chunhai's scruffy appearance. This guy is very trustworthy.
I can guarantee it with my character. Ho Hai was speechless. Dai Jiazhu, being a shameless person himself, had the audacity to guarantee for someone else? Who gave him the nerve?
Dai Jiazhu changed the subject. Look, that kid Su Chen is up to something again.
Su Chen did not
rush to meet with Peng Quan and the others, but quietly approached a patch of grass not far from Dong Changming and the others.
With Liao Yong dead, the remaining members of the Iron Cavalry mercenary group were not to be feared. He planned to take the opportunity to eliminate them completely.
At this moment, the Iron Cavalry mercenary group was completely unaware that danger had arrived and was gathered together chatting.
The one-eyed man said, Liao, team leader has been gone for so long, why hasn't he returned? Dong Changming casually replied, did you hear the commotion just now? It must be the team leader using skills to deal with that kid. How could a mere bronze mirror class change resist team leader Liao's skill attack? He should have been wiped out by now. I believe the team leader will be back soon.
You're right. The one-eyed man nodded and walked aside to relieve himself.
However, he did not notice that a pair of eyes was watching him intently.
Just as the one-eyed man unbuckled his belt to take out his thing, a long sword suddenly stabbed in, piercing deeply into his lower back.
The one-eyed man could only
let out a painful grunt, his consciousness quickly fading, and then he fell to the ground, becoming a cold corpse.
Hearing the noise, Nyorin and the others quickly turned around. When they saw the one-eyed man lying in a pool of blood, with Su Chen standing beside him, everyone was stunned. What's going on? How did Su Chen come back to kill? Shouldn't he have died at Liao Yong's hands? Kill him. Nyorin was the first to regain his senses, brandishing a long knife and charging fiercely at Su Chen.
As he approached, he raised his knife to strike down. During the downward strike, a flash of golden light shimmered on the blade, and under the swirling golden glow, the speed of the
knife instantly doubled.
At this moment, the skill being executed was the swordsman's heavy strike, characterized by its explosive power.
Su Chen scoffed, wielding his sword and striking fiercely. Bang, crack. The clash of the
sword and knife was devoid of any flourish. A loud explosion was heard as Nyoren's long knife shattered into several pieces.
The judgment followed up, heavily chopping down on Nyoren's neck. The head separated from the body. Bang!
Nyoren's head fell to the ground, his eyes wide open, a mix of terror and disbelief in his gaze.
Damn! Dong Changming and the others were scared out of their wits. Nyoren was the strongest among them, yet he had his head chopped off by Su Chen with a single sword strike.
Su Chen's power and brutality instilled a strong psychological shock in them.
What should we do?
The members of the Iron Cavalry mercenary group panicked.
Dong Changming gritted his teeth. Run!
In a flurry, the Iron Cavalry mercenary group turned and fled. Su Chen fixed his gaze and raised judgment high for a slash. Immediately, a wave of sword energy surged forth, instantly engulfing the members of the
Iron Cavalry mercenary group.
Accompanied by a chorus of screams, the members of the Iron Cavalry mercenary group were reduced to a mass of severed limbs.
Su Chen did not linger and quickly withdrew from the scene. That Su Chen kid is quite ruthless. Dai Jeju couldn't help but click his tongue upon witnessing this.
Ho Hai's eyes glimmered with appreciation, and he laughed heartily. If one isn't ruthless, one can't stand firm.
Su Chen is quite good, very much in line with our god-slaying organization style.
Dai Jiazhu nodded thoughtfully. On the other side, Peng Quan and the others did not return to East Sea City but drove the base vehicle into the weeds.
By the roadside, waiting for Su Chen, Huang Jin expressed his concern. It's been so long, why hasn't Su Chen come back yet?
He originally wanted to call Su Chen, but there was no mobile signal in the wild, leaving him anxious. Let's wait a bit longer, Peng Quan said with a serious expression. There was no other option but to wait.
Can Su Chen escape the pursuit? Lu Li asked anxiously. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. This time, Su Chen was facing a Silver Realm expert, a difference of over a dozen levels. Could he still turn danger into safety like before? No one felt certain. Lu Li gritted his teeth and said, Su Chen is my brother. If anything happens to him, I swear I'll go against the Iron Cavalry mercenary group for life. Huang Jin looked at him with disdain. You think you deserve to call yourself his brother? Have you looked in the mirror? Damn it! Lu Li exploded in anger. Quiet down. Peng Li shouted, then reminded, a base vehicle is coming. Everyone's hearts tightened as they looked towards the road.
In the distance, a base vehicle was slowly approaching.
Not good. Peng Quan's expression changed.
This base vehicle belonged to the Iron Cavalry mercenary group, which meant that Su Chen had likely encountered trouble.
Something's off, Huang Jin suddenly said. What is it? Everyone turned to look at Huang Jin. Huang Jin frowned and said, the driver's skills are too poor, right? This road, while not wide, could at least accommodate two vehicles side by side. However, the approaching base vehicle was swerving all over the place, nearly veering into the ditch several times. The driving skills were terrible. It was as if a novice or a drunk person was behind the wheel. Damn! Lu Li shot him a glare. What time is it, and you're still worried about this? Huang Jin explained. What?
The Iron Cavalry mercenary group's drivers are highly skilled. They would never drive like this.
So, could the person in the vehicle be Su Chen? Luli instinctively asked, can Su Chen drive? Pang Quan shook his head. I'm not too sure either.
Everyone turned to look at the base vehicle, and it became clear as it approached whether the person inside was Su Chen.
The driver was indeed Su Chen.
Of course, he had never learned to drive. At most, he understood a bit of theoretical knowledge. He originally thought driving was a simple task, but once he got behind the wheel, he realized it was far from that. Coupled with the bumpy road, it was understandable that he
struggled to control the direction.
As the base vehicle drew closer, Luli and the others saw that it was really Su Chen in the driver's seat.
Instantly, everyone became excited.
Pang Quan opened the car door and rushed out, shouting,
"At Su Chen, over here, coming."
Su Chen slammed the steering wheel and the base vehicle turned sharply, plunging into the weeds. Due to the downhill slope, the vehicle's speed suddenly increased, heading straight for
Huang Jin's base vehicle. Step on the brakes. Huang Jin was startled.
Su Chen was a bit flustered.
Which was the brake? Left or right?
After all, it was his first time driving, so it was normal to be confused.
Su Chen randomly
pressed a pedal, and by chance, he stepped on the gas. With a roar, the base vehicle charged forward like a crazed wild bull, rushing towards Pang Quan and the others.
Damn! Everyone panicked and jumped out of the way. Just as it seemed they were about to collide, Su Chen finally reacted and yanked the steering wheel. With a screech, accompanied by a loud grinding noise, the two base vehicles narrowly missed each other. Then, Su Chen drove the base vehicle forward at a breakneck speed, nearly reaching 200 miles per hour. The scene was so shocking that Pang Quan and the others were left dumbfounded. Bang!
The next moment, the base vehicle crashed into a dirt mound, and white smoke began to billow from the front. The base vehicle, worth over 100,000 blue star coins, was basically totaled.
Pang Quan, Pang Li, Lu Li, Huang Jin. Is this driving? It was clearly a death race.
At that moment, all four of them had the same thought. They could never let Su Chen drive again. It would cost lives.
Cough, cough. Su Chen, dazed from the crash, coughed violently and kicked open the deformed car door to step out. Pang Quan and the others jogged over, concerned, and asked, Su Chen, are you okay? Su Chen took a breath. I'm fine, just a little dizzy. It was indeed quite embarrassing to total a car on his first drive.
Huang Jin reminded him, the Iron Rider Mercenary Corps hasn't caught up yet, we should hurry.
In his view, Su Chen must have taken the base vehicle while the others weren't paying attention. Once the Iron Rider Mercenary Corps discovered it, they would definitely pursue them. Su Chen smiled lightly. Don't worry, the Iron Rider Mercenary Corps is all dead. What? Everyone was stunned. All dead? Who killed them? Was it Su Chen? Lu Li trembled, testing the waters. Su Chen, did you kill Liao Yong? Su Chen laughed. What are you thinking? How could I kill someone at the Silver Realm? Someone secretly took out Liao Yong, but I don't know who it was. Everyone exchanged glances. Who would secretly help Su Chen? Su Chen called out, alright, let's head back. No matter who acted in the shadows, they would eventually meet again. Huang Jin quickly ran to the front and plopped down in the driver's seat. The purpose of this was to prevent Su Chen from driving.
After everyone got in the car, Huang Jin started the engine and drove the base vehicle straight towards East Sea City. On the way, Su Chen kept his eyes on Huang Jin, and after a while, he sighed. Huang Jin, your driving skills are pretty good, much steadier than mine. Huang Jin chuckled lightly. Don't be discouraged, practice makes perfect. I've been driving for 2 or 3 years, so of course I have more experience than you. Indeed, that's how it is. Su Chen nodded thoughtfully and then said, how about I drive for a while? You can guide me from the side. Huang Jin was startled and politely declined. It's already dark and the road conditions aren't great. Let's save it for next time. Having learned from past experiences, he didn't dare let Su Chen drive. Wrecking the car would be a small matter. The key issue was safety. Alright then. Su Chen nodded. Regretfully, Lu Li and the others let out a sigh of relief. If it had been Su Chen driving, they really wouldn't have had the courage to sit in the car. After more than half an hour, Huang Jin drove the base vehicle into Donghai City. First, he dropped off the Pang Quan siblings at the headquarters of the Flame Mercenary Corps, then drove to Xiangrong Garden. Su Chen glanced at the sky and said, it's getting late, how about you all stay at my place for the night? Sure. Huang Jin and Lu Li replied in unison. They had wanted to get closer to Su Chen, and since he had invited them, they certainly wouldn't refuse. Su Chen slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Aren't you in a hurry to go back? What was meant to be a polite remark turned out to be taken seriously by Huang Jin and the others. Huang Jin said earnestly, you should know that the wild outdoors at night is very dangerous. For safety's sake, we won't drive back. Lu Li chimed in, Huang Jin is right, better safe than sorry. We'll just make do at your place for the night. Alright then. With that said, Su Chen couldn't refuse any longer and led Huang Jin and the others upstairs. Once home, before he could even get comfortable, Lu Li asked, Su Chen, what are we having for dinner? Su Chen pondered for a moment. Due to one person's presence, he usually just had some noodles. But with 2 guests today, having noodles would be a bit inappropriate. Let's have hot pot, Su Chen suggested. He had just brought back a bloodthirsty liao pig leg perfect for slicing and cooking in hot pot.
I've been wanting to eat hot pot
for a long time, Luli said, looking very happy.
Huang Jin also agreed.
Suchen then said, you guys take the bloodthirsty liao pig leg into the kitchen to prepare it, and I'll go buy some hot pot base and vegetables.
No problem. Luli carried the pig leg into the kitchen. Suchen went to a nearby supermarket and after buying the ingredients he called Wu Hao.
They were having bloodthirsty liao pork today, something that was usually hard to come by.
So he thought Wu Hao should try it too.
As soon as Wu Hao heard they were having hot pot, he rushed over excitedly.
Wu Hao!
As soon as he entered, Luli greeted him warmly. They had fought side by side in the Tsangyue mountain range before, so they knew each other.
Old Lu, what are you doing here?
Wu Hao was quite surprised.
The second round of assessments was about to begin, so why was Luli not in Lingwan City but in Donghai City? Not welcome?
Lu.
Li raised an eyebrow.
Of course, you're welcome. At that moment, Huang Jin walked over and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Huang Jin from Lingwan No. 1 High School.
Wu Hao felt the name was somewhat familiar, thought for a moment, and quickly remembered, exclaiming, you're the Huang Jin ranked 19th on the potential new star list?
Those who made it onto the list were all geniuses from various academies, and Huang Jin being ranked 19th made
him one of the top talents.
It's just a title, nothing to brag about, Huang Jin chuckled, feeling quite pleased with himself.
Luli snorted lightly. So what if you're ranked 19th? What's so impressive about that? Huang Jin's expression immediately soured. Old Lu, are you feeling tight again? Have you forgotten how I crushed you in the arena? Luli scoffed. You barely won, what are you acting all high and mighty for?
He had indeed lost to Huang Jin in the arena last time, but to be honest, he still felt quite unconvinced about it. I completely dominated you from start to finish, how can you even say it was a close win?
Huang Jin was so exasperated he almost laughed. Li calmly said, last time I let you win on purpose, don't you have any idea? If you're not convinced, we can have another match. Wu Hao was completely confused. What was going on? Weren't Li and Huang Jin friends? How could they be ready to fight over a disagreement? Suchen really couldn't do anything about these two guys, so he quickly interrupted. Gentlemen, I think we should eat hot pot first? Right, let's eat something first. Li jogged
into the kitchen and came out with a large basin of sliced meat. Suchen took a glance, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. The basin was filled to the brim with meat slices, at least a dozen pounds.
Could the four of them finish it? Suchen tentatively asked. Old Lu, can we eat all this?
He wasn't worried about the food itself, but rather about wasting it if they couldn't finish.
No problem, I can eat 6 pounds by myself and the rest is
up to you guys, Luli said confidently.
Suchen clicked his tongue and decided not to say anything more.
Luli began pouring the meat slices into the hot pot, busy and cheerful. Wu Hao suddenly spoke up. Suchen, where have you
been these past few days? We haven't seen you.
I went on a trip, Suchen replied casually, then asked, how's your training going?
Have you leveled up?
Wu Hao lifted his head, a hint of pride in his voice. I performed quite well.
This time, leveled up 2 ranks in a row. Now I'm at Black Iron level 5. Impressive. Suchen praised.
To level up 2 ranks in a small training session was no small feat, Wu Hao humbly said. It's just average, can't compare to Qiu Mengxian and Su Fanqing.
What levels have they reached? Suchen became interested.
Huang Jin and Luli were also curious and leaned in. Wu Hao said solemnly, Su Fanqing has reached Black Iron level 8 and Qiu Mengxian is even more remarkable, having reached Black Iron level 10.
Suchen's mouth dropped open.
It was normal for Su Fanqing to reach Black Iron level 8, but how could Qiu Mengxian level up so quickly? When the training in the endless
desert ended, Qiu Mengxian was only at Black Iron level 3. To level up 7 ranks in such a short time? More than he had? Suchen couldn't help but ask, weren't you teamed up with Qiu Mengxian? How many otherworldly creatures did she kill?
Wu Hao replied, Qiu Mengxian didn't team up with me, she hired a strong expert to train in the Flame Valley.
I see, Suchen understood.
The Flame Valley was filled with many silver-level otherworldly creatures, and hunting one would yield at least 100 experience points, so it made sense she leveled up so quickly. However, doing so was like pulling up seedlings to help them grow. It lacked the training process and the foundation would be unstable, greatly affecting future growth.
Qiu Mengxian should know this, why would she still do it? Suchen couldn't quite understand. What about you guys? Where did you train? How many levels did you gain? Wu Hao turned to
Huang Jin and Luli. Huang Jin smiled lightly. We went to the Tsangyue mountain range and the harvest was decent. I've leveled up to Black Iron level 9. Luli sighed. I only reached Black Iron level 8. He had thought that the trip to the Tsangyue mountain range would allow him to catch up to Huang Jin, but he ended up falling behind, a sense of defeat washing over him. Wu Hao exclaimed, I've heard there are quite a few bronze-level otherworldly creatures in the Tsangyue mountain range.
Who took you guys to train?
Huang Jin and Luli both looked at Suchen.
With Suchen as their strong support, why would they need anyone else to train with? Wu Hao was puzzled. Why are you looking at Suchen?
Luli chuckled. We trained with Suchen.
Wu Hao, a rising star ranked 19th and a genius ranked 99th, training with Suchen, who wasn't even on the list. Was this a joke? Indeed, Suchen was strong.
But he had only been at Black Iron level 5 before. How could he have the ability to take people to train in the Tsunyue mountain range? Suchen smiled and said, "Don't listen to their nonsense, I'm here to level up with the people from the Flame Mercenary Group." "I knew it," Wu Hao said, looking enlightened. Although the Flame Mercenary Group was a small group, they had Bronze Mirror class job changers, so it was no problem for them to help Su Chen and the others level up. Lu Li chuckled, "Su Chen is just being modest, did you really take him seriously? Do you know how fierce Su Chen is?" Wu Hao was slightly taken aback, "Tell me more." Su Chen was indeed fierce, he had seen it for himself. But no matter how fierce, wasn't he still just a Black Iron Realm job changer? Could he really compete with someone from the Bronze Realm? Lu Li animatedly said, "When we were in the Tsunyue Mountains, a Bronze Realm Level 3 Beast Warrior threatened Su Chen. Guess what? Su Chen split him in half with a single sword strike and he didn't even have a chance to fight back. Wow!" Wu Hao almost dropped his jaw. Lu Li continued, "That's not even the best part. We also encountered a Bronze Mirror level 4 boss in the Tsunyue Mountains, which had a petrification skill so powerful it was suffocating. But if I'm not mistaken, that boss has already been taken down by Su Chen." "What?" Wu Hao and Huang Jin exclaimed in unison. He could slay a boss with petrification skills? Su Chen had become this strong? Huang Jin swallowed hard and tentatively asked, "Su Chen, did you really take down the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King?" Su Chen smiled and pointed to the meat in the basin. The meat of the bloodthirsty Liao Pig King was right in front of them. Wasn't that proof enough? "Awesome." Wu Hao clicked his tongue and then turned to Su Chen, asking, "What level have you advanced to?" "Bronze Mirror level 1, Su Chen replied honestly. Wu Hao sighed, "Among our batch of job changers, you're probably the first to advance to the Bronze Realm." Su Chen smiled and said, "There are always people better than you, those on the potential rising star list, aren't they all exceptionally talented? They might even be at a higher level than me." Wu Hao seemed to remember something and said indignantly, "You're already this strong, yet you haven't even made it into the top 100 of the potential rising star list. I wonder who made that list. Are they targeting you?" Lu Li scoffed, "That list is indeed full of nonsense. Just take the person ranked 19th in front of Su Chen, he's like an ant. How can someone like that be ranked 19th? I wonder if he got in through the back door. Damn it." Huang Jin's chest heaved with anger. They always compared him to Su Chen. Was there any comparability? Not to mention him, even if you picked anyone from the potential rising star list, who could match Su Chen? Did I hit a sore spot? Are you furious? Lu Li raised an eyebrow. Huang Jin snorted coldly, "As if you could beat Su Chen? With someone like you, Su Chen could crush you with a single finger." Lu Li was unconcerned. "Of course, I can't beat Su Chen, I admit that. But I wouldn't be like someone who overestimates himself and challenges Su Chen to a duel, only to be pressed to the ground the whole time. That would be embarrassing." Damn. Huang Jin could no longer endure it. "Lu Li, I want to challenge you." Lu Li rolled up his sleeves. "Come on, who's afraid of who?" Su Chen's expression darkened. "You too, if you really want to fight, I'll practice with you." Huang Jin and Lu Li always bickered when they met, and it was quite bothersome. If they didn't see some consequences, they probably wouldn't settle down. Seeing Su Chen getting angry, Huang Jin and Lu Li shrank their necks and didn't dare to say a word. "Eat meat," Su Chen called out. They continued eating hot pot until late into the night. After finishing, Su Chen returned to his bedroom to rest. Lu Li and Huang Jin made do in the living room for the night. The next day, after seeing Huang Jin and the others off, Su Chen went to the market to buy supplies. After being promoted to the Bronze Realm, Black Iron grade items became less suitable and needed to be updated. However, Bronze grade items were too expensive. Even the lowest quality ones required 7 to 8,000 blue star coins, while the better quality ones exceeded 10,000. Su Chen only had 90,000 blue star coins, and after selling 9 Black Iron grade attack items, he barely managed to exchange them for 9 top quality Bronze grade attack items. Upon returning home, Su Chen immediately opened the data panel. Name: Su Chen. Occupation: Wood Element Summoner, Swordsman. Level: Bronze Mirror First Stage. Attack Power: 295. Defense: 220. Agility: 170. Mental Power: 70. Experience: 150, 2000. Health: 1100. Mana: 1100. Intelligence: Unknown. Summoning Skills: Summon Little Tree Ant 1. Summon Demon Plant Archer 1. Swordsman Skills: Wave Stacking Tenfold Slash. Dual Profession. Su Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. Just as the system said, as long as he learned skills from different professions, he would possess that profession. If this continued, he might even become an all-system practitioner in the end. At that time, who would be his opponent? Su Chen slightly curled his lips, then closed the data panel and took out his phone to browse the Transmigrator forum. Most of the posts on the forum were related to the recent Chaos Tower assessment. One post titled Predictions for the Top 10 Rankings of the Chaos Tower Assessment had over 10 million views. Su Chen casually clicked to view it. Ranked first was Du Binjo from Black Magic Class 2, Bronze Mirror Second Stage, Profession Beast Warrior. Ranked second was Lin Miaoka from Woyo Class 1, Bronze Mirror First Stage, Profession Space Mage. Su Chen let out a soft exclamation. If he remembered correctly,
Lin Nyoka was first last time and Du Binjo was second.
why had it reversed this time?
Soon, Su Chen figured it out.
The last ranking was based on potential, and the potential of space mages was certainly above that of beast warriors. This time, however, the assessment was based on strength. At lower levels, a beast warrior with dragon form indeed had combat power above that of a space mage.
It was reasonable for Du Binjo to surpass Lin Nyoka and take first place. Su Chen continued to scroll down. Ranked third was Zhu Yuqi from Lingwan Class 2, Bronze Mirror First Stage, Profession Undead Mage. Su Chen was shocked. Zhu Yuqi had actually been promoted to Bronze Realm First Stage? And she was ranked third? Had her progress been that significant? Su Chen speculated that Zhu Yuqi must have learned a second or third skill, otherwise her ranking wouldn't be so high. Ranked fourth was Chang Meng from Baiyan. Class 2, Bronze Mirror First Stage, Profession Holy Knight.
Chang Meng was 7th on the potential new star list, but this time he had jumped to 4th place, likely because he had obtained a powerful mount. His overall strength must have surged for him to rise so quickly. Ranked 5th was Song Wei from Changwon Class 1, Bronze Mirror First Stage, Profession Phantom Assassin. Ranked 6th was Zhao Kai from Yuancheng Class 2, Bronze Realm First Stage, Duel, Profession Thunder and Fire Mage. Ranked 7th was Tang Qin from Changhua Class 3, Bronze Mirror First Stage, Profession Spell Musician. Ranked 8th was He Yaoxing from Qingmu Class 1, Bronze Mirror First Stage, Dual Profession, Swordsman and Elemental Summoner. These four had originally been in the top 10 of the potential new star list, so it was normal for them to re-enter the rankings based on both strength and potential.
Ranked 9th was Lei Run from Dazhou Class 1, Bronze Mirror First Stage, Profession Wind Mage. Wind Mage? Su Chen was a bit dumbfounded.
Wind mages were only average among mage professions, and their output was far inferior to thunder and fire mages.
Why? Was he ranked 9th? Had he learned some powerful skill? That must be the case. Su Chen collected his thoughts and continued to scroll down.
Ranked 10th was Jin Chaoguo from Lingwan Class 2, Bronze Mirror First Stage, Profession
Alchemist. Damn! Su Chen was stunned. A lifestyle profession made it onto the list? What kind of virtue and ability did Jin Chaoguo possess? Su Chen thought for a moment, could it be related to the explosive bomb? The power of
the explosive bomb was comparable to the thunderstorm spell of a bronze level 3rd tier thunder mage. Its might should not be underestimated.
If it could really be mass-produced, then ranking 10th would make sense. With this in mind, Su Chen quickly dialed Jin Chaoguo's mobile number.
They had agreed that as long as he produced the explosive bomb and verified its power, Jin Chaoguo would need to pay him 100,000 blue star coins. Right now, he was in urgent need of money, and he had to get that 100,000 blue star coins back.
The call was quickly connected, and Jin Chaoguo's lazy voice came through. Su Chen, what do you want? Su Chen got straight to the point. Old Jin, have you produced the explosive bomb? How powerful is it?
Jin Chaoguo replied enthusiastically, indeed, I produced it, and its power is comparable to the thunderstorm spell of a bronze level 3rd tier thunder
mage, quite explosive. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Then shouldn't you pay me the remaining amount?
Jin Chaoguo showed a difficult expression and suggested, Su Chen, can we wait until the Chaos Tower assessment is over to
discuss this? Why? Su Chen frowned.
Jin Chaoguo explained, my ranking of 10th in this list mainly relies on the explosive bomb.
If it is mass-produced and sold, I would lose any advantage. I see. Su Chen realized, then said, all right then.
The power of the explosive bomb was evident. Once it hit the market, it would surely be snatched up. Especially the students participating in the assessment would buy it in large quantities, inevitably changing
the assessment's dynamics.
At that time, not just Jin Chaoguo would lose his advantage, but others would be affected as well. So, it was indeed wise not to sell it for now.
Once the assessment is over, I will definitely transfer
the blue star coins to you, Jin Chaoguo assured.
Okay.
Su Chen nodded, hung up the phone, and glanced at the leaderboard again. His name still wasn't on the list, which indicated that those responsible for the rankings still
didn't think highly of him. It felt a bit like being looked down upon. But it didn't matter, he would use his strength to slap those people's faces. It wasn't for the sake of fame, but mainly for the rewards of the assessment. The first prize for this assessment was a golden level unrestricted defensive item. When it came to treasures, he never held back. This time, the first place was a sure thing. No one could change that. In the following days, Su Chen stayed at home to rest. Time flew by, and it was now the 5th day. Today was the day to gather at the assessment point, and Su Chen and Wu Hao agreed to head to the academy together. As soon as they entered the school gate, Chen Xiao ran over. Wu Hao muttered, isn't Chen Xiao here to pick a fight?
Last time, Chen Xiao was publicly humiliated by Su Chen, so he must be harboring resentment and might be here to cause trouble.
Su Chen sneered, if he doesn't accept it, I'll beat him until he does.
Hangu, you're here, Chen Xiao said as he approached, putting on a flattering smile and handing Su Chen a bottle of drink. Hangu, have a drink.
Su Chen. Wu Hao. What was going on? Wasn't Chen Xiao supposed to be here to cause trouble? Why was he being so friendly?
Both of them were a bit confused.
The other students around were also wide-eyed in disbelief. Usually, how arrogant and domineering was Chen Xiao. When had he ever been so humble? What was going on today? Was this still the Chen Xiao they knew? Su Chen scrutinized Chen Xiao. You didn't poison the drink, did you? Other than that, he couldn't think of any reason why Chen Xiao would give him a drink. Han Ge, don't joke around. Even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to poison you, Chen Xiao hurriedly explained. Since being warned by the Sea Patrol in recent days, I have been on edge, fearing retaliation from the god-slaying organization. To change the situation, I can only try to mend my relationship with Su Chen. Only by gaining Su Chen's forgiveness can I feel at ease. Feeling that Chen Xiao doesn't seem to be lying, Su Chen asked curiously, are you sick or something? Chen Xiao's demeanor made him a bit uncomfortable. I'm not sick, Chen Xiao replied with an awkward smile, then continued, Han Ge, I'm really sorry about what happened last time. I was blind to your worth, just let it go this time, like it was nothing. If you ever need anything in the future, just say the word, and I will go through fire and water for you, no second thoughts. Su Chen was slightly taken aback. Anything you say? Anything at all, Chen Xiao nodded in assurance. Su Chen rubbed his nose, then get lost right now. Alright. Chen Xiao turned and ran off, moving so quickly that he vanished from sight in an instant. Su Chen and Wu Hao were left dumbfounded. Was Chen Xiao really that obedient? He just left when told to. Wu Hao clicked his tongue. Did you knock some sense out of him? No way? Su Chen was a bit confused about the situation. If he remembered correctly, he had only tapped Chen Xiao last time, not even hit him on the head. How could that have made him so obedient? Su Chen decided not to dwell on it and called out, let's go. Upon arriving at the classroom, the homeroom teacher, Lin Qingshan, said a few brief words before instructing the students to head to the training ground. Outside the training ground, a school bus was parked. Li Changfeng stood beside the bus. Principal. The students approached and greeted Li Changfeng one after another. Li Changfeng nodded slightly, signaling everyone to get on the bus, but he kept Su Chen, Xiao Mengxian, and Su Fanqing behind. Li Changfeng smiled and asked, what levels have you three reached? Su Chen and his friends were the strongest three at Donghai No. 2 High School, and their performance in this Chaos Tower assessment would determine how well they did. Principal. I've advanced to Black Iron level 9, Xiao Mengxian said first. I'm a bit behind, only at Black Iron level 8, Su Fanqing followed. Li Changfeng's eyes lit up, not bad. In terms of levels, although Xiao Mengxian and Su Fanqing weren't as good as those super geniuses, they were still high-output mages with strong combat power, so they had a good chance of securing a spot in the top 100. Then, Li Changfeng turned to Su Chen. What about you, Su Chen? Among the three, he had the highest hopes for Su Chen. As long as Su Chen could also advance to Black Iron level 8 or above, he might even break into the top 10 rankings. Su Chen calmly replied, Bronze Mirror level 1. Ha! Su Fanqing and Xiao Mengxian were shocked. Su Chen had advanced to Bronze level 1? They had spent a lot of money hiring strong individuals to help them level up so quickly. Su Chen came from a poor background. How could he afford to hire someone to help him level up? How had he advanced so quickly? Li Changfeng's expression brightened. Su Chen's advancement to Bronze level 1 was far beyond his expectations. Given Su Chen's formidable combat power, he would definitely shine in this assessment. Donghai No. 2 High School would also gain fame from this. Thinking of this, Li Changfeng couldn't help but laugh heartily, his laughter a bit unrestrained, and it went on for a long time. Principal, Su Chen called out. At his age, if he kept laughing like that, he might just laugh himself into a fit. Li Changfeng realized he had lost his composure and quickly composed himself, calling out, get on the bus. Once all the students participating in the assessment had gathered, the school bus started up and slowly headed towards Gathering Star City. Gathering Star City is one of the 3 super cities of Blue Star, with a total population of tens of millions. The most famous institution there is Gathering Star University, the top-ranked university in Blue Star, from which many renowned strong individuals have graduated. It is also a place that countless job changers dream of, including Su Chen. The Chaos Tower is located in the center of Star Gathering City University. As the base vehicle drove out of East Sea City, Li Changfeng raised his voice and said, Students, we are heading to Star Gathering City for the second assessment, which is scheduled for tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Before that, I want to remind you of 3 things that you must remember. The students listened intently. Li Changfeng slowly said, First, after arriving in Star Gathering City and settling in, no one is allowed to go out on their own. Anyone who violates this rule will be disqualified from the competition. Second, this assessment is based on clearing levels, with each level climbed counting as one challenge. The faster you clear the levels and the more levels you climb, the better your score will be. Since the assessment time is only 1 day, time is limited, so do not get caught up in battles. Don't think about hunting more otherworldly creatures for experience, otherwise, you might end up losing more than you gain. Third, before the competition starts, each person will be given a teleportation token, which is the key to entering the Chaos Tower and will also be used to record your scores. You must keep it safe. Understood, Principal, the students replied in unison. Li Changfeng nodded slightly and continued, If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Yuan Qiu immediately asked, Principal, can we form teams for this assessment? For these weaker students, it would be best if they could team up with someone strong. Li Changfeng replied,
Teleportation points into the Chaos Tower are different for everyone, so even if you form a team, there's no hope of meeting up.
Of course, if you're lucky enough to encounter each other, you can team up. Got it, Yuan Xiu sighed. In disappointment.
Without a strong ally, it would be difficult to achieve a good score this time.
Li Menghan then asked, Principal, what is the minimum standard for this assessment? She was just an archer and didn't have high
aspirations. She only hoped to pass the assessment and continue staying in the academy.
Clearing 3 levels is considered passing the assessment.
Li Menghan breathed a sigh of relief. With her abilities, clearing 3 levels
shouldn't be a big problem. Su Chen thought for a moment and asked, Principal, what is the record for clearing the Chaos Tower?
His only goal was to take first place in this assessment.
However, he couldn't be sure how many levels needed to be cleared to achieve that.
If he could break the record or get close to it, his chances of taking first place would be very high. Li Changfeng's expression changed.
Did Su Chen mean he was aiming to break the record? Was that a possibility?
Although he had high hopes for Su Chen, he didn't think he had that capability. Li Changfeng slowly said, the highest record is 13 levels.
Since the Chaos Tower was opened, this record has remained for a full 100 years. Ah, Su Chen was stunned. Inside the Chaos Tower, each level had otherworldly creatures of the same rank. This meant that the first level had Black Iron Realm level 1 creatures, the second level had Black Iron Realm level 2 creatures, and so on, with the 13th level having Bronze Mirror Realm level 3 creatures. Many of the students participating in the assessment were first level Bronze Realm transmuters, so crossing 2 levels to kill monsters shouldn't be a problem, right? Then why had no one cleared beyond the 13th level? Was it because the previous participants were too weak? Or were the otherworldly creatures in the Chaos Tower too strong?
Seemingly sensing Su Chen's confusion, Li Changfeng explained, in previous assessments, several people have reached the 13th level, but no one has been able to break through to the 14th level.
The main reason is that the passage to the 14th level is guarded by a boss. Only by defeating the boss can one qualify to enter the 14th level.
Unfortunately, no one has been able to do that, even in teams.
I see, Su Chen realized then. Asked, what if several people enter the 13th level at the same time? How is the score determined? Regarding the rewards, we must clarify everything. Li Changfeng chuckled, didn't I tell you before? Control your time well. Whoever enters the 13th layer first will be the first place. Su Chen's expression turned contemplative.
With his strength, entering the 13th layer posed no difficulty at all. Of course, his goal was not just the
13th layer.
Later, others began to inquire, asking about the otherworldly creatures in the Chaos Tower and which layers were more dangerous.
Su Chen had little interest in this and simply closed his eyes to rest. After
more than 10 hours, as the sky gradually darkened, the school bus came to a stop in front of a massive city. Wu Hao nudged Su Chen's arm. Su Chen, wake up, we've arrived. Su Chen opened his eyes and glanced outside, where a
towering, magnificent city came into view.
The city walls rose over 100 meters, built entirely from large black stones, quite breathtaking. The walls were pockmarked, worn by the ravages of time, exuding a heavy sense of
historical charm. This city was Star-Gathering City. Su Chen withdrew his gaze and asked curiously, why aren't we entering the city?
Wu Hao smiled slightly. The principal said earlier that we'll be camping outside the city today.
Su Chen's mouth dropped open. Camping outside? Was the condition this harsh?
But he quickly thought that with as many as 100,000 students participating in this assessment, Star-Gathering City might not be able to accommodate them all, so it made sense to let them camp outside.
Su Chen asked, are we resting in the bus? How could one rest well in the bus? Wouldn't that affect tomorrow's assessment? Wu Hao replied calmly. The principal said each of us would get a blanket. We can choose to rest in the bus or outside, but we can't wander around.
Su Chen clicked his tongue. What about going to the bathroom?
With so many people gathered, they would definitely need to relieve themselves. They couldn't just find any random place, right? That would be chaos.
Wu Hao pointed. There are temporary toilets set up over there. You can go there.
Oh. Su Chen nodded.
At that moment, Li Changfeng arranged for
people to start distributing blankets, 1 thick gray blanket per person. Wu Hao asked, Su Chen, where are we sleeping?
Outside, Su Chen replied without hesitation. It was early summer, and sleeping outside for a night would be no problem. It was much better than cramming in the bus and listening to snoring.
Alright, I'll follow your lead. Wu Hao didn't object.
Once the blankets were distributed, Li Changfeng reminded them, it's getting late, eat something, and after you finish, find a place to rest.
Remember, don't wander around. Conserve your energy for tomorrow's assessment. With that, Li Changfeng opened the bus door and left. The other students began to open their backpacks and take out food. Su Chen and Wu Hao were dumbfounded. So they weren't providing meals? But they hadn't brought any food with them. Did that mean they would go hungry? What the heck? Wasn't this a scam? Su Chen, what should we do? Are we just going to starve? Wu Hao was almost in tears. Su Chen gritted his teeth. You won't die from missing one meal. But there's another meal tomorrow morning, Wu Hao said weakly. Su Chen, missing 2 meals should be fine, right? It seemed like it might not be.
Not eating would sap their strength and affect their performance. Su Chen thought for a moment. Just as he was about to call Li Changfeng for help, Zhou Mengxian suddenly
approached with a bag of food, looking at Su Chen with affectionate eyes. Su Chen, did you not bring any food? I have some here, I'll give it to you. That's great, you're truly our savior. Wu Hao exclaimed joyfully, not bothering to be polite as he grabbed the bag. Su Chen rubbed his nose. Thank you so much. No need to be polite. Xiao Mengxian smiled slightly, unable to hide her happiness. This smile was like a spring breeze, leaving the surrounding students in a daze. Su Chen, however, showed no reaction. Wu Hao was the same, as his attention was entirely focused on eating. At that moment, he had already torn open a sausage and was chewing it heartily. After finishing their food, Su Chen and Wu Hao got off the car with their blankets. Yuan Qiu and a few male students followed suit. Nearby, students from other colleges also chose to camp outside, but there were not many, only a handful. Su Chen didn't mind, found a flat spot, spread out his blanket, and lay down on it. It was quite comfortable, much better than huddling in the car. Wu Hao and the others followed suit, each choosing a spot to rest. Xiao Mengxian leaned against the car window, quietly watching Su Chen, her gaze lingering for a long time. Meanwhile, in a high-end hotel in Juxing City, in a certain room, an old man with a scruffy beard and a face full of wrinkles was leisurely sipping on some liquor. On the table in front of him, besides a bottle of wine, there was only a plate of peanuts, with just one left. Knock knock. Suddenly, there was a sound at the door. The wrinkled old man took a sip of his drink. The door's not closed. With a click, the door opened, and Ho Hai and Dai Jiaju walked in. What brings you two old geezers here? The wrinkled old man said nonchalantly. Dai Jiaju chuckled. Old Duan, drinking again? Living quite comfortably, huh? If you have something to say, say it. If not, get lost. Duan Chunhai seemed a bit impatient. Dai Jiaju wasn't angry and said directly, here's the thing, I made a bet with old Hoan who will come in first in this assessment, and the wager is 2 bottles of pear blossom wine. To prevent cheating, I wanted to ask you to be a witness. Upon hearing the wager was 2 bottles of pear blossom wine, Duan Chunhai immediately became interested. Who do you both think will take first? Dai Jiaju replied, of course, I'm betting on Lin Myoka from Woyo number 1. You have good taste. Duan Chunhai nodded in approval. As a space mage, Lin Myoka's strength was definitely top-notch, and he also believed she would win first place in this assessment. Duan Chunhai turned to Ho Hai. Old Ho, what about you? Ho Hai calmly said, Suchun from Donghai number 2. What? Duan Chunhai was momentarily stunned. He had thought Ho Hai would choose Du Haiban from Haimo number 2, or at least Zhu Yuqi from Lingwang number 2. Unexpectedly, he chose Su Chen. Indeed, Su Chen was on the assessment list of the God-slaying organization and had certain potential, but after all, he was a wood-type summoner, which greatly limited his upper limits. Not to mention he was not on the same level as a space mage, he was even inferior to some melee professions. How could he compare with Lin Myoka? Duan Chunhai scoffed. Old Ho, I think you're getting more confused as you age. You might as well admit defeat. Not necessarily, Ho Hai said confidently. Su Chen is indeed a wood-type summoner, but he possesses extremely strong melee combat abilities, known as the Melee Madman. It's not a problem for him to beat Lin Myoka. Duan Chunhai stared at Ho Hai in disbelief, feeling that Ho Hai was not just confused but had lost his mind. A wood-type summoner beating a space mage? How could such words even be spoken? Ho Hai glanced at Duan Chunhai and said meaningfully, Old Duan, I know you're uncomfortable with this, but the fact is the fact, you have to face reality. Duan Chunhai was a bit dazed. Why would I be uncomfortable? Ho Hai explained, Su Chen is my assessment target and Lin Myoka is yours. If Lin Myoka can't compare to Su Chen, will you feel good about it? Duan Chunhai was taken aback, then scoffed, Old Ho, don't be so self-righteous. With someone like Su Chen, even 10 of him combined wouldn't be Lin Myoka's match. Ho Hai raised an eyebrow. Old Duan, if you had a few more peanuts, you wouldn't be drinking like this. 10 Su Chen combined aren't even as good as Lin Myoku? At your age, can't you just stop bragging? Duan Chunhai's expression immediately darkened, his eyes widening. Stop talking nonsense. If you really think Su Chen is impressive, let's make a bet. Just bet on the ranking of this assessment. Dai Jiaju couldn't help but chuckle. The old guy took the bait. After all this build-up, it was all to trap Duan Chunhai. Hard work pays off. Duan Chunhai finally fell for it. Ho Hai said calmly, Old Duan, I advise you to think twice. You can't win against me. Duan Chunhai's face turned red with anger. Less talk. Do you dare to bet? Ho Hai scoffed. What's there to be afraid of? What's the wager? Duan Chunhai replied directly, aren't you and Dai Jiaju betting 2 jars of pear blossom wine? Let's bet on that. Ho Hai was overjoyed. Deal. The next morning, a ray of sunlight fell upon gathering Star City, as if shrouded in a layer of charm, adding a hint of mystery. Su Chen yawned, slowly opening his eyes and taking deep breaths. The morning air was particularly fresh. After a few breaths, he felt invigorated. At this time, many students were already up, having breakfast. Su Chen glanced to the side, where someone was wrapped in a blanket, sleeping like a dead pig. Wu Hao, get up, Su Chen called out. It was already past 7, they needed to eat something before the assessment. Wu Hao stretched lazily and sat up reluctantly. Since it was his first time camping outdoors, he wasn't quite used to it and had slept late, still feeling a bit dazed. Su Chen grabbed a piece of bread and a bottle of mineral water, tossing the remaining food to Wu Hao, reminding him, hurry up and eat, it's almost time.
Wu Hao quickly took a piece of bread and started chewing.
Not long after they
finished eating, Li Changfeng walked over calling out, "Classmates, come over here." A group of students gathered around Li Changfeng.
He counted the number of people, confirming everyone was present, and said, "Next, we will distribute the teleportation tokens."
"I won't elaborate on the importance of the tokens, just make sure to keep them safe." "Got it, Principal," the students replied in unison. Li Changfeng then took out the teleportation tokens to distribute. The tokens looked like ordinary jade plaques, but when Su Chen examined one in his hand, he unexpectedly found a row of numbers on it, 10086.
"What is this? A mobile phone number?" Su Chen curiously asked, "Principal, what do the numbers on the token represent?"
Li Changfeng explained, "The numbers are your personal codes."
Oh, Su Chen realized. During the last Endless Desert assessment, each token had a name on it. This time, perhaps due to
the large number of participants, they simply used numbers instead. Li Changfeng glanced at the time and said, "There are 10 minutes left before the assessment starts. If you need to use the restroom, go now, don't wait until
it's too late."
Immediately, a crowd rushed out, including Su Chen and Wu Hao. After taking care of business and returning to their spot, they waited a few minutes. Suddenly, a massive black stone tower appeared in the sky above gathering Star City, towering and majestic, as if a divine being had descended. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the stone tower had a total of 80 floors. This was the projection of the Chaos Tower.
Everyone was stunned by the sight before them, all looking up in awe.
In the next moment, countless golden lights erupted from the tower, resembling a golden wave, cascading down in all directions.
In an instant, all 100,000 students participating in the assessment were bathed in golden light.
3 seconds later, the golden light vanished, and Su Chen and the others were all teleported into the Chaos Tower. At the same time, countless white light spots appeared on the first layer of the black stone tower, each marked with a number representing a contestant. In Star Gathering City, on the rooftop of a certain building, Ho Hai and his two companions sat at a wooden table, each holding a jar of wine, drinking and chatting casually.
"Old Ho, how many levels do you think Su Chen can pass?"
"At least the 13th level."
"You have so much confidence in Su Chen?"
"If you had seen Su Chen's strength, you would be
even more confident than I am." Duan Chun Hai. He hadn't even taken 2 sips before Ho Hai started talking nonsense?
If he had known, he would have ordered a few more dishes. Drinking without eating something is not good.
It can easily get to your head.
It's starting. Li Changfeng clenched his fists tightly, staring intently at the black stone tower, both nervous and excited. The principals of other academies gathered in small groups, discussing
among themselves.
Various universities and some major powers were also paying close attention to this assessment. At the same time, well-known television stations and media from Blue Star sent people to cover the event.
"Hello, everyone, I am Wang Jiao, a reporter from Chanha TV.
The highly anticipated Chaos Tower assessment has officially begun, and today I will be reporting on the entire event. Here, I wish all participating students an ideal result in advance." Dear viewers, while we at Main Video are covering the Chaos Tower assessment, we have also invited a heavyweight guest, President Zhou Haoxiong of Tianqi University. President Zhou participated in a Chaos Tower assessment 60 years ago and successfully reached the 13th level, a record that has stood until now.
Let's hear President Zhou's thoughts on this Chaos Tower assessment. The camera quickly focused on an elderly man with a head
full of silver hair and bright eyes. Facing the camera, Zhou Haoxiong cleared his throat and spoke confidently. The number of students participating in this assessment has reached 100,000, the highest in history, and it
is also the highest quality overall.
Among them are rare profession and dual profession transmuters. These students are the rising stars and future pillars of Blue Star. I believe they will achieve remarkable results.
President Zhou, do you think any students will break the long-standing assessment record this time?
Zhou Haoxiong pondered for a moment and said, there should be quite a few capable of reaching the 13th level, but breaking the record is very difficult. However, it's not entirely hopeless. We can only hope they can perform beyond their usual level.
Can President Zhou make a prediction for the first place in this assessment? Personally, I have high hopes for Song Wei from Changwon No. 1 Middle School. The Transmuter Forum was also bustling with activity.
Various organizations expressed their opinions, sharply contrasting with one another.
Mage Alliance, if nothing unexpected happens, the first place in this assessment will once again belong to the mages. Our Mage Alliance also wants to keep a low profile, but we can't help it, our strength doesn't allow it. There isn't a capable one among you.
Giving you a chance is useless, it's really lonely for some experts. Beast Warrior Alliance, today is different from the past. Your Mage Alliance used to be quite impressive, but it won't always be so. In this assessment, our Beast
Warrior Alliance will break your Mage Alliance's monopoly. Mage Alliance, hee. Do you really think a Beast Warrior Transmuter in dragon form can shake the position of mages? Assassin Alliance, among the contestants, there is
a Ghost Assassin. Everyone here knows how formidable Ghost Assassins are.
Our Assassin Alliance is about to rise.
Mage Alliance, those who can only hide in the shadows and ambush will never amount to anything.
Beast Warrior Alliance.
In front of powerful Beast Warriors, assassins are just clowns. Don't come out looking for a sense of presence.
Assassin Alliance. Summoner Alliance, Mage Alliance and Beast Warrior Alliance, what are you so proud of? Do you really think other professions don't exist? Mage Alliance, another jumping clown has popped up. Beast Warrior Alliance, who dares to challenge the powerful Beast Warrior Alliance? Who gave you the confidence? Summoner Alliance. Let's wait and see who can laugh last. Alchemist Alliance, we also have a chance this time. Mage Alliance, Assassin Alliance, Beast Warrior Alliance, Swordsman Alliance, and other alliances, go where it's cool. Do you think you're worthy? Just as the Job Changers Forum was in an uproar, 100,000 assessment students had already appeared on the first level of the Chaos Tower. Each level of the Chaos Tower is a world of its own, vast in area. Due to random teleportation, everyone appeared in different locations. Su Chen was teleported to a lake. Fortunately, he could swim. If it had been someone who couldn't swim, they would have drowned immediately, which would have been too tragic. Su Chen paddled in the water, looking around. In the distance, jagged mountains and dense trees loomed. Further away, a golden staircase rose from the ground, piercing the clouds. This staircase is the only way to the second level, approximately 5 kilometers from his current position. If he ran at full speed, he would reach it in a little over 10 minutes. However, first, he needed to get to shore. Su Chen withdrew his gaze and scanned the nearby area. The lake he was in was quite large, with the nearest shore over 1,000 meters away. There was no choice but to swim over. Thus, Su Chen began to dog paddle. His swimming style was quite ungraceful, but he was still relatively fast. In no time, he had swum over 100 meters. Suddenly, he felt a series of impacts on his body, as if something was biting at him. Su Chen guessed that it was likely some otherworldly creature in the water attacking him. However, these were just first-level Black Iron Realm creatures. Attacking him was like throwing eggs at a rock, so he didn't take it to heart. After swimming over 500 meters, he suddenly heard a cry for help. Su Chen turned his head and saw a male student not far away, flailing about and splashing water everywhere. Clearly, he couldn't swim. Su Chen ignored him and continued swimming forward. With his swimming skills, trying to save someone would be too difficult. If he got entangled, he might end up in trouble himself. Damn you! Seeing Su Chen ignore him, the male student cursed angrily, then despairingly sank to the bottom of the lake, turning into a golden light and teleporting away. Idiot! Su Chen spat. How dare he blame others when he couldn't even help himself? What a joke! It was only right for such a person to be eliminated. A few minutes later, Su Chen reached the shore, shook off the water on him, and rushed towards the direction of the golden staircase. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Logically, Su Chen should choose to go straight, but a high mountain blocked his way. Climbing over would waste a lot of time, so it was better to take a detour. Thus, Su Chen plunged into a forest. Once inside, he heard a series of beastly roars from above. Su Chen instinctively looked up and saw a dense mass of monkeys perched in the treetops, with at least a dozen or 20 on each large tree, all looking at him with ill intent, as if they regarded him as prey. Su Chen withdrew his gaze and was about to leave when he suddenly heard a series of whooshing sounds. The next moment, countless fruit, as large as boulders, fell from the sky, raining down on him. Su Chen was dumbfounded. They actually used this kind of attack. These monkeys had become clever. Bang! Bang! One by one, the yellow giant fruits smashed into Su Chen, shattering and bouncing off. This level of attack was nothing more than a tickle to him. A bunch of reckless creatures. Su Chen snorted coldly and immediately summoned a demon plant archer, giving it the command to attack. Originally, I didn't want to bother with this group of monkeys, but unexpectedly, they got too bold, so I had to take action and hunt them down. Whoosh! The demon plant archers continuously released arrows, each arrow piercing through a monkey's skull. With each shot, the scene was incredibly bloody. In less than a minute, over 20 monkeys had already perished on the spot. The remaining monkeys, seeing how formidable the demon plant archers were frightened and fled in panic. Su Chen did not pursue them and continued on his way. Killing a first-level Black Iron monkey only yielded 5 experience points. It wasn't worth wasting time on them. 10 minutes later, Su Chen emerged from the forest. The golden staircase was right in front of him. However, at the foot of the staircase, thousands of people had gathered, all scrambling to rush up the stairs, creating a very chaotic scene. Fortunately, everyone was relatively restrained. If someone were to start a fight, it would surely lead to a large-scale bloodbath. Su Chen glanced around, put away the demon plant archers, and quickly walked up. There were as many as 100,000 students participating in the assessment, and it was unclear how long they would have to wait. No matter what, he had to find a way to squeeze his way up. Just as he approached the front, a large crowd surged from behind, pushing him forward. Around him, curses erupted. Damn it, stop pushing. I'm going to be squished into a meat pie. Which shameless person touched my butt? Don't. You know you can't touch a tiger's butt? Dare to step forward and say something. Damn it. Who wet their pants? It stinks like hell. Su Chen thought, what if a female student squeezed in? Wouldn't that be taking advantage of him? Suddenly, a particularly fragrant scent wafted into his nostrils. Su Chen's eyes widened in surprise. It didn't seem like perfume, but rather body scent. Generally, only women have this kind of body scent. Could it be that he was squeezed in with a female student? Following the direction of the fragrance, he saw a beautiful student.
She had short hair and an air of heroism, making it hard to tell if she was male or female at first glance. Actually, he could tell by her chest, but they were currently squeezed together, making it impossible to see. Suchin didn't think much of it and was about to look away when he caught her glaring at him fiercely, her eyes filled with a chilling coldness, as if warning him. Suchin didn't want to cause trouble, raised an eyebrow, and turned his gaze back to the golden staircase ahead. The golden staircase was about 10 meters wide, extending upward at a 40-degree angle, reaching into the clouds. This stretch was somewhat dangerous. Once you climbed to a certain height, falling down would likely mean certain death. Therefore, students who ascended the staircase generally chose to walk in the center. Of course, there were some bold and skilled individuals who, to save time, chose the outermost sides. With no obstacles, their speed far exceeded that of others, and they quickly reached the top. When Suchin was pushed onto the staircase, he also chose to walk in the center. He had plenty of time and didn't need to take risks. Behind him, he followed others step by step as he climbed upward. Halfway up, a shadow suddenly swept over his head. Curious, Suchin looked up to see a female student with a pair of white wings shooting upward. It was clear that she was a wind mage with the flying wings skill. Seeing this scene, Suchin felt a bit envious. If he also had a flying wings skill, he could save a lot of time and clear more levels. 10 minutes later, Suchin finally reached the end of the golden staircase. In the midst of the mist, a golden gate stood tall, and this gate was the portal to the second level. Just as Suchin was about to enter, a cold female voice suddenly rang in his ears. "What did you mean by looking at me like that just now?" Suchin turned to see a beautiful student radiating a fragrant aura. Initially, he couldn't tell the other person's gender, but hearing her voice, it was undoubtedly a female student. However, she was completely flat-chested, which was quite a sad thing for a woman. Suchin felt a bit of sympathy. "I'm asking you a question." Seeing Suchin remain silent, the beautiful student raised her voice. Suchin came to his senses and replied blankly, "What kind of look did I give?" "A lewd look." The beautiful student gritted her teeth. Suchin. This was getting a bit serious. Before this, he couldn't even determine if the other person was male or female, so how could it be a lewd look? Damn. How narcissistic. Did she not realize she was as flat as an airport runway? He, the well-known school hunk of Donghai No. 2 High School, would actually take an interest in an airport runway? Who was she insulting? Suchin said seriously, "Don't misunderstand, I just glanced at you casually." There was no other meaning. Out of sympathy, he refrained from saying anything too harsh. "You better not have any other thoughts." The beautiful student shot him a cold glare, warned him, and walked straight into the teleportation portal. Suchin stood there in a daze. Was it wrong to just take a glance? What was this all about? Who did she think she was? If it weren't for the ongoing assessment, he would definitely have a good talk with her. "Dude, you're really lucky." Suddenly, a long-faced male student walked by and raised an eyebrow at him with a smile. Suchin was once again confused. "What do you mean?" The long-faced male student chuckled. "You just slightly offended her with your words, and she kicked you out of the Chaos Tower. How could you not be lucky?" Suchin showed a look of disdain. "Not necessarily. Confidence comes from strength. With his current abilities, who could be his opponent? To think of kicking him out of the Chaos Tower was nothing but a pipe dream." "Not necessarily?" The long-faced male student scoffed. "If you knew her identity, you wouldn't think that way." Suchin became interested. "What is her identity?" The long-faced male student's expression turned serious. "She is Song Wei from Chungguan No. 1 High School, a terrifying ghost assassin that makes people tremble." "So it's her." Suchin's eyes flickered. Song Wei ranked 5th on the leaderboard. Her strength was not to be underestimated, and she could indeed instill fear. Of course, she was still not enough in front of him. The long-faced male student glanced at Suchin. "So, are you scared?" Suchin smiled slightly and curiously asked, "Why is Song Wei's temperament so volatile?" The long-faced male student chuckled. "She's not volatile, she's sensitive." Sensitive? Suchin found it a bit hard to understand. The long-faced male student lowered his voice. "Song Wei has a flaw, right? People used to mock her about it, saying she was a tomboy. Over time, it left a shadow in her heart. Whenever someone looks at her a bit longer, she feels like they are mocking her." "I see." Suchin realized, then sighed. "Speaking of which, she is also a pitiful person, so I won't hold it against her." The long-faced male student slightly opened his mouth, looking at Suchin with disdain. Song Wei was one of the top super strong students among the 100,000 assessment candidates. Did Suchin really think he could afford to not hold it against her? "I'm leaving." Suchin didn't explain, called out, and strode into the teleportation portal. The next moment, he was teleported to the second layer. He arrived in a snowy landscape where heavy snow was falling. Everything in sight was a silvery white, and the scenery was incredibly beautiful. Suchin had no mood to enjoy the scenery because the temperature here was too low, probably over -20 degrees, making him break out in goosebumps. He had to enter the third layer quickly, or he might freeze into an ice sculpture. Suchin scanned the distance and soon located the golden staircase, rushing towards it. After running for a while, he noticed a series of footprints on the ground. Without thinking much, he continued to sprint. Just as he left, the long-faced male student teleported nearby, glanced at the footprints on the ground, and followed them. A few minutes later, two towering peaks appeared in front of Su Chen, blocking his path. Fortunately, there was a crack where the two peaks connected, barely allowing one person to pass through. Su Chen strode forward, and halfway through, he suddenly noticed a slender figure standing outside the crack. Judging by the silhouette, it should be a female student. Hearing the footsteps, the other person turned around, and when she saw it was Su Chen, her brows furrowed slightly as she coldly questioned, "What are you doing here? Are you following me?" Su Chen felt the voice was somewhat familiar, and when he focused, he was stunned to see that it was Song Wei. What a coincidence to run into her again. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said lightly, "You've misunderstood again. This path is the closest to the golden staircase, so I took this route. I didn't mean to follow you." "Is that so?" Song Wei scrutinized Su Chen, seemingly not very convinced. Su Chen was too lazy to explain and walked straight towards the crack. It was just too cold here. After standing for a while, he felt he was about to freeze, and he didn't want to stay here bantering with Song Wei. "Stop!" Song Wei suddenly shouted. "What is it?" Su Chen halted. Song Wei coldly said, "You can't take this path." Su Chen was puzzled. Why not? Was there some danger in the crack? Song Wei bluntly stated, "I discovered this path first. If I don't allow you to pass, you can't." Su Chen was instantly taken aback. Can't pass just because she said so? Can it really be this domineering? Originally, out of sympathy, he didn't want to argue with Song Wei, but unexpectedly, she was getting too full of herself. Did she really think he was a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will? Su Chen's eyes gradually narrowed. "What if I insist on going?" Song Wei's voice was as cold as ice. "With me here, you can't get through." In an instant, the surrounding wind and snow seemed to intensify, making the atmosphere incredibly tense. "The path I choose, no one in the world can stop. You, even less so." Su Chen sneered, a strong aura of killing intent emanating from him. What a strong sense of oppression. Song Wei was slightly taken aback, feeling a sense of palpitations in her heart. However, as a talented individual who had experienced many grand occasions, she quickly calmed down and coldly smiled. "You can try." Su Chen stopped talking nonsense, suddenly stepping forward like a rocket soaring, instantly appearing in front of Song Wei, reaching out to grab her wrist. How is that possible? Song Wei's pupils suddenly constricted. As an assassin, her greatest advantage was speed. But the speed Su Chen displayed far exceeded her imagination, even faster than her own. Underestimating Su Chen's strength caused her to react half a beat too late, and he grabbed her wrist. Suddenly, a tremendous force swept through her body. Song Wei felt her body lighten, and then she was flung out, flying more than 20 meters before landing heavily on the ground. Just then, the long-faced male student ran over from a distance and happened to witness this scene. When he saw Su Chen toss Song Wei away like a chick, he was completely stunned. What was going on? The fifth-ranked Song Wei was actually being crushed by someone? Could it be an illusion? Overestimating oneself. Su Chen snorted and plunged into the crack. Song Wei clumsily got up from the ground, watching Su Chen's departing figure, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. Su Chen's strength was astonishing, but she was puzzled. She knew several strong individuals participating in this assessment. Where did Su Chen come from? With such prowess, why was there no news about him? "Song Wei, are you okay?" A tall-faced male student came to his senses and walked over to her. "I'm fine." The other party showed mercy. Song Wei sighed lightly. Just now, if Su Chen had truly wanted to harm her, she would have been teleported out long ago. The tall-faced male student tentatively asked, "Were you a bit careless just now?" As a ghost assassin, if Song Wei took things seriously, no one could defeat her head-on, right? Song Wei said solemnly, "I was a bit careless, but his strength is indeed outrageous. I feel like he didn't even use his full power." Goodness. The tall-faced male student clicked his tongue. If he was this strong without using full power, how terrifying would he be when he did? Song Wei glanced at the tall-faced male student and asked, "Yang Xiao, do you know his background?" Yang Xiao shook his head. "I only met him once and exchanged a few words. Earlier, when Su Chen claimed he wasn't afraid of Song Wei, he thought Su Chen was just boasting. He never expected he truly had such strength. If he had known Su Chen was such a formidable character, he should have talked to him more and made a connection. Who exactly is he? Which academy is he from?" Song Wei furrowed her brows, very interested in Su Chen's identity. Yang Xiao suddenly asked, "Why did you two fight?" Song Wei replied indifferently, "I wouldn't let him pass through the crack, so we started fighting." Yang Xiao was somewhat confused. "Why did you want to stop him?" The crack was the closest path to the golden steps. If it were him being stopped, he would also be angry and fight back. Song Wei said solemnly, "I was trying to save him." "Ha?" Yang Xiao was dumbfounded. Song Wei explained, "At the end of this crack, there is a bronze mirror stage level 1 boss. Its strength is exceptionally powerful. A human transmuter of the same level encountering it would definitely be in grave danger." Yang Xiao questioned, "But this is only the second layer, how could there be a bronze stage boss?" Song Wei slowly said, "The Chaos Tower has a little-known secret. Each of the first 10 layers hides a bronze mirror level 1 boss. These bosses are hidden in remote areas of each layer and cannot move freely, so very few people know about this." "How do you know this?" Yang Xiao asked in confusion. Even the principals of various academies are unaware of such matters. How did Song Wei find out? You don't need to know, just know that I'm not lying to you. Songwei's voice was cold. Yang Xiao didn't dwell on this matter but asked, then why didn't you explain it to him clearly? If she had explained, they wouldn't have had to fight. Songwei pouted, I couldn't stand his arrogant demeanor, so I deliberately didn't tell him. Yang Xiao slightly opened his mouth and then tentatively asked, do you think that
guy just now could be a match for the boss?
Songwei pondered for a moment and said, the boss on the second layer is a snow beast king, good at disguise and ambush. Although his strength is very strong, he can easily be ambushed and knocked out of the Chaos Tower if caught off guard. Then he's really unlucky. Yang Xiao sighed. A person like Su Chen, once he graduates, will surely be snatched up by various universities. But if he were to be knocked out on the second level, it would mean failing the assessment and he would lose the chance to stay in the academy, leaving his future bleak.
Yang was momentarily dazed and asked, should we take a detour? Songwei did not respond but strode towards the crack. Yang was slightly taken aback. Didn't you say there was a boss? Why are you still going over?
Songwei calmly said, I have sensing skills and teleportation skills, no matter how powerful the boss is.
It can't do anything to me.
Yang stood still for a moment, then rushed off in another direction. He didn't possess the same formidable strength as Songwei, so to avoid being knocked out of the Chaos Tower, he had to take a longer route. On the other side, Su Chen advanced along the crack for over 1,000 meters, and ahead, a vast expanse opened up, revealing a snow-white plain. The golden staircase was not far off, only about 10 miles away.
Su Chen
suddenly quickened his pace, charging full speed towards the golden staircase. At that moment, a beast was staring intently at him from a snowdrift ahead. This beast was 5 meters long, covered in a layer of snow-white fur, almost blending in with the surrounding snow, making it nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. This beast was the boss-level Snow Beast King. Just as Su Chen approached, the Snow Beast King suddenly launched a surprise attack, extending a sharp claw aimed at Su Chen's chest. The suddenness of the attack, combined with the close distance, left Su Chen no time to react. However, he was not flustered at all. The highest level of otherworldly creatures on the second level was only Black Iron Realm second stage. The attack from a Black Iron Realm second stage creature was merely a tickle to him. Bang! In the next moment, the Snow Beast King's sharp claw firmly grasped Su Chen's chest. Su Chen felt a tremendous force sweep over him and his chest suddenly ached, knocking him back several steps. Ugh! Su Chen grunted, steadying himself and looking down at his chest, only to see his clothes torn, revealing a scratch on his bare skin. What was going on? He was actually injured? His defense had reached 220 points, not to mention a Black Iron Realm second stage creature. Even a Bronze Realm first stage creature would find it hard to break through his defense. So, what level was the white beast that had just ambushed him? Why was there such a powerful beast on the second level of the Chaos Tower? Su Chen didn't think too much about it and began searching for the white beast's whereabouts. Regardless of what kind of beast it was, since it had ambushed him, he had to kill it. However, after scanning the area, he found nothing. The white beast seemed to have vanished into thin air. Su Chen knew that the white beast wouldn't just disappear, it must be hiding nearby. He had encountered this situation before. The lion bird was very good at camouflage, blending in with the surrounding environment after disguising itself. Without sensing skills, it was nearly impossible to find its trace. Su Chen didn't have sensing skills, but the little tree ant did. Did the white beast want to play tricks on him? It would regret it later. Su Chen smirked and immediately summoned the little tree ant and the plant archer. With the little trent's help, he quickly locked onto the white beast's position. With a whoosh, the plant archer shot a spirit arrow at a nearby snowdrift, accurately piercing the snow beast King's head. Boom! The snowdrift exploded, and the massive Snow Beast King charged out. Perhaps realizing that Su Chen was not an easy target, it did not continue attacking but turned to flee. But how could Su Chen let it escape? Holding the Judgment Sword, he slashed through the air, and a wave of sword energy surged forth, instantly enveloping the Snow Beast King. After being battered by 10 waves of sword energy, the Snow Beast King was ultimately reduced to a pile of mush, dead beyond recovery. Suddenly, a burst of light erupted. When the light faded, 2 jade slips appeared, one white and one blue. I got the loot! Su Chen exclaimed in delight, rushing forward. As he got closer, he focused his gaze. The white jade slip was undoubtedly a skill book. But what did the blue jade slip represent? Su grabbed the blue jade slip and relevant information appeared in his mind. Low-grade experience book. Increases 2,000 experience points upon use. Wow! Su Chen was dumbfounded. He never expected to find an experience book. With these 2,000 experience points, he would directly advance to Bronze Mirror Level 2. This was simply amazing. Without any hesitation, Su Chen used it and then opened his data panel. Name, Su Chen. Profession, Wood Element Summoner, Swordsman. Level, Bronze Mirror Level 2. Attack power, 305. Defense, 230. Agility, 180. Mental power, 80. Experience, 203,000. Health, 1200. Mana, 1200. Intelligence, unknown. Summoning skills, Summon Treant 1, Summon Demon Plant Archer 1. Swordsman skill, Wave of tenfold slashes. After confirming his advancement to Bronze Level 2, Su Chen closed the data panel and picked up the white jade slip. Exclusive skill for healers. Holy Light of Bell Spirit. Top tier healing skill, consumes 100 mana points per use, restores 1000 health points, and has the effect of dispelling toxins. After reading the description, Su Chen showed a contemplative expression. Should he learn this skill? So far, he had learned 3 skills and had 17 skill slots remaining. Learning a healing skill wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, this skill was indeed useful. It not only restored health but also dispelled toxins. With this skill, his sustainability would greatly increase. Subsequently, Su Chen pressed the skill book to his forehead. Skill Holy Light of Bell Spirit learned successfully. After learning this skill, Su Chen officially became a triple-class job changer. If this were to be known, it would surely drop many jaws. Shortly after, Su Chen glanced at the corpse of the Snow Beast King and quickly left the area. Not long after, Song Wei crawled out from the crack and immediately activated her sensing skill. When she discovered that the Snow Beast King had turned into a puddle of flesh, she was stunned. The Snow Beast King was dead? Who killed it? The answer was obvious, only Su Chen had come here. There wouldn't be a second person besides Su Chen. Song Wei quickly walked up to the Snow Beast King's corpse to observe it. Seeing how miserably the Snow Beast King had died, she couldn't help but click her tongue. How can someone be this strong? If it were her, she might have been able to defeat the Snow Beast King, but she wouldn't have been able to kill it. This indicated that Su Chen's strength was definitely above hers. Who on earth are you? Song Wei muttered to herself, growing increasingly curious about Su Chen's identity. Meanwhile, on a tall building in Star Gathering City, an old man with prominent cheekbones and a goat beard was leisurely sipping tea, his eyes fixed on the projection of the Chaos Tower. Suddenly, a young man in his 20s hurried over. Grandpa, we just received news that the Snow Beast King on the second level of the Chaos Tower has been killed. Whom? The old man with the goat beard raised an eyebrow. Who killed it? The young man replied, it's still unclear, but the news says that only 2 people went to the Snow Beast King's territory, one with the codename 10086 and the other with the codename 5. The old man squinted his eyes. Did they team up to kill it, or did one of them do it alone? If they had teamed up, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if it was a solo hunt, then that strength would be quite formidable. The young man said directly, it should have been a solo hunt, because they arrived one after the other, not as a team. The old man with the goat beard was somewhat moved. Do you know the identities of these 2 people? The young man nodded. I just found out that the one with the code 10086 is a wood-type summoner from Donghai Number 2 Middle School named Su Chen. And the one with the code 5 is the ghost assassin Song Wei from Chengguang Number 1 Middle School. So it's the little girl from the Song family. As a ghost assassin, she indeed has the potential to kill the Snow Beast King. The old man with the goat beard muttered thoughtfully, instinctively believing that Song Wei had killed the Snow Beast King. Grandpa, there's something very strange. The young man looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. The old man chuckled, just say whatever it is. The young man frowned and said, it was 10,086 who arrived at the Snow Beast King's territory first, but he wasn't expelled by the Snow Beast King from the Chaos Tower. What? The old man with the goat beard looked astonished. The Snow Beast King's territorial awareness is very strong. Once someone enters, they will inevitably face fierce attacks. How could a mere wood-type summoner escape alive? Could it be that the Snow Beast King died at his hands? The thought startled the old man with the goat beard himself. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a wood-type summoner be a match for the Snow Beast King? But how else could this be explained? The old man pondered for a moment and asked the young man, Zhang Mu, how did this wood-type summoner named Su Chen perform in the first round of the assessment? Zhang Mu smiled and said, Grandpa, you might not believe it, but he won first place in the first assessment, outperforming talents like Zhu Yuqi, Huang Jin, and Su Fancheng. So impressive? The old man with the goat beard was a bit surprised. Huang Jin and Su Fancheng weren't much, but Zhu Yuqi was quite remarkable. She was a necromancer and ranked 3rd in this Chaos Tower assessment, which shows how powerful she is. To be so strong and still lose to a wood-type summoner? The old man with the goat beard asked, why is Su Chen so strong? Zhang Mu explained, it is said that Su Chen possesses a golden level, unranked attack type item, and it is precisely because of this item that he was able to secure first place. The old man with the goat beard didn't think so. A golden level unranked attack item could at most increase attack power by 50 points. With just that advantage, how could he overshadow so many talents? This also indicates that Su Chen has other secrets. The old man with the goat beard showed a contemplative expression. Zhang Mu, keep a close watch on Su Chen's movements and inform me promptly of any new developments. Understood. Grandpa. Zhang Mu nodded. Old Ho, Lin Miaoka has already reached the 5th level. What about Su Chen, the one you were optimistic about? It seems he hasn't even reached the 3rd level yet. Aren't you worried? On the platform, Duan Chunhai took a sip of wine and teased. Most of the students participating in the assessment were stuck on the 1st and 2nd levels, but the higher up they went, the fewer people there were. Especially on the 5th level, so far only the numbers 1 and 2 had appeared. These 2 numbers represented Du Binzhou from Haimo Number 2 Middle School and Lin Miaoka from Wuyo Number 1 Middle School. Ho Hai appeared relaxed. Haven't you heard the old saying? The early bird doesn't always get the worm, the latecomer can still win.
What does it matter if you let them have a few rounds? In the end, I will still win.
Lin Myoka, as a space mage, possessed the skill of spatial teleportation, so it was normal for her to lead Su Chen in the early stages. He had anticipated this. However, the spatial teleportation skill consumes a lot of mana and cannot be used recklessly. Once she loses the spatial teleportation skill, her speed and clearing levels will inevitably decrease. Moreover, the further up they go, the stronger and more numerous the otherworldly creatures become. Especially when it comes to the 11th floor, it is filled with first-level bronze mirror otherworldly creatures, and without strong power to rely on, it is truly difficult to make any progress.
Above the 11th floor is the real test. The previous few floors are just for observation and hold little reference value. Duan Chunhai was slightly taken aback. You seem quite confident?
Ho Hai smiled faintly. I still stand by what I said. Once you understand Su Chen's strength, you'll have even more confidence than I
do. Duan Chunhai sneered. We'll see about that. He was curious to see what kind of extraordinary abilities a wood-typed summoner could possess.
Inside the Chaos Tower, Su Chen soon arrived at the stairs leading to the 3rd floor. The number of people on this floor was relatively fewer, but only in comparison to the 1st floor. At this moment, students were continuously pouring in from all directions.
Su Chen didn't dare to delay, and with great effort, he squeezed onto the stairs and successfully entered the 3rd floor.
The 3rd floor was an endless expanse of grassland. The golden stairs leading to the 4th floor stood far away, barely visible as a faint outline.
Su Chen
estimated it was at least 40 to 50 kilometers away, and running there would take a lot of energy and time.
But there was no other choice, he had to run.
Su Chen took a deep breath and was about to act when he saw a male and
female student walking over not far away.
The female student complained, I told you to get a driver's license long ago, but you wouldn't listen. Now look, the golden stairs are so far away. Do you want to tire me to death running?
There?
The male student beside her nodded repeatedly, trying to appease her. Alright, don't be angry. After this assessment, I will definitely get a driver's license.
What good are you? The female student glared at him fiercely, looking exasperated.
Hearing this, Su Chen's mind began to race.
From what they said, did they have a car?
If they had a car, it would be much more convenient to get to the golden stairs, saving both time and effort.
Although he didn't have a driver's license, he could drive.
Of course, his skills were a bit lacking. However, they were currently in an open grassland with no obstacles, so he could drive however he wanted.
He could completely let loose. The key was, he didn't see a car.
When the two students walked closer hand in hand, Su Chen greeted them. Hello, fellow students.
The two students stopped and looked Su Chen up and down. The male student asked, what do you want? Su Chen replied directly, I just heard you talking about driving. Do you have a car? What does it matter to you whether we have a car or not?
The male student's tone was a bit harsh.
Su Chen didn't mind and smiled. I can drive. If you have a car, we can cooperate. Really? The eyes of the two students lit up. Su Chen confidently said, I've been driving for over 3 years. My skills are top-notch.
At this moment, he had to boast a little. Otherwise, if they found out he had only driven once and had wrecked a car, they would definitely not agree.
That's great. The female student was overjoyed, tugging at the male student's arm. Quick, get the base vehicle out.
The male student didn't hesitate, patting the yellow bag at his waist, and a flash of silver light appeared, revealing a black base vehicle in front of them, even more high-end and impressive than Huang Jin's.
Su Chen glanced at the
yellow bag at the male student's waist, amazed. So you carry a storage bag with you? Storage bags have space and are considered very rare and precious treasures, each worth a fortune. Even the lowest quality ones are worth a
million blue star coins. This was enough to show how wealthy this male student must be. My name is Yin Menghao, and this is my girlfriend Su Xian.
We both come from Chongqing No. 1 High School. The male student Yin Menghao
introduced himself. Wow, so you already have a girlfriend? Are you quite mature? Su Chen sighed inwardly and then said, my name is Su Chen, and I come from Donghai No. 2 Middle School. Su Xian reminded, Su Chen, let's hurry up. Okay. Su Chen opened the car door and entered the driver's seat.
Su Xian and Yin Menghao sat in the back. Su Chen felt a bit nervous as he got in the car. He had only driven automatic cars and knew nothing about manual ones. If this were a manual, he would be exposed.
Fortunately, it was automatic. Su Chen let out a long breath and said to the two in the back, we're about to set off, so buckle up. Buckling up while driving is common sense, even seasoned drivers know that. Yin Menghao casually replied, we're in the back, it's fine.
Su Chen didn't say much more, took a deep breath, looked ahead, and murmured, not enough skill, but I'll make up for it with courage.
Su Chen, you can do it. Go for it. Su Xian, Yin Menghao.
Upon hearing this, the two felt the situation was a bit serious and involuntarily buckled their seatbelts.
Sit tight, we're off. Su Chen reminded, then turned the ignition
and pressed the gas pedal to the floor.
There was a loud roar.
The base vehicle charged forward like a wild horse.
Damn!
This sudden move nearly sent Yin Menghao and the others flying.
Su Chen became more and more excited, completely
letting himself go. In no time, the speed of the base vehicle had soared to 280 miles per hour and was still climbing. Yin Menghao looked at the rapidly changing scenery outside, his heart in his throat. Su Chen, can you slow
down a bit?
Su-chan, lost in the thrill, couldn't just slow down on command, so he reassured them, "Don't worry, my skills are solid, nothing will go wrong. You guys take a little nap, we'll be there soon." In Menghao and Su Xian exchanged glances, their eyes filled with concern. Fortunately, the road was smooth and nothing went wrong. Their anxious hearts slowly returned to normal. After speeding for 10 minutes, the outline of the golden staircase became clearer. Just 5 more minutes and they should be close. But at that moment, a steep downhill suddenly appeared ahead, almost at a 60-degree angle. Su-chan reacted too late and drove the base vehicle straight down. At this point, he didn't dare to hit the brakes because doing so would definitely flip the vehicle. Rolling down such a steep slope would likely mean disaster. This caused the speed of the base vehicle to suddenly increase significantly, feeling just like a roller coaster plunging from the top. Ah! Su Xian and In Menghao screamed simultaneously. Su Xian screamed out of fear, unable to help herself. In Menghao let out a pained cry forced by Su Xian's hand, gripping his thigh so tightly that it felt like she was about to tear the flesh off. It was unbearably painful. Su Chen, however, remained surprisingly calm, gripping the steering wheel tightly, trying to keep the base vehicle balanced. Surprisingly, it worked. The base vehicle charged toward the slope without incident. Just as Su Chen was about to catch his breath, he heard In Menghao shout, "Watch out ahead!" Su Chen jolted, quickly glanced forward, and saw a series of boulders blocking the road. Damn it! Su Chen froze for a moment, disregarding everything, and slammed on the brakes. Screech! Accompanied by a piercing sound of brakes, both front tires emitted white smoke, mixed with sparks. The base vehicle skidded for a while, and the left front tire couldn't bear the load, bursting with a bang. The base vehicle immediately lost balance and began to roll violently forward. In this critical moment, In Menghao quickly pulled Su Xian into his arms. True feelings are revealed in times of trouble. This might just be true love. Bang bang! The base vehicle rolled over 57 times and finally came to a stop. During the rolling, the parts on the vehicle basically fell apart. Even the engine was thrown out, leaving only an empty frame in the end. However, Su Chen and the other two remained firmly in the vehicle. This is the importance of wearing seatbelts. Otherwise, being thrown out during such violent rolling would result in serious injuries, if not death. Of course, they weren't in great shape either. Su Chen, due to his strong defense, was only a bit dizzy and didn't suffer much injury. But In Menghao and Su Xian were not so lucky. Lacking Su Chen's defense, they had several broken bones and were grimacing in pain. "It seems we went a bit overboard this time," Su Chen muttered, turning to look at In Menghao and Su Xian. The two of them didn't say anything, but their eyes were filled with a chilling glare, as if they wanted to eat him alive. Su Chen rubbed his nose, feeling a bit guilty, and said, "Could you not look at me with such hateful eyes? I can at least buy you a base vehicle." In Menghao forced a smile. "Is this just about a base vehicle? We're seriously injured. How are we supposed to continue the assessment?" At that moment, he regretted it immensely. Had he known Su Chen was this reckless, he shouldn't have let him drive. Now, they were almost facing disaster, and they had lost their chance at the assessment. Su Chen calmly said, "Don't be too pessimistic, I can heal you." He had just learned a healing skill, which was perfect for the situation. In Menghao and Su Xian were slightly taken aback. "You're a healer?" Su Chen smiled, neither confirming nor denying. In Menghao became excited. "Su Chen, if you heal us, you won't have to compensate for the vehicle." "No problem." Su Chen snapped his fingers and then released 2 beams of holy light. 2 milky white lights descended from the sky, landing on In Menghao and Su Xian, enveloping them. The next moment, their faces flushed with color. Su Xian even let out a delightful moan that was hard to resist. Su Chen took a deep breath, focused his mind, and asked, "How are you two feeling?" In Menhao immediately replied, "Su Chen, your healing skill is amazing. I feel great, like I've been revitalized." "That's good to hear," Su Chen sighed in relief. In Menhao and Su Xian's injuries were directly caused by his mistake. If he couldn't heal them and they had to withdraw, he would bear an undeniable responsibility. Fortunately, everything was turning out well. Su Xian scrutinized Su Chen with curiosity and asked, "Su Chen, are you a healer? Something like that?" Su Chen deflected. His identity included being a wood-type summoner, swordsman, and healer. Mentioning just one was not a lie. Su Xian furrowed her brows slightly. "Since you're a healer, why weren't you injured?" It was well known that healers were quite fragile. After such a violent impact, she and In Menghao had broken bones. Why was Su Chen completely unscathed? It didn't make sense. "Yeah, why weren't you hurt?" In Menghao stared at Su Chen with wide eyes. "Maybe I was just lucky," Su Chen replied dismissively. "Lucky?" In Menghao and Su Xian looked at him in disbelief. The base vehicle rolled so many times, yet he came out unscathed? Was luck that good? Su Chen changed the subject. "We've already wasted quite a bit of time. I think we should hurry up." In Menghao and Su Xian immediately remembered they were still in the assessment and stopped questioning, unbuckling their seatbelts and climbing out of the vehicle. Su Chen stood in front of the car, looking at the wrecked base vehicle, slightly lost in thought. In Menghao asked, "Su Chen, what are you thinking about?" Su Chen's eyes showed a hint of dejection as he sighed. "This is my second time driving, and I didn't expect it to end up like the first time, completely wrecked. After these 2 painful blows, I don't know if I have the courage to keep driving." In Menghao and
Su Xian were shocked. Su Chen is driving for the second time? What the hell? Didn't he say he was an experienced driver before? It's only because Su Chen treated them, otherwise they would have given him a hard time. Damn it. This is too much. Yin Menghao, filled with anger, said, I don't know if you can keep driving, but I can guarantee that anyone who has been in your car definitely won't have the courage to ride again. Su Chen, is it really okay to be so blunt? Can we still have fun? In a remote corner of the third level, an epic battle was unfolding. 3 humanoid skeletons and 3 giant ape skeletons were teaming up to fiercely fight against a tiger engulfed in black flames. This tiger had astonishing defense and immense strength. With one swipe, a humanoid skeleton was instantly dismembered. With another swipe, a giant ape skeleton was crushed to pieces. In less than a minute, all 6 skeletons had fallen. Not far away, Zhu Yuqi, with her long hair, slightly furrowed her brows and muttered, the boss-level black flame tiger is indeed tough. Roar! The black flame tiger, upon discovering Zhu Yuqi, let out an angry roar and charged at her. Zhu Yuqi snorted coldly, and suddenly 6 balls of black light appeared in front of her, condensing into 6 skeletons that rushed towards the black flame tiger. Bang, bang! As soon as they engaged, 2 humanoid skeletons were blown apart. Zhu Yuqi remained calm, silently chanting, crack! Suddenly, a sound of shattering echoed in the air, and a huge crack appeared. In the next moment, a massive dragon skull emerged from it. A terrifying aura spread out. The black flame tiger seemed to sense something, looked up, and trembled violently upon seeing the dragon skull. Although it was just a giant dragon skeleton, it still possessed bloodline suppression ability, causing a strong psychological shock. Fear spread in the eyes of the black flame tiger, and after a moment's hesitation, it turned to flee. At this moment, the giant dragon skeleton had completely emerged from the crack. Its body, over 20 feet long, stood before them, quite shocking. Kill it! Zhu Yuqi pointed at the black flame tiger, giving the command. The giant dragon skeleton suddenly flapped its bony wings. A whirlwind arose, dust and stones flew, and the sky changed color. The giant dragon skeleton soared into the air, spiraled, and then shot towards the fleeing black flame tiger. Its speed was so fast it seemed like teleportation. In the next moment, the black flame tiger was pinned to the ground by a massive bony claw. Su Chen and the others spent nearly 20 minutes and finally arrived at the golden staircase leading to the 4th level. They saw a crowd of about 100 people gathered in front of the golden staircase, lined up in an orderly fashion. When Su Chen saw this scene, he was stunned. In the 1st and 2nd levels, everyone had desperately squeezed towards the golden staircase with no order at all. How did it become so civilized at this level? Su Chen, should we line up or go straight up? Yin Menghao asked. Su Chen thought for a moment and said, let's line up. Everyone was following the rules, so he couldn't be too out of line. Besides, it wouldn't take long anyway. While waiting in line, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure ahead. It was Wu Hao. Wu Hao, Su Chen called out. Su Chen. When Wu Hao saw Su Chen, he ran over excitedly and asked curiously, Su Chen, why did it take you so long to get here? With Su Chen's strength, shouldn't he have reached the 5th or 6th level by now? Yin Menghao and Su Xian exchanged glances. Isn't Su Chen a support character? For a support to reach the 3rd level in such a short time is quite impressive. Wu Hao's expectations for Su Chen seemed a bit too high. I got held up for a bit, Su Chen chuckled. He had indeed wasted quite a bit of time fighting the Snow Beast King on the 2nd level and just playing a round of death racing. Wu Hao reminded him, then hurry up and go up, don't wait here. Su Chen was slightly taken aback. Aren't we all in line? Isn't it bad to cut in? Wu Hao explained, the ones in line are all weaker. We have no desires, so wasting a bit of time doesn't matter. Those who have the strength to compete for rankings don't need to queue, they've already gone up. Oh, Su Chen realized, saying, then I'll go up first. Hurry up, aim for 1st place. Wu Hao cheered him on. Yin Menghao and Su Xian were both dumbfounded. A support character wants to compete for rankings? Even dreaming of taking 1st? Can it really be joked about like this? Su Chen strode forward, but as he approached the golden staircase, he was stopped by a burly male student. Who told you to cut in line? Go to the back. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Didn't you say that those qualified to compete for rankings don't need to queue? The burly male student sized up Su Chen. Which academy are you from? What's your name? Su Chen patiently replied, Donghai No. 2 High School. Su Chen. The burly male student looked at him with disdain. Never heard of it. Go to the back. Those qualified to compete for rankings were all well known. He had never heard of someone named Su Chen. A nameless person wanting to compete for rankings? Clearly just trying to take advantage of the situation. Su Chen's eyes narrowed. Do you have the final say here? What right do you have to give orders? Originally not wanting to cause trouble, he didn't expect the other party to look down on him like this, so there was no need to be polite. The burly male student's eyes turned cold as he shook his fist. I'm here to maintain order voluntarily, and it's based on my fists. Su Chen scoffed. Then I want to see how hard your fists really are. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen suddenly made his move, grabbing the burly male student's wrist like lightning and then forcefully throwing him away. Whoosh! The burly male student flew off into the distance, disappearing from everyone's sight. Overestimating yourself.
Su Chen snorted and confidently stepped onto the golden staircase, quickly making his way up. In an instant, the surroundings fell into a suffocating silence, everyone frozen in shock, completely stunned by the scene before them. A nearly 200-pound person was thrown away so easily? This guy named Su Chen is too fierce. Yin Menghao and Su Xian were even more shocked, staring blankly, muttering, "Isn't Su Chen a support? When did supports become this powerful? This world is too crazy." Wu Hao asked curiously, "Who told you Su Chen was a support?" Yin Menghao frowned. "Su Chen told me himself. Isn't he a healer?" Wu Hao laughed in disbelief. "How could he be a healer? He's clearly a wood element summoner, just with unmatched close combat strength." Yin Menghao, Su Xian, Su Chen is a wood element summoner? They had witnessed Su Chen use healing skills with their own eyes. How did he become a wood element summoner? Do they think they are fools? Yin Menghao tentatively asked, "Classmate, are you serious? You're not joking, right?" Wu Hao did not respond directly. "Of course I'm not joking. Su Chen and I are from the same academy and the same class. Don't you know what profession Su Chen is?" Yin Menghao and Su Xian were instantly stunned. If that's the case, Su Chen is very likely a dual-class job changer? After entering the fourth layer, Su Chen was teleported into a forest. Tall trees rose from the ground around him, each standing at least 40 to 50 meters high. The dense canopies formed a continuous cover, blocking out the sun and casting the forest into darkness. For Su Chen, the most important thing now was to determine the location of the golden staircase. But in the forest, visibility was obstructed, and he couldn't see anything. So, he climbed up a large tree. Standing high, he could see far. From a distance, the golden staircase came into view. It wasn't too far away, just about 10 miles. After descending the tree, Su Chen rushed in one direction. 20 minutes later, he burst out of the forest and arrived at a plain. This place was very close to the golden staircase, no more than 1,000 meters away. Su Chen took a deep breath and continued to speed forward. When he got closer, he saw the golden staircase standing in a huge valley. At that moment, dozens of students were gathered outside the valley, discussing something among themselves. Su Chen was a bit puzzled. What were these people doing here? Why weren't they climbing the staircase? Were they also in line? Su Chen walked over to a round-faced male student and curiously asked, "Classmate, what are you all doing here?" The round-faced male student glanced at Su Chen and then pointed into the valley. "We're watching that guy show off." "What?" Su Chen was taken aback and turned to look into the valley. He saw a handsome male student speaking eloquently into the camera of his phone. "Dear audience friends, hello everyone, I am your old friend, the #1 handsome guy of Blue Star, Ju Young. Everyone pay attention, high energy ahead. There are earth beasts lurking. Today I will take you into the world of earth beasts and witness the true meaning of life and death." Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but widen his mouth. Good heavens! There are actually people posing for the camera here? How bizarre. But he was puzzled. Apart from the golden staircase, the valley was empty. Where were the earth beasts that Ju Yang mentioned? "Ju Yang, that's enough, hurry up and show us your strength," someone urged. Ju Yang struck a cool pose for the camera and then strode towards the golden staircase. Just after taking a few steps, a sound of earth breaking echoed around. In the next moment, stone men over 2 meters tall emerged from the ground. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. So the earth beasts were hiding underground. "Watch my invincible iron fist." Ju Yang laughed wildly and charged in front of an earth beast, swinging his fist. With a loud bang, the earth beast was shattered into pieces. With another punch, the second earth beast had its head smashed in. Ju Yang became more and more excited, his fists flying like the wind, continuously taking the lives of the earth beasts. In just a few breaths, over 20 earth beasts had been reduced to rubble. "Not bad," Su Chen commented. Ju Yang was a black iron level 5 iron fist warrior, and being able to hunt so many earth beasts in such a short time indeed gave him some bragging rights. Just when Su Chen thought Ju Yang would achieve a great victory, an unexpected change occurred. A 3-meter-tall earth beast pointed at Ju Yang from a distance. With a rumble, a sharp stone spike suddenly shot up from beneath Ju Yang's feet, grazing his body as it passed. Earth-type skill, spike. Su Chen watched in shock. The earth beasts actually had such a skill? Ju Yang was in trouble. Having narrowly escaped a disaster, Ju Yang's face showed a hint of lingering fear, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent, firmly locking onto the 3-meter-tall earth beast. The other earth beasts posed no threat to him, only this one, with its spiked attack, was a significant danger. Capture the leader first. As long as he dealt with this earth beast, the crisis would be averted. "Damn beast, die!" Ju Yang gritted his teeth and charged forward fiercely. The surrounding earth beasts tried to block him, but they were no match for him and were wiped out in the blink of an eye. Soon, Ju Yang reached the 3-meter earth beast, clenching a massive fist and swinging it down. Whoosh! This punch was powerful and heavy, stirring the air and producing a piercing wind howl. The 3-meter earth beast remained unfazed, even sporting a sly smile at the corner of its mouth. Just as Ju Yang's fist was about to strike, a thick stone pillar suddenly appeared in the earth beast's hand, aimed directly at Ju Yang's head. The sudden turn of events left Ju Yang no time to dodge. With a loud bang, the stone pillar struck Ju Yang's head, shattering upon impact. It must be said that Zhu Xiyang's head was indeed hard enough to crush the stone pillar. However, after taking this hit, Zhu Xiyang felt dizzy and stumbled, sitting down on the ground. But in less than a second, he sprang back up, letting out a strange roar, "Gah!" The crowd was dumbfounded, and upon closer inspection, they realized that a spike had unexpectedly emerged from the ground, piercing Zhu Xiyang's backside. Poor Zhu Xiyang, his rear was punctured, and he jumped up and down, clutching his backside, his face contorted in pain. Seeing this, the crowd clicked their tongues in dismay. Su Chen's expression turned contemplative. The 3-meter earth beast possessed 2 earth-type skills, and was extremely cunning, playing Zhu Xiyang like a puppet from start to finish. At this rate, it seemed Zhu Xiyang had no chance of turning the tables. Bang bang! At that moment, more than a dozen earth beasts burrowed up from the ground, launching a frenzied assault on Zhu Xiyang. After suffering 2 heavy blows, Zhu Xiyang had basically lost his fighting capability and, after a brief struggle, fled back in a sorry state. Strangely enough, once Zhu Xiyang escaped a certain distance, the earth beasts gave up the chase and burrowed back into the soil. Ha ha! Seeing Zhu Xiyang covered in dirt, the crowd burst into laughter. At first, Zhu Xiyang had been full of bravado, but in the blink of an eye, he was pressed to the ground and humiliated, losing all face. Listening to the piercing laughter, Zhu Xiyang's face turned red with embarrassment, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Seeing that there was no more excitement to watch, Su Chen walked down towards the valley. A round-faced male student called out, "Classmate, what are you doing?" Su Chen calmly replied, "Of course, I'm going to the 5th level." The round-faced male student was slightly taken aback and advised, "Calm down, you saw how powerful the earth beasts are. I suggest you stay here and wait for a strong person to clear the way for us. No need to be so troublesome." Su Chen smiled and strode towards the golden staircase. He was a strong person himself, did he need to wait for someone else to clear the way? Another show-off. The crowd looked at him with disdain, thinking Su Chen was just as foolish as Zhu Xiyang. Soon, Su Chen arrived in the valley, only 10 meters away from the golden staircase. Bang bang! Suddenly, the sound of earth-breaking echoed, and more than 20 earth beasts emerged from the soil, with the 3-meter-tall earth beast among them. Su Chen tightened his grip on his weapon, ready to unleash a massacre. But at that moment, the group of earth beasts sensed Su Chen's presence, their eyes filled with fear, and they hurriedly burrowed back into the ground, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. What's going on? Everyone, including Su Chen, was stunned. How did the earth beast run away for no reason? Su Chen was momentarily taken aback but didn't think much of it and walked straight up the golden staircase. During this process, the earth beast did not appear again. What's happening? Why didn't the earth beast attack him? It wasn't until Su Chen disappeared from sight that everyone reacted. I heard that the earth beast is sustained by energy. Could it be that it ran out of energy and can't show up anymore? Someone speculated. I've heard that too. What should we do? Keep waiting? Or should we go try? I think we can give it a shot. After some discussion, the round-faced male student and others walked down the hill. But just halfway down, the earth beast suddenly emerged and launched a fierce attack on them. Damn! All the students were dumbfounded. What happened to the energy running out? Why did it pop up again? Isn't this just picking on the easy targets? Run! The round-faced male student reacted first and turned to flee. They were all only at the 4th level of the Black Iron Realm. How could they possibly fight the earth beast? If they didn't run, they might get knocked out of the Chaos Tower. The others quickly followed, fleeing in panic. Seeing everyone in such a sorry state, Zhu Xiyang felt much better and secretly laughed. Serves you right. That's what you get for mocking me. The students escaped from the hill, gasping heavily. Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? Who knows, it's really damn weird. The round-faced male student thought for a moment and said, I know what's going on. The students gathered around him. The round-faced male student slowly said, it's rumored that when the earth beast senses danger, it chooses to hide in the soil. This means that the student just now was a very dangerous person, dangerous enough to make the earth beast feel fear. Ha! Everyone was stunned. What kind of strength could make the earth beast feel danger? The round-faced male student said solemnly, at least a bronze realm transmuter has that kind of deterrent power. Hiss! The students collectively gasped. Aren't bronze realm transmuters all top 10 on the leaderboard? Was that guy just now one of them? Who could he be? The round-faced male student asserted, it must be He Yaoxing from Qingmu No. 1 High School. How do you know? The others asked in confusion. The round-faced male student explained, among the top 10 on the leaderboard, only He Yaoxing is a dual-class swordsman and elemental summoner, and the guy just now was holding a long sword, so I deduced it from that. So it's this great god, everyone realized. At that moment, a bald male student walked over from a distance, holding a broadsword in his hand, cursing nonstop. I finally found the trace of the black flame tiger, and someone else got there first. What bad luck! Previously, he had gone through a lot of trouble to find the lair of the black flame tiger. Unexpectedly, the black flame tiger had been killed by someone else. He had wasted a lot of time for nothing and felt particularly frustrated. When the bald male student approached the hill, he saw the round-faced male student and others standing there dumbfounded and curiously asked, What are you doing? The round-faced male student replied honestly, There's an earth beast ambushing in the hill, and we're too weak to go over. Oh. The bald male student nodded and then said, you can follow me over. The earth beast is very powerful, we can't defeat it with so many of us. Can you handle it? The round-faced male student reminded. The bald male student scoffed, as soon as I show up, the earth beast will definitely be scared out of its wits.
The students. Is he that confident? Could he be another tough guy? The round-faced male student tentatively asked, what's your name, classmate? The bald male student raised an eyebrow. You should have heard of my name, He Yaoxing from Qingmu No. 1 High School. You are He Yaoxing? The students were all confused. The bald male student in front of them was He Yaoxing? Then who was the one that just passed by? Is there a problem? He Yaoxing frowned.
The round-faced male student stammered, just now a swordsman passed by and his strength was terrifying, he scared the earth beast away directly.
We thought that swordsman was you. He Yaoxing's eyes widened. Anyone who could scare away an earth beast must be a transcender above the bronze level.
But as far as he knew, among the swordsmen participating in this assessment, there was no one else at the bronze level besides him. Could it be that they had advanced to the bronze level only after
entering the Chaos Tower? He Yaoxing asked, what did that swordsman look like?
As a fellow swordsman, he was particularly interested in Su Chen's identity. The round-faced male student tried hard to recall and said, about 1.8 meters tall, slender build, exceptionally handsome, a rare beauty.
He Yaoxing fell into silence. After a long while, he suddenly blurted out, am I more handsome than him? The crowd. To be fair, with He Yaoxing's looks, one could only say he was not ugly, but he was nowhere near handsome. Not to mention comparing him to Su Chen, there was no basis for comparison at all. The round-faced male student swallowed hard and said against his conscience, he's a bit more handsome than you.
He Yaoxing was clearly a narcissist. If he spoke the truth, he feared provoking He Yaoxing and facing retaliation, so he had to lose a bit of his conscience. He Yaoxing pinched his chin and gazed into the distance, musing, if he's a bit more handsome than me, then that's quite handsome. The students felt a churn in their stomachs, nearly throwing up.
After entering the 5th layer, Su Chen was teleported to a forest.
However, this forest was not filled with towering trees, the tallest ones were only about 7 or 8 meters, not giving a particularly oppressive feeling.
Su Chen glanced around and easily located the position of the golden staircase.
Just as he was about to act, a rustling sound suddenly echoed in his ears, as if something was approaching him. If it were before, Su Chen would have ignored it. But after being ambushed by the Snow Beast King once, he no longer dared to be careless.
If there were powerful demon beasts nearby, he could easily get hurt. For safety, Su Chen summoned the little tree ant.
With the little trent's help, he quickly discovered several sentient vines hiding nearby, attempting to ambush him. Su Chen sneered and summoned the demon plant archer, giving it the command to attack.
Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The demon plant archer shot 3 arrows in quick succession, and 3 loud explosions rang out around him.
Su Chen walked over to check one of the spots and saw a green vine, as thick as a thigh and resembling a python, blown into 2 pieces.
Demon plant vine? This was the first time Su Chen had seen such a thing. He muttered to himself and left the area with the little tree ant and the demon plant archer. After walking 10 miles, a painful song suddenly echoed ahead. Just like this, you conquered me. Drinking the poison you hid. Your plot has come to an end. My love has been buried.
Upon hearing this, Su Chen was completely stunned.
Was someone singing here? Let them sing, but why was it a song about conquest? And it sounded like a dying voice. Who was conquered? Out of curiosity, Su Chen quietly approached. Passing through a few large trees, Su Chen witnessed an unforgettable scene.
He saw a handsome male student tied to a large tree. In front of him stood a voluptuous
female student holding a whip in her hand. Be serious.
If you don't take it seriously, I'll whip you. The handsome male student was almost in tears.
Wu Fei, I'm already being serious. Don't push it too far. Crack. Wu Fei swung the long whip and struck the handsome male student hard. Still dare to talk back? Tell me, do you like me or not?
The handsome male student cried out in pain. I like you. I swear to the sun, I really like you.
Wu Fei beamed with joy. It seems my sincerity has finally moved you.
The handsome male student wore a look of despair.
Su Chen clicked his tongue, secretly lamenting, this is really wild.
The scene before him was truly eye-watering.
That male student was clearly being forced. What meaning does love obtained this way have?
Although Su Chen felt sympathy for the handsome male student's plight, he adhered to the principle of not getting involved in others' affairs. Take care.
Su Chen silently mourned for the handsome male student for a second before turning to leave.
However, during his departure, he accidentally stepped on a branch.
Crack!
The crisp sound of the break echoed around.
Who? Wu Fei suddenly turned around.
Just passing by, I'll leave right away and won't disturb you, Su Chen said with an awkward smile.
You think you can just leave? Wu Fei stepped forward, scrutinizing Su Chen with a gaze
that suddenly filled with a fiery light.
Compared to Liang Yu, you lack a bit of delicacy but have more masculinity, which is my type. Stay and sing conquer with me. Su Chen. Sing conquer? Does that mean being tied to a tree like Liang Yu? Who could stand that? Su Chen's expression darkened slightly. Sorry, I can't sing conquer.
Wu Fei sneered. Not being able to sing is fine, Liang Yu can teach you. By the way, I should warn you, I have a bad temper. If I get angry, the consequences will be severe. You're just a little wood-type summoner, so don't do anything foolish. Su Chen rubbed his nose. No room for negotiation? Wu Fei had a look of certainty about her hold on Su Chen. Play with me for a while, and if I have fun, I'll let you go. You're really something, Su Chen said with disgust, raising his foot to kick Wu Fei in the abdomen. The sudden action, combined with Su Chen's speed, caught Wu Fei off guard, and she was kicked away. Ah! A scream was heard as Wu Fei disappeared from sight. Liang Yu was stunned. To think Wu Fei, a level 7 Iron Whip warrior, could be so easily kicked away? Are wood-type summoners this violent and fierce now? Su Chen glanced at Liang Yu and turned to leave. Liang Yu suddenly shouted, "Dude, help me!" Su Chen stopped, his gaze icy. As a man, I feel ashamed for you. A grown man being tied to a tree to sing conquer, he might as well be dead. Su Chen wouldn't care about such a person's fate, leaving those words behind as he walked away without looking back. Watching Su Chen's retreating figure, Liang Yu's voice choked. I'm just a healer. What can I do? Why can't you all understand me? After walking a few miles, the Treant suddenly issued a warning message informing Su Chen of a powerful presence ahead, a level 1 Bronze Realm Demon Plant. Su Chen was a bit stunned. This was only the 5th level, how could there be a level 1 Bronze Realm Demon Plant? But he quickly remembered encountering a level 1 Bronze Realm Snow Beast King on the 3rd level. Thinking of this, Su Chen's eyes gradually brightened. The Snow Beast King had dropped 2 pieces of equipment. Could this demon plant also drop equipment? Action speaks louder than words. Since he had encountered it, he couldn't miss this opportunity. Under the guidance of the little tree man, Su Chen passed through a dense forest and arrived in a valley. In the center of the valley stood a 5-meter tall tree. This was no ordinary tree. At the center of its trunk, there was a human face. Additionally, 2 thick branches transformed into 2 arms. Looking down along the arms, he saw that each wooden hand was gripping a student, 1 male and 1 female. When he saw the male student, Su Chen was slightly taken aback. Wasn't that Duan Ting from Lingguang number 2? Didn't he have the skill of flying wings? How could he be captured by a demon plant? Su Chen didn't think too much about it and walked over with the little tree man and the demon plant archer. Duan Ting was considered a friend, he couldn't just stand by and watch him die. Moreover, even if Duan Ting wasn't there, he didn't plan to let this demon plant go. When Duan Ting saw Su Chen approaching, he was so excited that he almost cried out, shouting, "Su Chen, save me!" The female student next to him rolled her eyes. What are you shouting for? How can a wood-type summoner save us? You don't know anything. Su Chen is not an ordinary wood-type summoner, he's a melee maniac. As long as he makes a move, what's a mere demon plant? The female student. Wood-type summoner? Melee maniac? Is it really that impressive? The female student scrutinized Su Chen. Regardless of his strength, he was indeed handsome, just her type. Duan Ting, what happened? Didn't you say you could fly? How did you get caught? Su Chen asked with a smile. Duan Ting forced a smile and said, "This demon plant is too treacherous. It ambushed me while I was flying in the sky, and I was caught off guard." Oh. Su Chen nodded, curiously asking, then why hasn't it killed you too? Demon plants are also a type of otherworldly creature. Generally speaking, otherworldly creatures are very ferocious and are at odds with humans. So why hasn't this demon plant dealt a fatal blow to Duan Ting and the girl? Duan Ting said indignantly, "This guy is just playing around, it treats us like toys. It hasn't had enough fun yet, and once it does, it will strike." Su Chen, are otherworldly creatures this bizarre now? Treating Duan Ting and the girl as toys? How does that work? Just as he was lost in thought, he saw the demon plant grin and rapidly swing its arms in circles. Whoosh! The speed was so fast that it became a blur. Ah! Duan Ting and the female student were dizzy and screamed in agony. They didn't know how many times they had spun, but the demon plant finally stopped its movements. At this point, Duan Ting and the girl looked as pale as paper, with white foam continuously coming from their mouths, clearly very dizzy. Su Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. Wow! What a way to play! Just when Su Chen thought the demon plant should be done playing, the second round of inhumane torment began. The demon plant slammed Duan Ting and the female student together. It was a very thrilling collision. With a bang, their foreheads collided head-on, both swelling up with large bumps. This one hit almost sent them away. Seeing the miserable state of Duan Ting and the girl, the demon plant actually burst into laughter. Su Chen decided he couldn't just watch any longer. If he let the demon plant continue playing, Duan Ting and the girl would eventually be played to death. "Hey there, I'll play with you," Su Chen said, as he walked up to the demon plant, giving a cold smile. The demon plant sized up Su Chen, seemingly very interested in this newly appeared human, and a strange smile crossed its lips. In the next moment, it suddenly pressed Duan Ting and the girl down under its foot, leaving only their heads sticking out, looking like 2 radishes stuck in the ground. After doing this, the demon plant reached out a large hand and aimed to grab Su Chen. Whoosh! Su Chen gripped the judgment and slashed through the air. The sword light swept across, severing the massive hand of the demon plant at the root.
But just a breath later, another hand grew back. Su Chen was slightly taken aback. Self-healing? Is it that powerful?
After taking this hit, the demon plant was completely enraged and launched a frenzied attack on Su Chen.
Su Chen was not to be outdone, wielding his sword of judgment and hacking wildly. Crack, crack.
In an instant, the sound of breaking echoed from the demon plant, with wounds appearing one after another, dense and shocking. Although its self-healing ability was impressive, no matter how strong it was, it couldn't withstand
so many wounds. Faced with Su Chen's relentless assault, its self-healing ability was nearly paralyzed. The female students were dumbfounded. Who has ever seen a wood-type summoner engage in close combat? Su Chen's fighting style completely overturned their worldview.
It was more than just ferocious, it was as if a war god had descended.
Invincible, looking down upon all. Duan Ting chuckled. Tian Yu, how about it? I didn't lie to you, did I? Tian Yu nodded. Her eyes a bit dazed. Su Chen is amazing. Does he have a girlfriend? Duan Ting, what's going on? Is she captivated by Su Chen's charm?
To be fair, Su Chen is handsome and powerful, any girl would like him.
The key is Tian Yu is just average looking. Can Su Chen really like her? Duan Ting tactfully said, with someone as outstanding as Su Chen, he should have a girlfriend. Oh, a hint of disappointment appeared in Tian Yu's eyes.
On the other side, Su Chen was still battling the demon plant. More accurately, it was a complete crushing. At this moment, the demon plant had been chopped down to a bare trunk, completely losing its ability to resist.
But it must be said, it was indeed quite resilient, it still hadn't died. Su Chen, not believing in evil, increased his attack intensity.
Swish, swish, swish. With 3 strikes, the demon plant was cleaved into 3 pieces.
Then, a wave
of sword light swept through. The demon plant was reduced to dust, turning into a pile of wood chips. At the same time, a white light blossomed from the ground. When the white light dissipated, a white jade slip and an ancient
book appeared before him.
The emergence of the equipment indicated that the demon plant had been completely killed. Su Chen was overjoyed, rushing forward to take the 2 pieces of equipment in hand. First, he checked the white jade slip. Exclusive skill for Iron Fist Warrior, Nuclear Explosion Fist, a destruction level skill, unleashes a punch that explodes like a nuclear bomb, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to shatter. Destroys all targets.
Note, each use consumes 99% of one's mana.
The more mana consumed, the more powerful the attack.
Cannot use this skill if mana is below 500 points. Damn! Su Chen was shocked. The Nuclear Explosion Fist was too brutal. With this skill, wouldn't he be able to kill gods and Buddhas alike?
However, the drawback of the Nuclear Explosion Fist was also very obvious, it consumed too much mana. One use would take up 99% of his mana, making it nearly impossible to use other skills afterward. So, this thing could only be used as a trump card. But it was undeniable that its value was unparalleled. Su Chen planned to learn this skill. Of course, he couldn't learn it right now. Duan Ting was watching closely, he couldn't expose the increase in his skill slots. Su Chen put away the skill book and then looked at the ancient book. It was a book on crafting incendiary bombs. According to the book, the power of the incendiary bomb was quite explosive. Once it detonated, it would ignite a raging fire within a 10-meter radius, and in terms of power, it was no less than a fireball spell from a fire mage.
Not bad. Su Chen nodded slightly. The
value of the incendiary bomb might not compare to that of the explosive bomb, but selling it for over 100,000 blue star coins was still feasible. After the assessment, he would contact Jin Chaohua. After a while, Su Chen put away the book and slowly walked up to Duan Ting.
Su Chen, stop looking, hurry and save me out. Duan Ting was feeling extremely frustrated.
Su Chen rubbed his nose and said, I can help you get out, but you have to endure a bit. Duan Ting only had his head sticking out. There were only 2 ways to rescue him. One was to dig him out. The other was to pull him out by his hair. The first method would take too much time, so the second had to be chosen. This process would definitely be a bit painful, so Duan Ting had to endure it. I've already endured enough, just hurry up and do it, Duan Ting said, a bit impatient.
Alright, I respect your choice. Su Chen nodded and suddenly grabbed Duan Ting's hair without warning. Duan Ting, what was going on? What was Su Chen planning to do? Before he could react, he was yanked out by Su Chen. It felt just like pulling a radish. Tian Yu watched in shock. Ah!
Duan Ting screamed, feeling as if his scalp was about to tear. It was only now that he realized Su Chen had taken such a simple and crude approach. Old Duan, I'm leaving first, Su Chen called out and turned to leave. So far, more than 3 hours had passed and he was only on the 5th level, he had to hurry.
Damn!
Duan Ting touched his scalp, gritting his teeth in pain.
Duan Ting, don't just stand there, hurry up and save me. Tian Yu reminded him.
Duan Ting's gaze shifted to Tian Yu's hair and a sly smile crossed his lips.
No problem getting you out, but you have to endure a bit. Tian Yu panicked immediately, no way. If you dare to pull my hair, I'll make sure my brother beats you to death once we're out. She definitely didn't want to be pulled out like a radish. Duan Ting felt a bit scared. To avoid being beaten to death, he could only reluctantly find a branch and squat down to dig slowly. On the other side, Su Chen quickly arrived at the stairs leading to the 6th level.
This time, he encountered no obstacles and smoothly teleported into the 6th level. The 6th level was an endless desert, looking quite similar to the Endless Desert's secret realm. Suchen glanced around, seeing no one, and took out a skill book to place on his forehead. The next moment, the skill book merged into his forehead. Skill Nuclear Explosion Divine Fist. Learned successfully. Suchen then opened his data panel. Name, Suchen. Profession, Wood-type Summoner, Swordsman, Healer, Iron Fist Warrior. Level, Bronze Mirror 2nd Stage. Attack Power, 305. Defense, 230. Agility, 180. Mental Power, 80. Experience, 233,000. Health, 1200. Mana, 1200. IQ, Unknown. Summoning skills, Summon Little Treant 1, Summon Demon Plant Archer 1. Swordsman skills, Wave of Tenfold Slashes. Healer skills, Sacred Light of Bell Spirit. Iron Fist Warrior skills, Nuclear Explosion Divine Fist. For professions now, Suchen's expression changed. In Blue Star, dual-class transmuters were extremely rare, and triple-class ones were even more so. There had never been a 4-class transmuter. He could be considered the first in history. After a moment, Suchen took a deep breath and headed straight for the golden stairs leading to the 7th level. In Star Gathering City, on the rooftop of a building, Daijaju stared intently at the Chaos Tower, and when he saw the number 10,086 suddenly appear on the 6th level, he excitedly shouted, "Old ho, I found Suchen." Ho-Hai's eyes lit up. "Where is he?" Daijaju replied, "Just entered the 6th level." Ho-Hai laughed. "I told you, this kid Suchen would definitely catch up." Duan Chunhai scoffed. "So what if he just reached the 6th level? What's there to be excited about? Didn't you see? Lin Nyoka has already entered the 9th level?" Ho-Hai said meaningfully, "It won't be long before Suchen surpasses them." From the 6th to the 8th level, the otherworldly creatures are relatively fewer, and during this period, there will basically be no obstacles encountered. With Suchen's speed, it wouldn't take long to enter the 9th level at all. Duan Chunhai quietly watched Ho-Hai, then pushed a plate of peanuts in front of him. "Old ho, don't just drink, eat some peanuts, you're starting to talk nonsense." Ho-Hai snorted lightly. "I don't need them, you keep them for yourself." Meanwhile, the Transcender Forum was in an uproar. Alchemist Alliance, how about that? We alchemists are the first to enter the 9th level. This time, we are really going to rise. Currently, there are 3 people who have entered the 9th level. Besides number 1 and number 2, there is also number 250. Number 250 represents the Golden Super Nation, a genuine alchemist. Great Axe Warrior Alliance. What the hell? What kind of luck did this number 250 have? How could he kill so quickly? Is he cheating? Alchemist Alliance, those with axes, speak more. Cautiously, what do you mean by cheating? We alchemists are quite powerful, you know? Great Axe Warrior Alliance. Ha! Archer Alliance. Everyone, don't rush to conclusions. The first 9 levels of the Chaos Tower are not difficult. Only by reaching the 10th level and above can one truly show their strength. That alchemist will at most stop at the 9th level. Swordsman Alliance. Agreed. Mage Alliance. Agreed +1. Beast Warrior Alliance. Agreed +2. Knight Alliance. Agreed +100. Alchemist Alliance. A little archer is trying to find a sense of presence? Do you archers have any idea how weak you are? Who gave you the courage to question us? Archer Alliance? When did life professions have the right to look down on main combat professions? This is really messed up. Mage Alliance. The Alchemist Alliance is getting a bit inflated. Summoner Alliance. It's okay, let them show off for a while. Reality is cruel. Life professions will never amount to anything. 6th level of the Chaos Tower. Suchen rushed towards the golden staircase. Suddenly, a rumbling sound echoed in his ears. Suchen turned his head and saw a cloud of dust rolling in from the left rear. In front of the dust, a large black bull was galloping. This black bull was over 5 meters long, with muscles that looked like they were forged from iron. At first, Suchen thought it was a demon beast, but upon closer inspection, he found a thin male student sitting on the bull. Clearly, this was a Knight Transcender, and the black bull was his mount. "Hey, buddy, give me a ride." As the other party approached, Suchen hurriedly waved his hand. The black bull was incredibly fast. Riding it would save a lot of stamina. "You think you deserve it?" The thin male student glanced at Suchen, a smirk appearing on his lips, and after saying that, he rode the black bull away, leaving Suchen feeling disheveled in the wind. "Damn it! If you don't want to give me a ride, fine, but was it necessary to mock me? What the hell?" Suchen almost rushed up to give him a beating. However, he ultimately gave up. Right now, the priority was to clear the levels. There was no need to create unnecessary trouble. Next time they met, it wouldn't be too late to deal with him. 15 minutes later, Suchen arrived at the golden staircase. At this moment, there was no one around. It seemed that the thin male student riding the wild bull had already entered the 7th level before him. Suchen let out a light breath and quickly ascended the staircase. The 7th level was desolate, with only patches of withered yellow grass in sight. Suchen glanced around and unexpectedly discovered that the golden staircase leading to the 8th level was just within reach, only 50 meters away. This luck was truly incredible. Suchen was almost in disbelief. After a moment of daze, he sprinted over and successfully entered the 8th level, taking only 3 minutes.
Su Chen has entered the 8th level. Dai Jiaju became excited. Ho Hai laughed heartily. I told you, Su Chen would definitely catch up later. Duan Chunhai glanced at Dai Jiaju puzzled and asked, Old Dai, whose side are you on? Why are you so happy? Wasn't Dai Jiaju betting with Ho Hai? The better Su Chen performed, the worse it was for him, right? So why was Dai Jiaju so excited? Dai Jiaju coughed lightly and explained, Of course I'm on your side. I'm just afraid of losing the suspense, so I'm cheering for Su Chen. It's more thrilling this way. Is that so? Duan Chunhai frowned. He felt something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint the problem at the moment. Li Chanfeng also noticed that Su Chen had entered the 8th level, and his spirits lifted immediately. Currently, there were only about 100 students who had reached above the 8th level. Su Chen had already made it into the top 100, and with a little more effort he could even break into the top 10. Principal Li, you look good. It seems your students are performing well? Suddenly, Zhang Hong, the principal of Lingwang No. 2 High School, walked over, jokingly commenting, We can't compare to your school, Li Changfeng replied lightly. Zhang Hong waved his hand, feigning humility, Our school is just average. So far, only 2 students have reached the 9th level, and 1 has reached the 10th level. It's nothing to brag about. 3 students reaching above the 9th level was quite an achievement. It had been many years since Lingwang No. 2 High School had such a highlight. Not showing off a little would be a bit unreasonable. Li Changfeng, are you out of breath just because I said you're fat? So what if you reached the 10th level? What's so impressive about that? Why not try to reach the 13th level? Hearing the commotion, principals from other schools gathered around, curiously asking, Principal Jiang, who from your school reached the 10th level? Is it that alchemist Jin Chabwa? So far, only 4 people had entered the 10th level. 3 of them were ranked at the top. The only student from Donghai No. 2 High School on the list was Jin Chabwa. He was the only one with a chance to enter the 10th level. Zhang Hong beamed, It's Jin Chabwa. It was hard to imagine that an alchemist could achieve such a good result. Jin Chabwa's performance brought him great surprise. It really is him. The other principals were astonished. 8th level of the Chaos Tower. Su Chen picked up speed, racing straight towards the direction of the golden staircase. This time, his luck wasn't as good as before. The teleportation distance was a bit far, about 20 to 30 kilometers from the golden staircase. Just as he passed through a small grove, a group of fireballs suddenly charged out, all covered in flames, numbering over 20. This was a group of 8th-tier fireballs possessing the flame attachment skill, and their strength was quite formidable. The fireballs locked onto Su Chen and charged at him madly. Suddenly, a fierce aura mixed with intense heat rushed towards him. Su Chen snorted coldly, wielding his sword, he slashed in midair. With a whoosh, the first charging fireball was split in half. A large amount of blood gushed from the mangled body, instantly staining the ground red. The remaining fireballs, seeing Su Chen's ferocity, halted their charge, unsure of what to do. Su Chen didn't care about that, he rushed up and began to slash wildly. Swish, swish. After a few strikes, another 7 or 8 fireballs fell into the pool of blood. The remaining fireballs were completely terrified and fled in panic. Su Chen did not pursue them. Killing an 8th-tier fireball only yielded a few dozen experience points, which he found unworthy of his time. If you really want to gain experience, it's better to go above the 10th floor and kill indiscriminately. Clap, clap. Just as Su Chen was about to leave, a round of applause suddenly rang in his ears. Not far away, a burly bald male student was looking at him with intense eyes. Su Chen was a bit confused and rubbed his nose. Do you need something? The bald male student walked straight up to Su Chen, scrutinized him, and murmured, deep-set eyes, handsome appearance, extraordinary temperament, you really are a bit more handsome than me. The visitor was none other than He Yaoxing from Qingmu No. 1 High School. Su Chen. The other person's inexplicable words left him a bit dazed. And with that bald head, how could he compare himself to him? Couldn't he take a look at himself? Su Chen snapped out of it and asked, What do you want? He Yaoxing said solemnly, I came to confirm one thing. Are you the swordsman who scared off the earth beasts? Earth beasts? Su Chen muttered, quickly recalling that he had indeed scared off a few earth beasts on the 4th floor. He Yaoxing glanced at Su Chen and said lightly, Looks like it's you. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. So what if it is? Whoosh. He Yaoxing pointed his long sword at Su Chen. Draw your sword, I want a duel with you. Su Chen was once again bewildered. What was going on? He was being challenged out of nowhere? Was there something wrong with his head? Su Chen asked in confusion, Can you give me a reason? He Yaoxing's expression was serious as he coldly replied, The reason is simple. I won't allow there to be a swordsman more handsome than me. Su Chen was utterly defeated by this statement. Was there really such a bizarre reason? He had to admit it was impressive. However, he didn't want to waste time fighting the guy, so he said, Can I just give you the title of the most handsome swordsman? Give? He Yaoxing scoffed, Do I need someone to give it to me? I want to defeat you with strength. Su Chen's eyes gradually narrowed. You really don't need to do this. Do you know why? Why? He Yaoxing instinctively asked. Su Chen smirked, Because you're not handsome at all. You don't qualify to compare with me. This statement was like a death blow to a narcissist. He Yaoxing was hit hard, staggering slightly. His mouth twitching. What did you say? Say it again. Su Chen repeated, you're not handsome at all. Impossible. He Yaoxing couldn't accept this fact, roaring in anger, draw your sword, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Su Chen knew that He Yaoxing had lost his rationality and this battle was inevitable. He gripped his sword and pointed it. Today, I'll let you see reality. Come at me. Whoosh. Without saying another word, He Yaoxing charged in front of Su Chen and swung his sword in the air. This strike didn't use any skills and was devoid of any fancy moves. It was purely a contest of sword speed and attack power. Su Chen sneered and blocked with his sword. The two swords clashed violently. A crisp sound echoed. He Yaoxing's long sword instantly shattered into countless fragments. Damn! He Yaoxing was startled and quickly retreated. Once he had put some distance between them, he looked at Su Chen. In shock, what level is your long sword? Su Chen couldn't be bothered to answer and instead smiled. Do you want to continue? Ha ha! He Yaoxing laughed wildly. No wonder you're so arrogant. Turns out you have a powerful weapon. But I can still handle you with ease. Su Chen beckoned with his finger. Hurry up, I'm in a rush. Seeing Su Chen look down on him like this, He Yaoxing got angry, opened his item bar and took out another long sword, aiming it at Su Chen and swinging it from a distance. Su Chen's weapon was too powerful, they couldn't engage in close combat, so he could only use skills to suppress him. A sharp whistle pierced the air. A massive sword energy cross slash bore down on Su Chen. He stood still, waiting until the sword energy cross slash was close before casually slashing out. With a loud bang, the sword energy cross slash disintegrated as if made of paper. Seeing this, He Yaoxing was momentarily stunned. He shattered the skill with a single sword strike? Who exactly was this male student? How could his strength be so formidable? Bald Chang, stop dawdling, continue, Su Chen reminded him. Bald Chang? He Yaoxing was slightly taken aback. Although he didn't know what Bald Chang referred to, the name sounded extremely insulting. He Yaoxing's expression darkened as he glared at Su Chen. Kid, you've completely angered me. I'm going to unleash my ultimate move. Stop with the nonsense. My judgment is itching for action. Hurry up, Su Chen said, somewhat impatiently. He Yaoxing didn't waste words either. He raised his sword high above his head and suddenly slashed down at Su Chen. In an instant, a beam of sword light shot out, condensing into a dragon made of sword energy, bearing its fangs and claws as it lunged at Su Chen. Sword Master exclusive skill, sword energy transformation into dragon. This skill was incredibly powerful, filled with the intent to kill and rampage. Among all sword master skills, it ranked within the top 20. Faced with such a powerful sword master skill, Su Chen raised an eyebrow in boredom and then swung his judgment. With a tearing sound, the sword energy dragon was sliced in half from head to tail, turning into specks of starlight that vanished into the void. He Yaoxing was left petrified. What the hell? Ruthless. Another sword strike shattered it directly? When did sword master skills become so fragile? Was this male student even human? Too unfathomable. Bald Chang, do you submit? Su Chen asked with a cold smile. He Yaoxing gritted his teeth. I don't submit. Aren't you just relying on a weapon? If you have the ability, put down your weapon and let's fight barehanded. Interesting. Su Chen smirked, putting away his judgment into his inventory. I'll give you a chance. Bald Chang still wanted to engage him in close combat? Didn't he know his reputation as a melee maniac? Today, he would let him see. This is your own doing. He Yaoxing put away his weapon and charged at Su Chen frantically. The two instantly grappled together. Bang, bang. After just a few exchanges, He Yaoxing was knocked to the ground by Su Chen, receiving a flurry of brutal kicks. The difference in their attack, defense, and agility attributes was not trivial. It was entirely normal for Su Chen to have him pinned to the ground. Stop hitting. I admit defeat, He Yaoxing shouted for mercy. After just a few hits, he felt like all his bones were about to break. If this continued, he would be kicked out of the Chaos Tower. Really damn asking for it. Su Chen lifted his foot and kicked He Yaoxing away. He rolled several times on the ground, dazedly getting up, looking at Su Chen in terror. What level are you? Just now, he felt like he was facing not a bronze realm class changer, but more like a silver realm class changer. That ghostly speed, that violent strength, who wouldn't be terrified? What level does it have to do with you? Su Chen couldn't be bothered to respond, snorting. Are you convinced now? He Yaoxing's eyes darted. I'm half convinced now. If you can defeat me again, I'll completely submit and recognize you as my boss from now on. Half convinced? Su Chen was slightly taken aback, then smiled. I specialize in treating all forms of disbelief. Today, I'll make you fully convinced. Let's see if you have that ability. He Yaoxing laughed wildly, then waved his hands. With a whoosh, whoosh, two 2-meter-tall flame monsters appeared on either side. This is an elemental summon? Su Chen's lips curled. So you're saying that Bald Chang is not only a swordsman but also an elemental summoner? A dual-class job changer? That's pretty impressive. Charge! He Yaoxing growled. Two fire monsters lunged at Su Chen simultaneously. Bang, bang! Su Chen threw two punches and the violent force shot out, shattering the two fire monsters into pieces. Hiss!
He Yaoxing gasped, then gritted his teeth and summoned 10 fire spirits. Whoosh, whoosh.
At He Yaoxing's signal, the 10 fire spirits simultaneously shot out fire rockets. The rockets, as thick as arms, whistled toward Su Chen. Throughout this process, Su Chen didn't dodge or block, allowing the rockets to hit him one after another. Bang! Bang! Sparks erupted on Su Chen's body, yet they didn't even harm his fur. He Yaoxing's face changed in shock. What kind of defense is this? It's simply terrifying. Tap, tap. Su Chen leisurely walked up to He Yaoxing, smiling faintly. Are you convinced? He Yaoxing nodded vigorously, convinced. Truly convinced, bowing down in submission. With Su Chen being this powerful, there was no way to refuse. Su Chen's expression suddenly darkened. But I'm really not happy right now. He had been stopped by He Yaoxing for no reason, wasting a lot of time. He couldn't just let him off so easily. He Yaoxing. What does that mean? Seeing the unfriendly look in Su Chen's eyes, could it be that he still wanted to beat him up? He had just taken a beating and was still sore all over. If he got hit again, he wouldn't be able to take it. He Yaoxing shrank his neck and awkwardly smiled. It was indeed my fault earlier. I've realized my mistake. Besides, I'm already your little brother now, so how can the boss hit his little brother? If this gets out, it would tarnish your reputation, so let's not hold it against each other. Su Chen slightly opened his mouth. When did I take you as my little brother? Why does it feel like Bald Chang has a bit of a sycophantic trait? He Yaoxing said seriously. Didn't I say? As long as you can beat me, I'll recognize you as my boss. I'm He Yaoxing, a man of my word. How can I go back on it? Su Chen. This is the first time he's encountered such a thing. He's being forced to be the big brother. Su Chen curiously asked, aren't you He Yaoxing, one of the top 10 geniuses on the leaderboard? You're quite a notable figure. Isn't it embarrassing to be my little brother? He Yaoxing nonchalantly replied, I only care about the quality of the thigh to cling to, I don't care about anything else. With Su Chen's bravery, he would surely become a dominant force in Blue Star in time. Being close to such a strong person, what does it matter to lose a bit of face? Su Chen pondered for a moment and said seriously, I actually haven't been a big brother for a few years, but seeing your sincerity, it's not impossible to take you as my little brother, but I need to assess you first. Boss, feel free to assess, I won't let you down. He Yaoxing's attitude was very respectful, fully immersing himself in the role of a little brother. Su Chen smiled and walked straight toward the golden staircase. He Yaoxing hurriedly followed, eagerly asking, Boss, what should I call you? Since he recognized Su Chen as his boss, he couldn't not know his name, right? Su Chen replied casually, Donghai No. 2 High School, Su Chen. Su Chen? He Yaoxing muttered, feeling that this name was particularly unfamiliar. Logically speaking, with Su Chen's formidable combat power, he should have been famous by now. So why was his name missing from the potential rising stars list? And from the assessment leaderboard as well? What went wrong? Could it be that Su Chen was deliberately hiding his strength, wanting to remain silent until he made a stunning appearance? He Yaoxing felt that this possibility was very high, but he couldn't be completely sure, so he asked, Boss, you're so powerful, why aren't you on the list? Su Chen also didn't know the reason, thought for a moment, and said, it might be related to my profession. My profession is too useless, giving people the impression that I have no potential, so I was excluded from the list. Currently, he was a fourth job changer, but before that, he was just a wood-type summoner. The wood-type summoner was a mediocre profession, so it was normal for it to be looked down upon. He Yaoxing asked in confusion, aren't you a swordsman? Swordsmen, although not as good as rare or dual professions, aren't considered too useless. If you can learn a powerful skill, you're still quite formidable. Su Chen smiled faintly. Actually, I'm a wood-type summoner. In the eyes of others, he was just a wood-type summoner, and there was no need to reveal other professions. What? A wood-type summoner? He Yaoxing's eyes nearly popped out. He was actually being completely dominated by a wood-type summoner? Are wood-type summoners this brutal now? He Yaoxing felt a mix of emotions. Boss, are you joking with me? Su Chen chuckled. If you don't believe me, you can ask around after the assessment. He Yaoxing was stunned in place. The two continued walking for a while, and He Yaoxing suddenly remembered a question. Boss, why did you call me Bald Chang just now? Su Chen replied, legend has it that in an ancient forest there was an extraordinary strongman, a bald man known as Bald Chang. That guy's speed in chopping trees and killing monsters is unparalleled. Aren't you also bald? And you're a dual profession, your strength is quite impressive. You have many similarities with that Bald Chang, so I thought of you as him. So that's what you think. He Yaoxing's spirits lifted. He initially thought Bald Chang was a derogatory term. Now it seemed he had misunderstood. Bald Chang was clearly a compliment for a strong person. He Yaoxing's gaze became resolute. From now on, I'll be called Bald Chang. Su Chen clicked his tongue. He Yaoxing's intelligence seemed a bit lacking. Deceiving someone with such a disability, he felt a bit guilty inside. He Yaoxing glanced at Su Chen and saw a look of guilt on his face, curiously asking, Boss, what are you thinking? Su Chen came back to his senses. It's nothing, let's keep moving. On a tall building in Star Gathering City, an old man with a goat beard was leisurely drinking tea, staring intently at the projection of the Chaos Tower. Suddenly, Zhang Mu walked over. Grandpa, there's an Update on Su Chen. The old man raised an eyebrow, instantly intrigued. What's the situation?
Zhang Mu slowly said. Su Chen encountered He Yaoxing from Qingmu number 1 on the 8th floor, and the two of them got into a big fight for some reason.
The old man pondered. He Yaoxing is a dual profession, exceptionally strong.
Didn't Su Chen get knocked out of the chaos tower? Zhang Mu cleared his throat. Grandpa, you might not believe it, but Su Chen is a bit outrageous. He actually dominated He Yaoxing the whole time.
What?
The old man suddenly sat up straight from his chair, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief.
A wood-type summoner dominated a dual profession? Is it that exaggerated?
Is this the strength a wood-type summoner should have?
The old man was momentarily dazed and asked, how did Su Chen dominate He Yaoxing?
Zhang Mu shook his head. I'm not too clear on the specifics. I only saw a segment where
Su Chen pressed He Yaoxing to the ground and rubbed him.
Good heavens! The old man clicked his tongue in astonishment.
Zhang Mu tentatively asked, Grandpa, I feel that Su Chen's strength is not inferior to Lin Nyoka and Du Binzhou. Do you think he has a chance to win first place in this assessment?
The old man with the goat beard showed a contemplative expression.
Lin Nyoka and Du Binzhou are not easy opponents.
It will be very difficult for Su Chen to snatch first place from them.
However, Su Chen's performance has already earned my recognition.
You should tell teacher Li Qingguang that once Su Chen graduates, we must invite him to our Juxing University.
Such talent must not be taken by other universities.
Got it, Grandpa. Zhang Mu nodded in response. A few minutes later, Su Chen and his companion arrived near the golden staircase, but before they could step on it, a voice suddenly shouted, You
little brat, let's see where you run this time.
Su Chen felt the voice was somewhat familiar and quickly turned his head to glance.
Two female students were walking over. One of them was
holding an instrument that looked like a guzheng, wearing a veil that obscured her face, but her figure was extremely alluring. The other one had a particularly curvy figure and was holding a long black whip. Upon seeing the whip, Su Chen immediately remembered, wasn't this the one who forced Liang Yu to sing Conquer Wu Fei? How did he run into this annoying person? Again? What bad luck! A look of disgust immediately appeared in Su Chen's eyes.
He Yaoxing nudged Su Chen's arm. Boss, do you have a grudge with them? Su Chen nodded slightly. I had a conflict with Wu Fei before and kicked her. He Yaoxing sighed. You're in trouble.
That girl with the veil is named Tang Qin, a complete violent maniac, and she is very protective of her.
Oh,
you hurt her cousin Wu Fei, she won't let you off.
Tang Qin?
Su Chen felt the name was somewhat familiar and thought for a moment before recalling that Tang Qin was ranked 6 on the potential new star list as a spell musician. As a rare class changer, Tang Qin's strength was certainly not to be underestimated, but compared to him, she was far from his level. Cousin, it was this guy who hurt me earlier. As they approached, Wu Fei pointed at Su Chen, fuming with anger.
Tang Qin sized up Su Chen and said coldly, I now give you two choices. Either leave the Chaos Tower voluntarily or I will throw you out. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. You don't even ask for the reason before making a move. Isn't that a bit unreasonable? Tang Qin turned to Wu Fei. Wu Fei, what exactly happened?
Wu Fei looked ashamed and furious. He saw that I was beautiful and took the initiative to flirt with me, even getting hands on.
I refused to comply, and this guy got angry and hurt me. Su Chen's mouth dropped open. Can it really be twisted like this?
With someone like Wu Fei, even if she stood naked in front of him, he wouldn't look at her.
Flirting? Was he that desperate?
He Yaoxing stroked his chin, pondering. So the boss likes this type, quite a heavy taste.
Tang Qin stared at Su Chen, her voice icy. What else do you have to say? Su Chen rubbed his nose. If I say it wasn't like that, would you believe me?
Of course not. Tang Qin snorted lightly.
Then there's nothing to discuss.
Su Chen chuckled and turned to He Yaoxing, saying, Xiao Chang, here's a chance for you to show off. As long as you can stop Tang Qin, you pass the test and I'll take you as my little brother.
What? Tang Qin and Wu Fei were both stunned. Su Chen wanted to take He Yaoxing as his little brother? And it required a test?
What kind of international joke was
this?
He Yaoxing was a dual class, a top 10 powerhouse on the potential new star list.
Would someone like him be a little brother to someone else? Tang Qin sneered. Have you lost your mind? Su Chen did not respond, but quietly watched He Yaoxing, waiting for his answer. He Yaoxing's expression changed, and he immediately declared, Boss, I will definitely not let you down. I promise to complete the task. Tang Qin, Wu Fei, what's going on? Is He Yaoxing really willing to be someone's little brother? And he looks so sycophantic? This is insane. This world is too crazy. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, suddenly moved his feet, and with a whoosh disappeared from his spot, reappearing right in front of Wu Fei. His speed was like that of a ghost. Damn!
He Yaoxing was stunned, completely shocked by Su Chen's terrifying speed.
Not good. Tang Qin's face turned pale. Su Chen was definitely going to make a move on Wu Fei. Even if she wanted to stop him, it was too late. Wu Fei sensed the danger, her eyes filled with deep terror. Bitch! Die! Su Chen clenched his fist and suddenly struck out. Wu Fei had provoked him time and again. He couldn't swallow this resentment without showing her some color.
This punch was all his strength, powerful and heavy.
The surrounding air howled with a piercing wind. No!
Wu Fei was enveloped by the punch's wind and was so scared she almost cried. Bang! In the next moment, Su Chen's fist struck Wu Fei's face. The violent force shot out like a floodgate, bursting, surging, and overwhelming. Suddenly, a silver light erupted from Wu Fei's body, and under the silver light's cover, her figure flickered and ultimately vanished from the spot. Clearly, she had been punched out of the Chaos Tower by Su Chen. Tang Qin and He Yaoxing watched in horror. Although Su Chen did not use any skills with this punch, its power was extraordinarily explosive. It was only because the protective mechanism was triggered. Otherwise, Wu Fei would have been reduced to dust long ago. He Yaoxing secretly sighed. The boss is the boss, really impressive. It was only at this moment that he realized Su Chen hadn't even exerted himself when they fought earlier. His strength was truly unfathomable. In a daze, he felt that the thigh he was clinging to had become even thicker. He must hold on tightly. After dealing with Wu Fei, Su Chen gave He Yaoxing a glance. Xiao Chang, this place is up to you. After saying that, he walked straight up the golden staircase. He Yaoxing stood in front of the golden staircase, cautiously observing Tang Qin to prevent her from ambushing Su Chen. Tang Qin was slightly taken aback and mocked. You, He Yaoxing, are supposed to be a person of some stature, yet you choose to be someone else's little brother. Don't you feel embarrassed? He Yaoxing looked indifferent. You want to be my boss's little brother, but my boss doesn't even look at you. You're clearly envious and jealous. Tang Qin, is he really feeling superior just from being someone's little brother? Is he out of his mind? Tang Qin shook her head in disbelief and huffed. Step aside, don't block the way. He Yaoxing was taken aback. Not going to fight? Tang Qin replied irritably, our strengths are about equal. What's the point of fighting? It's better to clear a few more levels. That makes sense. He Yaoxing nodded and moved aside, giving Tang Qin a path. Tang Qin said no more and strode up the golden staircase. Hey, I need to tell you something. He Yaoxing suddenly called out. Tang Qin stopped, not turning her head, and said, what? He Yaoxing said directly, you better not trouble my boss again, you can't beat him. Upon hearing this, Tang Qin's eyes showed a hint of caution. Although she hadn't fought Su Chen, that punch just now had given her a heart-stopping feeling. Unless absolutely necessary, she wouldn't have any more conflicts with Su Chen. Tang Qin suddenly said, how strong is your boss? Is he stronger than you? He Yaoxing didn't hold back. We just had a fight and I was pinned to the ground and thoroughly trampled. Tang Qin's mouth dropped open. What's your boss's name? If even He Yaoxing could be crushed, then he must be a powerhouse on the level of Lin Miaoku or Du Binzhou. So who is he? He Yaoxing replied in a deep voice, my boss is called Su Chen. Su Chen? Tang Qin murmured, then tentatively asked, is he an Iron Fist warrior? Just now, Su Chen had knocked Wu Fei out of the Chaos Tower with a single punch, which fit the attack style of an Iron Fist warrior. She began to suspect that Su Chen was indeed one. He Yaoxing shook his head. You might not believe it when I tell you, my boss is a wood element summoner. Tang Qin was left dumbfounded. Su Chen is a wood element summoner? He defeated He Yaoxing? Is this real? Meanwhile, Su Chen had already teleported to the 9th level, appearing in a ruined city. What greeted him was a scene of crumbling walls, and the sky was very dim. It gave off a very oppressive feeling. Su Chen scanned the area and quickly located the golden staircase. However, in the direction of the golden staircase, hundreds of black demon beasts were flying in the sky, looking like large bats. Su Chen withdrew his gaze and walked along the street. After passing through the city, he found himself in a desolate area. Just after taking a few steps, a strange cry echoed above him, accompanied by a whistling sound. Without looking, he knew that those large bats had spotted him and were preparing to attack. Su Chen snorted coldly and looked up. The next moment, he was stunned. There indeed hovered a group of 1-meter-long black bats, but there was also a stunning woman with bat wings. She looked about 18 or 19, with a curvaceous figure. She wore very little clothing, to be precise, only 2 pieces that covered the 2 important areas. Her body was a dazzling white, and it would be an understatement to describe her skin as like congealed fat. Her long legs were exposed, sparking endless imagination. Even with Su Chen's composure, he couldn't help but be momentarily distracted. If it were someone else, they would have probably fallen for her long ago. After a moment of daze, Su Chen snapped back to reality. What was this Batwoman? Was she also a creature from another world? Aren't creatures from other worlds supposed to be ugly? Why was this one so beautiful? The Batwoman glanced at Su Chen, and a wicked smile suddenly crossed her lips. Human, I can sense your strength. Your blood must be particularly delicious. Su Chen's expression froze. She could speak the human language? And she wanted to drink his blood? How evil. Did she think that being beautiful gave her the right to do as she pleased? Su Chen pointed his judgment at her, his expression cold as he said, come on, let's see how I crush you. A glint of cold light flickered in the Batwoman's beautiful eyes, and she coldly laughed. You won't have the chance. As her voice fell, the bats circling in the air let out a sharp screech and charged towards Su Chen. It was as if a massive dark cloud was descending, completely enveloping Su Chen. Su Chen sneered, gripping judgment and slashing through the air. Waves of sword energy roared out, one after another, surging violently. Crack! Bang! Accompanied by the sound of shattering, dozens of bats were instantly torn to pieces, falling from the sky like raindrops. The Batwoman was stunned on the spot. These bats were her capable subordinates, each possessing strong defensive abilities. Yet, they were all slaughtered by Su Chen's swordsman skill. This showed just how terrifying Su Chen's strength must be. Realizing this, the Batwoman no longer dared to stay, flapping her wings violently, twisting her waist and quickly flying away, disappearing from sight in an instant. Su Chen sighed, what a pity. The Batwoman was clearly different from other creatures from other worlds. She might even be a boss. Killing a boss guarantees equipment drops. Unfortunately, he didn't have flying skills and couldn't catch up, so he couldn't hunt her down. This was indeed a regrettable matter. Retracting his gaze, Su Chen continued on his way. 20 minutes later, he was less than 500 meters from the golden staircase. But at that moment, a fierce sound of battle came from ahead. Where there was fighting, there were bound to be creatures from other worlds. Su Chen rushed forward quickly. He saw a large group of black bats hovering in the sky. These bats were slightly smaller, only about half a meter long, but there were over 100 of them. Below, 3 humanoid skeletons and 3 giant ape skeletons were fighting against the black bats. Next to them stood a skeleton as large as a mountain. Upon closer inspection, it was a dragon-shaped skeleton. Beneath the dragon-shaped skeleton stood a delicate-looking long-haired female student, none other than Zhu Yuqi from Lingguan No. 2 High School. Wow! 3 types of summoned creatures. Su Chen was astonished. No wonder Zhu Yuqi ranked 3rd in this assessment. It turned out she had learned the 2nd and 3rd summoning skills. Moreover, she had summoned a dragon-shaped skeleton, which was quite impressive. After taking a glance, Su Chen slowly walked over. Zhu Yuqi seemed to sense something, turned her head, and froze when she saw it was Su Chen. Su Chen smiled slightly. We meet again, what a coincidence. Zhu Yuqi's mouth opened. Su Chen, how did you make it to the 9th level? Indeed, Su Chen had strong melee capabilities, but he was still just a wood-type summoner. He had originally thought that reaching the 6th level was already remarkable. He never expected to have made it to the 9th level. If you can come here, why can't I? Su Chen countered. Zhu Yuqi was momentarily at a loss for words. She had made it here thanks to her 3 types of summoned creatures, which meant she had sufficient strength. What about Su Chen? Was it just because of a golden level, non-ranked attack item? That didn't seem quite enough, did it? Su Chen changed the subject. Do you need help? Zhu Yuqi instinctively nodded. Su Chen then summoned the demon plant archer. The demon plant archer had now advanced to bronze mirror level 2, possessing considerable attack power, easily dealing with the black iron level 9 bats. With a whoosh, the demon plant archer aimed at a black bat and quickly shot an arrow, directly blowing the bat's head off. Watching the bat's corpse fall from the sky, Zhu Yuqi was a bit dazed. Su Chen's summoned creature could kill a black iron level 9 iron-winged bat in one hit? Was it really that powerful? After several rounds of rapid fire, one iron-winged bat after another fell, and in the blink of an eye, over 20 had been hunted down. Seeing the demon plant archer's superb archery skills, the iron-winged bats were terrified and fled. The battle came to an end. Su Chen walked over to Zhu Yuqi, looked up at the dragon-shaped skeleton, and thoughtfully said, "This big guy must be very powerful, right?" Zhu Yuqi nodded. "Without it, I wouldn't have made it this far." Along the way, they had encountered many creatures from other worlds, and 3 humanoid skeletons and 3 giant ape skeletons were simply not enough to handle them. Su Chen suddenly thought of something and asked, "Have you seen a bat that looks like a human?" "Looks like a human?" Zhu Yuqi frowned and murmured, her expression suddenly changing. "It should be a boss-level iron-winged bat queen. It's rumored that the iron-winged bat queen can transform into human form upon reaching a certain level. So it really is a boss." Su Chen's face showed reluctance. Not being able to hunt down that boss had always weighed on his mind. Zhu Yuqi tentatively asked, "Did you encounter the iron-winged bat queen?" Su Chen casually said, "Yes, I encountered her on the outskirts of an abandoned city." Zhu Yuqi asked in confusion, "The iron-winged bat queen didn't attack you?" It is rumored that the iron-winged bat queen is not only incredibly powerful but also extremely bloodthirsty. Once discovered by her, one would surely be drained of their essence. So, why was Su Chen able to appear here unscathed? Su Chen sighed regretfully. "She saw that my strength was too great and ran away in fright." Zhu Yuqi. Su Chen scared off the iron-winged bat queen? Is that a joke? It should be known that the iron-winged bat queen is not only strong on her own but also has dozens of large iron-winged bats by her side. Even she would retreat in the face of such power, let alone Su Chen. Zhu Yuqi thought Su Chen was just talking nonsense and smiled. "Su Chen, we can be considered friends now, so I advise you, don't go to the 11th level." "Why?" Su Chen asked in confusion. Zhu Yuqi explained, "There are as many as 10,000 first-tier otherworldly creatures in the 11th level, and they never fight alone. Once they spot a target, they will summon their companions to attack in groups." "How can you withstand that? So many otherworldly creatures?" Su Chen was not afraid. Instead, a hint of excitement flickered in his eyes. If he could go on a killing spree, how much experience would he gain? Zhu Yuqi glanced at Su Chen and asked curiously, "Aren't you afraid?" Su Chen chuckled, "Facing so many Otherworldly creatures, anyone would be scared. But for the sake of experience, it's worth taking the risk. Zhu Yuqi smiled wryly. Hunting the otherworldly creatures in the 11th level doesn't grant experience bonuses. Ha, why is that? Su Chen was taken aback. Zhu Yuqi explained, the 11th level only has one boss-level otherworldly creature, the others are all clones released by this boss through skills. Killing the clones doesn't yield experience. 10,000 clones? Su Chen was shocked. This was the first time he had heard of such a powerful skill. If that were the case, there was no need for a massacre. It would be better to quickly pass through the 11th level and enter the 12th. Zhu Yuqi raised an eyebrow. Do you still want to go to the 11th level? Don't you want to go? Su Chen countered. Of course I want to go, and my goal is not the 11th level but the 13th level. Zhu Yuqi's gaze was firm. See you on the 13th level. After Su Chen finished speaking, he took the demon plant archer and ascended the golden staircase. Watching Su Chen's departing figure, Zhu Yuqi stood there in a daze. Su Chen's ambition was not small. He actually dared to aspire to climb to the 13th level? Without the strength to back it up, he would only end up with a face full of disappointment. Look, Su Chen has entered the 10th level. Dai Jiazhu clenched his fists excitedly. So far, no one has entered the 11th level. The 10th level is the highest record. Moreover, the number of people who entered the 10th level is pitifully small, only 6 in total. Besides Lin Myuka, Du Binzhou, Songwei, Jin Chaogua, and Su Chen, there is also an unknown person with the codename 666. The codename 666 had been inconspicuous before, gradually showing strength from the 5th level and reaching the 10th level. With astonishing speed, clearly a dark horse. Ho Haifan laughed wildly. I've finally caught up. However, Duan Chuanhai's expression was not good. Su Chen's potential was too strong. He might really defeat Lin Miaoka. But he was puzzled. Where did a wood-type summoner get such strength? It was truly bizarre. Meanwhile, major media outlets and television stations went into a frenzy. Changhua TV station. Dear viewers, the Chaos Tower assessment has been underway for 5 hours. So far, 6 outstanding students have reached the 10th level, achieving the shortest time in history. This clearly demonstrates the strength of this year's candidates. I believe that in the remaining time, they will surely reach the 13th level or even break through it, creating brilliance. Moline video. An interesting scene has emerged in this assessment. Among the 6 students who reached the 10th level, there are actually 2 dark horses, one with the code 666 and the other with the code 10086. I believe many viewers are curious about the identities of these 2 students. I am equally curious, but unfortunately, there is still no information about them. Now, let's interview Principal Zhou and hear his evaluation of these 2 dark horses. Zhou Haoxiang pondered for a moment and slowly said, to reach the 10th level, besides needing a bit of luck, it requires more strength. This indicates that the strength of these 2 individuals is very formidable, even comparable to Lin Miaoka and others. Of course, with a total of 100,000 students participating in this assessment, it is quite normal for a couple of dark horses to emerge, so there's no need to be too surprised. Principal Zhou, the speed at which these 6 have cleared the levels far exceeds previous years. Do you think they have a chance to reach the 13th level? Zhou Haoxiang replied solemnly, statistically speaking, it is impossible for all 6 to reach the 13th level. Among the first 13 levels of the Chaos Tower, aside from the 13th challenge, the most challenging is the 11th challenge. The difficulty of this level is hellish, and many geniuses have fallen at the 11th level in past assessments. I just hope their luck holds out and they don't all get wiped out. Transmigrator Forum. Alchemist Alliance. Did you see that? Our alchemists are quite strong, currently tied for first place, and entering the 13th level is just around the corner. Mage Alliance. What's there to be smug about? It's only the 10th level for now. Bragging after breaking through the 11th level is not too late. Beast Warrior Alliance. The Mage Alliance is right. The first 10 levels don't show true skill. The 11th level is where strength is tested. Swordsman Alliance. What do you think those 2 dark horses are? Mage Alliance. Do we even need to guess? Besides powerful mages, what other profession could have such deep foundations? Beast Warrior Alliance. Don't flatter yourselves, they might be 2 beast warriors. Mage Alliance. Hee. Mechanic Alliance. Ha, you wouldn't believe it, but one of them is a mechanic. All alliances. Mage Alliance ruthlessly mocked. Isn't a mechanic just someone who modifies machines and repairs cars? Go back and tighten your screws. What are you doing here in the Transmigrator Forum? Mechanic Alliance. Don't look down on people. That student with the code 666 is a genuine mechanic. All alliances. Haha, that's quite a boast. Giant Axe Warrior Alliance. Do you have any evidence? Mechanic Alliance. In this assessment, we only have 1 student participating, and we can't be unclear about his code, can we? All alliances. Goodness. The emergence of an alchemist was already shocking enough. Who would have thought another mechanic would pop up? Are life professions really going to make a comeback? Chaos Tower, 10th level. A petite girl with a ponytail, looking charming, is being besieged by a large number of demon beasts. Within a 5-meter radius around her, spatial ripples are rising. Any demon beast that
enters this range is instantly torn to pieces.
From start to finish, not a single demon beast has been able to cross the threshold.
The ponytailed girl continues forward, leaving behind a trail of blood and severed limbs.
In another place, a burly male student wrapped in a layer of red scales was also besieged by demon beasts, seen constantly swinging his fists. With each punch, several demon beasts were smashed to pieces. Maintaining this crushing momentum, the burly male student rampaged without restraint, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake.
In a
corner of the 10th layer, Jin Chaogui hid inside a black stone tower, occasionally throwing out dark objects through the cracks of the stone door. Immediately, a deafening explosion would
follow.
After throwing out a dozen or so, the outside gradually fell silent.
Jin Chaogui smirked. Though I'm not a mage, my attack power far exceeds that of a mage. Do these mere demon beasts think they can fight me? They don't know when to give up. In a forest, Songwei was being chased by hundreds of demon beasts.
She did not linger in battle but used her teleportation skill, constantly darting through the woods, shaking off the pursuit of the demon beasts in just a few breaths.
When Su Chen appeared on the 10th layer, he suddenly heard a cacophony
of gunfire ahead, the massive explosions ringing in his ears.
Didn't Blue Star have firearms?
In the year since he arrived on Blue Star, he had never seen anyone use firearms.
What was that? Gunfire just now?
Out of curiosity, Su Chen rushed toward the source of the sound.
After running a mile, he came upon a basin. Inside the basin gathered 4 or 5 dozen green giant wolves, each over 3 meters tall, with sharp fangs bared and a fierce glint in their eyes. Opposite this pack of green giant wolves stood a male student, entirely wrapped in thick iron plating, resembling a robot.
Additionally, Su Chen noticed that this male student had a machine gun hanging from each of his mechanical arms, and a cannon barrel stood on his right shoulder,
resembling a rocket launcher. What the hell is this? A mech warrior? Or Iron Man? Su Chen was dumbfounded. Suddenly, the green giant wolves launched a tidal wave of attacks. Rat-a-tat-tat.
At the same time, the male student also began his assault. The 2 machine guns spat fire continuously, and the green giant wolves at the front were instantly turned into sieves. The remaining green giant wolves fared no better, falling to the ground one after another. After a frenzied barrage, all 40 or so green giant wolves lay dead, not a single one intact.
The vast basin was drenched in blood, a gruesome sight.
Such strong attack power.
Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim, then walked over to Iron Man. He was eager to know what kind of
profession the other was and where he had obtained this set of armor. Hearing footsteps, the male student instinctively thought it was a demon beast, quickly turning around, his finger
on the trigger, ready to fire. With 2 dark gun barrels aimed at him, Su Chen felt a bit uneasy and reminded, I mean no harm, could you lower your weapons? Sorry, I thought you were a demon beast. The male student chuckled sheepishly, lowering his machine guns. Su Chen sized him up and curiously asked, classmate, where did you get this equipment? The male student replied with a smile, I didn't buy it, I researched and made it myself. You made it yourself? Su Chen was astonished. Is he really that capable? He can even build mechs? What a talent! The male student nodded. My name is Gao Zhua from Dazhou No. 1 High School, and I'm a mechanic. Developing mechs is my main job. A mechanic? Su Chen was taken aback. Aren't mechanics a lifestyle profession? Are lifestyle professions this powerful? They can even break into the 10th level? However, considering Gao Zhua was wearing such impressive armor and made it this far, it actually made sense. Gao Zhua scrutinized Su Chen and asked, classmate, what do you go by? Su Chen said, my name is Su Chen from Donghai No. 2 Middle School, and I am a wood-type summoner. Gao Zhua, a wood-type summoner? Isn't that a useless profession? At most, you can summon a small tree ant and a plant archer. With just these 2 summons, can you really make it to the 10th level? Su Chen smiled slightly. If you, a lifestyle profession mechanic, can enter the 10th level, isn't it reasonable for me, a main combat profession, wood-type summoner, to enter the 10th level as well? Gao Zhua fell silent. The reasoning was sound, but he had a powerful mech and his overall strength could even compete with a few strong players on the leaderboard. How could Su Chen compare to him? Su Chen reminded, let's not waste time, let's hurry up. Gao Zhua nodded and walked with Su Chen towards the golden staircase. They hadn't gone far when a group of black-haired wild boars suddenly charged at them, about 20 in number. Gao Zhua instinctively raised his machine gun, ready to spray bullets. Su Chen stopped him. You just fought a battle, take a break, let me handle this. Killing monsters can yield experience. If they took down all 20 black iron level 10 beasts, they could gain several hundred experience points. This opportunity couldn't be missed. All right, Gao Zhua nodded. It was a good chance to observe Su Chen's strength. Su Chen gripped his weapon and charged forward. Seeing this, Gao Zhua was completely stunned. Shouldn't a wood-type summoner summon plant archers to fight? Why was he charging in himself? A melee wood-type summoner? Soon, Su Chen was engaged in battle with the black wild boars. The weapon swung continuously, each strike deadly. With every swing, a black-haired wild boar fell. In just a few breaths, all 20 black-haired wild boars lay dead in a pool of blood. Gao Zhua couldn't help but click his tongue. The impact of the scene before him was too strong. It was hard to imagine that a wood-type summoner could be so fierce.
He was even more brutal than those melee professions. When Su Chen returned to his original spot, Gao Zhuo asked in a daze, Su Chen, are you really a wood-type summoner? Absolutely. Su Chen smiled, non-committal. Gao Zhuo's heart trembled. Su Chen seemed to think of something and asked, by the way, how are your bullets generated? He had noticed that there were no magazines on the 2 machine guns. So, where did the bullets come from? Gao Zhuo explained, I use a skill that converts mana into bullets. That's quite amazing. Su Chen nodded and continued to ask, what's your attack power like? Gao Zhuo said, attack power is linked to level. The higher the level, the stronger the attack power. I've already advanced to Bronze Mirror level 2, enough to deal fatal damage to otherworldly creatures of the same level. That's impressive. Su Chen murmured thoughtfully. As long as the mana is sufficient, Gao Zhuo can output infinitely. In the face of such concentrated firepower, ordinary people really can't withstand it. But what about him? Su Chen's eyes flickered. He wanted to take this opportunity to test his own defense. But after thinking for a moment, he gave up. After all, the main focus was still on clearing the levels. The two continued forward. During this time, several more people entered the 10th level, including He Yaoxing. Moreover, this guy was quite lucky, as the teleportation point was only 500 meters from the golden staircase. Thus, although he entered later, he reached the 11th level before Su Chen. He was the 4th to enter the 11th level after Lin Niaoka, Du Binzhou, and Jin Chaogua. Half an hour later, Su Chen and Gao Zhuo finally arrived at the golden staircase. Along the way, they encountered several waves of monsters, but both easily crushed them. Gao Zhuo glanced at the golden staircase. Su Chen, I'm going up first. I hope we can meet on the 11th floor and continue hunting the monsters together. Wait a moment. Su Chen interrupted and reminded, there's no upgrade experience for hunting monsters on the 11th floor, so don't waste time once you enter. Head straight to the 12th floor. Is that so? Gao Zhuo was slightly taken aback. Yes. Su Chen nodded and briefly explained the situation on the 11th floor. Upon hearing that the boss on the 11th floor could summon 10,000 clones, Gao Zhuo's expression grew serious, and he thanked Su Chen. Su Chen, thank you for the reminder. Su Chen smiled slightly, no problem. We'll meet again. Gao Zhuo called out and strode out the golden staircase. Just as Su Chen was about to act, a sudden shimmer appeared before him. He saw a ripple in the air and then a beautiful short-haired woman stepped out. It was Song Wei. Su Chen joked with a smile, we meet again. This time, you won't say I'm stalking you, right? It's you? Song Wei was slightly taken aback, scrutinizing Su Chen and tentatively asked, did you kill that snow beast king? Does it concern you? Su Chen shot her a glance. Previously, due to their confrontation, he didn't have a good impression of Song Wei, so there was no need to be polite. Song Wei paused for a moment and weakly replied, it doesn't concern me. Su Chen ignored her and walked straight up the golden staircase. Song Wei hesitated for a moment, mustered her courage, and shouted, what's your name? Su Chen pretended not to hear and continued walking up. Damn it! Ignored again by Su Chen, Song Wei stomped her foot in frustration. Soon, Su Chen reached the top and stepped into the teleportation portal. After a brief moment of teleportation, he found himself in a desolate wasteland. Upon arriving at this level, Su Chen felt a bit nervous. If he were targeted by the boss's clones, he would have to face the siege of thousands of first-tier Bronze Realm monsters. At that point, not only would he be unable to ascend to the 12th floor, but he might also be knocked out of the Chaos Tower. Su Chen cautiously observed his surroundings, where half-meter-high wild grass stretched endlessly. In the distance, a golden staircase flickered in and out of view. Estimating the distance, it was at least 20 kilometers away. In other places, this distance could be covered in just over half an hour. But here, it was different. If he were discovered by the monsters, the consequences would be dire, so he had to be careful. Su Chen summoned a treant and slowly made his way toward the golden staircase. Having advanced to the second tier of the Black Iron Realm, the treant's scouting range expanded to 100 meters. Any slight movement would surely trigger an early warning. After safely advancing a few miles, while passing through a small grove, the treant relayed a message informing him that 2 male students were in a tense standoff in the woods. At first, Su Chen didn't pay much attention and didn't want to meddle. But after hearing the treant's description, he hesitated. The treant mentioned that one of the male students was a big bald guy. The only person capable of entering the 11th floor with such a hairstyle was He Yaoxing. He Yaoxing had torn his relationship with Tang Qin just to be his underling. Su Chen was very pleased with his performance. Since his underling was in trouble, he, as the leader, couldn't just stand by. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen slowly walked into the grove. He soon spotted He Yaoxing, who stood with a row of elemental summons behind him, gripping a long sword, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead, looking quite tense. Opposite him stood a burly male student wrapped in red scales. This person had an arrogant expression, with a slight smirk on his lips, clearly looking down on He Yaoxing. Su Chen found it a bit strange. He Yaoxing could be considered a top-tier powerhouse. What kind of person could scare him like this? Su Chen didn't think much of it and walked straight over. Hearing the commotion, He Yaoxing and the burly male student turned their heads in unison. When they saw that the newcomer was Su Chen, He Yaoxing became excited. Boss. The burly male student looked puzzled. The newcomer was accompanied by a small tray ant, which indicated he was a wood-type summoner.
Wasn't the wood-type summoner a trash profession? How could someone like this be He Yao Xing's boss?
No matter how bad He Yao Xing was, he was at least a dual-profession player. When did he sink to the level of
being a subordinate to a wood-type summoner?
Su Chen cleared his throat. Keep a low profile.
Understood. He Yao Xing nodded happily.
As soon as Su Chen appeared, he felt reassured and
no longer anxious. Su Chen asked, what happened?
He Yao Xing pointed at the burly male student, indignantly saying, his name is Du Bin Zhou. We had some conflicts before.
I didn't
expect this guy to hold a grudge and actually think about kicking me out of the Chaos Tower.
Boss, you have to stand up for me. Du Bin Zhou? Su Chen's expression darkened slightly. Wasn't Du Bin Zhou the top-ranked dragon-shaped beast warrior? No wonder He Yao Xing was so scared. He had run into this big shot. Su Chen turned to Du Bin Zhou and said calmly, this assessment
is important for both of us. Any conflicts can be resolved later. Do me a favor and let's end this here today. Du Haibin sized up Su Chen. You're He Yao Xing's boss? Su Chen rubbed his nose. I guess so. Du Haibin sneered. What qualifications does a wood-type summoner like you have to be a boss? You want me to give you face? Who do you think you are? If you don't want to die, get lost right now. Su Chen's eyes gradually narrowed. The reason he was speaking calmly to Du Haibin wasn't because he was afraid of him, but because he was worried that if a fight broke out, it would attract monsters and then no one would have it easy. But Du Bin Zhou was clearly a bit arrogant. It didn't fit his style not to teach him a lesson. Just as Su Chen was about to take action, He Yao Xing shouted first, Du Bin Zhou, what are you so arrogant about? Do you really think you're invincible? Let me tell you the truth, in front of my boss, you're nothing. My boss can easily handle you. Su Chen slapped his forehead, feeling a bit speechless. He was indeed very strong, but there was no need to exaggerate, right? Ha ha. Du Haibin laughed in anger. You really can talk big. You think you can easily handle me? Why don't you ask Lin Miaoku if she dares to say such a thing? As a dragon-shaped beast warrior, how powerful was he? Among the 100,000 students participating in the assessment, only Lin Miaoku could make him a little wary. The others were simply not worth his attention, let alone a wood-type summoner. He Yao Xing scoffed, just because Lin Miaoku can't do it doesn't mean my boss can't. With someone like you, my boss could crush you with a single finger. Su Chen coughed violently. Xiao Chang, can we keep a low profile? The other party is a dragon-shaped beast warrior. How could I crush him with a finger? At least 2 sword strikes are needed. He Yao Xing said seriously, boss, you don't need to be modest, I know your strength well. To deal with someone like Du Bin Zhou, you wouldn't need 2 sword strikes. 1 would be enough. Du Bin Zhou was a bit dumbfounded. Was this wood-type summoner really that impressive? He actually thought he could solve him with 2 sword strikes? Did he think he was made of paper? Du Bin Zhou swallowed hard. Are you two trying to provoke me? He Yao Xing sneered. So what if we provoke you? With Su Chen backing him, he really felt he could act recklessly. Du Bin Zhou's expression gradually darkened and he coldly smiled. Then I'll just kick you out of the Chaos Tower first. He Yao Xing touched his head and snorted. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Try touching a single hair on my head. Du Bin Zhou glanced at He Yao Xing's shiny bald head and felt a bit dazed. Damn, he doesn't even have a single hair. How could he even try to touch him? No matter if you have hair or not, I'm going to kill you. Du Bin Zhou glared fiercely, pointing at He Yao Xing. Let's do this, don't say I didn't give you a chance. He Yao Xing felt a bit flustered and looked to Su Chen for help. He didn't have the guts to fight Du Bin Zhou, he was just putting on a show. Su Chen rubbed his nose. Scared? He Yao Xing, what's going on? The boss isn't going to help him? Remember, keep a low profile from now on and stop causing trouble for me. Su Chen warned, then turned to Du Bin Zhou. I'll play with you. You really dare to fight me? Du Bin Zhou was stunned. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't understand why a wood-type summoner would be so brave. What's there to be afraid of? Su Chen smiled faintly and slowly raised his weapon. Just then, the little tray ant suddenly transmitted a message indicating that a group of beastly creatures was rapidly flying toward them. Su Chen's expression changed and he signaled to He Yao Xing, retreat. This, He Yao Xing was taken aback but quickly followed behind. Su Chen, where do you think you're going? Du Bin Zhou was furious and quickened his pace to chase after them. Instinctively, he thought Su Chen was scared. Trying to run after putting on a show? There's no way it would be that easy. Get lost. Seeing that Du Bin Zhou was relentless, Su Chen's anger flared and he swung his sword back. The sword glinted coldly, moving as fast as lightning. Du Bin Zhou didn't even have time to react before he was struck in the chest by the sword. Thud, thud, thud. After taking that hit, Du Bin Zhou staggered back several steps. Then, a wave of intense pain surged through his heart. Du Bin Zhou instinctively looked down and saw a long gash on his chest, with flesh turning pale and bright red blood gushing out. Injured? How is that possible? A layer of terror and disbelief spread across Du Bin Zhou's eyes. He knew that after transforming, his defense had surpassed 200 points. Normal attacks were completely ignored, and even powerful skills might not break through his defense.
So why was he wounded by a single strike from a wood-type summoner? The answer was simple. That wood-type summoner's attack power exceeded 200 points. Damn!
Realizing this, a layer of cold sweat broke out on Du Binzhou's forehead.
A wood-type summoner with attack power over 200 points? Is this really a wood-type summoner?
Du Binzhou felt a wave of lingering fear in his heart, and fortunately, that wood-type summoner didn't stoop to his level. Otherwise, he would have already been knocked out of the Chaos Tower. On the other side, Su Chen was speeding away with He Yaoxing. After running for a while, He Yaoxing couldn't hold back any longer. Boss, why are we running? Before Su Chen could explain, a buzzing sound suddenly filled the air. It sounded like insects were flying above their heads, but the noise was very loud.
The two stopped and looked up.
In their line of sight, 5 giant mosquitoes, each over half a meter long, were staring at them.
Half-meter-long mosquitoes? Oh my! If they got bitten, wouldn't they just suck them dry? Boss, what are those things? He Yaoxing trembled as he spoke. Forget about that, quickly take them out, Su Chen ordered with a serious expression. These mosquitoes were likely scouts from a mosquito army. If they were allowed to leave and report back, countless giant mosquitoes would follow. Therefore, they had to be eliminated. However, they were flying in mid-air, so they could only attack from a distance. He Yaoxing's fire spirit summon had long-range firepower, which was just what they needed. He Yaoxing regained his composure and immediately issued an attack command to the fire spirit. Whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of fire arrows shot up into the sky, crazily targeting the giant mosquitoes. The giant mosquitoes reacted quickly, dodging frantically.
In the end, only 1 giant mosquito was shot down, while the remaining 4 hurriedly fled the scene. Seeing this, He Yaoxing scoffed, "Is
that all? Boss, what are you really afraid of? You don't know anything." Su Chen huffed irritably, "Hurry up and run with me. Once the giant mosquito's main force arrived, it would be too late to escape." The two had just dashed over 100 meters when a fierce sound of battle erupted behind them. It seemed the giant mosquitoes had discovered Du Binzhou and were engaged in a fight. "Boss, what do you see ahead?" He Yaoxing pointed forward, his lips trembling. Not far away, a dark cloud was rapidly descending upon them. Upon closer inspection, it was
a swarm of giant mosquitoes, numbering at least 500. Faced with 500 first-tier Bronze Realm mosquitoes, even Su Chen felt a chill run down his spine. However, since they had been discovered, there was no retreat. They could only fight. Su Chen took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with cold light. Prepare for battle. Buzz, buzz. The swarm of giant mosquitoes approached, circling above the two, then one by one, they dove down. Kill them, He Yaoxing shouted. Dozens of elemental summons launched their attacks simultaneously. He himself gripped his sword and slashed through the air, sending a massive sword energy cross shooting out. Crack, crack. Accompanied by the sound of shattering, several giant mosquitoes were torn to pieces. However, the sheer number of giant mosquitoes was overwhelming. The ones that died were just a drop in the bucket. Soon, they broke through the firepower net and closed in. Su Chen snorted coldly, raising his sword to slash, splitting 3 giant mosquitoes in half. Whoosh! He swung his sword again. The sword light flashed, and 5 giant mosquitoes fell dead on the spot. Although his killing speed was fast, it couldn't keep up with the sheer number of mosquitoes. Soon, giant mosquitoes pounced on him, using their long proboscises to continuously stab into Su Chen's body. In an instant, the air was filled with the sound of incessant stabs. Due to Su Chen's incredibly strong defense, the proboscises couldn't pierce his skin, only leaving behind large red spots. Su Chen could still manage, but He Yaoxing was in trouble. His elemental summons had mostly been defeated, and he himself was knocked to the ground by several giant mosquitoes. Long proboscises stabbed down fiercely into his body, each stab creating a large bump. Fortunately, He Yaoxing reacted quickly and managed to sever the proboscises of the giant mosquitoes in time. Otherwise, if he got drained even once, it would be game over. "Boss, save me!" He Yaoxing screamed hoarsely. At this moment, more and more giant mosquitoes swarmed in, and he was about to be overwhelmed. Su Chen rushed over, swinging his sword 3 times. Bang, bang. Amidst the sound of shattering, all the giant mosquitoes pressing down on He Yaoxing were sliced apart. But at that moment, countless giant mosquitoes flew in again, densely packed, blocking out the sky. "It's over." He Yaoxing's eyes showed despair. Su Chen's expression darkened, and he suddenly swung his sword. The situation was critical, and he couldn't afford to hide his strength any longer. He directly unleashed his killing move, the swordsman's skill, wave of tenfold slashes. A wave of sword energy surged forward, roaring as it crushed everything in its path. Wherever it passed, it could only be described as barren. Any giant mosquito that came into contact with it was instantly torn to shreds. When the 10 waves of sword energy disappeared, the ground was covered with countless fragments of giant mosquitoes, roughly estimated to be at least 100. He Yaoxing's eyes widened in shock at the scene before him. A single skill wiped out over 100 giant mosquitoes? This was terrifying. What kind of skill possessed such earth-shattering lethality? He Yaoxing thought for a moment, and his mind exploded. 10 waves of sword energy, wasn't that the swordsman's exclusive skill, the tenfold slash? What the hell? The tenfold slash was one of the top 3 skills for swordsmen. How could Su Chen use it? Could it be that he was also a swordsman? A dual-class player? Goodness, the boss is truly impressive. He Yaoxing felt that the thigh he was clinging to had grown even thicker than before. After the strike, the remaining giant mosquitoes hovered in the air, seemingly intimidated, no longer daring to attack Su Chen. But Su Chen would not let up easily. Unless these giant mosquitoes were exterminated or driven away, there would be no peace. Whoosh! Su Chen swung his sword again, using the tenfold slash once more. Crack, crack! Hundreds of giant mosquitoes were torn to pieces and fell from the sky. The remaining giant mosquitoes were completely panicked and fled the scene at high speed. He Yaoxing got up from the ground, looking at Su Chen with admiration. Boss, you are amazing. 2. Single-handedly fight against so many giant mosquitoes and kill over 200 of them. His formidable strength was on full display. Are you little strong? Su Chen was slightly taken aback. In front of him was a face covered in welts. If it weren't for the bald head, he wouldn't have recognized He Yaoxing at all. He Yaoxing asked in confusion, Boss, I'm bald strong. You don't recognize me? I recognize you. Su Chen clicked his tongue and said, let's hurry up and leave. Although the giant mosquitoes had been driven away, they would definitely go back and call for their companions. If they came back next time, it could be thousands of them. Facing such numbers, even he wouldn't be able to withstand it, so they had to leave. Quickly, He Yaoxing followed closely beside Su Chen, tentatively asking, Boss, are you a dual-class wood element summoner and swordsman? Su Chen nodded and reminded him, just keep it to yourself, don't say it out loud. He Yaoxing looked enlightened. Strong people like to keep a low profile, just like me. Don't worry, I won't say anything. Su Chen was a bit speechless. He Yaoxing's show-off attitude didn't really align with being low-key, did it? After running for a while, Su Chen suddenly sensed something was off. He Yaoxing was staggering, moving slowly, and one hand was constantly covering his crotch. Was he in urgent need to pee? Su Chen felt it necessary to remind him, so he said, Little strong, are you in urgent need? If so, find a place to take care of it, don't hold it in. He Yaoxing had a pained expression. Boss, I'm not in urgent need. That damn mosquito bit my thing and it's swollen badly. Every step I take, my underwear rubs against it and it's almost raw. It's so uncomfortable. Su Chen, that thing got bitten? Could it be the most important part of a man? Oh my. This was too tragic. Su Chen felt a bit of sympathy. He thought about whether to treat He Yaoxing. After considering it, he decided against it. The holy light of the bell spirit consumed too much mana. A single use cost 100 mana. He didn't have much mana left and needed to save it for dealing with the giant mosquitoes. Su Chen consoled him, just hold on a bit longer. Once the assessment is over, go out and apply some toothpaste. It will reduce the swelling quickly. He Yaoxing's eyes lit up. Boss, how did you know? Have you experienced it? Su Chen coughed violently. I heard it from someone else. They said it works well. Oh. He Yaoxing nodded, planning to try it out when he got the chance. After running for more than 20 minutes, the golden staircase became increasingly clear, appearing to be about 5 kilometers away. Just when Su Chen thought there would be no more danger, a massive dark cloud suddenly drifted in from the distance, blocking out the sun. Beneath the cloud, dust was flying, and a figure riding a wild bull was rushing towards them at high speed. It was obvious that the person on the wild bull was being pursued by a swarm of giant mosquitoes. Su Chen felt that the figure looked somewhat familiar, and after thinking for a moment, he realized it was the skinny male student who had mocked him on the 6th level. Deserved it. Su Chen spat. He Yaoxing asked curiously, Boss, do you have a grudge against Cheng Meng? So he is Cheng Meng. Su Chen squinted his eyes and said coldly, just a little conflict. A little conflict? He Yaoxing muttered, his expression suddenly changing. Not good. Cheng Meng is coming for us. Originally, Cheng Meng was fleeing in another direction. But upon spotting Su Chen and his companion, he changed course and headed straight for them, clearly intending to lead the trouble towards them. This move was undeniably sinister. His intentions were despicable. Damn it! He Yaoxing cursed angrily. Su Chen was equally furious, but he knew it wasn't the time to settle scores. With Cheng Meng, they had to escape quickly, or it would be too dangerous if so many giant mosquitoes caught up with them. Run! Su Chen called out and dashed forward. He Yaoxing, disregarding his discomfort, took large strides to keep up with Su Chen. After running for a while, the noise behind them grew louder. He Yaoxing glanced back and warned, Boss, that bastard. Cheng Meng is riding a wild bull and he's too fast, he'll catch up to us in no time. Su Chen's gaze was icy. Don't worry about him, we just run. Thud, thud, accompanied by a series of violent crashing sounds. Cheng Meng on the wild bull caught up to Su Chen and his companion. When he saw Su Chen's face, he was momentarily stunned. It's you? It's me. Su Chen sneered and, without warning, struck at one of the wild bull's front legs with his sword. A spray of blood erupted. The wild bull let out a painful cry and collapsed to the ground. Cheng Meng, caught off guard, was thrown off and landed face-first in the mud, ending up in a dog-eat-dog position. At that moment, the giant mosquitoes circling above swooped down, enveloping the wild bull and Cheng Meng. Ha ha, boss, that was brilliant. He Yaoxing gave a thumbs up.
Heaven's punishment can be complained about, but man's punishment is unforgivable. Chang Meng's
fate was entirely of his own making. He had no one to blame but himself. Taking advantage of the giant mosquito's focus on Chang Meng, Su Chen and He Yaoxing slipped away.
Just then, fierce sounds of battle erupted behind them.
It was clear that Chang Meng, having fallen into the encirclement, was already fighting desperately against the giant mosquitoes.
Su Chen asked Xiao Chang, how many mounts does Chang Meng have? As a holy knight, Chang Meng's main reliance was on his mounts.
If he had enough mounts, he could buy more time.
He Yaoxing
replied, Chang Meng has a total of 3 mounts. Besides the wild bull, he also has a blazing fox and a raging rock bear. Overall, his strength is still quite formidable.
Then I'm relieved, Su Chen said with a slight smirk. However, before long, there was no sound coming from behind.
The next moment, a swarm of giant mosquitoes charged towards the two of them. This situation indicated that Chang Meng had been knocked out of the Chaos Tower. They had originally hoped Chang Meng would buy them a little more time, but it turned out this guy was utterly incapable. He was simply useless. Boss, the giant mosquitoes are catching up. Quickly use your skills to eliminate them. He Yaoxing panicked. Su Chen also wanted to use his skills, but
the key was that his mana was running low.
At most, he could use the wave stacking tenfold / 4 times, which was simply not enough to eliminate so many giant mosquitoes.
Once his mana was exhausted, wouldn't he just be waiting to die? Unless absolutely necessary, he couldn't use his skills carelessly. Release your summons by us sometime, Su Chen reminded. He Yaoxing quickly summoned a fire monster and a fire spirit, but they only lasted a few seconds before being torn apart by the giant mosquitoes. Boss, my summons can't hold them off. He Yaoxing was almost in tears. Su Chen's mind raced. The only way to resolve the crisis was to use the nuclear explosion fist. One punch would definitely eliminate all the giant mosquitoes. But once used, with his mana depleted, there would be no room for maneuver. What would he do if he encountered giant mosquitoes again later? Just as he was in a dilemma, he suddenly noticed a black stone tower standing ahead, with a male student in front of the door, Jin Chaohua. Su Chen was overjoyed and rushed over with He Yaoxing Su Chen. Jin Chaohua also spotted Su Chen, waving his arm and shouting, "Run!" Su Chen and He Yaoxing pushed their speed to the limit and finally rushed into the stone tower just before the giant mosquitoes caught up. Jin Chaohua casually threw out 2 explosive bombs. Boom, boom. 2 loud explosions killed a dozen giant mosquitoes. Just as Jin Chaohua was about to close the stone door, a tall male student suddenly ran over from a distance, shouting, "Help me!" He Yaoxing reminded, "It's Du Binzhou, should we save him?" A cold look crossed Su Chen's face. Old Jin closed the stone door. Jin Chaohua didn't hesitate at all and immediately shut the door. Damn you! Du Binzhou looked desperate, cursing at the stone tower. But soon, he was overwhelmed by the attacking giant mosquitoes. Su Chen, you're something else. Actually making it to the 11th level, Jin Chaohua said to Su Chen with a smile. Those who could enter the 11th level were basically well-known figures on the leaderboard. In contrast, Su Chen, an unknown wood-type summoner, could also reach this level, which was quite unexpected for him. Su Chen replied lightly, "Just lucky." Your luck is indeed good. Jin Chaohua nodded thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, He Yaoxing was unhappy. What do you mean by luck? My boss relies on strength, okay? And stop calling him kid all the time. Show my boss some respect. Jin Chaohua was slightly taken aback, glanced at He Yaoxing, and then turned to Su Chen to ask, "Su Chen, who is this? Brother?" Due to being bitten by the giant mosquitoes a few times, He Yaoxing's face was swollen like a pig's head, making it hard to see his features. Su Chen smiled and said, "He is He Yaoxing from Qingmu No. 1 High School. It's actually him." Jin Chaohua's expression changed. As a dual-class swordsman and elemental summoner, He Yaoxing was exceptionally strong, and he had certainly heard of him. But such strong individuals were generally quite arrogant. Could he really be a subordinate to someone else? Did he hear wrong? Jin Chaohua turned to He Yaoxing and probed, "Why do you call Su Chen boss?" He Yaoxing replied without hesitation, "Su Chen's strength is far above mine, so I'll follow him from now on." What's wrong with calling him boss? Jin Chaohua, Su Chen's strength is far above He Yaoxing's? A wood-type summoner is stronger than a dual class? He found it hard to believe. Just as Jin Chaohua wanted to ask more, he heard Su Chen say, "Old Jin, how's the defense of this stone tower? Can it withstand the attacks of the giant mosquitoes?" Jin Chaohua solemnly guaranteed, "Don't worry, my stone tower can withstand the attacks of Bronze Realm level 3 alien creatures. Those giant mosquitoes can't do anything to us." "That's good." Su Chen nodded and then asked, "Do you have any blue recovery items?" For now, they were only temporarily safe. To continue climbing the Chaos Tower, they needed to restore their blue energy as soon as possible. Relying on natural recovery was too slow. If they had blue recovery items, it would save a lot of time. "I have one." Jin Chaohua opened his item bar and took out a blue wooden staff, handing it to Su Chen. This is a golden level, non-ranked blue recovery staff. It can restore over 200 blue energy per hour. Golden level. Su Chen's expression changed as he sat cross-legged on the ground with the blue recovery staff. At this recovery rate, it would take about 2 hours to fill up his blue energy, and then it wouldn't be too late to act. He Yaoxing walked alone to a corner.
Taking advantage of Su Chen and Jin Chaogua's inattention, he began to deal with a certain part of his body. Doing such a thing was certainly shameful, but there was no choice. Ever since he got bitten, it had been unbearable. Rubbing it a bit would at least relieve some of the pain. But after a few rubs, he gave up. Continuing might lead to a big problem. That would be too embarrassing. Damn it! It hurts so much. While the assessment of the Chaos Tower was in full swing, outside, it was a complete mess. Changhua TV, dear viewers, a very unfortunate event has just occurred. Two seed contestants, Zhang Meng from Baiyan No. 2 Middle School and Du Binzhou from Haimo No. 2 Middle School, have been eliminated from the Chaos Tower. The elimination of these two has cast a shadow over this assessment. Magic Sound Video. The exit of Du Binzhou and Chang Meng is very unexpected and regrettable. Especially Du Binzhou, who was ranked first on the prediction list before the competition and was the most likely to challenge the 13th level. Unfortunately, he was eliminated early on the 11th level. Next, let's interview Principal Zhou and hear his thoughts on this matter. Zhou Haoxiong's side. First of all, it must be acknowledged that both Du Binzhou and Chang Meng are very strong, otherwise, they wouldn't have reached the 11th level. The reason they were eliminated is largely due to bad luck. As we all know, the 11th level is filled with tens of thousands of Bronze Realm Level 1 alien creatures. I estimate that Du Binzhou and the others must have encountered a large number of alien creatures, which led to their elimination from the Chaos Tower. In this case, Du Binzhou and the others were indeed very unlucky. So, does Principal Zhou think the remaining contestants still have hope of reaching the 13th level? Zhou Haoxiong slowly said. Lin Miaoka, Zhu Yuqi, and other strong players have already banded together. As long as they can unite and not be picked off one by the alien creatures, they still have a good chance of breaking through this level. The 11th level of the Chaos Tower is divided into two teams. Besides Lin Miaoka's team, 3 students with codenames 250, Black Horse 10086, and codename 8 have also gathered together. Does Principal Zhou think this team has a chance to break through this level? Zhou Haoxiong shook his head. There is almost no hope. Among the 3, only He Yaoxing is a seed contestant, and He Yaoxing's strength is far inferior to Du Binzhou's. He probably won't last long before being eliminated. Transmigrator Forum, Swordsman Alliance. I didn't expect Du Binzhou to be eliminated on the 11th level. Truly, life is unpredictable. Mage Alliance, Beast Warrior Alliance, say something. Why are you silent? Beast Warrior Alliance, get lost. I have no mood for this. Iron Fist Warrior Alliance, poor Beast Warrior Alliance. Mage Alliance, I said it long ago, only mages are the strongest profession. I don't know where you got the confidence to challenge the mage's status. Now you're getting slapped in the face, right? Summoner Alliance, the final outcome hasn't been decided yet, so mages shouldn't be too arrogant. Mage Alliance, hee, here comes another one asking for a slap in the face. Assassin Alliance. Latest news, Dark Horse 666 has just been knocked out of the Chaos Tower. Alchemist Alliance, our alchemists are still holding strong. Mage Alliance, Mechanic Alliance, your lone survivor, has been eliminated, still feeling smug? Mechanic Alliance, we're already very proud to have come this far and we have no regrets. Here, I want to clarify to other life professions, as long as we are willing to work hard, we can also carve out a place in the combat field. Alchemist Alliance, well said, we alchemists are your role models. Farmer Alliance, damn it. Tomorrow, we'll take our hoes to the secret realm to kill monsters. Tailor Alliance, pick up the scissors, grip the embroidery needle tightly, poke, poke, poke. Dance Alliance, we will mesmerize you with our enchanting dance moves. All main combat profession alliances, the life professions have collectively gone mad. At the Black Magic 2nd High School base, Principal Zhang Xian of Black Magic 2nd High School had a grim expression as he looked at the disheveled Du Binzhou. Du Binzhou, what happened? How did you get knocked out on the 11th floor? Du Binzhou was the strongest participant from their academy and the most likely contender for first place. It was expected that Du Binzhou would at least reach the 13th floor. However, he was knocked out on the 11th floor. Du Binzhou indignantly said, Principal, I was knocked out of the Chaos Tower because I was injured. If it weren't for being struck by Su Chen's sword, suffering a severe blow that greatly reduced his defense, those giant mosquitoes wouldn't have been able to do anything to him, and he wouldn't have been knocked out of the Chaos Tower. Thus, he blamed this defeat entirely on Su Chen. Injured? Who injured you? Was it Lin Miaoka? Zhang Xian frowned. The only one who could break through Du Binzhou's defense, besides Lin Miaoka, would be no one else. But Lin Miaoka and Du Binzhou had no grievances, so why would she attack? Du Binzhou shook his head. It wasn't Lin Miaoka, it was a wood-type summoner. What? Zhang Xian was dumbfounded. A wood-type summoner could injure a dragon-shaped beast warrior? Did he hear wrong? Or was Du Binzhou joking? Du Binzhou explained he had a little treant with him, so he is indeed a wood-type summoner. However, unlike other wood-type summoners, this guy's melee strength is terrifying. With one sword, he broke through my defense and severely injured me. Zhang Xian. Injured by one sword? Is a wood-type summoner that fierce? It feels like hearing a myth. Zhang Xian was momentarily dazed and asked, do you know the opponent's background?
He wanted to see which academy's wood-type summoner was so powerful. Du Binzhou said, I don't know his identity, but he was with He Yaoxing.
From Qingmu First High School.
Qingmu First High School?
Jiang Xian muttered, striding towards the Qingmu First High School base, looking like he was going to seek justice.
Time slowly passed, and 2 hours had unknowingly gone by. On the 11th floor of the Chaos Tower, the battle was still in full swing.
Zhu Yuqi and the others were surrounded by 5 to 6,000
giant mosquitoes.
Around them lay countless corpses and fragments of giant mosquitoes, roughly estimated to be over 1,000. Although each of them was incredibly strong, the sheer number of giant mosquitoes was overwhelming. After continuous fighting, they were physically and mentally exhausted, their mana nearly depleted, and the situation was extremely critical.
Inside the stone tower, Su Chen let out a light breath and suddenly stood up. After resting for more than 2 hours, his mana was finally full. It was time to act. Su Chen summoned the little tree ant and ordered it to scout the situation outside the stone tower. The little tree man quickly relayed the message. Outside the stone tower, over 100 giant mosquitoes were hovering.
This number was hardly worth Su Chen's attention. Returning the blue staff to Jin Chaogua, Su Chen instructed, there are still about 100 giant mosquitoes outside.
You two stay inside the stone tower while I go out to deal with them.
Jin Chaogua was momentarily stunned. All the giant mosquitoes were at the first level of the bronze realm.
Could Su Chen really handle so many by himself? What if he got wiped out as soon as he stepped out? Jin Chaogua nudged He Yaoxing's arm. Aren't you going to persuade your boss? Aren't you afraid he'll run into danger?
He Yaoxing looked unconcerned. It's just over 100 giant mosquitoes. My boss can take them out with 2 swords.
How could he run into danger? Jin Chaogua's mouth dropped open. 2 swords? Do you think Su Chen is a swordsman?
Even a swordsman would need powerful skills to hunt so many giant mosquitoes.
Moreover, Su Chen wasn't even a swordsman. He Yaoxing was slightly taken aback. You don't know what my boss's profession is? Jin Chaogua replied blankly. Isn't Su Chen a wood-type summoner?
He Yaoxing chuckled. Looks
like you guys aren't very familiar, huh?
It's fine if you don't know, just sit back and watch my boss perform.
Su Chen had advised against casually revealing his profession, so there was
no need to clarify it to Jin Chaogua.
Jin Chaogua, is Su Chen really that strong?
At this moment, Su Chen had already reached the stone door and called out to Jin Chaogua. Old Jin, once I go out, immediately close the stone door.
Oh.
Jin Chaogua nodded dumbly. With a click, the stone door opened and Su Chen rushed out. Jin Chaogua hesitated for a moment but
ultimately closed the stone door. Buzzing.
In an instant, over 100 giant mosquitoes surged towards Su Chen.
Su Chen didn't hold back. He unleashed his killing move, the wave of tenfold slashes.
With one skill, the giant mosquitoes suffered heavy casualties, leaving only about 20 still alive. Swish, swish, swish. He easily dispatched them with a few more slashes. Just as Su Chen was about to return to the stone tower, a buzzing sound reached his ears and a shadow suddenly loomed over him.
He initially thought another swarm of giant mosquitoes
was coming, but when he looked up, he was stunned. It was indeed a mosquito, but not a swarm, just one. This mosquito was over 10 meters long, hovering in the air like a helicopter, its massive wings flapping continuously, stirring up fierce winds.
Could it be a boss? Su Chen felt a surge of excitement. Killing a boss guaranteed equipment drops if it was truly a boss. He couldn't let it slip away. With a swoosh, the boss-level mosquito locked onto Su Chen and dove down, launching its attack first. A thick, long proboscis shot toward him like a sharp spear, carrying a fierce momentum. If it struck, half of his body would be pierced through. Su Chen certainly wouldn't sit idly by. He gripped his weapon, Judgment, and swung it in midair, striking heavily against the mosquito's proboscis. A loud clang echoed. It felt as if he had struck a solid piece of metal, sending sparks flying. Su Chen felt a tremendous force sweep
over him, forcing him to retreat several steps.
Is it really that powerful? Su Chen was a bit shocked. No wonder it was a boss-level mosquito. Its defense and strength were terrifying. Without using a killing move, he feared he wouldn't be able to handle it. As the boss-level mosquito charged at him again, Su Chen raised Judgment high, slashing down. The sword energy surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly engulfing the boss-level mosquito. With a series of cracking sounds, the massive body of the boss-level mosquito quickly disintegrated under the onslaught of the sword energy, turning into fragments. But in just a breath's time, these fragments fused together, transforming once again into a 10-meter-long giant mosquito. Su Chen stared in astonishment. What kind of skill is this? Rebirth combination? Su Chen was not discouraged and gripped the Judgment tightly, unleashing another wave of the tenfold slash. Just like the first time, the boss-level mosquito's body shattered, but it quickly fused back together. What the hell? Su Chen was stunned. The boss-level mosquito was clearly in existence that couldn't be killed. How the hell was he supposed to fight it? Squeak! Suddenly, the boss-level mosquito let out a sharp screech, seemingly mocking Su Chen. Su Chen's expression gradually darkened. The boss-level mosquito was indeed tough to deal with. But no matter what, he had to find a way to kill it. Otherwise, he would be stuck on the 11th floor. For now, he could only use his trump card, the nuclear explosion fist.
Suddenly, Suchen put away the judgment, his expression becoming solemn, and he threw a punch at the boss-level mosquito from a distance. As he threw this punch, the sky seemed to darken. Immediately, a vortex the size of a zhang, resembling a black hole, appeared before him. Inside, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, containing a suffocating aura of destruction. The black hole slowly rotated once, then shot towards the boss-level mosquito with a whoosh. Wherever it passed, the void shattered inch by inch. The boss-level mosquito showed a look of terror, desperately flapping its wings to fly away. But after flying just over 100 meters, it was caught up by the black hole. The next moment, a deafening explosion echoed through the air, raising a massive mushroom cloud that blotted out the sky as if the apocalypse had arrived. The terrifying explosive force swept in all directions, tearing everything around apart. Damn! Suchen was startled, completely shocked by the scene before him. Inside the stone tower, Jin Chaogua asked worriedly, "It's been so long, why hasn't Suchen finished the battle?" He Yaoxing looked contemplative. "Maybe another batch of giant mosquitoes has come, let's wait patiently for a bit." Just then, a series of rumbling sounds suddenly echoed, as if the sky had been shattered. Before the two could react, a violent force surged in. The stone tower, unable to bear the weight, emitted cracking sounds, and cracks appeared on the stone walls. What the hell? Jin Chaogui was dumbfounded. What kind of power could turn the stone tower into this? After just a moment, the entire stone tower was lifted off the ground, subsequently buried by the dust that followed. Suchen was not spared either, being engulfed by the sand and dust. In a corner of the 11th floor of the Chaos Tower, Zhu Yuqi and the others who were still battling the giant mosquitoes froze upon hearing the loud noise. In the moment of distraction, the giant mosquitoes swirling around them seemed to vaporize, disappearing without a trace. What happened? Why did the giant mosquitoes disappear? Song Wei asked, bewildered. The ponytailed little girl Lin Nyauka looked at the rising mushroom cloud in the distance and murmured, "It must be that the boss of this floor was hunted down." The giant mosquitoes were all avatars of that boss. Only when the boss died would the avatars disappear. What? Everyone was astonished. Although they had never fought the boss, it could release so many avatars, indicating its immense strength. Who could possibly kill it? And what about that mushroom cloud? It must have been caused by a skill. But who could possess such a destructive skill? Lin Nyoka pondered for a moment and slowly said, "I guess it must be Du Binzhou." As a dragon-shaped beast warrior, Du Binzhou's strength was unmatched. No one else could subdue the boss. It must be him. Everyone agreed. Zhu Yuqi couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect Du Binzhou to be this powerful." Song Wei's eyes flickered for a moment, and suddenly the figure of Suchen appeared in her mind. Unlike others, she felt that this matter was closely related to Suchen. As for why she had this thought, she couldn't explain it. Perhaps it was an intuition. Tang Qin asked, "What should we do next? Stay here or head to the 12th floor?" Lin Nyoka suggested, "Since the boss has already been hunted, this floor is safe. Let's rest here for a while, and once we've recovered our strength and mana, we can head to the 12th floor." That's true. Everyone nodded in agreement. Outside the Chaos Tower, when they saw a blinding light erupting on the 11th floor, everyone was stunned. What was going on? What happened on the 11th floor? People began to speculate. Some thought there was a problem with the Chaos Tower. Others wondered if it was the boss on the 11th floor that self-destructed. "Principal Zhou, what do you think?" Zhou Haoxiang pondered for a long time before speaking. "It seems someone released a powerful skill, but I've never heard of such a terrifying skill. Is it possible that one of He Yaoxing's group released the skill, given how close the explosion was to their location?" Zhou Haoxiang chuckled. "He Yaoxing is nowhere near as strong as Du Binzhou. How could he be that powerful? Could it be that Dark Horse 10086? Zhou Haoxiang fell silent. Up until now, they still hadn't figured out the identity of 10,086. Could it really be him? Zhou Haoxiang thought for a moment and immediately dismissed the idea. After all, the Dark Horse is a dark horse. The reason he could break into the 11th floor is mostly due to luck. If he really had that kind of strength, how could he remain nameless? Old Ho, quickly check if Suchen is still in the Chaos Tower. Dai Jiazhu was a bit anxious. The explosion on the 11th floor was too terrifying, and with Suchen so close, he could very well be blown out of the Chaos Tower. Ho-Hai nervously glanced over, and when he saw that 10086 was still on the 11th floor, he let out a long breath. "It's fine." "That's good." Dai Jiazhu's anxious heart finally settled down. Duan Chunhai shot a glance at Dai Jiazhu, his expression gradually darkening. "Old Dai, who the hell are you with?" Dai Jiazhu coughed lightly. "Of course. I'm with you." "Ha!" A cold smile crept onto Duan Chunhai's lips, his gaze sharp as if he could see through everything. In a building in Juxing City, the old man with a goatee looked at the explosion seen on the 11th floor, his brows furrowing deeply. Just then, Zhang Mu rushed to his side. "Grandpa, the latest news, the boss blood-cracking mosquito has just been killed." Hiss. The old man with a goatee gasped. "Who did it?" The boss blood-cracking mosquito not only had the skill of Shadow Clone but also possessed a strong self-healing ability. As long as its body wasn't turned to dust, it could instantly reassemble and revive. Who had such terrifying power?
Even the blood-cracking mosquito could be exterminated? It was unbelievable. Jiang Mu shook his head. It's unclear who did it, but Su Chen, He Yaoxing, and Jin Chaoguo were nearby, so it's very likely they did it. Could it be Su Chen again? The old man with a goatee trembled in his heart. On the 11th floor of the Chaos Tower, buried in the sand, Su Chen exerted great effort to crawl out. Spitting out the sand and gravel from his mouth, Su Chen focused his gaze on the direction of the explosion. He saw a pit several dozen meters wide appearing on the ground not far away, with cracks around it densely packed like a spider's web. Seeing this scene, Su Chen couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Now he was only at the bronze level, yet a single release of the nuclear explosion fist could cause such massive destruction. If he were to advance to the extraordinary level, wouldn't a single punch be able to destroy a planet? This thing should be used sparingly in the future. Su Chen silently reminded himself as he rushed towards the deep pit. He was certain that the boss had been hunted down. The equipment that dropped must have landed in the deep pit. Soon, Su Chen arrived at the edge of the pit, peering inside, and saw 3 items floating at the bottom: a blue jade slip, a green armor, and a gem the size of a fist. The blue jade slip was mostly an experience book. What were the green armor and the gem? Su Chen didn't think much of it and jumped down to first examine the green armor. Golden level non-ranked defensive. Item: Rogue Armor increases defense by 50 points, increases health by 1000 points, restores 1 point of health per second when out of combat. Another golden level non-ranked item. Su Chen was overjoyed. The Rogue Armor had quite good functions, increasing both defense and health while also restoring health. With this item, his sustainability was further enhanced. Su Chen happily stored the Rogue Armor in his equipment slot and then picked up the gem. Blue Energy Storage Gem contains 2000 points of blue energy, a one-time consumable. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. He had just released a nuclear explosion fist and his blue energy was nearly depleted. This blue energy storage gem was just what he needed. After using it, his blue energy was instantly filled. Next, Su Chen picked up the blue jade slip. As he had guessed, it was a low-grade experience book containing 2000 points of experience. After using the experience book, Su Chen returned to his original spot, standing in front of a mound of dirt. If he remembered correctly, the stone tower of the Golden Super Kingdom was buried here. Su Chen shouted at the mound, "Old Jin, Xiao Chang." Inside the stone tower, it was pitch black. Jin Chaoguo and He Yaoxing were still a bit dazed. Hearing Su Chen's voice, He Yaoxing's expression changed. "Boss, we're here." Su Chen was certain there's no danger outside now. Hurry up and come out. Creak. The stone door slowly opened. The dirt and gravel that had been pressing down flowed into the stone tower. Fortunately, it wasn't too much. After a while, He Yaoxing and Jin Chaoguo crawled out in a sorry state. Jin Chaoguo glanced around, still shaken, and asked, "Su Chen, what just happened?" That loud noise felt like the world was about to end. It nearly scared him to death. Su Chen rubbed his nose. A boss-level giant mosquito self-destructed. The boss-level blood-splitting mosquito had been killed by his punch. However, the nuclear explosion fist was his greatest trump card and shouldn't be casually revealed to others. He simply found a reason to brush it off. Self-destruct? Jin Chaoguo was taken aback, confused. Why would it self-destruct? He Yaoxing interjected. What else could it be? Of course, it was forced by the boss. Jin Chaoguo chuckled, thinking He Yaoxing was joking. A boss-level bronze 1-stage monster had real combat power stronger than a bronze 3-stage. Could Su Chen really force it to self-destruct? Su Chen, what exactly happened? Jin Chaoguo pressed. Su Chen replied nonchalantly, "Actually, I'm not sure either. That guy self-destructed as soon as it appeared. Maybe it wanted to take me down with it." Is that so? Jin Chaoguo was not very convinced. If the boss-level blood-splitting mosquito really self-destructed, why was Su Chen unharmed? Su Chen changed the subject. "We've wasted quite a bit of time here. Let's hurry and enter the 12th level." That's true. Jin Chaoguo nodded and quickly stored the stone tower in his storage bag. Although the stone tower was severely damaged, it was not yet completely unusable. Take it back and fix it a bit, it can still be used. Afterwards, the three of them headed towards the direction of the golden staircase. After about 10 minutes, they arrived near the golden staircase. "I'll go up first," Su Chen called out and was the first to ascend the golden staircase. He Yaoxing looked respectful. "Take care, boss." Once Su Chen entered the teleportation portal, Jin Chaoguo said, "Let's go up too." He Yaoxing pushed Jin Chaoguo aside, puffed out his chest, and said arrogantly, "I'm stronger than you, you should step back a bit." Jin Chaoguo, acting like a grandson in front of Su Chen. Now he's trying to act like a big shot? What a joke. When Su Chen teleported to the 12th level, the outside of the Chaos Tower was in an uproar. "Su Chen, you really didn't let me down." Li Chang Feng clenched his fists, extremely excited. Zhang Hong glanced at Li Chang Feng and asked curiously, "Oldly, what are you so excited about?" Li Chang Feng chuckled, "It's nothing. Su Chen hasn't even taken first place yet. Can't be too high profile. Just hold back for now." Changhua TV, dear viewers, just now, a candidate was the first to reach the 12th level, taking only 9 hours, 25 minutes, and 47 seconds, the shortest time in the history of the Chaos Tower assessment.
It's worth mentioning that the one breaking this record is the Dark Horse 10086, which is truly incredible. Moeen Video candidate code 10086 sets a new record. Will he continue to dominate and become the first contestant to reach the 13th level in this
assessment? Let's hear what Principal Joe thinks.
Joe Hao-seung smiled awkwardly. Before this, I didn't have much faith in 10086, but reality has given me a hard slap in the face. Given that the 12th level is relatively easier, 10086 has a great chance of being the first to reach the 13th level.
Transcender Forum. Swordsman Alliance. Who exactly is 10,086?
He actually stepped on Lin Miaoku and other strong contenders. That's too impressive.
Mage Alliance. Can you even speak? What do you mean by stepping on them? The assessment isn't over yet, okay?
Alchemist Alliance. That's right, until the last moment. You never know the outcome. Maybe our alchemists can take first place too.
Chef Alliance. So far, 2 life profession. Contestants have shown brightly. Could this 10086 possibly be one of us? Giant Axe Warrior Alliance.
It's not that we look down on you chefs, but do you really think a chef with a spatula
or frying pan can make it to the 12th level?
Long Spear Warrior Alliance. Chefs have dreams too, they just might be a bit delusional.
Mage Alliance. You'd be better off researching a few
more dishes instead of getting involved in this fighting business. It's not something you can meddle in with your big spoons.
Chef Alliance. On the rooftop of a certain building, Ho-Hai looked at the projection of the Chaos Tower and laughed heartily. Su-Chen, awesome. You must keep it up and strive to reach the 13th level in the shortest time. All my 2 jars of pear blossom wine depend on you.
Old Ho, cheers. Dai Jiaju's excitement was evident as he raised his wine jar to clink with Ho-Hai, completely ignoring Duan Chunhai.
Beside them, you 2 bastards. Duan Chunhai gritted his teeth in anger.
Inside the 12th level of the Chaos Tower, Su-Chen appeared in a vast plain. The golden staircase stood several
kilometers away.
If he wanted, he could reach the 13th level in just a few minutes. However, Su-Chen was not in a hurry. He wanted to kill more otherworldly creatures on this level, at least to advance to the 4th stage of the Bronze Realm. But doing so would definitely allow others to catch up and reach the 13th level first.
If it were someone else, they would definitely prioritize clearing the level,
because being the first to reach the 13th level likely means winning first place in this assessment.
He knows what is important and what is not, but Su-Chen doesn't care at all.
His goal is not just the 13th level, he has higher aspirations.
Even if someone else reaches the 13th level first, it doesn't
matter. As long as he breaks through the 13th level, first place will still belong to him. Afterwards, Su-Chen searched everywhere for the whereabouts of otherworldly creatures, unleashing a ruthless slaughter. Half an hour later, Lin Miaoka and the others entered the 12th level one after another, being teleported to various corners.
Zhu Yuqi was coincidentally teleported near the kingdom of Jin Chao.
Zhu Yuqi. Jin Chao became excited. After the stone tower was damaged, his defensive capabilities had significantly decreased.
The difficulty of reaching the 13th level was extremely high.
If he could cling to Zhu Yuqi's thigh, reaching the 13th level would become much easier.
Jin Chao? You're actually here? Zhu Yuqi was taken aback. Jin Chao was just an alchemist and he could enter the 12th level? Moreover, he got there faster than she did? That was a bit unbelievable.
Jin Chao walked over.
With a grin, hey, I've got some skills too, you know. Zhu Yuqi sized up Jin Chao and asked, did you hear an explosion when you were on the 11th level? Of course I heard it. I was nearby. It was quite dangerous, actually.
The explosion was so powerful that it almost sent me out of the Chaos Tower, Jin Chao said, looking a bit shaken.
Zhu Yuqi's expression changed. Did you see what happened at that time?
Jin Chao shook his head. I was hiding inside the stone tower, so I didn't know what was happening outside.
But I heard Su-Chen say that it was a boss-level giant mosquito that self-destructed. Zhu Yuqi was momentarily stunned. Self-destruct? How could a boss-level blood-splitting mosquito self-destruct? It was clearly blown up by someone.
Jin Chao nodded. Su-Chen told me that the giant mosquito wanted to take him down with it, so it went for self-destruction.
Zhu Yuqi furrowed her brows and probed. Was it just you and Su-Chen?
Jin Chao casually replied. Su-Chen's little brother was there too.
Zhu Yuqi's mouth opened. Su-Chen's little brother? A wood-type summoner like Su-Chen could have a little brother? Did she mishear? Or was Jin Chao just talking nonsense?
Jin Chao explained, it's He Yaoxing from Qingmu No. 1 High School. That guy is so shameless, he follows
Su-Chen around like a little lapdog. Zhu Yuqi. He Yaoxing was a dual-class job changer, incredibly proud. How could someone like that be a little brother to Su-Chen? At that
moment, she felt her worldview collapsing.
Zhu Yuqi took a moment to compose herself and continued to ask, did you see Du Binzhou? They had previously analyzed that the boss-level blood-splitting mosquito should have been killed by Du Binzhou.
Jin Chao was nearby, so he should have seen Du Binzhou, right? That guy was long gone, he was knocked out of the Chaos Tower. Jin Chao chuckled.
What? Zhu Yuqi looked incredulous. Are you sure? Du Binzhou, as a dragon-shaped beast warrior, was incredibly powerful. The only one who could rival him might be Lin Miaoka. How could such a person be so easily knocked out of the Chaos Tower?
Jin Chao then described the entire process, emphasizing that Du Binzhou had a deep wound across his chest, and perhaps due to the severe injury he was knocked out of the Chaos Tower. Zhu Yuqi's expression turned contemplative. If Du Binzhou was really seriously injured, it would be understandable for him to be knocked out of the Chaos Tower. But with Du Binzhou's formidable defense, who could possibly injure him so severely? Zhu Yuqi didn't dwell too much on this point but instead thought of an even more shocking question. Since Du Binzhou was knocked out of the Chaos Tower, it definitely wasn't him who hunted the boss-level blood-splitting mosquito. Then, who could it be? The answer is obvious, Su Chen. Immediately, Zhu Yuqi's face was filled with shock. A wood-type summoner exploded a boss-level blood-splitting mosquito. How did Su Chen manage that? Jin Chaoguo glanced at Zhu Yuqi and asked curiously, "What's wrong? What are you thinking?" Zhu Yuqi said solemnly that boss-level blood-splitting mosquito was very likely blown up by Su Chen. Ha! Jin Chaoguo was taken aback. Wasn't it self-destructing? Zhu Yuqi chuckled lightly. The boss-level blood-splitting mosquito not only has a clone skill but also possesses extremely powerful self-healing abilities. As long as it isn't turned to dust, it can resurrect infinitely. Do you think it needs to self-destruct? Jin Chaoguo's mouth dropped open. So it really was Su Chen? Can he really be that strong? Zhu Yuqi's expression was grave. Not just strong, it's downright terrifying. Jin Chaoguo clicked his tongue tentatively, asking, "If it were you, could you hunt that boss?" Zhu Yuqi smiled wryly. "Don't even mention me. Even if I teamed up with Lin Miaoke, we wouldn't be able to kill a boss-level blood-splitting mosquito." Jin Chaoguo was stunned. Does that mean Su Chen is stronger than both Zhu Yuqi and Lin Miaoke? A wood-type summoner crushing a necromancer and a space mage? If this got out, no one would believe it, right? Zhu Yuqi suddenly called out, "I'm leaving first." They were currently in an assessment, so focusing on clearing the levels was paramount. Jin Chaoguo followed closely behind Zhu Yuqi without a word. Zhu Yuqi paused slightly. "Why are you following me?" Jin Chaoguo said sheepishly, "My stone tower was destroyed and my strength dropped sharply. It's hard to reach the 13th level without protection. We're from the same academy, so please help me out." Zhu Yuqi thought for a moment and said, "Then you can follow me." Time slowly passed and more than an hour had gone by without anyone reaching the 13th level. What is that kid Su Chen doing? Li Changfeng was getting anxious. Su Chen was the first to enter the 12th level, and at his pace he should have already reached the 13th level. Could he be in trouble? Surrounded by monsters? But that didn't make sense. From what he knew, the other worldly creatures on the 12th level were scarce, and there wouldn't be any large groups. How could Su Chen possibly be surrounded? What was the problem? Li Changfeng was puzzled. That brat! Ho Hai started cursing angrily. In his view, Su Chen was delaying his ascent to the 13th level just to hunt otherworldly creatures for experience. Wasn't that picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons? Even if he leveled up 1 or 2 levels, what was the point? It was more worthwhile to grab first place. Didn't he know which was light and which was heavy? Su Chen, our pear blossom wine all depends on you. Don't mess this up. Hurry up and clear the levels. Dai Jiazhu silently prayed. Suddenly, a highlight appeared on the 13th level, revealing the number 1. Lin Miaoke was the first to reach the 13th level. Ha ha, I won. Duan Chunhai was so excited he almost howled at the sky. Ho Hai and Dai Jiazhu's faces darkened to the point of dripping water. The duck they had in hand just flew away, and they were truly unwilling to accept it. Duan Chunhai took a swig of wine, wiped his mouth, and said with a smile, "Old Ho, a bet is a bet. Hurry up and give me the pear blossom wine." Ho Hai grunted. "What are you in a hurry for? The assessment isn't over yet." Duan Chunhai raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you still hoping Su Chen can rush to the 14th level?" According to the assessment rules, whoever entered the 13th level first would be the first place, unless someone could break through the 13th level and enter the 14th level. However, since the Chaos Tower assessment, no one has been able to achieve this. Relying on a wood-type summoner to create miracles? Unless the sun rises from the west, anything is possible. What if Su Chen really can break through the 13th level? Ho Hai gritted his teeth and said. In fact, he knew very well that for Su Chen to break through the 13th level was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The reason he said this was that he couldn't stand Duan Chunhai's smug expression of a petty person who had succeeded. Duan Chunhai chuckled. "Then I'll give you this opportunity. Let's talk after the assessment is over." "Grandpa, you guessed wrong this time. It was Lin Miaoke who first reached the 13th level, not Su Chen," Zhengmu said with a smile, standing beside the old man with the goat beard. The old man with the goat beard had a deep light in his eyes, took a sip of tea, and said calmly, "You only know one side of the story. Su Chen's plans are much deeper than we imagine." Zheng Mu was slightly taken aback. "What do you mean?" The old man with the goat beard's expression became serious. "If I'm not mistaken, Su Chen is definitely preparing to challenge the 14th level." Ha! Zheng Mu was shocked, swallowing hard. Su Chen wants to challenge the 14th level? Does he have that strength? The Chaos Tower assessment had been held for over a dozen sessions, and many extraordinary geniuses had attempted to challenge the 14th level, but without exception, all had ended in failure.
A mere wood-type summoner like Su Chen could break a long-standing record?
The old man with the goat beard nodded and said slowly, think about it, Su Chen was the first to enter the 12th level, which means he must possess extremely strong combat power and is very intelligent.
Would such a smart person delay his progress just to hunt a few otherworldly creatures? Absolutely not. So there is only one possibility left. He is frantically gaining upgrade experience. Once he advances to the 3rd or 4th stage of the Bronze Realm, he might be able to take on the boss of the 13th level. Zhang Mu clicked his tongue. If he succeeds, that would be truly astonishing. The old man with the goat beard chuckled. Of course, this is just my guess. Whether Su Chen can create a miracle still depends on his performance. Transcender Forum. Mage Alliance. You little Karami saw it, right? In the end, it was still us mages who won. You bunch of rabble think you can shake the position of mages? It's simply ridiculous. Swordsman Alliance. Damn it, the Mage Alliance is too arrogant.
Summoner Alliance. Who says it's
not? It's just a small assessment. What's there to be so proud of? Mage Alliance. I just love how you all look at me with disdain yet can do nothing about it. Still the same saying. Beast Warrior Alliance. Damn, that's really low. Chaos Tower, 12th level. Su Chen was still hunting otherworldly creatures. However, there were very few otherworldly creatures on the 12th level. After nearly 2 hours, he had barely hunted over 70. Just a few more and I should be able to advance to the 4th stage of the Bronze Realm. Su Chen sighed, lightly scanning the area for more targets. Soon, a fiery red wild horse appeared in his line of sight. Su Chen charged at it madly and struck it down with a sword. Then he quickly moved on, continuing his search. After more than 20 minutes, he finally hunted down 5 otherworldly creatures and successfully advanced to the 4th stage of the Bronze Realm. Having completed his goal, Su Chen headed for the golden staircase. Just as he approached, he suddenly noticed a dark-skinned male student walking over from a distance. This guy was so dark, he looked like he had just crawled out of a coal pile. It was really a bit excessive. If it were night, he might not even be recognized. Su Chen glanced at him and then looked away. Just as he was about to step onto the golden staircase when he heard the dark-skinned male student say, "Classmate, wait a moment." Su Chen stopped and looked at him. Is there something? The dark-skinned male student glanced at Su Chen, raising an eyebrow. I'm Zhao Kai from Yuan City No. 2 High School. How should I address you? Those who could break into the 12th level were all seed players on the leaderboard, like him, Lin Miaoka, and Zhu Yuqi. But this handsome male student in front of him was a stranger. So who exactly was he? Su Chen replied, Donghai. No. 2 High School. Su Chen. Zhao Kai pondered for a moment. Su Chen's name was particularly unfamiliar. He must be a dark horse. Just as Zhao Kai was about to ask about Su Chen's profession, a man's shout suddenly rang in his ears. Boss. Following the direction of the voice, he saw a bald man with a face swollen like a pig's head rushing over. What is this? Zhao Kai felt a sense of familiarity but couldn't place it. Boss, why haven't you gone up to the 13th level yet? He Yaoxing ran over, asking casually. Su Chen rubbed his nose. I got held up by something. Oh. He Yaoxing didn't think much of it and turned to Zhao Kai. Zhao Kai, why are you staring at me? Zhao Kai's mouth dropped open. You're He Yaoxing? Why do you look like this? Mind your own business. He Yaoxing shot him a glare. Who would want to look like a pig's head? It was those giant mosquitoes that were too vicious. It's about time, let's hurry up. Su Chen reminded. Boss, you go first, He Yaoxing said respectfully. Whoever entered the 13th level first would have a higher rank. Su Chen's strength was far above his, so he should naturally get a better rank. Su Chen didn't say much and slowly walked up to the 13th level. For him, it didn't matter whether he went up first or last, as he was aiming for the 14th challenge. Zhao Kai was dumbfounded. This arrogant guy, He Yaoxing, actually recognized someone as his boss? So who exactly was Su Chen? As Su Chen entered the teleportation portal, Zhao Kai couldn't help but ask, He Yaoxing, are you out of your mind? He Yaoxing's eyes widened. Are you the one who's crazy? Can you even talk? Zhao Kai swallowed hard. If you're not crazy, why do you call him boss? Is he really that powerful? A look of longing appeared in He Yaoxing's eyes. My boss is not just powerful, his strength can only be described as terrifying. Is he really that impressive? Zhao Kai asked, astonished. Can you be more specific about how strong he is? After all, Su Chen was just an unknown. How strong could he possibly be? He Yaoxing's boasting seemed a bit insane. He Yaoxing said solemnly, when we were on the 11th level, Dubinzhou provoked my boss and my boss severely injured him with a single sword strike, leaving a huge wound on his chest. How powerful do you think he is? Zhao Kai's mind buzzed and he was left in a daze. The top-ranked dragon-shaped beast warrior Dubinzhou was severely injured by Su Chen with a single sword? Is this real? That's too brutal. Seeing Zhao Kai's dumbfounded expression, He Yaoxing chuckled. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going up first. Wait a minute. Zhao Kai came back to his senses and immediately shouted. What is it? He Yaoxing asked. Zhao Kai said directly, I arrived before you, so why should you go up first? Since it was about ranking, he had to compete with He Yaoxing. He Yaoxing looked disdainful. What else could it be? Just because my boss is Su Chen.
If you dare to compete with me, my boss will kill you with a single sword. Zhao Kai. Why does it feel like He Yaoxing is a bit of a bully? Is this still the He Yaoxing he knew? Has he lost his usual demeanor? Just as Zhao Kai was in a daze, He Yaoxing strode up the golden staircase, 13th level of the Chaos Tower. Su Chen was transported to a patch of thatch, gazing at the golden staircase standing in the distance, but did not immediately set off towards it. This level had no other otherworldly creatures apart from the boss. He estimated that Lin Myoka and the others had already arrived at this level and were likely teaming up to attack the boss. He decided to let Lin Myoka and the others wear it down first, and, when the time was right, he would go over to take advantage of the situation. After all, there were still more than 10 hours left until the assessment ended, which was more than enough time. He then sat down on the ground to rest. In front of the golden staircase, four powerful individuals, Lin Myoka, Song Wei, Zhu Yuqi, and Tang Qin, gathered together. Before them stood a 10-meter-tall golden giant, lazily holding a thick stone club, seemingly not taking Lin Myoka and the others seriously at all. Zhu Yuqi asked with a serious expression, "What kind of boss is this?" Lin Myoka and Tang Qin shook their heads in confusion. Generally speaking, bosses were usually some kind of monster. This was the first time they had encountered a giant-shaped boss. Song Wei thought for a moment and said, "This is a titan giant with royal bloodline." "What is a titan giant?" Everyone looked puzzled. Song Wei explained, "Titan giants are a type of otherworldly creature belonging to a high form of otherworldly beings. Creatures of this form often possess great combat power. Titan giants have tough skin and incredible defense, and they are immensely strong. A juvenile titan giant is about 10 meters tall, while an adult titan giant can reach up to 30 meters. Human transmuters of the same level have almost no chance of winning against a titan giant." Upon hearing this, everyone's mood grew heavy. Tang Qin's eyes flickered. "The titan giant in front of us should be a juvenile, right? Can we still not defeat him if we join forces? If they couldn't handle an adult, surely they could bully a juvenile, right?" Song Wei smiled wryly. "Titan giants are divided into 3 categories. The most powerful are the Dark Titans, followed by the Royal Titans, and finally the Ordinary Titans. Although this one is only 10 meters tall, he is a genuine Royal Titan giant, much stronger than an ordinary adult Titan giant." Everyone was stunned. With such a powerful Titan giant guarding the passage, wouldn't it be impossible to ascend to the 14th level? Lin Myoka suddenly said, "Can we use spatial teleportation skills to bypass this Titan giant?" Since they couldn't defeat him, they had to think of other ways. Both he and Song Wei had teleportation skills. As long as they teleported to the golden staircase, they could reach the 14th level, right? Song Wei shook her head. "This place is like a secret realm. As everyone knows, every secret realm has special game rules. The rule here is that to break through the 13th level, you must kill the Titan giant." Sigh. Lin Myoka sighed dejectedly. Zhu Yuqi suggested, "Waiting here indefinitely isn't a solution. How about we try attacking the Titan giant together? It's worth a try." Everyone agreed. Then, the 4 of them unleashed their abilities and launched a frenzied attack on the Titan giant. The Titan giant stood still, a hint of disdain appearing at the corners of his mouth, and suddenly, a golden light shield appeared around him. It looked similar to the Guardian's golden light skill, but in reality, it was a much more powerful defensive skill, Mountain Gold Light Shield. Bang! Lin Myoka's spatial blade struck the golden light shield first, only causing a ripple without inflicting any damage. Tang Qin plucked the strings of her instrument, and fireballs the size of wash basins rained down on the golden light shield, exploding into sparks like moths flying into a flame. Song Wei moved closer to the Titan giant, gripping a blue dagger tightly and stabbing down fiercely. With a clang, it seemed to strike metal and was instantly rebounded. Zhu Yuqi's dragon skeleton swooped down, but before it could launch an attack, it was knocked away by the Titan giant with a single blow. During its flight, its bones shattered piece by piece, ultimately turning into a pile of white bones. Seeing this, Lin Myoka and the others were horrified. The Titan giant not only had formidable defense but also terrifying attack power. No wonder no one had been able to break through the 13th level after so many assessments in the Chaos Tower. The Titan giant was simply too powerful. "What should we do? This big guy is too fierce. We can't do anything to him," Tang Qin exclaimed in panic. Lin Myoka pondered for a moment and said, "Let's wait patiently for a while. Once the other strong ones arrive, we can try to join forces." Having come this far, giving up was simply unacceptable. Du Binzhou, He Yaoxing, Zhao Kai, and Shang Meng had not yet arrived. Once everyone was gathered, there might be hope to break through the Titan giant's defenses. Tang Qin curiously asked, "Where is Du Binzhou?" As a dragon-shaped beast warrior, Du Binzhou's strength was on par with Lin Myoka. Logically, he should have arrived by now. Why was he still missing? Lin Myoka speculated, maybe the teleportation point is too far from here. The teleportation process was random. With good luck, one could be teleported close to the golden stairs, but with bad luck, one could end up far away, sometimes even hundreds of miles away. In her view, Du Binzhou was likely one of those with bad luck. That could very well be the case. Tang Qin nodded thoughtfully. Zhu Yuqi cleared her throat. Du Binzhou can't make it here. He has already been knocked out of the Chaos Tower. What? Lin Nyaka and the others were dumbfounded. How could someone as powerful as Du Binjo be knocked out of the Chaos Tower? Song Wei couldn't help but ask, how do you know? Shu Yuchi replied honestly, our academy's Jin Chaogua told me. According to him, Du Binjo was seriously injured and beaten out of the Chaos Tower by a giant mosquito. Du Binjo was seriously injured? Who could injure him? Everyone was puzzled. Shu Yuchi knew the truth. Du Binjo had been injured by Su Chen's sword strike, but that was too bizarre. A wood-typed summoner injured a dragon-shaped beast warrior? Even she found it hard to believe. Fortunately, she didn't say it outright. Without Du Binjo, it will be very difficult for us to break through this level. Lin Nyoka sighed lightly. Du Binjo was one of their top fighters. Losing such a strong ally significantly weakened their overall strength, making it nearly impossible to defeat the Titan giant. Song Wei's eyes flickered. Slightly, that may not be the case. There is actually another person whose strength is not inferior to Du Binjo's. If he were here, we would still have a glimmer of hope. The person she referred to was Su Chen. In the second level, Su Chen had killed the Snow Beast King with a single sword strike, showcasing his formidable strength. Everyone became interested. Who is he? Song Wei shook her head. That guy is quite aloof. I don't know his name. But he is very handsome, a swordsman, and possesses extremely powerful swordsman skills. Zhu Yuchi suddenly recalled Su Chen's figure. He was handsome and often wielded a long sword, looking just like a swordsman. However, he was not a true swordsman and certainly did not possess swordsman skills. So who could this person be? Tang Qin's curiosity was piqued. I haven't heard of him being such a powerful swordsman. Have you seen him in action? Song Wei nodded. In the second level, I fought against him and was thrown out by him with a single move. Although I was a bit careless at the time, the other party didn't use their full strength either. Just from this, one can tell that their power is completely above mine. So impressive? The crowd was somewhat moved. As a ghost assassin, Song Wei's reaction ability and speed were top-notch, yet that swordsman could actually suppress her head-on, which was indeed extraordinary. Song Wei continued, moreover, there is a boss-level snow beast on the second layer and he killed it as well. Its death was extremely tragic, completely turned into a pile of meat paste, clearly the result of being ravaged by a powerful swordsman's skill. Hiss! The crowd gasped. If even a boss could be crushed, then this swordsman's strength was indeed not inferior to Du Binjo. Someone is coming, Tang Qin suddenly reminded. The crowd turned to look, and in their sight, a male student with a face like black coal was slowly walking over. It was Zhao Kai. You guys came quite quickly. Zhao Kai stepped forward, smiling as he greeted them. Lin Nyoka glanced around and asked, is it just you? I don't see anyone else. If it was only Zhao Kai, it still wasn't enough. What she hoped to see most was that mysterious swordsman. Zhao Kai raised an eyebrow. He Yaoxing and his boss have entered the 13th layer. They should be here soon. He Yaoxing's boss? Lin Nyoka and Song Wei both froze. He Yaoxing was at least a dual class transfer student and his strength was quite formidable. What kind of person had the qualifications to be his boss? Zhu Yuchi appeared very calm, because before this he had heard Jin Chaogua mention this matter. Tang Qin's heart suddenly trembled. He had met Su Chen once and had a conflict with him, almost coming to blows. At that time, Su Chen had displayed ghostly speed, instantly appearing in front of Wu Fei and knocking him out of the Chaos Tower with a single punch. The overwhelming power made her feel suffocated. Just thinking about it made her feel scared. Fortunately, Su Chen didn't lower himself to her level, otherwise she might have also been knocked out of the Chaos Tower. Lin Nyoka couldn't help but ask, who is he? Yaoxing's boss? Zhao Kai scratched his head. I think his name is Su Chen, from Donghai No. 2 High School. Donghai No. 2 High School Su Chen? Lin Nyoka's brows furrowed. This name was very unfamiliar. Could he be a hidden powerhouse? What profession is Su Chen? Lin Nyoka pressed on. Zhao Kai shook his head. I'm not very sure, but he was holding a sword, so he should be a swordsman. Song Wei's expression changed. What does he look like? She had a vague feeling that Su Chen was that mysterious and powerful swordsman. Incredibly handsome, exuding an otherworldly aura, definitely school grass level. That's him. A strange light flickered in Song Wei's beautiful eyes. Zhu Yuchi lightly coughed and said, everyone, I know Su Chen. He shouldn't be a swordsman. Not a swordsman? Then what is he? The crowd was slightly taken aback, all looking at Zhu Yuchi. Zhu Yuchi said solemnly, a wood-type summoner. What? Everyone was stunned. Su Chen was a wood-type summoner? A wood-type summoner could reach the 13th layer? Could he be He Yaoxing's boss? This joke was a bit too big. No one present believed it. Zhu Yuchi, are you serious? Song Wei's mouth dropped open. Zhu Yuchi nodded. During the first assessment, I collaborated with Su Chen and saw the little treant he summoned with my own eyes. Moreover, after the assessment ended, Su Chen's profession was announced, and he is indeed a wood-type summoner. Damn! All the students were petrified. It was hard to imagine that a wood-type summoner could be this powerful. Was this still the wood-type summoner they knew? Just as everyone was lost in thought, a student with a pig-like face and a shiny, bald head walked over from a distance. Is that He Yaoxing? Lin Nyoka's lips curled slightly.
Zhao Kai laughed heartily. It's definitely He Yaoxing. How did he end up like this? Everyone looked on in a daze. Bald Chang has arrived. Mortals retreat. He Yaoxing strode over with an air of arrogance. The other students. Bald Chang? Why does that sound a bit embarrassing? He Yaoxing, what happened to your face? Song Wei asked curiously. I accidentally got bitten by a mosquito. He Yaoxing replied with an awkward smile, then changed the subject. What are you all doing standing around? Why aren't you challenging the boss? Tang Qin pointed at the Titan giant. That boss is too powerful. We just tried and we couldn't break through his defenses at all, so we can only wait for help here. He Yaoxing glanced at the Titan giant and was immediately awed by its towering and majestic figure, exclaiming, this big guy is definitely not easy to deal with. You made the right choice. It's better to wait for my boss to take care of him. Lin Nyoka raised an eyebrow. I heard your boss is very strong? Just how strong is he? He Yaoxing's face lit up. You might not believe it, my boss is incredibly fierce. On the 11th floor, he injured Du Binzhou with a single sword strike. Hiss. Everyone gasped. So Du Binzhou really was injured by Su Chen. Lin Nyoka was momentarily stunned and tentatively asked, is your boss really a wood-type summoner? Sort of, He Yaoxing replied vaguely. Su Chen was a dual-class swordsman and wood-type summoner. However, Su Chen had instructed him not to reveal his identity. It seems you're not very clear either, Lin Nyoka muttered to herself. Her intuition told her that Su Chen was definitely more than just a wood-type summoner. What should we do next? Tang Qin asked. Lin Nyoka looked contemplative. We wait for Su Chen. Time slowly passed, and before they knew it, over an hour had gone by. During this time, Su Chen had not shown up. Lin Nyoka and the others were getting a bit impatient and began to ask He Yaoxing, why hasn't your boss come yet? He Yaoxing yawned lazily. My boss is a bit eccentric. Who knows what he's doing right now? He might be lying on the ground taking a nap. He guessed correctly. At that moment, Su Chen was indeed lying in the grass, fast asleep. We've already waited this long. Do we really need to keep waiting? Zhao Kai said, feeling a bit restless. Song Wei suddenly said, why hasn't Chang Meng come either? As a paladin, Chang Meng had 3 mounts and was quite powerful. Logically, entering the 13th floor shouldn't be difficult. So why hadn't they seen him? He Yaoxing casually remarked, this guy was chased by a bunch of giant mosquitoes before and tried to drag us down with him. My boss got so mad that he injured his mount and then he was surrounded by the giant mosquitoes and got kicked out of the Chaos Tower. Everyone. Wow. Su Chen is really brutal. Not only did he injure Du Binzhou, but he also kicked Chang Meng out of the Chaos Tower. It seems that anyone who offends him doesn't end up well. Lin Nyoka thought for a moment and said, it looks like Su Chen won't be coming. I propose we team up and attack again. If we still can't break the Titan Giant's shield, then there's no need to keep waiting. I've been itching to go for a long time, He Yaoxing said boldly. The others also expressed their agreement. Thus, the second round of intense attacks began. Outside the Chaos Tower, all parties were closely monitoring the dynamics of the Chaos Tower. When they saw Lin Nyoka and the others trapped on the 13th floor, unable to make any progress, they unanimously concluded that this assessment would not break any records. What is Su Chen doing? Why has he been standing still in one place? Dai Jiazhu asked in confusion. While the other contestants were striving to break through, Su Chen remained motionless, as if he were asleep, which was very strange. Ho Hai's face darkened. Who knows what this kid is thinking? Duan Chunhai chuckled. Su Chen is just self-aware, knowing he can't break through the 13th level, so he simply lies down. Maybe he's conserving energy and building up strength. Ho Hai huffed dismissively. Duan Chunhai wasn't angry, raising an eyebrow. Then we'll just wait and see. On the 13th floor of the Chaos Tower, after a round of frenzied attacks, everyone finally shattered the Titan Giant's golden light shield. However, the Titan Giant's own defense was exceptionally strong. After a brutal battle, everyone suffered a crushing defeat. Each person looked disheveled and battered. Among them, Tang Qin and Zhao Kai were severely injured, nearly knocked out of the Chaos Tower. This setback was quite a blow to everyone. Song Wei said dejectedly, we've injured 2 more people, our overall strength has dropped significantly, we can't possibly be a match for the Titan Giant, let's just give up. He Yaoxing added, that guy is tough as nails, even my boss might not be able to handle him. If you want to fight, go ahead, I'm out. Where are you going? Zhu Yuqi asked. I heard there are plenty of spiritual materials on the 13th floor. Since we have some time, it would be better to gather some materials than waste time here, He Yaoxing replied, striding off in one direction. The remaining people gathered to discuss for a while, all feeling there was no hope of clearing the level, and they gradually left. In the distance, Jin Chaguo watched this scene and chuckled, I'm really a clever little guy, good thing I didn't get involved. Now, he only had 30 explosive bombs left. If he had attacked with them, they would have all been wasted, and he might have even gotten hurt. On the other side, Su Chen woke up from his nap and slowly opened his eyes. After checking the time and feeling it was about right, he headed towards the golden staircase. Just as he was about to arrive, he suddenly spotted Jin Chaogua standing not far away. Old Jin. Su Chen walked over and greeted him with a smile. Su Chen. Jin Chaogua's eyes lit up, asking, where have you been? Why did it take you so long to come? Suchen rubbed his nose. I was a bit tired, just took a nap. Jin Chaohua. Sleeping during the assessment? What a bold move. Besides Suchen, probably no one else could do such a thing. Suchen glanced at the Titan Giant from a distance and asked, is this the boss of the 13th level? What is this thing? Jin Chaohua explained, this is a high-form alien creature, the Titan Giant. Titan Giant? Suchen murmured, then asked, what about the others? Didn't they attack it? Jin Chaohua said with lingering fear. Lin Miaoka and the others attacked it twice. Only on the second attempt did they barely break the Titan Giant's golden shield. But the Titan Giant is really too strong. So many people working together couldn't even match it, and we almost got wiped out. Suchen's expression slightly tightened. In that case, the Titan Giant does have some strength. Jin Chaohua clicked his tongue. Not just some strength, it's practically invincible. Invincible? Suchen scoffed. As long as he unleashed a nuclear explosion fist, he could instantly destroy the Titan Giant. What invincible nonsense. In his eyes, it was all just small fry. However, the nuclear explosion fist consumed too much energy. Unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't resort to such a desperate measure. Jin Chaohua glanced at Suchen and tentatively asked, Suchen, you don't plan to take action against him, do you? Suchen did not answer but fell into deep thought. To hunt the Titan Giant, the first step was to break its golden shield. Once the golden shield was shattered, it would be a matter of close combat. In close quarters, he had never feared anyone. The key point now was whether the power of the wave-stacking tenfold slash was enough to break the golden shield without using the nuclear explosion divine fist. Old Jin, can the Titan Giant still release the golden shield? Suchen asked. After 2 rounds of fighting, the Titan Giant must have consumed some energy. But how much? Jin Chaohua thought for a moment and said, from my observations, the Titan Giant uses the defensive skill Mountainous Golden Shield, which is very blue energy consuming. The Titan Giant's blue energy must be low now. Even if it can release the Mountainous Golden Shield, its defensive strength is far from what it was before. As long as we use a powerful attack skill, we can definitely shatter it. Suchen's eyes brightened slightly, and he said nonchalantly, Old Jin, how many explosive bombs do you have left? There are 30 left, Jin Chaohua replied honestly. That should be enough. Suchen murmured, then asked, what's the market price for one of these? To be absolutely safe, he planned to increase his attacking means. Explosive bombs were quite good. 30 of them would definitely be enough for the Titan Giant. Of course, since the explosive bombs belonged to Jin Chaohua, he couldn't use them for free, he would have to pay what was due. Jin Chaohua said directly, the initial price is 1,000 blue star coins each. Suchen stretched out his hand in front of Jin Chaohua, give them all to me. Jin Chaohua was taken aback, what are you doing? Suchen smiled slightly, it has a great purpose. Jin Chaohua didn't think much of it and opened his storage bag, taking out all the explosive bombs at once. Suchen glanced at the explosive bombs in his hand and then said to Jin Chaohua, 1,000 blue star coins. Each 30 bombs make 10,000 blue star coins. You still owe me 100,000 blue star coins, so just give me 90,000 when we get out. Jin Chaohua. Was Su Chen's math taught by a gym teacher? Wasn't this clearly taking advantage of him? Can it be played like this? Tying the 30 explosive bombs together, Suchen reminded, these things are quite lethal. Your defense is too weak, so stay back a bit later and don't get hurt. Jin Chaohua's eyes widened. Are you really going to hunt the Titan Giant? Suchen smiled and remained non-committal. Jin Chaohua was startled and hurriedly advised, Suchen, you mustn't do anything foolish. Even with so many people united, Lin Miaoka and the others were no match for the Titan Giant. If Suchen went alone, wouldn't that be like sending himself to death? You know nothing about my strength, just sit back and enjoy the show, Suchen said calmly, and then strode towards the Titan Giant. He's gone mad. Suchen must be crazy. Jin Chaohua swallowed hard and involuntarily stepped back. Outside the Chaos Tower, when Lin Miaoka and the others dispersed, everyone thought the assessment was over and that there would be no more suspense. Demonic sound video. The Chaos Tower assessment seems to have come to a close. Does Principal Zhou have any comments on this assessment? Zhou Haoxiong cleared his throat. Although no student was able to break through the 13th level and create a miracle, it cannot be denied that the overall quality of this year's candidates is quite good, and their performance has been very outstanding, making it the best performance in the history of the Chaos Tower assessments. Oh, the long-quiet dark horse 10086 has gone to the golden staircase. What does he want to do? Challenge the boss alone? Zhou Haoxiong chuckled. It's great that young people have ambition, but thinking they can hunt the boss alone is a bit unrealistic. I hope that after this setback he can grow quickly. Since Principal Zhou said so, the dark horse career of 10,086 should come to an end here. Old Ho, hurry and look, Suchen is about to take action. When Dai Jiazhu saw Suchen walking towards the golden staircase, he became excited. Ho Hai said irritably, that brat, what's the use of going over now? If he teamed up with others, there might really be a chance to kill the boss. But now that Lin Miaoka and the others had dispersed, Suchen facing the boss alone was like hitting a stone with an egg. Inside a certain building, Zhang Mu shouted excitedly, Grandpa, just as you predicted, Suchen is preparing to challenge
The old man with a goat beard looked spirited. This kid really has guts. Let's see how he performs. On the Job Changer forum, Night Alliance, the Dark Horse 10,086 is about to take down the boss. Anyone want to bet with me? I bet 10086 won't last a minute before being crushed by the boss. Swordsman Alliance, who the hell would bet? With you? Just think with your brainstem, how could 10086 possibly defeat the boss? Shield Bearer Alliance, I'll bet with you. I bet 10086 won't last 59 seconds before being knocked down by the boss. Assassin Alliance, I'm in too. I bet the battle will end in under 50 seconds. 10,086 loses. Night Alliance. Inside the Chaos Tower, Suchen slowly approached the Titan Giant. Seeing another human foolishly coming to challenge him, a look of disdain crossed the Titan Giant's lips, and he didn't even activate the Mountain Gold Shield. Suchen's eyes lit up. The Titan Giant's carelessness gave him the perfect opportunity. Suchen walked up to the Titan Giant and suddenly threw out the explosive bomb in his hand. As a bunch of dark round balls flew over, the Titan Giant casually punched out. His fist, the size of a grinding wheel, accurately struck the explosive bomb. 30 explosive bombs detonated simultaneously. A loud bang echoed. Lightning flashed on the Titan Giant's fist, and the violent power of the lightning wreaked havoc, tearing his skin apart. After the explosion, looking again at the Titan Giant's fist, it was a bloody mess, with bones even protruding. Ah! The Titan Giant let out a painful roar and immediately released the Mountain Gold Shield. However, before it could fully form, a wave of sword energy surged over. After 10 consecutive impacts, the Mountain Gold Shield shattered with a loud crash. Damn! Witnessing this, Jin Chaogwa couldn't help but shout in shock. The Titan Giant's Mountain Gold Shield was shattered in one blow? What skill did Su Chun use? It seemed like the swordsman's skill, Wave Slash? Oh my! This is one of the top 3 powerful skills of the swordsman class. Ha! How could Su Chun use swordsman skills? Could it be he is a dual-class job changer? Jin Chaogwa felt his brain buzz and was instantly petrified. On the other side, after Su Chen shattered the Titan Giant's golden shield, he suddenly stepped forward and rushed towards the Titan Giant, engaging in close combat. The Titan Giant's eyes burned with flames of anger as he swung a stone club down at Su Chen. Of course, Su Chen wouldn't clash head-on. He moved his feet and instantly disappeared from his original spot. The Titan Giant, 10 meters tall, had unmatched strength. Once hit, one would basically turn into mush. Bang! The stone club slammed heavily onto the ground. The earth trembled, and countless cracks immediately spread out around it. Su Chen dodged the blow and appeared behind the Titan Giant, gripping the judgment and stabbing it into the Titan Giant's Achilles tendon. The Titan Giant had astonishing defense. If it were someone else, they would definitely be unable to break through. But Su Chen was different. He already possessed considerable attack power, and with the defense-breaking ability of the judgment, he easily opened a bloody wound. Ah! The Titan roared in pain, turning around to grab Su Chen with one hand. However, due to its enormous size, its movements were quite slow. Just as that large hand reached halfway, Su Chen had already vanished without a trace. The Titan grabbed at nothing, only to feel a sharp pain in another leg. It turned out that Su Chen had targeted another tendon in its foot. Bastard! The Titan was furious, turning its head again to search for Su Chen. But the moment it turned, Su Chen disappeared once more. Immediately after, another leg was hit with excruciating pain. Ah! The Titan was so frustrated it could die, swinging its stone club and striking around wildly. Yet, throughout it all, it hadn't even touched a hair on Su Chen. For a while, Su Chen continued to use this sneaky tactic, specifically targeting the Titan's tendons. After a dozen or so strikes, the Titan finally couldn't hold on any longer and crashed to the ground, causing the earth to rumble and a huge cloud of dust to rise into the air. What the hell? Jin Chaogwa was stunned, his mouth agape. Before this, he had never imagined that Su Chen could break through the Titan's defenses. Even less did he expect that Su Chen could bring the Titan down. Truly a melee maniac. Well deserved. When they saw Su Chen and the Titan entangled for over 5 minutes without defeat, the Transcender Forum erupted. Mage Alliance, what's going on? Is 10086 really that strong? Previously, Lin Niaoka and the others couldn't last 5 minutes together. How come 10,086 shows no signs of defeat? Could it be that 10,086 is stronger than Lin Niaoka and the others combined? Great Axe Warrior Alliance, it's been over 5 minutes. Logically, 10086 should have died 10 times by now. What's going on? Iron Fist Warrior Alliance, who said 10086 couldn't last a minute? Step up and say something. The Knight Alliance, Swordsman Alliance, and Shield Bearer Alliance seem to have vanished, remaining silent throughout. Demonic Sound Video, Principal Zhou. The performance of the Dark Horse 10086 seems a bit different from your prediction? Zhou Haoxiong paused, awkwardly smiling. Incredible, unbelievable. It truly exceeded my expectations. Old Ho, Su Chen is quite impressive, managing to hold on until now. That's really something. Dai Jeju sighed. Ho Hai was particularly nervous, secretly chanting, Su Chen, you must keep it up. In a certain building, Jiang Mu excitedly said, Grandpa, you really have a keen eye. Su Chen is amazing.
there's a chance he might actually defeat the boss.
The old man with the goat beard had piercing eyes. After hundreds of years, a talent has finally emerged in Blue Star.
Su Chen, you must not disappoint me.
Inside the Chaos Tower, the moment the Titan fell, Su Chen gripped the judgment and unleashed a tenfold wave slash. The Titan had merely fallen. It had not been killed. To enter the 14th level, the Titan had to be slain. Take advantage of his weakness. Su Chen would not miss this opportunity to strike a drowning dog. The sword. Energy surged like waves, ruthlessly ravaging the Titan. Bang bang, crack crack. Amidst the sounds of explosions, the Titan was riddled with wounds, bright red blood oozing from its injuries, turning its entire body a shocking crimson. However, the Titan's health was still substantial, and its breath remained vigorous.
To completely kill it, more effort was needed.
Thus, Su Chen delivered another tenfold wave slash. This time, the Titan's body was a bloody mess, resembling a pile of meat paste.
Yet, it still did not die. What a tough one. Su Chen
clicked his tongue, sheathed his judgment, and took out the dragon-slaying blade, slowly walking towards the Titan giant. He had released 3 consecutive waves of the tenfold slash, and
the blue energy consumption was simply too high to use it again.
At this moment, the Titan giant had completely lost its ability to resist, allowing him to slaughter at will.
As long as he drained its health, that would be enough.
The dragon-slaying blade had critical hit capabilities, making it more suitable to use it this time than the judgment.
Thus, a horrifying scene unfolded below. Su Chen seemed to transform into a butcher, wielding the long knife, relentlessly hacking at a pile of rotten flesh. Each strike was a critical hit. The Titan giant's health rapidly dwindled.
Jin Chaoguo watched, swallowing hard.
It was too brutal, too savage.
Su Chen persevered, his mind focused, and he chopped a total of 81 times.
Suddenly, a
blinding light erupted from the Titan giant's body.
This was a sign of equipment dropping, indicating that the Titan giant was completely done for.
When the light faded, 5 skill books and a purple ring appeared before Su Chen.
5 skill books. Su Chen's expression changed.
Since successfully changing jobs, he had hunted many bosses, but none had dropped as much as
this time.
In the distance, Jin Chaoguo watched this scene, drooling with envy.
5 skill books plus a piece of equipment. How much Blue Star currency was that worth? Su Chen took a deep
breath to calm his emotions and first picked up the purple ring.
Golden level non-ranked mental defense item, Soul Guardian Ring. Wearing it enhances mental power by 50 points and provides some resistance against illusion skills. Not bad.
Su Chen nodded slightly, casually placing it into his item slot, then picked up the 5 skill books to examine one by one.
Earth. Mage exclusive skill, Quicksand.
This skill is a semi-control type that can turn the surrounding 5-meter area into a swamp.
Once entered, movement is greatly restricted. Fire Mage. Exclusive skill, Fireball.
Releases a fireball the size of a fist containing fire energy, which explodes and ignites a 10-meter radius with moderate lethality.
Universal skill, Void Vision. An auxiliary skill that any class change can learn.
It can see through all illusions and disguises and can probe the target's level and attributes.
Knight exclusive skill, Charge. A
violent skill that greatly increases the defense and impact of both the user and their mount, exuding an unstoppable momentum.
Beast Summoner exclusive skill, Summon Gold-Eating Worm. Ancient insect beast with powerful biting force that devours everything.
It possesses rock-solid defense, impervious to water and fire, and indestructible.
Note, requires a large amount
of gold sunstone to maintain combat power. Without gold sunstone to replenish energy, it will fall into a deep sleep.
After reading the introductions of the 5 skill books, Su Chen's expression turned contemplative.
Fireball and Quicksand seemed like garbage in his eyes, while the charge skill was average. Void Vision had some use, but it was somewhat redundant with the sensing ability of the little Treyant. He needed to think carefully about whether to learn this skill.
The last skill, Summon Gold-Eating Worm, was indeed quite powerful. Having such a beast to assist in battle would undoubtedly enhance combat power. However, it required gold sunstone for nourishment, and he had no idea what gold sunstone was. If it was too expensive, he wouldn't be able to afford to raise it. This skill couldn't be learned for now.
After putting the 5 skill books into his pocket, Su Chen waved at the distant Jin Chaoguo and then stepped onto the golden staircase leading to the 14th floor.
Outside the Chaos Tower, everyone was closely watching the dynamics of the 13th floor. When they noticed that 10086
suddenly disappeared from the 13th floor, they instinctively thought it had been knocked out of the Chaos Tower by the boss, feeling sorry for 10086.
But in the next moment, someone
suddenly shouted, "You guys, 10086 has entered the 14th level."
What was that? Everyone turned to look at the 14th level. When they saw that 10,086 had really appeared in the 14th level, they were stunned. 10086 had taken down that boss? What the hell? How could he be so fierce? It should be known that Lin Miaka and the others together were not a match for the boss, yet 10086 managed to defeat it alone? What kind of extraordinary strength did that require? Even witnessing it firsthand left people feeling dazed. Changhua TV, dear viewers, we have some exciting news.
Just now, the Dark Horse 10086 single-handedly killed the boss and successfully broke into the 14th level, shattering a century-old record.
Mine.
Video. The Dark Horse 10086 has once again shown its true colors, defeating the boss in one fell swoop and creating a miracle that is simply unbelievable. What does Principal Zhou think
About this?
Zhou Haoxiong's face turned red with embarrassment, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Just moments ago, he had said that Su Chen could not possibly be a match for the boss, and in the blink of an eye, Su Chen had taken down the boss, effectively giving him a hard slap in the face, embarrassing him to no end.
After a while, Zhou Haoxiong
finally spoke. 10086 can no longer be called a dark horse. His strength completely surpasses all the other candidates.
I wonder which academy could cultivate such a prodigy. Not far
away, Li Changfeng was grinning from ear to ear. Of course, it's our Donghai No. 2 high school that trained him.
Transcender Forum. Giant Axe Warrior Alliance. Damn. 10086 is amazing. He can even take down the boss. What profession is he? Healer Alliance. Definitely a rare profession, and a particularly powerful one at that. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for him to be so fierce. Summoner Alliance. I think so too. Mage Alliance. Even if it's a rare profession, it must be one among mages. Beast Warrior Alliance. Don't flatter yourselves. Mage Alliance. If I remember correctly, your strongest beast warrior, Du Binzhou, was knocked out of the Chaos Tower on the 11th level, right? How can such a useless person still have the nerve to seek attention? Beast Warrior Alliance. You mother. Farmer Alliance. What's that saying? I remember now. It goes, everything is possible. So, is it possible that 10,086 is a farmer? Assassin Alliance. It's not even dark yet and you're already daydreaming? Archer Alliance. A farmer's job is to farm well and manage his own little plot of land. There's no need to daydream all day. That will only make people think you're stupid. Farmer Alliance. Can a farmer have dreams? All alliances, go where it's cool. Farmer Alliance. We won. Old ho, we won. Dai Jiazhu was beyond excited. How could this happen? Duan Chuanhai's face was as dark as water, muttering in a daze. Even now, he still found it hard to accept this reality. A wood-type summoner had trampled a group of geniuses underfoot? Had he broken a century-old assessment record in one fell swoop? What kind of ridiculous script was this? Ha ha. Ho Hai laughed recklessly, then turned to Duan Chunhai. Old Duan, what did I tell you? The first fat one isn't fat, but the one that crushes the bed is. Are you convinced now? Hurry up and give me the pear blossom wine. Duan Chunhai lowered his head, silent. 2 bottles of pear blossom wine weren't much, but the key was that the loss was too frustrating. Dai Jiazhu chimed in. Old Duan, a bet is a bet. You're a well-known figure. You can't go back on your word. Duan Chunhai suddenly looked up at Dai Jiazhu. You actually colluded with Ho Hai to trick me. You're too despicable. At this point, how could he not know that Dai Jiazhu had clearly set a trap with Ho Hai for him to fall into? His heart deserves to be punished. Dai Jiazhu's expression darkened. Speak more cautiously. When have I ever tricked you? Didn't I also lose 2 bottles of pear blossom wine to Old Ho? Ho Hai nodded. I can testify. Watching the collusion between Ho Hai and Dai Jiazhu, Duan Chuanhai's gaze gradually turned cold. Inside a building in Juxing City, Zhang Mu complimented. Grandpa, you truly have foresight. Su Chen has really reached the 14th level. The old man with the goatee laughed heartily. Good lad, you haven't disappointed me. I hope you continue to strive and create brilliance. Zhang Mu was slightly taken aback. Grandpa, do you think Su Chen can continue to break records? The old man with the goatee said calmly. There is still great hope. Zhang Mu was shocked, but the guardian of the 14th level is a flower spirit boss. Her attack power is no less than that of a titan, and her agility has reached an astonishing 200 points. Su Chen can't possibly be her match, right? The old man with the goatee's gaze was piercing. That may not be the case. On the 13th level of the Chaos Tower, when Su Chen stepped onto the golden staircase and disappeared from view, Jin Chaogua finally came to his senses and quickly walked over to the corpse of the titan. Just one glance made him click his tongue. The titan's death was too tragic. There wasn't a single intact part of its body. It was almost chopped into minced meat. It must be said, Su Chen had indeed gone berserk, and he was truly ruthless. Suddenly, several figures rushed over from the surroundings. It was Lin Miaoka and the others who had left earlier. They heard the commotion and guessed that someone was fighting the titan, so they fought to come back and see the excitement. But they never expected that the titan had actually been killed, or rather, tortured to death. Who had the ability to take down the titan? Jin Chaogua seemed to be the first person to appear here. Could it be him? Everyone turned to look at Jin Chaogua. Shu Yuqi tentatively asked, Jin Chaogua, did you kill the titan? Jin Chaogua smiled bitterly. I'm just an alchemist. How could I have that ability? It was Su Chen who did it. Hiss. Everyone gasped. One person took down the titan. Just how strong is Su Chen? Yao Xing looked at him with admiration and sighed. As expected of the boss, incredibly impressive. Lin Miaoka was momentarily dazed and asked, how did Su Chen hunt the titan? Jin Chaogua said solemnly, you may not know, but Su Chen is not only a wood-type summoner, he is also a swordsman. A swordsman? Dual profession? Su Chen had hidden it so deeply? Everyone was dumbfounded.
Jin Chaogwa continued, moreover, Suchin is not just any swordsman, he has learned the skill tenfold wave slash, and with one sword he shattered the Titan's
mountain-like golden shield. So strong. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim.
Tang Qing curiously asked, the tenfold wave slash is indeed powerful, but it consumes a lot of mana.
How many skills did Suchun use to kill the Titan?
Jin Chaogwa thought for a moment and said he used a total of 3 skills.
3 tenfold wave slashes could kill the Titan? Everyone expressed doubt. The Titan not only had formidable defense but also a very thick health pool. It was killed so easily?
Jin Chaogwa explained, Suchin didn't just use skills, he first severed the Titan's tendons, brought it down, and then rushed up to chop it wildly, almost 100 strikes, before finally killing the Titan.
Good heavens! Everyone was stunned. He even used the method of severing tendons? Su Chen was indeed quite insidious. But one must also admit that Su Chen's strength was extraordinary. If it were someone else, even if they broke all the tendons in the Titan giant's hands and feet, it would be impossible to kill it. Zhao Kai seemed to think of something, his eyes suddenly brightened. The Titan giant is already dead. Can we go up to the 14th level now? Although they didn't kill the Titan giant, if they could reach the 14th level, wouldn't that still count as setting a record? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Reaching the 14th level would definitely be a supreme honor. Song Wei poured a bucket of cold water on them. We can't go up. Why? Zhao Kai asked in confusion.
Song Wei explained, according to the rules, only those who personally kill the Titan giant are qualified to ascend to the 14th level.
The Titan giant was killed by Su Chen alone, and we didn't help at all, so we naturally don't have that qualification. Zhao Kai felt a bit unwilling. I'll give it a try.
As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed up the golden staircase, but after taking just 2 steps, he was thrown back by an invisible force. Seeing this, everyone looked dejected. Jin Chaogwa, however, began to think. Although he didn't hunt the Titan giant with Su Chen, he did give Su Chen the explosive bomb. That could be considered a form of help, right? So could he be recognized and thus ascend to the 14th level? Jin Chaogwa decided to give it a try and strode forward.
Jin Chaogwa, what are you doing? He Yaoxing asked in confusion.
Jin Chaogwa chuckled, I want to give it a try too. He Yaoxing scoffed, don't overestimate yourself. But as soon as he finished speaking, his eyes widened in shock.
Jin Chaogwa confidently ascended the golden staircase without any hindrance. Everyone, what was going on? Why could Jin Chaogwa go up? He Yaoxing was very unconvinced and rushed up as well, only to be violently thrown back by an invisible force. The 14th level of the Chaos Tower. Su Chen was teleported to a field of flowers, and at a glance, all kinds of flowers were competing to bloom. The scenery was very beautiful and dazzling. Su Chen took a look and then withdrew his gaze, walking towards the golden staircase. But after just a few steps, a buzzing sound suddenly rang in his ears, as if bees were flying around him. Su Chen immediately became alert, widening his eyes to scan the surroundings. In the Chaos Tower, there were no ordinary bees, they must be creatures from another world, and all were at the 4th level of the Bronze Realm, so he had to be cautious. After scanning around, Su Chen suddenly noticed a group of small beings with wings and forks flying not far away, glaring at him. What the heck? Bee people? Su Chen was taken aback for a moment and then looked them over again. Suddenly, one of the bee people pointed a fork at Su Chen and angrily said, Human, you made a mistake, we are going to punish you. You can still talk? Su Chen raised an eyebrow and chuckled, what mistake did I make? The bee person snorted coldly, this is our territory, you trampled on the flowers and plants, which is equivalent to destroying our home. Don't you realize your mistake? It's wrong to damage flowers and plants, but I'm innocent. I was teleported here and didn't know this was your home, Su Chen said calmly. Finding the bee people quite interesting, he thought about communicating with them to probe their background. The bee person was relentless, a mistake is a mistake, don't make excuses. We must punish you. Su Chen calmly asked, what punishment are you going to give me? The bee person replied coldly, either leave the Chaos Tower on your own, or we will throw you out. You choose. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, you little bees are quite domineering, bring it on. I choose the second option. Seeking your own suffering, then I will grant you that. The bee man let out a cold grunt, his wings behind him suddenly flapping fiercely, and in a whoosh, he flew in front of Su Chen, brandishing a steel fork aimed directly at Su Chen's eye. Quite ruthless. Su Chen's expression darkened as he reached out and grabbed the bee man tightly in his palm. Let me go. The bee man looked terrified and struggled desperately. To be fair, he was quite strong. If it were someone else, they might not have been able to hold him down. Let him go. Other bee men flew over, surrounding Su Chen. Su Chen ignored them, his gaze fixed on the bee man in his hand. The bee man should be an otherworldly creature from this level, right? But to be honest, he looked quite cute. Wouldn't it be a bit cruel to crush him? Su Chen couldn't think too much about it. For the sake of leveling up, he had to be ruthless. Just as he was about to act, a woman's delicate voice suddenly rang in his ear. If you dare harm my kin, I will make you suffer. Su Chen paused slightly, turning to look in the direction of the voice, and saw a petite, adorable girl in a floral dress walking towards him barefoot, exuding an ethereal aura like a fairy. Let him go.
The girl in the floral dress approached Su Chen, leisurely and coldly reprimanded him. Su Chen sneered, "Are you threatening me?" The girl pouted, "What if I am? Then there's nothing to talk about." Su Chen's expression gradually turned cold as he pretended to crush the bee man. The girl panicked, "Stop. Let's talk this out. It would have been better if you had been more sensible earlier." Su Chen snorted and continued, "First, tell me your identity." The girl whispered, "I am a flower spirit and the boss of this level. They are all my kin." "You are the boss?" Su Chen's eyes lit up. Hunting. A boss could yield equipment. Such an opportunity couldn't be missed. The flower spirit keenly sensed the ill intentions in Su Chen's eyes and said coldly, "Human, you aren't thinking of targeting me, are you? I advise you not to have such thoughts or you will die a terrible death." Su Chen raised an eyebrow. "I really want to give it a try." Seeing that she couldn't intimidate Su Chen, the flower spirit pondered for a moment, her attitude softening. "Actually, there's no need for us to fight because even if you kill me, you won't gain any benefits." Su Chen sneered, "Do you take me for a fool? Killing a boss guarantees equipment drops. Who are you trying to fool?" The flower spirit explained, "It's true that I am a boss, but I am not an otherworldly creature. I am a spirit born from the 14th level of the Chaos Tower. Even if you kill me, you won't get any equipment drops, nor will you gain any leveling experience. I want to verify that." Su Chen wasn't going to believe her so easily. He tightened his grip on the bee man and suddenly exerted force. With a bang, the bee man turned into a pile of powder. Su Chen quickly opened his data panel to check, and indeed, his experience hadn't increased. This meant that the flower spirit hadn't lied to him. Seeing her kin die before her eyes, the flower spirit's eyes widened in rage. "Human, you shall die." Su Chen scoffed, "He attacked me first. His death is his own fault. Then you should die." The flower spirit was furious, charging towards Su Chen and swinging a crystal-clear white fist. Su Chen reacted quickly and caught it. Suddenly, an unmatched, invisible force swept over. Tap tap tap. Under the influence of this immense force, Su Chen was pushed back several steps. Steadying himself, he looked at the flower spirit in shock. In terms of strength, the flower spirit was no less than a titan. It was hard to imagine that such a slender body could contain such powerful strength. The flower demon, seemingly mad, charged at Su Chen once more, looking as if she intended to punish him on the spot. Su Chen's anger flared up. As a melee combat fanatic, was he afraid of close combat? "Come at me. Who's afraid of whom?" In the next moment, the two were locked in a fierce struggle, the scene quite explosive. In terms of attack power, defense, and agility, they were nearly equal. Without using skills, it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. At first, they exchanged blows in a somewhat orderly manner, but as it progressed, it became quite a sight to behold. Sometimes Su Chen had the flower demon pinned to the ground, and other times she was on top of him. Hair pulling, eye gouging, all sorts of moves were exchanged. As they fought, their clothes began to tear apart. Su Chen, being a man, could handle it, but the flower demon was a woman, her clothes in tatters, exposing her fair skin, especially the two prominent features on her chest, which were barely concealed. With every movement, they swayed enticingly, leading to endless imagination. Even Su Chen, with his composure, couldn't help but be a bit distracted. The flower demon noticed this, her pretty face flushed with anger and embarrassment. "Human, you are too despicable. Did you tear my dress on purpose? Not even a flower demon is spared. How perverted." Su Chen. What a baseless accusation. If he were really that kind of person, tearing clothes would be the least of it. Su Chen rubbed his nose. "I am a gentleman. Keep talking nonsense, and I might just sue you for defamation." "Gentleman? I see you as a cultured scoundrel. A big pervert," the flower demon fumed. Damn it. This was clearly a blatant slander. Su Chen really wanted to unleash a devastating punch to obliterate the flower demon. But after thinking it over, he decided against it. Even if he killed the flower demon, he wouldn't gain anything, just wasting his mana. So he said, "Let's leave it at that. Continuing to fight is pointless. You give me some compensation and I'll leave here." The flower demon's jaw dropped. "You killed my kin, destroyed my home, and took advantage of me, and now you want me to give you compensation? Do you have no shame?" Su Chen's expression darkened. "Didn't you tear my clothes too? Why don't you say you took advantage of me?" The flower demon. How could such words even be uttered? Men and women are not the same. This was utterly shameless. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and said coolly, "Will you give it or not? If not, I'll crush each of these little bees." This trip couldn't be in vain. He had to gain something. Today, he had the flower demon in his grasp. No one could intervene. The flower demon was stunned. This human was too cunning. He actually dared to threaten her with her kin? Though extremely furious, she had to be cautious. Given Su Chen's strength, if it came to blows, she wouldn't be able to protect her kin at all. After a moment of hesitation, the flower demon finally relented, taking out 2 thumb-thick blue grasses and tossing them to Su Chen. "This is your compensation. Take it and leave quickly." Su Chen frowned slightly. "Just 2 blades of grass? Are you trying to send me off like a beggar?" The flower demon retorted, "These are 2 blue-silver grasses containing 1,500 points of mana. Don't act like you're being wronged." Su Chen's expression shifted. With 1,500 points of mana, these 2 blue Silver grasses were indeed quite valuable. After putting the 2 grasses in his pocket, Su Chen calmly said, "Give me 2 more. Such good stuff, why not take more?" The flower demon's mouth fell open. "Aren't you satisfied yet? If it were anyone else, they would have been content long ago. Why was this human so greedy?" Su Chen coldly replied, "Will you give them more?" "Not." The flower demon rolled her eyes. "I don't have any more." Su Chen's gaze flickered slightly, then he turned to look at the bee people not far away. "The meaning is self-evident. If you don't give it, then I'll have to take action." The flower spirit was startled. "I really don't have it, but I can tell you a secret." Su Chen became interested. "Go ahead, as long as it's valuable, I won't make it difficult for you." The flower spirit said directly, "On an island in the 15th layer, there is a 1 cubic meter space ring hidden." "A space ring?" Su Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. A space ring is a storage device 1 level higher than a space storage bag. Even if it's only 1 cubic meter, it's worth a fortune. Su Chen asked, "How can I find this space ring?" Each layer of the Chaos Tower is its own world, vast and boundless. Without an exact location, finding a small space ring would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. The flower spirit said, "I don't know the exact location of the space ring, but the spirit boss of the 15th layer knows. If you can find him, you can get the space ring." "Are you serious?" Su Chen asked. If he could really obtain a space ring, this trip would not be in vain. The key is, he didn't know if the flower spirit was just fooling him. The flower spirit looked serious and assured. "I swear to the flower god, it's absolutely true." Seeing that the flower spirit didn't seem to be lying, Su Chen nodded. As he was leaving, he glanced at the flower spirit's chest emblem and said meaningfully, "At least a size F. Such a small body bears such great pressure every day? Aren't you tired? Mind your own business." The flower spirit stomped her foot in anger. Not long after Su Chen left, Jin Chaogui was teleported to the 14th layer, and coincidentally, he was sent right to the flower spirit's territory. When he saw the flower spirit's white, flowery figure, he couldn't help but drool. My goodness! What a seductive scene right from the start. Who can withstand this? Another shameless person. A strong dislike flashed in the flower spirit's eyes as she dashed in front of Jin Chaogui, fist clenched, and struck. Poor Jin Chaogui didn't even understand what was happening before he was punched out of the Chaos Tower. Quick, look, number 250 has been knocked out of the Chaos Tower. He's just an alchemist. Making it to the 14th layer is already quite an achievement, even better than Lin Miaoka's performance. Even if he got knocked out of the Chaos Tower, it's no shame. Outside the Chaos Tower, a wave of discussion erupted. Jiang Hong sighed. "It seems our academy can only take 2nd place. Li Changfeng comforted. "2nd place is already quite impressive. What more could you want?" Jiang Hong nodded. "That's true. To stand out among 100,000 candidates and take 2nd place is indeed remarkable. Only our Lingwang number 2 can cultivate such talent." Li Changfeng. Not 2 sentences in, and he's showing off again? Jiang Hong glanced at Li Changfeng and said meaningfully, "Oldly, you don't need to be envious. Your academy performed well this time. 2, maybe 1 or 2 students will make it into the top 100. Although they can't compare to our Lingwang number 2, it's still better than being at the bottom." Li Changfeng, hee. Would he envy Jiang Hong? Su Chen is the real 1st place. Just then, Jin Chaogui walked up to Jiang Hong with a dejected look. "Principal, I got knocked out of the Chaos Tower. I've disappointed you." Jiang Hong laughed. "It's okay, you performed exceptionally well and brought honor to our Lingwang number 2. After returning, the academy will definitely reward you handsomely." "Thank you, Principal." Jin Chaogui was overjoyed. Nearby, the principal of Lingwang number 1, Zhou Mu, suddenly asked Jin Chaogui, "You should know 10086, right? Which academy is he from?" Jin Chaogui shook his head in confusion. "I don't know him. 10086 is Su Chen," but he didn't know Su Chen's code name. Zhou Mu furrowed his brows. "How could you not recognize him? Weren't you 2 together before? He's the student who reached the 14th level of the Chaos Tower before you." Jin Chaogui suddenly realized, so 10086 is Su Chen. Which Su Chen? Zhou Mu's eyes widened in shock. There seemed to be only one Su Chen in Donghai number 2 high school. He had won 1st place in the last assessment. But wasn't he a wood-type summoner? How could he break the record and reach the 14th level? Jin Chaogui casually said, "You should know him, he's the Su Chen from Donghai number 2 high school." Zhou Mu, Jiang Hong, other principals? Oh my, it really is Su Chen from Donghai number 2 high school. It's simply unbelievable. How is that possible? Jiang Hong's face looked like it was about to drip water. Just a moment ago, he was showing off in front of Li Changfeng, and now he was slapped in the face. This is just too embarrassing. Zhou Mu regained his composure and asked, "Isn't Su Chen a wood-type summoner? How did he defeat the boss of the 13th level?" Jin Chaogui vividly recounted the process of Su Chen defeating the Titan Giant. When they learned that Su Chen was a dual-class swordsman and wood-type summoner, and that he had learned the powerful skill Tenfold Wave Slash, all the principals were stunned. Li Changfeng was equally shocked, because before this he had no idea that Su Chen was a dual-class transfer student. Zhou Mu turned to Li Changfeng, angrily saying, "Oldly, you really have a lot of patience. Su Chen is clearly a dual-class, and you've kept it hidden until now. Li Changfeng chuckled. You should know, I'm a very low-key person. I wouldn't be like someone who, as soon as they achieve something, goes around flaunting it for attention. Upon hearing this, all the principals turned to look at Jiang Hong. The someone Li Changfeng was referring to was none other
Then Jiang Hong, right? Damn it.
Jiang Hong gritted his teeth in anger. Li Changfeng's words were clearly meant to embarrass him.
This old guy is too wicked. Wow.
Look, 10086 has
entered the 15th level. Suddenly, someone shouted. Is that true?
Everyone turned to look at the Chaos Tower, and indeed, 10086 had appeared on the 15th level.
10086 is amazing. Truly a godly figure.
The 15th level of the Chaos Tower.
10086 has set a new record again.
I just want to say, he's incredible.
After Su Chen entered the 15th level,
it caused another uproar.
This kid Su Chen, winning is enough. Why does he have to be so high profile? Can't he leave some face for others?
Ho Hai was in high spirits, glancing at Duan
Chunhai from time to time.
Duan Chunhai snorted and suddenly spoke. Stop showing off. If you have the ability, let's bet again.
Ho Hai perked up. What shall we bet on? Duan Chunhai said directly. Isn't there another assessment coming up?
Let's bet on who gets first place in this assessment, with the wager being 2 bottles of pear blossom wine.
No problem. Ho Hai readily accepted.
As long as Su Chen is there, first place is guaranteed. It's a sure win deal. There's no reason to refuse. A sly smile crossed the corner of Duan Chunhai's mouth. I bet Su Chen will take first place. You choose one too.
Ho Hai. Dai Jiaju. What's going on? Shouldn't Duan Chunhai choose Lin Miaoka? This is not how the game is played.
On the 15th level of the Chaos Tower, Su Chen was teleported to an island. This island wasn't very large, at most about 100 square meters.
Surrounding the island was
a vast ocean, and in the distance, there was a slightly larger island, standing alone on the sea. As for the golden staircase, it was even further away. Su Chen stood on the island, only
able to see a faint outline, estimating it was at least 50 kilometers away.
Su Chen felt a bit troubled. If this were on land, it wouldn't be much of a problem.
But with the sea all around, he would have to dog paddle over. That would basically wear him out.
Not to mention that there were definitely sea beasts lurking in the water. If he were ambushed, it would be
game over.
Su Chen stood still, pondering for a while, and ultimately decided to search for the spatial ring first, and whether to go to the 16th layer would depend on the situation. However, to find the spatial ring, he first needed to locate the spatial spirit of this layer.
He then began searching the island. After a round, he found nothing. Standing by the sea, Su
Chen gazed into the distance, his face filled with worry. This layer was vast. Where could he find the spirit?
Suddenly, a childish voice came from afar. Human, what are you daydreaming about?
Su Chen turned his head and saw a shark's head poking out of the water not far away, its eyes rolling around in a very human-like manner. Additionally, the fins on either side had
transformed into arms. What was this? A shark person?
Su Chen suddenly thought that since this creature could talk, it might be the spirit of this layer.
Are you the spirit boss of this layer? Su Chen asked tentatively. The shark person replied, you know quite a bit, don't you? Did that flower fairy tell you?
Yes, Su Chen nodded and continued, Shark person, can
you help me with something?
The shark person widened its eyes. My name is Shark Su Su. I have a name, so please show me enough respect.
Su Chen couldn't help but smile. This little shark was quite proud, wasn't it? Shark Su Su, can you help me out? Shark Su Su pouted. Help with what?
Su Chen stated directly, I heard there's a spatial ring hidden on an
island here. Can you tell me its exact location?
Shark Su Su thought for a moment and said, I can tell you, and I can take you there, but you need to agree to one condition.
Su Chen was slightly taken aback. What condition?
Shark Su Su chuckled. Perform a show for me.
Su Chen, a show? What does it take him for? Shark Su Su glanced at Su Chen and said nonchalantly, I can't just help you find something for free, can I? Performing a show for me isn't too much to ask, is it? Su Chen's face darkened. What kind of show? Shark Su Su casually suggested, how about singing a song? I can't. Su Chen refused outright.
He was tone deaf. If he opened his mouth, he might scare Shark Su Su away.
Then dance. Su Chen's expression worsened. I can't do that either. What kind of dance would a 180-centimeter tall man do?
He had never danced in his life.
Shark Su Su, not giving up, said, you're a job changer. You must know how to do the splits? Do the splits your sister. Su Chen's patience reached its limit. If you want to help, then help. If not, forget it.
I can search every island, and
I don't believe I can't find it.
In truth, this was just a frustrated remark.
Not to mention that there wasn't enough time.
Even if he had the time, it was impossible to search every
island.
He said this to make his stance clear. He didn't want to be led around by a shark.
I was just joking. Why get angry? You have no sense of humor at all. Shark Su Su blinked. If you don't want to perform, how about helping me fight instead? Fight who? Su Chen's eyes lit up. Fighting was his specialty. This condition was acceptable. Shark Su Su said, on the
island ahead, there's a 5th-tier ironback gorilla in the bronze realm. That guy often insults me.
You help me beat it up, and then I'll take you to find the ring. I agree. Su Chen did not hesitate at all and warned, "You better not lie to me. Otherwise, I have 1,000 ways to kill you." Shark Susu said seriously, "What bad intentions could a little shark have?" "Of course, I won't lie to you." "Then let's set off," Su Chen urged. With a loud rumble, Shark Susu burst out of the sea and shouted to Su Chen, "Get on!" Su Chen jumped onto Shark Susu's back. With a whoosh, Shark Susu charged forward, riding the wind and breaking the waves, moving at an incredible speed. In just 5 minutes, they arrived at another island. Su Chen glanced at the island and then said, "You don't know my strength, so how can you be so sure I can beat the gorilla?" Shark Susu casually replied, "You made it to the 15th level, so you must have fought with the flower demon. If even the flower demon couldn't stop you, a mere big monkey is nothing. You're quite clever." Su Chen raised an eyebrow and leaped onto the island. Shark Susu reminded, "Just give him a good beating, but don't kill him." "Why?" Su Chen asked, puzzled. Shark Susu explained, "I've been fighting with the big monkey for many years, and we've developed some feelings. If you kill him, who will play with me in the future?" Su Chen, what a strange world it is. A shark actually developed feelings for a gorilla? If there are feelings, then so be it. But to ask him to beat someone up? Isn't that a bit ridiculous? Su Chen shook his head in disbelief and walked onto the island. This island was slightly larger than the previous one, but not by much, just over 100 square meters. There were quite a few banana trees on the island, bearing clusters of fruit, but most of them were not ripe. Su Chen scanned the surroundings and headed straight for the center of the island. Shark Susu had said that the gorilla lived in the center of the island. 5 minutes later, Su Chen arrived at the center. There, under a large tree, sat a burly gorilla. Strangely, it wore a pair of reading glasses and held 2 long needles, knitting a sweater. A gorilla knitting a sweater? Have animals evolved this quickly? Su Chen was stunned. The gorilla also noticed Su Chen, but it seemed completely unfazed, smiling at Su Chen. "You're here." Su Chen was taken aback. The shark could talk, and now the gorilla could speak human language too? This world is a bit bizarre. Su Chen snapped out of his daze and slowly walked forward. The gorilla glanced at Su Chen, put down the steel needles, and took out a banana from behind, handing it to Su Chen. "A guest is here, please have something to eat." Su Chen swallowed. "I'm not hungry, thank you." The gorilla didn't mind, peeled the banana, and started eating it. After finishing one banana, it said to Su Chen, "That little shark sent you here, right?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow. "How do you know?" The gorilla chuckled. "I've been fighting with the little shark for so many years, how could I not know its nature? This guy loves to show off. Always trying to get the upper hand on me, but on land, he can't do anything to me, so he can only rely on outside help. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the helper he found, right?" Su Chen nodded. "Yes." As expected of an old rival, the gorilla guessed it right away. The gorilla scrutinized Su Chen. "I'm just an old bone now, and we have no grudges against each other. Can you bear to mistreat me?" Su Chen was slightly taken aback. Now it was trying to play the sympathy card? To be fair, the gorilla was quite polite, offering him a banana as soon as they met. It felt a bit unreasonable to attack such a cultured primate. However, for the sake of the space ring, he had no choice but to act. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said, "There's no way around it. I've made a deal with the little shark." The gorilla's eyes flickered slightly, and after a moment he asked, "Are you sure you can beat me?" Su Chen replied frankly, "In a situation where the levels aren't too different, I am invincible. No one can be my opponent." "Invincible?" The gorilla raised an eyebrow and probed, "Can you be more specific about how strong you are?" Su Chen waved the judgment in his hand. "You won't be able to withstand my tenfold wave slash, right? You have such a powerful skill?" A hint of fear spread in the gorilla's eyes, and he suddenly said, "You don't need to make a move, I'll handle it myself." "Handle it yourself?" Su Chen was a bit confused. Just then, he saw the gorilla punch a nearby tree and let out a painful roar. "Su Chen, what's going on? What does the gorilla want to do?" At that moment, the gorilla picked up a huge rock and smashed it down hard. Bang! The rock shattered, sending up a cloud of dust that rose into the air, the loud sound echoing across the entire island. "Ah!" The gorilla let out another piercing scream. The shark, Su in the sea, heard the scream and couldn't help but click his tongue. "This guy is really ruthless. I told you to teach that big monkey a lesson, not to beat him to a pulp." Instinctively, he thought the gorilla must have suffered inhumane abuse from Su Chen, which caused such a painful roar. Su Chen was stunned. It was only then that he realized the gorilla was acting. I have to say, the acting was top-notch. Definitely Oscar-worthy. Just those few screams could easily fool Shark Susu. The gorilla seemed to feel it wasn't enough and ran to another place to smash things randomly, occasionally letting out a few more screams. 5 minutes later, the gorilla stopped and came to Su Chen's side. "How was that? Pretty good, right?" Su Chen gave a thumbs up. "Quite good. Messing with the little shark is no problem." As expected of a primate, he actually came up with such a good idea. Not only did he avoid getting beaten, but he also managed to fool Shark Susu. Truly clever. "That's good," the gorilla chuckled. Su Chen said, "The task is considered complete. I'm leaving now." Back at the seaside, Shark Susu asked worriedly, "You didn't kill the gorilla, did you?" Su Chen laughed. "How could that be?
I did exactly as you asked, just pressed him down and rubbed him a bit.
Shark Su Su nodded.
You kept your promise, let's go, I'll take you to find the ring. Su Chen's expression changed and he jumped onto Shark Su Su's back.
Shark Su Su carried Su Chen and shot off in a certain direction.
Su Chen noticed that the direction they were heading was towards an island where the golden staircase was located.
Could it be that the spatial ring is on that island?
That would save a lot of trouble. Once he got the ring, he could directly ascend to the 16th level.
After a few minutes, Shark Su Su swam close to the island and said to Su Chen, "We've arrived at the destination, you can go up now." Su Chen frowned. "You haven't told me the exact location of the spatial ring yet."
This island was quite large and without an exact location, it would be very difficult to find a small ring. He didn't have much time to waste, so he had to ask clearly. Shark Su Su said directly, "Near the golden staircase, there's an
elephant, and the ring is in its hand. You just need to ask it for it." Su Chen was slightly taken aback. "It can give it to me?" Shark Su Su blinked. "That elephant is very timid. If you scare it a little, it will definitely give it to you." "All right." Su Chen nodded and jumped onto the island.
He was determined to get the spatial ring. If all else failed, he would have to resort to violence. The shark, Su Su, suddenly said, "Human, you're quite interesting.
Next time you come to the Chaos Tower, be sure to look for me to play." "Maybe," Su Chen replied dismissively.
The Chaos Tower is not open to the public, so there might never be a chance to enter. After bidding farewell to Su Su, Su Chen headed straight for the location of the golden staircase. When he approached the golden staircase, he indeed saw an elephant. This elephant was covered in wrinkles, clearly quite old. It must be a senior elephant.
He saw it with a
long trunk curling around a cigarette, taking a deep puff and exhaling smoke, looking quite content. Seeing this scene, Su Chen was completely stunned.
An old elephant smoking? How outrageous.
The gorilla knitting a sweater was already bizarre enough. He never expected something even more eye-catching to come along. At that moment, Su Chen felt his worldview collapsing a bit.
Ahem. Su Chen cleared his throat and slowly walked up.
The old elephant looked up at Su Chen, its eyes brightening slightly. "It's been many years, I finally see a human again."
As it spoke, the long trunk with the cigarette was offered to Su Chen. "Want one?" Su Chen. The gorilla offered bananas.
The old elephant offered cigarettes.
"Are the animals here this hospitable?"
Looking at the cigarette as thick as an arm in front of him, Su Chen waved his hand. "No, thanks."
With a cigarette that big, wouldn't taking a puff choke him? The old elephant didn't mind, retracting the cigarette and gazing intently at Su Chen. "You're here to go to the 16th floor, right?" Su Chen smiled faintly. "I mainly came here to ask you for an item." The old elephant immediately became alert. "What do you want?" Su Chen stated directly, "A space ring." "You want my space ring?" The old elephant's expression turned unfriendly, coldly saying, "Why should I give you my things?" "Because of this."
Su Chen snorted coldly, drawing his sword and unleashing a wave of slashing energy towards the distance.
Immediately, a wave of sword energy roared out, ravaging a nearby grove into splinters.
Witnessing this scene, the old elephant's eyelids twitched violently, hurriedly saying, "Don't kill me, I'm just
amount. Killing me won't give you any experience." Su Chen was slightly taken aback. "Your amount? Then where's your master?"
The old elephant replied honestly, "My master starved
to death." Su Chen. This answer left him dumbfounded. A powerful class changer starved to death? Isn't it said that you eat what you can find? The surroundings are by the sea, catching some fish or shellfish shouldn't be a problem. How did he starve to death? Seeing Su Chen's disbelief, the old elephant explained, "My master didn't starve to death here, he starved to death outside." Su Chen swallowed. "How exactly did your master starve to death?"
"Outside, even an ordinary person, as long as they have hands and feet, could find a job and not starve."
"Right?"
The old elephant took a deep puff of the cigarette, sighing, "Speaking of which, my master was quite a peculiar person. Ever since he read online novels, he was determined to
become a novelist.
He did nothing all day but buried himself in writing."
"Writing novels?" Su Chen's mouth twitched.
There are indeed many novel websites on Blue Star, and the Tomato Novel Network under Magic Sound Video is quite famous. The old elephant continued, "My master was on a website called Tomato Novels, but no matter how hard he tried or how wonderful he wrote,
the website just wouldn't give him any traffic.
Without traffic, no one reads it. Without readers, he can't earn money, and without money, he starves."
Su Chen. This is truly a sad
story. I've long heard that writing novels is a dead end, and today I've seen it firsthand.
Su Chen felt a bit of sympathy and asked, "What is your master's pen name? I'll give him a little reward in Blue Star coins when we get out." Having taken the other person's space ring, it was only right to show some appreciation. Of course, old elephant smoking would definitely not see it.
But for him, as long as he acted with a clear conscience, that was enough.
"My master's pen name is Old Elephant Smoking."
After Old Elephant finished speaking, he turned
to Su Chen and gratefully said, "Thank you on behalf of my master.
It's just a small token of appreciation, no need to take it to heart."
Su Chen waved his hand and then reminded, "Now, give me the space ring."
Old Elephant seemed a bit reluctant. "Seeing the object reminds me of the person. The space ring is the last item my master left for me.
If you take it away, wouldn't that be a bit cruel to me?" "It is indeed a bit cruel."
Su Chen nodded, then changed the subject. However, keeping the space ring in your hands is a waste. It would be better
to hand it over to me to make use of it. Of course, I won't take your things for free. How about I bring you 100 boxes of cigarettes the next time I come in?
Old elephant's eyes brightened slightly.
Are you serious? A gentleman's word is hard to chase. Su Chen vowed earnestly.
100 boxes of cigarettes aren't worth much, not even a fraction of the space ring. Moreover, there might not even be another chance to enter the Chaos Tower. If he couldn't get in, he would save the money for 100 boxes of cigarettes.
Here you go. This time, old
elephant did not hesitate. His long nose curled around a purple ring and placed it in front of Su Chen.
Su Chen examined the ring and asked, "How do you use this thing?"
Old elephant said, "This space ring originally belonged to my master, but since he has passed away, it has become an unowned item. You just need to drop a drop of your blood on it and the space ring will
belong to you." Su Chen bit his finger and dripped his blood on it.
In the next moment, he felt a faint connection with the space ring.
Su Chen's heart stirred and he immediately activated the space ring.
Before him appeared an independent space of 1 cubic meter, completely empty inside. Su Chen stored the 2 blue-silver grasses from his pocket into the space and then put the space ring on his finger. Suddenly, the space ring flashed and disappeared into his flesh, vanishing without a trace.
It even has a concealment function? Su Chen was overjoyed.
Wealth should not be exposed. With the concealment function, he no longer had to worry about the space ring being discovered.
May we meet again by fate, Su Chen called out to old elephant and then stepped onto the golden staircase. Just as he entered the 16th level, the outside world erupted once more. Oh my god. 10086 has gone crazy. He actually broke into the 16th level. How can he be so brave? Who can stop his footsteps? Isn't this a monster? Transcender Forum, Swordsman Alliance, he's gone mad. 10086 has completely lost it. What does he want to do? He can't be thinking of clearing the Chaos Tower, right?
Mage Alliance, you're overthinking it. The Chaos Tower has a total of 80 levels, and the difficulty
increases the higher you go.
Even if 10086 is a reincarnation of a war god, he can clear it. But it cannot be denied that 10086 is indeed impressive.
Assassin Alliance, aren't there no otherworldly creatures on the 14th and 15th levels of the Chaos Tower? Otherwise, how could 10,086 break through so easily?
Archer Alliance, how could there be no otherworldly
creatures? Have you forgotten about number 250?
He was kicked out as soon as he entered the 14th level, which shows that the 14th level is still very dangerous.
Lance Warrior Alliance, but isn't number 250 an alchemist? Alchemists are inherently weak, isn't it normal for him to be kicked out? Alchemist Alliance, what the hell?
Are you saying our alchemists are
weak? Alchemists are the second to reach the 14th level. Aren't we 100 times stronger than you Lance Warriors? Who gave you the confidence to question us alchemists? The Long Spear Warrior Alliance. On the rooftop of a certain building. After seeing Su Chen enter the 16th floor, Ho Hai and the others were left dumbfounded. After a long while, Duan Chunhai spoke up. Old Ho, tell me the truth, is Su Chen really a wood-type summoner? Charging straight to the 16th floor and continuously breaking records, how could someone be so fierce? If you told him Su Chen was just a wood-type summoner, he wouldn't believe it even if you killed him. Ho Hai said solemnly, I don't mind telling you, but you must give me pear blossom wine. Duan Chunhai gritted his teeth. I'll give it to you after the assessment ends. How could I possibly go back on that? Ho Hai raised an eyebrow and slowly said, actually, Su Chen is a dual class, his second class is swordsman, and he has learned the skill tenfold wave slash dot. I see. Duan Chunhai realized. A dual class isn't that uncommon. There are 2 dual class participants in this assessment, and their classes are even stronger than Su Chen's. But learning the tenfold wave slash skill is another matter. This is one of the top 3 swordsman skills. Its power is unparalleled. Having this skill would definitely allow one to sweep through a region. Dai Jiaju suddenly said, you too, do you think Su Chen is that simple? What do you mean? Duan Chunhai and Ho Hai looked at Dai Jiaju in confusion. Su Chen is a dual class and has learned a powerful swordsman skill. How could he be any more impressive? Dai Jiaju's gaze was deep and meaningful as he said, the tenfold wave slash is indeed powerful, but it is not an invincible skill. Moreover, this skill consumes a lot of mana. At Su Chen's level, he can release it at most 7 or 8 times. So under these circumstances, how did Su Chen reach the 16th floor? Ho Hai and Duan Chunhai were momentarily stunned. Above the 10th floor of the Chaos Tower, there are many powerful otherworldly creatures. Just relying on the tenfold wave slash to reach the 13th floor is already quite difficult, let alone the 16th floor. This suggests that Su Chen has secrets. His strength is far beyond what they imagined. What kind of monster is this? Grandpa, Su Chen has already reached the 16th floor. Do you think he can go further? Zhang Mu asked. As Su Chen continued to break records, he had become somewhat numb, no longer as excited as before. The old man with the goat beard stroked his beard and said calmly, he'll probably stop at the 16th floor. This answer surprised Zhang Mu. Su Chen is already so fierce, and he hasn't conquered you? You must have no confidence in him?
The old man with the goat beard smiled and said, "It's not that I have no confidence in Su Chen, it's just that the otherworldly creatures on the 16th floor are too strong. There are a group of half-orcs inside."
Half-orcs?
Jungmu muttered, a hint of fear spreading in his eyes.
16th floor of the Chaos Tower. Su Chen was teleported to a desolate wilderness.
Surrounding him were overgrown weeds, with a few scattered large trees standing in the wilderness as if he had been transported to
the African savanna. Su Chen glanced around and then summoned a Treant. There were no other worldly creatures to kill on the 14th and 15th floors, and his level hadn't increased for a long time.
Therefore, he planned to kill more on this floor to try to level up by 1 or 2 levels. As for whether to go to the 17th floor, it would depend on the situation.
At that time,
soon, Su Chen began searching around with the Treant. But to his surprise, the other worldly creatures on this floor were very scarce and extremely cautious.
Every time they
saw him, they would turn and run, moving as fast as if they had a speed boost. Half an hour passed and Su Chen hadn't managed to hunt a single one. This was a bit frustrating.
Later, Su Chen simply stopped searching and hid in the grass by a pond, waiting for prey.
Even otherworldly creatures need to drink water. This method did prove effective, but the results were
minimal.
After spending more than half an hour, he had only hunted 2 otherworldly creatures.
The efficiency was pitifully low. At this rate, even when the assessment ended, it would be impossible to advance to the 5th stage of the Bronze Realm. Helpless, Su Chen could only give up on this level and start heading towards the 17th floor. Just as he was about to
reach the golden staircase, he unexpectedly discovered a village. This village was very backward and desolate. There were only 4 houses in total, all built of stone and thatch. Additionally, there were several animal skins hanging in the village. Among them, a few were particularly fresh, still dripping with blood, indicating they had just been captured.
This meant
that the village was inhabited.
So, who lived in the Chaos Tower? Su Chen's curiosity was piqued, and he slowly walked into the village.
Suddenly, a cacophony of howls came from the other
end of the village. It sounded as if something was communicating. However, Su Chen couldn't understand it at all.
After a moment's hesitation, he stepped forward.
Passing through a stone
house, he saw an open space ahead where a dozen or so ugly, hairy wild men dressed in animal skins were gathered around a fire, roasting a beast. The creature was so ugly it looked like it had failed to evolve, even uglier than Chen Xiao.
What kind of beings were these? Primitive men?
Or otherworldly creatures?
Suddenly, the little Treant gave a hint that this was a group of half-orcs, a high form of otherworldly beings.
Upon hearing they were otherworldly creatures, Su Chen's eyes lit up and he strode forward. Just when he was worried about not having enough experience to level up, here it was, delivered right to his doorstep. Hearing the footsteps, the half-orcs turned their heads in unison. When they saw a human approaching, a layer of greed spread across their eyes, as if they regarded Su Chen as prey.
They don't want to eat me, do they?
Su Chen muttered. The look in their eyes suggested as much. Could it be that half-orcs were cannibals?
Gore! Suddenly, a 2-meter-tall half-orc let out a roar.
One of the half-orcs nearby seemed to receive a command and charged at Su Chen with a wooden stick. Before he even arrived, a fierce aura rushed towards him. Su Chen snorted lightly and swung his weapon, Judgment, down from the air. The charging half-orc showed no fear and raised the stick to block. With a crack, the wooden stick broke in two, and Judgment drove straight in, heavily striking the half-orc's head. With a loud bang, it was as if he had struck a hard stone, sending sparks flying, and then it was bounced away, leaving only a scratch, not nearly enough to be fatal. Gore! After taking that hit, the half-orc covered his head with both hands and began to wail in pain.
Su Chen was shocked. The half-orc's defense was too strong, almost on par with that of a titan.
If he wanted to kill them, he would have to use skills.
Hoo yeah.
The 2-meter-tall half-orc was particularly furious, waving his hand, and all the half-orcs charged towards Su Chen.
Su Chen was not hesitant either, wielding Judgment for another strike.
A massive wave of sword energy howled out, pressing forward in layers, instantly overwhelming all the charging half-orcs.
Bang bang, crack crack, accompanied by a series
of explosive sounds. A dozen half-orcs fell to the ground, covered in wounds, their breaths weak. Although they were not dead, they were severely injured. Seeing this, the 2-meter-tall
half-orc showed a hint of fear, standing there a bit at a loss. Seizing the opportunity,
Su Chen wasted no time and raised his hand for another tenfold wave slash.
Accompanied
by a chorus of screams, all the injured half-orcs on the ground were slaughtered. Immediately, a burst of light radiated from each of them.
Su Chen was overjoyed. This situation indicated that equipment had dropped, and there were at least a dozen pieces. This was simply too nice.
When the light faded, what appeared before him were a dozen fist-sized stones.
Su Chen was slightly taken aback.
After hunting so many otherworldly creatures, it was the first time he had encountered ore. So what were these ores for?
And encouraged Kara,
seeing his kin die. On the spot, the 2-meter-tall half-beastman was completely enraged, letting out a roar as a layer of blood light erupted.
Crack, crack.
Following that, a crisp sound came from his body, and his entire form rapidly expanded, in the blink of an eye reaching over 4 meters.
At this moment, the half-beastman's eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty light and a palpable aura
of slaughter rippled around him, giving off a particularly ferocious and cruel feeling. Skill, Berserk.
Su Chen's expression darkened slightly.
Berserk was a skill that comprehensively
enhanced physical attributes. Once used, strength would surge dramatically, but it would also lead to a loss of some rationality, with the mind completely filled with slaughter. The
Sand Rat King he encountered in the Endless Desert possessed this skill. However, the Sand Rat's own strength was far inferior to that of the half-beastman, and the increase from using the Berserk skill was nowhere near as significant. It was not an exaggeration to say that the current strength of this half-beastman had likely reached the 8th tier of the Bronze Realm. Coupled with his already strong defenses, his overall power was far above that of a Titan. Faced with such a powerful opponent, ordinary means could no longer kill him, only lethal moves
could be employed. Su Chen's expression grew solemn.
After a moment of preparation, he aimed a punch at the half-beastman. Immediately, a black vortex about a foot in size emerged, roaring as it crushed toward the half-beastman. Wherever it passed, the void shattered.
A terrifying aura spread in the surroundings. The half-beastman's pupils suddenly constricted, and without
a second thought, he turned to flee. The energy contained in the black vortex was simply too violent. Just a glance made him feel as if he was about to be annihilated.
If he were to
collide with it, he would undoubtedly end up as nothing but bones. Using the Berserk skill, the half-beastman's speed was as fast as lightning, like a startled swan shooting forward, and in the blink of an eye, he flew hundreds of meters away. However, the black vortex merely flickered, as if it had crossed space and time, instantly appearing beside the half-beastman.
Boom! A loud explosion was heard.
The black vortex erupted, and the violent energy swept in all directions. The half-beastman was engulfed within, his entire body completely torn apart, reduced to a fine powder, leaving not even a trace behind. The sound of the explosion faded. A deep pit several dozen feet wide appeared on the ground in the distance. A light burst forth from the pit, quickly dissipating.
Su Chen knew that equipment must have dropped in the pit. However, he did not rush forward. Since there was no one else around, whatever equipment dropped would belong to him.
Su Chen consumed a blue-silver grass to restore his mana, then walked to the half-beastman's corpse and picked up a black stone to examine it.
Suddenly, an introduction to the stone appeared in his mind.
Obsidian, a very precious ore, suitable for consumption by undead creatures. After consumption, the undead creature's defense is slightly enhanced, and there is a certain probability of mutation or the derivation of special skills.
Su Chen's eyes flickered slightly.
This item had considerable value. He couldn't use it himself, but he could sell it to necromancers for a good profit. After collecting all the obsidian into his space ring, Su Chen rushed into the pit. Inside, he saw a white jade slip and 2 blue jade slips floating, which were clearly a skill book and 2 experience books.
Su Chen was overjoyed and grabbed the skill book.
Melee class exclusive skill book Berserk. Using this skill enhances all physical attributes, significantly reduces pain, but a portion of rationality will be lost. Su Chen hesitated for a moment before putting it into his space ring.
The range
of using the Berserk skill is quite broad. Professions like Blade Master, Swordsman, and Shield Bearer can all use it, and the enhancement is significant.
Overall, it's considered a decent skill. However, Su Chen would not learn it. Firstly, he looked down on it a bit. Secondly, using Berserk would result in losing a part of his rationality. What difference is there between losing rationality and being a beast? This is something he cannot accept.
Then, he picked up 2 experience books. Low-grade experience book increases 2,000 experience points upon use.
Su Chen used it without hesitation, then opened the data panel. Name, Su Chen.
Profession, Wood Element Summoner, Swordsman, Healer, Iron Fist Warrior.
Level, Bronze Mirror 5th Stage. Attack Power, 335. Defense, 310. Agility, 210. Mental Power, 160. Experience, 136,000. Health, 2,500. Mana, 1,500. Intelligence, above average, tentative. Summoning skills, Summon Treant. 1. Summon Demon Plant Archer. 1.
Swordsman skills, Layered Wave Tenfold Slash.
Healer skills, Sacred Light of the Bell Spirit. Iron Fist Warrior skills, Nuclear Explosion Fist. Bronze Realm 5th Stage. Su Chen's expression changed.
After leveling up, his overall strength surged significantly, easily dealing with ordinary Silver Realm 1st Stage otherworldly creatures. However, when he saw the intelligence section, he couldn't help but pause. If he remembered correctly, his previous intelligence was marked as unknown. Why had it changed to above
average this time? And it was still tentative? Could it be that his performance in the Chaos Tower was recognized by the system?
But to be fair, with his intelligence, it should at least
be high, right?
Yet the system only gave him an above-average rating.
Who was it looking down on?
Su Chen snorted and strode towards the golden staircase.
There were simply too few
otherworldly creatures on this level. Staying here was a waste of time.
When Su Chen stepped into the 17th level, everyone outside was stunned. Who would do such a thing? Isn't the Chaos Tower very dangerous? How could he stroll through one level after another as if it were a walk in the park? Was he treating the Chaos Tower like his own backyard? By this comparison, Didn't that make everyone who participated in the assessment before look like useless trash? Many shared this thought, including Zhou Haoxiong. At this moment, he wore a face of embarrassment. Thinking, 10086, that's enough. If this continues, we might as well lose all our face. Can you show us a little respect? We are also powerful figures in our own right. We can't afford to lose face like this. Inside a certain building, Zhang Mu chuckled. Grandpa, you guessed wrong this time. Su Chen has once again broken the record and entered the 17th level. What do you have to say about that? The old man with a goatee twitched his mouth. This kid Su Chen. Zhang Mu spoke again. Grandpa, Su Chen is extraordinarily brave. Which level do you think is his limit? The old man with a goatee pondered for a moment and slowly said, the 17th level. Zhang Mu was taken aback and asked, Su Chen is already this impressive. Don't you think your expectations are a bit low? The old man with the goatee chuckled. If there were no time limit, I think Su Chen could possibly break through to the 20th level. But now, during the assessment, he only has 1 hour left. It is absolutely impossible for him to break through the 17th level in 1 hour. I see. Zhang Mu realized, then asked, what kind of otherworldly creature guards the 17th level? The old man's expression slightly darkened. A tribe of goblins. Zhang Mu sighed. Su Chen is really in trouble. This time, Chaos Tower, 17th level. As soon as Su Chen was teleported in, he was met with a fierce attack. The attackers were a group of otherworldly creatures with large rat heads and slender bodies. Their method of attack was simple and brutal. They thrust long spears. However, their attack power was too weak. For Su Chen, it was no different from a tickle. Of course, Su Chen wouldn't allow them to keep attacking him. He soon struck back. These peculiar giant rats not only had weak attack power but also poor defense. Su Chen was even too lazy to use his judgment. A single slap could turn a giant rat into mush. In just a few minutes, he easily exterminated 40 to 50 of them. It felt as easy as chopping vegetables. So simple that Su Chen began to wonder, were these really otherworldly creatures of the 7th rank in the Bronze Realm? How could they be so weak? Could it be that low-level otherworldly creatures had made it to this level? To verify this, Su Chen opened his data panel to observe the experience growth. When he saw that each giant rat he killed granted him over 100 experience points, he was certain they were indeed 7th rank otherworldly creatures in the Bronze Realm. Su Chen felt happy. If he continued hunting like this, he would soon be promoted to the 6th rank in the Bronze Realm. Just as he was preparing to unleash a massacre, he noticed the giant rats surrounding him retreating like a tide. To Su Chen, these giant rats were experience points. How could he let them escape? Holding his judgment, Su Chen chased after them frantically. After pursuing for about 1,000 meters, a city over 10 meters high appeared. Ahead, flags fluttered atop the city, and hundreds of various siege engines were erected. Su Chen glanced casually and found they were some crossbow carts, catapults, and arrow towers. Faced with these cold weapon-era siege engines, Su Chen scoffed and strode towards the city. But just then, a loud horn sounded from within the city. In the next moment, a golden giant rat, over a meter tall, stood on the city wall, holding a wooden staff and pointing it at Su Chen. Bang bang, whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the air was filled with the sound of breaking. Hundreds of siege engines fired simultaneously. Huge stones, thick crossbow bolts, and sharp arrows rained down on Su Chen. In a flash, the colors of the world dimmed. Facing such a dense attack, Su Chen remained calm, standing still. With his current defense, even an attack from a first rank in the Silver Realm might not break through. A few stones and arrows were nothing to him. The next moment, a giant stone struck Su Chen's chest first. With a loud bang, the stone shattered. Su Chen felt a sharp pain in his chest and couldn't help but stagger back several steps, almost falling to the ground. What was going on? Su Chen was a bit dazed. That stone weighed most a few hundred pounds, but that hit felt like being struck by a small mountain. It was only because his defense was far beyond that of an ordinary person, otherwise someone else might have been crushed into a pulp. Just as he was in a daze, 3 arrows struck his body and bounced off. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged in his heart. Su Chen looked down in surprise and found that his skin had actually been pierced. Clearly, these were not ordinary arrows. They had a strong ability to penetrate defenses. At that moment, a whistling sound rang in his ears. A thick crossbow bolt came rushing at him. Having witnessed the power of the giant stone and arrows, Su Chen dared not be careless. He swung his judgment in midair. With a loud explosion, the crossbow bolt shattered. But Su Chen was also knocked back several steps by a powerful impact, nearly losing his grip on the judgment in his hand. Before he could react, he was hit by 5 more arrows. This is not over yet. A massive boulder fell from the sky and crashed heavily onto his head. With this blow, Su Chen nearly lost consciousness. Damn! Su Chen gritted his teeth and quickly retreated. The lethality of those attacking devices was too terrifying. For now, he could only avoid their sharpness. After escaping several hundred meters, the enemy ceased their attack. At that moment, cheers erupted from the city wall. The large rats seemed to celebrate a victory, jumping with joy. Su Chen gradually narrowed his eyes, revealing a contemplative expression. At this moment, he understood. Those large rats, despite their weak strength, were able to guard the 17th pass, relying on these attacking devices.
In other words, they were likely all mechanics. Su Chen suddenly snorted coldly, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Since entering the Chaos Tower, he had never been so embarrassed.
Could he really be controlled by a group of mechanics? Hunting these large
rats was actually simple. With a single nuclear explosion fist, even the city would vanish into thin air.
However, using the nuclear explosion fist consumed too much energy. Moreover, such revenge would not be satisfying. Thus, there was only one last option left: to charge into the city. Those attacking devices were all ranged weapons. Once he got close, they would lose their effectiveness. At that time, he could slaughter at will. Su Chen estimated the distance. It was only about 350 meters to the city. With his speed, if he charged with all his might, he could reach the city wall in less than 10 seconds. During this time, even if he suffered attacks, he could withstand a few hits without issue. After resting for a while to recover his state, Su Chen suddenly stomped his foot and rushed towards the city. His speed was like a speeding train, kicking up a cloud of dust. Moo! A loud horn sounded from within the city. All the attacking devices were poised to strike, and as soon as Su Chen entered the 200-meter attack range, they all launched their attacks. The sound of piercing air filled the air. Countless arrows and boulders rained down on Su Chen like a storm. However, Su Chen's speed was simply too fast. Before the arrows and boulders could land, he had already vanished from his original spot. Thus, nearly all the attacks missed. The golden rat standing on the city wall looked terrified and kept issuing commands. All the attacking devices adjusted their angles and aimed at Su Chen again. But before they could fire, Su Chen had already charged to the gate, raising his foot to kick it. With a loud bang, the massive gate shattered into pieces. Su Chen, holding the judgment, exuded a murderous aura as he stepped into the city. A dozen large rats responsible for guarding the gate surrounded him. Su Chen swapped his sword, and the blade flashed, splattering blood everywhere. A dozen large rats were decapitated, falling into a pool of blood. Whoosh! Suddenly, a crossbow from directly ahead fired a bolt aimed straight at Su Chen. Su Chen did not engage directly. With a slick sidestep, he easily dodged it and rushed to the crossbow, striking it down with a sword. Bang! The crossbow exploded. But at the moment of its destruction, it burst forth with a brilliant light. Su Chen was stunned. This situation was a sign of equipment dropping. Wasn't it said that only by hunting otherworldly creatures could one obtain equipment drops? How could a crossbow also drop equipment? Su Chen was momentarily dazed, focusing on the place where the light had erupted. As the light faded, he saw a blue gem floating in midair, and faintly, it seemed to contain the silhouette of a crossbow. Just as Su Chen was about to investigate, a loud thud sounded behind him, shaking the ground slightly. What the hell? Su Chen quickly turned around. In his line of sight stood a 5-meter-tall metal puppet, gripping a broadsword in its left hand, and holding a massive shield in its right, looking imposing. Kill him, the golden rat on the city wall shouted. A sharp glint erupted from the eyes of the metal puppet as it lunged forward, raising its massive sword and striking down from the air. In close combat, Su Chen had never feared anyone, so he certainly wouldn't back down, gripping his weapon, judgment, and striking fiercely. With a clang, the two swords collided without any flourish. After the impact, they both staggered back. The difference was that Su Chen only took 5 steps back, while the metal puppet retreated more than 10 steps, leaving deep footprints in the ground as it did. This indicated that Su Chen held the advantage in strength. Witnessing this, the golden rat atop the city wall was filled with a layer of terror, quickly replaced by a ruthless glint. He shouted, and 3 massive figures charged in from the distance. 3 more metal puppets. One wielded a huge axe, another carried a spear, and the last gripped an iron rod. Goodness! Are they planning to gang up on me? Su Chen couldn't help but click his tongue. One metal puppet wasn't much of a threat, but 4 was a bit dangerous. Kill! The golden rat on the wall issued the attack command. The 4 metal puppets glared fiercely and launched their assault on Su Chen. Of course, Su Chen wasn't foolish enough to meet them head-on. With a swift step, he darted out of the encirclement of the 4 metal puppets like a ghost. Without pausing, he charged rapidly toward the city wall, his target clear, to eliminate the golden rat. It was evident that the 4 metal puppets were controlled by the golden rat. Capture the leader. First, if he took down the golden rat, the 4 puppets would become mere decorations. Realizing the danger, the golden rat frantically roared at the surrounding ordinary rats. Block him! In an instant, the surrounding ordinary rats surged toward Su Chen. Die! Su Chen's killing intent surged as he wielded judgment, sweeping through the ordinary rats. They fell like paper, collapsing in droves. Stepping on the corpses, Su Chen advanced like a god of death, inching closer to the golden rat. With each step forward, several ordinary rats met a gruesome end. In just a few breaths, the city wall was littered with corpses, blood pooling everywhere. Aside from the golden rat, not a single one remained alive. Gulp! The golden rat swallowed hard, trembling violently. At this moment, it was completely intimidated by Su Chen's terrifying power. Weren't you just so tough? Su Chen's eyes glinted fiercely as he grabbed the golden rat and leaped off the city wall. Killing the golden rat with a single sword strike would be too easy, so he thought to make it a bit more thrilling. As he fell, Su Chen pressed the golden rat's head down, smashing it heavily into the ground. With a dull thud, the upper half of the golden rat sank deep into the earth, leaving only its little legs flailing outside. Looking. Again, its head had completely deformed, nearly squished into a pancake, its breath extremely weak, clearly on the verge of death. Suchen still had no intention of letting it go, clenching his fist and delivering a series of heavy blows. With several loud thuds, the golden rat was reduced to a pile of mush, completely done for. With the death of the golden rat, the four metal puppets stood frozen in place like sculptures. Suddenly, a glow erupted from the corpse of the golden rat. Another piece of equipment. Suchen was overjoyed, but upon closer inspection, he found a pitch-black wooden stick before him. Was this really considered equipment? It would be embarrassing to use it as a firewood stick. Furrowing his brow, Suchen picked it up. Suddenly, relevant information appeared in his mind. Goblin Clan Sacred Artifact Puppet Staff Universal. Possessing this staff allows the control of crafted puppet war chariots and puppet warriors. After reading the information, Suchen's expression turned contemplative. Those big mice must be the Goblin tribe members, and the puppet staff is used to control the four metal puppets and those attacking devices. So, with the puppet staff in his hand, he could control them, right? The strength of the metal puppets is quite formidable. They can even compete with a first-tier silver realm. The attack power of the puppet devices is also quite impressive, and there are so many of them. If they all came under his command, the overall strength would definitely increase significantly. Thinking of this, Suchen pointed the puppet staff at one of the metal puppets and shouted, "Come here." The metal puppet showed no reaction. Suchen, what's wrong? Why won't it follow orders? Suchen pondered for a moment as if he thought of something and hurriedly ran towards the destroyed crossbow cart. When he smashed the crossbow cart, a blue gem appeared, which sealed the crossbow cart inside. Could it be related to the puppet staff? Approaching, Suchen grabbed the blue gem. Puppet War. Crossbow cart can be controlled with the puppet staff. Suchen's heart stirred, and he pointed the puppet staff at the blue gem and said, "Enlarge." The blue gem flashed with light, and a huge crossbow cart appeared before him, the same size as before. At this moment, Suchen understood that only by destroying these puppet war carts and obtaining the blue gems could he gain control. He then commanded the crossbow cart to attack the surrounding goblin tribe members. Whoosh! A thick crossbow bolt shot out, piercing through 5 goblin tribe members. The remaining goblins panicked and scattered. Seeing this, Suchen smirked, wielding his judgment and charging in, slaughtering them mercilessly. After about 10 minutes, the battle ended. Except for a small number of goblins that managed to escape, the rest were all killed. Suchen also successfully advanced to the 6th tier of the Bronze Realm. At this moment, the city was silent. Only the puppet war carts and 4 metal puppets remained in place. Suchen glanced around and quickly walked towards the metal puppets. In terms of combat power, the metal puppets were definitely stronger than the puppet war carts. If he was going to collect, he would definitely collect the stronger ones. Then, Suchen launched a fierce attack on the surrounding metal puppets, slashing wildly until he finally destroyed them. 4 blue gems appeared before him. Each one sealed a mini metal puppet inside. Suchen casually picked one up. Puppet Warrior Sword and Shield Warrior. Attack power 250 points, defense power 230 points. Note, can combine with the other 3 Puppet Warriors to form a Diamond Warrior with overall combat power comparable to a 5th tier Silver Realm. After reading the introduction, Suchen's lips curled slightly. Although the combat power of the Sword and Shield Warrior was far inferior to his, it was still quite formidable, not at all lacking compared to a 1st tier Silver Realm. And after combining, it would be even more impressive, capable of becoming a great force. Suchen was very satisfied with this. He then stored the 4 gems in his spatial ring and began to work on the puppet war carts. After a busy session, he collected a total of 230 puppet war carts. After finishing all this, Suchen cast his gaze towards the golden staircase. The golden staircase was only a little over 1,000 meters away. It would be relatively easy to go up. However, the assessment time was running out. Even if he went up, there wouldn't be time to kill monsters. Suchen pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to go up. After all, there was nothing to do here, and it would be nice to see what the environment was like on the 18th floor. Soon, Suchen was teleported to the 18th floor, appearing in a gray world. At the same time, the outside world was once again in an uproar. Damn, 10086 is really incredible. I've gotten used to it. This guy is simply a freak. If given enough time, I even think he could reach the 80th floor. Who exactly is 10,086? He can't really be the reincarnation of the god of war, can he? Zheng Mu looked at the old man with a goat beard and chuckled. "Grandpa, you guessed wrong again. Suchen has reached the 18th floor. The old man with the goat beard snorted and said irritably, "I'm not blind. Do I need you to remind me?" Zheng Mu, confused, why is he angry? 18th floor of the Chaos Tower. Suchen had just entered and hadn't had the chance to observe when a huge black hand suddenly pressed down from the air. Suddenly, a chilling wind blew and a murderous aura filled the space. Suchen's heart tightened and he drew his sword to face the enemy. Just then, his body was enveloped in a beam of light.
Following that, his figure became blurry and eventually disappeared from the spot. It turned out that the assessment time was up and everyone was teleported out of the Chaos Tower. Outside the Chaos Tower. Ha, I made it to the 3rd floor. I passed the assessment. I reached the 4th floor. I passed too. You're showing off about the 3rd and 4th floors? I made it to the 5th floor. Am I proud or what? In an instant, a lively discussion erupted around. Su Chen rubbed his nose just as he was about to find a place to rest. He saw Wu Hao and the others walking over. Su Chen, I made it to the 7th floor. Impressive, right? Wu Hao grinned widely, beaming with joy. Not bad, Su Chen nodded. As a shield bearer, it was quite an achievement for Wu Hao to reach the 7th floor. Chen Xiao shamelessly said, Hangu, I made it to the 9th floor. How did I perform? Su Chen couldn't be bothered to respond, directly ignoring Chen Xiao and turning to Chiu Mengxian and Su Fanqing. What about you two? Su Fanqing smiled slightly. We both reached the 12th floor. You two are amazing. A chorus of admiration arose around them. In past assessments, the highest record was only the 13th floor. Those who could reach the 13th floor were just a few deities on the leaderboard. And reaching the 12th floor was no small feat. They could definitely make it into the top 100 and even have a chance at the top 50. Very impressive. Su Chen gave them full recognition. Before the assessment, Chiu Mengxian and the others were still at the bronze level, and for both to reach the 12th floor was quite a remarkable achievement. Chiu Mengxian blinked. Su Chen, what about you? You should have reached the 13th floor, right? It was indeed a bit unbelievable for a wood-type summoner to reach the 13th floor, but seeing it happen to Su Chen felt quite normal to her. What? The surrounding students were dumbfounded. Was Chiu Mengshuan's expectation of Su Chen that high? Indeed, Su Chen performed exceptionally well in the first assessment, taking first place. But this assessment was no small matter, with a full 100,000 participants. How could a wood-type summoner break through the crowd of 100,000 and climb to the 13th floor, competing with strong figures like Lin Nyoka? What a joke! Su Chen said calmly, I did reach the 13th floor. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed around. Everyone was shocked. Su Chen reached the 13th floor? Is that true? Can a wood-type summoner be that amazing? It was simply hard to believe. Wu Hao's expression changed. Su Chen, what number were you to reach the 13th floor? The shorter the time taken to reach the 13th floor, the higher the ranking. If he was the first to reach it, then he would be first place. Su Chen thought for a moment and said, I don't know which number I was, probably towards the back. At the 12th floor, he had been hunting otherworldly creatures, wasting quite a bit of time. Lin Nyoka and the others should have reached the 13th floor before him. You really reached the 13th floor. Chiu Mengxian gazed at Su Chen dreamily, her beautiful eyes sparkling with brilliance. Su Fanqing's eyes sparkled with brilliance and she couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Oh. Wu Hao felt a little disappointed but quickly lifted his spirits. It doesn't matter if we can't get first place, the top 10 is a sure thing. Su Chen smiled and said nothing. What did it matter to be merely on the 13th level? After all, he had already stepped onto the 18th level. The surrounding students became restless, showering Su Chen with compliments. To break into the top 10 among 100,000 candidates, wasn't that something extraordinary? Chen Xiao looked at Su Chen with admiration. Hangu, do you still need a sidekick? Can I follow you from now on and be your little brother? This time, no one looked down on Chen Xiao. With Su Chen being so impressive, being his little brother wasn't embarrassing at all. Su Chen pondered for a moment and slowly said, if you want to be my little brother, you're not worthy yet. Chen Xiao, was it really okay to be so blunt? Couldn't he leave him a little face? Su Chen glanced at Chen Xiao and said lightly, don't misunderstand, I don't mean to insult you. I'm just speaking the truth. You know, He Yaoxing from Qingmu No. 1 High School wants to be my little brother and I still need to evaluate him. Do you think you qualify to compare with He Yaoxing? Everyone was dumbfounded. He Yaoxing was ranked in the top 10 of the potential new star list, right? Someone like that wanted to be Su Chen's little brother? And he still needed to be evaluated? How could they believe it? Boss! At that moment, a big bald guy rushed over excitedly. Who is this guy? Why does he have a face full of bumps? The crowd began to whisper. Yuan Qiu felt a bit familiar and took another look, exclaiming in surprise, he's He Yaoxing from Qingmu No. 1 High School. They had met He Yaoxing once during the Chaos Tower. Although He Yaoxing's face was covered in bumps, that big bald guy wouldn't lie. What? Everyone was shocked. The newcomer was He Yaoxing? He called Su Chen boss? So Su Chen wasn't bragging. He really had taken He Yaoxing as his little brother. What the hell? A wood-type summoner taking a dual class as a little brother? When did this world become so crazy? Su Chen glanced at He Yaoxing. Why aren't you staying in your own academy? What are you doing over here? He Yaoxing scratched his head. Didn't you say toothpaste can reduce swelling? Our academy's students don't have any, so I wanted to borrow some from you. Su Chen clicked his tongue. I don't have any either. He wasn't sure if toothpaste could really reduce swelling. He had just said it casually, never expecting He Yaoxing to take it seriously. If you don't have it, then forget it. He Yaoxing didn't seem to mind much. You can go back now.
Su Chen waved his hand. Okay, boss. He Yaoxing left happily.
Seeing this scene, everyone felt it was particularly unreal.
What on earth made He Yaoxing willing to be Su Chen's little brother?
Suddenly, Li Changfeng walked over, accompanied by Jin Chaohua. Approaching, Li Changfeng directly gave Su Chen a big hug, then patted Su Chen's shoulder. You performed exceptionally well in this assessment.
Su Chen calmly replied, it was just okay, as long as I didn't disappoint the principal.
Li Changfeng laughed heartily. You won first place, you don't need to be so modest.
What? Everyone was once again dumbfounded. Su Chen got first place? But didn't Su Chen say he wasn't the first to reach the 13th level? How could he possibly get first? Let's go, I have something to ask you. Li Changfeng pulled Su Chen aside.
A swordsman and a wood-type summoner with dual classes, and he had even learned the skill tenfold wave slash.
This kid Su Chen was hiding quite deep,
but he was puzzled. When Su Chen changed jobs, he clearly showed as a wood-type summoner. So where did the swordsman class come from? Li Changfeng and Su Chen left, and the crowd began to discuss.
Did I just hear wrong? The principal said Su Chen got first place? You didn't hear wrong, the principal said so. What the hell? What's going on? How? Can Su Chen get first? Jin Chaohua chuckled. Isn't it normal for Su Chen to get first? If he doesn't get first, who else has the qualification?
The others were participating in the assessment in the Chaos Tower and were unaware of Su Chen's great achievements. He had been knocked out on the 14th floor just in time to witness Su Chen's feat of reaching the
18th floor. Su Chen continuously broke records. Getting first place was well deserved, right? The crowd gathered around. Do you know the inside story? Jin Chaohua raised an eyebrow.
I not only know who got first, but I'm also clear about the top three.
The crowd immediately became interested. Who are the top three?
Jin Chaohua cleared his throat and slowly said,
the third place is Lin Miaoka from Woyo No. 1 High School.
The crowd was a bit confused.
In their view, even if Lin Miaoka couldn't get first, she should at least get second. How? Did she end up in third? Who had the ability to push her down? Was it Du Binzhou and Zhu Yuqi? Wu Hao urged. Old Jin, continue. Who got second?
Jin Chaohua pondered for a moment, suddenly puffed out his chest and proudly said, the second place is right before your eyes.
The crowd was bewildered. With so many people around, who was Jin Chaohua talking about? Looking
around, no one seemed capable of getting second.
Wu Hao couldn't help but ask, old Jin, stop teasing us, who is it?
Jin Chaohua choked a bit. I've made it so clear, and you still don't.
No?
He originally wanted to show off, but no one could grasp it, which was a bit frustrating. Wu Hao shook his head in confusion. Su Fanqing seemed to think of something and looked at
Jin Chaohua in surprise. You don't mean you're the second place, do you?
Wu Hao laughed heartily. He's just an alchemist. Even if he had incredible luck, he couldn't possibly get second. Jin Chaohua's face gradually darkened, glaring at Wu Hao and said in a deep voice, I am the second place.
What? The crowd was stunned. Jin Chaohua defeated Lin Miaoka? He claimed second place? Was this a joke? Wu Hao swallowed hard, staring blankly at Jin Chaohua. Well, Jin, are you saying you reached the 13th floor before Lin Miaoka?
Jin Chaohua chuckled. I don't know if I was faster than her, but I reached the 14th floor, which is one level higher than Lin Miaoka, so getting second place is only natural. The reason he could reach the 14th floor was purely due to good luck. Or to put it simply, he had taken advantage of Su Chen's brilliance. But it was undeniable that he had indeed reached the 14th floor. According to the rules, that made him the second place in this assessment. Upon hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Jin Chaohua broke the record? He entered the 14th floor? Is this something an alchemist can do? Who the hell would believe it? You can't exaggerate like this. Jin Chaohua calmly said, I know you all don't believe it, but that's fine. When the results are announced later, you'll believe it. The crowd fell silent. Listening to Jin Chaohua's tone, it didn't sound like he was lying. Could it really be a record? Xiao Mengxian was momentarily dazed and asked, did you just say Su Chen got first? He also broke through the 14th floor? Jin Chaohua smiled mysteriously. It's not just that Su Chen reached the 14th floor, he reached the 18th floor. At that moment, everyone was petrified. On the other side, Li Changfeng pulled Su Chen to a secluded place and quietly asked, Su Chen, you are a dual-class swordsman and wood-type summoner. Yes. Su Chen admitted generously. He had used the tenfold wave slash more than once in the Chaos Tower, and both He Yaoxing and Jin Chaohua had seen it. There was no way to hide it. Moreover, having reached the 18th floor, it would be unreasonable not to show some strength. Li Changfeng asked. In confusion, if I remember correctly, on the day of your job change, you only displayed one profession, right? This question was not easy to answer. Su Chen thought for a moment and replied vaguely, maybe there was an error with the job change tower. The job change tower can malfunction? Li Changfeng was not very convinced. The job change tower had been in use for hundreds of years without any issues. How could it malfunction just for Su Chen? However, there was no better explanation. Alright, let's head back first. Li Changfeng didn't think much of it and took Su Chen back to their original spot. In an instant, everyone's gaze fell on Su Chen. Su Chen felt a bit uncomfortable. Why are you all looking at me like that? Wu Hao stepped forward and gave a thumbs up. Su Chen, you're amazing. The records of the Chaos Tower assessment had been maintained for hundreds of years. Before this, no one had thought it possible to break the record. But Su Chen did it. Not only did he do it, but he also raised the record to the 18th floor. Unprecedented, and perhaps there will be no one to follow. Incredible confusion. Su Chen, confused, how did he become amazing? Just as he was about to ask, a golden compass suddenly flew out from the center of Gathering Star City, and atop it stood an old man with high cheekbones and a goat beard. The old man appeared to be in his 70s, but his complexion was rosy and his eyes were bright and spirited, showing no signs of aging. As he flew above the crowd, the golden compass came to a halt. The goat-bearded old man scanned the crowd with a sharp gaze, and a majestic aura suddenly emanated from his body. Like an immortal descending to the mortal realm, the students stood in awe. In the distance, on the rooftop of a building, Dai Jiaju watched this scene with disdain. Is it really necessary to make such a big deal just to announce a result? Duan Chunhai chuckled. He's a diamond-level job changer, the #1 powerhouse in Gathering Star City. He has every right to show off. If you have the ability, you can go too. If not, just keep your mouth shut. Damn! Dai Jiaju's lips trembled in anger. Once the surroundings quieted down, the goat-bearded old man raised his voice. Dear students, I am Zhang Tai, the principal of Gathering Star University, and also the supervisor of the Chaos Tower assessment. This assessment has concluded perfectly, and according to the rules, I will now announce the names of the top 100. Upon hearing that the results would be announced, all the students focused intently, listening closely. 100th place in the Chaos Tower assessment, Duan Ting from Lingguang No. 2 Middle School, profession, Wind Mage. Ha, I made it into the top 100. Duan Ting from Lingguang No. 2 Middle School was beyond excited. In his excitement, he silently thanked Su Chen. If it weren't for Su Chen saving him from the demon plant, he wouldn't have made it into the top 100. At most, he would have stopped at the 5th floor. Duan Ting, congratulations. The students from Lingguang No. 2 Middle School congratulated Duan Ting one after another. Next to him, Lu Li looked dejected. He had gritted his teeth and pushed hard to make it into the top 100. He had thought there might be some hope, but reality was cruel. His score was not as good as Duan Ting's. If Duan Ting only ranked 100th, then he had no chance of making it into the top 100. 99th place in the Chaos Tower assessment, Lu Han from Sanjiang No. 1 Middle School, profession, swordsman. Cheers erupted from Sanjiang No. 1 Middle School. Although it was just the last ranking, being on the list was still a great honor and truly worth celebrating. 98th place, Yang Chaoyue from Jinlan No. 1 Middle School, profession, Beast Warrior. 97th place, Zhu Jingyi from Shubua No. 3 Middle School, profession, Iron Fist Warrior. 30th place, Cheng Meng from Baiyin No. 2 Middle School, profession, Paladin. What? Cheng Meng only ranked 30th? Is there a mistake? A cacophony erupted around them. Cheng Meng, ranked 7th on the potential new star list, was a fierce competitor. How could he have fallen to 30th? Was it bad luck? Or was he just useless? Cheng Meng's face darkened as he cursed Su Chen in his heart, cursing him a total of 1,985 times. If it weren't for Su Chen injuring his mount, how could he have been eliminated on the 11th level? He blamed all of this defeat on Su Chen, never considering that he had initially intended to harm Su Chen for his own purposes. 29th place, Du Binzhou from Haimo No. 2 High School, professional Beast Warrior. What the hell? Du Binzhou only ranked 29? Did I hear that wrong? Another wave of commotion erupted, and everyone was left dumbfounded. The two great figures on the potential new star list had both met unexpected defeats, shocking everyone, especially Du Binzhou, who had been predicted to rank first. Before the competition, why had his final result been so poor? Was he also a fraud? Damn it! Du Binzhou clenched his fists, his face filled with anger and resentment. With his strength, he should have at least made it into the top 3. It was all because of that damned wood element summoner. If he hadn't been struck by a sword, how could he have fallen to this level? Du Binzhou wished he could crush Su Chen to dust. However, recalling Su Chen's terrifying strength, he couldn't help but feel a sense of retreat. 21st place, Gao Zhuo from Dazhou No. 1 High School, professional mechanic. Goodness! A chorus of gasps filled the air. Mechanics were supposed to be a lifestyle profession, yet he had made it to 21st place? Without comparison, there was no paying those who held themselves in high regard but performed far worse than Gao Zhuo felt a mix of emotions. This included Lu Li. It was one thing to be inferior to Huang Jin, but to be outperformed by a mechanic made him feel like a complete failure. What a pity, Su Chen sighed lightly. With Gao Zhuo's strength, he could have reached the 13th level. It must have been that he was targeted by a giant mosquito on the 11th level, which led to his elimination from the Chaos Tower. His luck was somewhat unfortunate. 20th place, Xiao Mengxian from Donghai No. 2 High School, professional Ice Mage. 19th place, Su Fanqing from Donghai No. 2 High School, professional Thunder Mage. The two school beauties have both made it into the top 20. That's amazing. Cheers erupted from the Donghai No. 2 High School camp. Xiao Mengxian and Su Fanqing were all smiles, satisfied with their results. 17th place, Huang Jin from Lingguang No. 2 High School, professional Fire Mage. Huang Jin, awesome. The students from Lingguang No. 2 High School began to praise him. Huang Jing grinned widely, waving his hand. Keep it low-key, this is just my usual operation, nothing to make a fuss about. Soon, the results for the top 90 were announced. What remained were the top 10 rankings, which drew the most attention. The Transmigrator Forum became lively at this moment. Mechanic Alliance, how about that? Our mechanics achieved a great result with 21st place, isn't that impressive? Anyone who looks down on mechanics, I'll take it up with them. Blacksmith Alliance, envy, jealousy, hatred. We all work with iron, why are you mechanics so outstanding? It's so unfair. Swordsman Alliance, I'm not interested in anything else, I just want to know what kind of profession 10086 is, he's too fierce. Mage Alliance, is there any need to guess? Who else has such formidable strength besides a mage? I dare say the possibility of 10,086 being a mage is 99.999/100. Farmer Alliance, but there's still a 0.001/100 possibility, isn't there? Mage Alliance, the bolder the person, the greater the yield, strive for an output of 100,000 pounds per acre, that's what you farmers should be doing. Go back and farm properly. The Transmigrator Forum is not a place for you farmers to come. Farmer Alliance, a yield of 100,000 gene per moo? What the hell? Swordsman Alliance, stop the noise, the top 10 rankings will be announced soon. The Transmigrator Forum immediately fell silent. Zheng Tai pondered for a moment and announced, now, I will reveal the top 10 of this assessment. 10th place, Xian Shua from Changza No. 1 High School, profession Wind Mage. 9th place, Dai Lei from Hufeng No. 3 High School, profession Great Axe Warrior. 8th place, Tang Qin from Changha No. 3 High School, profession Spellcaster Lutenist. 7th place, He Yaoxing from Qingmu No. 1 High School, dual profession Swordsman and Elemental Summoner. 6th place, Zhao Kai from Yuancheng No. 2 High School, dual profession Thunder Mage and Fire Mage. 5th place, Song Wei from Changwon No. 1 High School, profession Phantom Assassin. 4th place, Zhu Yuqi from Lingguang No. 1 High School, profession Necromancer. 3rd place, Lin Nyoka from Woyo No. 1 High School, profession Space Mage. Upon hearing this, all the students became restless. Lin Nyoka only ranked 3rd? A Space Mage, such a powerful profession, was pushed down? Who were the ones in 2nd and 1st place? The crowd was eager. Ranking 2nd is Jin Chaogua from Lingguang No. 2 High School, profession Alchemist. What the hell? Jin Chaogua really ranked 2nd. Wu Hao and the others turned to Jin Chaogua, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. They had previously thought Jin Chaogua was just boasting. They never expected he actually had this kind of strength. Jin Chaogua enjoyed the attention, raised an eyebrow, and said proudly, how about that? I didn't lie to you, did I? Now, I will announce the first place of this assessment. At this point, Zheng Tai paused. It wasn't to build suspense, it was just hard to say. Because the information received so far indicated that Su Chen was just a wood summoner. A wood summoner breaking records and reaching the 18th floor. How many jaws would drop if he said that? But at this moment, he had to say it. Zheng Tai gritted his teeth. The first place of this assessment is Su Chen from Donghai No. 2 High School, profession wood summoner. It is worth mentioning that Su Chen reached the 18th floor in a record-breaking manner, claiming first place. What? Everyone was petrified. A wood summoner broke a century-old record? Stepping on all the geniuses? A wood summoner could be this powerful? It was hard to believe, it was simply unbelievable. He's really first. Wu Hao was so excited he was dancing. Xiao Mengxian gazed at Su Chen dreamily, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration. Others looked at Su Chen in shock, not only in awe of his strength, but also in admiration. Changha TV, dear viewers, you heard it right. The first place in the Chaos Tower assessment is actually a wood summoner. This is definitely the most explosive topic of the year. Emoine video, my god. Incredible. A wood summoner claims first place. He was silent but suddenly astonishing. Completely unexpected by everyone. Principal Zhou, do you have anything to say about this? Principal Zhou Haoxiong seemed not to hear, his eyes filled with confusion. Principal Zhou, what are your thoughts on this? Zhou Haoxiong came to his senses and said solemnly, unprecedented, this is my evaluation of Su Chen. Zheng Tai stood in midair, scanning the crowd, and said loudly, our understanding of Su Chen is very limited. We currently only know he is a wood summoner. However, based on Su Chen's performance, he may be hiding other professions. Once we understand the situation, we will issue an announcement immediately. Now, I invite the principals of the top 100 schools to come to Gathering Star City to receive their rewards. With that, Zheng Tai stepped on the compass and flew into Gathering Star City. Ha ha! Li Changfeng walked towards Gathering Star City with a face full of spring breeze and pride. In this assessment, Donghai No. 2 High School boldly claimed first place, with 2 students also breaking into the top 20. It can be said that their fame has skyrocketed. This is undoubtedly the brightest moment of his life. At this time, the Transcender Forum erupted. Summoner Alliance, did you all hear? Su Chen, a wood-type summoner, ranked first in the Chaos Tower assessment. Ha ha ha, it turns out we summoners are the most powerful profession. What mages? What beast warriors? Nonsense.
In front of us summoners, they are all little brothers. Mage Alliance. Beast Warrior Alliance. So what? If he got first place? Is it necessary to swell up like this?
Swordsman Alliance, comrades, I just received explosive news. Su-chen has another profession, he is a genuine swordsman. So, the first place in this Chaos Tower assessment belongs to the Swordsman Alliance. All alliances? What the hell? How did Su-chen become a swordsman again? Summoner Alliance, don't listen to the nonsense of the Swordsman Alliance. How could Su-chen be a swordsman? They are clearly envious and jealous. Swordsman Alliance, who is talking nonsense? Didn't you just hear the principal of Jushing University say that Su-chen has more than one profession, and my information is absolutely accurate? Massage Therapist Alliance, since he has more than one profession, could it be that he is a massage therapist? All alliances, get lost. Giant Axe Warrior Alliance, where did you get this information? Swordsman Alliance, news from Lingwang No. 2 High School. Jin Chaogua and Su-chen fought side by side, and he personally witnessed Su-chen using swordsman skills, and it was the top 3 swordsman skill, the wave overlapping tenfold. Long Spear Warrior Alliance, goodness. No wonder Su-chen is so fierce, it turns out he learned such powerful skills. Summoner Alliance, even if Su-chen has a swordsman profession, it doesn't mean that the first place in this assessment belongs to your Swordsman Alliance, it should belong to our 2 major professions. Swordsman Alliance, how can you say that? Please. Use your little brain to think. A wood-type summoner is just a useless profession. What role can it play? Isn't Su-chen relying on the wave overlapping tenfold slash to reach the 18th level? What does that have to do with you summoners? Summoner Alliance, shut your mouth. Su-chen's identity as a wood-type summoner is undeniable, and this honor also belongs to the Summoner Alliance, no one can take it away. Swordsman Alliance, everyone, look, this is the character of the summoners. When they can't argue, they start to act shamelessly. What a joke. I represent the entire alliance and looking down on you. Summoner Alliance, who the hell do you think you are? At the Great Wall No. 1 base. Manhwa nudged Su-xian's arm and whispered. Su-xian, did I hear wrong? Principal Zhang just said the first place is Su-chen? That's right, it's Su-chen from Donghai No. 2 High School, Su-xian affirmed. Manhwa swallowed. Do you remember, on the 3rd level, there was a guy who drove us and his name seemed to be Su-chen. Su-xian's mouth dropped open. No way, isn't he a healer? How could he be so powerful? Manhwa reminded. Don't you remember, someone named Wu Hao said that Su-chen is a wood-type summoner. Su-xian. Thinking carefully, it really was the case. Does that mean the guy who drove them is the first place in this assessment? And he got first place in a record-breaking way. Manhwa sighed. I never expected that Manhwa could share hardships with such a remarkable person. It must be a legendary story worth singing about. Su-xian was a bit confused. Share hardships? Manhwa explained. When Su-chen was driving, he almost crashed and died. Isn't that sharing hardships? Su-xian was speechless. Is it really possible to understand it this way? Manhwa sighed again. This event will surely add a bold stroke to my personal resume. Su-xian, wasn't it just a ride together? Is it really worth showing off? How embarrassing. At the Lingwang No. 1 base, Huang Jin patted Li's shoulder and said with a smile, Shall Lu face reality? I got the 17th place this time, while you didn't even make it into the top 100. That's the gap. From now on, be a bit more low-key in front of me. Stop thinking about surpassing me. Li swatted away Huang Jin's big hand, disdainfully saying, What does it matter to compare with a guy like you? If you have the ability, compare yourself to Su-chen. Can you do it? Huang Jin snorted lightly. Of course I can't compare to Su-chen, but I'm way better than you. To put it simply, the gap between me and Su-chen is the same as the gap between you and me. Damn you. Li's mood instantly soured. At the Donghai No. 2 base, a group of students surrounded Su-chen, showering him with compliments. Su-chen was truly overwhelmed and found an excuse to rest alone in the car. After battling in the Chaos Tower for 24 consecutive hours, he was already physically and mentally exhausted. He lay back in his seat and soon fell asleep. An hour later, Li Changfeng returned to the base, holding 3 tightly wrapped items. They should be the rewards for Su-chen and the others, but the specifics were unclear. Li Changfeng didn't say much, directly calling the students to get on the bus. The assessment was over and it was time to return to Donghai City. Other academies also left one after another. For a moment, the area outside Jushing City was bustling with traffic. At the Baiyan No. 2 base, a long-faced male student ran to Cheng Meng's side and whispered in his ear, Chenggu, we found out that the one who knocked you out of the Chaos Tower is Su-chen, who took first place. It really is him. A cold glint flashed in Cheng Meng's eyes as he gritted his teeth. The long-faced male student advised, Chenggu, just let it go. Su-chen is too strong, we can't beat him. Cheng Meng sneered coldly, let it go? How can it be that easy? The long-faced male student tentatively asked, what does Chenggu mean? A cruel smile crossed Cheng Meng's lips. Our Cheng family is not to be trifled with. We have many strong members, it's easy to deal with a Bronze Realm student. Li Jun, you go to Donghai City and keep an eye on Su-chen. I suspect he will go to the secret realm for training, and then we can find a chance to kill him.
Li Jun's expression changed, then he nodded heavily. On a building rooftop, Dai Jiaju smiled and said, "Old Ho, Su-chan has left, should we follow him?" Ho Hai waved his hand. "Today is a day worth celebrating, let's have a good meal." "Old Duan, you don't need to leave either. Tonight, I'm treating." Duan Chunhai chuckled, "Using my pear blossom wine to treat, you really are generous." Ho Hai's expression darkened. "Speak more carefully, what do you mean by your pear blossom wine?" "It's my win, you can drink it or not." "Drink." Duan Chunhai gritted his teeth. He wouldn't miss the chance to drink, and he wanted to drink a bit more to infuriate that bastard Ho Hai. Dai Jiaju nudged Ho Hai's arm and whispered, "Are you really going to treat with the pear blossom wine?" They had won 2 bottles of pear blossom wine from Duan Chunhai, and according to their agreement, each would get one. If he treated with it, he would feel a bit reluctant. Ho Hai blinked. "This guy hasn't given me the pear blossom wine yet, let's get it first." Dai Jiaju smiled knowingly. On the way back, the students chatted and laughed, discussing the gains and losses of this assessment. Only Su-chan, sitting in the back row, was sound asleep, completely unaware that they had already left Juxing City. Seeing Su-chan sleeping so soundly, Wu Hao didn't disturb him. It was unclear how long it had been, but the sky gradually darkened. The school bus finally drove into Donghai City. "Su-chan, wake up, we're home," Wu Hao shouted. Su-chan opened his eyes and glanced outside. Right in front was the gate of Donghai No. 2 Middle School. Li Changfeng stood up and said, "Classmates, you all performed very well this time, and everyone passed the assessment. Go home and rest well, preparing for the 3rd assessment. Additionally, Su Chen, Su Fanqing, and Xiao Mengxian come to the academy tomorrow to collect your rewards." After saying this, Li Changfeng got off the car and left. The students greeted each other and then left one after another. Back home, Su Chen quickly ate some noodles and lay on his bed, reflecting on the gains from this assessment. Besides achieving first place, the biggest gain was learning 2 skills: the Iron Fist Warrior exclusive skill, Nuclear Explosion Fist, and the Healer exclusive skill, Sacred Light of Bell Spirit. Especially the Nuclear Explosion Fist, which was comparable to a destructive skill. Without learning this skill, not to mention breaking into the 18th level, even achieving first place would have been questionable. In addition, he also received a space ring, 2 golden grade non-ranked items, and 6 skill books. The value of the space ring goes without saying, even with money, one might not be able to buy it. The Soul Guardian ring and Berserker armor were also treasures worth their weight in gold. The 6 skill books were slightly less valuable, but after all, they were skill books, and if sold on the market, they would start at least in the millions of blue star coins. Additionally, there were 4 puppet warriors, over 200 puppet war chariots, a dozen obsidian stones, a blue silver grass, and a book on crafting incendiary bombs. All of these were also quite valuable. As for his level, he had only advanced 5 small realms, which was not particularly significant, just barely enough. In short, this time could be said to be a bountiful harvest. Even if you combined the earnings of 100,000 candidates, they might not surpass his. Su Chen was quite satisfied with this. Of course, this was not all the gains. There was still 1 golden grade non-ranked defensive item that had not been distributed. Adding this defensive item, it would make a total of 6. A bronze realm class changer possessing so many treasures would probably be hard for anyone to believe. Later, Su Chen took out his phone and browsed the class changer for him. There was nothing new, just the Swordsman Alliance and the Summoner Alliance hurling insults at each other. The insults were truly unbearable. Su Chen shook his head, then closed his phone, preparing to sleep. However, after lying down, he just couldn't fall asleep. Having slept all day, it would be strange if he could. Helpless, Su Chen called Wu Hao. "Wu Hao, what are you doing?" "Nothing much, just finished eating, watching some magic sound videos." "I have nothing to do either, want to play some Honor of Kings? I'll help you rank up." Upon hearing this, Wu Hao's mouth twitched. "I can't do it anymore, I suddenly feel dizzy, I'm going to sleep, let's play another day." After saying this, he quickly hung up the phone. Playing games with Su Chen was truly a torment. The skills were another matter, the key was the misunderstanding of the game. He often played mid lane with a support champion and took a mage to jungle. He called it taking the unconventional path. Wu Hao had been so traumatized by this that he no longer dared to team up with Su Chen. Su Chen didn't mind and went straight for solo queue. The game started and he quickly selected Zhang Liang for jungle. A flurry of question marks appeared on the game interface. It was clear they were questioning their own abilities. Su Chen calmly said, "Just lie down." 6 minutes later, the game ended. Looking at his 0 to 13 record, Su Chen's face darkened, a bunch of colorful pens. He then unhesitatingly started the next match, but due to being reported multiple times, his reputation points had been deducted too much and he could no longer play. The next day, at 10 in the morning, the sun was already shining brightly, but Su Chen was still lying in bed because he hadn't slept well. Last night, he was still feeling groggy. It wasn't until Li Changfeng called to urge him to collect his rewards that he finally felt a bit more awake. After a dozen minutes, Su Chen arrived at Li Changfeng's office and received the reward for first place, a piece of black battle armor. Golden level non-ranked defensive item reflective armor increases defense by 50 points and has a 10% physical reflection effect. Not bad. Su Chen was quite satisfied with this item and then stored it in his inventory.
He then turned to Li Changfeng and asked, "Principal, when does the third assessment start?" Li Changfeng slowly replied, "This assessment is set for a month later and it will be quite different from the previous two."
Su Chen raised an eyebrow. The first two assessments were fairly standard. What kind of tricks would the third one have?
Li Changfeng continued, "The third assessment is divided into 2 testing points,
and candidates can choose freely." Su Chen was a bit confused. What are the 2 testing points? Li Changfeng smiled slightly. The first testing point is for general candidates and all students can sign up.
The second testing point is much more difficult and requires participation with graduating seniors from the 3rd year, so certain strength is necessary.
Su Chen's expression tightened.
Graduating seniors are generally at least at the 8th level of the Bronze Realm, with some even reaching the 3rd level of the Silver Realm. The difficulty of
taking the assessment with them was evident. However, he couldn't understand why they needed to split into 2 testing venues. What was the point?
Li Changfeng seemed to see Su Chen's confusion
and explained this was decided by several well-known universities to select candidates in advance.
Only those who participate in the second testing point will be eligible to enter their universities after graduation.
I see, Su Chen realized.
Universities are very strict in selecting students, especially the well-known ones, which may even send people to monitor
the entire process.
But if there are too many candidates, it would be impossible to manage. By taking a batch approach, they could eliminate over 90% of the candidates in
advance.
This would save a lot of trouble.
It was a decent method. Of course, this method wasn't perfect. Some students who might shine later would inevitably be overlooked. Li Changfeng reminded him,
"Su Chen, although you've advanced to the 6th level of the Bronze Realm and your strength is quite formidable, you mustn't be careless.
After all, those seniors are no pushovers, and there are a few particularly strong ones among them. To achieve good results in the assessment, you can't relax for a moment.
While there's still time, go to the Secret Realm to level
up and try to reach the Silver Realm before the assessment."
Understood, Principal.
Su Chen nodded and then asked, "Where is the second assessment location?" Tentatively said in Desert City. It's a newly opened secret realm. As for whether the assessment location will change, you'll be notified later. Got it.
After finishing, Su Chen said goodbye to Li Changfeng
and left.
Upon returning home, he immediately contacted Jin Chaogua and Huang Jin. These two still owed him 290,000, so he needed to tighten the reins. Jin Chaogua and Huang Jin kept
their promise and quickly transferred the blue star coins.
Jin Chaogua even sent over 100,000.
Su Chen was a bit puzzled. "Old Jin, did you give too much?" Back in the Chaos Tower, he had
taken 30 explosive bombs from Jin Chaogua worth 10,000 blue star coins. Jin Chaogua only needed to give him 90,000, so why did he give an extra 10,000? Jin Chaogua replied honestly,
"Bro, I made it to the 14th floor with you, right? Without you, I wouldn't have gotten second place, so I thought I'd give you a little something." Understanding the reason, Su Chen hung up the phone.
Originally, he planned to sell the skill books he didn't need, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. For now, he was still in the Bronze Realm, and aside from 6 pieces of golden level non-ranked equipment in his inventory, the rest were all top quality bronze level gear. No matter how much money I have, I can't use it for now. It's better to wait until I advance to the Silver Realm and sell it when I update my equipment. After thinking it over, Su Chen realized he was missing a piece of mana regeneration equipment. This thing is too important. Without mana, I can't use skills, and without skills, I'm basically useless. However, there are no high-quality mana regeneration items available on the market. Those of poor quality have too slow a regeneration rate and are not worth his attention. After some thought, Su Chen decided to buy a few mana storage gems to make do for now. These are consumable items, so they aren't too expensive. Spending 100,000 blue star coins to buy a dozen is no problem. It will be enough for a short time. After that, he went to the market, wandered around for more than 2 hours, and bought 13 mana storage gems. When he got home, Su Chen suddenly remembered something. He hadn't sent a gift to Old Elephant for his writing yet. He had promised, and he couldn't go back on his word. So, he opened his phone and started downloading the Tomato Novel website. Once downloaded, he searched for Old Elephant's works and easily found the novel he had written. It was a story about job changes. Su Chen focused on it. The plot was full of twists and turns, the storyline captivating, and the language witty and humorous, a rare gem. More importantly, the protagonist had many similarities to him. Unfortunately, it was only about 200,000 words long. Su Chen read it in one go, feeling a bit unsatisfied afterward, and then he started to feel indignant for Old Elephant. With such good writing, why doesn't the Tomato Novel website give him more exposure? Isn't that bullying? If Old Elephant starved, the Tomato Novel website would bear an undeniable responsibility. Su Chen grumbled for a bit and then began to send gifts. He originally planned to send gifts worth 10 blue star coins, but remembering that the space ring was left by Old Elephant, he gritted his teeth and sent 100 blue star coins instead. After sending the gifts, he glanced at the gift leaderboard. His name was prominently in first place, far ahead In second place was Old Elephant, who had sent himself 5.83 blue star coins. This was undeniably a sad situation. I hope you don't become a novelist in your next life. Suchin sighed, silently closed his phone, and began to study the nearby secret realms. The difficulty of the third assessment was still quite high. To compete for a good ranking, he had to make good use of this time to level up. So, which secret realm should he go to for leveling? After thinking it over, he suddenly remembered Death City. He had previously discussed with Huang Jin that they would go to Death City together after the Chaos Tower assessment ended. Death City not only had saffron but also a large number of otherworldly creatures. It was a perfect opportunity to both gather treasures and gain experience by killing monsters. The first stop would be Death City. Having made the decision, Suchin called Huang Jin. Old Huang, do you have time tomorrow? I'm planning to level up in the Kaiyue Mountains tomorrow. Do you need something? Su Chen replied frankly, don't go to a small secret realm like the Kaiyue Mountains anymore. I'll take you to Death City. You want to go to Death City? Huang Jin was taken aback. Indeed. Su Chen's strength was impressive, but he was still a Bronze Realm job changer. In contrast, Death City was filled with numerous undead creatures and terrifying beings at the third tier of the Silver Realm. Could Su Chen handle it? If he got killed as soon as he entered Death City, it would be a huge loss. Su Chen smirked. Didn't we agree on this? You're not backing out, are you? Huang Jin explained, I'm not backing out, I'm just a bit worried. After all, there are third-tier beings in Death City, which is too dangerous. I think we should level up first, and when we advance to the Silver Realm, it would be safer to go. Suchin didn't care, it's just a third-tier Silver Realm being. Look at how scared you are. With me around, you can rest assured. This statement seemed arrogant, but in reality, it held not a shred of boastfulness. Back when he was at the first level of the Bronze Realm, he could stand toe-to-toe with Liao Yong, who was at the third level of the Silver Realm. Now, having advanced to the sixth level of the Bronze Realm and equipped with several pieces of golden grade, non-ranked gear, his overall strength was incomparably greater than before. Dealing with a third-level Silver Realm undead creature would be a piece of cake. Huang Jin clicked his tongue. Can you really do it? When it comes to life, one must be cautious. Suchin smiled. I wouldn't joke about my own life. Alright, I agree. Huang Jin gritted his teeth and nodded, then asked, Will you come to Lingguang City to find me tomorrow, or should I come to Donghai City to pick you up? You come pick me up. Suchen didn't have a car and had to take the bus to Lingguang City, which was too much trouble. Okay, see you tomorrow. After Huang Jin finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Suchen then opened the Transmigrator forum to take a look. With the end of the Chaos Tower assessment, his identities as a swordsman and a wood-type summoner were also exposed. This caused quite a stir. Additionally, the Swordsman Alliance and the Summoner Alliance were still hurling insults at each other. They had been at it since last night, with no signs of stopping, and it was only getting more intense. Suchen smiled faintly. I also have the identities of a healer and an Iron Fist warrior. If I were to reveal that, wouldn't you four factions end up fighting? The next morning, Huang Jin drove the base vehicle and arrived early to pick up Su Chen. After Su Chen got in, Huang Jin slowly drove the base vehicle out of Donghai City. Once they exited the city gate, Su Chen chuckled. Huang Jin, it's daytime and the road conditions are good. How about I drive for a bit? Huang Jin shivered in fright and politely refused. The Death City is quite far from here. We should hurry, so I'll drive. He had seen Su Chen's driving skills and it was truly nerve-wracking. He couldn't risk his life in Su Chen's hands. Su Chen glanced at Huang Jin. Are you scared? Huang Jin forced a smile. It's not just fear, I'm still haunted by it. Su Chen, please do me a favor and let me drive. Saying this might hurt Su Chen's pride, but considering his life, he couldn't care less and had to make his stance clear. Su Chen. He had only driven twice and crashed both times. Isn't it normal to just be learning? Why was Huang Jin so terrified of him? Su Chen felt frustrated. If you don't want me to drive, fine. Huang Jin let out a long sigh, feeling like he had danced on the edge of death once. 5 hours later, Huang Jin drove to a small town named Lanji and stopped. Su Chen wondered, why did we stop here? Huang Jin smiled slightly. If we park the vehicle outside Death City, it's easy to get stolen. But here, there's someone specifically watching the cars, so it's much safer. Besides, it's only a dozen miles to Death City, walking there won't take long. That makes sense. Su Chen nodded. Huang Jin's base vehicle was worth nearly 200,000 blue star coins. If it were stolen, the loss would be significant. After parking the car, the two walked towards Death City. In the town, 3 men stood on the second floor of a wooden building, staring intently at Su Chen and his companion. Pang Shunshan glanced over and said to the rugged-looking, middle-aged man beside him, Boss, these two seem like students, they're not exactly fat sheep. Should we make a move? The middle-aged man, Kong Chi, coldly smiled. Who says they aren't fat sheep? Another man, Li Nan, asked curiously, Boss, how do you know they're fat sheep? Kong Chi pointed at Huang Jin. Look at what he is hanging at his waist. Pang Shunshan and the others followed Kong Chi's finger and saw a yellow cloth bag hanging prominently at Huang Jin's waist. With just a glance, the two could confirm that this was a spatial storage bag. Storage bags are treasures of considerable value. Even the lowest quality ones are worth 7 to 800,000 blue star coins, while those of good quality can even exceed 100 million. Saying that Huang Jin is a fat sheep is not an exaggeration at all. Li Nanchan became excited. Boss, when do we make our move? As long as they could snatch the storage bag, they could live lavishly for several months. It had been a long time since he had spent time with Xiao Hong at Ichuan Courtyard. Kong Chi's expression turned contemplative. Let's not rush, we'll wait until they are closer to Death City before we act. Pang Shunchan asked in confusion. Why? Kong Chi smiled coldly. Those who possess storage bags are certainly not ordinary people. If they die outside, it might bring us trouble. But if it happens near Death City, we can kill them and throw their bodies into the city to feed the undead creatures, and no one will know. The boss is still so thoughtful. Pang Shunchan and the others flattered him. Kong Chi reminded them these two dared to venture into Death City, so their strength must not be weak. They should be 2 high school graduates at the Silver Realm. We must not be careless, we must use swift and ruthless methods to eliminate them. A cruel smile crossed Li Nanchan's lips. Don't worry, boss, this isn't our first time doing this. Not far away, in another wooden building, Li Jun watched the figures of Su Chen and Huang Jin leave, then took out his phone and dialed a number. Brother Chang, I just found out that Su Chen is with Huang Jin from Lingguang No. 1 High School, and they are heading straight for Death City. Going to Death City? On the other end of the line, Cheng Mang was slightly taken aback, then sneered. Got it, you can come back. Li Jun was a bit confused. Aren't we going to deal with those two? Cheng Mang's voice was icy. Something has happened in Death City. If they dare to step in, they will undoubtedly die. Oh. Li Jun didn't ask further, hung up the phone, and quickly left Lanjizan. On the other side, Su Chen and Huang Jin were rapidly making their way to Death City. Above their heads, a flying vehicle was weaving through the clouds. Die. Jiazhu looked down and frowned slightly. Old ho, this kid Su Chen is getting a bit too arrogant. He actually wants to go to Death City. Shouldn't we stop him? Ho Hai calmly replied. Let him go. Dai Jiazhu asked in confusion. There are Silver Realm Level 3 undead bosses in Death City. Aren't you worried about Su Chen's safety? Ho Hai smiled faintly. I have confidence in Su Chen. Where does your confidence come from? You don't really think that just because Su Chen has dual professions, he can act recklessly in Death City, do you? Ho Hai's expression turned serious. My confidence comes from Su Chen's performance in the Chaos Tower. Dai Jiazhu fell silent. Indeed, Su Chen's performance in the Chaos Tower was exceptionally outstanding, bravely advancing to the 18th floor, astonishing everyone. However, the first 18 floors were filled with Bronze Realm otherworldly creatures, while Death City was teeming with Silver Realm undead creatures. Could Su Chen still handle it with ease? Ho Hai reminded him. Have you forgotten how Su Chen fought Liao Yong one-on-one? Dai Jiazhu suddenly recalled that Su Chen was able to hold his own against a Silver Realm Level 3 when he was only at Bronze Realm Level 1. His current level must have increased significantly, so dealing with Silver Realm Level 3 undead creatures shouldn't be too much of a problem. But the situation in Death City is different. There isn't just one Silver Realm undead creature inside, but a whole swarm. Can Su Chen really manage that? Dai Jiazhu sighed. Old ho, are you overestimating Su Chen's strength? He may not be as powerful as you think. Ho Hai smiled and said. Not only am I not overestimating, but I even think I might be underestimating Su Chen's strength. Dai Jiazhu was taken aback. What do you mean by that? Ho Hai said solemnly. Do you remember the commotion he caused on the 11th floor? I remember. Dai Jiazhu nodded slightly, her expression suddenly shifting. You don't suspect Su Chen did it, do you? The explosion on the 11th floor was so powerful it could be described as apocalyptic, nearly shattering the Chaos Tower. If this was truly the work of Su Chen, how formidable would he be? Ho Hai's expression turned contemplative. At first, I didn't think Su Chen had that kind of ability. But what happened later changed my mind. Su Chen very likely possesses that kind of strength. What happened later? Dai Jiazhu asked, looking bewildered. Ho Hai whispered. There was another massive explosion on the 16th floor, and at that level, only Su Chen was present. Considering that Su Chen was nearby during both explosions, don't you find it suspicious? Dai Jiazhu's mouth dropped open. Are you saying that the commotion was really caused by Su Chen? Ho Hai nodded firmly. Dai Jiazhu swallowed hard. What kind of skill could cause such destruction? Ho Hai pondered for a moment before saying, actually, every main combat profession has a pretty impressive skill, but very few have destructive capabilities like the Space Mage's Space Collapse skill, the Lightning Mage's Thunderstorm skill, the Fire Mage's Meteor Fall skill, and the Iron Fist Warrior's Nuclear Explosion Fist. Dai Jiazhu paused. Su Chen is a dual-class swordsman and wood summoner. Those skills have nothing to do with him. Is it possible he used the swordsman's skill Holy Sword Judgment or the 10,000 Swords and 1,000 Lights formation? Holy Sword Judgment and 10,000 Swords and 1,000 Lights formation are ranked first and second among swordsman skills, even more powerful than the Wave of 10 Strikes. Ho Hai shook his head. Holy Sword Judgment is indeed explosive, but it's a single target attack skill and doesn't have that kind of explosive power. 10,000 Swords and 1,000 Lights formation is an area attack skill. Its main feature is to increase the attack range, and in terms of power, it's on par with Wave of 10 Strikes, so it couldn't possibly create such a scene. Dai Jiaju furrowed her brows, muttering, if it's not one of those two skills, then what could it be? Ho Hai suddenly spoke up. Do you think Su Chen might be hiding another profession? Dai Jiaju was momentarily stunned. Hiding another profession? That would mean he had 3 professions. Triple-class transmuters are rare in Blue Star, but they do exist. It's possible that Su Chen really is a triple class. My goodness, that's incredible. Meanwhile, Su Chen and his companion had been rushing for over half an hour, and they were now less than 100 meters from the City of Death. Ahead stood a massive black city, shrouded in a layer of black mist that enveloped the entire structure. The city walls were riddled with signs of destruction, with some areas even caved in, making the walls appear as if they could collapse at any moment. One could imagine that a brutal battle must have taken place to damage the walls to this extent. Su Chen withdrew his gaze and curiously asked, why are there no guards around? Aren't they worried about the undead creatures inside coming out? He had visited several secret realms before, each with guards stationed. Why was the City of Death different? Huang Jin explained, the City of Death is also considered a secret realm, and each secret realm has its own unique rules. The rule of the City of Death is that only transmuters below Silver Rank 3 are allowed to enter, and the undead creatures inside cannot leave the City of Death. Since the undead creatures won't cause destruction, there's no need for guards. Got it. Su Chen nodded and walked straight towards the City of Death. But just a few steps in, a sudden roar erupted behind him. Su Chen turned to look back and saw 3 burly men speeding towards them on motorcycles. Su Chen, this doesn't look good. Huang Jin's expression turned serious. The other party was clearly coming for them, possibly to rob them. Su Chen immediately summoned the little Treyant. The little Treyant had the ability to scout. As long as the newcomers were not above Silver Realm level 5, there was nothing to fear. Soon, the little Treyant relayed the message that the opponents were all Silver Realm level 2 job changers. A trace of disdain crossed Su Chen's lips. In his eyes, Silver Realm level 2 job changers were nothing. If they were really here to cause trouble, then he wouldn't hold back from slaughtering them. Screech! 3 motorcycles sped up and came to a sudden stop, surrounding Su Chen and his companion. The newcomers were none other than Kong Qi and his group. Su Chen, what should we do? Huang Jin asked, a bit panicked. Su Chen replied calmly, everything is under my control. Kong Qi kicked his leg and got off the motorcycle. Upon seeing the little Treyant standing beside Su Chen, he sneered, so you're a wood-type summoner. That makes it even easier. With that, he signaled to Peng Shunchan. Without a word, Peng Shunchan brandished a curved blade and aimed it at Su Chen's head, the blade swirling with a layer of sharp energy, clearly using some kind of skill. Not good. Huang Jin's face changed dramatically. From the aura Peng Shunchan exuded, it was clear he was a Silver Realm level 2 swordsman. Moreover, he had used a skill right off the bat, clearly intending to kill Su Chen. Su Chen snorted coldly and swung his weapon, Judgment, in the air. With a crack, Peng Shuanchan's curved blade snapped in two. Judgment drove straight through, instantly slicing across Peng Shuanchan's neck, sending a head flying into the air. This, Kong Qi and Li Nanchan were dumbfounded. Huang Jin was equally shocked, staring in disbelief. It was known that Peng Shuanchan was a Silver Realm level 2 swordsman, yet he had been so easily decapitated? It felt like a dream. Bang! It wasn't until Peng Shuanchan's head hit the ground that the three finally came to their senses. Kong Qi shivered and instantly became furious. The handsome young man before him was no wood-type summoner, he was clearly a powerful swordsman. Damn it! This kid had summoned a little Treyant to deceive them, clearly to catch them off guard. It was simply too insidious. Looking for death. Kong Qi's eyes glinted with malice as he clenched his fist and struck out fiercely. His fist glowed with a golden light, incredibly dazzling. Su Chen, be careful. That's the Iron Fist warrior's exclusive skill, Diamond Fist. Huang Jin shouted loudly. The Diamond Fist could significantly enhance attack and defense, making it a powerful skill. Su Chen scoffed, gripping Judgment and slashing down. With a slicing sound, Judgment cut into the center of Kong Qi's fist, extending all the way to his forearm. One of Kong Qi's arms was instantly rendered useless. Ah! Kong Qi let out a piercing scream, retracting his arm and retreating hastily. Su Chen took a quick step forward, raised his foot, and kicked hard at the center of Kong Qi's groin. Bang! The sound of something breaking echoed in the air. After this blow, Kong Qi's face contorted, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the ground. Damn! Huang Jin clicked his tongue in shock. Witnessing this brutal scene sent chills down his spine. He felt a certain part of him go cold. Li Nanchan, who had originally wanted to help, was so frightened by the scene that he nearly wet himself and slowly moved toward the motorcycle behind him. Su Chen did not relent, fiercely punching Kong Qi in the face. Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, Kong Qi's entire face caved in and he died on the spot. Boom! At that moment, Li Nanchan started his motorcycle, but before he could accelerate, Su Chen charged forward and cleaved both him and the motorcycle in half with a single sword strike. Hiss! Huang Jin gasped, completely shocked by Su Chen's ferocity and overwhelming strength. In midair, on the flying vehicle, Dai Jiaju and Ho Hai were equally stunned.
After a moment, Dai Jiaju muttered, how can this kid Su-chen be so powerful? Initially, he thought that even if Su-chen could kill Kong Chi and the other two, it would at least take some effort, and he might even need to use the tenfold wave slash. Unexpectedly, Su-chen killed the three in an instant, as easy as squashing 3 ants. It was so strong that it felt almost unbelievable. Ho-hai looked dazed and murmured to himself, something feels off. Dai Jiaju's expression shifted, what's wrong? Ho-hai's gaze flickered slightly. Did you not notice that all of Su-chen's attributes are ridiculously high? He might even be comparable to a Silver Realm 5th stage. Just now, Su-chen completely overwhelmed the 3 Silver Realm 2nd stage warriors in both speed and attack power. But Su-chen was only at the Bronze Realm 6th stage. How could his attributes be higher than those of a Silver Realm 2nd stage? This was very unreasonable. Dai Jiaju speculated, could it be that he has powerful equipment? Ho-hai shook his head. Bronze Realm equipment definitely wouldn't work unless all 6 equipment slots were filled with gold-level, unranked items. Do you think that's possible? Not possible. Dai Jiaju shook his head. Where would a Bronze Realm class changer get so many gold-level, unranked items? Ho-hai pondered, this just means Su-chen has secrets, but who doesn't have a few secrets? There's no need for us to dig too deep. After all, Su-chen is one of us, the stronger he is, the better. That makes sense. Dai Jiaju nodded. After eliminating Kong Chi and the others, Su-chen, as usual, cleaned up the battlefield and found 50,000 blue star coins. The haul was quite good. Su-chen happily stored the blue star coins in his space ring and then turned to Huang Jin. This guy stood there like a wooden post, seemingly lost in thought. Old Huang, what are you thinking about? Su-chen teased. Huang Jin snapped back to reality. Looking at Su-chen in shock, Su-chen, how are you so strong? Killing 3 Silver Realm 2nd stage class changers in such a crushing manner was terrifying. Su-chen replied nonchalantly. Just regular operations, no need to be so surprised. Huang Jin felt a bit uncomfortable. They were both Bronze Realm class changers, why was Su-chen so exceptional? Su-chen reminded him, let's hurry into the city. This way, Huang Jin led the way in a direction. The Death City was filled with a large number of undead creatures, so entering through the city gate was clearly not a wise choice. The direction he chose led to a sewer that went into Death City. Entering through the sewer was much safer. Soon, the two arrived at the foot of the city wall. They saw that the area beneath the wall was overgrown with weeds. Huang Jin rummaged through the weeds for a while and exclaimed in surprise, found it. Then, the two entered the sewer and proceeded forward. The sewer was very narrow, allowing only one person to pass through, and it emitted a foul odor. To prevent any unexpected situations, Su-chen walked in front and had the little treant keep watch. After traveling several miles through the sewer, they had reached the center of the city. But strangely, the outside was eerily quiet too. Quiet for comfort. During this time, the little treant had not sounded any alarms. This was a bit odd. Wasn't it said that there were hundreds of thousands of undead creatures in Death City? Where had they all gone? Huang Jin also noticed this and felt uneasy. Su-chen, I feel something's off. How about we withdraw and figure out the situation first? Su-chen certainly didn't want to leave. After coming all this way, not only had he not obtained any saffron, but he hadn't even hunted a single undead creature. That would be a huge loss. However, the current situation was indeed abnormal, and they had to be cautious. Su-chen pushed aside the ancient cover above his head and glanced outside. The street was in disarray, with most of the buildings on either side severely damaged, creating an extremely desolate scene. There wasn't a single undead creature in sight. The entire Death City seemed to have turned into a ghost town. Closing the ancient cover, Su-chen faced Huang Jin and asked, could it be that all the undead creatures in Death City have been killed? Other than that, he really couldn't think of another explanation. Huang Jin shook his head. There are hundreds of thousands of undead creatures here. Who could clear them all out? That makes sense. Su-chen nodded, then asked, how far is the location of the saffron from here? Huang Jin pointed ahead. It's not far, in a sports arena, about 1,000 meters away. Let's go, Su-chen said, quickly moving forward. No matter what had happened in Death City, this trip couldn't be in vain. At the very least, they had to get some saffron. Huang Jin knew he couldn't dissuade him, so he could only grit his teeth and follow behind Su-chen. A few minutes later, the two arrived outside a sports arena. Half of the arena had collapsed, and the remaining half looked like a scene of ruins. Almost a wasteland. Su-chen and Huang Jin crawled out of the sewer. Looking at the dilapidated sports arena before them, Su-chen asked, is the saffron inside? Huang Jin seemed a bit excited. It's right inside. With no undead creatures around, it was the perfect opportunity to get the saffron. Su-chen's eyes flickered slightly. Let's go in and take a look. The two crawled into the arena through a crack and searched around, but they didn't even see a trace of saffron. However, Su-chen noticed clear signs of plant growth in an open area, likely indicating saffron had been there. This meant someone had gotten there before them and picked all the saffron. Who could that person be? Could it be related to the disappearance of the undead creatures here? Huang Jin said in frustration, Su-chen, it seems like someone got here first. Su-chen squinted his eyes and murmured, let's check other places. He couldn't believe that such a large Death City would have not a single undead creature left. If they couldn't get the saffron, they had to at least gain some experience. The two then began to wander around Death City. At first, Huang Jin was a bit worried, but after wandering for a long time without encountering any danger, he gradually relaxed. Just as they turned a corner on a street, a sudden sound of fierce fighting erupted ahead. Where there was fighting, there were bound to be undead creatures. Su Chen's heart stirred, and he crouched at the corner to take a look. In front of them, in a large square, an undead creature wielding a black longsword and riding a black warhorse was battling a group of skeletons. This group of skeletons included not only humanoid skeletons but also several particularly large beast skeletons. Their combat power was incredibly strong, completely overpowering the undead creature. Additionally, not far away, stood an old man in a black robe, holding a small tower that emitted a dark sheen. It was clear that the old man was a necromancer, and those skeletons were his summons. However, Su Chen noticed that these skeletons were very different from Zhu Yuqi's summons. Zhu Yuqi's summons were silver-white, while these were dark gold. Besides the color difference, their strength was also vastly different. The dark gold skeletons were far superior to the white ones, especially in terms of defense, which was several levels apart. Su Chen was puzzled. They were all necromancers. Why was there such a huge difference in their summons? Huang Jin stepped forward and reminded him, Su Chen, that undead creature is a third-tier death knight of the Silver Realm, and it's the boss of Death City. Su Chen's gaze instantly became intense. Hunting the boss guarantees a 100% drop of equipment. Such an opportunity is rare and hard to come by. However, the Death Knight is the prey of the black-robed man. It feels a bit underhanded to snatch it away, but to just give up like this is also quite unsatisfactory. Su Chen thought for a moment and decided to wait and see. He then asked Huang Jin, why are the summons of the black-robed man different from other necromancers? Huang Jin explained, from my observations, his summons likely mutated as a result of devouring obsidian. Su Chen suddenly recalled that when hunting half-orcs on the 16th floor of the Chaos Tower, he had dropped obsidian, which, indeed, possesses such abilities. He had originally planned to sell the obsidian, but after seeing the power of the black-robed elder's summons, he changed his mind. Perhaps he could obtain powerful necromancer skills later. After learning them, he could become a necromancer, and the obsidian would then be useful. Huang Jin asked, Su Chen, should we keep watching? No rush, Su Chen replied with a faint smile. The strength of the black-robed elder is above that of the Death Knight, but not by much. Killing the Death Knight would be very difficult. And the Death Knight wouldn't be foolish. Knowing it was outmatched, it would definitely choose to flee. At that time, his opportunity would come. Sure enough, as he had anticipated, the Death Knight held on for a while but was ambushed by a skeletal beast and was severely injured, fleeing in a panic on its death steed. The direction of its escape was right where Su Chen was. The black-robed elder naturally wouldn't let the Death Knight escape, ordering the skeletal summons to pursue frantically. Su Chen hid in a corner, gripping his weapon tightly, waiting for the Death Knight to come close for a fatal strike. Seeing this, Huang Jin understood Su Chen's intention and silently retreated to the side. Clop, clop, clop. The death steed galloped rapidly, soon arriving in front of Su Chen. Su Chen seized the moment perfectly. Just as the Death Knight revealed itself, he struck with his sword. It was sudden, and the Death Knight was completely unprepared. A cold light flashed, and its head was severed from its body. The steed beneath it let out a mournful cry and fell heavily to the ground. The two seemed to be one. When the Death Knight died, it also perished. Immediately, a burst of light erupted. When the light faded, a black long knife, a black helmet, a black battle armor, a pair of black boots, a black shield, and 2 white jade slips appeared before him. So much? Su Chen was overjoyed. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation where 7 pieces of equipment dropped at once. Su Chen, this is a complete set of silver-grade death gear. Huang Jin was astonished. Although it was only silver-grade, if complete, the attributes it could enhance were comparable to gold-grade. It was no exaggeration to say that the death gear was definitely a treasure. Death gear? Su Chen's heart stirred as he quickly stored the death gear and the 2 jade slips into his storage ring. Where did the items go? Huang Jin stared in disbelief. In the blink of an eye, all the equipment was gone? Could it have been stored in a storage bag? But he hadn't seen Su Chen with a storage device. Seeing the death gear taken by Su Chen, the black-robed elder was furious and approached with a fierce expression. He coldly glared at Su Chen and threatened, Kid, you dare to steal my things? You have some nerve. After putting in so much effort to severely injure the Death Knight, he never expected someone to suddenly appear and kill the Death Knight first, snatching away the equipment. All his previous efforts had gone to waste, serving as a wedding dress for Su Chen. How could he possibly swallow this anger? Su Chen rubbed his nose and said, the Death Knight was hunted by me, so the equipment that dropped naturally belongs to me. How did it become yours? At your age, can't you speak with a bit of face? The old man in the black robe was slightly taken aback and sneered, the Death Knight is my prey, and it has already been severely injured. By me. You merely picked up a bargain. If you know what's good for you, hand over the items, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Su Chen scoffed, I already gave you a chance, but you couldn't handle it and couldn't kill the Death Knight, so you can't blame others.
Also, let me warn you, I hate being threatened the most. You better tone it down, don't think that just because you're old, I won't beat you. Ha ha. The old man in the black robe laughed instead of getting angry. A mere bronze realm dares to boast in front of me. I admire your courage. But your words make me very uncomfortable, and when I'm uncomfortable, the consequences will be severe. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. How severe? The old man in the black robe glared with fierce eyes and grinned savagely. You will die a miserable death. Huang Jin said meaningfully, Old man, isn't it good to be alive? Why seek discomfort? Let me advise you, don't make a move. If you do, you'll die. Although the old man in the black robe was a level 3 Silver Realm necromancer, several levels higher than Su Chen's combat power couldn't be measured by levels. Simply put, Su Chen was a freak. His combat power was completely beyond imagination. He was very sure that once they fought, the one who would die would definitely be the old man in the black robe. The old man in the black robe was stunned. Did Huang Jin mean that he couldn't even defeat a bronze realm swordsman? A silver realm couldn't handle a bronze realm? What a joke! The old man in the black robe's eyes widened and he snorted coldly, Stop pretending, both of you will wait to die today. Hey! Huang Jin sighed. If you don't seek death, you won't die. The old man in the black robe was seeking death, and even a god couldn't save him. Su Chen looked indifferent. Go ahead, I'm in a hurry. Kill him. The old man in the black robe waved his hand, and 3 humanoid skeletons and 3 beast skeletons charged at Su Chen. Instead of retreating, Su Chen advanced, engaging in a fierce battle with the 6 skeletons. With a slash, the judgment cleaved through the air, and the first humanoid skeleton that charged was knocked to the ground, struggling a few times before going still. At that moment, the remaining 5 skeletons closed in. Su Chen stepped forward like a ghost, breaking out of the encirclement. When he reappeared, he was already behind a beast skeleton. A flash of sword light passed, and the beast skeleton's head was severed from its body, its massive frame crashing to the ground, turning into a pile of bones. The second summoned creature fell. Without stopping, Su Chen swung judgment fiercely. With 4 loud cracks, the 4 skeleton summons fell one after another. The old man's mouth twitched violently, completely shocked by the scene before him. His summons were not ordinary, they were transformed by devouring obsidian. It's no exaggeration to say that each summon had defensive power comparable to hard rock. Why couldn't they withstand even one of the opponent's strikes? When did a bronze realm swordsman become so fierce? Is this the combat power a bronze realm should have? Why? Does it feel stronger than a silver realm level 5? Su Chen locked onto the old man in the black robe, slowly pressing forward with a murderous aura. Since the mask of civility had been torn off, there was no need for politeness. Noticing the killing intent in Su Chen's eyes, the old man in the black robe snorted coldly, If you want to kill me, you're still far from it. As he spoke, he summoned more skeletons. This time, it wasn't 6, but 16. The 10 extra skeletons held up a bone shield, wrapping the old man in the black robe at the center. Do you think this will stop me from killing you? Su Chen sneered, raising his sword high for a decisive strike. In an instant, a wave of sword energy surged forth, one after another, each wave higher than the last, crashing forward with great force. Tenfold wave slash. The old man in the black robe showed a look of terror, suddenly slapping the small tower in his hand. A burst of white light erupted from within the tower, transforming into a portal of light. As the wave of sword energy approached, the old man in the black robe dove into the portal, disappearing without a trace. The next moment, the wave of sword energy swept up. A sound of shattering was heard as the 16 summoned skeletons shattered into piles of fragments. So brutal! Huang Jin clicked his tongue in astonishment. With the end of the Chaos Tower assessment, Su Chen's identity was revealed. He was a dual-class swordsman and wood-type summoner. And he had learned the swordsman skill, Tenfold Wave Slash. It was already known that the Tenfold Wave Slash was unmatched in power, and seeing it today, it truly lived up to its reputation. Su Chen, you're amazing. Huang Jin walked over to Su Chen, offering his compliments. Despite a level difference of 6 or 7, he could still crush his opponent. In the world, perhaps only Su Chen could achieve this. He's not dead. Su Chen's expression turned serious. Ha! Huang Jin looked confused. Why didn't I see him? Su Chen pointed ahead. He entered that black tower. Following Su Chen's finger, Huang Jin indeed saw a black tower floating in midair, surrounded by a faint ghostly light. Kid, you actually forced me to this extent. Just wait for my crazy revenge. Suddenly, a cold voice came from within the tower, and upon closer inspection, it was indeed the voice of the old man in the black robe. Su Chen, what should we do? Huang Jin was a bit panicked. The old man in the black robe had hidden in the tower, and it was unclear what tricks he would play next. What's there to panic about? When the soldiers come, we'll block them. When the water comes, we'll cover it. Su Chen's expression was calm as he slowly walked toward the tower. Even if you hide in your turtle shell, I'll still chop you out. You're so arrogant. Today, let me show you my true strength. The old man in the black robe laughed wildly. Suddenly, a burst of black light erupted from the tower, transforming into countless black threads that rushed toward Su Chen and Huang Jin at an invisible speed, quickly wrapping around the two. Su Chen's face changed dramatically, and just as he was about to break free, he felt an invisible force pulling him toward the tower. In less than half a breath he was pulled into the tower.
Huang Jin was similarly unable to escape.
After a brief moment of transmission, Su Chen and Huang Jin found themselves in a gray, misty world. A layer of gray fog drifted around them, creating a particularly eerie atmosphere.
Su Chen, it seems we've been teleported into the tower, Huang Jin nervously reminded him.
In such a strange environment, a wave of fear surged within him.
Su Chen seemed not to hear, squinting
his eyes and scanning the surroundings.
Huang Jin grew anxious. Su Chen, say something.
As long as I'm here, there's no need to panic, Su Chen reassured him, then summoned a treant. With visibility obstructed, he could only rely on the trent's sensing ability to explore the situation around them. As soon as the treant appeared, it conveyed a very strong sense
of danger to Su Chen.
According to the treant, countless undead creatures surrounded them, definitely numbering in the tens of thousands, and they were continuously gathering here.
Moreover, there were even some at the silver level. Su Chen swallowed hard. So many? What did you say, Su Chen? Huang Jin's heart tightened.
Su Chen then informed Huang Jin of the situation. The treant had discovered. Huang Jin was dumbfounded on the spot, his voice trembling as he said, Su Chen, we're probably done for this time. Tens of thousands of undead creatures, even if they were all in the Black Iron realm, could wear a person down to death. Not to mention, there were quite a few in the Bronze and Silver realms inside. Even in such a dire situation,
Su Chen remained calm. Old Huang, are these undead creatures all conjured by this small tower?
Huang Jin seemed to have thought of something and immediately said, this seems to be a platinum level, unranked item called the Tower of Undead Grievance, which functions to collect undead creatures and refine them into tower spirits for its own use.
I suspect that all the
undead creatures in the City of Death have been gathered here. This means that the number of undead creatures here is at least over 100,000.
Good heavens! Su Chen clicked his tongue.
With so many undead creatures, he definitely couldn't handle them alone. Of course, he wasn't fighting alone. Inside his spatial ring, there were still 4 puppet warriors
and over 200 puppet war chariots. If he brought them all out, he should be able to hold his ground against the enemy. Huang Jin tentatively asked Su Chen, if you give the death set to the other party, can they let us go? Su Chen looked at Huang Jin as if he were an idiot and said seriously, first of all, I won't hand over the death set. Secondly, the other party will definitely not let us off easily, they will find a way to kill us. So, let's prepare for battle. Then we're doomed. Huang Jin's heart sank to the bottom. What could they use to fight against so many undead creatures? Might as well just wait to die. Su Chen patted Huang Jin's shoulder and encouraged him, don't be so pessimistic. Until the last moment, how can we easily give up? You really have a big heart. Huang Jin was somewhat impressed by Su Chen. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, that guy brought us here to deal with us, so why hasn't he made a move yet? Huang Jin explained, the Tower of Undead Grievance has space, and the area is incredibly vast. Those undead creatures that have been gathered are scattered in various corners. The old man in the black robe is definitely trying to gather them, and once he has a certain number, he will strike at us. So that's how it is. Su Chen murmured thoughtfully, then asked, why didn't he gather the Death Knight earlier? As long as he gathered the Death Knight, wouldn't it be easy to slaughter? Huang Jin said, killing monsters in the Tower of Undead Grievance doesn't yield experience or equipment. The old man in the black robe must want the death set, which is why he didn't gather it. Damn! Su Chen couldn't help but curse. He had originally thought about racking up experience by killing a lot, but now it seemed like that was out of the question. Since that was the case, they needed to find a way to leave here quickly. Su Chen asked, is there a way to leave? Huang Jin whispered, there are 2 ways. First, shatter the Tower of Undead Grievance. Second, capture the old man in the black robe. Su Chen pondered. With the nuclear explosion Divine Fist, shattering the Tower of Undead Grievance wouldn't be difficult. The key was that being inside the tower, if it exploded, both he and Huang Jin would inevitably be affected and might even get blown to bits. So, the first method was not feasible, they could only try to capture the old man in the black robe. Su Chen, someone is coming, Huang Jin suddenly reminded. A figure slowly walked through the mist. It was indeed the old man in the black robe. This guy seemed to be very afraid of Su Chen and stopped from a distance. The 2 sides exchanged glances, and the old man in the black robe smiled darkly. Kid, now you know my power, right? Hand over the death set, and I can leave you with a whole corpse. Su Chen rubbed his nose, I'll give you a chance too. Let us go now, and I will also leave you with a whole corpse. Those who were arrogant in front of him often ended up in a very tragic situation. The old man in the black robe clearly had not realized this. So arrogant even when death is imminent. Today I will turn you to dust. The old man in the black robe sneered coldly. As he spoke, a low growl echoed around them. One by one, grotesque undead creatures appeared before them, so numerous that their exact count was impossible to discern. Huang Jin's body involuntarily trembled. Playing a group fight? I'll play along, Su Chen said, his face expressionless, a slight smirk at the corner of his mouth as he opened his spatial ring. Immediately, fist-sized blue gems shot out, scattering around them, numbering over 200. What the hell? Huang Jin stared in shock. The old man in the black robe was also momentarily taken aback.
At that moment, Suchin pointed his puppet staff at one of the gems and said, "War God Vidra, appear." The gem burst forth with blinding light, and within the glow, a massive metallic body could be faintly seen. When the light faded, a 5-meter-tall metal puppet stood before them, gripping a giant sword in its right hand and holding a heavy shield in its left, exuding an imposing and domineering presence. A puppet? Both Huang Jin and the old man in the black robe gaped. Puppets did exist in Blue Star, but they had never seen one in this form before. Just as the two were momentarily stunned, giant crossbows, catapults, and arrow towers appeared before them. Damn! Huang Jin was astonished. Although he didn't know how powerful these machines and puppets were, their sheer number was impressive, and they might really be able to put up a fight. The old man in the black robe scoffed, "Do you think these broken toys can compete with my army of 100,000 undead? Ridiculous." Suchen stood in front of the 4 puppet warriors, hands behind his back, looking relaxed. "I think they can." The old man in the black robe chuckled, "Since you don't know what's good for you, I can only destroy you." As his words fell, a howling sound erupted around them. The surrounding undead creatures surged forward like a tidal wave. "Attack!" Su Chen simultaneously issued the command to attack. In an instant, all the puppet war machines opened fire at once. Thick crossbow bolts whistled out, a rain of arrows filled the sky, and massive boulders fell like meteors. With a thud, a crossbow bolt pierced into the mass of undead creatures, its powerful impact penetrating through a dozen of them. Arrows rained down from the sky, seemingly guided to their targets, almost every shot hitting a head, and the lethality was immense. Below the Silver Realm, they were almost universally lethal. After one round of arrows, a large number of undead creatures fell. Boom! A boulder crashed down, instantly turning 3 undead creatures into mush. The boulder rolled forward, crushing more along the way. The 4 puppet warriors did not attack but spread out to guard against any stragglers that might come close. As the first wave of attacks ended, over 1,000 undead creatures were killed or injured, a significant loss. However, considering the vast number of undead creatures, it was not particularly noteworthy. The old man in the black robe gaped. Such powerful lethality from mere puppet war machines? Especially the crossbows, their impact was terrifying, even piercing through Silver Realm undead creatures. It was simply unbelievable. The old man in the black robe snapped out of his daze and issued another attack command. He still didn't believe that just over 200 puppet war machines could withstand an army of 100,000 undead. The next moment, the undead creatures surged forward like a tsunami. Whoosh! Swish! Bang! The puppet war machines launched their second round of counterattack. Huang Jin was completely astonished by the scene before him. Besides their immense attack power, the most incredible thing about the puppet war machines was that they could automatically reload ammunition. Whether it was boulders, crossbow bolts, or arrows, they all materialized on their own. In other words, they could attack endlessly without interruption. My goodness, this is incredible. Where on earth did Su Chen get these magical things? Boom! Accompanied by a series of explosive sounds, the second wave of the undead creature's attack was once again pushed back. The old man in the black robe was furious and humiliated, issuing orders. Once more. One by one, the undead creatures charged madly, only to fall in droves afterward. Unbeknownst to them, a thick layer of undead corpses had accumulated around, roughly estimated to be at least tens of thousands. The old man in the black robe was already blinded by rage, vowing to take Su Chen's life. Under his command, the undead creatures surged forward one after another. Huang Jin watched, blood boiling, and praised Su Chen. "Su Chen, you are amazing. With these puppet war chariots, the enemy can't do anything to us." However, Su Chen did not think so. Although the puppet war chariots could attack infinitely, they still had durability. Once the attack time was too long, damage would definitely occur. But by then, they would lose their effectiveness. Therefore, they couldn't rely entirely on the puppet war chariots. Su Chen thought for a moment and then summoned the elven archers, instructing Huang Jin, "Old Huang, use your skills to bombard the undead creatures." Huang Jin had already advanced to the 3rd tier of the bronze mirror and learned the skill Rain of Fire, which was a very powerful area attack skill, perfect for the situation. Okay. Huang Jin did not hesitate and immediately released a skill. Fireballs rained down from the sky, landing among the undead creatures, exploding with a loud bang. Those undead creatures below the 3rd tier of the bronze realm were instantly obliterated. The elven archers continuously released arrows, and with each shot, an undead creature would have its head blown off. The brutal battle continued for over an hour, with the death toll of the undead creatures reaching as high as 70 to 80,000, creating small hills of corpses around. At this point, Huang Jin's mana was already depleted, sitting on the ground, gasping for breath. Additionally, the puppet war chariots had suffered varying degrees of damage. Especially the powerful catapults, several had already been rendered inoperable. As a result, the attack frequency of the puppet war chariots had significantly decreased. This led to the undead creatures almost closing in. 4 puppet warriors were desperately trying to block them. Su Chen knew he couldn't wait any longer. Thus, he gripped the judgment and slowly walked out. As the melee madman made his appearance, the situation on the battlefield changed immediately.
Su Chen charged into the horde of undead
creatures as if entering an unguarded territory, swinging judgment left and right, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake, killing his way toward the old man in the black robe.
The old man in the black robe was horrified. My god, what kind of monster is this? Su Chen rampaged through, ignoring any attacks.
No matter what kind of undead creature it was, none could break through his defenses. His defensive power was astonishing, almost unbelievable.
Is this really the kind of defense a human should have? How can one even play?
As Su Chen drew closer, the old man's inner terror intensified.
When Su Chen was just a dozen meters away, he could no longer withstand the pressure and turned to flee. Want to run? Su Chen snorted coldly, then stepped forward like a rocket, rapidly chasing after the old man in the black robe. Stop him.
The old man was nearly scared to death, shouting loudly. The scattered undead creatures
around all rushed toward Su Chen.
However, after such a long battle, there were very few undead creatures left, at most only a few hundred.
Su Chen paid them no mind and charged straight in.
Any undead creature that got close was directly smashed, their bones breaking and flying out.
So strong. Huang Jin looked on in admiration, completely awed by Su Chen's bravery.
Meanwhile, the old man in the black robe was running for his life, wishing he could grow 2 more legs. However, as a summoner, his physical fitness was quite average, not at all on the
same level as Su Chen.
Before he could run far, he was caught up by Su Chen and kicked to the ground.
Got you! Huang Jin exclaimed excitedly as he jumped up from the ground. Don't kill me!
The old man in the black robe looked terrified and begged loudly. Su Chen stepped on the old man's chest, looking down at him from above. Take us out. The old man's eyes darted around.
I can take you out, but you must swear that you won't kill me after we get out.
With a crack, Su Chen suddenly exerted force, breaking several of the old man's ribs.
At this point, the old man still wanted to bargain with him?
Su Chen was not going to indulge such behavior.
Ah!
The old man in the black robe let out a piercing scream, cold sweat pouring down his forehead.
Shut your filthy mouth. If you dare to scream again, I'll twist your head off. Su Chen scolded.
The old man trembled in fear and obediently closed his mouth.
Su Chen glanced at the
old man, then grabbed his neck and lifted him up. I don't want to repeat myself.
Take us out immediately.
Woo woo. The old man was being choked and was rolling his eyes, feeling like he was about to suffocate. Realizing that Su Chen was truly intent on killing him, he dared not hesitate and quickly opened the door to the Tower of Undead Grievance.
In the next moment, the 3 of them and the puppet war chariot were teleported out.
Su Chen first stored the puppet war chariot and the puppet warriors, then his gaze floated to the Tower of Undead Grievance. This thing was indeed quite functional. It could be used as a storage space and could also capture undead creatures, making it a nemesis for necromancers.
Such a good treasure in
the hands of the old man in the black robe was a waste, only he was worthy of possessing it.
Su Chen stared at the old man. How do you control the Tower of Undead Grievance? The old man
seemed to realize something and stammered. The Tower of Undead Grievance is my exclusive item. No one else can control it.
Huang Jin immediately said, Su Chen, don't listen to his nonsense.
The Tower of Undead Grievance is an exclusive item for necromancers. Any necromancer can use it.
Su Chen's eyes flickered slightly, silently muttering, if that's the case, I can use it too. After the skill slot was enhanced, learning one skill meant acquiring a profession. As long as he learned a necromancer skill, he would become a necromancer and thus be able to control the Tower of Undead Grievance. Su Chen suddenly looked at the old man in the black robe, his eyes filled with killing intent. Now that he knew what he needed to know, the old man had no value left. Spare me. The old man's heart raced violently, but before he could finish his sentence, Su Chen snapped his neck. What followed was the time to clean up the battlefield, simply put, searching the corpses. This fine tradition had been maintained for a long time and must not be discarded. After a thorough search, unexpectedly, Su Chen found a storage bag on the old man, which made him extremely happy. Regardless of whether there were treasures in the storage bag, the bag itself was quite valuable. Su Chen quickly opened the storage bag, and after just one glance, his heart surged. Inside, besides 100,000 blue star coins and more than 20 pieces of obsidian, there were actually 100 saffron plants. It seemed that the saffron in the gem had all been picked by the old man in the black robe. However, in the end, it all became a wedding dress for him. Su Chen, what's in the storage bag?
Huang Jin leaned over, asking curiously. Su Chen sighed, just a poor guy, nothing much, only 15 saffron plants.
Saffron. Huang Jin's eyes lit up. They had come
here specifically to look for saffron, and he wondered if Su Chen could spare him a couple of plants. Su Chen glanced at Huang Jin and took out 10 saffron plants to give to him. Huang Jin had gone a long way to accompany him and almost lost his life here. He couldn't let him return empty-handed. He should at least give him something as a token of appreciation.
Ha! Huang Jin was taken aback. There were only 15 saffron plants in total, and Su Chen had given him 10, leaving himself with only 5? As far as he remembered, Su Chen wasn't this generous. Huang Jin tentatively asked, Su Chen, are you really giving this to me? Isn't it a bit too much? Saffron was a good item for increasing health, worth at least 10,000 blue star coins per plant, so 10 plants amounted to 100,000, which was quite a fortune.
Su Chen calmly replied, although I got fewer saffron plants, I still have a full set of death gear, right? Huang Jin suddenly realized that besides the death gear, Su Chen had also obtained 2 skill books, a necromancer's tower, and a storage bag. Each of these was worth far more than 10 saffron plants. However, he didn't feel jealous. After all, coming to Death City was just a side trip for him. Without Su Chen, he would have lost his life here. Getting 10 saffron plants was already worth the trip. One must learn to be content. Huang Jin immediately expressed his gratitude. Su Chen, thank you so much. Su Chen waved his hand. It's nothing. If you really feel embarrassed, just let me drive when we go back. Huang Jin. Suddenly, he felt that the saffron plants in his hands weren't as appealing anymore. Su Chen stored the necromancer's tower in his space ring and called out, let's go, it's time to head back. The trip to Death City had been quite fruitful and it was time to return. Outside Death City, on the aircraft, Dai Jiaju suddenly received a message and his expression changed dramatically. Ho Hai seemed to sense something and asked curiously, what happened? Dai Jiaju said solemnly, I just received news that we found Jia Jitao's whereabouts. Ho Hai's eyes narrowed slightly and he said thoughtfully, Jia Jitao is a necromancer and also an evil cultivator. This guy has killed without restraint, not knowing how many innocents he has harmed. Eliminating evil cultivators is our responsibility in the god-slaying organization. Since we know his whereabouts, we can take this opportunity to kill him. Dai Jiaju sighed, I'm afraid we can't kill him. Ho Hai said disdainfully, Dai Jiaju, as a necromancer, is indeed very strong. But after all, he's just a silver realm transmuter. Killing him should be as easy as squashing an ant, right? Dai Jiaju smiled bitterly, the key is that we can't enter the place where he's hiding. Where is he hiding? Ho Hai instinctively asked. Dai Jiaju pointed downwards, and below was Death City. Ho Hai was taken aback, a layer of worry spreading across his face. Isn't Su Chen already inside Death City? If he encounters Jia Jitao, wouldn't he be doomed? Dai Jiaju comforted him. Su Chen managed to fight his way to the 18th floor of the Chaos Tower. He must have strong abilities. Jia Jitao might not be able to do anything to him. Ho Hai said irritably, what do you know? Jia Jitao has a necromancer's tower in his possession, which has collected over 100,000 undead creatures. If Su Chen gets caught in there, he won't even have a chance to resist. Then what should we do? Dai Jiaju panicked. Ho Hai sighed deeply, we can only wait. The two hadn't waited long when they suddenly saw Su Chen and Huang Jin swaggering out of the main gate of Death City. Su Chen came out alive? Ho Hai and Dai Jiaju exchanged glances, both feeling a bit incredulous. Dai Jiaju speculated, could it be that Su Chen didn't encounter Jia Jitao? Ho Hai shook his head. Jia Jitao has already made Death City his stronghold. How could he allow outsiders to come and go freely? Dai Jiaju was slightly taken aback. Are you saying Jia Jitao was killed by Su Chen? If it were an ordinary Silver Realm level 3 necromancer, it wouldn't be a big deal. The key figure, Jia Jitao, possesses a necromancer's tower. With this tower in hand, he is nearly invincible among his peers. Moreover, Su Chen is not even at the Silver Realm yet. Can he really kill Jia Jitao? The possibility is very high. Ho Hai nodded, his eyes shining with a bright light. Wasn't it speculated that Su Chen was hiding another profession? It seems we were right. We should reassess Su Chen's strength. Leaving the City of Death, Su Chen and his companion headed straight for Blue Flag Town. Along the way, Huang Jin curiously asked, Su Chen, where did you get those puppet war chariots? He had never seen a puppet war chariot that could generate its own ammunition and fire indefinitely. The mechanics of Blue Star couldn't create such a magical puppet war chariot. Su Chen casually replied, I picked them up on the 17th floor of the Chaos Tower. Huang Jin looked enviously at him. If only he could also reach the 17th floor of the Chaos Tower and pick up a few. Unfortunately, he didn't have that ability. Su Chen, however, was somewhat dismissive. The puppet war chariots were impressive, but their level was too low. They were fine for dealing with beings below the 3rd tier of the Silver Realm, but if they encountered more powerful otherworldly creatures in the future, they would be useless. Half an hour later, the two returned to Lanjizan. Su Chen headed straight for the base vehicle, naturally walking to the driver's seat door. Seeing this, Huang Jin jolted. Su Chen really intended to drive. This was unacceptable. He had seen Su Chen's driving skills before. He was truly reckless. He didn't want to put his life in Su Chen's hands. No way. He absolutely couldn't let Su Chen drive. Huang Jin stood there, pondering a solution. Old Huang, what are you dawdling for? Hurry up and open the door. Seeing Huang Jin standing there like a wooden post, Su Chen urged him. Coming. Huang Jin jogged to Su Chen, started rummaging through his pockets, but after a moment his face changed dramatically. Not good, the car keys are lost. Ha! Su Chen was taken aback. Where did you lose them? Huang Jin grimaced. They probably fell into the sewer in the City of Death. Sigh. Su Chen sighed. If they were lost somewhere else, they could go back and look. But the sewer was full of filth and stinky water, making it impossible to search. Su Chen asked, what should we do? Huang Jin looked troubled. We can only make a car to go back and get the keys. All right then. Su Chen nodded. Then, the two boarded a bus. After 2 stops, Huang Jin got off. According to him, there was a direct bus to Spirit Light City from that stop, so he wouldn't go with Su Chen anymore. Su Chen didn't think much of it and continued on the bus. Huang Jin chuckled and then took the bus back to Lanzhizhen. He pulled out the car keys, got in, started the engine, and drove away. Poor Su Chen had to take the bus for over 4 hours to return to Donghai City. By the time he got home, it was already dark. After this incident, Su Chen silently vowed to buy a base vehicle. After all, he wasn't short on money. Buying a second-hand one wouldn't be a problem. Even if it got wrecked, it wouldn't hurt too much. Thinking of this, Su Chen spat. Bah. Once is one thing, twice is another, but there wouldn't be a third time. He had already wrecked 2 base vehicles. How could there be a third? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Regaining his composure, Su Chen opened his spatial ring. The first thing that caught his eye was 5 death-related items. Due to being a set, the attributes added by the death set were comparable to those of golden-level items. Unfortunately, he was only at the bronze realm and couldn't equip them for now. Next, he took out the 2 skill books. Since they had dropped, he hadn't had time to look at them, and now was the right moment. Exclusive skill for Necromancer, Summon Human Skeleton. 3. The human skeleton can transform into weapons for combat and possesses considerable combat power. After reading the introduction to the first skill book, Su Chen's expression turned contemplative. As long as he learned this skill, he would become a necromancer, able to control the Tower of Dead Souls, and his strength would undoubtedly soar significantly. However, the skill to summon a humanoid skeleton was rather useless, wasting a skill slot and seeming a bit not worth it. Su Chen thought for a moment and then stored the humanoid skeleton summoning skill book in his space ring before moving on to the second skill book. Exclusive skill for Swordsman, Thunderstrike, a violent skill that doubles attack power upon use and has a certain paralyzing effect. Su Chen's eyes brightened slightly. Thunderstrike was quite a good skill, especially when used with the Dragon Slayer blade, maximizing its lethality, making it very suitable for close combat. It was practically tailor-made for him, a melee fanatic. Moreover, although he had 4 professions, his attack methods were too singular, with only the nuclear explosion fist and the wave/tenfold to count. The nuclear explosion fist couldn't be used casually, so he urgently needed other skills to diversify his attack methods. With this in mind, Su Chen didn't hesitate at all and directly learned Thunderstrike. Upon completion, he became a 5 profession class changer, incredibly impressive. If this were to be known, it would surely drop many jaws. Afterward, Su Chen began consuming saffron just like eating ginseng, one stalk after another. Saffron was a spiritual material that increased health, and each stalk was quite valuable. Even someone wealthy would feel a pinch watching Su Chen eat like this. But Su Chen didn't care at all. He wasn't short on money, so why save it? He ate for over 3 hours, finishing all 85 stalks of saffron. Su Chen opened his data panel and took a glance. Name, Su Chen. Profession, Wood Element Summoner, Swordsman, Healer, Iron Fist. Warrior, Swordsman. Level, Bronze Mirror 6th Stage. Attack Power, 345. Defense, 320. Agility, 220. Mental Power, 170. Experience, 3137,000. Health, 10200. Mana, 1600. Intelligence, above average. Tentative. Summoning skills, Summon Treant 1, Summon Demon Plant Archer 1. Swordsman skills, Wave/tenfold. Healer skills, Holy Light of Bell Spirit. Iron Fist Warrior. Skills, Nuclear Explosion Fist. Swordsman skills, Thunderstrike. When he saw his health increase to over 10,000 points, Su Chen was shocked. With 10,000 points of health, he could even compete with a titan. His durability had definitely increased significantly. Su Chen, you're a bit strong. Su Chen secretly sighed. After resting for a night, the next day, Su Chen began researching other secret realms. With a long time until the 3rd round of assessments, his goal was clear: to advance to Silver Realm before the assessment. To advance 5 levels within a month was quite challenging, requiring tens of thousands of experience points. Therefore, some smaller secret realms were first excluded. Later, Su Chen searched the class Changer Forum. Soon, he discovered a post discussing the Silver Moon Secret Realm. According to the poster, the Silver Moon Secret Realm contained otherworldly creatures ranging from Bronze Mirror 5th Stage to Silver Realm 3rd Stage. Additionally, there was a boss-level Silver Star Tiger in the Secret Realm. The Silver Star Tiger was a powerful and ferocious beast, and among its level, few human-class changers could match it. However, as long as it was hunted down, it could drop 3 skills: the defensive skill Copper Skin Iron Bones, the Soundwave skill Tiger Roar, and the speed skill Wind Chaser. All 3 skills were universal for melee professions, making them highly valuable. At this moment, the Job Changer Forum was bustling with activity, as many people were drooling over these 3 skills and had already started looking for teammates. Su Chen was also very interested in these 3 skills. Currently, he had 6 skills, 3 of which were attack types, 1 healing type, and 2 summoning types. The shortcomings were quite obvious, lacking defensive and speed skills. The Copper Skin Iron Bone was a standard defensive skill, which Su Chen looked down upon. However, the Wind Chaser skill was remarkable. When used, it doubled the speed, allowing one to move like the wind, swift as
Lightning.
Whether in battle or fleeing, it could play a significant role. For no other reason than the wind chaser skill, a trip to the Silver Moon Secret Realm was a must. Afterward, Su Chen went out, heading straight for the used car trading market. The Silver Moon Secret Realm was located near Tianyuan City, quite far from Donghai City, with no direct public transport. Traveling by car would take at least 2 days, making it 4 days for a round trip. It was both troublesome and time-consuming, not worth it at all. It would be better to buy a car to drive there, taking the opportunity to practice his skills and gain some experience. Half an hour later, Su Chen arrived at the used car trading market and began to stroll around,
putting on an act. He looked just like an expert. In reality, he didn't know much about cars, but to avoid being taken advantage of, he had to appear a bit more profound. A male staff member approached with a beaming smile. "Hey handsome, what kind of car do you like?" Su Chen feigned seriousness. "One that can drive." This answer left the staff member a bit confused. Who sells cars that can't drive? Su Chen realized he had misspoken and corrected himself. "What I mean is, the appearance doesn't matter, as long as the performance is good and durable." The staff member regained his composure and led Su Chen to a base model car. "This is a Leopard brand base model, just received. The exterior is a bit rough, but the performance is complete. And the key point is that it's cheap." Su Chen walked around the base model, unable to help but click his tongue. It was indeed rough, not to mention, a large portion of the paint was chipped off. If he drove this out, wouldn't he be laughed at? Of course, Su Chen didn't care about that, he valued the internals more. To be precise, he was interested in whether it was a manual or automatic transmission. Su Chen calmly said, "I'm tired of driving manual, I want to switch to an automatic." "Is this car automatic?" The staff member was slightly taken aback. All Leopard brand base models are automatic. There were indeed manual base models in Blue Star, but they were extremely rare and had basically been phased out. This was common knowledge. How could Su Chen not know? It was obvious he was a novice. The staff member's lips slowly curled into a smile. He loved novices the most. Upon learning it was automatic, Su Chen nodded and then asked, "What is the top speed of this base model?" As the saying goes, speed and passion. If the driving speed isn't fast enough, how can it showcase a man's prowess? The staff member introduced, "The top speed can reach 300 miles, but since this is a used car, the performance is slightly lower, reaching a maximum of 280 miles. A bit slow, but I guess it's acceptable," Su Chen murmured thoughtfully. The staff member was shocked. "You can't boast like that, can you? 280 miles is still considered slow? Why don't you just fly?" After a moment, the staff member asked, "Handsome, is there anything else you need to ask?" Su Chen straightforwardly replied, "No, let's talk about the price. Asking further would just be a waste of time since he didn't know what else to ask." The staff member, "Is that it?" This novice in front of him was a bit simple. "Since you're so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush. Here's the lowest price, 60,000 Blue Star coins." The staff member wore a sincere smile. Su Chen frowned. "Too expensive, give me a better discount." His heart's price was 30,000 Blue Star coins. If it exceeded that price, he could only exchange for one vehicle or not buy at all. The staff member said, "You may not know, but the Cheetah brand base vehicle is very popular on Blue Star, with new cars starting at least at 300,000 and even ordinary second-hand cars costing several hundred thousand. Selling it to you for 60,000 is quite a discount. I would only make 200 Blue Star coins at most, after all, I have to eat too." Su Chen indeed didn't understand cars, but he wasn't a fool and wouldn't be swindled by the other party. He coldly said, "I only have 30,000 Blue Star coins, not a cent more." He had heard before that bargaining should be done by having the price. The staff member's face showed a mix of pain and a hint of glee. "Deal. Su Chen. Is that it? No more haggling? Why do I feel like I've lost out?" Su Chen asked. "Didn't you just say the lowest price was 60,000? How come 30,000 is fine?" The staff member sighed. "To be honest, our dealership has been losing money for years and is on the verge of bankruptcy. There's no choice but to sell at a loss. I must say, your luck is really good, you just happened to hit a good time." "Is that so?" Su Chen rubbed his nose, not quite believing it. "Let's hurry up and handle the paperwork," the middle-aged man said as he pulled Su Chen to complete the procedures. The paperwork went smoothly, and 10 minutes later, Su Chen paid and drove off with the car. The staff member stood at the door, chuckling, "Made a small profit of 20,000. It's been a long time since I felt this fulfilled." On the other side, Su Chen drove the base vehicle out of Donghai City at a leisurely speed of 20 miles per hour. To be honest, this second-hand car had no other issues except for a bit of shaking while driving. Once out of the city, Su Chen's courage grew. However, having suffered losses twice before, he didn't dare to let loose too much and only increased the speed to 60 mph, causing the base vehicle to shake even more violently. Su Chen didn't care at all. As long as it didn't break down and could still run, that was enough. He drove for 3 hours straight, with half the distance to Tianyuan City still remaining. At this speed, he would definitely arrive in Tianyuan City after dark. And once it got dark, the city gates would close, leaving him to camp in the wild. Su Chen didn't want to sleep in the car, so he sped up, unknowingly increasing to 100 miles per hour.
The base vehicle rattled loudly, feeling like it was about to fall apart. Everywhere he passed, countless people turned to look, quite a sight. After driving for another 2 hours, just as he was passing an intersection, the engine started to emit white smoke. Suchin realized something was wrong and planned to pull over after passing the intersection to check. However, just as he was passing the intersection, a base vehicle came rushing in from the right, moving at a high speed as well. Damn! Suchen's face changed dramatically and he slammed the brakes to the floor. The other party did the same. Screech! The ear-piercing sound of brakes echoed at the center of the intersection. Even though both reacted quickly, the distance was too close and they couldn't stop in time. With a loud bang, the two base vehicles collided, their fronts almost crumpling in thick smoke billowing. It was clear that both vehicles were totaled. Cough cough. Suchin coughed violently, shook his head, and crawled out of the car. Looking at his beloved second-hand base vehicle wrecked like this, a wave of sadness surged in his heart. Didn't they say that there wouldn't be a third or fourth time? This was his third time driving, why was it totaled again? He had only driven for half a day, and 30,000 blue star coins had gone down the drain. Who could he reason with? Are you okay? Suddenly, a woman's voice rang in his ear. Suchen turned angrily. In front of him stood a young woman dressed in a blue tracksuit, looking like a student. He looked quite handsome, with a pair of big eyes that sparkled like stars. Suchen began to question her. Can you drive? Don't you know you need to slow down at intersections? Even if you don't slow down, at least honk the horn. Driving like this isn't just dangerous for you, it's dangerous for others too. The female student stared blankly at Suchen. But you didn't slow down or honk either. Suchen was taken aback. He had rushed through the intersection to check on the situation because the base vehicle was smoking and he hadn't really paid attention. In that case, he was also at fault. You decide how to handle this, Suchen said, looking at her and asking in a low voice. The female student blinked. According to traffic rules, we share equal responsibility, so neither of us can blame the other. Suchen muttered, then I'm at a disadvantage, my car is new. At a disadvantage? The female student widened her eyes and said helplessly, excuse me, this is a second-hand car, mine is brand new and worth over 300,000. Hearing this, Suchen felt much more balanced. He would only lose about 30,000, while her loss was far greater, so it wasn't too unfair. The female student glanced at Suchen, then opened her storage bag to put the base vehicle inside. She then took out a small electric scooter, sat down, and called out to Suchen, I'm leaving now. Wait a minute. Suchen hurriedly interrupted. This place was far from the city, and there wasn't even a bus in sight. If she left, he would have to walk to Tianyuan City. How long would that take? What is it? The female student was slightly taken aback. Suchen asked, where are you going? Tianyuan City. Great, that's on the way. Suchen felt a surge of joy, stepped forward, and suggested, my base vehicle is broken, could you give me a ride for a bit? I can pay for the fare. The female student scrutinized Suchen. She had to admit he was quite handsome, especially those deep black eyes that sparkled like stars. However, they didn't know each other. As the saying goes, you can know a person's face but not their heart. What if Suchen had ulterior motives? After all, she was just a weak girl at the second stage of the Silver Realm. The female student hesitated for a moment and politely declined. My electric scooter is small. If you sit on it, there will inevitably be contact, and that wouldn't be appropriate. Suchen said nonchalantly, it's fine if I take a little loss, I don't mind. The female student, who is really at a loss here? You don't mind, but I do. I've never seen someone so shameless. Seeing the female student looking unwilling, Suchen proposed, if it doesn't work, I can ride, and you can sit behind. That should be fine, right? The female student thought for a moment and nodded, all right. If she sat behind, even if Suchen had ulterior motives, she could take the initiative. Suchen was overjoyed. Hurry up and take the back seat. After they settled in, the female student said, my name is Shuezian, a senior at Twilight High School. You look like a student too, what's your name? Suchen casually replied. Suchen, a sophomore at Donghai No. 2 High School. Shuezian exclaimed, why does your name sound a bit familiar? Suchen had recently made headlines by winning first place in the Chaos Tower assessment and breaking the record for reaching the 18th floor, which had caused quite a stir, so his name was indeed well known. He had heard students from the academy mention it before but hadn't paid much attention. Suchen said lightly, it's normal for you to have heard of me, I've gained a bit of fame recently. Shuezian smiled, thinking Suchen was just boasting, and didn't think much of it, instead reminding him, let's get going. Suchen turned to look at Shuezian. How do you drive this thing? Shuezian was shocked. You don't know how to ride an electric scooter? Just now, Suchen was still full of confidence. Unexpectedly, he had never even ridden an electric scooter. What kind of operation is this? It felt like he had boarded a pirate ship. Suchen cleared his throat. I've ridden a bicycle before. In his view, riding an electric scooter should be no different from riding a bicycle. It should be easy to pick up. Shuezian asked in a daze, are you sure you can do it? Suchen boasted, I learn things quickly. I drove a car once and was able to speed through the busy streets. How could I not handle a small electric scooter? Xuezian thought for a moment. If he could drive so smoothly, riding an electric scooter shouldn't be a problem, so she said, you just need to grip the right handle and give it a gentle twist. That's too easy, Suchin said as he grabbed the right handle and twisted it hard. With a loud roar, the front of the electric scooter shot up and flew out. Ah! Xuezian was so scared that her face turned pale and her hands instinctively wrapped around Suchen's waist, gripping a bit lower. Suchen reacted quickly and hurriedly released the throttle. The electric scooter surged forward for more than 10 meters before the front finally landed on the ground. That was close to flipping over. Suchen sighed in relief, still shaken. Crashing a car was one thing, but flipping an electric scooter would be too ridiculous. Fortunately, the tragedy did not unfold. Just as Suchen was about to comfort Xuezian, he suddenly caught a whiff of a pleasant fragrance. Moreover, his waist was being tightly embraced by two arms. That wasn't the main point. The main point was where the hands were gripping. They were just a little bit away from touching that object. If they really touched, it would be too awkward. Suchen quickly reminded her, it's safe now, you don't need to hold me so tightly. Ha! Xuezian came to her senses, her pretty face flushed with embarrassment as she quickly released her grip, complaining. Can you even ride an electric scooter? Do you want to kill me? Suchen said awkwardly, that was just a mistake. Don't worry, there won't be any problems from now on. Xuezian huffed and ignored him. Suchen looked ahead, adjusted his mood, and gripped the throttle again, giving it a gentle twist. This time, he was much gentler. The electric scooter moved forward, slowly and steadily. No accidents. Success! A hint of pride appeared on Suchen's face. Behind them, the two were silent. Suchen rode the electric scooter, moving forward quietly. In the sky, an aircraft was weaving through the clouds, following at a leisurely pace. Dai Jiaju glanced down and said, Old ho, do you think this kid Suchen is trying to flirt? Ho hi! Laughed, Suchen is at an age full of vigor. It's normal for him to flirt as long as it doesn't delay his training progress. That's true, who hasn't been young before? Dai Jiaju nodded. Thoughtfully, her gaze flickering as if recalling the past. Ho Hai got back to business, looking at the direction Suchen is heading. He should be going to Tianyuan City. Are there any secret realms near Tianyuan City? Dai Jiaju thought for a moment and said, isn't there the Silver Moon secret realm near Tianyuan City? I heard a Silver Star Tiger appeared inside. Suchen is probably going after the Silver Star Tiger. The Silver Star Tiger is quite a decent boss. I hope Suchen can hunt it down, Ho Hai muttered to himself. After riding for more than half an hour, a honk suddenly came from behind. A base vehicle sped up from the rear. Suchen leaned the electric scooter to the side. He originally thought the base vehicle would pass quickly, but unexpectedly it kept tailing him, continuously honking the horn, the sound particularly jarring, as if signaling him to pull over. Squeak! Suchen stopped the electric scooter. He wanted to see what the other party wanted. The car door opened, and a young man with a robust build and a fierce expression strode over with an intimidating aura. He first shot a cold glance at Suchen, then turned to Xuezian and scolded, Xuezian, you are out of line. Who told you to come out? Where's your base vehicle? Who is this guy? My business is none of your concern. Xuezian seemed a bit intimidated, replied, and quickly said to Suchen, don't just stand there, hurry up and leave. Suchen nodded and was about to leave when the burly man coldly said, kid, listen carefully, if you dare to move, you'll regret it. Idiot. Suchen snorted coldly and rode off on his little electric scooter. The burly man stood frozen in place. Are young people nowadays this arrogant? Xuezian seemed a bit displeased. Suchen, how can you curse at people? Suchen replied confidently, he threatened me first, what's wrong with cursing him? Besides, you don't like him either, I'm just helping you vent your anger, how can you blame me? Xuezian looked like she wanted to say something but hesitated, sighed, forget it, but remember, don't curse at him next time. Suchen asked curiously, who is that gorilla? The other party looked so fierce, he really did resemble a gorilla. Xuezian coughed violently, he is. Before she could finish, a sharp honking sound came from behind. The burly man drove the base vehicle at high speed towards them, suddenly stopping right in front of Suchen. Damn! Suchen couldn't react in time and crashed his electric scooter into a ditch, hitting a large rock. With a bang, the front wheel of the little scooter was deformed. Another one wrecked? Suchen was dazed for a moment, a surge of unquenchable anger igniting in his heart. 3 vehicles wrecked in a row, and the little scooter was no different. If this got out, wouldn't he become a laughingstock? It shouldn't have happened, it's all the damn gorilla's fault. This is intolerable. If he doesn't beat him until his parents can't recognize him, he won't be called Suchen. The burly man got out of the vehicle, glanced at Suchen and Xuezian, and asked with concern, are you two hurt? Stop pretending to be concerned. Suchen exploded in anger, striding towards the man. Xuezian was startled and shouted, Suchen, don't be impulsive, you're not his match. Suchen ignored her. The burly man looked only a few years older than him, at most, he was at the first or second stage of the Silver Realm. No matter the profession, he was a junior in front of him. The burly man was slightly taken aback and chuckled, kid, I know you're angry, but I advise you not to make a move, or you'll get hurt. Suchen sneered, suddenly stepping forward and disappearing from his spot, reappearing right in front of the burly man. Such speed! The burly man's pupils constricted, completely shocked by Su Chen's terrifying speed. Before he could react, a large hand tightly gripped his neck. You. The burly man widened his eyes, about to counterattack when he suddenly felt his body lighten, and then he was lifted off the ground by Su Chen's grip on his neck. How dare you act cheap? Su Chen snorted coldly, grabbing the burly man's wrist and flinging him away. With a whoosh, the burly man shot off, crashing through 3 large trees before finally falling to the ground. Now looking at him, he was ragged, covered in dirt, with a smear of blood at the corner of his mouth, his face filled with despair. This. Shuezian was stunned for a moment, then quickly ran towards the burly man, shouting, "Brother, are you okay?" Su Chen was stunned. The burly man was Shuezian's brother? One was pure and lovely, the other fierce like a gorilla. Could these two really be siblings? Was there such a huge difference in genes? Su Chen was momentarily dazed and slowly walked over. If they were truly siblings, what he just did was a bit excessive. Should he apologize or something? Apologize? What a load of crap. Who told the other party not to reveal their identity? He couldn't be blamed. It's fine, I won't die. The burly man, Shuigang, coughed violently and turned to Su Chen. Kid, shouldn't you say something? Fortunately, he was a beast warrior with physical abilities far beyond ordinary people. If it had been someone else, they would have been basically done for. This showed just how ruthless the young man in front of him must be. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said lightly, "Next time, drive with a bit more class. Don't be so reckless. It's only because I have a good temper. If it were someone with a bad temper, who knows what would have happened to you?" Shuigang. What the hell does that mean? I wanted you to apologize. You're not only refusing to apologize but also blaming me. Who's the victim here? Shuezian shot Su Chen a glare. My brother is at fault, but he's already been beaten up like this, so just stop talking about him. Fine, I won't stoop to his level. Su Chen nodded, then shifted his gaze to Shuigang and said meaningfully, I just wanted to joke with your brother, but I didn't expect him to be so fragile, not able to take a hit at all. Damn. Shuigang coughed violently again and argued, wasn't it you who ambushed me first? If we had gone head to head, I wouldn't have lost at all. Don't look down on me. Even though he knew he wasn't Su Chen's opponent, admitting defeat in front of Shuezian would be too embarrassing. He had to put up a tough front. Su Chen rubbed his nose and muttered, I don't think I ambushed you, did I? Shuezian seemed a bit dazed. She had just been focused on how badly Shuigang was hurt and had overlooked something very important. As a Silver Realm Level 2 Beast Warrior, Shuigang was incredibly strong. How could he have been so easily subdued by Su Chen? Could it be that Su Chen's level was even higher than Shuigang's? A sophomore was stronger than a senior? Thinking of this, Shuezian tentatively asked, Su Chen, what level are you? Su Chen casually replied, Bronze Realm Level 6. Shuezian was dumbfounded. Bronze Level 6 crushing Silver Realm Level 2? Was level just a decoration now? Was this real? Shuezian swallowed hard, staring at Su Chen. Su Chen, how can you be so strong? Su Chen said lightly, is it possible that I'm not too strong, but your brother is too weak? Shuigang. I didn't say a word. How did I get insulted again? Wait, what did Shuezian just call him? Su Chen? Shuigang's eyes widened. You're Su Chen from Donghai No. 2 High School? Su Chen nodded. That's me. Shuezian exclaimed, brother, do you know him? Shuigang felt much more relieved. Since you are Su Chen, losing to you isn't embarrassing. Shuezian was stunned. Losing from Silver Realm Level 2 to Bronze Realm Level 6 isn't embarrassing? Could it be that Su Chen has a significant background? Shuezian couldn't help but ask, brother, what exactly is Su Chen's background? Shuigang said meaningfully, you should have heard about the recent Chaos Tower assessment, right? Shuezian's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. I have heard about it. There are rumors of a particularly powerful guy who not only broke the assessment record but also unprecedentedly reached the 18th floor. His combat power is terrifying. Shuigang chuckled. Do you know who reached the 18th floor? It's Su Chen from Donghai No. 2 High School. Shuezian was stunned. No wonder she felt that Su Chen's name was somewhat familiar. It turned out he was this formidable person. It was indeed understandable that Shuigang lost to someone like him. Su Chen rubbed his nose and humbly said, the reason I was able to reach the 18th floor is purely due to luck. You two don't need to make a big deal out of it. Shuigang and Shuezian certainly did not think so. The Chaos Tower had held many assessments, and no one had ever broken through the 13th floor. Was it all just bad luck? Clearly not. It was due to insufficient personal strength. Moreover, Su Chen had reached the 18th floor in one go. Just this alone was enough to determine how strong he was. Shuigang stood up, faced Su Chen, and smiled. As the saying goes, you don't know someone until you fight them. Su Chen, from now on, we are brothers. Su Chen's strength was evident and his potential was limitless. Given time, he would surely become a powerful figure in the Blue Star. It was definitely a wise choice to establish a good relationship with someone like him in advance. Su Chen. So sudden? Just a moment ago, they were exchanging sharp words and now they were brothers? Wasn't that a bit hasty? Shuezian suddenly said, let's not dawdle, let's get out of here quickly. Then the three of them got into Shuigang's base vehicle. Shuezian naturally took the driver's seat while Su Chen and Shui Gang sat in the back. While Shuezian adjusted her seat, Su Chen asked, "Old Shui, why aren't you driving? Wasn't this base vehicle Shui Gang's? Logically, he should be the one driving, right?" Shui Gang gave a wry smile and pointed at Shuezian. "With her here, who else would drive? If I don't let her drive, she'll definitely get mad at you." Su Chen didn't think much of it and asked, "What are you doing chasing after Shuezian?" Shui Gang explained, "She has a duel arranged in Tianyuan City and I was worried something might happen, so I came to check on her." Su Chen Shuezian looked pure and lovely. He didn't expect her to be so violent at heart. Shuezian adjusted her seat and reminded, "Get ready to depart, fasten your seatbelts." Without saying a word, Shui Gang quickly buckled his seatbelt. Su Chen was slightly taken aback. "Isn't it unnecessary to wear one in the back?" Shui Gang said earnestly, "My sister is great in every way, but she drives a bit crazily. For safety, you'd better buckle up." "Crazy?" Su Chen scoffed. Who could be crazier than him when driving? He had a record of crashing one vehicle after another. No one could break that. Could Shuezian compare to him? Su Chen couldn't help but glance at Shuezian. He saw her gripping the steering wheel with both hands, staring ahead, taking a deep breath, and murmuring, "If the skills aren't enough, then courage will have to make up for it." "Shuezian, you can do it, go for it." Su Chen felt this phrase sounded a bit familiar. After thinking for a moment, he quickly remembered it was something he had said before. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, he hurriedly fastened his seatbelt. With a loud roar, Shuezian slammed the accelerator to the floor, and the base vehicle shot out like an arrow. In that instant, Su Chen felt as if his breath had stopped. Good heavens! It turned out Shuezian was a driver of the same type as him. Shui Gang beside him appeared very calm, as if he had experienced this many times before. But Su Chen noticed that golden hairs were sprouting from Shui Gang's arms. It was clear that he was ready to transform at any moment. So the question arose, what was Shui Gang afraid of? The answer was obvious: a car accident could happen at any time. Looking at the scenery whizzing past outside the window, Su Chen's heart sank. Not to mention anything else, Shuezian's driving madness was even greater than his. She must have been in quite a few accidents before. It was a miracle she was still alive. Su Chen silently prayed, "Please don't let anything happen." With his defensive power, even if he got into a car accident, he wouldn't suffer much harm. The key issue is that if the base vehicle gets wrecked, they would have to walk to Tianyuan City, which would be quite unfortunate. Fortunately, although Shuezian was crazy, she had a good mindset. Even when speeding at 200 miles per hour, she didn't show a hint of panic. After driving for an hour without incident, they were only a few miles away from Tianyuan City. Moreover, ahead was an open area. Just when Su Chen thought there wouldn't be any accidents, an unexpected event occurred. The left front wheel of the base vehicle ran over a sharp rock, and with a bang, it blew a tire. Due to the high speed, they lost balance and flipped over, rolling rapidly forward. A chorus of screams erupted inside the vehicle. The base vehicle rolled over a dozen times before finally coming to a stop, reduced to a pile of scrap metal. After a while, Su Chen and the others crawled out of the vehicle, all unharmed. Shui Gang had long been prepared and transformed in advance. Shuezian had a very powerful defensive item with her, which played a protective role at a critical moment. As for Su Chen, there was no need to mention, his physical strength was comparable to metal, and this level of impact was merely child's play. Su Chen, sorry for scaring you, Shui Gang said apologetically. Su Chen smiled lightly. It's fine, I've been through this kind of scene several times, I'm already used to it. Shui Gang was slightly taken aback. Su Chen often got into accidents? Shuezian looked at the wrecked base vehicle with a dejected sigh. Failed again. Can't I succeed just once? Su Chen curiously asked. What do you mean? Shuezian didn't hide it. Ever since I learned to drive, I've crashed every time I went out. Today is even worse, I crashed twice in a row. Su Chen was dumbfounded. Goodness, there was someone worse off than him. He had only wrecked 3 vehicles in total. From Shuezian's words, it seemed she had at least started with 5. Now that was truly unfortunate. Instantly, Su Chen felt much better. Shui Gang snorted, "You still have the nerve to say that? Can't you drive a little slower? Even if you drove at 60 or 70 miles per hour, you wouldn't crash every time." Shuezian lowered her head and weakly said, "I don't want to. But once I start driving, I can't control myself." Su Chen, as someone who had been through it, deeply understood. Driving slowly indeed felt uncomfortable. Even knowing it was easy to have an accident, sometimes one just couldn't help it. Shui Gang said irritably, "Then why don't you just not drive?" Upon hearing this, Shuezian's eyes sharpened. "Whoever doesn't let me drive, I'll fight them." Shui Gang was at a loss for words and shook his head in exasperation. Su Chen changed the subject. "It's getting late, we should hurry to Tianyuan City. Once it got dark, the city gates would close. They would have to sleep outdoors then." Su Chen is right. "Let's get into the city first." Shui Gang nodded. Then, the 3 of them headed towards Tianyuan City. After entering the city, Su Chen found an excuse to part ways with the Shui siblings. They were here to find someone to fight, so it was better to separate to avoid trouble. After dinner, Su Chen settled into a small inn.
How should I put it? It was quite thrilling but also a bit tiring. He fell asleep shortly after lying on the bed. The next day, Suchen left the inn and went to a second-hand wholesale market to buy a bicycle. The Silver Moon Secret Realm was over 10 kilometers away from Tianyuan City. Walking there was a bit far and taking a car was troublesome, so riding a bicycle was the best option. This thing wasn't expensive, just over $100. He could just toss it after riding it there without feeling sorry. After buying the bicycle, Suchen headed straight for the Silver Moon Secret Realm. On the way, he truly let himself go, pedaling so fast that his feet almost smoked, reaching a speed of 70 miles per hour. It really felt like flying. Even some base vehicles couldn't match his speed. Along the way, passers-by gasped in amazement. After cycling for half an hour, just as he was about to reach the Silver Moon Secret Realm, there was a loud bang. The bike chain broke. Suchen stepped into thin air and both he and the bike flew out. A little girl nearby saw the scene and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Damn! Suchen cursed, quickly getting back on his feet. Looking at the broken bike chain in front of him, he felt incredibly frustrated. Crashing a car, flattening a tire on an electric bike, and now breaking a chain on a bicycle? What kind of luck was this? It felt like he was under a curse. Was he destined to be at odds with transportation for life? How could that be possible? He was a genius with 5 professions. How could he not conquer a mere mode of transport? Suchen refused to believe in such bad luck. He planned to buy a second-hand car to drive back to East Sea City after finishing in the Silver Moon Secret Realm. After calming himself down, Suchen headed to the ticket window. In Blue Star, to enter any secret realm controlled by humans, one must purchase a ticket. The Tianlang mercenary group is forming a team. Lacking 1 firepower output, mages above silver rank can join. The Dragon mercenary group is seeking a melee class, preferably a shield bearer. Interested parties please contact. As soon as Suchen approached, he heard voices looking for team members. He ignored them. Teaming up meant splitting experience. There was no thrill in just going in and killing. Even if someone begged him to team up, he wouldn't agree. At the ticket window, Suchen said to a male ticket seller, "I'd like to buy a ticket. 20,000 Blue Star coins." Suchen clicked his tongue. 20,000 for a ticket was really not cheap. If it weren't for a recent small windfall, it would have hurt his wallet. After handing over the Blue Star coins, Suchen took the ticket and was about to leave when the ticket seller reminded him, to enter the Silver Moon Secret Realm, you must form a team of 4 or more. Ha! Suchen was a bit confused. Why do I need to team up? The ticket seller calmly replied, there's no reason, that's just the rule. Suchen asked again, why didn't you tell me earlier? If he couldn't find suitable people to team up with, wouldn't the 20,000 Blue Star coins for the ticket be wasted? It was clearly a scam. The ticket seller said matter-of-factly, you didn't ask. Looking at the other person's smug expression, Suchen really wanted to give him a beating, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. Beating up the ticket seller here would definitely get him caught by the guards. At that point, not only would he not get into the Silver Moon Secret Realm, but he might also end up spending a few days in jail. Suchen held back and turned to leave the ticket booth. Since there was a rule, he had to find someone to team up with. The Dragon mercenary group seemed to be recruiting melee classes, and as a melee fanatic, he definitely met the requirements. Suchen approached a burly man wielding a giant axe. Hey, do you guys in the Dragon mercenary group still need people? The burly man glanced at Suchen and asked, first, tell me your class and level. Suchen replied, I'm a bronze rank 6 swordsman. Upon hearing that Suchen was only bronze rank, the burly man showed a look of disappointment and declined. Sorry, we only recruit silver rank and above, your level is too low. Suchen was unwilling to give up. Even though my level is a bit low, my strength is not weak at all. I'm much stronger than a silver rank 1 class changer. Why don't you consider it? The burly man looked Suchen up and down again and sneered, you're young, why learn something useless? Why pretend to be something you're not? A bronze rank 6 stronger than a silver rank 1? That was an outrageous claim, simply insane. Only a fool would believe it. Suchen was speechless. Was it really that hard to speak the truth? Why didn't they believe him? He initially wanted to argue a bit, but saw the burly man wave his hand impatiently. Just go back. With someone like you, no one will want to team up with you. Don't waste time here. Not necessarily. Suchen snorted and turned to another mercenary group. If they didn't want him, there would be others who would. He couldn't believe that among so many people looking for teammates, there wasn't one willing to take him in. Half an hour later, Suchen walked to the side, dejected. During this time, he had contacted over a dozen teams, and without exception, they all ruthlessly rejected him. The reason was simple, they all thought his level was too low. Suchen felt like a bronze was worse than a dog. But feeling frustrated aside, finding a team was urgent. This time, Suchen changed his strategy. You guys don't look down on melee classes, right? How about I switch to a support role? Big brother, do you need a healer? My healing skills are top-notch. I can definitely heal you well. Not needed. Sir, I see your team lacks a healer. I'm young and capable, with plenty of healing power. Would you consider me? Our team's strength is such that we won't get injured.
After hitting a wall repeatedly, Su Chen began to doubt himself. In the past, when entering secret realms, others would actively contact him.
When did he become so humble?
Not far away, a small group of 3 was gathered, discussing. The man holding a spear, Han Rao, said with a frown, "Our Qingfeng mercenary group is too weak. No
one wants to team up with us."
Beside him, Wang Sanchuan sighed, "If it really doesn't work, let's call someone over.
We can't waste the 60,000 blue star coins for the ticket."
The female archer, Zhang Qi, shook her head. "It'll take at least a few hours for someone to arrive.
By the time we enter the Silver Moon secret realm, how can we still gain anything?" Han Rao said in frustration. "Then what should we do?" Zhang Qi suddenly said, "I found a decent candidate." "Who?" Han Rao's eyes lit up. Zhang Qi pointed at Su Chen. "It's him." Han Rao looked in the direction of her finger and, upon seeing Su Chen, scoffed, "I've noticed that guy. He's very young, he should still be a student. He was contacting teams everywhere before, but was rejected. He must be a weakling.
Bringing along such a burden won't help us and will only take away our experience."
"Isn't that a bit not worth it?" Zhang Qi replied. "Isn't it better than not being able to enter the secret realm at all?" Wang Sanchuan made a quick decision. "It's him."
"Zhang Qi, go contact him."
Zhang Qi nodded and quickly walked up to Su Chen.
"Hello, I'm Zhang Qi from the Qingfeng mercenary group.
Are you interested in joining our team?" Su Chen was stunned.
After running around, not a single team was willing to take him in. He thought he wouldn't be able to enter the secret realm today, but unexpectedly, someone was inviting him? It was truly a moment of hope after despair.
Su Chen almost teared up. Once he came to his senses, he immediately said, "I'm willing. Follow me."
Zhang Qi smiled slightly and led Su Chen back to the group.
After a brief introduction, Wang Sanchuan took everyone toward the entrance of the secret realm. Su Chen curiously asked, "Aren't you going to ask about my class?"
He had only mentioned his name and level, not his class. Was the Qingfeng mercenary
group this casual? Han Rao sneered, "What class doesn't matter." Su Chen held a long sword, so he should mostly be a swordsman. But what use was a bronze-level swordsman? He was just brought along to fill numbers. Su Chen, what did that mean? Could they at least show him a bit of respect? Wang Sanchuan called out, "We've already wasted enough time, let's hurry up." As they entered the secret realm, the 4 were transported into a small grove. Suddenly, a chorus of beastly shrieks echoed around them. "It's a group of long-tailed monkeys, I'll take care of them." Zhang Qi snorted coldly, raised her bow, and shot an arrow in a certain direction. Whoosh! The arrow swiftly pierced the treetops. With a sound of impact, a yellow monkey fell from the canopy, struggled a few times, and then stopped moving. Instantly, angry howls erupted from all around. The long-tailed monkeys glared at Zhang Qi, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Zhang Qi was unyielding, continuing to shoot. With 2 more thuds, 2 more long-tailed monkeys had their skulls pierced. Su Chen noticed that the skill Zhang Qi used was the same as that of the demon plant archer, the spirit arrow, which had a target-locking function and was quite powerful. Those long-tailed monkeys were all at the 8th level of the bronze realm, and they were no match for Zhang Qi, who was at the 1st level of the silver realm. In no time, 3 more long-tailed monkeys lay dead on the ground. Witnessing Zhang Qi's prowess, the long-tailed monkeys showed fear and fled in panic, ending the battle. Han Rao patted Su Chen on the shoulder and said meaningfully, "Su Chen, I have to say, your luck is really good." Su Chen was a bit confused. "What do you mean?" Han Rao laughed. "You, a bronze realm transferee, are basically just tagging along, doing nothing and still gaining experience. Isn't that good luck?" Su Chen replied, "Ha! With his strength, did he really need to tag along for experience? To put it bluntly, he could single-handedly conquer the entire Silver Moon secret realm. If it weren't for the team rules, he would have gone solo long ago." Han Rao raised an eyebrow. "You look a bit unconvinced?" Su Chen ignored him and walked straight to Captain Wang Sanchuan. "Captain Wang, where are we headed next?" They came here for the Silver Star Tiger, but he didn't know if Wang Sanchuan and the others had the same idea. Wang Sanchuan didn't hold back. "There's a patch of intermittent flowers in the stone forest ahead. Let's get those first." The intermittent flower was a type of spiritual material that restored health. In terms of function, it couldn't compare to saffron, but it was still valuable, selling for several thousand blue star coins per piece in the market. Su Chen wasn't very interested in this, so he said, "I heard a boss-level Silver Star Tiger has appeared here. Don't you have any thoughts about it?" Han Rao immediately burst into laughter. "Su Chen, you have quite the nerve, wanting to take on the Silver Star Tiger? Do you know how powerful it is? With your strength, it could squash you with a single slap." Su Chen's expression darkened. "I didn't ask you, why are you so chatty?" Han Rao was slightly taken aback and angrily said, "I'm doing this for your own good. Why can't you appreciate it?" Enough. Seeing that Su Chen and Han Rao were about to argue, Wang Sanchuan interrupted, then continued, "After we get the intermittent flowers, we'll head to the Zixia Valley where the Silver Star Tiger is. Of course, with our current strength, we definitely can't hunt the Silver Star Tiger. We'll just go to see the commotion and broaden our horizons." "That's good." Su Chen nodded slightly. Then, the 4 of them headed in a certain direction.
Along the way, they encountered many demon beasts, but Suchen had no chance to strike as they were mostly taken down by Zhang Qi in an instant. After about an hour of walking, a vast stone forest appeared ahead, resembling a sea of trees, majestic and grand.
Wang Songchuan's expression shifted. The intermittent flowers are right. Inside,
Zhang Qi reminded Suchen, this stone forest is the territory of the black rock rats. They are at the 10th level of the bronze realm and extremely ferocious.
When we enter, make sure to stick together and don't wander off. Got it. Suchen raised an eyebrow, looking relaxed. Let's go.
Wang Songchuan was the first to step into the stone forest.
Suchen and the
other two followed closely behind. As soon as they stepped inside, a piercing shriek echoed in their ears. Immediately, a dozen large black rats charged in from all directions, surrounding
the four of them.
These rats were known as black rock rats, and they bore some resemblance to sand rats in appearance. However, they were larger, each nearly half a meter long.
Their eyes
glinted with ferocity, and two sharp fangs protruded from their mouths, making them look quite menacing. Captain, let me take care of them, Han Rao said, gripping his silver spear, filled with fighting spirit.
Go ahead, Wang Songchuan replied nonchalantly.
Han Rao was a first-tier Silver Realm spear warrior, and dealing with a group of first-tier Bronze Realm black
rock rats would be no problem for him.
Suchen, watch closely, today I'll show you what true strength looks like.
Han Rao grinned at Suchen. Suchen was speechless. Killing a few first-tier Bronze Realm rats as a first-tier Silver Realm warrior was hardly impressive. What kind of strength could be seen in that? Was it really necessary to show off? With that, Han Rao charged forward, spear in hand. A flash of cold light preceded him, and the spear shot out like a dragon. He unleashed the spear warrior's exclusive skill, Shattering Light Strike. A burst of silver light erupted from the spear, and its speed suddenly increased, appearing before one of the black rock rats in an instant. With a soft thud, the rat didn't even have time to react before its head was pierced through. All weaklings! Han Rao laughed wildly, charging at another black rock rat. Bang, bang! In a series of collisions, 3 more black rock rats fell under his spear. However, the number of black rock rats was overwhelming.
Under the siege, Han Rao began to feel the pressure. After finally killing 3 more, cold sweat had formed on his forehead. Seeing the situation was dire, Zhang Qi shot 2 arrows, taking down 2 more black rock rats. With the pressure lifted, Han Rao eliminated the last 3 black rock rats and strode over to Suchen, noticing Suchen's calm expression and slightly furrowed brows. Suchen, aren't you going to say something? He was so fierce, yet Suchen showed no surprise at all. Suchen looked confused. Say what? Han Rao cleared his throat. Taking on over a dozen black rock rats by yourself, don't you think that's impressive? Suchen was once again speechless. Killing a few Bronze Realm rats and acting superior about it? It was just a matter of lifting a finger. Why did it feel like Han Rao was making a big deal out of something trivial? Suchen rubbed his nose and replied nonchalantly, it's just a few Bronze Realm monsters, it's nothing extraordinary. What's there to be surprised about? Han Rao's mouth dropped open. They're all Bronze Realm Tier 10 monsters. If it were you, you would have died countless times by now. I see you're not that strong, but your attitude is huge. Suchen couldn't be bothered to explain and turned to Wang Songchuan. Captain Wang, let's continue. Wang Songchuan nodded and moved forward. Suchen followed closely behind, with Han Rao and Zhang Qi bringing up the rear. Zhang Qi nudged Han Rao's arm and whispered, why are you always targeting Suchen? Han Rao snorted. I can't stand that arrogant look on his face. He's clearly a weakling. In the Bronze Realm, acting like he's a Silver Realm powerhouse. Zhang Qi shook her head in disbelief. Suchen may be weak, but he's one of us. Let's not talk about him anymore. Then, I won't stoop to his level, Han Rao pouted. The group continued on their way, encountering several waves of black rock rats along the path. Wang Songchuan and the others worked together and easily eliminated the rats. Half an hour later, they arrived at the location of the discontinuous flower without any danger. Under a thick stone pillar, 10 vibrant purple flowers were growing, looking exceptionally beautiful. The 3 of them were overjoyed. One discontinuous flower had a market price of about 4,000 blue star coins, so 10 would be over 40,000, enough to cover the cost of 2 tickets. After picking the intermittent flowers, they began to distribute them. Wang Songchuan and the other 2 each received 3 stalks, while Suchen only got 1. Suchen didn't mind, as he hadn't exerted himself on this journey. It was normal to receive less according to the principle of earning more for working more. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, a black rock mouse suddenly darted out from behind a stone pillar. This black rock mouse was even larger, measuring a full meter in length. Moreover, it moved with lightning speed, rushing towards Zhang Qi in the blink of an eye. Before Zhang Qi could react, it clawed at her lower abdomen, opening a massive wound, and bright red blood gushed out uncontrollably. Ugh! After taking this hit, Zhang Qi let out a painful groan, swayed slightly, and fell heavily to the ground. Zhang Qi! Han Rao's eyes widened in fury as he gripped his spear and thrust it fiercely at the black rock mouse. The spear accurately struck the mouse's back but did not penetrate, it merely opened a gash. With this blow,
Deflected, the black rock mouse charged towards Han Rao, raising its paw to strike down hard. As a melee fighter, Han Rao's reflexes were extraordinary and he quickly retreated. However, even so, his chest was still slashed with 5 bloody wounds. Han Rao gritted his teeth against the pain and shouted, "Boss, it's a Silver Realm level 2 black rock mouse. Damn beast. Die." Wang Songchuan swung a giant axe, looking almost mad, and began to fight the black rock mouse. Su Chen initially intended to help, but after a glance, he gave up. As a Silver Realm level 2 giant axe warrior, Wang Songchuan possessed 2 skills and was far stronger than the black rock mouse. It wouldn't take long to slay it. After more than a minute of entanglement between man and beast, Wang Songchuan used a heavy strike skill, smashing the black rock mouse's skull with one axe blow, ending the battle. "Boss, Zheng Qi is done for," Han Rao cried out. His voice choked with emotion. Su Chen's heart tightened and he quickly looked over at Zheng Qi. He had a good sense of Zheng Qi. If her life was truly in danger, he had to act to save her. Zheng Qi's face was as pale as paper, with a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, and her breath was extremely weak. "What should we do?" Wang Songchuan said, panicking a bit. Han Rao suggested, "There are healers outside the secret realm. If we take Zheng Qi out, we can definitely save her." Wang Songchuan sighed. "It's still a long way to the exit. Even if we rush back, it will take at least an hour. Looking at Zheng Qi's condition, she can hold on for at most 10 minutes. We simply won't make it in time. What do we do then? Just watch Zheng Qi die?" Han Rao was on the verge of tears. Su Chen stepped forward and said, "Don't worry, with me here, she won't die." Wang Songchuan and Han Rao were instantly stunned, staring blankly at Su Chen. "What do you mean?" Su Chen replied directly, "I am a healer, I can save her." "Ha? You're a healer?" Wang Songchuan and Han Rao were dumbfounded. Su Chen was holding a long sword. Wasn't he a swordsman? How could a healer wield a sword? Han Rao was a bit skeptical. "Su Chen, this is serious, don't brag. Are you really a healer?" Su Chen mocked. "Do you think everyone is like you, just enjoying boasting about themselves?" "Who's boasting?" Han Rao's expression suddenly turned sour. "There's no time to argue with you. If you don't want her to die, get out of the way." Su Chen glared at Han Rao and scolded. Han Rao was startled and involuntarily took a few steps back. Su Chen's gaze was filled with a chilling coldness. Just one look made Han Rao feel a bit numb. But he was puzzled. How could a Bronze Realm transferee have such a strong sense of pressure? Su Chen approached Zheng Qi and looked down at her. At this moment, Zheng Qi's condition was deteriorating rapidly. It seemed she really couldn't hold on much longer. Su Chen no longer hesitated and quickly released a spell of holy light. A milky white beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Zheng Qi. In the next moment, the wound on his abdomen healed at a visibly rapid pace, and in the blink of an eye, it was as good as new. Zheng Qi's breath also grew stronger. Damn! Han Rao and the others were stunned, their mouths agape. They had seen many healers' skills before, but they had never witnessed such a powerful healing ability. Not only had they never seen it, they had never even heard of it. To be able to revive a dying person in an instant was nothing short of miraculous. After a dozen seconds, Zheng Qi fully recovered, staring at his smooth, unblemished skin in disbelief. Su Chen's healing skill not only healed the wound but left no trace of a scar. It was simply incredible. Coming to his senses, Zheng Qi stood up and faced Su Chen, sincerely expressing his gratitude. "Su Chen, thank you for saving me." He never expected Su Chen to be a healer with such formidable healing skills. If it weren't for Su Chen, he would have been done for today. A word of thanks was only natural. Su Chen waved his hand and smiled lightly. "We're all part of the same team. It's only right to help each other. No need to be polite." "Su Chen, you're amazing. I've never seen such a miraculous healing skill," Wang Songchuan praised. "I didn't expect you to be a healer. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Han Rao grinned widely. He had initially thought Su Chen was a burden, but now he had stepped up at a critical moment. His perception of Su Chen had changed dramatically. Su Chen rolled his eyes. "I wanted to say it before, but someone didn't give me the chance." "Let's not bring up the past." Han Rao coughed awkwardly and then shamelessly said, "Su Chen, I'm injured too. How about you heal me?" Su Chen looked at the 5 cuts on Han Rao's chest. They weren't deep and didn't count as serious injuries, just a bit painful, something he could endure. "Can't heal you." Su Chen withdrew his gaze and said flatly. If it were someone else, treating them wouldn't be a big deal. The key was that Han Rao was too annoying, always making sarcastic remarks. He wouldn't want to help Han Rao suffer even a little. Why not? Han Rao was taken aback. Zheng Qi could be healed, but he couldn't? Was this favoritism? Su Chen casually replied, "Out of mana." "How could you be out of mana?" Han Rao looked incredulous. Since entering the secret realm, Su Chen had only used one skill. Could one skill really deplete all his mana? Who did he think he was fooling? Su Chen explained, "As everyone knows, the more powerful the skill, the more mana it consumes. You saw how powerful my healing skill was. Isn't it normal for it to use up all my mana?" "That seems to be the case," Han Rao muttered thoughtfully. Su Chen smiled lightly. "So it's not that I don't want to help you, it's just that I'm powerless." "All right," Han Rao said, looking dejected. Since he couldn't be treated, he would have to endure in silence.
Wang Sangchuan suddenly said, "We have the broken flower now, let's hurry and leave this place." Just as the four were preparing to leave, 5 strong men suddenly rushed out from the surroundings. From their attire, they appeared to be mercenaries. As soon as they appeared, they surrounded Su Chen and the others, clearly with ill intentions. Wang Sangchuan's expression darkened as he glared at a burly middle-aged man. "Li Xinian, what do you mean?" Li Xinian smiled coldly. "Wang Sangchuan, I won't beat around the bush. Hand over the broken flower and I'll let you leave." Su Chen frowned and quietly asked Zheng Qi, "What are they?" Zheng Qi replied angrily, "They're from the Iron Rider mercenary group." Upon hearing this, a layer of killing intent spread across Su Chen's eyes. The Iron Cavalry Mercenary Corps is indeed notorious. Last time in the Tsanyue Mountains, we encountered their pursuit. I didn't expect to be targeted by them again today. Good. Very good. Since they have come to us, we can catch them all at once. Upon hearing that the other party wanted to seize the intermittent flower, Han Rao was furious, pointing at Li Xinian's nose and cursing, "Have your dog eyes gone blind? You dare to snatch our things? Do you really think our Qingfeng Mercenary Corps is a soft persimmon?" Su Chen sighed inwardly. Han Rao may not have other skills, but he was quite good at showing off. If one has strength, a little posturing is fine. But what's the point of acting tough without any strength? Li Xinian's expression darkened slightly, and he sneered, "I indeed see you as a soft persimmon. To be honest, I have you in my grasp today. If you don't hand over the saffron, none of you can leave." Damn! Han Rao gritted his teeth in anger. "Boss, what should we do?" Whether to fight or not still depended on Wang Sangchuan's decision. Wang Sangchuan's expression turned contemplative. The strength of both sides was vastly different. If a fight broke out, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, given the Iron Cavalry Mercenary Corps' character, even if they handed over the saffron, they might not let them go. This battle seemed unavoidable. Since there was no other choice, they might as well fight to the end. Wang Sangchuan made up his mind and instructed Su Chen, "When we start fighting, you immediately find a place to hide." Su Chen was just a healer, with no combat power at all. Once attacked, he would surely die. Su Chen replied calmly, "No need to worry about me, I'm fine." Fine? How could a healer be fine? Wang Sangchuan didn't have time to think more because Li Xinian was already impatient and led his men to attack. "Fight them!" Wang Sangchuan swung his giant axe and charged forward, engaging in battle with Li Xinian and a swordsman. "Take a shot from Han." Han Rao, true to form, brandished a spear to block a swordsman. Zheng Qi faced off against an archer from the other side. The last member of the Iron Cavalry Mercenary Corps was a Silver Realm Level 1 Iron Fist warrior who approached Su Chen with a fierce expression. Su Chen seemed not to notice and kept his focus on the battle. Wang Sangchuan was outnumbered, quickly falling into a disadvantage and being pushed back. Han Rao's opponent was a Silver Realm Level 2, a level higher, and with injuries, he was crushed as soon as they clashed. Zheng Qi and the opposing archer exchanged shots, both equally matched, locked in a stalemate. Overall, the situation was very unfavorable for their side. But Su Chen was not worried at all, because as soon as he made a move, he could immediately turn the tide. The Iron Fist warrior glanced at Su Chen and curiously said, "Kid, you still have the mood to care about others? You're about to die, aren't you afraid?" Su Chen turned to him and chuckled, "What do I have to be afraid of? After all, it's not me who's going to die." The Iron Fist warrior was slightly taken aback, and the killing intent in his eyes grew stronger. "Even at death's door, you're still acting tough. Then I'll fulfill you." With that, he charged in front of Su Chen, his fist the size of a cooking pot, smashing towards Su Chen's face. This punch was powerful and heavy, stirring the surrounding air into a whistling sound. Su Chen, seeing Su Chen about to be harmed, Zheng Qi was anxious. However, she was entangled with the opposing archer and couldn't break free. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, and as the opponent's fist came crashing down, he swiftly thrust his sword, striking first and piercing through the Iron Fist warrior's chest. Ugh! The Iron Fist warrior felt a wave of weakness wash over him, his consciousness starting to blur, and his fist, raised in the air, could no longer move an inch. Su Chen withdrew his sword. A spray of fresh blood erupted, painting a stunning color under the sunlight. The Iron Fist warrior shook a few times, consciousness plunging into darkness, and finally fell straight to the ground. This, Zheng Qi was stunned on the spot. Su Chen killed a Silver Realm Level 1 Iron Fist warrior? And it was a one-hit kill? A healer killed an Iron Fist warrior? Is this real? Hearing the commotion, others turned to look. When they saw the Iron Fist warrior lying in a pool of blood, they were all frozen in place. The Iron Fist warrior challenging a healer was as easy as killing a chick. How could it end with the Iron Fist warrior dead? What went wrong? Li Xinian was momentarily dazed and asked the swordsman beside him, "Zhang Tu, I didn't see it wrong, did I? Tan Mo is dead?" Zhang Tu swallowed hard. Tan Mo is really dead. It seems he was stabbed to death by that healer. Damn! Li Xinian's mouth twitched violently. Tan Mo was the weakest among the 5 of them. But no matter how weak, he was still a Silver Realm Level 1 Iron Fist warrior. Even he couldn't kill him so easily. How did he end up dead at the hands of a healer? It's too bizarre. Wang Songxian and Han Rao also looked bewildered.
Tanemo was really killed by Su Chen? Are healers this fierce now? Is this the power a healer should have?
Su Chen let out a light breath, his gaze drifting towards Li Si.
Nian, you're next. Don't be arrogant.
Li Si Nian snorted coldly and instructed Zhang Tu, go and finish him. Zhang Tu gritted his teeth and charged at Su Chen with a large cleaver. As he got closer, he swung his blade in midair. A blade shadow several meters in size appeared in the air, whistling as it pressed down towards Su Chen.
Su Chen, be careful. Zhang Qi was extremely worried.
Zhang Tu was using a battle knife skill, and its power was formidable. Without special defensive skills, it would be hard to withstand.
Su Chen's face remained calm,
a hint of disdain even curling the corners of his mouth. When the massive blade shadow flew before him, he casually flicked his wrist. The judgment cut through with a flash of swordlight,
accurately cleaving the blade shadow.
With a bang, the blade shadow shattered.
Everyone, he can even shatter skills? That's simply outrageous. Just as everyone was in a daze, Su Chen stepped forward, appearing before Zhang Tu in a mere flash. His speed was like a ghost.
Zhang Tu was completely horrified by Su Chen's terrifying speed, instinctively
gripping his cleaver, ready to strike.
But before he could raise it, a sword light appeared before him. Then, his head flew into the air.
What the hell? Han Rao almost dropped his jaw. Another one-hit kill. Su Chen's power was chilling.
After taking down Zhang Tu, Su Chen did not linger, swiftly eliminating the archer and swordsman as well. At this point, only Li Xinyan
remained alive from the Iron Cavalry mercenary group. Li Xinyan swallowed hard, trembling as he said, I am the vice captain of the Iron Cavalry mercenary group, can you spare my life?
After witnessing Su Chen's strength and ruthlessness, he clearly knew he was no match for Su Chen. To survive, he could only plead for Su Chen's mercy.
Su Chen's gaze was icy. Everyone from the Iron Cavalry mercenary group should die. I'll fight you.
Li Xinyan roared, gripping a large iron hammer and aiming it at Su Chen.
You overestimate yourself. Su Chen snorted, lightly wielding judgment and slicing in midair. Crack! The large iron hammer was split in two.
Judgment drove straight in, striking Li Xinyan's body, nearly dismembering him.
With this blow,
Li Xinyan died on the spot.
They're all dead? All dead? Wang Songxian and the others were in a daze. The 5 powerful members of the Iron Cavalry mercenary group were so easily wiped out by Su Chen, and all in one hit? It felt like a dream. The battle ended and Su Chen began to clean up the battlefield. After a thorough search, he found a total of 20,000 blue star coins, enough to cover the ticket costs.
Happily stuffing the coins into his pocket, Su Chen looked up at Wang Songxuan and the other two, only to see them staring at him with a look of shock and disbelief. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said lightly, you guys don't need to look at me with such astonished eyes, I'm just a healer, after all.
Wang Songxuan, Han Rao, Zhang Qi. What kind of healer could cross several levels and take down main combat professions in an instant? Su Chen was too much. Han Rao, regaining his composure, said with a grin, Su Chen, you're amazing. Being in a team with you makes me feel so glorious. Su Chen shot him a glance. If I remember correctly, at the beginning, someone thought I was a burden. Has your attitude changed in just a short while? Can't you be a bit more steadfast in your stance? Han Rao felt extremely awkward. He had indeed seen Su Chen as a weakling at first. Who would have thought that not only did Su Chen possess powerful healing skills, but his combat ability was also astonishingly strong? It was clear that Su Chen was a deeply hidden powerhouse. Remembering the earlier scene where he mocked Su Chen, he felt like a clown. Su Chen, how are you so strong? Wang Songxuan and Zhang Qi stepped forward, their shock still evident in their eyes. Su Chen replied nonchalantly, I'm not really sure, maybe the opponents were just too weak.
Wang Songxuan and the others immediately felt disheartened.
If Li Xinyan and the others were weaklings, then what did that make them?
Su Chen changed the subject. Captain Wang, let's hurry to Zisho Valley. The Silver Moon secret realm had been open for a long time, and he wondered if the Silver Star Tiger had been taken down. If it had been defeated, this trip would have been for nothing.
Wang Songxuan's heart tightened. From Su Chen's tone, it seemed they were heading straight for the Silver Star Tiger.
Indeed, Su Chen was incredibly strong, but the Silver Star Tiger was no pushover either.
With 3 major skills, it was not something an average person could handle. Han Rao said boldly, Su Chen, you're not thinking of going after the Silver Star Tiger, are you? I advise you not to get too cocky, or you might not even know how you died. Because Su Chen hadn't used any swordsman skills, they assumed he was just strong in attack and not a true swordsman. Without powerful skills to back him up, it would be impossible to kill the Silver Star Tiger. Su Chen glared at Han Rao. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Han Rao. He was just trying to be helpful. Why didn't Su Chen appreciate it?
Zhang Qi's gaze flickered for a moment before she said, we originally planned to go to Zisho Valley, so since Su Chen has
brought it up, let's follow his lead. All right. Wang Songxuan nodded.
Leaving the stone forest, the four headed straight for Zisho Valley. Along the way, they encountered numerous
demon beasts, which Su Chen dispatched with thunderous strikes.
No matter the type or level of the demon beast, they all fell like paper before his sword, none able to withstand a single blow. Wang Songxuan and the others were left in awe. When they arrived at Zishou Valley, Su Chen unexpectedly leveled up to Bronze Realm 7, which was a pleasant surprise. At this
moment, the battle in Zishou Valley was fierce, with explosions ringing in their ears. Dozens of human class changers were surrounding a large tiger over 5 meters in size. This tiger had a silvery white coat that sparkled with starlight. It was the boss of the Silver Moon Secret Realm, the Silver Star Tiger. A dozen melee classes surrounded the Silver Star Tiger. In the distance, mages and archers were continuously unleashing firepower. Fireballs, arrows, and wind blades rained down on the Silver Star Tiger, causing it to roar in pain. However, the Silver Star Tiger was indeed tough. After enduring countless rounds of attacks, it still stood tall, its ferocity evident. The Silver Star Tiger is too strong. Who can kill it? Han Rao clicked his tongue, completely intimidated by the Silver Star Tiger's formidable strength. Su Chen's face remained calm and unperturbed as he squinted his eyes and pondered. The reason the Silver Star Tiger's defense was so robust was largely due to its copper skin iron bone skill. I must say, it is indeed a very good defensive skill. Of course, it was still not enough in front of him. Let alone using the nuclear explosion Divine Fist, even a wave slash of 10 layers would be enough to break its defense. However, now was not the best time to strike. The Silver Star Tiger clearly still had some strength left. After consuming a bit more, he could swoop in for an easy kill. Roar! Suddenly, a tiger's roar shook the heavens. It was the sound wave skill released by the Silver Star Tiger's roar. The tiger's roar had a stunning effect, and its deterrent power was quite strong. Even from a distance, Su Chen felt a bit dazed. The Silver Star Tiger is starting to counterattack, Wang Sanchuan reminded. Su Chen focused his gaze into the valley and saw that those melee fighters, after being hit by the tiger's roar, had their movements slowed down, unable to suppress the Silver Star Tiger any longer. Seizing this opportunity, the Silver Star Tiger suddenly stomped and leaped out of the encirclement, moving as if the wind was at its feet, rapidly charging towards the distant mages and archers. Not good. The faces of the melee fighters changed drastically as they rushed to assist. The mages and archers had no melee capabilities. Once the Silver Star Tiger got close, it would be a one-sided slaughter. Without these damage-dealing classes, they would definitely not be able to contend with the Silver Star Tiger. However, their speed was far too inferior to that of the Silver Star Tiger. Just after charging a few meters, the Silver Star Tiger had already plunged into the group of mages, unleashing a merciless massacre. Screams echoed one after another. Seeing this scene, Su Chen was somewhat moved. The speed of the Silver Star Tiger was as swift as the wind, and in terms of speed, it was even significantly stronger than him. This meant that the Silver Star Tiger must have used the wind speed skill, otherwise, its speed wouldn't have increased so rapidly. This skill is truly powerful. I must get my hands on it. In just a few breaths, more than a dozen mages and archers were slaughtered. The ground was littered with severed limbs and blood gushed forth, staining the ground a deep crimson, creating an extremely bloody scene. Gore! The Silver Star Tiger let out a low growl, its gaze drifting towards the melee fighters, its blood-red eyes radiating a bloodthirsty color. What should we do? The melee fighters began to panic. Roar! Accompanied by a howl, the Silver Star Tiger charged madly forward. 5 minutes later, the battle was over. All the melee fighters lay dead on the spot, turning into cold corpses. The Silver Star Tiger stood in place, licking its wounds. After such a brutal fight, it had several bloody gashes on its body, with one particularly shocking wound on its forehead faintly revealing white bones. However, its gaze remained sharp, and its aura was still as domineering as ever. The blood flowing down from its forehead stained half of its face, making it look even more ferocious. Captain, we should retreat quickly, Han Rao said, his face filled with inexplicable terror. The Silver Star Tiger was too brutal. Its strength was too overwhelming. If it discovered them, their lives would definitely be in danger. Wang Sanchuan also looked pale with lingering fear. After nodding, he said to Su Chen, let's retreat. Su Chen smiled slightly. How can we miss such a good opportunity? You all wait here, I will go and take down that Silver Star Tiger. Ha! Wang Sanchuan and the others were all stunned. Su Chen wanted to kill the Silver Star Tiger? Wasn't that seeking death? Han Rao hurriedly advised Su Chen, please stay calm. It's not the time to show off. The Silver Star Tiger is just too powerful. You are definitely no match for it. Su Chen smirked. I'm not like you. I really have strength, not just pretending. Han Rao. This statement was not very harmful, but it was extremely insulting. Just as Zheng Qi wanted to say something, she saw Su Chen already striding into the valley. Boss, is Su Chen going to commit suicide? What should we do? Han Rao asked. Wang Sanchuan smiled bitterly. If you ask me, who should I ask? Su Chen was determined to take action against the Silver Star Tiger, and there was no way to stop him. They could only watch the changes unfold. Han Rao sighed. It seems we can only collect Su Chen's body. Su Chen's appearance quickly attracted the attention of the Silver Star Tiger. It slowly raised its head, its cold gaze locking onto Su Chen. The man and the beast sized each other up, and the Silver Star Tiger roared fiercely, pouncing towards Su Chen. It's on! The hearts of Wang Sanchuan and the others were in their throats.
As a fierce aura rushed towards him, Suchen tightened his grip on the sword and suddenly swung it out.
A wave of sword energy hurled forth, surging in,
crashing towards the Silver Star Tiger one after another. It was difficult to kill the Silver Star Tiger with ordinary means.
Rather than waste time, it was better to use a killing move. Directly.
Feeling the overwhelming sword intent bearing down on it, the Silver Star Tiger showed a look of terror, and before it could react, it was engulfed. By the time the 10 waves of sword energy dissipated, the Silver Star Tiger was already lying on the ground, its silvery skin almost completely torn apart, its massive body covered in wounds, with some areas even exposing white bones, blood gushing out uncontrollably, a truly horrific sight. After this blow, the Silver Star Tiger was barely hanging on, with only half a breath left.
Damn! Witnessing this scene, Han Rao and the others were almost speechless.
They never expected that Suchen could defeat the Silver Star Tiger. More precisely, he had almost killed it in one sword
strike. Ha! Han Rao suddenly thought of something, his eyes widening in shock, muttering, did Suchen just use a swordsman skill?
Upon hearing this, Wang Sanchuan and Zheng Qi jolted. What Suchen used was indeed a swordsman skill, and it was an incredibly powerful one. It seemed to be the tenfold wave slash.
Oh my god, does this mean that Suchen is a dual-class transmuter? Zheng Qi looked at Han Rao and said meaningfully, where did you get the courage to mock Suchen before? How was I supposed to know he was this strong? Han Rao swallowed hard.
On the other side, Suchen slowly walked up to the Silver Star Tiger. The Silver Star Tiger struggled to lift its head to look at Suchen, its eyes filled with deep terror. Suchen coldly smiled and struck the Silver Star Tiger's head with his sword. With a crack, the Silver Star Tiger's head shattered, dying on the spot. A blinding white light erupted from its corpse. When the light faded, 3 skill books appeared. Suchen's heart stirred. Just as he was about to check them, he heard hurried footsteps nearby. Clearly, other human transmuters had arrived. Suchen couldn't afford to check anymore and quickly stowed away the 3 skill books, then turned to scan the area. In his line of sight, 5 men were rushing over.
When he saw the faces of the newcomers, Suchen was momentarily stunned. Wasn't this the Dragon Mercenary Group? He had sought them out for a team before. The rugged men of the Dragon Mercenary Group also recognized Suchen. If he remembered correctly, Suchen seemed to be a Bronze Realm transmuter. A Bronze Realm could kill a Silver Star Tiger? He quickly realized. So many human transmuters had died around, which meant they must have fought fiercely with the Silver Star Tiger before. After a fierce battle, humanity was annihilated, and the Silver Star Tiger must have suffered heavy losses, which allowed Suchen to take advantage of the situation. The rugged man chuckled. Young man, what a coincidence, we meet again. It is quite a coincidence. Suchen nodded and continued, I have things to do, so I won't keep you company. The skill books were already in hand, so there was no need to waste time here. Wait a minute. The rugged man suddenly interrupted. Is there something? Suchen stopped in his tracks. The rugged man scrutinized Suchen and said lightly, you have the 3 skill books dropped by the Silver Star Tiger, right? Suchen sensed something was off. Skill books were valuable treasures, and the other party likely had the intention of robbing him. However, if they were thinking of targeting him, they were clearly mistaken. Suchen generously admitted, indeed, they are in my possession. Outside the valley, Han Rao reminded, boss, the people from the Dragon Mercenary Group seem to be unfriendly. Should we go down and help Suchen? Wang Sanchuan chuckled, you've seen how fierce Suchen is, so don't go down and make things worse. That's true. Han Rao nodded. Even the Silver Star Tiger was no match for Suchen. What could the mere Dragon Mercenary Group do? If they really tried to make a move, they would surely end up in a pool of blood. Upon hearing that the skill books were indeed with Suchen, the rugged man's eyes grew hot. The others also seemed a bit restless. Suchen raised an eyebrow. You're not thinking of robbing me, are you? The rugged man smirked coldly. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. What right does a mere Bronze Realm class changer have to possess them? You should hand them over to us. Suchen rubbed his nose. In the end, you still harbor ill intentions. However, I must remind you, I am an extremely dangerous person. If you make a move, you will all die here. The rugged man and his companions exchanged glances and burst into laughter. A Bronze Realm weakling boasting about being dangerous in front of them, Silver Realm fighters? This was the most ridiculous joke they had ever heard. The rugged man mocked, I thought you were just a show-off, but I never expected you to be this insane. Do you think a few words of bragging can scare us? What are you thinking? Is your brain malfunctioning? A man wielding a giant axe grew impatient. Boss Shu, why? Are we wasting time with him? Let me just chop him down. The rugged man nodded, then go ahead and give him a quick end. The giant axe man grinned, raised his axe, and swung it down at Suchen. Isn't it better to be alive? Suchen sighed deeply and swung his sword, Judgment, in the air. In the next moment, a sword and an axe clashed violently. With a crack, the giant axe shattered, and metal fragments flew everywhere. Judgment sliced through the debris and struck heavily on the opponent's forehead, exploding like a smashed watermelon. The rugged man and his 3 companions were left dumbfounded. A Bronze Realm class changer killed a Silver Realm class changer in one strike? Was this real? It couldn't be an illusion, could it?
An archer nudged the rugged man's arm, reminding him, Boss Zhu, this guy is a bit ruthless. What should we do? The rugged man regained his composure, a hint of fear in his eyes. Although Su Chen was a Bronze Realm class changer, his actual combat power was far above theirs.
Continuing to fight might not guarantee victory.
However, the 3 skill books were right. There with Su Chen, it would be too frustrating to just give up. The rugged man gritted his teeth altogether.
Since one-on-one wasn't working, they might as well gang up on him.
They couldn't believe that so many of them couldn't handle a single Bronze Realm. In an instant, the 4 men unleashed their tactics and launched a frenzied assault on Su Chen.
Su Chen
maintained a calm demeanor, his weapon, judgment, dancing in his hands. With a series of sickening thuds, the 4 burly men fell one after another into a pool of blood. The other 3 were already dead, leaving only one burly man gasping for breath. I told you long ago that I am an extremely dangerous person, yet you refuse to believe it. Now look, your life is gone.
Su Chen sighed as he slowly approached the burly man. The burly man's face was filled with intense fear as he pleaded, I know I was wrong, can you give me another chance? Su Chen's expression was icy. Some mistakes, even if made just once, can be fatal. With that, he slowly raised judgment. Just as he was about to strike, a loud shout rang out, Stop! Su Chen turned to see a large group of people rushing over from a distance, at least 20 of them. The burly man seemed to have found a lifeline and shouted at a red-faced strong man, Ji Tianlu. Save me! With me here, no one dares to touch you. Ji Tianlu signaled to the burly man not to worry, then turned to Su Chen and coldly said, Kid, Zhu Ting is a member of our giant dragon mercenary corps. If you dare to touch him, I will make sure you are ground to dust. Su Chen ignored him, gripping judgment and casually slashing, causing Zhu Ting's head to roll from his neck. Everyone present was stunned. Was this young man really that ruthless? He killed someone without a word? Clearly, he didn't take the giant dragon mercenary corps seriously. Ji Tianlu's eyes widened in anger, staring fiercely at Su Chen, a chilling light flashing in his gaze. Kid, if I don't peel your skin and strip your muscles today, I won't be called Ji Tianlu. Su Chen sneered, there are plenty of people who want to kill me, what the hell are you? Ji Tianlu trembled with rage, gritting his teeth as he said, very well, then let me see how many heads you have. As he spoke, a strong aura of killing intent spread out. Just as Ji Tianlu was about to make his move, an old man with a sinister expression interrupted, wait. Ji Tianlu's expression darkened. Liao Changming, what do you mean? Are you trying to stand up for this kid? Don't get me wrong, I have no ties to him, why would I stand up for him? Liao Changming smiled, then turned to Su Chen. Kid, where's the skill book dropped by the Silver Star Tiger? Is it in your hands? His words awakened those in a daze. Ji Tianlu and the others' eyes turned fiery. Right. The Silver Star Tiger was dead. Where was the skill book? Compared to anything else, the skill book was the most important. And now, only Su Chen was alive. It was likely that the skill book was on him. Realizing this, Ji Tianlu's tone softened considerably. Kid, as long as you hand over the skill book, I can overlook the matter of killing Zhu Ting. First, get the skill book, then it wouldn't be too late to kill Su Chen later. Of course, Su Chen wouldn't tell the truth. I don't know, when I arrived, the Silver Star Tiger was already dead. The skill book might have been taken by someone else. Not with you? Liao Changming's eyes darted around, clearly in disbelief. Ji Tianlu and the others looked at Su Chen with increasingly sharp gazes. I've said what I needed to say, so I won't keep you company any longer. Su Chen finished speaking and turned to leave. Stop. Ji Tianlu blocked Su Chen's path, coldly shouting, you think you can just walk away after killing a member of our giant dragon mercenary corps? Then let's not waste words. Su Chen raised judgment, his fighting spirit soaring. Liao Changming reminded, don't kill him, capture him and interrogate him. Ji Tianlu coldly smiled, that's exactly what I meant. In the distance, Han Rao said worriedly, boss, Su Chen is likely to be surrounded and beaten. What should we do? Although Su Chen was very strong, he was facing the elites of various mercenary groups. Once surrounded, he might not be able to hold his own. Wang Songchuan gritted his teeth, after all, Su Chen is in a cooperative relationship with us and he saved Zhang Qi's life. We cannot ignore this. Let's go. Just as the 3 were preparing to act, Su Chen had already engaged the enemy. A wave of sword energy surged up, directly enveloping Liao Changming and the others. After a brutal onslaught, Liao Changming and the others lay on the ground, with only one person escaping unscathed. He was a wind mage with the skill of flying wings. At that moment, he had already flown into the air, shooting off in a certain direction. Su Chen did not have the flying skill and could only let him escape. Then, he looked down. Liao Changming and Ji Tianlu, who were closer, were left in tatters by the sword energy, dead beyond saving. The others, who were farther away, were still alive but severely injured. Su Chen stepped forward and finished them off one by one. After a simple cleanup of the battlefield, he returned the way he came. Wang Songchuan and the others were stunned by the scene. They knew Su Chen was powerful, but they never expected him to be this formidable. More than 20 Silver Realm powerhouses were slaughtered, with the exception of one wind mage who had managed to escape by luck. Su Chen's strength was chilling. Captain Wang, we should leave here quickly.
Back at the original spot, Suchen called out. The escaping wind mage would definitely not let this go. He might have already returned to report. Once the 3 skills he possessed were leaked, a large number of strong individuals would come to seize them.
Wang Sanchuan also realized this and made a quick decision. Then let's hurry up and go.
Immediately, the 4 rushed towards the exit.
An hour later, they were less than 100 meters from the exit. Su Chen signaled for
everyone to stop and then said, Captain Wang, let's split up here. You go out first and I'll follow later. Outside the secret realm, there might be a large number of strong individuals lying in ambush for him. If they all went out together, it could bring disaster to Wang Sanchuan and the others, and it would also hinder his escape.
Wang Sanchuan understood Su Chen's intention and nodded. Su Chen, be sure to be careful. Su Chen smiled slightly. Don't worry. After Wang Sanchuan and the others left, Su Chen opened his spatial ring, took out a set of black sportswear, changed into it, then messed up his hair and smeared some dirt on his face, transforming his originally handsome face into a dirty one. After doing all this, he left the Silver Moon secret realm. Outside the secret realm, hundreds of job changers were gathered, including many gold realm powerhouses. When Su Chen emerged, he attracted a lot of attention. However, seeing him in such a disheveled state, they quickly looked away. Su Chen let out a sigh of relief and quickly left the area. In a nearby corner, a pair of eyes was fixed on Su Chen. After watching for a while, the person excitedly said, Captain, I've found the target. It's that guy in the black sportswear. The speaker was the wind mage who had escaped from the Silver Moon secret realm. A middle-aged man beside him, with a hazy complexion, frowned. Did you not say that guy was wearing blue sportswear and was a very handsome young man? The wind mage sneered. That guy must be afraid we would ambush him outside, so he deliberately changed his appearance. However, I have the skill of divine eye of insight and I can see through it. At a glance, the hazy man grinned. There are too many people here, it's not suitable to act. Let's follow him first and wait until we reach a secluded place to strike. Due to a broken bicycle chain, Su Chen had only 2 options to return to Tianyuan City, either walk back or take the bus. Just as he was hesitating, a horn suddenly sounded in his ear, followed by a base vehicle driving over. Su Chen instinctively stepped aside. Creak! The base vehicle came to a sudden stop in front of him. The driver's window rolled down, revealing a pure and lovely face. It was Xue Zian. Su Chen was momentarily stunned. Xue Zian smiled. Su Chen, it's really you. I thought I had mistaken the person. Su Chen's disheveled appearance was hard to recognize if one didn't look closely. He rubbed his nose. I ran into a bit of trouble in the secret realm. By the way, how did you guys come here? Get in the car and we'll talk, she replied. Su Chen didn't think much of it, opened the back door and climbed in. Shui Gang was sitting inside, grinning at him. Xue Zian turned to Su Chen, puzzled. Su Chen, why aren't you sitting in the passenger seat? Su Chen casually replied, I'm used to it. If it were someone else driving, sitting in the passenger seat wouldn't be a problem. The key was that Xue Zian was driving. This girl drove even more recklessly than he did. For safety's sake, it was better to sit in the back seat. Shui Gang must have thought the same. Oh, Xue Zian nodded. Su Chen asked, did you come specifically to find me? How did you know I was here? Xue Zian said, there's only the Silver Moon secret realm near Tianyuan City. I guessed you would come here, so I've been waiting for you. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. What do you need me for? Xue Zian replied honestly, I want to ask you for a favor, to help me fight. Su Chen immediately refused. I'm an exemplary student at the academy. I never get involved in fights. I've never fought before. Fighting was a thankless task. He wasn't familiar with Xue Zian, so why should he fight for her? With the time spent fighting, he could do something else. Xue Zian, Shui Gang. Su Chen had never fought before? Just yesterday, in a fit of rage over his electric scooter being damaged, he had beaten up Shui Gang. He almost incapacitated him. How could he say such a thing? Xue Zian stared at Su Chen. I won't let you help for free. Don't you like cars? If you help me defeat the opponent, I'll give you a brand new car worth 200,000. Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. Deal. Fighting for 200,000. Blue star coins was a good bargain. There was no reason to refuse. Shui Gang stared at Su Chen in disbelief. Didn't you just say you wouldn't fight? Are you changing your mind just because of the promise of a new car? Su Chen replied with righteous indignation. It doesn't matter what car it is, I just like to be helpful. Shui Gang's mouth fell open, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. Xue Zian, however, laughed happily. Su Chen reminded her, first, tell me what kind of opponent we're dealing with. With his current strength, he had no pressure dealing with anyone below Silver Realm level 5. Anything higher would be a bit difficult. Xue Zian sobered up. The opponent's name is Qi Zhihong. He is a Silver Realm level 1 Iron Fist warrior, and his strength is very formidable. He previously fought with my brother and knocked him to the ground with one punch. Su Chen turned to Shui Gang. You couldn't even withstand one punch? Shui Gang was at least a Silver Realm level 2 beast warrior, and he was 1 level higher than the opponent. Why was he so easily crushed? Was Shui Gang too weak? Or was Qi Zhihong too strong? Shui Gang's face turned red, and he coughed violently. Don't listen to Xue Zian's nonsense. I at least held out for 2 punches before being knocked down. Su Chen, is there a difference between one punch and two punches? Is that something to be proud of? Wasn't he just a weakling? Xue Zian said with a serious expression. Qi Zhihong is not only strong but also possesses a golden level unrestricted pair of gauntlets. Moreover, his combat experience is exceptionally rich. Can you really defeat him? Su Chen replied. Nonchalantly, it's not a big problem. There was only a 4-level difference, he could handle it easily. He had that much confidence. Shui Gang reminded Su Chen, don't be careless. Qi Zhihong is not an ordinary job changer. He is a member of the exploration team and has gone through countless battles. His combat power is definitely far beyond that of others at the same level. Su Chen became interested. What is an exploration team? Shui Gang explained, you should know that there are many secret realms in our blue star, over 90% of which are uncontrolled. The controlled secret realms were all conquered by the exploration teams. Their duty is to expand territory and secure more cultivation resources for us humans of blue star. So, Qi Zhihong is indeed very strong, Su Chen said, his expression thoughtful. It is well known that every secret realm is quite dangerous, especially those that have not been developed, where the danger level is unimaginable. Members of the exploration team must have gone through countless trials and tribulations, and their combat power is indeed much stronger, far beyond that of ordinary job changers. However, Su Chen was a bit puzzled. Since Xue Zian knew that Qi Zhihong was a member of the exploration team, why would she still challenge him? Wasn't that asking for a humiliation? Su Chen asked, do you have a grudge against Qi Zhihong? Xue Zian huffed, I have no grievances with Qi Zhihong. My enemy is Lu Qianer from Tianyuan City. She actually mocked me for not being able to drive, and in a fit of anger, I ended up arguing with her, which led to the challenge in Tianyuan City. Su Chen was a bit confused. You have a grudge with Lu Qianer, so why are you fighting Qi Zhihong? Xue Zian explained, in a challenge, you can find someone to help, as long as their level does not exceed silver rank 2. Su Chen's eyes flickered. Since you can find someone to help, why not find someone stronger? Asking your brother for help is just asking him to take a beating, right? Cough. Cough. Shui Gang started coughing violently. This kid Su Chen was too annoying. Why bring that up? Couldn't he give him a little face? Su Chen turned to Shui Gang. Even if you cough up blood, what I said is still the truth. Shui Gang. Xue Zian sighed. At first, I asked someone else, but when that guy learned Qi Zhihong's identity, he got scared and ran away. I had no choice but to let my brother step in. Who knew he would be so weak? It really embarrassed me. Shui Gang swallowed hard. Did you even consider my feelings when you said that? Shui Zian realized she had misspoken and quickly apologized. Brother, I'm sorry. If I had known you were this weak, I wouldn't have let you step up, which made you take a beating for nothing. Shui Gang's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, remaining silent. Su Chen comforted, Old Shui, you don't need to feel ashamed. Members of the exploration team are indeed powerful. Losing to him is nothing to be ashamed of. Not just you, even if it were someone else, it might not work. Shui Gang's mood improved a bit as he looked at Su Chen. Are you confident in dealing with Qi Zhihong? Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. Qi Zhihong knocked you down with 2 punches, while I can subdue you with 1 move. By comparison, I should be a bit stronger than Qi Zhihong. Shui Gang's mouth fell open. What the hell? How did he get dragged into this again? Did he really deserve to be humiliated? Do the weak have no dignity? Ha ha. Shui Zian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Su Chen reminded, when you win against Qi Zhihong, remember to get me a car. Shui Gang looked at him with disdain. So Su Chen was still after the car. How could you just boast about yourself? Xue Zian assured, don't worry, I will definitely keep my word. That's good. Su Chen nodded and continued, let's hurry up and leave. They had just been slaughtering in the Silver Moon secret realm and were still in danger, so it was best to leave quickly. Buckle up, we're setting off, Xue Zian reminded. Su Chen quickly fastened his seatbelt. Experience teaches wisdom. Riding in Xue Zian's car meant being extra cautious. After fastening, Su Chen noticed that Shui Gang was sitting still without his seatbelt on and couldn't help but ask, Old Shui, aren't you going to buckle up? Shui Gang replied nonchalantly, there won't be any problems. Su Chen, does that mean there won't be a car accident? When did Shui Gang become so confident in Xue Zian? Xue Zian smiled, I didn't have any accidents when I drove here before, which means I've broken the curse. I've conquered myself. From now on, you won't have to worry when you ride in my car. Ha! Su Chen was taken aback, feeling a bit melancholic. When would he be able to break his own curse? No, he absolutely couldn't be outdone by a woman. He vowed to break his curse on this return to Donghai City. Xue Zian started the engine, and the base vehicle slowly moved forward. Not far behind, another base vehicle followed closely. Inside was the Dragon Mercenary Group. The Wind Mage asked, Captain, when do we strike? The Misty Man smiled darkly, there's a remote area between the Silver Moon Secret Realm and Tianyuan City. Once we get there, we'll make our move. His plan was good, but the next moment he was dumbfounded. As soon as Xue Zian drove the base vehicle onto the road, she slammed the accelerator and the vehicle roared forward, shooting out over 100 meters in an instant. Was this driving? It was clearly flying. Who starts off like that? The Misty Man was stunned for a moment and yelled at the Wind Mage in the driver's seat, "What the hell are you dawdling for? Hurry up and chase." The Wind Mage gritted his teeth and desperately accelerated. Xuezian noticed in the rearview mirror that a base vehicle was chasing them, and a trace of disdain crossed her lips. Did anyone dare to race with her? They clearly didn't know what speed and passion meant. Today, she would let them experience it. Xuezian floored the accelerator, and the base vehicle's speed instantly broke 250 miles per hour, heading for 300 miles per hour. Hurry up and accelerate. Seeing the base vehicle ahead getting further away, about to disappear from sight, the Misty Man urged anxiously. The Wind Mage smiled bitterly. "Captain, our base vehicle's top speed is only 200 miles per hour, and theirs is almost 300. We can't catch up." "Damn!" the Misty Man cursed. The Wind Mage asked, "Captain, should we still chase?" The Misty Man thought for a moment and said, "That guy must be heading to Tianyuan City. Let's go to Tianyuan City and block him." In the air, a silver aircraft was weaving through the clouds. Dai Jiaju looked down and then said to Ho Hai, "Old Ho, it seems Su Chen is being targeted by a Golden Realm transferee." Ho Hai, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, his gaze sharp. "Let's see how it goes. If that guy really dares to make a move on Su Chen, then there's no need for courtesy, just eliminate him." Dai Jiaju raised an eyebrow. "I think the same." A few minutes later, Xuezian successfully drove the base vehicle into Tianyuan City. The road was smooth, and there were no accidents. Su Chen looked at Xuezian in shock. "I didn't expect you really succeeded." The Silver Moon Secret Realm is not far from Tianyuan City, but don't forget that Xuezian drove here at a speed exceeding 200 miles per hour. Being safe and sound is already a miracle in itself. This also indicates that as long as the curse is broken and a change occurs in the heart, accidents are unlikely to happen. With a hint of pride, Xuezian said lightly, "This is just my usual operation, nothing to make a fuss about." Su Chen smiled and then asked, "When will you fight Qi Zhihong?" "We agreed to meet tomorrow morning." "Alright, see you tomorrow morning." After exchanging contact information with Xuezian, Su Chen got out of the car and left. He then found a small inn to rest. Lying on the wooden bed, Su Chen took out 3 skill books to read. Universal Skill Copper Skin Iron Bones. Passive skill, does not consume mana, automatically activates defense when attacked, can increase defense by up to 50-100. Su Chen's eyes lit up slightly. He had not been very interested in the Copper Skin Iron Bones skill before, but after reading the description he changed his mind. An increase of 50% in defense is already quite remarkable. Moreover, the key point is that it does not consume mana, which is very nice. His defense is already strong, and after learning this skill, it would go up another level, allowing him to directly ignore ordinary attacks. The title of Melee Madman would become even more deserved. Thinking of this, Su Chen chose to learn it directly. After successfully learning, he continued to read the skill books. Melee Profession. Universal Skill Tiger Roar, a soundwave attack skill that can have a certain deterrent effect, causing opponents to fall into a daze. This skill is decent, but it didn't catch Su Chen's eye. He stored the skill book in his space ring and then looked at the last one. Melee Profession Universal Skill Wind Speed, a speed-type skill that doubles the user's speed. Compared to the other 2 skills, Su Chen valued this one the most and chose to learn it without hesitation. After learning, he began to rest. The next day, Su Chen contacted Xuezian and arrived outside a gladiatorial arena. No matter which city it is, private fights are not allowed. To resolve grievances, one can only come to the gladiatorial arena. Since Lu Qian'er and Qi Zhihong had not yet arrived, the 3 waited patiently. After about 10 minutes, a young man and woman approached. The woman was dressed in white casual clothes, tall and beautiful, but with a cold expression that gave off an air of aloofness. The man was about 1.6 meters tall, stocky, and looked ordinary, but walked with an arrogant swagger, his face full of confidence. "Su Chen, that girl is Lu Qian'er, and the guy is Qi Zhihong," Xuezian reminded. "Got it." Su Chen nodded slightly. The other party quickly approached, and Lu Qian'er glanced over, finally fixing her gaze on Su Chen, sneering, "Xuezian, is this your new helper? Not bad looking, but I wonder if he can take a punch from Qi Zhihong?" Xuezian snorted coldly. "If you knew his identity, you wouldn't be so brazen." Lu Qian'er became interested. "What's his background? Is he very powerful?" Xuezian said solemnly, "He comes from Donghai No. 2 middle school, and his name is Su Chen." "Su Chen?" Lu Qian'er murmured, feeling the name was somewhat familiar, but couldn't recall it for a moment. Qi Zhihong beside her reminded, "I heard that in the recent Chaos Tower assessment, a dual profession student broke a century-old record and even reached the 18th floor. His name is Su Chen. I didn't expect you to bring him to help." Lu Qian'er was slightly moved, but quickly regained her composure. However, no matter how powerful he is, after all, he is just a Bronze Realm job changer. "Do you think he can be a match for Qi Zhihong?" Xuezian did not speak but looked at Su Chen. She wasn't sure if Su Chen could defeat Qi Zhihong either. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said lightly, "Anything is possible. I will do my best." Qi Zhihong chuckled. "Breaking the record of the Chaos Tower assessment does give you some bragging rights, but you shouldn't get too cocky." Su Chen. He had been very low-key. How did he become cocky? Xi Zhihong continued, you probably don't know my identity, right? If you did, you wouldn't just be thinking about fighting me, you might even lose the courage to talk to me. Su Chen was speechless. Were all the members of the pioneering team this arrogant? Xue Ziyan snorted lightly, don't be so self-righteous. Su Chen has known your identity for a long time. Xi Zhihong was slightly taken aback and stared at Su Chen. Knowing my identity and still daring to challenge me? You're not just cocky, you're out of your mind. Su Chen was a bit impatient and interrupted, stop pretending to be brave with your words. Let's see the real deal in the arena. Xi Zhihong choked a bit and his gaze suddenly became sharp. Your words carry a hint of disdain, which I find very unpleasant. For that, you will be hurt. Su Chen couldn't be bothered to respond and walked straight towards the arena. Are you really that eager for pain? Xi Zhihong raised an eyebrow and followed closely behind Su Chen. The two quickly entered the arena. Xue Ziyan and the others stood at the ticket window, closely watching a screen inside that displayed the scene in the arena. Su Chen and Xi Zhihong stood on opposite sides, staring at each other from a distance. Just as Xi Zhihong wanted to say a few more words to assert his presence, he saw Su Chen beckoning with his finger. Hurry up, I'm in a rush. Damn! Xi Zhihong felt particularly uncomfortable and gritted his teeth, charging forward madly. As he got closer, he swung his fist. A golden gauntlet adorned his fist, radiating brilliant golden light. Get down! Xi Zhihong shouted. The golden fist surged forward, exuding dominance. Su Chen sneered and also swung his fist. Bang! The two fists collided without any fancy moves, producing a dull thud. As the loud sound faded, both retreated. The difference was that Su Chen only took 3 steps back before stabilizing himself, while Xi Zhihong stumbled back 7 or 8 steps. In their first encounter, Su Chen clearly had the upper hand. Xi Zhihong was stunned. Wasn't Su Chen a Bronze Realm job changer? Why was his strength and defense above that of a Silver Realm? Was level just a decoration? Impressive! Shui Gang exclaimed. As a swordsman, Su Chen could only unleash his strongest attack using a long sword. Yet he had repelled Xi Zhihong with his fists, showcasing his remarkable prowess. Su Chen, amazing! Xue Ziyan shouted excitedly. Meanwhile, Lu Qian'er wore a cold expression and snorted, this is just the beginning. Xi Zhihong hasn't even used his killing move yet. What are you two so excited about? Xue Ziyan pouted and retorted, isn't Su Chen also not using his killing move? In the arena, Xi Zhihong regained his composure, looking at Su Chen in shock, and angrily shouted, who told you to use your fists? Why aren't you using a sword? A swordsman had repelled him, a powerhouse known for his iron fists, using an attack method he was not skilled at. What did this signify? It meant Su Chen looked down on him. It was clearly an insult. This was something he absolutely could not tolerate. Su Chen rubbed his nose, who said a swordsman can only use a sword. I can crush you just as well with my fists. Originally, I had a certain respect for the expedition team. However, Xi Zhihong's arrogant demeanor was extremely off-putting. As a result, my fondness for the expedition team significantly diminished. There was no need to be polite to Xi Zhihong anymore. You speak so shamelessly. Xi Zhihong was furious, his eyes glinting with cold light. I was just playing with you. Do you think I only have this little strength? Su Chen replied calmly, if that's all the strength you have, then you don't deserve to be a member of the expedition team. But no matter how strong you are, in my eyes, you will always be a little brother. Damn it! After being humiliated by Su Chen repeatedly, Xi Zhihong was about to explode with rage, gasping heavily as he charged at Su Chen again. This time, his speed noticeably increased, like a mad tiger, rushing forward and throwing a punch. A golden light erupted from his fist, condensing into a golden fist shadow the size of a grinding disc, aimed directly at Su Chen, casting a shadow over him. Iron Fist Warrior's exclusive skill, Diamond Seal. Shui Gang's expression changed. The Diamond Seal was a very domineering attack skill that could greatly enhance attack power when released. Su Chen is in trouble. Xue Ziyan's face grew serious. Lu Qian'er sneered, this is the consequence of provoking Xi Zhihong. Su Chen is bound to lose. Su Chen remained indifferent, and as the golden fist shadow approached, he swung his sword judgment in a decisive slash. With a loud bang, the golden fist shadow exploded into pieces. Witnessing this, Lu Qian'er and the others were left dumbfounded. He shattered such a powerful skill with a single sword strike? Just how strong was Su Chen's attack power? Xi Zhihong's eyelids twitched violently, completely shaken by the might of Su Chen's sword. After a moment of daze, he cursed, Su Chen, you don't keep your word. Didn't you say you wouldn't use weapons? Su Chen replied lightly, as a swordsman, isn't it reasonable to use a sword? I was just joking with you, why did you take it seriously? With your intelligence, you can join the expedition team? I'm really worried about the future of the expedition team. Are you humiliating me again? Xi Zhihong gritted his teeth in anger, you forced me to this. You will pay a painful price for this. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, bored, do all of you in the expedition team talk so much? Hurry up and make your move, my judgment is already eager to strike. Seeking death. Xi Zhihong's face gradually twisted into a snarl, and after a moment of brewing, he threw out a punch. As this punch was thrown, a sound of shattering echoed through the void.
Immediately, a golden vortex about a foot in size appeared before him. It seemed to contain a terrifying destructive power, slowly rotating and tearing apart the surrounding void.
What skill is this? Shui Ziyan was stunned.
Shui Gang trembled as he spoke. It seems to be the third-ranked exclusive skill of the Iron Fist Warrior, the Cave Spiral Golden Light.
Hiss! Shui Ziyan gasped. The third-ranked exclusive skill? How powerful could it be? Could Su Chen still be a match? Shui Ziyan's heart was in her throat. This battle ends here. Lu Chen'er sneered coldly.
Shi Zhihong had even used his trump card skill, which was not something a bronze realm class changer could withstand.
Su Chen was slightly taken aback. The Cave Spiral
Golden Light had some similarities to the nuclear explosion Divine Fist, both containing destructive power. However, in terms of might, they were worlds apart.
It was even less than 1/10 of the nuclear explosion Divine Fist.
But it was undeniable that the Cave Spiral Golden Light was indeed a very powerful skill. A hint of seriousness appeared on Su Chen's face. For the first time as he slowly raised judgment, aiming it at the incoming golden vortex and slashing out a sword. In an instant, a wave of sword energy surged forth, layer upon layer. Roaring and overwhelming. Tenfold wave slash. Shui Ziyan and Shui Gang were taken aback. Lu Chen'er furrowed her brows slightly but soon relaxed. The tenfold wave slash belonged to the third-ranked swordsman skill, its power unmatched, not at all inferior to the golden light of Dongxian. If Su Chen were also at the first level of the Silver Realm, perhaps he could contend with Qi Zhihong. However, with several levels of difference, the power of the skills would naturally be a notch higher. Thus, he would not be Qi Zhihong's opponent. In the next moment, the two forms of skills collided fiercely. The first wave of sword energy was instantly torn apart by the golden vortex. Following that was the second, the third, until the sixth, when the golden vortex was finally weakened a bit. After consuming 3 more waves of sword energy, the golden vortex appeared significantly smaller, looking somewhat fragmented, as if it could collapse at any moment. It was then that the last wave of sword energy surged up. Bang bang, crack crack. Accompanied by a sound of shattering, the golden vortex was ruthlessly torn apart, turning into countless specks, vanishing into the void. The sword energy wave did not pause, rolling forward to crush Qi Zhihong. Damn! Qi Zhihong was completely dumbfounded. And before he could react, he was engulfed by the sword energy wave. We won! Shui Ziyan and Shui Gang were beyond excited. Lu Chen'er, however, was stunned. Qi Zhihong's golden light of Dongxian was actually shattered by Su Chen's tenfold wave slash? Hadn't they been several levels apart? How could he be defeated? Was Qi Zhihong too weak? Or was Su Chen too strong? Lu Chen'er thought for a moment and quickly found the answer. As a member of the exploration team, Qi Zhihong had undergone countless life and death trials. His combat experience was incredibly rich, and he possessed 2 powerful skills, making him rarely matched among his peers. His strength was evident, definitely belonging to the ranks of the strong. Yet Su Chen could defeat Qi Zhihong in a direct confrontation. His strength was astonishing. In the arena, after the sword energy wave dissipated, Qi Zhihong was seen lying on the ground, his clothes tattered, with cracks appearing on his exposed skin, blood oozing from them, almost turning into a bloodied figure, a pitiful sight. Tap tap. Su Chen leisurely walked forward. Hearing the footsteps, Qi Zhihong raised his head. The arrogance he had at the beginning was gone, replaced by deep apprehension. Su Chen looked down at him. Being a member of the exploration team is a commendable profession. Originally, I didn't want to stoop to your level because of your status, but you were too arrogant. Do you think just because you have this status, you can look down on everything? So today, I must teach you a good lesson. If I don't beat you until you are convinced, you might go down the wrong path in the future. Qi Zhihong was a bit dazed. What did Su Chen mean? Hadn't he already defeated him and taught him a lesson? What else did he want? While Qi Zhihong was still pondering, he saw Su Chen lift his foot. Damn! Su Chen clearly intended to kick a dog when it's down. Such a malicious thought. Qi Zhihong's heart trembled, and he hurriedly begged for mercy. Su Chen, I was wrong, you can't hit me anymore, give me some face. Su Chen turned a deaf ear and kicked hard. With a dozen kicks, Qi Zhihong lay on the ground like a pile of mud, his eyes vacant, his face filled with despair. Shui Ziyan and the others watched in astonishment, even feeling a bit of sympathy for Qi Zhihong. A dignified member of the exploration team was actually being pressed down and rubbed into the ground, too pitiful. After finishing, Su Chen reflexively began to search Qi Zhihong. Halfway through, he realized something was off. What was the difference between this and robbery? Shui Ziyan and the others were watching him. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, otherwise his image would collapse. Qi Zhihong. He hadn't even passed out yet, and Su Chen had already started searching him? Moreover, the movements were so nimble, he must have done this quite a few times before, right? This also indicates that Su Chen has killed quite a number of people. Goodness! Su Chen looks elegant and harmless, but behind the scenes, he is a ruthless executioner. Such a person should definitely not be provoked. Qi Zhihong felt a bit fortunate that he had sparred with Su Chen in the arena. If it had been somewhere else, with Su Chen's ferocity, he might have ended up dead. Su Chen fixed his gaze on Qi Zhihong and said lightly, Don't misunderstand, I was just checking your body to see how serious your injuries are. Chi Zhihong swallowed hard, understood. The more he explained, the more it showed his guilt. Did he not understand Su Chen's little thoughts? Su Chen continued, I was quite measured in my actions. You look pretty bad, but it's just superficial injuries, nothing serious. Chi Zhihong fell silent. When Su Chen had struck just now, it was truly brutal. Measured actions? Did he not know how serious his injuries were? He wouldn't be able to get out of bed for 3 to 5 days. Stop lying down, get up quickly, Su Chen reminded him. Chi Zhihong gritted his teeth and, enduring the pain, crawled up from the ground. As he stood, he swayed a few times and nearly fell over. Su Chen glanced at Chi Zhihong and said meaningfully, after this battle, you've learned your lesson. In the future, no matter who you meet, tone down that arrogance of yours and be a bit more low-key. Chi Zhihong hurriedly nodded, definitely. Seeing this scene, Xuezian wondered, isn't Chi Zhihong a very proud person? Why does he look like a grandson in front of Su Chen? Shui Gang laughed, he must have been convinced by Su Chen. That makes sense, Xuezian nodded, then turned to Lu Qianer, I won this match. What else do you have to say? I accept my loss, I won't call you a crazy woman anymore. After Lu Qianer finished speaking, she curiously asked, what benefits did you give Su Chen? To invite him to help you? Xuezian snorted lightly, Su Chen and I are friends, it's only natural for friends to help each other. Is that so? Lu Qianer looked skeptical. Just then, Su Chen and Chi Zhihong walked out of the arena. Chi Zhihong approached Lu Qianer, lowering his head in shame, I'm sorry, I lost. Lu Qianer comforted him, it's okay. Chi Zhihong had already done his best. Su Chen's strength was just too overwhelming, there was nothing to say about losing. Su Chen, you are amazing. Shui Gang gave a thumbs up. Despite the difference in levels, being able to crush Chi Zhihong from the pioneering team was indeed commendable. Su Chen calmly said, Old Chi, as a member of the pioneering team, is quite strong. Being able to defeat him is purely luck. Upon hearing this, Chi Zhihong's face turned red. Lu Qianer sized up Su Chen, you're quite an interesting guy, I hope we have a chance to collaborate. Su Chen did not respond. He wasn't familiar with Lu Qianer, what kind of collaboration could there be? We're heading back now, Lu Qianer called out, leaving with Chi Zhihong. Su Chen was a bit impatient and said to Xuezian, I fulfilled my promise and helped you win against Chi Zhihong, it's time for my base vehicle, right? Don't worry, you won't be shortchanged. Xuezian chuckled, opening her storage bag to take out a brand new black base vehicle. Su Chen probed, your family runs a mine, right? A base vehicle worth 200,000 was just given away like that. If the family didn't have assets worth tens of millions, they wouldn't dare to be so extravagant. Shui Gang calmly said, our family really does run a mine. So you really are wealthy. Su Chen sighed and then said, if there's ever a need for this kind of fighting business again, remember to contact me, and I'll give you an 80% discount. Shui Gang was slightly taken aback and nodded dumbly, okay. Su Chen smiled faintly, I'll take my leave then. With that, he drove the base vehicle slowly towards the outskirts of the city. Once the base vehicle disappeared from sight, Shui Gang murmured, is it worth spending 200,000 blue star coins just to vent some frustration? Xuezian raised an eyebrow. We don't fight for nothing, when has the Shui family ever been looked down upon? This frustration must be released. Shui Gang replied helplessly, our family does run a mine, but we can't afford to waste like this. We can't do this again next time. Xuezian looked unconcerned, got it. As Su Chen drove the base vehicle away from Tianyuan City, he was targeted by the Dragon Mercenary Corps. Ever since being ditched by Xuezian yesterday, they had been lying in wait outside the city. They didn't expect such good luck encountering him after just one day. The ethereal man reminded, this time, keep an eye on him. If he gets away again, don't blame me for being rude. The Wind Mage assured, don't worry, Captain. This kid isn't the one who drove yesterday. He seems like a novice, his speed is very slow, he definitely won't escape my grasp. In truth, he didn't understand Su Chen. While Su Chen was indeed a novice, he drove like a madman, not much worse than Xuezian. The reason he was driving slowly this time was that he had just left the city and hadn't picked up speed yet. Additionally, he wanted to break the curse, so he decided to play it safe. Otherwise, he would have already let loose. The ethereal man sneered, follow him. Su Chen drove the base vehicle for a few kilometers, gradually increasing his speed from 40 to 60 miles per hour. Seeing this, the ethereal man said in a deep voice, this kid is starting to speed up, hurry up and catch up, don't let him get away. The Wind Mage slammed the accelerator and the base vehicle sped towards Su Chen. In just a few breaths, they were less than 5 meters away from Su Chen's base vehicle. Realizing he was being followed, Su Chen quickly accelerated without thinking. Although he wasn't clear about the identity of his pursuers, their sneaky behavior definitely indicated ill intentions. However, he hadn't gotten far when a piercing whistle sounded from behind. Through the rearview mirror, he clearly saw a gray wind blade over a meter long sweeping towards him. Before Su Chen could react, the gray wind blade struck heavily against the rear of the base vehicle. Crack! Accompanied by a series of ear-piercing metallic shattering sounds, the rear half of the base vehicle was completely torn apart. The remaining front half crashed to the ground, sliding forward for a while, sparking along the way, before violently rolling over. Bang! 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 After a dozen impacts, the front was shattered into pieces and Su Chen, along with his seat, was thrown out, landing heavily on the ground.
Cough, cough. Su Chen coughed, unbuckled his seatbelt and stood up.
The force of the crash was definitely not light. If it weren't for his strong defense, anyone else would have been done for by now.
Taking a deep
breath, Su Chen looked around and felt his heart bleed when he saw the base vehicle reduced to scrap metal.
This was a brand new base vehicle, a full 200,000 blue star coins. He had only driven it for a little over half an hour. Just like that, it was destroyed? What made him even more furious was that with the vehicle's destruction, it meant the curse attached to him was still ongoing. Damn it! Who did this? No matter who it was, anyone who dared to destroy his base vehicle would pay dearly. Su Chen suddenly turned around. He saw a base vehicle speeding towards him, coming to a sudden stop as it approached. The door opened and two men stepped out. It was indeed the two members of the Dragon Mercenary Corps. The ethereal man glanced at Su Chen and coldly smiled. The base vehicle is scrapped, yet you remain unscathed. Your defense is quite strong, isn't it? Su Chen's eyes were icy as he stared at the other man. Was it you who released the wind blade that destroyed my base vehicle? It was me, the ethereal man admitted generously. Su Chen's eyes gradually narrowed, his voice as cold as ice. Give me a reason. He didn't even know the other man, why would he attack him for no reason? The ethereal man calmly replied, I am from the Dragon Mercenary Corps. You killed so many of us in the Silver Moon Secret Realm and took 3 skill books. Do you think we would let you go? I see. Su Chen realized, locking eyes with the other man as he slowly raised his weapon. Less talk, let's fight. The ethereal man scoffed, a mere bronze tier class changer thinks he can fight me? Indeed, commendable courage. But I don't want to bully the weak. Hand over the 3 skill books and then end your own life here. I will leave you with a complete corpse. As he spoke, he released his pressure, crashing down on Su Chen like a surging wave. Golden tier. Su Chen's expression changed. The pressure from the other man was overwhelmingly strong, far exceeding that of the silver tier. This indicated that he was likely a powerful golden tier class changer. Faced with such a level of class changer, Su Chen merely frowned for a moment before relaxing. After all, he was not an ordinary bronze tier. Using the wind speed skill, he had a great chance of escaping. But he didn't want to run. The other party dared to destroy his base vehicle, so he would annihilate the other man. If conventional means wouldn't work, he could resort to nuclear deterrence. Suddenly, Su Chen sheathed his weapon and clenched his fist. The nuclear explosion fist was brewing in secret. The ethereal man was slightly taken aback. Wasn't Su Chen a swordsman with the wave-cutting skill? Without a sword, his attack power would be greatly diminished. So why was he sheathing his weapon? Was he giving up resistance? Regardless of the situation, he had to kill Su Chen today. In midair, in a concealed aircraft hidden among the clouds, Dai Jiaju's expression tightened as he saw the scene. Old Ho, there's a first-tier golden wind mage below. Su Chen is in danger. Ho Hai snorted coldly. What are you waiting for? Quickly eliminate him. Dai Jiaju nodded, taking out a golden bow and aiming at the ethereal man below. Su Chen and the ethereal man faced off for a moment. Just as they were about to strike, Su Chen suddenly sensed a dangerous aura approaching. Before he could react, a transparent hole inexplicably opened in the ethereal man's chest. The ethereal man's mouth twitched and his entire body shattered, like a broken mirror, turning into chunks of flesh that scattered on the ground. Dead beyond recovery. Su Chen was stunned. He had encountered a similar situation during his battle with Liao Yong. Once could be a coincidence, but twice surely meant someone was helping him from the shadows. But who could it be? Su Chen didn't think too much about it. Whoever it was, they would meet sooner or later. He then shifted his gaze to the wind mage. At that moment, the wind mage was terrified beyond belief. The ethereal man was a genuine golden tier powerhouse. How could he die so miserably? Who killed him? There was only Su Chen in front of him. It was clear that the ethereal man had been killed by Su Chen. To be able to kill a golden tier powerhouse without anyone noticing, how terrifying must Su Chen's strength be? The wind mage dared not think further. Seeing Su Chen lock onto him, he nearly wet himself and hurriedly activated the wing of flight skill, his wings flapping violently. But before he could take off, Su Chen rushed up and pinned him to the ground. Don't kill me. I'm just a small fry. The wind mage's eyes were filled with terror as he begged for mercy. Su Chen remained unmoved, lifting him into the air and slamming him down hard onto the ground. With a loud bang, the ground trembled. The wind mage lay sprawled on the ground, his body broken in over a dozen places, barely clinging to life. Su Chen was still unwilling to relent, continuing to lift him and smash him down again. It felt like throwing a dead dog. The brutality was evident. Even Dai Jiaju and the others couldn't help but click their tongues in astonishment. After a series of blows, the wind mage was left unrecognizable, completely done for. The reason for such anger was simple. It was all because the base vehicle had been destroyed, and this was a way to vent that frustration. After taking care of the wind mage, Su Chen turned and walked towards the enemy's base vehicle. His own vehicle was totaled, so he could only take theirs. Su Chen got into the vehicle and drove off. After a while, he gradually adapted and began to pick up speed.
Of course, at this moment, he still felt a bit apprehensive.
To prevent an accident, he didn't
dare to speed too much, keeping it at just over 60 miles per hour at most. After driving for more than an hour, he came across a base vehicle on a narrow dirt road ahead.
It was moving very
slowly, at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. The road was too narrow, and since the other vehicle was driving right in the middle, there was no way to overtake it.
Su-Chen followed
behind for a while, originally planning to overtake after this stretch of road. But unexpectedly, this road was very long, and after 5 minutes, he still couldn't see the end.
Su-Chen
grew a bit impatient and honked a few times, signaling the other vehicle to move aside. However, the other party remained indifferent.
Do you have any manners? Can you even drive?
Su-Chen was anxious and honked furiously. Inside the base vehicle ahead, Yin Manghao gripped the steering wheel tightly, looking very nervous.
Hearing the harsh honking from behind, cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Su-Chen, should I pull over a bit to let the car behind pass?
Su-Chen pouted and said, this road is so narrow, and it's your first time driving.
What? If you end up in a ditch?
Just ignore him, drive your own.
Okay.
Yin Manghao made up his mind, focused on the front, and slowly drove the base vehicle forward.
Damn. Su-Chen was furious. How infuriating. Driving slowly was one thing, but to drive right in the middle? What kind of person was that?
He was only holding back to avoid an accident, otherwise he would have
crashed into them long ago. Helpless, Su-Chen could only follow silently behind.
After another 5 minutes, the road ahead became much wider, but it was only for a short distance. After
that, it narrowed again. Su-Chen decided he couldn't wait any longer, honked the horn, and began to overtake. He chose to overtake on the right side since Yin Menghao's vehicle was more
to the left, making it impossible to overtake on the left. With a whoosh, Su-Chen drove the base vehicle forward. But at that moment,
Yin Manghao inexplicably turned the steering wheel to
the right, blocking the overtaking path.
What the hell? Su-Chen cursed. Due to the close distance, he couldn't brake in time. If he crashed at this speed, it could be fatal. With no
other choice, Su-Chen had to jerk the wheel hard and plunged into the ditch by the roadside. The ditch was quite deep, and there was a lot of water inside. The base vehicle sank quickly, and the front was soon submerged. Realizing the situation was dire, Su-Chen awkwardly crawled out of the vehicle. Seeing this, Yin Manghao stopped the car and said a bit sheepishly, "Did
I make a mistake?"
Su-Chen comforted him, "It has nothing to do with you, that guy brought it upon himself.
Who overtakes on the right?
He has no common sense, he can't blame anyone else
for the accident."
That's good. Yin Manghao let out a long sigh of relief. Su-Chen stood by the roadside, watching the base vehicle gradually sink into the water, feeling a mix of
emotions.
If he remembered correctly, this was already the 5th vehicle he had totaled since he started driving,
and it was consecutive.
This meant that the curse attached to him was still
ongoing. Damn it. Why did he have to endure such torment?
Su-Chen thought for a moment it was all the fault of the base vehicle in front of him if it hadn't been blocking him all along.
And then suddenly swerved at a critical moment. How could he have ended up in the ditch?
So, the real culprit was the guy driving in front. This was intolerable.
With a fierce expression, Su-Chen strode over.
That guy is coming over. Is he looking for trouble with us?
Yin Manghao asked, a bit worried.
Looks like it, but it's fine, we're in the right, Su-Chen said. Then suddenly exclaimed, why does he look a bit familiar? Since Su-Chen had been in a car accident before, he was covered in dirt and hard to recognize.
Really?
Yin Manghao focused on
Su-Chen and after a glance, exclaimed in surprise, isn't that Su-Chen? Ah, Su-Chen was stunned. What a coincidence. Is it really Su-Chen? Considering Su-Chen's reckless driving style, it was quite normal for him to end up in a ditch. The possibility of it being Su-Chen was very high. Get out of the car, Su-Chen shouted as he reached the side of the vehicle. Creak. The
car door opened and Yin Manghao and Su-Chen stepped out.
Su-Chen, what a coincidence.
I didn't expect to run into you here, Yin Manghao said with a big smile.
Su-Chen was dumbfounded. How come it was these two? After all, they knew each other, and if he were to beat them up, it would be a bit unreasonable. Su-Chen grumbled, which one of you was driving just now?
The death penalty could be avoided, but the living punishment was hard to escape. He had to scold them a bit to vent his frustration, otherwise he would feel too stifled.
It was me, Yin Manghao admitted honestly. Su-Chen began to lecture. We can be considered friends, but there are some things I still need to say. Do you even know how to drive? Who drives like that? I won't say anything about your slow driving, but can't you just move a bit to the side? Do you think this is your living room? Drive however you want? Do you have any manners? Yin Manhao's face turned red from the scolding, and he said aggrievely, I didn't want to. I'm a newbie, how could I dare to drive too fast? And the road is so narrow, I was just afraid of ending up in the ditch. Su-Chen snorted, then why did you swerve at me when I was overtaking? Were you doing it on purpose?
Seeing Su-Chen's accusatory expression, Yin Manghao became anxious and hurriedly explained, I thought the road was wide enough, so I was trying to move to the side to give you space to overtake.
How could I have known you would overtake from the right?
Su-Chen chimed in, Su-Chen, this is your fault too.
Who overtakes from the right? Your safety awareness is lacking, no wonder you keep getting into accidents. Su Chen. So, it's all his fault? What kind of nonsense is this? Su Chen looked dejected and huffed. Get in the car. His own base vehicle was already stuck in the ditch, and even if they pulled it out, it couldn't be driven anymore, so he had to ride in Yin Menghao's car. Seeing Su Chen heading straight for the driver's seat, Yin Menghao was startled and quickly rushed ahead to sit in the driver's seat first. Su Chen frowned and mocked, "Old Yin, it's not that I look down on you, but with your driving skills, you dare to drive? Hurry up and get out, let me take over." Yin Menghao smiled awkwardly, "I just drive a bit slower, but it's better than being on edge in your car. Su Chen, we're still young, we haven't lived enough yet, just let us off this time." Having learned from past experiences, he really didn't have the courage to let Su Chen drive. Su Chen. He had only had 5 accidents, how could he seem so dangerous in Yin Menhao's eyes? Taking advantage of Su Chen's moment of distraction, Su Xian pushed him into the back seat. "Su Chen, you look so tired, it's better for you to rest in the back seat," she said. "Alright," Su Chen sighed. Yin Menghao and Su Xian, seeing him like this, had to give up the idea of driving. Su Xian sat in the passenger seat and turned to Su Chen. "Su Chen, where are you going?" Su Chen replied, "Back to Donghai City. If it's on your way, just drop me off. If not, find a bus stop and let me off there. We're going to the Yulin Cave, which is on the way." Yin Menghao chuckled. Su Chen became interested. "Are you going to level up in the Yulin Cave?" The Yulin Cave was a secret realm filled with insect beasts, with a large number of bronze-level insect beasts inside. These insect beasts often hid in the cave and moved in groups, making them difficult to hunt and not very suitable for leveling up. Su Xian smiled. "We're not going to level up, we're looking for Qingjiang fruit." Su Chen raised an eyebrow. "What is Qingjiang fruit for? Is it a type of spiritual material?" Su Xian explained, "Qingjiang fruit is not a spiritual material, it's an ordinary fruit, but it's the favorite of the sky-splitting eagle. We're looking for Qingjiang fruit to actually capture the sky-splitting eagle." "Why are you capturing the sky-splitting eagle?" Su Chen asked curiously. The sky-splitting eagle was a very fierce flying creature with considerable strength. Capturing it as a mount would be quite good. But Su Xian and Yin Menghao were not knights, so even if they could catch the sky-splitting eagle, it wouldn't be of much use, right? Su Xian smiled slightly. "We're not going to capture it, we're going to hunt it. The sky-splitting eagle is a boss-level otherworldly creature, and hunting it has a 90% chance of dropping the flying wing skill. I'm a wind mage, so it would be quite useful for me." Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes immediately lit up. The flying wing skill, as a flying ability, was perfect for escaping. Currently, what he lacked the most was this kind of skill. He had long coveted the flying wings. Now that he knew about it, he certainly wouldn't miss this opportunity. Su Chen casually asked, "What level is the sky-splitting eagle? In which secret realm does it exist? To hunt the sky-splitting eagle, I need to understand the situation first." The sky-splitting eagle is a silver level 3-tier otherworldly creature found in the Liandian Mountain secret realm, Su Xian replied. After finishing, she curiously asked, "Su Chen, are you quite interested in the sky-splitting eagle? You're not planning to hunt it too, are you?" Su Chen smiled. "I'm just curious, asking casually." Oh, Su Xian didn't think much of it. Su Chen was not a wind mage. Even if he hunted the sky-splitting eagle and got the flying wing skill, it wouldn't be of use to him. Su Chen reminded them, "I advise you to not to have any ideas about the sky-splitting eagle, it would just be a waste of time. The prey he had set his sights on, who could rival him? Anyone who dared to compete with him would face the consequences." In other words, the sky-splitting eagle was basically in his pocket. Su Xian and the others would be wasting their efforts. Su Xian frowned. "Why?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow. "Isn't the sky-splitting eagle a silver level 3-tier otherworldly creature? How can you 2 bronze levels deal with it? If you end up losing your lives, that wouldn't be worth it." Su Xian chuckled. "We've already thought of that. When we go to the Liandian Mountain, we'll hire experts at a high price to accompany us, so there won't be any danger." Su Chen sighed. "That's just wasting a lot of blue star coins, what's the point?" Su Xian was puzzled. "How do you know we can't succeed?" Su Chen replied nonchalantly, "I'm just guessing." He couldn't continue. If he did, he would give himself away. Su Xian looked determined. "I have a feeling that this time we will definitely succeed. Too bad you ran into me." Su Chen muttered silently. Yin Menghao, who had been silent, suddenly thought of something and said, "Su Chen, is it true that the Transmigrator Forum revealed you are a dual-class swordsman and wood element summoner?" "Yes." Su Chen nodded. This matter had already spread, and there was no need to hide it. Yin Menghao's mouth dropped open. "If I remember correctly, you also have a healer class, right? So, you are a triple class?" In Blue Star, triple-class transmigrators are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, and each one is a formidable powerhouse. "Is Su Chen one of them?" "Ah," Su Xian exclaimed, staring at Su Chen in disbelief. With Yin Menghao's reminder, she suddenly realized that Su Chen really was a triple-class transmigrator, which was simply unbelievable. Su Chen whispered, "I am indeed a triple-class transmigrator, but so far only you 2 know. Remember, don't spread it around. A tall tree catches the wind." Right now, he was just a bronze level transmigrator, and there were many stronger than him.
He was still in the stage of cautious development, so there was no need to be too high profile. Yin Manghao looked at him with admiration.
Su Chen, you are too low-key. A triple-class transmigrator, if publicized, would definitely shake the entire Blue Star.
If it were someone else, they would want the whole world to know how amazing they were. But Su Chen showed no signs of arrogance at all. Such character is rare.
Su Chen said lightly, just knowing is enough, there's no need to say it out loud. Yin Manghao.
Suddenly, he felt that Su Chen was not so low-key after all.
Su Chen reminded him, the biggest taboo while driving is distraction. Don't think about anything else, just focus on driving. Oh. Yin Manghao nodded, tightening his focus on the road.
Su Chen occasionally reminded him, sharing driving tips. He was like a seasoned driver with over 10 years of
experience.
Under Su Chen's careful guidance, Yin Manghao's driving skills improved significantly. Not to mention, the speed of the car had noticeably increased, no longer crawling along
like before.
However, several times they nearly veered into a ditch, scaring Su Chen so much that her face turned pale.
As dusk approached, they finally drove safely into Donghai City. Su Chen looked intently at Yin Manghao. Is this really your first time driving?
Yes.
Yin Manghao wiped a cold sweat. Driving is indeed a skill, and he was still a bit nervous. Su Chen's mood became somewhat complicated. Why was it that others could drive safely on their first try, but he couldn't? After a few crashes, who would he explain it to? Damn it! Clearly, his skills were far superior to Yin Menghao's. Why was this happening? What was the problem? Su Chen, what are you thinking about? Seeing Su Chen's expression was off, Yin Manghao asked tentatively. Su Chen came back to his senses, looking melancholic. It's nothing, let's go. I'll treat you both to dinner. As the host, it was only right to treat them to a meal. It was also a way to show hospitality. Then, the three of them went to a nearby ramen shop. After dinner, Su Chen and Yin Manghao parted ways. On the way home, Su Chen began to think about the Yulin underground cavern. To hunt the Rift Sky Eagle, he first needed to obtain the green sauce fruit, which meant he had to make a trip to the Yulin underground cavern. So the question arose, should he buy another car to drive there? Or take the bus? After some hesitation, Su Chen ultimately decided to take the bus. He had recently totaled several base vehicles, and simply couldn't bear that kind of blow anymore. If he totaled another one, he would definitely break down. For now, it was best to take a break. He could drive again in a couple of days. After walking for a while, two mercenaries approached. Just as they brushed past each other, Su Chen vaguely heard one of the mercenaries talking about the fire mercenary group, saying that Pang Quan had suffered a heavy blow. Su Chen's expression changed, and he quickly took out his phone to dial Pang Quan's number. Su Chen, what's the matter? The person who answered the phone was not Pang Quan, but his sister, Pang Li. Su Chen immediately asked, Sisterly, I just heard someone say that Brother Pang was injured? Is that true? Pang Li was silent. For a moment, her voice choked. My brother is indeed injured, and it's very serious. How was he injured? Su Chen pressed. Pang Li said angrily, he was hurt by someone from the Black Bear mercenary group. Black Bear mercenary group. Su Chen's eyes gradually narrowed, a cold light flashing within. The Black Bear mercenary group was the largest mercenary group in Donghai City, boasting a gold-level 10th rank class changer, someone ordinary people could not provoke. But Su Chen only knew one thing, Pang Quan was his friend. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to harm his friend could not be let off easily. Sisterly, don't worry, I'll come over right away. Su Chen reassured her and hurried towards the south of the city. Right now, treating Pang Quan's injuries was the priority. After healing Pang Quan and understanding the situation, it wouldn't be too late to deal with the Black Bear mercenary group. A few minutes later, Su Chen arrived at the headquarters of the Fire mercenary group, still that dilapidated bungalow. Inside the room, Pang Quan lay on a wooden bed, eyes tightly shut, his face pale, his vitality weak, already in a state of fainting, clearly gravely injured. Su Chen frowned. Did you not find anyone to treat Brother Pang? Pang Li, with a choked voice, said. We did look, but the healers in Donghai City are too incompetent. They were helpless. It's okay, let me handle it. Su Chen murmured. The holy light of Bell Spirit was definitely a very powerful healing skill. Treating Pang Quan should be no problem. You? Pang Li was taken aback. Wasn't it said on the class changer forum that Su Chen was a swordsman and a wood type summoner? Could he also be a healer? Su Chen did not explain and directed the holy light of Bell Spirit at Pang Quan. Immediately, a milky white beam of light, infused with the breath of life, descended from above, enveloping Pang Quan. The next moment, the pallor on Pang Quan's face began to fade, turning rosy, and his breath gradually became stronger. This, Pang Li was stunned. What Su Chen released was definitely a healing skill, and a very powerful one at that. Otherwise, Pang Quan wouldn't have shown such a significant change. Cough cough. Pang Quan suddenly coughed lightly, slowly opening his eyes. When he saw Su Chen standing in front of him, he asked in confusion, Su Chen, why are you here? Su Chen replied calmly, I heard you were injured, came to check on you. How are you feeling now? Ha? Pang Quan was surprised. Why do I feel like my injuries are completely healed? What's going on? Pang Li cried tears of joy. Brother, it was Su Chen who saved you. He is a healer and used just one healing skill to bring you back to life. What? Pang Quan was dumbfounded. Su Chen was a healer? He was a triple class changer? Is this for real? Pang Li affirmed. Su Chen is really a healer. I saw it with my own eyes. Hiss. Pang Quan gasped, looking at Su Chen in shock. A triple class changer. This is too amazing. After a moment of daze, Pang Quan expressed his gratitude. Su Chen, thank you so much. Brother Pang, we are friends. Why are you being so polite? With me? Su Chen waved his hand and then asked about the main issue. So tell me, what conflict do you have with the Black Bear mercenary group? Why did they want to harm you? Pang Quan's face was filled with anger. A few days ago, I took on a task to find the purple flower and the whole process went smoothly. But just when I was picking the purple flower, I was caught by Qian Boyu from the Black Bear mercenary group. This guy, relying on his stronger strength, attacked and tried to snatch my purple flower. After a fight, I was severely injured. By him. Su Chen's expression darkened. Qian Boyu deserves to die. People don't offend me, and I don't offend others. Since Qian Boyu was bullying people with his power, there's no need to be polite with him. Realizing that Su Chen wanted to take revenge on Qian Boyu, Pang Quan hurriedly advised Su Chen, you must not act impulsively. The Black Bear mercenary corps is too strong, we can't provoke them at all. Su Chen smiled and said, we're dealing with Qian Boyu alone, not the entire Black Bear mercenary corps. There's a head to every grievance and a master to every debt. The real culprit is Qian Boyu. So we just need to deal with him and not complicate things. Pang Quan's eyes lit up. Qian Boyu is just a 5th-tier swordsman in the Bronze Realm. Su Chen can easily handle him. However, it's important to note that this must be done secretly. It absolutely cannot be exposed or it will backfire, which adds a bit of difficulty to the operation. Pang Quan said, with your strength, dealing with him isn't difficult, but the key issue is not to be discovered. Su Chen showed a contemplative expression. Where does Qian Boyu live? Where does he often go? To deal with Qian Boyu, he could only strike when he was alone. Pang Quan thought for a moment and said, this guy is very lecherous. As long as he's not on a mission, he almost goes to some entertainment venues every night. There's a Red Moon Club in the west of the city, which is a place he often visits. Su Chen's eyes flickered slightly. What does Qian Boyu look like? He's about 1.8 meters tall, stocky, and has a fierce look on his face. Got it. Su Chen nodded. Brother Pang, you just rest. Easy, I'll take care of this. Pang Quan was still a bit worried. Su Chen, I'm fine now, why don't we just forget it? Su Chen sneered. How could we just forget it? If we don't deal with Qian Boyu thoroughly, I'll never feel at ease. After parting ways with Pang Quan, Su Chen went to the market, bought a mask, and packed a dozen turning heads into his space ring. Before heading home, from Pang Quan, he learned that Qian Boyu usually goes to the Red Moon Club before 8 o'clock and indulges until 11 or 12 before leaving. He just needed to arrive before 11. Time passed slowly, and before he knew it, it was 10 o'clock at night. Su Chen set out for the west of the city. Half an hour later, he arrived at his destination. The west of the city was filled with bright lights and bustling crowds, quite lively. In front of a row of storefronts on a pedestrian street, many young women dressed in flamboyant attire stood. They spoke flirtatiously, their smiles charming, constantly trying to attract passers-by. Some who couldn't resist temptation stepped forward, exchanged a few words, and then both entered the storefront. It was obvious that these were all women of the night. These storefronts were also places that harbored filth. Su Chen glanced at them, didn't linger, and walked straight towards the Red Moon Club. Just as he passed by a storefront, a slender, beautiful, fashionably dressed young woman waved at him. Little brother, you're really handsome. Come in and play, I'll give you a 30% discount. Su Chen looked at her with disgust and turned to leave. Even with a 30% discount, it would still cost a lot of blue star coins, which he had worked hard to earn. How could he waste it on such things? If it were for free, forget it, it's more important to handle the main business. Seeing Su Chen about to leave, the beautiful woman hurriedly said, don't go. I'll give you a 10% discount. If that doesn't work, it can be free. Hiss. Su Chen inhaled sharply. Being handsome really has its perks everywhere. This is truly a sin. Su Chen paused slightly, then resolutely left. A mere woman of the night thought she could tempt him? Did she not know his heart was as solid as a rock? A few minutes later, Su Chen arrived near the Red Moon Club. As the largest and most famous club in the Southern District, the Red Moon Club could be considered a paradise for men. It was said that many young and beautiful female students from the Technician Academy came here to earn extra money. Su Chen glanced around and hid in a nearby corner, waiting. In the pitch-black night, a flying vehicle floated above. Dai Jiaju looked down and frowned. Old ho, why did that kid Su Chen come to such a lowly place? What does he want? Ho Hai speculated, isn't this kid just lonely? Wanting to indulge a bit in a place like this? No way. Dai Jiaju raised the corner of his mouth. Su Chen is charming and popular among the female students. If he were really lonely, he could just find someone at random, right? Why come to a place like this? It costs money and isn't clean, what's the point? Ho Hai analyzed like a sage. Could it be that he finds those inexperienced girls unsatisfactory and wants to find a few experienced ones for some excitement? Dai Jiaju clicked his tongue. Is Su Chen really that wicked?
Ho Hai sighed. That's just my guess, who knows what that kid is thinking. Dai Jiaju probed. What if Su-chan really goes in? Ho Hai's gaze suddenly sharpened. Our god-slaying organization is righteous and pure. We cannot just stand by and watch Su-chan fall. If he dares to take a step in, you must shoot his legs. Dai Jiaju's mouth dropped open. Shooting his legs would offend him. How would we get along in the future? I can't do that. You do it yourself. Ho Hai was furious. How can I do it from this far away? Besides, if I act, wouldn't I offend Su-chan? 2. This kid has a strong sense of revenge. He might come after me. I can't do it. It's better for you to handle it. Dai Jiaju. What the hell? Where did Ho Hai get the courage to be so righteous? Ho Hai was afraid of Su-chan's revenge. Didn't he fear it too? Wasn't this clearly setting him up? Did he think he was a fool? He wouldn't fall for it. At 11 o'clock, Su-chan became alert, staring intently at the entrance of the Red Moon. From time to time, someone would walk out, but none matched the target. Half an hour passed unknowingly, and still, there was no sign of Chien Boyu. Could it be that Chien Boyu didn't come here today? Su-chan thought for a moment. Since he was already here, he might as well wait until midnight. If he still didn't see Chien Boyu, he would leave and look for another opportunity next time. Dai Jiaju wondered, what has Su-chan been doing hiding in the corner? Ho Hai shook his head, not sure. Dai Jiaju muttered, it doesn't look like he's here to indulge. It seems like he's waiting for someone. Time passed and another half hour went by. Just when Su-chan thought Chien Boyu must not have come, a stout, plump man suddenly walked out from the entrance of the Red Moon. This guy staggered as he walked. It was hard to tell if he was drunk or just overindulged. In any case, he looked very weak. Upon seeing this person, Su-chan's eyes lit up. He was sure this guy was most likely Chien Boyu. Hard work pays off. He finally found his target. Su-chan didn't rush to act but waited until Chien Boyu entered an alley before quietly sneaking up. When he reached the depths of the alley, Su-chan put on his mask and quickly followed. Hearing the noise, Chien Boyu was startled and quickly turned around. But just as he turned, a sound of something slicing through the air suddenly rang in his ears, followed by a dark object flying towards him. Bang! Before Chien Boyu could react, he was struck heavily on the head and fell to the ground. This blow left him a bit dazed, his mind spinning. When he saw that it was a broken brick beside him, he exploded in anger. Which son of a bitch ambushed me? Whoosh! In response, another brick flew at him. After suffering 2 heavy blows, Chien Boyu's forehead immediately bloomed with blood, spilling out and blurring his vision, making his head feel even heavier. In his hazy sight, a tall figure wearing a hood approached him. Who are you? Chien Boyu gritted his teeth and growled, anger blazing in his eyes. Su-chan lowered his voice. You think you can compete with me for that little bull? With your pathetic appearance, do you even deserve it? Chien Boyu was confused. Which little bull? The one from the Red Moon Club? There seemed to be one called Little Bull. But isn't that something anyone with money can indulge in? How did it turn into a competition? Is there no reason anymore? Just as Chien Boyu was lost in thought, Su-chan pulled out a brick and smashed it heavily onto Chien Boyu's head. With a loud bang, the brick shattered and Chien Boyu nearly fainted. Su-chan was relentless, continuing to strike with the brick one after another. In no time, all 10 bricks were used up. At this point, Chien Boyu was covered in blood, his face unrecognizable. However, as a 5th-tier Bronze Realm swordsman, Chien Boyu's physical condition was still quite robust. This level of injury was not enough to be fatal. Of course, Su-chan would not let him off easily, his gaze drifting down to Chien Boyu's groin. Since he was seeking revenge, he had to choose the most ruthless method. Making him unable to be a man would cause him more pain than killing him. What do you want? Chien Boyu's face was filled with horror, as if he realized Su-chan's ill intentions. He hurriedly said, Friend, let me go this time. I won't look for Little Bull again. Su-chan ignored him and kicked hard. With a loud bang, the egg shattered. Ah! Chien Boyu let out a piercing scream, his head tilted, and he fainted. Su-chan began to search him, collecting 5,000 blue star coins. He stored the coins in his space ring and dragged Chien Boyu to a toilet pit, lifting the cement slab on top and throwing him in. As for whether Chien Boyu would choke to death in the pit, that depended on his luck. After finishing all this, Su-chan quickly left. Once the matter was settled, he slipped away, hiding his achievements and name. Witnessing this scene, Dai Jiaju clicked his tongue. That Su-chan is too ruthless, he's simply inhuman. Even I feel a bit of a chill. Not only did he cripple someone, but he also threw him into a latrine. This method of revenge is truly unique. It seems only Su-chan could think of something like this. Ho Haishin agreed, everyone in our god-slaying organization is ruthless, but compared to Su-chan, we're just small fry. In terms of his performance, he's definitely one of a kind. Dai Jiaju shot Ho Hai a glare. If you ever encourage me to take action against Su-chan again, I'll be furious with you. Ho Hai chuckled. You, a Platinum Realm transmuter, are afraid of a Bronze Realm? Dai Jiaju replied irritably, is Su-chan an ordinary person? His promotion speed is like riding a rocket. He might surpass both of us in less than a year. By then, won't he be able to handle us at will? Ho Hai shivered. That makes a lot of sense. Back home, Su-chan lay on his bed and sent a message to Peng Quan saying, everything went smoothly, the target has been dealt with. Then he began to sleep. The next morning, he got up early and headed to the bus station. The Yulin Underground is located around Linlang City, and there are direct buses to Linlang City every morning and noon from Donghai City. Suchin planned to go early to scout the situation. Arriving at the bus station, he bought a ticket and sat in the back row, closing his eyes to rest. The bus traveled for 3 hours and entered Linlang City. Linlang City is a small city, with a population of only a few 100,000. After getting off, Suchen began to inquire around the city. The Yulin Underground does not open every day, it is only accessible on specific days. This point must be clarified, otherwise it would be a wasted trip. After some inquiries, it was confirmed that the Yulin Underground cave would open tomorrow. Suchen then found a place to have lunch. He arrived at a restaurant and ordered a plate of rib rice to eat. Just then, 2 mercenaries walked into the restaurant, sat down, and began to talk. Have you heard? Someone in the mission hall posted a task to collect fire ant eggs, with a commission as high as 50,000 blue star coins. The commission is quite a lot, but fire ants are too difficult to deal with. They may not be high level, but they contain fire poison, which is really vicious. Who says otherwise? Once attacked by fire poison, the lightest outcome is severe injuries, and the worst could be losing one's life. Our strength is limited, so let's not get involved. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes flickered slightly. 50,000 blue star coins is quite a sum. It could buy a second-hand base vehicle. If he could get the green sauce fruit in the Yulin Underground cave, he could conveniently complete this task. Others feared fire ants, but he felt no fear at all. This is because the most powerful attack method of fire ants is spraying fire poison, and he possesses the sacred light skill, which can completely counter fire poison. This task posed no difficulty for him. After finishing his meal, Su Chen headed straight to the mission hall. The mission hall was established by the mercenary organization, and there is basically one in every city. Anyone can issue a task as long as they pay a deposit. Upon arriving at the mission hall, the first thing that caught his eye was a huge screen displaying a stream of task information. Su Chen took a glance and approached a female staff member, asking, "Hello, I would like to take the task to collect fire ant eggs." The female staff member was slightly taken aback. This task was relatively difficult and had been posted for several days without anyone daring to take it. She didn't expect someone to come today. The staff member looked up and, upon realizing that Su Chen was very young and likely still a student, said in surprise, "You're still a student, right? Are you sure you want to take this task?" Su Chen rubbed his nose. "Can't a student take a task?" The female staff member smiled slightly. "Every mission hall has regulations, only mercenaries are qualified to take tasks." "Oh." Su Chen nodded and then said, "I am also a mercenary. I come from the Fire Mercenary Group in East Sea City, and our leader is Pine Quan." The female staff member's mouth dropped open. "You're really a mercenary? But you look too young." Su Chen explained, "I may look a bit young, but I'm actually over 20, graduated a long time ago, and joined the mercenary group a few years back." "Is that so?" The female staff member looked skeptical but didn't press further, instead saying, "Please fill out your information. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible." There have been many who impersonated mercenaries to take tasks, and she usually turned a blind eye, seeing no need to be overly strict. After filling out the information and receiving the task token, just as Su Chen was about to leave, he suddenly heard a few mocking voices nearby. "I've heard that the Fire Mercenary Group in East Sea City is doing poorly. I didn't expect them to fall to this level, recruiting anyone and everyone. This kind of trash mercenary group should have been disbanded long ago. Keeping it around only misleads the youth. What kind of mercenary group recruits what kind of people? I bet this kid is mostly useless." Other mercenary groups don't want him, so he had no choice but to join the Fire Mercenary Group. Su Chen stopped in his tracks, his gaze slightly tightening. He had just arrived in Linlang City and had been keeping a low profile. How did he attract such mockery? Su Chen looked up and saw 3 young men in mercenary uniforms standing in front of him, all in their 20s, each wearing a smug expression. "Kid, what are you staring at? Unconvinced?" A short and stout man smiled coldly. Su Chen rubbed his nose. "Gentlemen, we are not acquainted. Why are you targeting me?" The short and stout man spoke frankly. "I just don't like your Fire Mercenary Group, and I can't stand you. So what?" He was a member of the Zhangxian Mercenary Group, which had a grudge against the Fire Mercenary Group long ago. However, at that time, the Fire Mercenary Group was at its peak, and the Zhangxian Mercenary Group could not compete and had to endure. But today is different. The once powerful Fire Mercenary Group has lost all its experts, leaving only a few weaklings at the bronze level. It is the perfect time to kick a man when he is down and take revenge. Su Chen's eyes gradually narrowed. "What do you call yourself? What level of class changer are you?" "I don't provoke others, and others don't provoke me." The other party's words had already angered him. Not giving a lesson would not align with his style. However, before taking action, he needed to understand the opponent's background. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in every battle. The short and stout man raised his head proudly. "Zhangxian Mercenary Group, Chinfeng, Bronze Level 10, Iron Fist Warrior." Although Bronze Level 10 is not particularly strong, it gives him a great sense of superiority in front of the Fire Mercenary Group members. Because as far as he knows, the leader of the Fire Mercenary Group, Peng Quan, is only at bronze level. For Su Chen is just a member of the fire mercenary group, and his strength is certainly not comparable to Peng Quan.
There is no comparison at all.
Su Chen looked at him with disdain. You, a piece of trash at bronze level 10, who gave you the courage to show off in front of me? What the hell are you? With his current strength, he could easily defeat even a silver level 5. A mere bronze level 10 is like an ant easily crushed.
Damn, is this kid really that tough? He can't be a fool, right? This remark caused whispers among the onlookers. It should
be noted that Chen Feng is a member of the Zhongxian mercenary group, which has a strong golden level expert in charge, making their overall strength quite formidable.
In contrast, Su Chen is just a down-and-out member of a small mercenary group. What does he have to compare with Chen Feng? Isn't he afraid of provoking a deadly disaster by humiliating Chen Feng like this? Chen Feng's lips trembled with anger. Kid, are you looking to die? Su Chen sneered. What are you pretending for in front of me? With someone like you, I can crush you with just one finger. What the hell? The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone was stunned. They really couldn't understand where a low-tier mercenary group member got the courage to say such things. This kid is too arrogant.
Chen Feng, don't be polite, just kill him.
The other two members of the Zhongxian mercenary group couldn't stand it anymore. Chen Feng's expression darkened. Kid, do you think you can act recklessly just because you can't fight in the city? Sooner or later, you'll have to leave the city, right? At that time, I want to see if your mouth will still be as tough as it is now. All cities in Blue Star have regulations prohibiting private fights. Anyone who violates this will face severe punishment. Instinctively, he thought. Su Chen was only daring to speak out because of this. Su Chen replied indifferently, no need to wait until we leave the city. We can settle our grievances at the arena. Chen Feng was taken aback, puzzled. Are you serious? Su Chen actually proposed a duel? What was he thinking? Was he tired of living?
Su Chen curled his lips. Of course, if you're afraid, you can refuse.
Chen Feng laughed. Ha!
You don't take the road to heaven, but you break into hell. This is self-inflicted.
Less talk, let's see the real deal at the arena. Su Chen strode out.
Chen Feng and the other three exchanged glances and followed closely behind.
Let's go, let's see the excitement too. The crowd followed along.
Soon, a group of people arrived at the ticket
booth of the arena. Chen Feng couldn't wait to buy a ticket first. Su Chen stood still, showing no intention of buying a ticket. Chen Feng frowned and asked, Kid, why aren't you buying a ticket? Su Chen rubbed his nose. I didn't bring any blue star coins.
In fact, he had hundreds of thousands of blue star coins stored in his spatial ring. Buying a ticket was nothing
to him. He just didn't want to waste the coins. Chen Feng's mouth dropped open. You can't afford a ticket, yet you asked me to come duel? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. How about you? Buy one for me? Once we're in the arena, I can go easy on you. The crowd. They hadn't even started fighting and it was already this outrageous? Chen Feng snorted coldly. What are you thinking?
A ticket costs nearly 2,000 blue star coins. His money didn't come from the wind, so why should he buy a ticket for Su Chen?
Su Chen shrugged. If you don't want to buy it, then it looks like this fight isn't happening today. Chen Feng was dumbfounded.
He had already bought the ticket and it was non-refundable. If they didn't fight, wouldn't
that be a waste of 2,000 blue star coins? Damn! Even before they started, why did it feel like Su Chen had him under control?
At that moment, Chen Feng felt very frustrated.
After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, I'll buy it for you. No matter what, he had to beat Su Chen today. And he wanted to beat him badly. Damn it! So arrogant. So infuriating. Su Chen reminded him, since you have such a strong desire for punishment, I'll give you the chance. Go buy the ticket. Chen Feng's chest heaved violently, suppressing the urge to beat Su Chen to death, and with a pained expression, he took out the blue star coins to buy a ticket. Chen Feng, it's up to you now, make sure to beat this kid hard. A member of the Zhongxian mercenary group said fiercely. Chen Feng's face was cold. Don't worry, I won't let him leave in one piece. Soon, Su Chen and Chen Feng entered the arena. The crowd gathered in front of the screen. Inside the arena, Su Chen and Chen Feng stood on opposite sides, staring at each other from a distance. After sizing each other up, Chen Feng began to show off. Kid, although there are protective mechanisms in the arena, as long as I don't kill you, I can do whatever I want. Aren't you afraid? Didn't I tell you? In my eyes, you're just an ant. Stop talking nonsense and get on with it, Su Chen said, a bit impatient. This is what you asked for. Chen Feng's eyes widened in anger as he charged at Su Chen. As he got closer, he swung a fist clad in an iron gauntlet straight at Su Chen's face. Before the punch landed, a gust of wind rushed toward him. Su Chen remained calm, his figure moving, leaving a shadow in place. Whoosh! The iron fist passed through the shadow, hitting nothing but air. Where are you? Chen Feng was momentarily stunned. I'm right behind you, a mocking voice rang in his ear. Chen Feng was startled and quickly turned around. Just then, a shadow kicked up from below, landing heavily in the center of his groin. With a muffled thud, Chen Feng felt a pain surge from the depths of his soul, his eyes rolled back and he collapsed to the ground. Hiss! The crowd gasped, their scalps tingling. The fire mercenary group was too ruthless. If they didn't strike, they wouldn't, but when they did, it was a devastating blow. Who could withstand that? Poor Chen Feng, who knew if he was still intact. Su Chen walked up to Chen Feng, looking down at him. Do you submit?
Chen Feng's face twisted, cold sweat pouring from his forehead, but he still gritted his teeth and growled, despicable.
You actually played dirty. Looks like you're still not submitting. Su Chen didn't hold back, raising his hand and slapping him across the face. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap echoed in the air. Chen Feng's face immediately swelled up, leaving him dazed.
Su Chen glanced over and felt that the sides were a bit asymmetrical, so he retaliated with another slap.
This time, it looked much better. Ah, I'm going to fight you.
Chen Feng went completely mad, gritting his teeth against the pain. He got up and was ready to fight Su Chen. However, in the face of absolute strength, all struggles were futile. Chen Feng had just gotten up, and before he could counterattack, Su Chen kicked him away. With a whoosh, he flew 5 or 6 meters away, rolling several times upon landing. After such a blow, his insides churned, and he couldn't get up for a while.
Damn.
Something's not right. This kid from the Fire Mercenary Group is too strong.
He can't be a Silver Realm Transcender, can he?
The crowd was in shock. The battle had become very clear at this point. Chen Feng was no match for him.
Indeed, Su Chen had used despicable means to gain the upper hand.
But it was undeniable that his agility and strength far surpassed Chen Feng's. Even without using his ultimate move, he still had the power to crush Chen Feng.
Tap, tap, tap. Su Chen approached Chen Feng with light steps. Chen Feng kept moving backward. The anger in his eyes had long disappeared, replaced by deep terror. At this moment, he had recognized the reality. Su Chen's strength was far beyond what he could contend with. He had truly kicked a steel plate this time. Su Chen stepped closer, coldly surveying Chen Feng. Continue. Chen Feng. Continue? His face still hurt. He couldn't even stand up. What was he supposed to fight with? Continue to take a beating? Chen Feng weakly said, I give up. Su Chen shook his head. I don't accept.
Chen Feng's mouth twitched. The rules of the arena state that if one side concedes, the other side cannot continue to attack.
Su Chen sneered coldly. My rules are the rules. I haven't had enough fun yet, so we must continue. Chen Feng's eyelids twitched violently. The refined and handsome young man in front of him looked harmless. Yet why was his heart so cruel? Did he really want to cripple him? Chen Feng was scared. Don't hit me anymore, I give in. Su Chen mocked. Weren't you quite arrogant at the beginning? Didn't you say you were going to cripple me? Why are you backing down now? Hurry up and stand up like a man. Don't make me look down on you. Chen Feng was almost crying. Please spare me. I won't act tough anymore. Su Chen ignored him and kicked him hard. With several kicks, Chen Feng lay on the ground like a pile of mud, his face filled with despair. Su Chen glanced at Chen Feng and said lightly, You take a breather, then we'll continue. Still have to fight? Chen Feng was about to cry. Didn't you say before that since I bought you a ticket, you would go easy on me? Why are you going back on your word?
Su Chen pinched his chin and said meaningfully, I've been very restrained, otherwise you would have already become a cripple.
Chen Feng clicked his tongue in disbelief. Goodness. After being tortured to this extent, he was still considered to have been shown mercy? This was a devil, right? Just kill me. Chen Feng resigned himself. Physically and mentally tormented, he had already collapsed. Su Chen coldly warned, If you dare to cause trouble for the Fire Mercenary Group again, I'll break all your limbs and make sure you can't have descendants. Do you understand? Chen Feng felt as if he had received a reprieve and hurriedly nodded, I understand. Just when he thought Su Chen would let him go, he suddenly grabbed Chen Feng's right wrist, lifted it into the air, and slammed it down hard. Bang! Chen Feng lay sprawled on the ground, already slipping into unconsciousness. So brutal. The crowd watched in shock. Completely intimidated by Su Chen's formidable strength and ferocity, Chen Feng was dragged out of the arena like a dead dog and thrown at the feet of 2 members of the Zhongxian mercenary group, while Su Chen strode away. As they watched Su Chen's departing figure, the crowd was filled with awe. After leaving the arena, Su Chen bought a topographic map of the Yulin Caverns and then found a small inn to rest. Just as he was about to study the map, Wu Hao called, Su Chen, something's wrong, a big problem has come up. Su Chen frowned, why are you panicking? What happened? Wu Hao quickly said, recently, a guy named De Gang from the southern region has come. He's extremely arrogant and claims he will defeat all the strong ones of our generation. Recently, He Yaoxing, Tang Qin, Du Binzhou, and several other strong ones have been defeated by him. The next target is either you or Lin Miaoke, so be careful. Su Chen asked in confusion, what is the southern region? Having been on Blue Star for a year, he had never heard of it before. Wu Hao explained. Our Blue Star is vast and is divided into several major forces, among which the Thousand Cities Alliance and the Southern Region Alliance are included. Su Chen immediately became interested. Which alliance do we belong to? The Thousand Cities Alliance, as the name suggests, is a force formed by the alliance of 1,000 cities. Oh, Su Chen nodded. He had originally thought there was only one major force on Blue Star, but now it seemed he had been quite ignorant. Blue Star was far more complex than he had imagined. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chen asked, what about the Southern Region Alliance? Wu Hao thought for a moment and said, I heard that the Southern Region Alliance is located in a wild area where there are
many other worldly creatures, and the living conditions are very harsh, which leads to their fierce customs and exceptionally strong combat abilities.
Understanding the situation, Su Chen continued to ask, why does De Gang want to challenge us? De Gang is also a second-year student. He comes to challenge us for two reasons. One is for training, and the other is to make a name for himself. Got it, I'll hang up now, Su Chen said lightly. Wu Hao was taken aback and said, aren't you afraid of De Gang challenging you? You are the strongest of our generation, representing the entire Thousand Cities Alliance. If you lose, the impact will be huge. Su Chen calmly replied, he's just a second-year student, at most a Silver Realm level 1. No matter what profession he is, if he dares to challenge me, I will crush him. There won't be any surprises. Confidence comes from strength. With his current power, he could easily handle anyone below Silver Realm level 5. A mere second-year student was truly not worth his concern. Awesome! Wu Hao exclaimed. That's it, I'm going to rest, Su Chen said, then hung up the phone and began to study the map. After resting for a night in Linlang City, the next morning, Su Chen took a car to the Yulin Caverns. There were many insect beasts in the Yulin Caverns, but since they lived in the caves and were in groups, it wasn't suitable for leveling up. Therefore, very few people came to the secret realm. Most of them were there to complete tasks. After purchasing the ticket, Su Chen smoothly entered the secret realm. What greeted him was a parched land, with numerous large cave entrances scattered across the ground. Each cave represented a colony of insect beasts. Su Chen opened the map and glanced at it, heading straight in one direction. He came to the Yulin Caverns primarily to search for Qingjiang fruit and to complete tasks. Of course, the main focus was still on searching for Qingjiang fruit. Thus, the first place he headed to was the location of the Qingjiang fruit. According to the information he had gathered, the Qingjiang fruit was located in the cave of the Black Iron Ants. The level of the Black Iron Ants was not particularly high, generally between Bronze Realm, level 3 to level 5. However, they are the largest insect beast group in the Yulin Underground, with a total number exceeding 100,000. Once you enter their territory, you will be attacked by the Black Iron Ants like a tidal wave, which is quite dangerous. After more than half an hour, Su Chen arrived at a huge cave, which was the lair of the Black Iron Ants. At this moment, dozens of job changers were gathered outside the cave, all watching the entrance, but no one dared to enter. Su Chen was a bit puzzled. Why weren't these people going into the cave? Could it be that something had happened inside? Su Chen walked up to a middle-aged male mercenary and asked, Uncle, what's going on? Why aren't you going into the cave? The male mercenary glanced at Su Chen and said, the Black Iron Ant Queen inside has advanced to Silver Realm level 1, and we are all Bronze Realm job changers, so we don't dare to go down. Advanced to Silver Realm level 1? Does that count as a boss? Su Chen's eyes flickered, then he asked, since you can't go down, why don't you leave? What are you doing here? The male mercenary laughed and said, we're just here to watch the show. A man and a woman just went down, and we're seeing if they can come out alive. Su Chen's brows furrowed. It couldn't be Yin, Manhwa and Su Xian who went in, right? Their strength was quite average, and they struggled against ordinary Black Iron Ants. Facing a Silver Realm level 1 Ant Queen, there was no way they could survive. Su Chen probed, Uncle, were the two who went down young? The male mercenary shook his head. It was an old man and a young girl. Then it's not Yin Manhwa and Su Xian. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief and strode towards the cave. The male mercenary was slightly taken aback and shouted, Young man, what are you doing? Su Chen replied without hesitation, of course, I'm going in to kill monsters. The male mercenary's mouth dropped open. Are you crazy? Su Chen looked very young, only about 17 or 18, and should still be a student. A student daring to enter the lair of the Black Iron Ants alone? Wasn't that just asking for death? Su Chen smiled and didn't explain anything, striding into the cave. The young man doesn't know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Once he realizes the power of the Black Iron Ants, it will be too late to regret. Isn't it good to be alive? Why must he think so recklessly? Seeing this, the onlookers began to discuss among themselves, unanimously believing that Su Chen's actions were a death wish. The cave was dark and winding. As Su Chen entered, he immediately summoned the little tree ant and the demon plant archer and took out 4 puppet warriors as well. Although he came for the green sauce fruit, he couldn't neglect monster hunting. After all, there were 100,000 Black Iron Ants here, and a good slaughter could yield plenty of experience, perhaps even a level up. Though little Treyant quickly relayed information, sensing that a large number of Black Iron Ants were surging towards this direction from the surrounding passages. The area was soon filled with the sound of rustling. Then, one by one, large black ants over 30 centimeters in size appeared in sight. Instead of being startled, Su Chen was overjoyed and shouted, Kill them! The 4 puppet warriors charged forward, while the demon plant archer stayed behind, continuously releasing arrows. Su Chen joined the fray with his dragon slayer knife, swinging the long blade and landing critical hits. With every strike, a black iron ant exploded into a mist of blood. In an instant, the charging black iron ants were slaughtered to nothing. Continue. Su Chen waved his hand and led the 4 warriors into a passage. Not knowing the exact location of the green sauce fruit, he could only search through the passages one by one. Almost every passage
was filled with a large number of black iron ants, and wherever he went, there was fighting. Suchen was not worried at all. Instead, he was very excited. This was all experience for leveling up. The more, the better. After nearly an hour of slaughter, not knowing how many black iron ants he had killed, Suchen finally advanced to Bronze Realm level 8. At this moment, there were no more black iron ants around. Just as Suchen was about to change locations, he fatally heard the sound of a fight coming from ahead. At this time, the little tree man also conveyed a message informing Suchen that there was a huge cave around the corner where an old man and a young woman were engaged in a struggle with a 1-meter-long giant ant. Suchen's eyes brightened slightly. The black iron ants he had hunted before were only 30 centimeters long, while the one in the cave was a full meter long, likely the black iron ant queen. Or more precisely, a boss. Killing a boss guarantees equipment drops, so since he had encountered one, there was no reason to let it slip by. Suchen quickly walked forward to the edge of the cave and squinted inside. In one corner of the cave, a young woman with a ponytail was fighting fiercely with the black iron ant queen. The ponytailed girl was a swordsman, although her level was not as high as the black iron ant queen's. Her combat experience was rich, and her strikes were ruthless, displaying a desperate fighting spirit that matched the black iron ant queen blow for blow. Beside her stood a stooped, white-haired old man. He appeared calm, watching coldly from the sidelines. It was unclear whether he had confidence in the ponytail girl or if he wanted to use this opportunity to temper her fighting will. Additionally, in another corner of the cave, there were a dozen plants over half a meter tall, bearing several green fruits the size of grapes. Upon seeing these fruits, Suchen's heart stirred. These were exactly the green sauce fruits he was looking for. Unfortunately, there weren't many. It seemed most had already been picked by the stooped old man and the girl. Suchen sighed, putting away the 4 great vajras, and walked towards the cave. The puppet warrior was a product of the goblin race, so he should avoid exposing it. Suchen's appearance quickly caught the attention of the stooped old man, who glanced at him with a look of surprise, then shouted, "Kid, stop right there. If you dare take another step, I'll break your legs." Suchen was taken aback. Why can't I go in? Was the other party so domineering? Did he treat this place like his own home? Who spoiled him? The stooped old man's voice was cold. There's no reason. If you don't want to get hurt, leave here quickly. Suchen chuckled and walked straight towards the green sauce fruits. Good kid. You've got some guts. A cruel look crossed the stooped old man's face as he blocked Suchen's path, saying fiercely, "Do you think my words are just wind? Do you really think I won't deal with you?" Suchen stared at him calmly and said, "I didn't take your words as wind, I took them as nonsense." The stooped old man was momentarily stunned, his lips trembling as he said, "You dare insult me?" Suchen snorted lightly. "Do you think just because you're old, you can bully others? And who gave you the right to stop people from entering here? What are you? You?" The stooped old man's face turned red, his body trembling with anger. How dare a mere brat humiliate him to his face? It was simply outrageous. The ponytailed girl nearby was furious. "Grandpa, this kid doesn't know what's good for him. Let me teach him a lesson." "No need, just focus on dealing with the black iron ant queen. I will personally handle this arrogant brat." The stooped old man sneered coldly, his eyes gradually emitting a chilling light. Suchen said lightly, "I advise you not to act impulsively, because I also have a bad temper. To be honest, I've already beaten several unreasonable old geezers like you. If you keep yapping, I won't be polite." "Ha ha." The stooped old man laughed. Instead of getting angry, "It's been years since anyone dared to be so reckless with me. Today, let me see what you're capable of. There's always a first time for everything." Suchen smirked, beckoning the stooped old man with his finger. "Come on. Today, I'll give you a lesson." Looking for death. The hunchbacked old man could no longer endure it, roaring as he charged madly at Suchen. As he got closer, he stretched out a dry, large hand, aiming to grab Suchen's face. Suchen showed no fear, tightening his fist and striking down from the air, accurately hitting the hunchbacked old man's large hand. Bang! At the moment their fists met, a dull sound of impact erupted. The hunchbacked old man suddenly felt a tremendous force hit him, causing his whole body to tremble, and he involuntarily stepped back 4 or 5 paces. How is this possible? Stabilizing himself, the hunchbacked old man looked at Suchen in astonishment. How could a mere Bronze Realm transferer possess such great strength? It was unbelievable. "You're nothing special." Suchen sneered. "Are you still going to fight? If not, then get lost." The hunchbacked old man's eyes narrowed into slits, and he chuckled. "Do you think I only have this little strength? You're too naive. I don't care how much strength you have, in my eyes, you're just a little brother. If you have any tricks, feel free to use them," Suchen said disdainfully. "You will pay the price for your ignorance." The hunchbacked old man's expression turned cold as he raised his hand and threw a punch at Suchen. Suddenly, a black fist shadow, about a foot in size, appeared in front of him. It flowed with a layer of black ghostly light, exuding a heavy feeling like a gigantic iron fist, indestructible. "What skill is this?" Suchen was slightly moved. "Kid, witness the power of the giant shadow fist." The hunchbacked old man grinned savagely. As soon as he finished speaking, the black fist shadow howled and rapidly flew towards Suchen. Suchen scoffed, gripping the dragon-slaying blade and slashing through the air, unleashing the skill Thunderstrike. The long blade heavily chopped down on the center of the fist, producing a crisp cracking sound. A huge crack appeared on the fist shadow, with small fissures spreading around it like a spider web. A violent force surged forth, and the fist shadow shattered with a loud bang, turning into countless black fragments that scattered from the air. A tremendous explosion filled the entire cave, deafening. The hunchbacked old man was dumbfounded. The giant shadow fist was a rather violent attack skill, yet it couldn't even withstand a single strike from the opponent? Was this real? The ponytailed woman and the black iron ant queen, who had been engaged in battle, stopped their movements upon hearing the commotion. When they saw the giant shadow fist being shattered, a hint of terror spread across their eyes. Su Chen, holding the long blade, pointed at the hunchbacked old man from a distance. Continue? Or get lost? I haven't met such an interesting young man in a long time. Today, I'll have some fun with you. The hunchbacked old man's expression gradually became serious. As he spoke, he opened his storage bag and took out a silver gauntlet, putting it on his right hand. Su Chen was slightly taken aback. Generally speaking, gauntlets come in pairs. Why was the opponent only wearing one? Was it because he was too poor to afford a pair? That didn't seem right. After all, he was a Silver Realm transferor and couldn't be that destitute. Su Chen didn't have time to think further, as the hunchbacked old man had already charged at him. He actually chose to engage in close combat? Clearly, he didn't know how renowned his reputation as a close combat maniac was. A surge of battle intent arose. Su Chen wielded the dragon-slaying blade and began to fight fiercely. After several rounds of combat, neither side gained the upper hand. Su Chen was a bit surprised. The hunchbacked old man indeed had some capital for arrogance. His combat experience was very rich, and his fighting skills and awareness were exceptionally strong, far beyond those previous opponents. Moreover, after putting on the silver gauntlet, his strength had inexplicably increased, even matching Su Chen. This indicated that this silver gauntlet was definitely not an ordinary item. It was likely a platinum-level, unranked gauntlet. It had been a long time since he had encountered such a worthy opponent. Finally, he could engage in a thrilling battle. Su Chen's fighting spirit soared higher and higher as he gripped the dragon-slaying blade, striking fiercely and rapidly, like a torrential storm, giving his opponent no chance to catch their breath. The hunched old man grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. He had never faced such a valiant young man before. A mere 8th tier in the bronze realm could pressure him, a 2nd tier in the silver realm, to the point of gasping for air. At this rate, he feared he wouldn't last long before being defeated. The old man's mind raced. Given the current situation, surrendering was the best choice, but his pride wouldn't allow it. If word got out that a silver realm had lost to a bronze realm, where would he put his old face? He couldn't afford to lose that kind of dignity. With no other option, the hunched old man could only grit his teeth and endure. Bang, bang. Su Chen grew more and more invigorated, his attack method simple, just swinging the dragon-slaying blade down. Although he didn't use any skills, the blade itself had a critical hit effect, and each strike was powerful, forcing the hunched old man to retreat step by step. After a while, the old man was panting heavily, one side of his body feeling numb. Realizing he was nearing his limit, he hurriedly said, "Stop, your strength has earned my recognition, there's no need to continue fighting." "You think, just because you say stop, I will stop?" Su Chen snorted coldly and delivered a thunderous strike. The thunderous strike doubled the attack power and carried a paralyzing effect. The hunched old man was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Su Chen stepped forward, placing a foot on the old man's chest, looking down at him. "You wanted to save face, but now you're defeated, right? You." The hunched old man felt an overwhelming shame, his nose twisted in anger. He was somewhat of a renowned figure, yet here he was, trampled by a junior. His lifetime of reputation was in ruins. He felt like dying. "You bastard! Let go of my grandfather." A girl with a ponytail rushed over, cursing at Su Chen. Whoosh! Su Chen swung the dragon-slaying blade, a cold glint flashing, and said with a murderous tone, "If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for being ruthless." The ponytailed girl was startled, her expression tense. Gritting her teeth, "We are from the Frontier Exploration Team. If you kill us, the team won't let you off." "You're from the Frontier Exploration Team?" Su Chen paused slightly, then withdrew his foot from the hunched old man. The Frontier Exploration Team was responsible for expanding territories and had made significant contributions to humanity, deserving of respect. Considering their identity, he decided not to hold a grudge against them. The hunched old man got up from the ground, his eyes filled with complexity as he glanced at Su Chen and said, "I am outmatched. Today, I admit defeat. We will leave." "Wait," Su Chen interrupted. "What else do you want?" The hunched old man's expression hardened. Su Chen replied calmly, "Hand over the green sauce fruit, and I will let you go." He had come primarily for the green sauce fruit. Without it, he couldn't hunt the Rift Sky Eagle. There were only a dozen left in the cave, which was far from enough. He had to make them give it up. "What if I refuse?" The hunched old man's face darkened. The green sauce fruit was not particularly valuable. The key was that he couldn't stand Su Chen's arrogant attitude. "You are from the Frontier Exploration Team. I won't kill you, but I will continue to beat you until you are like a dead dog." Su Chen smirked slightly, his voice cold. I'm not trying to scare you. I've dealt with members of the Frontier Exploration team before. Just a few days ago, a guy named Chi Jahong was pinned to the ground by me for a good thrashing. The hunched old man's mouth dropped open. The Frontier Exploration team held a very high status on Blue Star. Generally, upon learning of their identity, no one dared to provoke them. Why was this young man so arrogant? What was his background? Could it be the people from the Divine Organization? In Blue Star, only the people from the Divine Organization can act so recklessly. But that doesn't make sense. There are only a few people in the Divine Organization, and I haven't heard of them recruiting new members. The ponytailed woman felt a bit scared. Grandpa, let's take a step back. Give him the green sauce fruit. Looking at Su Chen's stance, he might really resort to violence against them. She didn't want to get eaten up. Here you go. The hunchbacked old man gritted his teeth, opened his storage bag, and threw 50 green sauce fruits to Su Chen. Su Chen raised an eyebrow and said meaningfully, those who know how to adapt are the wise. Your choice is wise. Also, let me remind you, although your pioneering group has made outstanding contributions to humanity, on Blue Star, everything has its limits. You can't be too overbearing. You just happened to encounter me. I have a good temper and don't want to argue with you. If it were someone with a bad temper, it could easily turn into a bloody incident. So, it's better to keep a low profile and not tarnish the reputation of the pioneering group. The hunchbacked old man's face turned a mix of colors and he chuckled, young and promising, we shall meet again. With that, he left with the ponytailed woman. The large cave suddenly fell silent. Su Chen glanced at the Black Iron Ant Queen and pressed forward with the Dragon Slayer knife. The Black Iron Ant Queen was so frightened that it kept retreating, but where could it go? In the end, it was cornered by Su Chen and was split open with a single strike. Accompanied by a burst of white light, a silver-grade longsword, a white jade slip, and a blue jade slip appeared before him. Su Chen first put away the longsword, then picked up the blue jade slip. Low-grade experience book increases 2,000 experience points after use. Not bad. Su Chen nodded slightly and used it directly, then picked up the white jade slip. Exclusive skill for beast summoners, summon black iron ants. 1,000. Black iron ants possess strong biting power and decent defense. Su Chen shook his head and directly stored it in his space ring. This skill was quite useless, there was no need to learn it. After that, he finished picking the remaining green sauce fruits and started wandering around with the little tray ant. He had originally thought about killing more black iron ants to gain experience, but for some reason, all the black iron ants had hidden away. After searching for more than 10 minutes, he had only killed a few dozen. This amount was far from satisfying his appetite, so there was no need to continue wasting time. Here, when Su Chen walked out of the cave, he unexpectedly found that all the onlookers who had stayed behind were lying on the ground, each with bruised faces, continuously moaning in pain. It was obvious that they had been beaten up. So, who could have done this to them? Su Chen approached the male mercenary and curiously asked, Uncle, what happened to you? Ha? The male mercenary was slightly taken aback. Young man, you actually came out alive. There were tens of thousands of black iron ants inside the cave, plus a silver-grade black iron ant queen. The danger level was evident. It was surprising that Su Chen had come out unscathed. Just lucky, Su Chen smiled and then asked, what exactly happened? Who beat you up? The male mercenary said indignantly, it was that old man and young girl who went in earlier. Damn it. That old guy was really unreasonable. We just asked what was going on inside, and he suddenly went berserk and beat us up. Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. It seemed that the hunchbacked old man must have suffered a loss at his hands and was venting his anger on the people outside. These people had suffered an undeserved disaster. After clarifying the situation, Su Chen said goodbye to the male mercenary and left. The green sauce fruits were already in hand. The next target was the fire ant eggs. Su Chen opened the map and took a glance, confirming the location of the fire ant nest, then headed straight in one direction. An hour later, he arrived at his destination. At this time, there was not a single person in front of the cave. Su Chen didn't find it strange. The fire ant's fiery poison was indeed quite troublesome. Without special means, ordinary people wouldn't dare to come here. Su Chen glanced into the cave, summoned a tray ant, and strode inside. The cave was similarly intricate, divided into dozens of passages. To find the fire ant eggs, he first needed to locate the ant queen. Su Chen was not clear about the specific location of the queen, so he could only search through the passages one by one. He then chose one and entered it. 20 minutes later, he came out from that passage. It was strange, this passage extended for several miles, but there was not a trace of the fire ant queen, not even a single ordinary fire ant. Su Chen pondered for a moment and then walked into another passage. After several minutes, he returned empty-handed again. Su Chen realized something was off. Although the fire ants were not a particularly large group, there should be at least tens of thousands of them. Why couldn't he see a single fire ant? Even if they had been hunted, there should be some corpses left, right? Could it be that the entire colony had migrated? Su Chen was not discouraged and decided to search once more. If he still couldn't find anything, he would have to retreat. Soon, he entered the third passage and continued forward. Just as he was about to reach the end, he suddenly heard a fierce sound of battle ahead.
Su Chen's heart stirred and he quickened his pace. Turning a corner, he came upon a huge cavern.
Inside the cavern, over 100 red ants, each about 20 centimeters long, were gathered. They should be the fire ants. In addition, there were 10 red beasts resembling leopards. The red beasts were extremely powerful and immune to fiery poison, and at that moment they were slaughtering the fire ants. With each kill, they swallowed the ant whole. Seeing this, Su Chen realized why he hadn't seen a single fire ant before. They had all been devoured by the red beasts. It had to be said that the red beasts were indeed formidable. So, who had brought them in? Su Chen's gaze swept around again. A shiny bald head quickly came into view. He Yaoxing? Su Chen was slightly taken aback, taking another look to confirm it was not He Yaoxing. He Yaoxing was burly, while the bald figure before him was slender. Even if He Yaoxing didn't eat for 10 days, he couldn't possibly lose that much weight. Out of curiosity, Su Chen slowly approached. Hearing the noise, the bald figure turned around. Before him was a delicate face, even more refined than Tang Seng's. Who are you? The bald figure suddenly spoke, revealing a woman's voice. Bald Chang? Su Chen was momentarily stunned. The other party was really a woman? How could a woman have a shaved head? To verify this, Su Chen's gaze drifted to the woman's chest. 2 hills rose high, very full. They were about the same size as the flower demons. It was definitely a woman. What? Bald Chang? The woman frowned, a hint of annoyance appearing on her face. My name is Son Yujun. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Su Chen smiled awkwardly. I indeed mistook you. Son Yujun's expression softened a bit. It's fine. Hurry and leave. It's too dangerous here. Su Chen seemed not to have heard her, squinting as he scanned the cavern. He had come for the fire ant eggs, and having finally found the place, how could he leave empty-handed? However, after scanning around, he still did not see the fire ant queen. It seemed she had been devoured by Son Yujun's beasts. Fortunately, there were still some eggs in the center of the cavern. As long as he could get his hands on them, this trip wouldn't be in vain. Why aren't you leaving yet? Seeing Su Chen standing still, Son Yujun's voice turned cold. Su Chen calmly said, come over and take something and then leave. What to take? Su Chen pointed forward. Fire ant egg. Son Yujun's expression immediately soured, and in an unquestionable tone, she said, everything here belongs to me. You can't take anything. Su Chen's lips curled slightly. The other party was quite domineering. The hunchbacked old man he encountered before had the same temperament. How strange today to meet such a person. Su Chen sighed and said, things in the secret realm belong to no one. Whoever has the ability can take them. To be honest, I have my sights set on the fire ant beast. Son Yujun chuckled. You seem quite confident. Do you think you can take the ant eggs from me? It's not a big problem. Su Chen maintained a calm expression. So far, no one has been able to stop me from taking what I want. Confidence is certainly a good thing, but being overly confident can backfire. Son Yujun's beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she smiled and said, to be honest, trying to take something from me is wishful thinking. I advise you to give up on that idea. Su Chen rubbed his nose. I want to give it a try. Son Yujun retracted her smile. Those 10 flame leopards are all my summoned beasts. You should have seen their strength. Do you think you can handle them alone? Easily. Su Chen replied indifferently. Seeing Su Chen's arrogance, Son Yujun's expression darkened and she gave an attack order to one of the flame leopards. With a whoosh, the flame leopard's eyes glinted fiercely, baring its teeth and letting out a low growl, its 4 legs pounding the ground like a ball of scorching flame, charging wildly towards Su Chen. In just a few flashes, it was right in front of Su Chen, opening its bloody maw as if to swallow him whole. Get lost. Su Chen kicked in midair, swift as lightning, landing a heavy kick on the flame leopard's chest. With a bang, the flame leopard shot back like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the cave wall, turning into a puddle of meat, slowly sliding down. After struggling a few times on the ground, it transformed into specks of starlight and disappeared from sight. This, Son Yujun was stunned in shock. It should be known that the flame leopard was a first-tier Silver Realm beast with extremely strong defenses, and it was killed so easily with a single kick? How powerful must this young man's attack be? Do you want to continue? Su Chen asked coldly. Son Yujun scrutinized Su Chen. You are much stronger than I imagined, but I'm not a pushover either. I still have a powerful summoned beast, so be careful. As she spoke, a flash of white light appeared in front of Son Yujun, revealing a 3-meter-tall white giant ape. The white giant ape pounded its chest with both hands and roared at the sky, exuding a fierce aura. Go! Son Yujun issued the attack command. With a roar, the white giant ape charged towards Su Chen, swinging a massive fist aimed at his face. Su Chen gripped the dragon-slaying blade and slashed in mid-air. With a clang, it sounded as if he had struck a hard metal, sending sparks flying. The tremendous recoil swept over, causing Su Chen to involuntarily take 2 steps back. The white giant ape was not faring any better. After this blow, it felt as if its bones were about to shatter, crying out in pain. Su Chen didn't want to waste time. Stepping forward to close the distance with the white giant ape, and the dragon-slaying blade slashed down again. This time, he used the skill Thunderstrike. The blade light was dazzling, and a howling sound erupted. A violent intent of slaughter spread out. The white giant ape felt it deeply, its pupils flashing with fear. Faced with such a ferocious strike, it had no choice but to brace itself and punch back. With a bang, the blade sliced through, shattering the fist of the white giant ape. Blood splattered, and the dragon slayer knife pierced through, heavily cleaving into its chest. A massive gash appeared before them, flesh and blood turning pale inside. Even the bones were exposed, bright red blood gushing out. Gulp! The white giant ape's throat convulsed, its eyes gradually losing the color of life, collapsing weakly to the ground. Its enormous body caused the ground to tremble slightly. Witnessing this scene, Song Yujun's face showed no expression, completely dazed. The white giant ape was her strongest summoned beast, although it was only at the first level of the Silver Realm. It's true. Combat power was not inferior to that of a third-level Silver Realm beast. Such a powerful monster, yet it couldn't withstand even 2 strikes from the opponent? This showed just how terrifying Su Chen's strength must be. Shall we continue? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Song Yuchi came to her senses and shook her head, saying, "No more fighting, you're strong. Just admit it," Su Chen said calmly, narrowing his eyes. "Now I have a small request. Take your summoned beast and leave immediately. This place is under my control now." Song Yujun hesitated for a moment and asked, "What do you want the ant eggs for? Is it for a mission?" The situation was stronger than the person. In front of a powerhouse like Su Chen, she truly had no other choice. However, the fire ant eggs were crucial for helping the flame leopard quickly increase its strength. Leaving just like this was really hard to accept. "Yes," Su Chen nodded. Song Yuchi's expression shifted. "What is the reward for the mission?" 50,000 blue star coins, Su Chen replied truthfully. Song Yujun then opened her storage bag and took out a stack of blue star coins, presenting them to Su Chen. "I'll buy the fire ant eggs here for 60,000 blue star coins." "Deal." Su Chen happily accepted the blue star coins. After all, he had come for a mission, and with money, everything was negotiable. Moreover, the other party had given an extra 10,000 blue star coins, which was more cost-effective than doing the mission, so there was no reason to refuse. Su Chen counted the coins in front of Song Yujun, and it was exactly 60,000 blue star coins. Song Yujun was somewhat speechless. Su Chen's action clearly showed he didn't trust her. "This place is handed over to you. I'm leaving first." Su Chen called out and was about to leave. "Wait a moment," Song Yujun suddenly spoke. "What else is there?" Su Chen stopped in his tracks. Song Yujun got straight to the point. "You look so young. You must still be a senior high school student, right?" "I'm a student, but not a senior. I'm in the 2nd year." "You're only in the 2nd year?" Song Yujun was astonished. Generally speaking, 2nd-year students are all Bronze Realm transmuters. Can a Bronze Realm transmuter kill a Silver Realm white giant ape? And so easily? Is this the kind of strength a Bronze Realm should have? Song Yujun swallowed hard and tentatively asked, "What level of transmuter are you?" 8th level of the Bronze Realm. Hiss. Song Yujun gasped, staring blankly at Su Chen, suddenly recalling something. "You wouldn't be Su Chen from Donghai No to high school, would you?" It was rumored that in the recent Chaos Tower assessment, a student named Su Chen not only broke a century-old assessment record but also advanced to the 18th level. His formidable strength was displayed vividly. The male student before her also possessed extraordinary strength. Could they be the same person? "That's me," Su Chen smiled slightly. As expected. Song Yujun's expression changed. "Su Chen, have you heard of the adventure group?" "No," Su Chen shook his head, puzzled. "What does the adventure group do? Is it a mercenary group?" Song Yujun explained, "It can also be considered a mercenary group, but it differs from ordinary mercenary groups. The adventure group only recruits individuals with special abilities and undertakes extremely dangerous missions." Su Chen curiously asked, "What kind of dangerous missions are there?" Song Yujun slowly replied, "There are many secret realms in our blue star, more than 90% of which are beyond our control. Our task is to enter these secret realms, investigate the situation inside, and map them out. Then we inform the pioneering team so they can explore." "So that's what it's about," Su Chen realized, and asked, "Why are you telling me this?" Song Yujun said seriously, "Are you interested in joining the adventure team?" "No," Su Chen rejected firmly. Joining the adventure team meant taking risks, and one could easily lose their life. Only a fool would join. Song Yujun was not discouraged. "As long as you join the adventure team, you can enjoy various benefits. For example, you can enter all human-controlled secret realms freely, without any entrance fee." "Why not reconsider?" "No need to reconsider. I'm not interested in joining," Su Chen said without hesitation. The idea of entering secret realms without paying an entrance fee was indeed tempting, but the nature of the work was too dangerous. Entering those uncharted secret realms meant facing unknown dangers. A slight misstep could lead to disaster. With the system he only needed to develop cautiously, there was no need for this. Sigh. Seeing Su Chen's resolute attitude, Song Yujun had to give up. "I'm leaving," Su Chen said, striding out. Watching Su Chen's departing figure, Song Yujun muttered to herself, "It's rumored that he is a dual-class swordsman and wood-type summoner. Why did he use a knife just now? Could the rumors be wrong?" After leaving the Fire Ant Cave, Su Chen did not rush to leave the secret realm but went to hunt in other insect beast nests. After a round of hunting, he gained several thousand experience points, but unfortunately, he did not advance to the 9th level of the Bronze Realm. Seeing that it was almost time, Su-chen left the secret realm. Just as he stepped out, an old voice said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Su-chen turned his head and saw an old man and a young woman standing by the exit. It was the hunchbacked old man and the girl with a ponytail. "Just the two of you?" Su-chen was puzzled. The hunchbacked old man had suffered losses in the secret realm, so he should be here to cause trouble. But without any helpers, what was the point? The hunchbacked old man looked calm. "To deal with a brat like you, I alone am enough." Su-chen smirked. "Have you gone senile, forgetting how I beat you in the secret realm? Who gave you the courage to come find trouble with me? I see you can't remember pain." Anger flashed across the hunchbacked old man's face. "The ignorant are fearless. Come over if you have the guts." Su-chen was not afraid and followed the hunchbacked old man to a secluded place. Once they stood still, Su-chen asked, "Old man, what do you want?" The hunchbacked old man squinted, coldly smiling. "I am a reasonable person and don't like to bully the weak. If you kneel down and admit your mistake, we can forget about the previous incident." Su-chen frowned, feeling puzzled. Logically, after having fought once, the hunchbacked old man should be very clear about their differences. Why was he still so bold? As a member of the pioneering team, he shouldn't be brainless. Where did the hunchbacked old man get his confidence? The hunchbacked old man scanned Su-chen and said lightly, "Kid, do you not believe I can handle you?" Su-chen bluntly replied, "I really don't believe it." "Then let me show you." The hunchbacked old man laughed wildly, then released his pressure, surging towards Su-chen like a mountain roaring and a tsunami crashing. Su-chen's expression changed drastically, and he involuntarily staggered back, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He had never encountered such a powerful pressure before. It was as if a great mountain was pressing down, making it hard for him to breathe. What level of job changer possessed such an aura? Perhaps even the Golden Realm couldn't achieve this. Could it be the Platinum Realm? Su-chen was bewildered. In the secret realm, the hunchbacked old man was clearly only at Silver Realm level 2. Why had he suddenly become so powerful? Had he hidden his strength? But that didn't make sense. The Yulin Cave secret realm had level restrictions, only those below Silver Realm level 2 could enter. If the hunchbacked old man were truly that strong, he definitely wouldn't have been able to get in. What was going wrong? Su-chen was at a loss. The hunchbacked old man smiled smugly. "Are you feeling terrified and confused right now?" Su-chen nodded. "I am quite confused. You must be a Platinum Realm job changer, right? How could you enter the Yulin Cave secret realm?" The hunchbacked old man didn't hide it. "It's fine to tell you, I learned a skill that lowers my cultivation level, allowing me to reduce my level to below Silver Realm level 2. Such a miraculous skill? Su-chen was taken aback. The hunchbacked old man's expression turned serious. "You're a smart person. Since you know I'm a Platinum Realm powerhouse, you should know what to do without me teaching you, right?" "I know what to do." Su-chen nodded and turned to run. His speed was so fast it was like thunder. He activated the wind speed skill. After doubling his speed, he dashed hundreds of meters away in just a few breaths. Facing a Platinum Realm powerhouse was not something he could contend with. Of course, he wouldn't just sit and wait. Of the 36 strategies, fleeing was the best option. Damn! The hunchbacked old man was left dumbfounded. He had originally wanted to teach Su-chen a lesson in vent his anger. Unexpectedly, Su-chen was so cunning that he chose to run away directly. Moreover, his speed was incredibly fast. In no time, he had disappeared from sight. This left him feeling a bit frustrated. "Grandpa," he ran away. The ponytailed girl stepped forward to remind him. The hunchbacked old man came to his senses and sneered. "That kid won't run far. He must be heading to Linlang City. Let's go catch him there." In fact, with his strength, if he pursued now, there was a great chance he could catch up to Su-chen. But for a Platinum Realm to chase a Bronze Realm, wouldn't that be a joke? So he had to think of another way. The ponytailed girl advised, "Grandpa, just let it go. You, a Platinum Realm powerhouse, going through so much trouble to deal with a Bronze Realm, would lose your reputation if this got out." The hunchbacked old man's expression darkened. "Have you forgotten how that kid humiliated me in the cave? Your grandpa has never been so humiliated in his life. If I don't teach him a lesson, I won't be able to swallow this resentment." "Is it really worth it?" The ponytailed girl sighed. In midair, on a flying vehicle, Dai Jiaju cursed loudly. "A Platinum Realm bullying a Bronze Realm. That old man by Li Peihao is really shameless. Lao Ho, what do you think we should do?" Ho Hai had a fierce look on his face. "In Blue Star, no one dares to bully our god-slaying organization members. This old guy seems to be itching for a fight. Let's handle it the old way." Dai Jiaju grinned maliciously. "That's what I was thinking too." Below, as Bai Li Peihao was preparing to leave, a silver flying vehicle suddenly descended from the sky. A flying vehicle from the god-slaying organization. Bai Li Peihao's expression changed. The god-slaying organization was one of the top superpowers in Blue Star. Moreover, every member was extremely arrogant and domineering. Even he didn't dare provoke them. Crack! The cabin door opened, and Ho Hai and Dai Jiaju stepped out one after the other. "Ho Hai, Dai Jiaju, what are you two doing here?" Bai Li Peihao was a bit surprised. Ho-Hai glared, suddenly pulling out a giant axe and pointing it at Bai Li Peihao. I'm here to deal with you. Bai Li Peihao was left dumbfounded. Watching Ho-Hai's furious demeanor was like witnessing someone come for revenge, but he had never offended Ho-Hai. What was this all about? Before Bai Li Peihao could inquire about the situation, Ho-Hai lunged at him like a fierce tiger. You're going too far. Bai Li Peihao's anger flared and he donned his gloves to fight back against Ho-Hai. However, after just a couple of exchanges, he was struck by Ho-Hai's axe and found himself unable to hold his ground, retreating several steps.
Ho-Hai was relentless, continuing
his fierce assault on Bai Li Peihao. Bang! Bang! After a few more exchanges, Bai Li Peihao was completely at a disadvantage, left only to endure the blows. Nearby, Dai Jiaju glanced over and suddenly drew his bow, shooting a soul lock arrow at Bai Li Peihao.
The soul lock arrow was a mental attack skill that could disturb the mind.
Struck by this, Bai Li Peihao's spirit trembled, and in that moment of distraction, he was knocked to the ground by Ho-Hai's axe. Fortunately, Ho-Hai had not used the blade but the back of the axe.
Otherwise, a single
blow would have surely cost Bai Li Peihao his life.
This is what you get for being so arrogant.
After throwing Bai Li Peihao down, Ho-Hai and Dai Jiaju rushed in to deliver a brutal kicking, the scene extremely cruel.
Woo woo!
The girl with the ponytail began to cry, "Seniors, please stop hitting my grandfather." After venting their frustrations, Ho-Hai and Dai
Jiaju ceased their actions.
Looking at Bai Li Peihao now, his face was bruised and swollen, his eyes filled with indignation. Both Ho-Hai and Dai Jiaju were at a higher level than him. Even in a one-on-one fight, he would not be their match. Yet, despite this, the two had resorted to a group beating. What was even more infuriating was that they had used sneak attack tactics. It was utterly shameless.
What's wrong? Do you still look unconvinced? Ho-Hai asked coldly.
Bai Li Peihao blared, "You think I would be convinced by bullying the weak?"
Dai
Jiaju sneered, "Old Bai, you seem to be getting more and more twisted.
Don't you know our organization's style? If we can gang up, who the hell would want to fight you one-on-one?"
Ho-Hai chimed in, "This is our tactic, whether you accept it or not, it's the way it is. If you have the ability, come and bite us." Bai Li Peihao's chest heaved violently, unable to find words.
In his anger,
these two were in cahoots, a pair of scoundrels. They treated shamelessness as a badge of honor. How could there be such despicable people in the world?
Do you know why we're beating you?
Ho-Hai said. Bai Li Peihao shook his head in confusion. He had wanted to ask earlier, but Ho-Hai hadn't given him the chance. Ho-Hai spoke in a deep voice. "That young man earlier was from our organization.
You bullied someone from the God-slaying organization. Is it wrong for us to beat you up? It's a miracle we didn't kill you. He's from your God-slaying organization?"
Bai Li Peihao's mouth dropped open.
"When did you recruit new members?"
Ho-Hai replied, "He hasn't officially joined yet, he's still in the evaluation stage. However, given his performance, joining the God-slaying organization is practically a done deal."
"What's his name?"
Bai Li Peihao asked instinctively.
To be valued so highly by the God-slaying organization, that young man was certainly not an unknown.
Ho-Hai smiled slightly. "Su Chen, the one who just broke the record in the Chaos Tower assessment."
"So it's him."
Bai Li Peihao exclaimed in realization. Su Chen had managed to reach the 18th floor of the Chaos Tower, showcasing extraordinary combat power. His potential was undoubtedly limitless. It was only natural for the God-slaying organization to place such importance on him.
Wait, Bai Li Peihao suddenly thought of something. Didn't the Transcender Forum say that Su Chen is a dual-class swordsman and wood-type summoner? Is there a problem? Ho-Hai raised an eyebrow.
Bai Li Peihao said seriously, "Before, I had a conflict with Su Chen in the Yulin
underground cave.
This guy wielded a long knife, and his attack power was quite sharp. Almost every strike was a critical hit, and he also had very powerful knife skills that made it hard for
me to breathe." Ho-Hai, Dai Jiaju, using a knife? Could it be that Su Chen has a knife master profession?
They had suspected before that Su Chen was hiding a profession,
but they never expected it to be a knife master.
Dai Jiaju was momentarily dazed inside. This kid Su Chen is getting stronger and stronger.
Bai Li Peihao was not an ordinary person.
He was a strong member of the exploration team.
The strength of exploration team members far exceeded that of ordinary job changers.
It is not an exaggeration to say that there are few rivals at the same level. Even if Bai Li Peihao lowered his cultivation level, he was at least a silver-level job changer, several levels higher than Su Chen. Yet, even so, Su Chen was still able to crush him, showcasing his formidable strength. At the same time, he understood why Bai Li Peihao wanted to trouble Su Chen. It was clearly because he was suppressed by Su Chen in the Yulin underground cave and wanted to regain his face outside.
The irony was that he even let Su Chen escape. A platinum level couldn't handle a bronze level? Bai Li Peihao was indeed quite useless.
Bai Li Peihao glanced at Ho-Hai and asked, "Ho-Hai, tell me, is Su Chen a triple profession?"
Ho-Hai pondered and said, "If nothing unexpected happens, he is indeed a triple profession."
Hiss. Bai Li Peihao took a deep breath. The ponytailed girl beside them covered her mouth with both hands, her face filled with shock.
A triple profession. There are only a few people in the entire Blue Star. This shows just how outstanding Su Chen is. Ho Hai reminded about Su Chen's triple profession. Let's not spread it for now. A tall tree catches the wind. Su Chen is still very weak now. There's no need to be too high profile before he grows stronger. Understood. Bailey Peihao nodded. Let's go. Ho Hai called out and prepared to leave with Dai Jiaju. Wait a minute. Bailey Peihao hurriedly interrupted. What is it? Ho Hai asked impatiently. Bailey Peihao said directly, there's something I need to trouble you, the god-slaying organization, to help with. Ho Hai and Dai Jiaju exchanged glances and looked at Bailey Peihao together. A platinum-level strongman seeking help surely meant the matter was not small. Bailey Peihao slowly said, recently, our exploration team is opening up a new secret realm. This secret realm contains many precious materials and treasures, which are very valuable. However, the otherworldly creatures inside are too strong. We have attacked several times, all ending in failure, and we have lost several members, suffering heavy losses. Ho Hai frowned. You mean, you want us to clear the otherworldly creatures in the secret realm? The god-slaying organization's duty is to handle some more troublesome matters. For example, when powerful otherworldly creatures threaten human safety, or when the exploration team encounters obstacles while opening up secret realms, the god-slaying organization will step in to deal with any problems they cannot handle. Normally, helping out wouldn't be a problem. The key point is that they need to protect Su Chen now and have no time to spare. Bailey Peihao shook his head. I'm not asking you to take action, but I want to ask Su Chen to take action. Ho Hai and Dai Jiaju were stunned. Su Chen is strong, but after all, he is only at the bronze level. What can he help with? Bailey Peihao explained, the secret realm we are opening up is a small secret realm, allowing only job changers below the first stage of the gold level to enter. But there is a first stage gold level boss inside, and it is because of its existence that we have been unable to break through this secret realm. Ho Hai asked in confusion, don't you have a skill to lower your level? Can't you just handle it yourself? Bailey Peihao's old face turned red. I'm not a match. What a waste. Ho Hai and Dai Jiaju looked at him with disdain. Bailey Peihao was considered a figure in the pioneering team, yet he couldn't even defeat a single boss. Bailey Peihao huffed, don't look down on people. Do you know what that boss is? It's a high-tier sword xia. Don't say it's me. Even if you lower your levels to go in, it would be useless. Sword xia. Ho Hai and Dai Jiaju were startled. The sword xia was not only a high-tier otherworldly creature but also ranked among the top 10 in terms of strength among all high-tier beings. To put it simply, the sword xia was similar to a swordsman among human class changers possessing several swordsman skills. However, unlike swordsmen, they did not consume mana when releasing skills and had no cooldown time. They would come in and use various skills to crush their opponents, which most people simply couldn't withstand. Ho Hai said irritably, although Su Chen is strong, he's just at the bronze level. How could he possibly be a match for a first-tier sword xia at the yellow gold level? You don't plan to send Su Chen to his death, do you? Bailey Peihao laughed. I didn't say to send Su Chen now. With Su Chen's potential, it won't be long before he advances to the silver level. As long as he reaches silver level 9, he can definitely hunt the sword xia. Having fought against Su Chen, he clearly knew how powerful Su Chen was. He was truly ferocious. Moreover, he could sense that Su Chen hadn't even used all his strength at that time. If he was this formidable without exerting himself, what would happen if he went all out? Ho Hai's expression softened slightly. I can inform Su Chen, but whether he goes or not depends on his own will. Bailey Peihao said meaningfully, this is actually an opportunity for Su Chen. I believe he won't miss such a chance. How so? Ho Hai became interested. Bailey Peihao raised an eyebrow. Hunting the sword xia has a high probability of dropping the Holy Sword Judgment skill, which is the #1 swordsman skill. Su Chen could really use it. If he learns this skill, his overall strength will definitely improve. Ho Hai's expression brightened. Alright, I'll agree for Su Chen. Meanwhile, Su Chen was running wildly. The direction he was heading was not Linlang City but Donghai City. He figured that Bailey Peihao would definitely not give up and would go to Linlang City to block him, so he dared not return there. Beep, beep. Suddenly, 2 honks sounded from behind. Su Chen turned his head and saw a base vehicle approaching. It wasn't going very fast, at most 60 miles per hour. Soon, the base vehicle came close and a head popped out of the driver's seat. It was Yin Menghao. Su Chen, what are you doing here? Su Chen was overjoyed. Get in the car and I'll explain. He was worried about how to get back to Donghai City and unexpectedly ran into Yin Menghao on the way. His luck was truly great. As soon as Su Chen got in the car, he urged, hurry up. Yin Meng Hao didn't ask much and drove the base vehicle forward. Under Su Chen's continuous guidance, his driving skills improved significantly. Driving on the straight, flat road, there was no bump at all, making it quite stable. Su Xian, sitting in the passenger seat, turned around and asked curiously, Su Chen, how did you end up here? Su Chen made up an excuse. I was running to exercise and I ended up here while running. Yin Meng Hao. Su Xian. Donghai City is at least over 100 kilometers away from Linlang City. Did Su Chen really run all the way here to exercise? Couldn't he just run a few laps around Donghai City? Su Chen changed the subject. How did you two fare in the Yulin cave? Did you find the green sauce fruit? Su
Xian sighed. There has been a change in the black iron ant nest. I heard that the ant queen has advanced to the silver realm. We simply dare not go deeper and can only return empty-handed. Su Chen comforted her. Wait until your levels increase and you have the strength to confront the black iron ant queen. It won't be too late to enter then, there will still be opportunities. Su Xian sighed softly. By that time, the sky-splitting eagle will have long been hunted down by someone else. What chance will we have then? Su Chen smirked, feeling amused. Su Xian guessed correctly. His next step was indeed to hunt the sky-splitting eagle in the Liandian mountain range, and there would be no opportunities left. Yin Menghao asked, Su Chen, are you going back to East Sea City? Su Chen nodded. I've been training outside for a day. I'm physically and mentally exhausted. It's time to return to East Sea City to rest. Yin Menghao immediately felt a sense of respect. Even with Su Chen's strength, he was still constantly honing himself. This spirit was worth learning from for everyone. More than 2 hours later, Yin Menghao drove the base vehicle to the gate of East Sea City. Su Chen, we've arrived at East Sea City. Su Chen glanced outside and said, aren't you going in? No, it's still early. We're going straight home. I originally wanted to treat you to a meal, but I guess I'll have to wait for the next opportunity. Su Chen mumbled, getting out of the car. Yin Menghao and Su Xian couldn't help but click their tongues. They really didn't care for Su Chen's bowl of ramen. We're off. After saying goodbye to Su Chen, Yin Menghao drove the base vehicle away. Su Chen returned home and lay down on the bed to rest. Perhaps due to exhaustion, he slept until 9 o'clock the next morning. After getting up, Su Chen went to the second-hand car trading market, the same one he had visited last time. The Liandian mountain range secret realm was very far from East Sea City, and taking the bus was too troublesome. So he planned to buy another second-hand car to prove himself and completely break the curse. Arriving at the second-hand car trading market, Su Chen began to wander around. The staff member who had sold him the base vehicle, Zhang Naichuan, felt a bit guilty upon seeing Su Chen, thinking he was there to cause trouble, so he quickly tried to slip away. Hey, where are you running off to? Su Chen shouted. Zhang Naichuan stopped, turned to face Su Chen, and forced a smile. I really need to pee, handsome. Why are you here again? Su Chen casually replied. Is it not okay for me to come buy a car? Ha! Zhang Naichuan was taken aback for a moment and his smile instantly brightened. So he wasn't here to cause trouble but to buy a car. Wasn't this just bringing him more money? This little white was getting more and more naive. Zhang Naichuan enthusiastically asked, handsome, what kind of car are you planning to buy this time? Su Chen sized him up and reminded, aren't you in a hurry? Zhang Naichuan looked serious. The customer is king. I must ensure the customer is satisfied. I can hold it in. Even if he really needed to pee, he had to earn the money first. In this day and age, there weren't many naive people like Su Chen left. Everyone he could fool counted. Su Chen nodded, then changed the subject. What is your profession? Zhang Naichuan was slightly taken aback. I'm a second-hand car salesman. What else could I be? Su Chen clarified. I mean, what was your profession when you changed jobs? Zhang Naichuan suddenly understood, saying, mechanic. So that's a life profession, which inherently has no combat power. Su Chen stroked his chin, pondering aloud. Zhang Naichuan was confused. Handsome, why are you saying this? Su Chen's gaze suddenly became sharp. I am a Bronze Realm 8th tier swordsman. It would be effortless to cripple a life profession user. Zhang Naichuan sensed something was off. This little white was clearly hinting at something, and it was obviously a threat. A sense of unease crept into his heart as he weakly said, our Donghai city has rule of law. Randomly hitting someone will lead to severe punishment. Su Chen coldly smiled, patting Zhang Naichuan's shoulder. Of course. You can't just hit someone openly, but if you do it secretly, without anyone knowing, the law enforcement team won't find out. I've done this more than once or twice. Several people are still lying in bed because of it. He said this to warn Zhang Naichuan. The last time he bought that base vehicle, it started smoking after just a few hours of use. Clearly, he had been cheated. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have crashed into Shuezian. A lesson learned. He couldn't let the other party fool him again. Ah! Zhang Naichuan gasped, his body trembling slightly. The little white guy in front of him seemed a bit ruthless. Would he turn on him? The possibility was quite high. After all, he had cheated the other party once. Su Chen glanced at Zhang Naichuan, saying meaningfully, you really don't need to be afraid. I'm a reasonable person. As long as you don't cheat me behind my back, everything is negotiable. But if you keep making the same mistakes, don't blame me for being rude. I will definitely cut your tendons and make sure you can never be a man for the rest of your life. Zhang Naichuan was startled, feeling a chill in his pants. Su Chen was clearly giving him a hint. If he still didn't understand, he would be a fool. Zhang Naichuan patted his chest and promised, handsome, you can rest assured. This time I will definitely help you pick a good one. The quality is absolutely guaranteed. Very good. Su Chen smiled slightly. Then please help me choose one. Not a problem at all, Zhang Naichuan said with an awkward smile. After a careful selection, they found a base vehicle of quite good quality. Su Chen was satisfied and then asked about the price. Zhang Nichuan, with a sincere face, said, "Handsome, this base vehicle is the best one in our dealership. The lowest price is 60,000 blue star coins.
I swear to heaven, I didn't make a penny off you."
Fearing retaliation from Su Chen, he truly didn't lie this time. Su Chen pondered for a moment and calmly said, 30,000 blue star coins.
Zhang Nichuan.
This was not haggling. It was clearly a knife cutting into his artery. Zhang Nichuan pleaded, "Handsome, you can't cut the price like this. I swear on my conscience, I really didn't make
any money off you this time. You said the same thing last time."
Su Chen remained unmoved, coldly saying, "It's fine, you can choose not to sell it to me."
Zhang Nichuan was almost in
tears.
Could he really not sell it?
You were just targeting his tendons. Who wouldn't be afraid? For the sake of his life, Zhang Nichuan had no choice but to compromise, gritting his teeth
and saying, "I'll sell." Su Chen smiled and took the initiative to pull Zhang Nichuan to handle the paperwork.
After handing over 30,000 blue star coins, he took the vehicle and left. Before leaving, he called out to Zhang Nichuan, "You did very well, I'll come to you next time I buy a car."
Watching Su Chen's departing figure, Zhang Nichuan shed a tear of frustration.
Selling this base vehicle not only meant he made no profit but also lost 30,000. Not only did he lose the 20,000 he earned last time, but he also added another
10,000 of his own. He couldn't earn that much in a month. His heart was bleeding. Zhang Nichuan secretly resolved to quit his job tomorrow.
If Su Chen came a few more times, he would
be left with nothing.
On the other side, Su Chen drove the base vehicle slowly towards the outskirts of the city. To be honest, this base vehicle performed much better than the
last one.
It didn't shake at all while driving, quite stable. Both were second-hand cars costing 30,000, yet the difference was so vast. After leaving Donghai City, Su Chen slowly
began to accelerate.
Learning from previous lessons, he didn't dare to let loose too much, only increasing the speed to about 60 miles per hour. However, the distance from Donghai City to the Liandian mountain range was too far. At this speed, it would be difficult to arrive in a day. Su Chen thought for a moment. To ensure safety, he couldn't increase the speed. Therefore, to reach the Liandian mountain range within a day, he had to choose a shortcut.
Su Chen glanced at the navigation and quickly found a small road. Taking this small road would save at least a third of the distance. So, Su Chen changed direction and drove straight towards the small road. 2 hours later, he entered the small road. It was very narrow, with ditches on both sides, and a slight misstep could easily lead to falling into the ditch. Su Chen focused intently, looking ahead. At this moment, he felt a bit nervous. If a car came from the opposite direction, it would be difficult to pass, and that would be troublesome. Fortunately, after half an hour, no cars had come from the opposite side. If he could hold on for another 10 minutes, he would be able to exit the small road. Su Chen let out a slight sigh of relief. Beep! Suddenly, a horn sounded from behind. A base vehicle was tailing him, continuously honking. Su Chen frowned slightly. It was clear that overtaking on this road was impossible. The other party was obviously complaining about his slow speed. Su Chen glanced at the dashboard. He was driving exactly 58 miles per hour. Driving over 50 on such a rugged small road was already quite good. Going any faster could easily lead to a rollover. Su Chen ignored it and continued to drive steadily. The base vehicle behind him became anxious, honking continuously for 5 minutes. Unable to bear it, Su Chen slightly increased his speed to 60 miles per hour. However, the base vehicle still seemed dissatisfied and continued to honk. Damn! Su Chen's temper flared. He wouldn't indulge someone who was so rude. So, he directly reduced his speed to 40 miles per hour. This drove the base vehicle behind him even crazier, as if they wanted to smash the horn. Su Chen turned a deaf ear, driving leisurely and steadily. After about 20 minutes, he finally exited the small road. Before him lay a vast grassland. The green grass was lush and beautiful. Su Chen felt happy. This grassland was incredibly wide, with no obstacles at all. He could let loose and even drive 100 miles per hour without any issues. Just as Su Chen was about to speed up, the base vehicle behind him stepped on the gas and caught up. Inside the base vehicle sat a chubby young man who raised a middle finger at Su Chen. Su Chen's expression darkened and a surge of anger arose. Damn it! The other party had been honking all the way, constantly provoking him. He hadn't even sought trouble with them. How dare they come over to provoke him? Wasn't that asking for a beating? However, thinking about it, this time was meant to challenge himself and break the curse. He couldn't let small matters ruin the bigger picture, so he endured it. But the chubby man seemed to be getting more arrogant. Seeing that Su Chen had no reaction, he thought Su Chen was an easy target and began to escalate his behavior, cutting him off repeatedly. Several times, they almost collided. Su Chen's eyes gradually narrowed, and his inner rage grew stronger. One time too many, and he couldn't take it anymore. Just as the chubby man drove close again, Su Chen slammed the gas pedal to the floor. With a roar, the base vehicle accelerated and crashed into the back of the other car. Under the powerful impact, it flipped over, rolling over a dozen times before coming to a stop. Su Chen's base vehicle wasn't in much better shape. The entire front was crumpled and thick smoke billowed out. Clearly, this base vehicle was scrapped. Again,
After calming down, Su-chen looked at the scene of smoke swirling around the front of the car. A wave of desolation surged in his heart.
The 7th challenge of driving ended in
failure once more. The curse continued. In an instant, Su-chen felt a sense of despair. After failing 7 times in a row, even with his willpower, he was on the verge of breaking down.
Damn it!
Su-chen growled, kicking the car door open and striding towards the other party's base vehicle.
The reason for this challenge's failure ultimately lay with the fat man. If he didn't give him a good beating, he wouldn't be able to swallow this resentment. At that moment, the fat man had already crawled out of the car. He looked disheveled and dirty. However, he was quite resilient. After such a violent crash, he surprisingly wasn't injured. When he saw Su-chen, the fat man was momentarily stunned and muttered, "This guy is cursed." Su-chen approached, coldly staring at him, suppressing his anger, his voice as cold as ice. "Why did you bump into me just now?" The fat man regained his composure and sneered, "You still don't get it? Driving so slowly, and you still have the nerve to complain?" Hearing this, Su-chen became even angrier. The other party was blaming him? Who gave him the right? Without saying a word, Su-chen threw a punch into the air. The fat man didn't expect Su-chen to strike, and caught off guard, he received a heavy punch to the face, blood splattering from his nose. "Ah!" The fat man cried out in pain, covering his nose and stepping back 3 paces. After steadying himself, he spread his hands, only to see them stain with blood. Realizing his nose was broken, the fat man's eyes filled with murderous intent as he glared at Su-chen. "You really hit hard." Su-chen smiled coldly. "This is just the beginning. The real brutality is yet to come." The fat man's expression twisted. "You, a bronze-level job changer, really think you're something? You'll pay a heavy price for that punch." As he spoke, his hands glowed, and 2 silver gauntlets appeared. Bang! The fat man clashed his fists together, and a crisp metallic sound echoed in the air. "No one dares to act cocky in front of my invincible iron fist." Shu Nianshan, kid, you're in big trouble. Su-chen clasped his hands behind his back, looking relaxed. "Bloodhand Butcher Su-chen, let's have a little spar." Shu Nianshan was slightly taken aback. Bloodhand Butcher? It sounded even more impressive than invincible iron fist. "Stop bragging." Shu Nianshan snorted, raising his fist to strike. The first move was a skill exclusive to Iron Fist warriors, the 10 silver cars explosive punch. 10 clusters of silver light appeared before him, condensing into 10 small silver cars, their surfaces shimmering like finely crafted silverware, lifelike. Boom! Accompanied by a roar, the 10 small cars sped forward, crashing violently towards Su-chen. Su-chen had never seen such an interesting skill and thought to witness its power. So he stood still, neither dodging nor defending. What does he want to do? Shu Nianshan was stunned. Could it be that Su-chen intended to withstand the 10 silver cars' explosive punch with his body? Wasn't that just asking for death? In the next moment, the 10 small cars collided with Su-chen's body one after another. Like self-destructing small trucks, they exploded one by one. Bang bang! As the 10 explosions concluded, Su-chen's body swayed slightly, and then there was nothing more. One had to admit, the power of the skill released by the opponent was quite strong. Su-chen's immediate feeling was, it was as if he had been bitten by 10 mosquitoes. Witnessing this scene, Shu Nianshan's eyes nearly bulged out. The 10 silver cars' explosive punch didn't even leave a scratch on Su-chen? What kind of defense was this? Was this guy a monster? Shu Nianshan swallowed hard, a layer of fear gradually spreading in his eyes as he said foolishly, "You are a gold realm transmuter?" The aura emanating from Su-chen made it clear that he should be a bronze realm transmuter. But how could a bronze realm be so fierce? He suspected that Su-chen was pretending to be weak, likely deliberately concealing his aura, and was actually a powerful gold realm expert. "You're overthinking it," Su-chen chuckled, slowly pressing closer to Shu Nianshan. Shu Nianshan panicked, pleading, "I admit defeat, don't hit me anymore, I know I was wrong." With Su-chen's strength on display, even if he combined forces with 10 others, they would not be a match. Continuing to fight would only lead to suffering, and he might even get killed. A cold smirk crossed Su-chen's lips. "No, if I keep this anger bottled up inside, it will fester. Today, I'm going to teach you a lesson. But don't worry, I'll be careful, I won't kill you." Shu Nianshan felt a chill in his heart and hurriedly said, "Don't hit me, I can tell you a secret, a very important secret for you." Su-chen raised an eyebrow. "Let's hear it." Shu Nianshan tentatively asked, "Haven't you been quite unlucky lately?" Su-chen was taken aback. Recently, he had been entering various secret realms, killing enemies left and right, and his reputation was soaring, seemingly glorious. But in fact, there was one thing that had indeed been quite unlucky. That was driving. He had wrecked one vehicle after another. Not only the base vehicle, but even riding a bicycle had resulted in a broken chain. Could it be that Shu Nianshan was referring to this? But such an embarrassing matter he had never mentioned to anyone. How did Shu Nianshan know? Su-chen pondered for a moment and asked, "How did you figure out I was unlucky?" Shu Nianshan replied directly, "I possess a special eye technique. As long as there are evil or cursed things nearby, I can sense them. Earlier, I saw you surrounded by misfortune, which is a sign of being cursed. Once cursed, you generally face bad luck when doing certain things." Su-chen began to believe him. Of course, with his driving skills, how could he always be in accidents? It must be due to a curse. Damn it. After tormenting him for so long, who was the bastard behind it? Once he found out, he would make them pay dearly. Suchen gritted his teeth and said, "Do you know who cursed me?" Chun Yinshan replied solemnly, "We human transmuters don't have such curse skills. You were likely cursed by some otherworldly creature." Suchen furrowed his brow. Since his successful transmutation, he had entered numerous secret realms and encountered countless otherworldly beings. Which one had cursed him? Suchen asked, "Is there a way to break the curse?" Since it was hard to trace, he could only think of ways to dispel the curse. Chun Yinshan thought for a moment and replied, "There are two ways. The first is to rely on your own abilities and luck to forcibly break the curse. The second is to find the otherworldly creature that cursed you and kill it. The curse will naturally break." Suchen felt a bit frustrated. He had previously disbelieved in curses and tried repeatedly, but all ended in failure. This indicated that the first method seemed unworkable. He could only try the second one. But how could he find that otherworldly creature? Did this mean he would be doomed to a life without transportation? Suchen unwillingly said, "Is there any way to help me track down that otherworldly creature?" "Very difficult." Chun Yinshan shook his head. Suchen's eyes widened. "If you don't help me, I'll beat you up." Although this was a bit underhanded, he had no choice. He could only rely on Chun Yinshan now. Chun Yinshan swallowed hard, fully aware that he had been cornered by Suchen. To avoid being beaten, he could only try to help Suchen solve the problem. Chun Yinshan helplessly said, "I can help. You analyze what your recent misfortunes have been." Suchen did not hide anything and replied honestly, "The worst luck has been getting into car accidents. Every time I drive, the car ends up totaled. Including today, it's happened a total of 7 times. That is indeed quite unfortunate." Chun Yinshan clicked his tongue and continued, "Cursing skills have usage limitations. You can only exploit a target's weaknesses to make them effective. For example, if you had accidents during your first and second drives, it would leave a shadow in your heart, which is your weakness. Analyzing this, the scope is narrowed significantly. This means the period during which you were cursed is between the second and third accidents." Upon hearing this, Suchen squinted and fell into contemplation. The time between the second and third accidents coincided with the time he participated in the Chaos Tower assessment, and he hadn't been to any other secret realms. Therefore, the otherworldly creature that cursed him must be one of those in the Chaos Tower. But which one? Suchen pondered carefully. During this period, all the otherworldly creatures he encountered had basically been hunted down. The ones that survived were just a few: the Iron Wing Bat Queen, the Flower Demon, the Shark Su, the Big Monkey, the Old Elephant, and an unknown otherworldly creature from the 18th floor. The Old Elephant could be ruled out first, as it was a mount and wouldn't possess cursing skills. Next, the Flower Demon and Shark Su were derived from the Chaos Tower's spirit bosses and did not belong to otherworldly creatures, so they could also be excluded. As for the Big Monkey, that guy was peaceful and spent his days happily knitting, so he shouldn't be so sinister. This left only the Iron Wing Bat Queen and the unknown creature from the 18th floor. Regardless of which one it was, as long as he eliminated them, the curse would naturally be lifted. However, the Chaos Tower was not open to the public. If he couldn't get in, how could he kill them? This left Suchen feeling frustrated. Chun Yinshan glanced at Suchen and tentatively asked, "Do you have a clue?" Suchen nodded with a melancholic expression. Chun Yinshan wondered, "Since you have a clue, why do you look so unhappy?" Suchen forced a smile. "The otherworldly creature that cursed me is in the Chaos Tower. I can't kill it." Chun Yinshan's mouth dropped open. If that were the case, wouldn't this curse follow Suchen for life? That was too tragic. Chun Yinshan comforted him. "Actually, it's not a big deal. You just won't drive." Not driving? Suchen's eyes sharpened. Not driving would be equivalent to admitting defeat, right? A mere curse thought it could control him? He refused to believe it. Even if he couldn't kill the otherworldly creature, he would break the curse with his own abilities. Suchen took a deep breath, his mood gradually calming, and said to Chun Yinshan, "Can that base vehicle of yours still be driven?" "No, it can't." Chun Yinshan shook his head. That base vehicle had rolled over a dozen times and was nearly disassembled. Suchen sighed. "Then we'll have to walk." The distance to the Liandian mountain range was at least 100 miles. He didn't know how long it would take to walk. Chun Yinshan chuckled. "We don't have to walk. I have a means of transportation." Suchen's eyes lit up. "What kind of transportation?" Chun Yinshan patted the storage bag at his waist and 2 beams of light shot out, condensing into 2 old-fashioned bicycles. "This is your means of transportation?" Suchen's mouth dropped open. He had thought it would be a base vehicle. He never expected it to be a bicycle. A bicycle was fine, but at least it should have been 2 mountain bikes. What was up with these old-fashioned ones? Hadn't they been phased out long ago? Chun Yinshan smiled sheepishly. "These 2 bicycles are part of my collection. They are indeed a bit old, but at least they can be ridden." "All right." Suchen nodded, casually chose a bike, and suddenly pedaled hard, riding off in one direction. Chun Yinshan rode another bike, closely following Suchen. However, after riding for a short while, a sudden cracking sound rang out beside his ear. Suchen's heart tightened. Could it be that the bike chain broke? They had just started writing and the curse was already taking effect? Why did it feel even more intense than before? Su Chen instinctively looked down. The bike chain wasn't broken? Then what was that cracking sound just now? At that moment, Xu Nianshan started cursing. Damn, how did the bike chain break? Su Chen, what was going on? His bike was fine, but Xu Nianshan was having problems? Could it be that the curse had transferred? If it could transfer, that would be great. But that wasn't realistic. However, watching someone else's transportation fail was actually quite a joyful thing. Su Chen smiled and said, Old Chu, it's just a small accident, don't take it to heart. Xu Nianshan walked over, looking gloomy, staring at Su Chen with a peculiar expression in his eyes. Su Chen was a bit confused. Why are you looking at me like that? It's not like I broke your bike. Xu Nianshan said directly, I've never had any problems whether driving or riding a bike before. But after encountering you today, the base vehicle got wrecked and now the bike chain broke. This really says something. Su Chen rubbed his nose, a bit perplexed. What are you trying to say? I seriously suspect that your curse has infected me. Xu Nianshan said earnestly. Su Chen? That's a bit too bizarre, right? A curse can be contagious? Su Chen couldn't help but laugh. You're overthinking it. There are plenty of people who come into contact with me. If it really could spread, wouldn't they all be unlucky? Xu Nianshan maintained a serious face. You don't know, others don't have the eye technique skill, so they can't see through the essence of the curse and won't be affected. But I'm different, I see it clearly. The curse is mysterious and profound, and it might just come upon me. Su Chen pondered for a moment and said, Are you saying that the curse on me has transferred to you? Could that really be possible? That would be worth celebrating. Xu Nianshan corrected. Him, not transferred, but shared. To put it simply, we both bear the power of the curse together. Su Chen's eyes brightened slightly. Sharing was good. This way, the power of the curse on him would be reduced, giving him more hope to break it. Of course, whether what Xu Nianshan said was true still needed verification. Old Chu, you can ride this bike. Su Chen pushed his bike to Xu Nianshan. Xu Nianshan was a bit surprised. Aren't you riding? Su Chen said, There's only one bike left, so we'll take turns. You go first. Thanks then. Xu Nianshan didn't think much of it and rode off quickly. Su Chen took big strides, closely following, not slowing down at all. At first, Xu Nianshan's riding speed was quite fast. But after a short while, his speed slowed down, feeling as if he was riding on a muddy road. Su Chen asked curiously, Old Chu, why did you slow down? I don't know either, Xu Nianshan mumbled, stopping to take a look. After just one glance, he was dumbfounded. It turned out both tires were flat. No wonder it was so hard to ride. But if he remembered correctly, both tires were fine before. They wouldn't get flat on the grassland. So why were they flat? Xu Nianshan thought for a moment and his mind buzzed. This was bad. He must have been infected by Su Chen. Su Chen, on the other hand, was feeling happy. One incident could be an accident, but two in a row really indicated something. It might just be as Xu Nianshan said. Su Chen patted Xu Nianshan's shoulder, his face serious. Old Chu, from today on, we are brothers. We share hardships and joys. We must keep in touch and interact more in the future. Xu Nianshan clicked his tongue. I'm just a weakling. How can I be worthy of calling you brother? He could see that Su Chen clearly wanted to drag him into something. If they interacted for too long, the curse would definitely fall on him. He wasn't that foolish. Su Chen smiled slightly, just about to say something when a base vehicle sped towards them. Squeak! It came to a sudden stop in front of them. Su Chen. The driver's window rolled down and a head popped out. It was Jean Chaogua. Old Jean. Su Chen was overjoyed. He never expected to run into an acquaintance in this place. Su Chen, what are you doing here? At that moment, another head popped out from the passenger seat and it was Huang Jin, another familiar face. Su Chen found a reason. I came out for a run to exercise and I ended up here. He had driven out, but the base vehicle had crashed and was totaled. That wasn't something to be proud of, and he couldn't let Huang Jin and the others know. Otherwise, they would definitely laugh at him. Running? Huang Jin and Jean Chaogua were both dumbfounded. This place was hundreds of kilometers away from Donghai City. Su Chen ran all the way here? Jean Chaogua probed. Are you going to keep running? I'm tired, Su Chen said lightly. Open the door and give me a ride. Click. The back door opened. Su Chen walked over and saw that there were two more people sitting in the back seat. Zhu Yuqi and Lu Li. Where are you guys going? Su Chen asked curiously. Lu Li grinned. There's a newly opened secret realm near Sandstone City and we plan to team up to level up inside. Oh. Su Chen nodded and plopped down in the back seat, then called out to Xu Nianshan. Old Xu, get in the car. No, I have something to do, so I won't go with you, Xu Nianshan said, turning and running away. He would rather run to the Lian Dian mountain range than risk being infected by Su Chen's curse. Su Chen. This guy is deliberately avoiding him. Am I that scary? Lu Li said. Su Chen, is that chubby guy your friend? He's quite interesting. Sort of a friend, Su Chen nodded, reminding Old Jean, hurry up and drive. It was about to get dark and if they didn't hurry, they wouldn't be able to enter the city. Understood. Jean Chaogua drove the base vehicle forward quickly. Zhu Yuqi faced Su Chen. Su Chen, why don't you team up with us? Su Chen politely declined. No, I have some matters to attend to. Hunting. The Rift Sky Eagle was the top priority. He couldn't afford to delay. Alright, Zhu Yuqi said, a bit disappointed. An hour later, the base vehicle arrived at Sandstone City. Su Chen treated Huang Jin and the others to a meal, chatted for a while, and then parted ways with them, finding a hotel to rest. The next day, he took a bus to the Liandian mountain range. Sandstone City wasn't far from the Liandian mountain range. It took half an hour to reach the destination. At this time, a large number of job changers were gathered at the entrance of the secret realm. Su Chen was a bit puzzled. What were these people doing outside? Why weren't they entering the secret realm? Had something happened inside? Su Chen walked up to an old bald man and asked, "Old man, what's going on?" The bald old man had a flash of anger on his face and muttered, "The Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce has blocked the entrance." Su Chen was a bit confused. Why are they doing this? In Blue Star, except for a few special secret realms, all other secret realms were open to the public. No matter what force, they had no right to block a secret realm. This had never happened before. So, who gave the Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce the power to do such things? The bald old man said with frustration, "Isn't there a boss that appeared in the secret realm of the Liandian mountain range? The Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce wants to hunt it down and won't allow anyone else to enter." Su Chen frowned. The Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce is too overbearing. Are you just going to let them act recklessly? The beasts in the Liandian mountain range don't belong to the Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce. Why is it that only they can hunt them? The bald old man sighed. The situation is stronger than the individual. The Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce is the largest chamber of commerce in Blue Star, and their power is too great. Almost no one dares to provoke them. We can only endure it. Of course, even if the Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce is powerful, they wouldn't dare to keep the secret realm sealed forever. They said they would only seal it for 2 hours. Once the time is up, they will let us in. Su Chen squinted his eyes and pondered. 2 hours is too long. If things go wrong, they might be hunted down. So waiting idly is not an option. He must find a way in. But the entrance is guarded by the Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce. How can he get in? There is only one way to force his way in. With that thought, Su Chen went to the ticket window and spent 20,000 Blue Star coins to buy a ticket. The entrance is set with a formation restriction, and the ticket is the token to enter the secret realm. Even if he wants to force his way in, he must first buy a ticket. After purchasing, Su Chen left and headed to a nearby grove. Among the crowd, Li Jun suddenly spotted Su Chen, paused for a moment, then ran to the side to call Chang Meng. "Brother Chang, I just found Su Chen. He's in the secret realm of the Liandian mountain range." "What? He actually came out alive from the Death City?" Chang Meng exclaimed softly, his mind racing, and snorted coldly, "I'll find someone to take care of him." A few minutes later, Su Chen emerged from the grove. However, he had already changed into a different outfit and was wearing a hood, leaving only his eyes exposed. To force his way into the secret realm would inevitably offend the Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce. He must hide his identity. Having done all this, Su Chen quickly arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. Taking advantage of the Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce's people not paying attention, he directly used the wind speed skill, charging into the secret realm like a hurricane in an instant. By the time the Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce's people reacted, it was too late. Damn! Did someone just rush in? His speed is so fast. Who is that guy? I can't see clearly. He seems to be wearing a hood. A clamor erupted around Tijo. Guqing snorted lightly. No matter the reason, anyone who dares to offend our Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce will not have a good ending. I've already caught the scent of that guy. Even if he grows wings, he won't be able to escape. In the secret realm of the Liandian mountain range, amidst a dense forest, Su Chen took off his hood, changed his clothes, and climbed up a large tree to gaze into the distance. From Su Xian, he learned that the Lietianing lived in a mountain range. Standing high allows one to see far. Soon, a series of towering mountains appeared in his sight, about 10 kilometers away. Climbing down the tree, Su Chen dashed in one direction. Along the way, he encountered many demon beasts. Eager to hunt the Su Chen did not linger in battle. He killed those he could in an instant and directly abandoned those he could not. Half an hour later, he arrived at the foot of a giant peak. Several other peaks stood around, each towering hundreds of meters high. The highest one pierced the clouds, majestic and grand. Su Chen glanced around and then withdrew his gaze, finding an open space to scatter all the Xingjianghua on the ground. After that, he found a place to hide. The usually flew in the air, and its eyesight was exceptional. As long as it spotted thee, it would definitely swoop down. At that moment, the opportunity to hunt thee would arrive. Time passed slowly, and an hour went by without sight of thee. Su Chen grew a bit impatient, collected thee, changed locations, and continued to wait. After waiting for over another hour, he still had not seen thee. Su Chen began to wonder, was the method wrong? Or had thee already been hunted down by the Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce? After pondering for a while, Su Chen decided to try climbing the peak. It would be more conspicuous up there, making it easier for thee to spot him. Just as Su Chen began to climb, a shadow suddenly enveloped the sky, but it was fleeting. What was that?
Su Chen looked up and saw a black bird of prey soaring through the air, its outstretched wings measuring a full 10 meters. Its flying speed was incredibly fast, almost disappearing several hundred meters away in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, as if it had discovered something, it began to circle in the air. A few seconds later, it shot downwards. Su Chen was overjoyed. He could see clearly that this bird was indeed the. Having finally discovered the S-trail, he absolutely could not miss the opportunity to hunt it. Su Chen activated his wind speed skill, transforming into a whirlwind, and rushed towards the direction he was descending. Passing through a patch of woods, a massive valley appeared ahead, filled with the sound of violent explosions deafening to the ears. It was clear that human transmuters were using powerful skills. Su Chen's heart stirred. He guessed that someone must be surrounding and hunting the, otherwise the commotion wouldn't be so great. Just as Su Chen was preparing to move closer to investigate, a middle-aged man suddenly burst out from the valley, covered in blood, with one arm missing. He staggered a few steps before collapsing to the ground. "Uncle, what happened?" Su Chen approached and asked. The middle-aged man's throat moved slightly, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath faint, his eyes filled with extreme terror. "The has mutated, it's too ferocious, everyone is dead, all dead." At this point, the middle-aged man's breath grew weaker, the light of life in his eyes gradually fading. He held on for just a second before his breath ceased entirely. "The has mutated?" Su Chen furrowed his brows and murmured. As the boss-level demon beast of the Lian Dian mountain range, he was already powerful. After mutation, it would only become stronger. Of course, even if it mutated, it would only be at the Silver Realm, Stage 3. With his strength, he had nothing to fear. What Su Chen was worried about was whether the mutated sky-rending eagle could still drop the flying wing skill after being hunted. If it couldn't, this trip would have been in vain. But no matter what, it had to be killed. At this moment, the sounds of battle in the valley grew more intense, with occasional human screams piercing the air. Su Chen took a deep breath and slowly walked to the edge of the valley, scanning the interior. He saw a large area scattered with green sauce fruits, and lying haphazardly on the ground were a dozen corpses, each incomplete, some with shattered heads, others with severed limbs, and some torn into pieces, their deaths extremely tragic. Bright red blood flowed freely, painting the entire valley a dazzling crimson. Suddenly, a scream pierced his ears. Su Chen turned his gaze to a corner of the valley. At this moment, only 2 human transmuters were still alive. One of them, a giant axe warrior, was torn in half by 2 pitch-black claws. A spray of blood shot into the sky, then fell back down. Suddenly, a humanoid creature covered in black feathers, with a pair of wings on its back and an eagle's head, appeared in his line of sight. It held one half of a corpse in each claw and slammed them down onto the ground. Bang, bang! The 2 halves exploded into meat paste, splattering blood everywhere. "Is this the mutated sky-rending eagle?" Su Chen muttered. He had to admit, this creature was incredibly powerful. So many human transmuters in the valley must have met their tragic end at its hands. After mutation, its strength had undoubtedly increased by more than double. Killing it would not be easy. "Die, you abomination!" The last human transmuter roared in fury, a fire dragon swirling above him, roaring as it charged toward the mutated sky-rending eagle. This fire dragon was the exclusive skill of fire mages, the wrath of the dragon. Faced with such a powerful attack, the mutated sky-rending eagle remained unmoved, standing still with a hint of disdain in its eagle eyes. As the fire dragon swept in, one of its claws struck out. With a loud bang, the fire dragon shattered into countless sparks, raining down to the ground. "Is it really that strong?" Su Chen was slightly moved. The attack and defense of the mutated sky-rending eagle were incredibly formidable, even surpassing his own. The fire mage, seeing his strongest attack easily neutralized by the mutated sky-rending eagle, was filled with despair. With a swift motion, the mutated sky-rending eagle appeared in front of the fire mage, raising a pitch-black claw that pierced through his chest. At this point, all the human transmuters in the valley had been slaughtered. The once bustling valley fell into a deep silence. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps broke the silence. The mutated sky-rending eagle turned sharply, only to see a young human wielding a long sword approaching from outside the valley. For a moment, it was a bit confused. It was so powerful now. Why did this human still dare to come? Su Chen stepped closer, casually glancing around before suddenly drawing his sword and striking. His first move was the killing wave, tenfold slash. Instantly, a wave of sword energy surged forth, crashing down upon the mutated sky-rending eagle, quickly engulfing it. Bang, bang, crack, crack. After a series of unusual sounds, the 10 waves of sword energy gradually dissipated. The figure of the mutated sky-rending eagle slowly became visible. Its body was marked with hundreds of gashes, blood oozing out completely, staining its feathers a blood-red color covered in wounds. But Su Chen noticed that the mutated sky-rending eagle's aura was still strong. This indicated that it had not suffered a serious injury. To withstand the tenfold slash with its physical body showed just how formidable the mutated sky-rending eagle's defense was. In comparison, it was even more formidable than the titans in the Chaos Tower. "This is a bit troublesome." Su Chen's expression turned slightly serious.
The mutated took a breath, locking onto Su Chen with a fierce determination.
Its sharp eagle eyes gradually replaced by a layer of blood red.
At this moment, it was furious, infuriated to the extreme. A humble human had actually reduced its noble body to this state. Unforgivable sin, deserving of death 1,000 times over. With a whoosh, the mutated began its counterattack, charging in front of Su Chen and raising its sharp claws to strike. Down. Su Chen quickly raised his sword to defend. The eagle's claws came crashing down heavily on the judgment. Bang! A tremendous force swept over, causing Su Chen to stagger back 2 steps. The mutated did not relent, wildly attacking with its claws, each strike powerful and heavy. Moreover, the frequency of the attacks increased, looking as if it would not stop, until Su Chen was torn to shreds. Su Chen found it increasingly difficult to defend, and a surge of anger began to rise within him. As a melee combat fanatic, when had he ever been at a disadvantage in a direct confrontation? This was nothing short of a humiliation for him. Su Chen was enraged. He quickly retreated, creating some distance, then sheathed the judgment and drew out the Dragon Slayer. The main function of the judgment was to break defenses, but the mutated's defense was too strong, rendering it nearly useless. In contrast, the Dragon Slayer focused on critical hits. At this moment, it could unleash its true power. With a whoosh, the mutated gave Su Chen no chance to catch his breath and charged at him again. Come on! Su Chen's fighting spirit soared as he swung the Dragon Slayer down fiercely. With a loud bang, the mutated was knocked back several steps. What was happening? The mutated was a bit dazed. Why had this young human's attack power suddenly become so formidable? Come again! Su Chen laughed wildly, swinging the Dragon Slayer with ferocity. Each strike was a critical hit. Occasionally, he would deliver a thunderous blow. The lethality was immense, pressing the mutated to the brink of breathlessness. Bang bang! In an instant, the valley was filled with the sounds of violent explosions. The mutated grew increasingly alarmed. Faced with Su Chen's torrential assault, it could only retreat step by step. What terrified it even more was that Su Chen's attack power would sometimes become incredibly violent, accompanied by a paralyzing effect. This made it even more difficult to defend. After such a long battle, its 2 hard claws had cracked. At this rate, it would eventually die under Su Chen's blade. After witnessing Su Chen's terror, the mutated began to feel the urge to retreat. However, Su Chen clung to it like a parasite, giving it no chance to escape. What to do? The mutated started to panic. Playing close combat with me? You're still far from it. Su Chen grew more excited as he fought, seizing the moment the mutated was flustered to unleash a thunderous blow. With a crack, one of the mutated's claws was shattered, causing it to scream. In agony, Su Chen raised the Dragon Slayer high and struck down. Suddenly, a dragon's roar echoed through the heavens. A black dragon, bearing its fangs and claws, surged forth from the blade, exuding an extremely fierce aura. This black dragon was the abyssal black dragon soul hidden within the Dragon Slayer. The moment the abyssal black dragon appeared, the mutated trembled violently. Dragons were the most powerful beasts in the world, possessing an innate bloodline suppression over any beast. Even just a dragon's soul brought it immense intimidation. As soon as the abyssal black dragon appeared, it pounced on the mutated, ruthlessly wreaking havoc. After a dozen seconds, the dragon's soul dissipated. The mutated lay on the ground, drenched in blood, especially at its chest, where a massive claw mark appeared, the flesh within turning white, a sight horrifying to behold. Seizing the opportunity, Su Chen aimed to finish it off. Su Chen rushed forward, transforming into a brutal butcher, wildly slashing with the dragon-slaying blade. 3 strikes per second, each one a critical hit. It was hard to tell how many times he had slashed. The mutated had almost turned into a pile of meat paste. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted. This was a sign of equipment dropping. It also indicated that the mutated had been completely killed. Su Chen took a deep breath, focused his gaze, and saw 2 jade slips appear before him, one white and one blue. The white jade slip was a skill book, while the blue jade slip was an experience book. The dropped items were quite good, but the key point was that he didn't know if this skill book was the Flying Wings skill. Su Chen nervously picked up the white jade slip to examine it. Exclusive skill for Wind Mage's Windwalk Divine Wings. A flying type skill, an advanced version of the Flying Wings skill. When used, 4 wings sprout from the back and the flying speed is as fast as lightning, double that of the Flying Wings. Nice! Su Chen was overjoyed. Originally, he would have been satisfied just to obtain a Flying Wing skill. He never expected to get an advanced flying type skill. It was simply exhilarating. Without any hesitation, Su Chen directly learned this skill. Thus, he gained another profession. He had astonishingly become a 6th profession class changer. Terrifying. After catching his breath, Su Chen picked up the blue jade slip. Medium grade experience book. After use, increases experience by 60 points. It's actually medium grade. The corners of Su Chen's mouth couldn't help but rise. A medium grade experience book provided 4,000 more experience than a low grade one, and this was the first time he had dropped one. After using this experience book, his experience reached 8,100 points. With
Just a few more silver-level monsters hunted, he could easily advance to the 9th tier of the bronze realm. Afterwards, Suchen cleaned up the battlefield. Unfortunately, those human class changers had been torn to shreds, and their storage bags were also damaged.
Suchen's gains were minimal. However, he didn't mind.
Being able to obtain the Windwalk Divine Wings skill
made this trip worthwhile.
Soon after, he used the Windwalk Divine Wings, for crystal-clear wings sprouted from his back. With a gentle flap, he soared into the sky.
In the blink of an
eye, he flew to several hundred meters high, moving at an astonishing speed.
Soaring through the heavens and earth, Suchen felt incredibly elated.
From today on, he had become a man who
could fly.
He had gained another means of survival. After flying for a while, when he reached the treetops, Suchen descended.
The reason for landing was that he had spotted a few monsters
in the woods, and also because the Windwalk Divine Wings consumed too much mana.
Once activated, it drained mana continuously.
In just this short time, he had already consumed 1,000 points
of mana. Suchen couldn't afford to waste it like that.
Once on the ground, he began hunting. Half an hour later, he successfully advanced to the 9th tier of the bronze realm.
Suchen
didn't rush to leave. There was still some time before the secret realm closed, so he decided to hunt more monsters for experience. Time slowly passed, and before he knew it, over
2 hours had gone by.
During this time, Suchen had hunted more than 50 monsters, half of which were silver level, earning over 4,000 experience points in total.
Seeing that time
was running out, he contentedly made his way to the exit of the secret realm. Just as he passed through a small grove, a cold light suddenly shot out from a nearby large tree.
Someone's ambushing. Suchen was startled and quickly dodged.
Even with his quick reflexes, a sharp weapon still grazed his shoulder, leaving a small cut that oozed a bit of blood.
Suchen's expression instantly turned cold, and he angrily turned to the side.
There, under a nearby large tree, stood a masked man, gripping a dagger as black as ink.
Your reaction is quite fast, and your defense is ridiculously strong.
No wonder you made it to the 18th floor of the Chaos Tower. You really have some strength. The masked man scrutinized Suchen and chuckled
darkly.
The smile was grim and carried a hint of cruelty.
Suchen narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the other man, his voice as cold as ice. Who are you? Why did you ambush me?
The masked man raised an eyebrow. I was entrusted by someone to take action against you.
In fact, you don't need to know so much. After all, you're about to die. Suchen laughed mockingly. A mere first-tier Silver Realm assassin thinks he can kill me? Who gave you that confidence?
The masked man replied calmly. I've heard of your great name long ago.
Under normal circumstances, I indeed wouldn't be your match.
But I've coated my dagger with a deadly poison. While it may not be lethal at first, it's quite vicious.
You should be feeling it by now, right? Poison? Suchen frowned, suddenly feeling dizzy and unsteady on his feet.
It was clear that the other party was not exaggerating. The toxin was taking effect. The masked man looked
at Suchen as if he were already dead, a playful smile on his face. Not a pleasant feeling, is it? Just hold on a bit longer. In 5 minutes at most, you'll lose consciousness. You're too naive.
Suchen sneered, then cast a spell of holy light upon himself. The holy light not only healed wounds but also had the ability to purge toxins, and it quickly took effect, making the discomfort vanish instantly.
Healing skill? The masked man was dumbfounded. Wasn't Suchen a dual-class swordsman and wood-type summoner? How could he cast a healing skill? Could it be that he had 3 classes? Even more astonishing was that healing skills were supposed to only heal wounds. Why could Suchen's healing skill even eliminate toxins? This was too powerful. Surprised, aren't you? Suchen coldly laughed. The masked man realized the danger, and his expression turned extremely grave. Suchen had already cleared the poison and regained his combat strength. He definitely wouldn't let him go. Realizing this, the masked man dared not linger and turned to flee. To his credit, he was quite fast, covering several meters in the blink of an eye.
But compared to Suchen, he was just a small fry.
Suchen activated his wind speed skill, sweeping forward like a hurricane. His speed was so fast that his figure became blurred.
The masked man heard a whoosh behind him and instinctively turned to glance back. Just one look nearly made him wet himself. Suchen, with a face full of killing intent, was hot on his heels, catching up in just a few breaths. In the next moment, a large hand reached out and grabbed his neck. A suffocating sensation surged over him. The masked man nearly
fainted. You reckless fool! Suchen tightened his grip on the masked man and violently slammed him against a large tree. With a crack, the tree was snapped in half. The masked man fell
heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his breath quickly weakening. After such a blow, he was severely injured.
Suchen stepped forward and ripped off his mask. What
appeared before him was an ugly face, marred by a long scar that extended from below the left eye down to the chin.
The entire face looked as if it had been split in two, making it very repulsive. You're really damn ugly. Suchen clicked his tongue and demanded, Who sent you to kill me?
The scar-faced man gritted his teeth and remained silent.
As a killer, he had a certain professional integrity and wouldn't easily reveal his employer's information. Moreover, he knew that even if he spoke, Suchen wouldn't let him go. Either way, he was dead. Why not die a bit more gloriously?
I want to see whether your bones are tougher or my fists. Suchin didn't waste any more words and began to rain down punches and kicks on the scar-faced man. It was unclear how long it had been. The scarred man was already gasping for breath. Yet, he had not uttered a single word from beginning to end. The scarred man used all his strength to say, Su-chen, don't waste your efforts. I won't tell you anything, just kill me already. Don't worry, I have plenty of ways to make you talk. A strange smile crossed Su-chen's lips as he suddenly unleashed a divine light of Bell Spirit on the scarred man. Under the healing of the divine light, the scarred man quickly regained his strength. What was happening? The scarred man was dumbfounded. Not only did Su-chen not kill him, but he even treated him? What kind of operation was this? At that moment, Su-chen raised his foot and kicked hard. Ah! The scarred man screamed in agony. It was only then that he realized Su-chen had healed him to force him to speak. This could be played like this? Was he a devil? After dozens of kicks, the scarred man lay on the ground like a dead dog. Su-chen glanced at him and released another divine light of Bell Spirit, then struck again. After several rounds of this, the scarred man's mental defenses crumbled, and he cried out with a sobbing tone, "Stop hitting me, I'll tell you. You're really asking for it." Su-chen snorted coldly and pressed for answers. Who is it? It's Cheng Meng from Baiyan No. 2 Middle School. He promised me 500,000 blue star coins to come kill you, the scarred man said truthfully. Cheng Meng. A fierce, killing intent flashed in Su-chen's eyes. He indeed had a grudge against Cheng Meng. Back when he was on the 11th floor of the Chaos Tower, he had injured Cheng Meng's mount, causing him to be beaten out of the Chaos Tower by giant mosquitoes. It was possible that Cheng Meng sought revenge, but would he really go so far as to hire someone to kill him over this? If it was indeed Cheng Meng's doing, how dark must his heart be? Su-chen would definitely not let such a narrow-minded person go. I've said everything I needed to say, just give me a quick end, the scarred man said with a face full of despair. Su-chen, of course, showed no mercy and crushed his neck with a kick. In his final moments, the scarred man showed no pain on his face, but rather a hint of relief. Clearly, he had been tormented by Su-chen. Afterwards, Su-chen began to search the corpse but found nothing. Helpless, he could only put away his dagger. Then he destroyed the body and quickly left the area. As he was about to reach the exit, he encountered quite a few human job changers. Su-chen blended in with them and left the secret realm together. Outside the secret realm, Yen Tianyun and Zhou Guqing were closely watching every job changer that emerged. Their target was clear: to find the guy who had forcefully entered the secret realm. However, at that time, Su-chen was wearing a hood, making it difficult to see his face. It was hard to distinguish him with the naked eye, as they had yet to spot their target. Yen Tianyun grew a bit anxious. Old Zhou, so many people have come out, and we still haven't found that guy? Zhou Guqing chuckled coldly. What's the rush? Don't I have a skill to lock onto auras? Unless he died in the secret realm, once he shows up, he definitely won't escape our grasp. That's good. Yen Tianyun nodded, suddenly recalling something, his expression tightening. Our people have been inside for so long, why haven't they come out yet? They wouldn't have been killed by the Rift Sky Eagle, would they? Zhou Guqing was unconcerned. They went in as a team of 20, all of them at the silver level. How could a mere Rift Sky Eagle be a match for them? They might have been delayed while chasing the Rift Sky Eagle. They should be coming out soon. Then I can relax. Yen Tianyun sighed in relief. Just then, Su-chen walked out of the secret realm with a group of people. At that moment, he showed no signs of panic, completely appearing as if nothing had happened. Because only in this way could he avoid arousing suspicion from the Hongmeng Merchant Association. Zhou Guqing's gaze swept over the group of people one by one, and with each person that passed, he would sniff lightly, trying to catch a scent. When Su-chen walked by, Zhou Guqing's eyes suddenly lit up, and he whispered to Yen Tianyun beside him, "Target spotted." Yen Tianyun's eyes flashed with a fierce glint. Who? Zhou Guqing discreetly pointed at Su-chen. Yen Tianyun was slightly taken aback. He had initially thought that someone daring enough to barge into the secret realm would be a seasoned veteran. He never expected it to be a young man. One must admit, this young man's psychological resilience was truly impressive. He passed right by them without a hint of guilt. If it weren't for Zhou Guqing's special skills, this kid might have slipped away unnoticed. Yen Tianyun glanced at Su-chen and murmured, "When do we strike?" Zhou Guqing pondered for a moment and said, "Although our Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce is powerful, we are not yet strong enough to act recklessly. Killing this kid in front of so many people could draw criticism and tarnish our reputation. Therefore, I suggest we take him out quietly." "That works." Yen Tianyun grinned savagely. Meanwhile, Su-chen quickly boarded a bus heading to Sandstone City. Yen Tianyun gave a few instructions to his subordinates and followed Zhou Guqing in a base vehicle. In midair, on a flying craft, Dai Jeju noticed this scene and frowned slightly. "Old ho, it seems Su-chen is being targeted by 2 gold-level transmuters from the Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce. This kid Su-chen has really gotten too big for his britches lately, attracting opponents stronger than ever." Ho Hai sighed in exasperation. "What should we do?" Dai Jiaju asked. Ho Hai's killing intent surged. "What else can we do? We follow the old rules." "Damn it! Just a mere Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce. How dare they go after our people? They need to see what happens when they mess with us." The Hongming Chamber of Commerce has indeed been a bit arrogant in recent years. I've long been
displeased with them. This is a perfect opportunity to suppress their arrogance.
A cruel smile crossed Dai Jiaju's lips.
Zhou Guqing and Yen Tianyun in the base vehicle were completely unaware that disaster was looming.
Suddenly, the left front tire of the base vehicle burst, causing it to lose balance and shake violently. Zhou Guqing sensed something was wrong and slammed
on the brakes. What happened? Yen Tianyun asked, confused. The road was very smooth. How could the tire have burst?
I don't know either. Let's get out and take a look, Zhou Guqing replied, puzzled as he opened the door and stepped out.
Yen Tianyun followed closely behind.
The two approached the front of the vehicle and saw an arrow embedded in the tire, having punctured.
Which bastard did this? Yen Tianyun roared in anger. Your ancestor did it.
A cold snort suddenly drifted over
both Yen Tianyun and Zhou Guqing's hearts sank, and they quickly
turned around to see two old men, one fat and one thin, approaching with fierce expressions. Realizing the hostility of the newcomers, Yen Tianyun furrowed his brow and said coldly, "Who are you? Why did you shoot out our base vehicle's tire?"
To kill you.
Ho Hai charged in front of Yen Tianyun, his fist swinging out.
Although he was a giant axe warrior, he was also a platinum-level powerhouse. A platinum-level fighter wouldn't even bother using weapons against a gold-level opponent.
As he threw the punch, a chilling wind howled around them.
Feeling
an overwhelming aura bearing down on him, Yen Tianyun's pupils constricted and a deep terror filled his eyes. "Senior, spare me." Realizing that Ho Hai was a platinum-level powerhouse, Yen Tianyun completely lost his will to resist, his mind going blank as he helplessly begged for mercy. Ho Hai remained unmoved, clenching his fist and smashing it into Yen Tianyun's face. The violent force surged through, distorting and deforming Yen Tianyun's features until they finally shattered into an irregular shape with a loud bang. The headless corpse swayed
twice before crashing heavily to the ground.
Ho Hai's gaze shifted to Zhou Guqing, his eyes still filled with intense killing intent.
Go!
Zhou Guqing was terrified, his heart racing, and he struggled to swallow. Under Ho Hai's piercing stare, he felt a chill run through his body and trembled as he said, "Senior, I am from the Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce."
Ho Hai was too ruthless.
He killed without a second thought. Faced with such a formidable opponent, there was no ability to resist. To survive, he could only invoke the Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce. The Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce was a top-tier power in Blue Star, and perhaps the other party would think twice. Ho Hai sneered, "You still want to use the Hongmeng Chamber of
Commerce to pressure me? I wouldn't dare." Zhou Guqing trembled all over and weakly asked, "Senior, we haven't offended you, so why do you want to kill?" Ho Hai glared, "Who said you haven't offended me?" Zhou Guqing was a bit confused. This was their first meeting. When had he clashed with Ho Hai? Ho Hai reminded him, "Weren't you planning to hunt down a young man before?" "Youth?"
Zhou Guqing muttered, his expression suddenly changing.
The young man Ho Hai mentioned was none other than Su Chen, right? He had originally thought Su Chen was
just a weakling in the bronze realm easily dealt with. Unexpectedly, there was a platinum realm powerhouse protecting him. This time, he had truly kicked a steel plate.
Zhou Guqing was anxious. "Senior, I didn't know his identity.
If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to lay a hand on him even if I had 10 times the courage."
Ho Hai snorted coldly, "I won't kill you
today, but go back and tell your president to act more discreetly in the future. If you dare to act recklessly again, I will uproot your Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce and erase it completely."
Zhou Guqing's heart raced violently. The other party actually threatened to eliminate the Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce? How arrogant! Who were these two?
Zhou Guqing cautiously asked.
"Senior, who exactly are you?
Open your eyes and see clearly." Ho Hai took out a token and placed it in front of Zhou Guqing.
Zhou Guqing focused and saw the words Zhushen prominently inscribed on the token. Zhushen? The Zhushen organization? Zhou Guqing felt a thunderous roar in his brain, his legs trembled, and he collapsed to the ground. The Zhushen organization
was the most powerful organization in the Thousand Cities Alliance and even the entire Blue Star.
Although their numbers were few, each member was an elite among elites. Even the lowest ranked were at the platinum level.
It was rumored that the strongest members of the Zhushen organization were on the verge of breaking through to the transcendent realm.
They were practically godlike beings.
The Hongmeng Chamber of Commerce was also powerful, but it depended on who they were compared to.
In front of the Zhushen organization, they were nothing more than ants. Ho Hai warned, "Su Chen is one of us in the Zhushen organization.
If you dare to trouble him again, don't blame me for being merciless."
"I absolutely wouldn't dare." Zhou Guqing lowered his head, not daring to breathe. To provoke someone from the Zhushen organization? Unless he was tired of living. "Old Ho, are you really going to let him go?" Dai Jiaju asked. Ho Hai squinted, "Is it that easy?" Zhou Guqing was startled and quickly said, "Senior, didn't you ask me to go back and deliver a message? If you kill me, how can I deliver the message?" Ho Hai chuckled, "Who said I was going to kill you?" Zhou Guqing was a bit confused. "Then what do you mean?" Ho Hai moved his limbs, indicating through action what he and his companion intended to do. Bang bang. After a series of brutal kicks, the two left. Zhou Guqing lay on the ground like a pile of mud, his face bruised and battered, not knowing how many
Bones were broken, with humiliating tears in the corners of his eyes. On the other side, when Suchen took the bus back to Sandstone City, it was already dark.
He could only stay in Sandstone City for one night.
After that, he found a restaurant to have dinner and went to a hotel to rest. The next day, at 7 in the morning, the sun was shining brightly.
Sandstone City was bustling with people. Suchen left the hotel and headed to the bus station, planning to take the bus back to Donghai City.
There were no direct buses from Sandstone City to Donghai City, and he had to transfer twice, which was a huge waste of time. But there was no other choice. The curse on him had not been lifted, and he didn't dare to drive, so he could only take the bus. Suchen sat on the bus and closed his eyes to rest. In midair, on a flying vehicle, Dai Jiaju muttered, "It's strange, why isn't Suchen driving?"
Recently, Suchen had been
in accidents one after another, and it had become a source of daily amusement. If a day went by without seeing him crash, it felt uncomfortable all over.
Ho Hai speculated, could it be that he's afraid to drive because of the accidents? Dai Jiaju dismissed it. You still don't know Suchen? This kid fears nothing. Would he be afraid to drive? Ho Hai nodded. That's true. Dai Jiaju suddenly laughed. Suchen is really unlucky. If I remember correctly, he seems to have totaled 5 or 6 base vehicles. And it doesn't stop there. Even riding a bicycle, he has problems. Do you think this kid is just having bad luck? Ho Hai laughed heartily. That's really the case. Dai Jiaju's eyes flickered slightly. Old Ho, how about we make a bet? Bet on what? Let's bet on whether Suchen will total his next base vehicle. Ho Hai pondered for a moment and said, he's already totaled so many base vehicles, he must be at his worst luck, so he shouldn't have any more problems, right? I bet he will total his next base vehicle. Are you in? What are we betting? A bottle of pear blossom wine. Deal. As it was getting dark, the bus arrived at Lanxian City.
Lanxian City is not far from Donghai City, just over 100 kilometers.
Suchen did not enter the city but
got off outside and found a place to sit and rest.
Dai Jiaju wondered, it's already dark, why isn't Suchen entering the city? Ho Hai didn't pay much attention. This kid has a peculiar way of thinking. Who knows what he wants to do?
No need to worry about him. Anyway, there's no danger around. Let's continue drinking.
Dai Jiaju didn't think much of it and clinked
his wine jar with Ho Hai's. Time passed slowly, and before they knew it, it was completely dark. Seeing that there was no one around, Suchen activated his Windwing Divine Wings and shot
towards Donghai City.
After finishing a jar of wine, Dai Jiaju instinctively glanced at a nearby screen. Just one look, and his face changed dramatically. Old Ho, Suchen is gone.
Ha!
Ho Hai was a bit confused and quickly looked at the screen, only to see it was empty. This screen was a detector with a range of 100 kilometers. As long as Suchen appeared within the range, a red dot would show up on the screen. If there was no red dot, it meant Suchen had left the detection range. But how could he disappear in just a few minutes? Ho Hai was silent for a moment and reminded, call Suchen. Without hesitation, Dai Jiaju took out his phone and dialed Suchen's number. On the other side, Suchen had already flown back to Donghai City. Just as he returned home and hadn't even caught his breath, his phone suddenly rang. Seeing that the call was from an unfamiliar number, he hesitated for a moment but still answered. Is this Suchen? Dai Jiaju tested. Yes, who are you? Dai Jiaju's expression changed. I am a teacher from the admissions office of Juxing University.
My name is Ho Dai, and I would like to consult you about a question. What question? Suchen thought, could it be that the admissions office of Juxing University is calling to admit him early? Where are you right now? I'm at home. Suchen was a bit confused. Why ask such a question? At home? In Donghai City? Dai Jiaju pressed on. Yes, just in Donghai City, Suchen confirmed. Alright, I have no more questions. After saying that, Dai Jiaju directly hung up the phone and drove the flying vehicle towards Donghai City. Suchen, just asking such a question? Is this person crazy? Suchen muttered to himself. Just as he was about to take a break, his phone rang again. This time, it was Wu Hao calling. Suchen, where have you been? I tried calling you before but couldn't get through. Maybe the signal is bad, Suchen replied casually, then asked, what do you need me for? Wu Hao hurriedly said, didn't I tell you last time? Dagang from the Southern Region Alliance is challenging the strong ones from our year. Just the day before yesterday he defeated Lin Miaoka, and today he has already arrived in Donghai City claiming he wants to challenge you. Dagang is very strong, Suchen raised an eyebrow. Although he hadn't fought Lin Miaoka, she was a space mage known for her immense power. But for Dagang to defeat Lin Miaoka, that was no small feat. Seeing Suchen remain silent, Wu Hao probed, Suchen, you are the last hope of our Qiancheng Alliance's second year students. What do you mean? Are you going to accept the challenge? Suchen originally didn't plan to accept as he had been too high profile lately and didn't want to draw more attention. However, this matter concerned the face of the entire Qiancheng Alliance. If he backed down, they would surely be mocked by the Southern Region Alliance. What face would the Qiancheng Alliance have left? As a member of the Qiancheng Alliance, they rise and fall together, and such a thing must not happen. Fight! What is there to fear? Not only must he defeat his opponent, but he must also showcase the style of the Qiancheng Alliance and completely suppress the arrogance of the Southern Region Alliance.
Su Chen said solemnly, I will accept the challenge. Wu Hao's expression changed. Su Chen, you are truly my brother, just as stubborn as I am.
I knew you wouldn't back down. Where does a mere shield bearer get all this stubbornness? Su Chen muttered to himself, then turned to the main issue. How do I contact Dagang?
Wu Hao said, this guy is very arrogant. He has already posted on the Transcender forum, saying he is
waiting for you at the arena in Donghai City. Got it. Su Chen nodded, then asked, what is Dagang's profession? What level is he? Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory. In every battle, it's best to understand the opponent's details before the fight.
Wu Hao thought for a moment and said, I'm not very sure, but you can ask He Yaoxing. He has fought.
Dagang. Okay. Su Chen hung up the phone and dialed He Yaoxing's number. The call was quickly connected and He Yaoxing excitedly shouted, Boss. Xiao Chang, I heard you fought Dagang? What level and profession is that guy? He Yaoxing's expression became serious. Dagang is a 9th-tier beast warrior of the Bronze Realm. His defense and attack power are terrifying. I even
think he is on par with you. When we fought, he didn't transform, but he still crushed me.
Su Chen was a bit moved.
It is well known that beast warriors can only unleash their strongest
power when they transform. For Dagang to be so strong without transforming is indeed a tough opponent.
After a moment of distraction, Su Chen asked, do you know what form of beast warrior
he is? Listening to Lin Niaoka, it seems to be an ancient behemoth beast. This form of beast warrior is not inferior to the dragon form at all. After transforming, it can greatly enhance defense and attack power and possesses extremely strong recovery abilities.
When Lin Niaoka fought against Dagang, it was because she couldn't break through his defense that she was
defeated. Behemoth beast? Su Chen murmured. This thing sounded quite intimidating. He Yaoxing probed, Boss, are you going to take action yourself? Su Chen smiled slightly, yes. He Yaoxing's eyes flashed with anger, Boss, that bastard Dagang is too despicable.
After defeating me, he subjected me to a 5-minute, almost inhumane humiliation.
You must avenge me. Alright, I'll take revenge for you. Su Chen smiled faintly. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen began to browse the job changers forum. Sure enough, Dagang had really posted a
message there titled, The Genius of the Southern Region Alliance comes on strong. The strong of the Thousand City Alliance are not as they claim and are all defeated. The so-called number one of the second year, Su Chen, dares not challenge and has become a turtle hiding its head. Seeing the title of this post, Su Chen's expression turned cold.
Dagang actually posted. To humiliate him, his arrogance was evident. If you don't court death, you won't die. Su Chen snorted coldly. The next day, at 8 in the morning, Su Chen finished breakfast and went downstairs.
Downstairs, Wu Hao had been waiting for a long time.
What are you doing here? Su Chen asked in surprise. Wu Hao grinned, aren't you going to teach Dagang a lesson? As your loyal brother, I naturally have to follow you to witness your glorious moment. Su Chen raised an eyebrow, let's go. Soon, the two arrived at the only gladiatorial arena in Donghai City.
At this time, a large crowd had gathered around the arena. Lu Li, Huang Jin, Xiu Mengxian, Su Fanqing, Lin Niaoka, and others were all present.
When Su Chen appeared, it immediately caused a stir. Su Chen is here. Great, our strong man is finally going to take action. Go, Su Chen. You must defeat Dagang's arrogance. Su Chen stepped forward, and the crowd automatically parted, creating a path for him. Lin Niaoka stared intently at Su Chen, murmuring, just as the rumors say, he is extraordinarily handsome. Beside her, Tang Qin teased, are you infatuated with him?
Lin Niaoka's face flushed with shyness as she shot a fierce glare at Tang Qin. Don't talk nonsense.
Su Chen walked up to Huang Jin and the others. Why are you all here?
Huang Jin smiled and said, we heard from Wu Hao last night that you accepted Dagang's challenge, so we rushed over early this morning.
Su Chen didn't ask further and scanned the area. Where is Dagang? He hasn't arrived yet, Su Fanqing reminded. Quite the show-off, Su Chen said with a cold smile. Which one is Su Chen?
Suddenly, a rough voice came through. Everyone turned to look in the direction of the voice. They saw a young man draped in animal skins, burly and swaggering over with an air of arrogance.
Su Chen focused on the other party.
I have to say, Dagang looked quite wild. His body was covered in thick hair and his gorilla-like face was filled with bulging muscles, looking ferocious. For a moment, Su Chen felt that
Dagang resembled a half-orc. Ugly to the extreme. If half-orcs were the product of failed evolution, then Dagang was an incomplete evolution, a defective product. Su Chen, get out here. Dagang approached, his arrogance growing.
Open your eyes wide and see clearly, Su Chen is right in front of you.
Lu Li couldn't hold back any longer and shouted. Which one? Dagang
was extremely irritable, his eyes bulging as he scanned the crowd. With so many people present and not knowing who Su Chen was, he had no idea who to look for.
I am Su Chen. Su Chen rubbed his nose and walked up to Dagang.
Dagang scrutinized Su Chen for a while, his brows slightly furrowing.
I originally thought the number one powerhouse of the second year in the Xiancheng Alliance would be a remarkable figure, but I didn't expect you to look like this. Su Chen raised the corner of his mouth. What's wrong with my appearance?
A trace of disgust crossed Dagang's face as he shook his head. Too ugly and too shabby. With your looks, you wouldn't even be able to marry a wife in our place.
Cough cough. Su Chen started coughing
violently, nearly choking on those words.
Everyone looked bewildered, staring in shock. De Gang actually said Su Chen was ugly? Su Chen was exceptionally handsome, not to mention.
He wasn't exactly a panin, but he was definitely a strikingly good-looking man.
How could he be considered a monster in De Gang's eyes? What kind of aesthetic is that? It's purely disgusting.
Su Chen swallowed hard. Compared to you, I am indeed somewhat lacking in charm.
De Gang looked at him with disdain. You think someone like you is worthy of comparing with me? I'm famous for being a handsome young man in the southern region. Which girl wouldn't be captivated by me? Don't you look in the mirror? How can you say such things? Su Chen. Everyone. It turned out that it wasn't just De Gang who had a problem with aesthetics. The entire Southern Region Alliance was like that. Su Chen didn't want to dwell on this matter any longer and reminded, let's not waste time, let's head to the arena. I've been waiting for this. De Gang clenched his fists and strode towards the arena. Su Chen suddenly called out, wait a minute.
De Gang stopped and turned to look at Su Chen. You aren't scared, are you?
Su Chen smiled slightly. You haven't bought a ticket yet. To enter the arena, one must have a ticket. De Gang was momentarily taken aback. Can't you buy me one?
In the past, it was always the other party who bought the tickets.
Why was Su Chen being so stingy? Su Chen chuckled and
walked to the ticket booth, buying only one ticket, saying to De Gang, I'll wait for you in the arena. If you don't dare to come, it means you're a coward. A ticket costs 1,000 Blue Star coins. He had earned his Blue Star coins through hard work, so why waste them on De Gang? De Gang was momentarily stunned, then painfully fished out a few crumpled Blue Star coins from his pocket. The Southern Region Alliance was located in a desolate area with scarce resources and couldn't be compared to the Qincheng Alliance.
Earning Blue Star coins was incredibly difficult. He was indeed a bit reluctant. But to defeat Su Chen, he had to spend some money. De Gang took the Blue Star coins to the ticket booth, gritting his teeth. Buy a ticket. The ticket seller spread out the Blue Star coins one by one, counted them, and looked up at De Gang. A total of 922. You're still short 78. Ha! De Gang was dumbfounded. He clearly remembered having 1,000 Blue Star coins. How could he be short 78? Soon, he recalled. Last night he had indulged and eaten 13 bowls of ramen, and that 78 had been spent on ramen. What to do now? Without the 78, he couldn't buy a ticket, and he wouldn't have the chance to defeat Su Chen. I'll cover that 78 for you. Huang Jin, pay for him. After Su Chen finished speaking, he strode into the arena. I'm the one paying. How did it become you covering for him?
Huang Jin said unhappily, pulling out $100 bill and handing it to the ticket seller.
The ticket seller then gave De Gang a ticket.
De Gang took the ticket and excitedly rushed
into the arena.
At that moment, everyone gathered around the ticket booth, staring at the big screen. Huang Jin was squeezed and felt a bit uncomfortable, shouting, everyone, stop pushing. I'm paying, save the best spot for me.
Old man, I put in 200, you can roll aside. Luli pushed Huang Jin aside and seized the advantageous position. In the arena, Su Chen and De Gang stood on either side, gazing at each other from a distance. After sizing each other up, De Gang said boldly, Su Chen, you kid are quite perceptive, knowing to pay me in Blue Star coins.
For this, I'll go easy on you and hit you a few less times later.
Su Chen chuckled lightly. Do you know why I paid you in Blue Star coins? Because I also want to hit you. So don't take it to heart, let's just go for it. De Gang scoffed, you're quite cocky, since you asked, I won't hold back. With that, he ripped off the animal skin draped over him, revealing a body of bronze muscles, especially the 16-pack abs on his abdomen, which were particularly striking. His arms were as thick as thighs, with muscles bulging like they were forged from iron, creating a stunning impact. But that wasn't all. De Gang struck a few poses, looking like a bodybuilder performing on stage. Su Chen was dumbfounded. It was just a fight. Why was he showing off his muscles? What was going on? After showing off for a while, De Gang turned to Su Chen and raised an eyebrow. Su Chen, have you ever seen a strong man? Su Chen suppressed the urge to vomit and clicked his tongue. I've seen plenty of strong men, but none as disgusting as you. You're just envious and jealous. De Gang said self-righteously. Hurry up and make your move, Su Chen said, somewhat impatient. Who knows what kind of tricks De Gang would pull if he kept talking. De Gang didn't say more, his gaze turning sharp. Suddenly, he stomped his feet like a raging tiger, charging rapidly towards Su Chen. Boom! His steps were heavy, causing the ground to rumble, and his speed was astonishing. In just a few breaths, he was in front of Su Chen, roaring, strongman fist. A massive fist came crashing towards Su Chen's face. The fierce wind from the punch echoed loudly. It started. Outside the arena, everyone tensed up, staring intently at the big screen, all silently cheering for Su Chen. Facing such a ferocious punch, Su Chen showed no fear, also clenching his fist and striking back. Bang! The two fists collided at high speed, producing a dull thud. After the strike, both retreated simultaneously, each stepping back 5 or 6 paces. In the contest of strength and defense, they were evenly matched. He blocked it. The crowd was taken aback. Among those present, many had fought against De Gang before. They had all suffered greatly under De Gang's terrifying strength. Initially, seeing Su Chen choose to clash with fists, they secretly worried for him. Unexpectedly, Su Chen actually held his ground. Is he really that strong? Su Chen thought to himself, secretly clicking his tongue.
He had to admit De Gang's muscles were not just for show, they contained explosive power. After just one clash, he even felt a slight pain in his fist.
De Gang was equally surprised, staring wide-eyed at Su Chen. You're quite strong, huh?
It should be known that he was born with divine strength,
holding the title of the strongest man in the southern region.
In past battles, he had always crushed opponents with a single punch. Why didn't he gain any advantage in this clash with
Su Chen? Could it be that Su Chen also had divine strength? Looking at Su Chen's physique, he shouldn't possess such ability. What was going on? De Gang was baffled. Su Chen chuckled. Just average, I can still handle you.
Although their first encounter ended in a draw, he had more than just this level of strength. All his trump cards had yet to be revealed.
Just using one would be enough to make De Gang drink from the bitter cup.
Seeing Su Chen so arrogant, De Gang was furious. You will pay a painful price for your ignorance.
Today, let me show you
the close combat strength of the #1 tough guy in the southern region.
Su Chen, tremble. Su Chen smiled. Close combat? Does he not know the name of the close combat maniac? Su Chen curled his finger. Let the bloodhand butcher have a taste. Ah! De Gang roared as he charged forward. The two quickly got into a scuffle. De Gang swung wildly, his fists raining down. Su Chen was nimble and agile, constantly dodging and landing quick strikes.
As they fought, De Gang began to feel something was off.
Su Chen's agility was too high. After throwing
over 100 punches, he hadn't even grazed the hem of Su Chen's clothes. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to defeat Su Chen even if he exhausted himself. What frustrated him even more was that Su Chen was resorting to dirty tricks, using methods like eye gouging and ear pulling. What made De Gang even more wary was that Su Chen had started to use low blows. Although his body was as stiff as iron, that area was relatively vulnerable.
Once attacked, it would surely collapse.
Fuming, De Gang gritted his teeth and shouted at Su Chen, Su Chen, if you're
a real man, come at me head on. What kind of skill is this? Su Chen chuckled. I just love seeing you flustered and helpless. Once I've had my fun, I'll naturally go head to head with you.
As he spoke, he delivered another low blow, nearly landing it, causing De Gang to break out in a cold sweat.
Ah! You're forcing me. De Gang was about to explode with rage. He quickly
retreated a few steps, creating some distance, and his body suddenly trembled. With a series of cracking sounds, his body rapidly expanded, and in the blink of an eye, he was 3 meters
away.
A layer of golden fur sprouted from his skin, radiating a dazzling golden light, transforming him into a golden beast resembling a gorilla.
At the same time, a terrifying aura
from the wilderness spread out.
The behemoth. De Gang has transformed.
Outside the arena, everyone was extremely tense.
After transforming, De Gang's overall strength surged more than double. Could Su Chen still handle him as easily as before? You finally transformed.
A hint of seriousness appeared on Su Chen's face for the first time as he opened his item bar and took out the judgment.
Su Chen, are you ready?
De Gang laughed maniacally, his eyes filled with battle intent. Su Chen remained calm, pointing judgment at him from a distance. Bring
it on. Boom. De Gang charged forward rapidly. With each step, the arena trembled slightly, even cracking a bit. Take this punch.
He closed in, swinging an enormous fist down from
above.
A fierce wind surged.
A shadow loomed over Su Chen.
Su Chen remained composed, stepping aside as if he were a ghost, disappearing from his original spot.
Although De Gang was immensely
strong, his attack methods were too simplistic, relying solely on brute force. In front of Su Chen, who was experienced in combat and possessed super high agility, he posed no threat
at all. Bang! De Gang's fist smashed down.
The arena shattered, debris flying everywhere.
A pit about a meter wide appeared on the ground. Witnessing this, everyone was horrified. Gang's strength was terrifying.
If someone were to take a punch from him, they would surely be crushed to pieces.
Damn it! De Gang's punch missed, and he was furious. Just then, a sound
of air being sliced came from behind him. Before he could react, a sharp pain shot through his ankle. De Gang looked down to see a cut on his ankle, clearly indicating that Su Chen had launched a sneak attack while he wasn't paying attention. Insidious, despicable, shameless. Veins bulged on De Gang's forehead as he angrily turned around and charged at Su Chen again. But just as he got close, Su Chen vanished once more. Following that, another sharp pain shot through his other calf. Playing this game again. Jin Chaoguo watched in astonishment. This tactic is very effective against those who have strong defenses, great power, but low agility. At that time, on the 13th floor of the Chaos Tower, Su Chen relied on this tactic to slaughter the Titan giants. At first, Dagon didn't care. What were a few small cracks? What else could happen? But after more than a dozen times, he realized something was wrong. This despicable guy, Su Chen, was clearly targeting one spot, aiming to sever his tendons. As the saying goes, dripping water penetrates stone. If the same spot continued to be attacked, his tendons would eventually be severed. By then, he would truly become a fish on the chopping board at Su Chen's mercy. I must not let him succeed. Dagon gritted his teeth. Suddenly, stopping his attacks and standing still. This action was a bit strange, but Suchen didn't think much of it. He quickly moved behind Dagong. Just as he was about to strike, he suddenly felt an invisible force pulling at him. It was as if something was holding him back from below, making his movements sluggish. What's wrong with Suchen? His reactions are so slow. The crowd noticed something was off. It seems Suchen has fallen for it. Lin Miaoka's expression changed. What happened? Everyone's faces turned serious. Lin Miaoka said anxiously, Dagong seems to have released the common skill of melee professions, gravity field. Although this skill is auxiliary, it has a very strong binding ability. If Suchen can't break free, he will undoubtedly lose. Ha! Jin Chaogui was taken aback and complained, didn't you fight Dagong before? Since he has this skill, why didn't you say it earlier? If she had mentioned it sooner, Suchen could have prepared and wouldn't have fallen into such a dangerous situation. Lin Miaoka smiled bitterly. When I fought Dagong, he hadn't used this skill yet and I lost. Before I even knew he had such a powerful skill hidden. Could it be that Suchen is really going to lose? The crowd felt an immense weight on their hearts. Suchen was the last guardian of the Qiancheng Alliance's second-year students. If he lost, the reputation of the Qiancheng Alliance would be severely damaged. Suchen, you must hold on. Wu Hao clenched his fists and shouted in his heart. In the arena, Dagong turned around, grinning widely at Suchen, a mocking look crossing his face. Suchen, not feeling so good, huh? Did you really think I couldn't handle you? Suchen quickly calmed down. You're using the gravity field skill, right? I have to admit, the skill does counter me significantly, but to think you can control me is a bit wishful. Dagong was slightly taken aback, sneering, at this point, you still dare to boast? I want to see how you can escape my gravity field. Suchen smiled faintly and immediately used the wind speed skill. The wind speed skill has the ability to double speed. Under the interference of the gravity field, the enhancement is greatly reduced, but it can restore speed to normal levels. With a step, Suchen vanished from his spot in a flash. What's going on? Suchen broke free from the gravity field's constraints? Everyone was stunned. Dagong was even more shocked, staring blankly. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't understand how Suchen did it. Just then, a sharp pain shot through his ankle again. Clearly, Suchen was targeting his tendons once more. Dagong was both angry and furious, frantically swinging his fists, but they all hit nothing but air. Ugly monster, your moves are too slow, try to be faster. Suchen taunted Dagong while wildly slashing with his weapon, Judgment. After a series of more than 10 strikes, Dagong couldn't take it anymore and sat down on the ground, curling his legs up. If he let Suchen continue to wreak havoc, his tendons would definitely be severed. Helpless, he could only protect his feet first. Suchen was stunned. What was going on? Why is Dagong sitting on the ground? He wasn't even hit in the tendons. Has he given up resisting? Outside the arena, everyone looked equally puzzled. Wu Hao tentatively asked, did Suchen win? Lin Miaoka's expression turned contemplative. Dagong is a very proud person. If he isn't defeated, he won't admit defeat. Wu Hao was confused. Then what does he mean? Lin Miaoka shook her head. I'm not sure either. He might be trying to wear Suchen down with his defense. Ha! Wu Hao was baffled. How could he wear him down? Let Suchen chop away? Wouldn't that just turn him into mush? Inside the arena, Suchen looked at Dagong, puzzled. Not fighting anymore? Have you given up? Dagong held his head high. Who said I've given up? If you have the ability, knock me down. Want me to admit defeat? Dream on. Very well, I want to see how much you can take. Suchen didn't hold back, charging at Dagong with his weapon, delivering a flurry of strikes. It felt like a butcher chopping meat. Dagong didn't resist. Instead, he protected his head with his arms, curling up, allowing Suchen to do as he pleased. Bang! Bang! Thud! Thud! The weapon struck Dagong's arms repeatedly, sending sparks flying, as if hitting a solid piece of metal. Although the weapon had strong penetration capabilities, Dagong's arms were just too tough. At this rate, it would take at least 100 strikes, all in the same spot, to break through. Suchen certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to do that, so he changed his target and kept trying. The back was as hard as stone, abandoned. The thighs were like iron pillars, abandoned. The buttocks had slightly less defense, but were still tough. Try another spot. After trying a few places, Suchen was a bit dumbfounded. Dagong seemed flawless. Quite impressive. Witnessing this, everyone was stunned. Suchen's strength was well known. In past battles, he almost always defeated his opponents in seconds. Few could last 3 to 5 rounds against him. Yet Dagong, transformed, was unyielding. This showed just how terrifying Dagong's defense was. Seeing that Suchen couldn't break through his defense, Dagong mocked. Suchen, where's your skill? Didn't you say you were going to take me down? Hurry up. His strategy was simple, continuously wear down Suchen's stamina. When Suchen was exhausted, it would be time to counterattack. I must say, this was quite a good plan. Of course, it meant enduring immense pain. Each of Suchen's attacks was explosive. Even Dagong's defense struggled to withstand it. But for the sake of victory, he could only grit his teeth and endure. Suchen's eyes gradually narrowed, coldly snorting. Even if you're a turtle hiding in its shell, I'm going to break that shell today.
Gang shouted, "Come on, hurry up and attack." "As you wish." Su Chen quickly retreated a few steps, gripping his weapon and slashing into the air. In an instant, a wave of sword energy surged forth, crashing down on Gang in layers. Since conventional methods couldn't deal with Gang, he decided to use skills. He couldn't believe that with the power of the tenfold wave slash, he couldn't break through Gang's defense. Tenfold wave slash. Gang's eyelids twitched violently. Facing such a violent attack skill, even with his defense, he felt uncertain. Su Chen is getting serious. The crowd grew excited. The wave of sword energy surged up, instantly engulfing Gang. Bang bang, crack crack. The sound of intense collisions echoed throughout the arena. After 10 consecutive impacts, the wave of sword energy dissipated. Su Chen squinted at Gang, only to see a small crack appear on his massive body, blood oozing out and dyeing his entire fur a bloody red, a shocking sight. However, Su Chen noticed that Gang's breath was still vigorous. Moreover, the wounds on his body were slowly healing. The healing speed was quite fast. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before he fully recovered. Su Chen was astonished. It was the first time he had encountered such a resilient guy. He felt that Gang was even more troublesome than the Titan Giant and the mutated Rift Eagle. Outside the duel arena, the crowd was also moved, all shocked by Gang's formidable defense. Su Chen was momentarily dazed, then focused on Gang. "Do you want to continue?" Gang grimaced in pain but still wore a defiant expression. "The wave overlapping tenfold slash is nothing like this. If you think you can make me, the strongest man in the South region, surrender, you're dreaming. I just love conquering tough nuts like you." A cold smile crossed Su Chen's lips. This battle represented not only himself but the entire Thousand Cities Alliance. He had to win at all costs. If Gang could withstand one wave overlapping tenfold slash, could he withstand 10? Today, he would thoroughly play with Gang and completely destroy his will to resist. Su Chen raised his long sword and unleashed the wave overlapping tenfold slash once more. After a wave of devastation, countless new wounds appeared on Gang's body, and it would be an understatement to say he was battered. Moreover, the injuries from the second attack far exceeded the first, blood splattering everywhere. Gang's health rapidly decreased, his face began to twist and his eyes bulged like a bull's, enduring immense pain at that moment. But true to his tough nature, he didn't utter a single sound from start to finish. Su Chen glanced at him and released the third wave overlapping tenfold slash. Bang! Gang collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The sweat and blood on his face mixed together, making him look exceptionally hideous. It was clear he had reached the edge of his endurance. Su Chen wins. What strongest man in the South region? Just a hollow title. Su Chen is awesome. Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted in cheers. Su Chen walked up to Gang and whispered, "If this continues, your life will be over. Just admit defeat." Gang was fierce, but his spirit and willpower were truly admirable. Su Chen felt a pang of compassion and didn't want to make it too difficult for him. Gang gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, and growled, "Stop talking nonsense. If you have the ability, kill me." "Hey, why go through all this?" Su Chen sighed and lifted his foot. With a series of kicks, it sounded like rain hitting banana leaves. This method of attack wasn't enough to inflict significant damage on Gang, but it was highly humiliating. After kicking for an unknown number of times, Su Chen stopped and glanced at Gang, only to be surprised to find that Gang was crying. The strongest man in the South region was crying? What was going on? Wasn't he supposed to be strong? He didn't cry after enduring 3-wave overlapping tenfold slashes. He cried after a few kicks? Su Chen was a bit bewildered and tentatively asked, "Did something sad come to mind?" Gang wiped his tears, looking aggrieved, and choked out, "My prize money is gone." "Prize money gone? What prize? Money?" Su Chen was a bit confused. "Can you explain it more clearly?" Gang said pitifully, "Our principal said that as long as I can defeat all the strong ones from your generation, he would reward me with 10,000 blue star coins. But I can't defeat you. The principal won't give me the prize money." Su Chen's mouth dropped open. Just 10,000 blue star coins. As a reward? That was too stingy, right? Was Gang really willing to fight so hard for such a small amount? Had he never seen money before? Su Chen swallowed hard. "You cried just because of this?" Gang nodded. "Alright, stop crying, I'll make up the prize money for you." Su Chen comforted him. For this little prize money he had endured so much beating. Gang was indeed a bit pitiful. He felt a little guilty. Besides being a bit arrogant, Gang had no other faults. He was strong and resilient, and in many ways he was quite similar to him. Su Chen liked this kind of person. Spending 10,000 blue star coins to make a friend was not a bad choice. "Are you going to give me a bonus? Are you serious?" Gang's eyes widened in disbelief. This was 10,000 blue star coins. Would Su Chen really give it to him? Su Chen smiled slightly, of course. Gang immediately became happy, feeling all his pain dissipate. A bright smile appearing on his face, looking a bit silly and simple. "Get up," Su Chen called out. Gang shook himself awake, quickly got up and put away his skills, returning to his original appearance.
Su Chen glanced at him. Are you okay? De Gang grinned. Just some superficial wounds, nothing serious. After saying that, he picked up a piece of beast
skin to wipe himself down.
In no time, the blood on his body was wiped clean, revealing his bronze-colored skin. Su Chen focused his gaze and saw that the wounds on De Gang's body were
healing again, already starting to scab. Good heavens! What kind of recovery ability is this? It's simply monstrous. Su Chen was a bit shocked. De Gang was incredibly strong. With such formidable defense and this terrifying self-healing ability, ordinary job changers really wouldn't be his match. It seemed only he could handle him. De Gang walked up to Su Chen and reminded him with a smile, Su Chen, when are you going to give me the blue star coins? Don't worry, you won't be shortchanged. Let's talk about it after we go out, Su Chen replied with a faint smile. De Gang nodded, obedient like a little child. Then the two left the arena. Everyone rushed over, first complimenting Su Chen, then starting to mock De Gang. De Gang, weren't you very arrogant? Why aren't you showing off now? Now you know how powerful our Qiancheng Alliance's experts are, right? Still dare to challenge Su Chen? Who gave you the courage? De Gang looked indifferent, sneering. So what if Su Chen mocks me a bit? What are you guys? If you're not convinced, let's practice in the arena? Everyone immediately shrank back. They talked big, but they really didn't have the guts to fight De Gang. They didn't have Su Chen's combat power. Once they entered the arena, they would only end up being bullied. Alright, everyone disperse. Su Chen waved his hand and turned to De Gang, saying, you, come with me. Okay. De Gang followed Su Chen eagerly, looking like a little brother. Everyone was dumbfounded. How did De Gang become like this? Wasn't he very arrogant? Why was he acting like a little brother in front of Su Chen? Could it be that after a fight he was tamed by Su Chen? Even this wild and unruly guy could be conquered. Su Chen was indeed impressive. Everyone sighed in admiration. After walking with Su Chen for a while, De Gang couldn't help but ask, Su Chen, when are you going to give me the blue star coins? After breakfast, Su Chen said as he walked towards a nearby dumpling shop. The reason he didn't give De Gang the blue star coins immediately was that he wanted to interact more and understand the situation in the Southern Domain Alliance. Upon hearing that they would eat, De Gang's eyes lit up and he tentatively asked, are you treating? To save money, he usually didn't eat breakfast. If Su Chen was treating, he definitely wanted to have a good meal. I'm treating. Su Chen nodded. A bowl of dumplings only costs a few coins? Look at De Gang's ambitions. Will it be enough to fill me up? De Gang asked again. Su Chen smiled slightly. Eat as much as you want. Su Chen, you're too good. De Gang was excited. The two entered the dumpling shop and sat down. Su Chen ordered 3 bowls of dumplings, 1 for himself and 2 for De Gang. 3 bowls of wontons were served, and Da Gang eagerly asked, can I eat now? Go ahead, Su Chen replied. Da Gang picked up a bowl of wontons and devoured them ravenously. In just a short while, the bowl was completely empty, even the soup was gone. Su Chen was stunned. Isn't it hot? Finishing a bowl of wontons in a few seconds was surprising enough. The key point was that these were just out of the pot. Wasn't he afraid of burning his tongue? Da Gang wiped his mouth. Not hot at all. In fact, it was a bit hot, but it was too delicious to resist. As he spoke, Da Gang picked up a second bowl. In less than 10 seconds, he finished it under Su Chen's astonished gaze. Su Chen swallowed hard. Was this a starving ghost reincarnated? How many days had it been since he last ate? So delicious. Da Gang licked his lips, looking unsatisfied. Are you still going to eat? Su Chen asked. Da Gang scratched his head. This stuff is pretty expensive. Can I keep eating? Su Chen chuckled. Didn't I say, eat as much as you want, just go ahead and fill your stomach. He wanted to see just how many bowls Da Gang could eat. Da Gang got excited. Boss, bring me 2 more bowls. Didn't you just get 3 bowls? The wonton shop owner muttered, walking over. When he saw Da Gang's empty bowls, he was stunned. Goodness, 2 bowls. In less than a minute? So fierce? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and bring me the wontons, Da Gang urged. Coming right up. The wonton shop owner snapped back to reality and quickly brought Da Gang 2 steaming bowls of wontons. Da Gang didn't care about anything else and dug in. Su Chen also started eating, but after just 3, he saw that Da Gang had already finished. This time he ate a bit slower, but still in less than half a minute. Su Chen tentatively asked, are you full? Da Gang said a bit shyly, it's okay, just a little bit filled. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. 4 bowls of wontons down and just a little bit filled? Why did he find that so hard to believe? Boss, bring me 5 more bowls. Su Chen called out. Still, want more? The wonton shop owner was a bit numb. In no time, 5 bowls of wontons were served. Da Gang continued to wolf them down. 5 minutes later, he finished. Are you full this time? Su Chen probed. Half full, Da Gang said nonchalantly. Su Chen clicked his tongue. Boss, bring me 10 bowls. The wonton shop owner. Already eaten 9 bowls and still not full? Are his wontons really that delicious? At that moment, he started to doubt himself. But he didn't think too much about it. After all, it was a profitable business. The more they ate, the more he earned.
Other customers gathered around, eager to see just how many bowls this oddly dressed guy could eat.
10 minutes later, 10 bowls of wontons had entered Dagong's stomach.
He patted his belly and laughed heartily. It's been a long time since I've felt this comfortable.
Everyone stared in disbelief. 1 bowl of wontons a minute, what a terrifying speed.
An old man couldn't help but exclaim, "Young man, your appetite is truly astonishing.
This is the first time I've seen someone eat like you." Dagong grinned foolishly and humbly.
Replied, "In our place, everyone has a big appetite. I'm not the strongest."
Everyone was dumbfounded. 19 bowls eaten and he wasn't the strongest? How many bowls would the strongest eat? Su Chen quietly looked at Dagong. "Want more?" "2 more bowls should be enough," Dagong said. Su Chen. Everyone.
This time, Dagong was much more restrained, eating
slowly and savoring each bite with a look of enjoyment. Su Chen asked curiously, "Don't you have wontons there?" Dagong looked up at Su Chen. "We do have them, but they're too expensive. A bowl costs 20 blue star coins, which most people can't afford."
"That is indeed quite expensive," Su Chen nodded, feeling a bit puzzled.
"In the Qianqing Alliance, a bowl of wontons
generally sells for 6 to 10 coins.
How could it be so expensive in the Southern Domain Alliance?" Su Chen asked, "What do you usually eat?" Dagong had a melancholic expression. "Wild
vegetables, wild fruits, and sometimes we even eat tree bark and leaves."
"Is the situation really that harsh?" Su Chen's mouth dropped open, puzzled. "Why don't you grow food?" Dagong
sighed. "The land in our area is barren and not suitable for growing food crops, which has led to rising prices."
Su Chen was confused. "I've heard that there are many secret realms in your area. Don't they have spiritual materials or something? Can't you get some out to trade for food?"
"Even if you can't get spiritual materials, can't you hunt some otherworldly creatures
for meat?" Dagong smiled bitterly. "We do have many secret realms, and otherworldly creatures are as numerous as cattle. But those secret realms are just as barren, let alone spiritual materials. There's hardly anything edible. Most of those otherworldly creatures contain deadly poison and are basically inedible. Unless you want to risk your life, no one would try." "You really are quite pitiful," Su Chen sighed. At this moment, he understood why Dagong was so desperate for 10,000 blue star coins. It was clearly due to poverty. "There's nothing we can do. We were just born into this environment."
Dagong sighed softly, a glimmer of light suddenly crossing his eyes. "However, the situation will soon change.
Recently, our
Southern Domain experts discovered a huge secret realm where not only are spiritual materials abundant, but there are also countless edible otherworldly creatures.
As long as we can conquer this secret realm, we will be able to eat and drink to our fill." Su Chen raised an eyebrow. "Then why don't you act quickly?" Dagong's mood fell. "It's not that we don't want to fight, but we currently lack the ability.
That secret realm only allows those below the first stage of the Golden Realm to enter.
Inside, there is a first stage Golden Realm Stone Kuei who possesses a very powerful summoning skill that can summon endless clones.
The exploration team has attacked several times, suffering heavy losses and returning empty-handed.
For now, we can only give up." Su Chen became interested. "What equipment or skills can you obtain from hunting Stone Kuei?" Dagong pondered for a moment and said, "I've heard that it can drop a platinum level-less mana regeneration staff." Su Chen's eyes immediately lit up. Currently, what he needed most was mana regeneration equipment. If he could obtain a platinum level-less mana regeneration item, he wouldn't have to worry about running out of mana anymore. When it comes to treasures, he has always been eager to seize them. Since he learned about this news, there was no reason to miss out. A smile gradually spread across Su Chen's face. Dagong was a bit confused. "Su Chen, what are you smiling about?" Su Chen reined in his smile and said seriously, "I have a suitable candidate who can help you conquer this secret realm." Dagong's expression changed. "Who is it?"
The Qianqing Alliance indeed has a wealth of talent, and their overall strength is definitely above that of the Southern Domain Alliance. Perhaps there really is someone who can take on Stone Kuei.
Su Chen smirked. "Far away in the sky, but close at hand." Dagong's mouth dropped open. "You can't be talking about yourself, right?" Indeed, Su Chen was very powerful. He could crush Dagong, the strongest man in the Southern Domain, so his strength was certainly not to be underestimated. But after all, Su Chen was only at the Bronze Realm. How could he possibly defeat the first stage Stone Kuei? "Is that not possible?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Dagong said, "I don't mean to look down on you, but the key is your level is too low. Do you really think you can be a match for Stone Kuei?" Su Chen smiled and said, "I didn't say I would deal with Sure Kuei right now. It will be about time when I advance to Silver Realm level 7. After that, he would continuously enter the secret realm to level up, and it wouldn't take long to reach Silver Realm level 7. Dagong realized this and was immediately overjoyed. With Su Chen's formidable strength crossing several levels, to handle the stone cave was indeed not a difficult task. "Su Chen, when are you going to the southern region?" Dagong asked, a bit impatient. The sooner they took the secret realm, the sooner the people of the Southern Region Alliance wouldn't have to suffer from hunger. "Didn't I say? I'll go after I advance to Silver Realm level 7 or above, probably in a month or two." Su Chen chuckled and then asked, "If I go to the southern region, how can I contact you?"
Going to an unfamiliar place, he could only find someone familiar to guide him.
Currently, he only knew De Gang. De Gang replied, I live in Shiguang City, which borders the Qiancheng Alliance. When you get to Shiguang City, just ask around at Shiguang No. 1 High School. I'm quite well known there. Do you have a phone? Su Chen asked. It would be more convenient to contact him using a phone. De Gang shook his head. No, phones were a luxury in the Southern
Region Alliance. Even some teachers might not have one, let alone students. Su Chen thought for a moment and said, let's go, I'll buy you a phone.
Buy me a phone? De Gang's mouth twitched. Su Chen, isn't that a bit extravagant? Students in our place don't even use phones. Su Chen smiled slightly. Aren't you the number one tough guy in the Southern region? How can someone so impressive not have a phone? Without a phone, it would be inconvenient to contact De Gang later.
Anyway, it wasn't that expensive, so he might as well buy him one. Consider it
an investment.
As long as he could hunt down Shirkue and obtain a platinum-level mana recovery staff, he could get hundreds or even thousands of times the return.
That's true, De Gang said, feeling a bit proud. He really should have a phone to show off his status.
However, he soon thought of a problem. Making calls required phone credit, which was quite an expense.
It would be better to save that money for food. De Gang smiled awkwardly. Big brother, how about we forget it? I'm a bit reluctant to spend on phone credit. Su Chen replied speechlessly. Look at your lack of ambition. I'll recharge you 2,000 blue star coins. That should be enough, right? Then thank you so much. De Gang was overjoyed. After that, the two went to a nearby phone store.
Su Chen picked a phone worth 2,000, recharged it with 2,000 blue star coins, and handed it to De Gang.
De Gang held it in his hands, fascinated, marveling at the various functions of the phone. Su Chen said, you can study it when you get back. By the way, when are you going back to the southern region? De Gang put away the phone and faced Su Chen. I'm leaving today. So soon? Su Chen was slightly taken aback. De Gang sighed, I don't want to leave either. It's great to have food and drink with you. But there's no choice. Our principal only gave me half a month and ordered me to return to school after that. How are you going back? There are buses from the Qiancheng Alliance to the southern region. I can transfer a few times and get back in 2 days. At this point, De Gang felt a bit embarrassed. Su Chen, could you lend me some travel expenses? Su Chen rubbed his nose. Didn't I say I would give you 10,000 blue star coins as a bonus? Isn't that enough for travel? Are you really going to give it? De Gang was stunned. Su Chen had treated him to more than 20 bowls of wontons and bought him a new phone that had already cost quite a bit of blue star coins. He originally thought Su Chen wouldn't give him the bonus. Unexpectedly, Su Chen kept his word. He was truly a man of his word. Su Chen smiled and took out 10,000 blue star coins, placing them in De Gang's hands. Su Chen, you are really too good to me. De Gang's eyes turned red, his voice choked with emotion, completely moved. This time, he specifically came to challenge Su Chen, but unexpectedly, Su Chen set aside past grievances, treated him to a meal, and even bought him a phone. Before leaving, he also gave him a bonus of 10,000. How did he end up meeting such a good person? Just keep it in your heart. There's no need to say it out loud, Su Chen said. De Gang nodded dumbly. Later, Su Chen bought De Gang a large bag of snacks and sent him to the bus station. De Gang got on the bus, constantly waving at Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and nodded. As the bus slowly pulled away, De Gang looked at Su Chen through the window, already filled with tears. Back home, just as Su Chen was about to rest, He Yaoxing called. Boss, I heard you just bullied De Gang? Awesome. Keep it low-key. Su Chen coughed lightly and then asked, what's the matter with that call? He Yaoxing chuckled, I want to team up to level up in the secret realm. Su Chen thought for a moment and said, which secret realm? If it were someone else, he wouldn't accept. After all, teaming up means sharing experience, which is not conducive to leveling up quickly. But since He Yaoxing was his little brother who usually treated him with great respect, taking him once wasn't a big deal. He Yaoxing quickly said, the cracked rock secret realm in the chaotic star sea. So far away? Is it suitable? Su Chen frowned. The chaotic star sea is very far from East Sea City. Even driving there takes 2 days. If taking a bus, it would take even longer. Since it's for leveling up, can't they choose a closer secret realm? Why go through such a long journey? He Yaoxing explained, it's a bit far, but the cracked rock secret realm is filled with silver-level beasts from level 1 to level 3. Killing one gives at least a couple hundred experience. The cost-effectiveness is still quite high. Su Chen pondered for a moment and asked, are there any bosses inside? If there are bosses, killing them could drop equipment, making the trip worthwhile. But if there are no bosses, it wouldn't be worth it. No bosses, He Yaoxing replied honestly. Then I'm not going, Su Chen directly refused. Don't, boss, please help me out, I really have no other way. He Yaoxing said with a hint of a sob. Su Chen sensed something was off. Xiao Chang, what's going on? He Yaoxing likely didn't choose the cracked rock secret realm just for leveling. There must be something else, or he wouldn't be so urgent. He Yaoxing hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, it's for a woman. Ha? Su Chen was stunned. What's going on? He Yaoxing is in love? This rough guy can fall in love too? Su Chen was momentarily dazed and asked, what does this Have to do with going to the Cracked Rock secret realm? Of course it matters, He Yaoxing explained.
Xiao Xiu said that as long as I get more golden sunflowers than Han Shipping, she
will agree to date me. Boss, you don't know, Han Shipping looks like a toad, as ugly as can be, and he dares to compete with me for Xiao Xiu?
If I lose to Han Shipping, where will I put my face? That's why I had to ask for your help.
Wait a minute.
Su Chen was a bit confused and needed to sort things out. Han Shipping and He Yaoxing are competing for a girl named Xiao Xiu. Xiao Xiu is undecided between the two and proposed a fair competition.
It seems to be something like that. Willing to take risks in the secret realm for a woman, isn't that being a simp? He Yaoxing is also a character. When did he become so humble?
After sorting it out, Su Chen advised, that girl named Xiao Xiu is wavering between you and Han Shipping. She probably
isn't a good woman, right? Is she using you for the golden sunflowers? Upon hearing this, He Yaoxing immediately became unhappy. Boss, I've always looked up to you as an idol and have always respected you. But if you insult the woman I like, I will still get angry with you. Are you feeling tight in the skin? I'm not doing this for your sake? Su Chen scolded. Damn it. If it were someone else, he wouldn't care at all? He Yaoxing was a bit ungrateful. He Yaoxing shrank his neck, immediately cowed, and awkwardly laughed. Boss, I was just joking. Don't get mad. Su Chen snorted and asked, what is the golden sunflower used for? He Yaoxing said, the golden sunflower is a very rare spiritual material.
After consuming it, the golden butterfly has a certain probability of deriving a brand new skill. But this thing is not easy to find because it only grows around the golden sunstone.
Su Chen's expression changed. Are you saying there are golden sunstones in the Cracked Rock secret realm? The golden sunstone is the main energy source for the gold-eating worm. Only by devouring the golden sunstone
can the gold-eating worm have combat power.
If he could get a large amount of golden sunstone, wouldn't he be able to learn the skill to summon the gold-eating worm? With such a powerful helper, his overall strength would surely soar. He Yaoxing affirmed, there are indeed golden sunstones in the Cracked Rock secret realm. Someone once brought out a few pieces weighing over 100 pounds, selling for more than 2 million blue star coins. Su Chen immediately said, I agree to team up with you.
It was hard to find out the whereabouts of the golden sunstone. He couldn't miss this opportunity.
Boss, are you serious? He Yaoxing was a bit dazed. Just a moment ago, Su Chen was reluctant. Why did he suddenly change his mind? Su Chen calmly
said, after all, you are my little brother. For your lifelong happiness, as your boss, I naturally have to lend a hand. Even if it means going through fire and water, I will definitely help you get the golden sunflower.
Boss, thank you.
He Yaoxing was moved. Choosing to follow you as a little brother is the wisest decision I've made in my life.
Be low-key. Su Chen smiled faintly. When are we going to the Cracked Rock Mountains, and where shall we meet?
He Yaoxing thought for a moment and said, the Chaos Star Sea is too far from here.
The sooner, the better. It would be best to set off tomorrow. Let's meet in Xiangyan City near the Chaos Star Sea. Alright, we'll contact each other when we get there. Su Chen hung up the phone and fell into contemplation. Should he drive there or take the bus? Logically, driving would be best, saving time and being convenient. The key issue was that he was cursed and had recently been in consecutive car accidents, making him a bit insecure. If he drove for 2 days in a row, he might end up in another accident. Considering this, Su Chen ultimately decided to take the bus. Just then, Xiao Mengxian suddenly called. They usually didn't keep in touch. Why was she calling? Su Chen hesitated for a moment but still answered. Su Chen, do you have time recently?
We want to invite you to team up for leveling in the Stone Cliff secret realm near the Chaos Star Sea.
Xiao Mengxian got straight to the point. Su Chen's eyes brightened slightly. When are you going? Are you driving?
If they were driving, it would be perfect for a ride, much better than taking the bus. We plan to drive there tomorrow, Xiao Mengxian said without hesitation.
Alright,
let's contact each other tomorrow morning, Su Chen said. After hanging up, Xiao Mengxian smiled brightly, looking as happy as a child.
With nothing to do, Su Chen started browsing the job changer forum. The battle with De Gang had already spread. Several posts on the forum were praising him extensively. This made him quite troubled. The taller the tree, the more it is shaken by the wind. There might be some self-important guys coming to challenge him. Sigh. Sometimes, being too outstanding is also a kind of trouble. The next day, in the morning, the sunlight poured down and the entire East Sea city was shrouded in a layer of morning light, creating a poetic scene. Su Chen contacted Xiao Mengxian and arrived early at the city gate to wait. A few minutes later, a black-faced vehicle drove over. Su Chen, get in the car. After the vehicle stopped, the driver's window rolled down, and Xiao Mengxian poked her head out, calling out. Xiao Mengxian seemed to have dressed up carefully, looking even more radiant than usual. Su Chen nodded slightly, opened the door, and sat in the back seat. Su Chen. Su Fanqing, sitting in the passenger seat, turned to greet Su Chen. Su Chen replied lightly, just you two? There's also Huang Jin and Lu Li, we'll pick them up in Yingguang City on the way, Su Fanqing said. Su Chen found it a bit strange. Huang Jin and Lu Li seemed like two sworn enemies, always arguing and wanting to duel whenever they met. So why did they always stick together during training? Could it be that they were in a relationship? Su Chen had an evil thought.
Suddenly, Qiu Mengxian interrupted Su Chen's thoughts.
Su Chen, I heard Huang Jin say you can drive too, and your skills are quite good. Why don't you take the wheel? Su Chen hesitated for a moment and said, forget it, I didn't rest well last night, so I won't drive. Until the curse was broken, he couldn't guarantee there wouldn't be more accidents.
It would be too embarrassing to wreck the base vehicle in front of
the two school beauties.
Qiu Mengxian didn't think much of it and drove the base vehicle slowly out of Donghai City, heading straight for Yinguang City.
To be honest, the speed was quite
fast, at least over 70 miles per hour. Moreover, her skills were quite impressive. She drove very steadily, like a seasoned driver.
Su Chen tentatively asked Qiu Mengxian, how long have you been driving?
I only started learning after my job change, about a month or so, Qiu Mengxian casually replied.
Su Chen fell silent immediately.
Just over a month of learning, and she had reached this level? Su Chen sighed deeply, a sense of defeat washing over him.
Seeing that Su Chen's expression wasn't good, Su Fanqing asked, Su Chen, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Su Chen forced a smile, it's nothing, just didn't rest well.
Then you should sleep for a bit, she suggested. Su Chen stopped talking and closed his eyes to rest.
After
more than an hour, Qiu Mengxian drove the base vehicle to the city gate of Donghai City. Huang Jin and Lu Li had been waiting for a long time. After getting in the car, Huang Jin saw that the driver wasn't Su Chen, and he immediately felt relieved, patting his chest and letting out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness.
Su Chen's reckless driving had left an indelible impression on him.
If it had been Su Chen driving, he would have really had to think twice about whether to go to the secret realm with him. Su Chen glanced at Huang Jin and curiously asked,
Old Huang, what are you sighing about? Huang Jin chuckled, it's nothing.
You're being all mysterious. Su Chen shook his head. Qiu Mengxian continued driving the base vehicle.
And after a while, she pulled over to the side of the road. I'm a bit tired. Does anyone here know how to drive? Can you take over for me? Huang Jin felt a bit nervous and turned to look at Su Chen.
But he saw Su Chen with his eyes closed, not saying a word.
Huang Jin was a bit confused and tentatively asked, Su Chen, aren't you going to drive? This was such a good opportunity. Shouldn't Su Chen be eager to take the wheel? Why was he being so low-key? It didn't fit Su Chen's style. Su Chen slightly opened his eyes, hesitated for a moment, and murmured, I quit. He had made up his mind that until the curse was broken, he wouldn't drive in front of others. He simply couldn't afford to lose face. Quit? Huang Jin's mouth dropped open. Had Su Chen finally faced reality? Heaven had eyes.
Huang Jin was almost moved to tears. In the future, he wouldn't have to worry when going out with Su Chen anymore.
What are you still dawdling for? Drive, Su Chen reminded him. Alright. Huang Jin happily got out of the car and switched places with Qiu Mengxian. Qiu Mengxian sat next to Su Chen, looking a bit shy,
with a slight blush on her face, resembling a little bird. This was the first time she had such close contact with Su Chen, and her heart raced like a startled deer, pounding wildly.
Su Chen
remained oblivious, continuing to rest with his eyes closed.
Everyone, sit tight, Huang Jin reminded as he drove the base vehicle away.
Perhaps to showcase his skills, he drove very fast, reaching a speed of 100 miles per hour.
It's just driving a car, what's there to show off? Su Chen thought to himself, feeling disdain for Huang Jin's behavior. He secretly vowed
that once the curse was broken, he would take Huang Jin for a ride, letting him experience what true speed and passion were.
Huang Jin drove the base vehicle for 4 hours, arriving in front of a city. This city was called Zhuhao City, not the final destination of Shanyan City. Huang Jin asked Su Chen, shall we rest in Zhuhao City tonight? Sure, Su Chen nodded. The
sky had darkened, and it was impossible to reach Shanyan City before nightfall, so they had to find a place to rest for the night.
Huang Jin drove the base vehicle into the city.
The city was very quiet, with hardly any people on the streets, and most shops had already closed their doors. A squad of guards was patrolling everywhere, as if they were hunting down
criminals. The entire city presented a desolate scene. Everyone was puzzled how had a perfectly fine city turned into such a state of alarm. What on earth happened in Zhuhao City? Su Chen glanced outside and said, let's find an inn to stay for the night. Huang Jin drove around.
They saw quite a few inns along the way, but unfortunately, all were closed.
After driving for
half an hour, they finally found a small inn still open in a remote area.
However, it was also about to close. Everyone hurriedly got out of the car. Su Chen approached a middle-aged man and started to converse. Sir, do you have any rooms available? The middle-aged man looked up at Su Chen. Yes.
Then give us 2 rooms, Su Chen said with a smile.
Qiu Mengxian and
Su Fanqing would share 1 room, and he and Huang Jin would share another. There was no need to waste too much.
Alright,
the middle-aged man nodded and urged, hurry up and come in.
I need to close the door.
Once everyone entered the inn, the middle-aged man quickly shut the door, looking as if something terrible would rush in if he delayed.
Not far away, in an alley, a
pair of blood-red eyes were fixated on them. The middle-aged man prepared the rooms and reminded, remember, don't go out at night.
Su Chen was confused. Sir, we are outsiders and don't know the situation here. What exactly happened in Zhuhao City?
The middle-aged man looked terrified and whispered, recently, a succubus has appeared in Zhuhao City and it comes out to
kill almost every night.
So far, more than 30 people have died at its hands. The people of Juhao City are in a state of panic. No one dares to go out at night.
What is a succubus? Su Chen frowned.
Su Fanqing explained with a serious expression, a succubus is a high-level interdimensional creature. They are extremely vicious and bloodthirsty, with a primary preference
for devouring human essence. Interdimensional creatures? How did it get into human territory? Su Chen was puzzled. All the secret realms surrounding human habitation were under control, and interdimensional creatures should not be able to escape from them. So where did the succubus come from?
The middle-aged man shook his head. No one knows where it came from.
Su Chen asked again, if the succubus is such a threat, why do the strong in Juhao City allow it to run rampant? Haven't they thought of a way to get rid of it?
The middle-aged man sighed and said, the law enforcement team and the guard army of Juhua City, along with various mercenary groups, have even invited a few members of the pioneering team, but we still haven't
found any trace of this succubus. Su Chen's eyes flickered. What level is this succubus? In Juhua City, no one was safe.
They could easily become targets of the succubus as well.
Understanding the succubus's strength in advance would help them be prepared.
The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, I heard it's at silver level 1, but this guy has a very
strange skill that's quite troublesome. Even golden level experts might not be able to handle it. Su Chen let out a slight sigh of relief.
No matter how strange the succubus's skills were, it was only silver level 1, so there wasn't much to worry about. After understanding the situation, Su Chen and the others went to their room. Before reaching the room, Su Chen said, Xiao, Mengxian, you two stay in 201, and the three of us will stay in 202.
Su Fanqing showed a worried expression.
Su Chen,
we're a bit scared. Why don't we stay together? Su Chen thought for a moment and nodded. All right. He wasn't afraid of the succubus, but Su Fanqing and the others might not be able to handle it. For safety's sake, it was better to stay together. The room had 2 beds, and originally they could push the 2 beds together. 3 people squeezing in wouldn't be a problem. But adding 2 more people, especially 2 women, wouldn't work. Luli suggested, Su Chen, let Xiao Mengxian and Su Fanqing share a bed, and we two can share one. Sure. Su Chen didn't mind much. Huang Jin was unhappy. Old Lu, what do you mean? Don't you know there's still one more person here? Damn it.
There were 5 people in total, and they had all arranged for themselves.
What about him? Sleep on the floor? Or stand all night? Either way, it was clear they didn't see him as a person. I forgot about you. Luli scratched his head and suddenly had a bright idea. Isn't there a toilet in the bathroom? You can just sit on it and make do for the night. Huang Jin. What the hell? Make him sleep on the toilet for a night? What did they take him for? This was bullying. Huang Jin's expression darkened. Hey, Lu, why don't you sit on the toilet? Luli calmly replied, I've been working out like crazy lately and accidentally hurt my back. How can you make me sit on the toilet? Huang Jin snorted coldly. Stop making excuses. Whether you want to or not, you're sitting. What? You want to force me, Lu?
Luli's tone turned unfriendly.
Huang Jin scoffed, with, you like this, I can easily handle you. Seeing these 2 guys bickering again, Su Chen shook his head in exasperation and interrupted. Can you 2 be a little quieter? Huang Jin and Luli immediately fell silent.
Su Chen glanced at the 2 and said, we 3 can take turns keeping watch. That solves the problem. For safety's sake, it was very necessary to arrange
someone to keep watch. Both Luli and Huang Jin agreed with Su Chen's arrangement.
Su Fanqing suddenly said, Su Chen, Xiao Mengxian, and I also have the duty to keep watch.
The 5 of
them were a team. They couldn't contribute nothing.
Su Chen pondered for a moment. Xiao Mengxian and Su Fanqing were also transmuters and quite strong, not weak women at all. So he agreed. You 4 can take turns keeping watch for the first half of the night, and I'll take the second half. The second half of the night was the most dangerous time. He really didn't feel at ease letting Huang Jin and the others keep watch. It was better for him to do it himself. After saying that, Su Chen summoned the little tray ant. The little tray ant had sensing abilities, and once any demons approached, it could give an early warning. With the little tray ant around, it added an extra layer of security. After doing all this, Su Chen began to rest. Unknowingly, it was already the second half of the night and it was Su Chen's turn to keep watch. In fact, he was quite looking forward to the succubus's appearance. As long as it is hunted down, it can eliminate a threat for Juhua City. Additionally, it can yield experience and if luck is on their side, even equipment. At 3 in the morning, the little tree man suddenly issued a warning message informing Su Chen that a powerful otherworldly creature was approaching. Su Chen's expression brightened, gripping the judgment, eager to try. He originally thought the succubus would appear soon, but things did not go as expected. The succubus lingered around the hotel for a while before leaving. Su Chen did not let his guard down and continued to wait. Unfortunately, he waited until dawn and the succubus never appeared again. This left Su Chen feeling a bit frustrated. At that moment, Huang Jin and the others woke up one after another, asking Su Chen, was everything okay last night? Su Chen replied lightly, it's fine, everything went smoothly. The succubus did come, but for some reason it left again. There was no need to make Huang Jin and the others worry.
The morning in Juhua City was much livelier than at night, with crowds bustling in the streets. The 5 of them left the hotel, had some breakfast nearby, and then drove away from Juhua City. This time, Huang Jin was still driving the base vehicle. At first, everything went smoothly, but after a while, when they reached the edge of a small grove, they suddenly stopped. "What's wrong?" Su Chen asked curiously. "I feel something's off." Huang Jin frowned, opened the car door, and got out to check. After just one glance, he cursed loudly, "Damn it! Which bastard did this?" Everyone was puzzled, wondering who Huang Jin was angry at. "Huang Jin, what happened?" "You'll know if you come down and take a look," Huang Jin said, frustrated. Everyone got out of the car. When they saw that all 4 tires were flat, they were all stunned. What happened? Why were the tires flat? If he remembered correctly, they were fine when they left. Luli speculated, "Did we get a flat on the road?" Huang Jin shook his head. "The road we were driving on is quite flat. The chances of getting a flat are very small. Even if we did, it wouldn't be all 4 tires. Luli's expression suddenly turned grim. "Are you saying someone did this on purpose? Who the hell did it?" Huang Jin scanned the surroundings with suspicion. He wondered if a nearby repair shop was involved, as he had seen such things in the news before. However, after looking around, he found that they were in a remote area with no repair shops at all. Su Chen's mind stirred slightly. He began to suspect whether the succubus had a hand in this. After all, the succubus had lingered outside the hotel last night and had ample time to commit the act. So the question arose, why did the succubus do this? A bad premonition surged in Su Chen's heart. Could it be that the succubus was lying in wait nearby, planning to attack them here? Thinking of this, Su Chen quickly summoned the little tree man. As soon as the little tree man appeared, it transmitted a danger signal, informing Su Chen that a dangerous otherworldly creature was lying in wait in the grove, the very succubus that had been wandering outside the hotel last night. "Be careful, the succubus is in the woods," Su Chen warned. "What?" Huang Jin and the others tensed up, their eyes wide as they looked towards the grove. Hoof! Suddenly, 5 cold snorts drifted over. "Ah!" Huang Jin and the others screamed in unison, as if struck on the head by a hard object, a wave of dizziness washing over them, and one by one, they collapsed to the ground, fainting. Su Chen felt a sharp pain in his head, as if a needle had stabbed him, his head pounding, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. However, this feeling lasted only a second before disappearing. Su Chen's heart sank. A single cold snort could cause such great harm? What kind of attack was that? It was too bizarre. Su Chen didn't think much of it, pretending to be in pain, cradling his head and shaking it a few times before finally collapsing to the ground. The one who ambushed them must be that succubus. This guy is quite insidious and very cautious. If he finds out that Su Chen wasn't affected, he might not show himself. Only by pretending to faint can he lure him in. As Su Chen fell, the surroundings became silent. Occasionally, a gentle breeze would blow, rustling the leaves. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps came from the woods. Approaching quickly, it soon reached Su Chen and the others. Then, a gloomy voice entered Su Chen's ears. "Hee 5 young human transmuters full of vitality, your blood must be delicious." Su Chen opened his eyes, and in front of him stood a tall, handsome young man, about 6 feet tall. In terms of looks, he was not inferior. "You are the succubus that has been causing trouble in Juhua City?" Su Chen got up and coldly stared at him. "Are you okay?" The succubus's mouth dropped open, disbelief written all over his face. "It seems I'm fine." Su Chen rubbed his nose, opened his equipment panel, and took out the judgment, a sharp killing intent flickering in his eyes. The succubus's attack was very strange and powerful, otherwise Huang Jin and the others wouldn't have fainted. As for why he wasn't affected, he himself wasn't sure. Of course, this wasn't the time to dwell on it. Right now, the priority was to eliminate the succubus. How could you not be affected? The succubus regained his composure, gritted his teeth, and snorted coldly again. Su Chen frowned, suddenly feeling a splitting headache. But like the first time, it only lasted for a second. The succubus's mouth widened, his eyes bulging, a strong sense of unease surging within him. What he had just unleashed was a mental attack skill. This type of attack skill ignores physical defenses and directly targets the soul. Against transmuters with lower mental power, it is always effective. Su Chen's level was lower than his, and his mental power was definitely not as strong. Logically, he should have fainted by now. Why was he still standing in front of him? What was wrong? The succubus's mind raced, and suddenly he thought of something. Ignoring mental attack skills could only happen in 2 situations, either possessing strong mental power or having mental defense items. Realizing this, the succubus's killing intent surged. So what if Su Chen could ignore mental attack skills? After all, he was just a bronze rank. How could he be a match for him, a silver rank level 1? Kid, no matter what tricks you have, you must die today. The succubus grinned savagely, suddenly lunging at Su Chen. As he got closer, he reached out, and 5 fingers glimmered with silver light, transforming into 5 sharp claws that radiated a chilling cold light aimed directly at Su Chen's face. It was clear that the succubus had activated some skill, intending to kill Su Chen in one blow. However, he clearly underestimated Su Chen's combat power. Overestimating yourself. Su Chen's gaze darkened as he swung judgment in a powerful slash. With a tearing sound, the succubus's claws were sliced in half. Ah! The succubus let out a miserable scream and quickly retreated. But at that moment, a whistling sound rang in his ears. Su Chen activated the wind rush skill, appearing before the succubus like a fierce hurricane in an instant. The sword light flashed, slicing through the succubus's neck. A spray of fresh blood shot into the sky. The succubus's head detached from his body, falling to the ground. His eyes were wide open, filled with horror. In the next moment, a burst of light erupted from the succubus's body. Exploding equipment. Su Chen was overjoyed. When the light faded, a white jade slip appeared before him, representing a skill book. Su Chen suppressed his excitement, grabbed the jade slip, and a description appeared in his mind. Exclusive skill for mentalists, Soul Piercer. The mental attack skill specifically targets the soul, being shadowless and formless, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Those struck by this attack may suffer from severe headaches and fainting, or in the worst case, complete annihilation of the soul. Note, the soul-piercing strike is only significantly effective against targets with lower mental strength than itself. Its effect is minimal against those with higher mental strength. After reading this, Su Chen's expression turned contemplative. Although the soul-piercing strike has its limitations, it is undoubtedly a very powerful skill. It was not in vain that he came here. The succubus he encountered earlier likely used the soul-piercing strike. The reason he was not too affected was due to the Soul Guardian Ring in his inventory, which greatly enhanced his mental strength. Without the Soul Guardian Ring, he would have surely fallen into the succubus's hands today. After a moment of distraction, Su Chen stored the skill book in his spatial ring. Whether to learn this skill still required careful consideration. Then, he shifted his gaze to Huang Jin and the others. The four of them were still unconscious, and it was uncertain when they would wake up. Su Chen had no way to rouse them and could only stand by and guard silently. After a dozen minutes, Huang Jin and the others gradually regained consciousness. Su Chen, what happened? The four of them looked bewildered. Su Chen pointed to the corpse of the succubus. We were just ambushed by him. He is a succubus. The four of them were startled and turned to look at the succubus. Damn it! Clearly a creature from another world. Why does it look just like us humans? It's one thing to look alike, but why is it so handsome? Lu Li spat at the succubus's corpse. Su Chen chuckled. He's already dead, so there's no need to be angry. Huang Jin asked curiously, Su Chen, what kind of attack did the succubus launch against us? The succubus's attack was too strange. They only heard a cold snort, and it felt as if they were struck by lightning, causing them all to faint. Although they had woken up, their heads still felt a bit heavy. Su Chen replied lightly, it was a type of mental attack skill. Mental attack skill? Huang Jin and the others were shocked. Only mentalists could use mental skills, which were even rarer than spatial mages. They never expected the succubus to be a mentalist. Su Fanqing asked curiously, Su Chen, you also suffered a mental attack. Why are you completely fine? The four of them had fainted, yet Su Chen not only remained unharmed but also killed the succubus. How did he manage that? Su Chen smiled, how could I be fine? At that moment, my head was pounding and I almost lost consciousness. But I gritted my teeth and held on, taking advantage of the succubus's moment of relaxation to counterattack. He didn't want to reveal the existence of the Soul Guardian Ring for now and could only give a vague answer. That was really dangerous. The four of them looked pale with lingering fear. Fortunately, Su Chen held on, otherwise, they would all have been doomed. Su Chen changed the subject. We've wasted quite a bit of time. We need to hurry, or we won't make it into Shangyan City before dark. Lu Li reminded, didn't the base vehicle get a flat tire? Who's going to fix it? Su Chen and the others were taken aback. Changing a tire was feasible, but fixing one was indeed a bit challenging for them. After all, it wasn't their area of expertise. I have a way. Huang Jin grinned, patted his waist storage bag, and a beam of white light shot out, transforming into a base vehicle. Base vehicle. Lu Li and the others were overjoyed. Su Chen, however, felt a bit skeptical. Huang Jin's storage bag couldn't possibly have that much space, could it? Last time they went to Death City, he had left the base vehicle in Lanjizan. Could it be that Huang Jin's storage bag had been upgraded? This kid must be quite wealthy. Huang Jin stored the base vehicle of Qiu Mengxian back into the storage bag and called out, hurry up and get in the car. Everyone got in the vehicle. Huang Jin increased the speed of the car to over 130 miles per hour, racing like the wind. Although the speed was fast, Huang Jin's driving skills were truly impressive, maintaining control perfectly. Even Su Chen, an experienced driver, couldn't help but admire Huang Jin's driving technique. 7 hours later, Huang Jin drove the base vehicle into Shangyansheng. The group found a place to eat and then entered a hotel to rest. Su Chen lay on the bed, just taking out his phone when Yaoxing called, Boss, have you arrived in Shangyansheng? Just arrived. Great. Let's go to the secret realm tomorrow. Sure, I'll contact you tomorrow. Su Chen nodded and hung up the phone. Damn. Suddenly, Lu Li beside him cursed. What the hell are you so jumpy about? Huang Jin shot him a glance. Su Chen turned to Lu Li, puzzled. Old Lu, what's wrong? No one had provoked Lu Li.
Why was he throwing a tantrum for no reason? Luli looked dejected. Su-chen, we might not be able to enter the Shia's secret realm. Why? Su-chen asked, confused.
Luli sighed. I just saw a post on the Transmigrator forum saying that the otherworldly creatures in the Shia's secret realm have gone berserk and many of them have escaped the realm. The area around the realm has been sealed off and no one is allowed to approach.
We don't know when it will be unsealed. Damn, we really can't get in. Huang Jin opened the Transmigrator forum and indeed saw the post exactly as Luli had said. Su-chen's expression turned contemplative. Whether the Shia
secret realm was open or closed didn't significantly affect him, as he wasn't there to level up in the realm. But for Huang Jin and the others, it was a tough break. They had come all this way and now they couldn't even enter the secret realm, making their trivial pointless. Su-chen asked, since the secret realm is closed, what are your plans? We can only go back. Luli sighed. They had originally hoped to level up a few more times in the Shia secret realm, but as fate would have it, there was a riot in the realm. Huang Jin's mood also fell. Su-chen comforted him, there are plenty of secret realms, we're not missing out on just one. After you go back, you can find another suitable one, it won't take long. We'll have to work twice as hard. Luli perked up a bit. The third assessment was divided into 2 testing points, and Su-chen and the others would definitely choose to enter Desert City for the assessment. With his current strength, he wasn't qualified to enter that testing point. However, he wouldn't easily give up. He planned to quickly level up with the remaining time, it didn't matter if he couldn't catch up to Su-chen, but at least he wanted to be on par with Huang Jin. Huang Jin looked at Su-chen, puzzled. Su-chen, aren't you coming back with us? From Su-chen's tone, it seemed like he wanted to stay here. But the Shia secret realm was already closed, what was the point of staying? Su-chen smiled slightly. He Yaoxing contacted me yesterday, inviting me to level up in a secret realm in the Chaos Star Sea. Huang Jin's expression changed. Can I go with you? Luli also became interested. Su-chen, I want to go too. Su-chen shook his head. That place isn't suitable for you. If it were another secret realm, it wouldn't matter to bring Huang Jin and Luli along. The key was that the purpose of going to the Cracked Rock secret realm was to find Golden Sunstone, not primarily to hunt otherworldly creatures. It would be inconvenient to bring a few people. Why isn't it suitable? Huang Jin asked. Su-chen explained, the place I'm going to is called the Cracked Rock secret realm, and it's filled with otherworldly creatures above the Silver Realm. It's too dangerous. Then forget it, Huang Jin said, clicking his tongue. Although he had a high opinion of himself, he was also self-aware. Currently, he simply didn't have the strength to contend with Silver Realm otherworldly creatures. After resting for a night, the next day, Su-chen and Huang Jin's group parted ways. After contacting He Yaoxing, the two agreed to meet in the eastern part of Shangyanqing. The reason for choosing the east of the city was that there were specialized flying vehicles heading to various secret realms in the Chaos Star Sea. To cross the Chaos Star Sea, there was only one way to take a flying vehicle. Soon, Su-chen arrived in the eastern part of the city. He saw 3 flying vehicles parked in a huge square, looking similar to small airplanes. It was Su-chen's first time seeing a flying vehicle, and he stared at it intently. Boss! Suddenly, a high-pitched voice rang in his ears. Su-chen turned his head and saw a bald man with a bright smile striding over. It was He Yaoxing, still as flamboyant as ever. Su-chen approached him. Let's go, we're boarding the flying vehicle. The sooner they reached the Cracked Rock secret realm, the greater the chance of obtaining the Golden Sunstone. He Yaoxing grinned. There's still plenty of time. The flight to the Cracked Rock secret realm is scheduled for 8:50, and we have an hour left. Oh. Su-chen nodded and found a place to sit and rest. He Yaoxing leaned over, handing Su-chen a ticket. Boss, this is the ticket for boarding the flying vehicle. Make sure to keep it safe. Su-chen examined it in his hand. It looked similar to a plane ticket. It clearly stated the departure time and destination. Su-chen put it away and turned to He Yaoxing. This ticket isn't cheap, right? A pained expression crossed He Yaoxing's face. It's not cheap. One ticket costs 50,000 blue star coins. But for Xiao for love, it's all worth it. Su-chen clicked his tongue. 50,000 blue star coins for a ticket? That was too expensive. He could buy a decent second-hand base vehicle with that. For a woman, He Yaoxing was really going all out. So, what kind of woman was worth He Yaoxing going so crazy? Su-chen probed. Is Xiao very beautiful? Like a fairy? He Yaoxing pondered for a moment and slowly replied, good-looking faces are everywhere, interesting souls are rare. I like Xiao not for her looks, but for her inner qualities. Boss, you're being a bit superficial. Su-chen. With someone like He Yaoxing, he was trying to play deep? According to him, Xiao wasn't a beauty? So what exactly did He Yaoxing like about her? Su-chen's curiosity was piqued. What does Xiao look like? Xiao looks quite ordinary, but she has a big chest and a round butt. Such women are the best for bearing children, He Yaoxing said seriously. Su-chen frowned. Xiao was very ordinary. How could such a woman enchant He Yaoxing to this extent? Was it a case of a turtle seeing a green bean and finding it appealing? Su-chen asked again, does Xiao have no other merits? He Yaoxing said boldly, Xiao has many merits. She's a senior in our academy, already advanced. to the 3rd level of Silver Realm, and her strength is particularly formidable.
In our Qiancheng Alliance's senior class, she ranks among the top 3. And that's not all. Xiao is also a rich 2nd generation.
Her family owns several mines, with total assets estimated to be around 1 billion.
Su Chen's mouth dropped open. Why did it feel like He Yaoxing's intentions weren't pure? Did he really like Xiao, or was he after her money? Su Chen probed. Do you really like Xiao?
Of course. I will only marry Xiao in this lifetime. Yaoxing declared earnestly, then chuckled. Once I marry Xiao, I'll have 2 strong legs. In the future, I can walk sideways on Blue Star. Let's see who dares to bully me.
Su Chen. Was that really how He Yaoxing thought? Wasn't that just living off a woman?
Having someone like that as a subordinate made him feel a bit ashamed.
Su Chen said meaningfully, Xiao Chang, let's try to keep in touch less in the future. He Yaoxing was puzzled. Why? Su Chen bluntly replied, your behavior of living off others is really embarrassing for me as the boss. He Yaoxing.
Time slowly passed, and before they knew it, 50 minutes had gone by.
Boss, it's time, let's board, He Yaoxing reminded. Su Chen nodded and walked with He Yaoxing to a flying vehicle.
A flight attendant checked their boarding passes, confirmed everything was in order, and then allowed them to proceed.
The interior of the flying
vehicle resembled a smaller version of an airplane cabin, with only 10 seats in total, divided into 5 rows, 2 seats per row. Su Chen and He Yaoxing sat in the last row, and just as they settled in, 2 young men boarded the vehicle. One had a buzz cut, with sharp features and a handsome appearance. The other was slender, with a resolute face exuding a fierce aura. That suggested he was not to be trifled with. Upon seeing these 2, a glint of coldness flashed in He Yaoxing's eyes.
Su Chen keenly noticed the change in He Yaoxing's expression and quietly asked, what's wrong? Did you run into an enemy?
He Yaoxing replied in a low voice, that buzzcut guy is Han Qipeng, he's the one who is competing with me for Xiao.
Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Hadn't He Yaoxing previously said that Han Qipeng was an ugly monster? The guy was at least a handsome fellow, not inferior to He Yaoxing by several degrees. How could he be so shameless as to belittle others? Su Chen sighed in exasperation. When compared to Han Qipeng, it seems you don't have much of an advantage. Just in terms
of their appearances, if they stood side by side, anyone with eyes would choose Han Qipeng. He Yaoxing scoffed. Xiao is not that shallow, she values inner qualities just like I do. Although I may be slightly inferior to Han Qipeng in looks, my temperament completely crushes him. As long as I can get the golden sunflower, Xiao will definitely fall into my arms. Su Chen was speechless. He Yaoxing was a bit too confident. This was a kind of illness. It needed treatment. Han Qipeng also noticed He Yaoxing and strode over, raising an eyebrow. You, a level 8 bronze realm transmuter, have quite the nerve to venture into the cracked rock secret realm. Aren't you afraid of losing your life? Faced with Han Qipeng's cold mockery, He Yaoxing certainly wouldn't back down, snorting, if you dare to go, why shouldn't I? I'll tell you this, I'm definitely going to win this time. Xiao ultimately belongs to me. Han Qipeng's expression darkened, and he shot a glance at Su Chen, sneering, so you found a helper, is that your confidence? He Yaoxing retorted, didn't we agree that we could find a helper when we made the bet? Didn't you find one too? Han Qipeng smirked, can the person you found compare to mine? My friend here is from the Northern Frontier Alliance, the top-ranked powerhouse in the 3rd year of high school. I advise you to give up, don't humiliate yourself. The slender man, Yen Tianxiao, looked proud and whispered, old Han, no need to be too ostentatious. I'm just ranked 1st in the Northern Frontier, I haven't dominated the entire Blue Star. No need to make me sound so impressive. Su Chen. He Yaoxing. Still dreaming of dominating the entire Blue Star? This guy was really full of himself. Han Qipeng flattered, your strength is evident. Who among the younger generation of Blue Star can stop your progress? Dominating Blue Star is just a matter of time. This flattery made Yen Tianxiao feel clouded and a hint of enjoyment appeared on his face. He Yaoxing huffed in dissatisfaction. Your friend can only be a king in the Northern Frontier. What's there to be arrogant about? In front of my boss, he's just a little brother. Su Chen felt helpless. By saying this, wasn't He Yaoxing indirectly drawing hatred towards him? Although I find Yen Tianxiao's arrogance a bit hard to stomach, there's no need to be confrontational. Yen Tianxiao's expression darkened as he stared intently at He Yaoxing. You've got quite the attitude. Why don't you tell me what your boss is all about? He Yaoxing replied with a swagger. You'd be scared to hear it. My boss is Su Chen, who has been making waves and is famous across the Blue Star. Su Chen. Han Qipeng's expression tightened. He had certainly heard of Su Chen, the fierce individual who broke a century-old record during the Chaos Tower assessment. Just a few days ago, he had also decisively defeated the strongest man in the southern region, De Gang. His strength was enough to be called the top student in the 2nd year. It was indeed surprising that He Yaoxing could invite such a person to help. However, he wasn't worried. Su Chen might be strong, but he was just a 2nd-year student at the bronze level. In contrast, Yen Tianxiao had already advanced to the silver level, stage 3. There was quite a gap in levels. How could Su Chen possibly be a match for Yen Tianxiao? Are you Su Chen?
A glimmer of light sparked in Yen Tianxiao's eyes. That's me, Su Chen replied calmly with a nod. Yen Tianxiao
grinned. Let me introduce myself, the number one genius of the northern frontier, Yen Tianxiao, also known as the Genius Destroyer.
Su Chen, He Yaoxing, Genius Destroyer? That name is quite something. Su Chen, momentarily dazed, unwilling to back down, said, I am Su Chen, the Bloodhand Butcher. Nice to meet you. Bloodhand Butcher? Yen Tianxiao paused slightly, then sneered, you really dare to name yourself?
Su Chen chuckled, it's mutual. You dare to call yourself the Genius Destroyer, so me calling myself the Bloodhand Butcher
is already quite low-key. Yen Tianxiao snorted coldly. Do you know the origin of my nickname?
Since I successfully changed my profession, I've crushed countless self-righteous geniuses.
And you will be my next target. Boss, this guy is too arrogant, let's deal with him,
He Yaoxing said indignantly.
What kind of person is Su Chen? A super powerhouse who single-handedly
ventured into the 18th level of the Chaos Tower and defeated the strongest man in the southern region. Since Su Chen changed his profession, he had never faced defeat.
How could a mere guy from the northern frontier claim he would crush Su Chen? Who gave him that confidence? Su Chen rubbed his nose. We have no grudges, so why do you want to go against me? He had been too high profile lately and didn't want to attract unnecessary trouble. Yen Tianxiao laughed derisively. Haven't I told you? My preference is to suppress geniuses. Su Chen, even if you admit defeat, it won't matter. I'll tell you the truth, I've got you figured out. When we reach the Cracked Rock secret realm, you'll be under my foot. Su Chen's eyes gradually narrowed, his gaze icy. I'll be waiting. The tree wishes to be still, but the wind does not cease. He had intended to keep a low profile, but trouble always finds its way. What to do when trouble arises? The answer is simple, eliminate the trouble.
After saying that, Su Chen closed his eyes to rest. Han Shipeng and the others said no more and found seats to sit down. At that moment, a young man with a slightly haggard appearance boarded the aircraft.
He glanced at Su Chen and the others, quickly averted his gaze, and sat in the front row. At 8:51, the aircraft took off on time. Once it reached a certain altitude, it shot off in a specific direction. The speed was as fast as lightning. It was Su Chen's first time on an aircraft,
and he was immediately astonished. It felt at least twice as fast as using the Windwalker wings. In just 5 minutes, the aircraft landed on an island in the chaotic Star Sea.
Destination reached, the attendant announced. Su Chen clicked his tongue. 50,000 blue star coins for just 5 minutes? This industry is too profitable. Boss, let's go, He Yaoxing called out. Let's go, Su Chen strode out. As soon as he stepped off the aircraft, he sensed a sharp gaze sweeping over. Su Chen turned his head and saw Yen Tianxiao staring at him intently, his eyes filled with a fierce fighting spirit. Su Chen shrugged and ignored him. Boss, wait here for a moment, I'm going to buy tickets, He Yaoxing said, then jogged off to the ticket window. A few seconds later, he returned with 2 tickets in hand. Su Chen glanced around and curiously asked, this secret realm isn't very popular, is it just the 5 of us? The Crack Rock secret realm not only had fire beasts from Silver Realm level 1 to Silver Realm level 2, but also treasures like golden sunflowers and golden. Logically, it should be a pretty good secret realm, shouldn't it be crowded? Why are there only a few of us? He Yaoxing explained, mainly because the location is poor, situated in the chaotic Star Sea. Every time you come here, you have to take a flying vehicle, and the cost is too high. Most people simply can't afford it, so over time, the number of visitors has dwindled. That makes sense. Su Chen nodded. Excluding the ticket price, just taking the flying vehicle costs 50,000 blue star coins, which is indeed quite expensive. Boss, let's hurry and enter the secret realm, He Yaoxing urged. Whoever enters the secret realm first can take the initiative, increasing the chances of finding the golden sunflower. Su Chen didn't hesitate and followed He Yaoxing into the secret realm. Han Shipeng and Yen Tianxiao followed closely behind. A young man with a haggard face glanced at Su Chen and the others, a cold look crossing his lips as he slowly walked towards the entrance of the secret realm. Crack Rock secret realm. Su Chen and He Yaoxing were teleported to a dry plain. In the distance, a range of bare peaks stretched out, and there were no signs of Han Shipeng and Yen Tianxiao around, which meant they had been teleported to another place. Su Chen took a breath. The environment here isn't great. The temperature was hot, and breathing felt heavy. He Yaoxing looked around and then took out a map to compare. After a while, he pointed to the distant peaks, excitedly saying, Boss, the golden sunflower is in that mountain range. Su Chen curiously asked, you have a map? You prepared quite well, huh? With a map, they could find the golden sunflower faster. He Yaoxing wore a proud expression and chuckled. Xiao Xiao secretly gave it to me. Su Chen's lips curled slightly. Wasn't Xiao Xiao helping He Yaoxing cheat? So, she must have some interest in He Yaoxing? Quite a heavy taste. Poor Han Shipeng, he was just a backup, and he lost to a rough guy like He Yaoxing. What a sad story. Boss, let's hurry up, He Yaoxing urged impatiently. Then, the two sped towards the mountain peaks. After running for a while, Su Chen curiously asked, didn't you say there are many fire beasts here? Why haven't we encountered a single one? The main purpose of this trip was for the golden, but he also wanted to hunt more fire beasts to level up. However, after running for so long, they hadn't even seen a shadow of a fire beast. He couldn't help but suspect that He Yaoxing was just fooling him. He Yaoxing explained, fire beasts have fixed activity ranges, and generally, they live near the mountains. That's good. Su Chen nodded slightly. An hour later, the two finally reached the foot of the mountain range. Just as they arrived at the base of a peak, a sudden crack sound echoed in their ears. Su Chen looked up and saw 3 massive boulders falling from the mountain, each weighing several hundred pounds. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 boulders landed one after another, kicking up a cloud of dust. Amidst the dust, 3 figures suddenly appeared. As the dust settled, 3 2-meter-tall stone men emerged, resembling earth beasts in appearance. However, they were all made up of hard stone blocks, and their defensive power was certainly above that of the earth beasts. Boss, this is the flame beast, He Yaoxing reminded. Su Chen's eyes lit up as he gripped his sword and charged forward. Swish, swish, swish. 3 sword lights flashed, and 3 flame beasts turned into a pile of rubble. That's really fierce, He Yaoxing couldn't help but exclaim. 3 swords killed 3 first-tier Silver Realm flame beasts in an instant. Su Chen's strength had improved significantly since the assessment in the Chaos Tower. Su Chen returned to his spot and asked Xiao Chang which mountain range is the Golden Sunflower in. First, he needed to get the Golden Sunflower and the Golden Sunstone, and then he could slaughter flame beasts for experience. According to the map, the Golden Sunflower is in a red mountain peak, He Yaoxing quickly replied. That's easy then, Su Chen muttered. The surrounding peaks were all gray, so it would be relatively simple to find a distinctly colored peak. Wait for me a moment. After Su Chen finished speaking, he approached a mountain peak and began to climb. Standing high allows for a better view. The mountain peak before him was several hundred meters tall, and standing at the top, he could see everything below, making it easy to locate the red mountain peak. After climbing for about 10 minutes, Su Chen reached the summit and scanned the area. To the left front, about 10 kilometers away, a mountain peak radiating a red glow appeared faintly. This must be the one marked on the map. Climbing down the mountain, Su Chen rushed off with He Yaoxing. Along the way, they encountered several flame beasts trying to block their path, but all were killed by Su Chen's thunderous methods. In half an hour, the two arrived at the foot of a crimson mountain peak, which emitted a faint red light and waves of heat. He Yaoxing compared the map and excitedly said, "Boss, this is definitely the right place." Su Chen was a bit puzzled. Where are the Golden Sunflower and the Golden Sunstone? The area around the mountain was barren, with no vegetation at all. Could the Golden Sunflower be inside the mountain? He Yaoxing explained, the Golden Sunstone is derived from the fire spirit energy of the fire veins, and it is generally located underground. The Golden Sunflower is a symbiotic spirit plant of the Golden Sunstone, so it must also be underground. So how do we get down? Su Chen asked. He Yaoxing glanced at the red mountain peak. There must be an entrance leading underground. Let's search for it. Alright. Su Chen nodded. Just as the two were about to act, 2 men suddenly jogged over. It was Han Shipeng and Yen Tianxiao. What are you doing here? He Yaoxing and Han Shipeng asked in unison. Each of them had a map, which they had found this place through. However, at that time, Xiao Xiu had given them the maps separately. This created an illusion that only they had maps while the others did not. Neither of them was foolish, and they quickly realized, their expressions turning sour. He Yaoxing glared angrily, pointing at Han Shipeng's nose and scolding, "You, Han, I know you don't like Xiao Xiu. You clearly just want her because her family is rich. People like you are simply scum, utterly shameless." Su Chen couldn't help but smirk slightly. Did He Yaoxing consider himself when he was scolding the other? Wasn't his original intention also to take advantage of Xiao Xiu's status, wanting to cling to this big leg? How could he scold Han Shipeng so self-righteously? Get the hell out of here. Han Shipeng exploded in anger, shouting, "I have been childhood friends with Lan Yuxiu, and our relationship has always been good. If it weren't for you meddling, we would have married after graduation. You call this stealing love, and you still have the nerve to bark at me? Who gave you the face? Stop being so self-righteous. Do you really think Lan Yuxiu would like someone like you? We're already in our 3rd year of high school, and you're still stuck at the 10th level of the Bronze Realm, no different from trash. A waste like you is not worthy of Xiao Xiu. What's wrong with me being at the 10th level of the Bronze Realm? Isn't my level higher than yours?" He Yaoxing mocked mercilessly, "You're only a year older than me. By the time I'm in my senior year, I'll have already advanced to the Silver Realm. Trash is still trash. You think you can compare with me, Bald Chang? Maybe in your next life. I'll draft your ancestors." Han Chi Peng cursed hysterically. "I'll screw your 8 generations of ancestors." He Yaoxing refused to back down. Soon, the two were engaged in a fierce exchange of insults, the scene quite eye-watering, resembling 2 shrewish women. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, Yen Tian Xiao clapped his hands. "Since you two can't stand each other, I have a suggestion. Let's settle it with a duel. Han Chi Peng and He Yaoxing can fight one-on-one, and I'll take on Su Chun." "That's a good suggestion," Han Chi Peng said, his eyes glinting coldly. He Yaoxing looked a bit intimidated, glancing at Su Chun for help. After all, Han Chi Peng was 2 levels above him. If a fight broke out, he would be the one at a disadvantage. Su Chen rubbed his nose and said calmly, I think we should find the golden sunflower first. We can settle our grudges after we find it. Yan Tianzhao's expression darkened slightly. Su Chen, I've heard you're quite an arrogant guy. Why are you backing down? Are you intimidated by my title as the genius destroyer? Turns out you're just a name without substance. Compared to searching for the golden sunflower, he preferred to have a fight with Su Chen. The fighting spirit was intense, almost overwhelming. In the face of the provocation, Su Chen remained unfazed and said calmly, don't rush. Once we find the golden sunflower, I'll give you your chance. Yan Tianzhao wanted to say something more but was stopped by a glance from Han Shipeng. Listen to him. Once they found the golden sunflower, wouldn't it be easy to deal with Su Chen and He Yaoxing? No need to rush. Yan Tianzhao gritted his teeth. That I'll hold back for now. After that, the four of them began searching around in unison. However, after searching around the mountain range, they found no entrance. Su Chen squinted his eyes in thought, and suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he quickly climbed up the peak. If there was no entrance at the foot of the mountain, it was likely above on the peak. Sure enough, as he expected, when he reached halfway up the mountain, he discovered a crack. Peering through the crack, he saw a huge stone cave. Su Chen didn't make a sound and squeezed through the crack, entering the cave. Inside the cave, the space was vast and empty, but the stone walls were covered with countless openings resembling a beehive. Su Chen was a bit dazed. He could guess that one of the openings must lead to the location of the golden sunflower. But with so many openings, which one was it? Seeing Su Chen disappear halfway up the mountain, Han Qipeng and the others quickly climbed up. Soon, they also arrived in the stone cave. He Yaoxing walked up to Su Chen and asked, Su Chen, what's going on? Su Chen whispered, I suspect one of these openings leads to the golden sunflower. He Yaoxing was overjoyed. Then let's hurry up and act. Su Chen looked at He Yaoxing as if he were an idiot. Do you know which opening is the right one? If it were just him and He Yaoxing, it wouldn't matter. They could search one by one, and they would eventually find it. The key was that Han Qipeng and the others were right there. If they found it first, wouldn't it all be for nothing? He Yaoxing realized this and tentatively asked, so what do we do? Just wait? Su Chen pondered. Waiting indefinitely was definitely unrealistic. There wasn't that much time to waste. But randomly entering an opening wasn't a wise move either. They needed to come up with a foolproof plan. A ruthless glint crossed He Yaoxing's eyes as he suggested, how about we just kill Han Qipeng and the others? What are you thinking? Su Chen shot him a glare. Yan Tianzhao's identity was definitely not ordinary. If they killed him, the northern border would surely not let it go, bringing unnecessary trouble. Moreover, there was no deep-seated hatred between him and Yan Tianzhao. At most, there were just some conflicts. How could he casually kill someone? He wasn't a murderer. What should we do then? He Yaoxing sighed. Just then, Han Qipeng and another person walked over. Han Qipeng chuckled, Su Chen, why don't we search together? He and Su Chen shared the same concern, both worried that the other would find the golden sunflower. If they acted together, they could ultimately decide the ownership of the golden sunflower through force. With Yan Tianzhao, a strong figure from the north border, Su Chen wouldn't be able to stir up any trouble. Naturally, the golden sunflower would belong to him. Su Chen's eyes lit up. Sure. This plan suited him perfectly. The four of them quickly reached an agreement and then entered the cave together. The entrance was very narrow, allowing only one person to pass at a time. Su Chen walked in front, summoning a Treant to prevent any danger. The first passage extended down for several kilometers, but at the end, there was nothing. The four returned helplessly and entered the second entrance. Just like the last time, they returned empty-handed. Then came the third and fourth. It wasn't until the 10th that the situation changed. When they reached the end, they unexpectedly arrived at a huge underground cavern. On one wall of the cavern stood a light gate, resembling a teleportation portal, its destination unknown. The four stood before the portal, examining it. After a while, Su Chen asked, is this teleportation portal marked on the map? He Yaoxing and Han Qipeng shook their heads in unison. Su Chen furrowed his brow. Did Lan Yuxiu mention this portal to you? He Yaoxing replied, at that time, Xiaoxiu only told us that the golden sunflower was in a red mountain range, nothing else. Su Chen fell into thought. This portal was definitely man-made. But who built it? What secrets lay within? Could the golden sunflower and the golden sunstone be inside? Su Chen was eager to enter and find out. But for safety's sake, he ultimately decided against it. Let's go, we'll check other entrances, Su Chen called out, striding towards the exit. 2 hours later, the four had explored all the remaining entrances but found no golden sunflower. So there was only one possibility left. The golden sunflower was most likely within the portal. Should they go in and take a look? They then gathered before the portal to discuss. He Yaoxing and Han Qipeng both wanted to enter. After all, they had come for the golden sunflower. Without it, how could they win Lan Yuxiu's heart? Yan Tianzhao appeared indifferent. What he was really thinking about was when he could have a good fight with Su Chen. Among the four, only Su Chen seemed a bit hesitant. The portal might connect to another secret realm, which could hold many treasures. But at the same time, there could be powerful beings inside, and they might encounter danger. Seeing that Su Chen was slow to voice his opinion, Han Shipping grew a bit impatient. Su Chen, aren't you the top fighter in the second year? Are you scared off by just a teleportation portal? Su Chen snorted coldly. Don't try to provoke me, that tactic won't work on me. He Yaoxing couldn't help but ask, boss, what do you really mean? Su Chen remained silent, slowly pulling out a coin. Opportunities and dangers often coexist. If one doesn't take some risks, how can they seize opportunities? And when it comes to treasures, he had always been unyielding, but this time he felt a bit uneasy. Since he couldn't make up his mind, he decided to leave it to fate. If the coin landed heads up, they would enter. If not, they would leave. Watching Su Chen's actions, Han Shipping and the others were stunned. Deciding whether to enter by flipping a coin? Wasn't that a bit ridiculous? Just as Su Chen was about to toss the coin, a sudden sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the cave entrance. Someone was coming. The four of them tensed up and looked towards the cave entrance. In the next moment, a young man with a haggard face rushed in. Su Chen and the others were slightly taken aback. Wasn't this the guy who had traveled with them on the flying vehicle? How did he end up here? Did he also have a map? The haggard man glanced at Su Chen and the others but said nothing, striding into the teleportation portal and quickly disappearing from sight. He Yaoxing became a bit anxious. Boss, that guy went in, what about us? Su Chen replied calmly, we go in too. According to the Little Trent's investigation, the other party was just a first-tier Silver Realm class changer. If a first-tier Silver Realm dared to enter, what was there to be afraid of? He Yaoxing asked curiously, aren't you going to toss the coin? Su Chen wore a confident smile. Fate should always be in our own hands. How can we let destiny decide? He Yaoxing. Just now, Su Chen's conflicted expression was all too clear. It seemed like that wasn't his true thought. Let's go, Su Chen called out. The four of them stepped into the teleportation portal together. After a brief moment of teleportation, they appeared on a desolate plain. Surrounding them was a sea of wild grass, stretching endlessly, a scene of desolation and bleakness. Boss, there's something over there. He Yaoxing pointed in a direction and reminded them. Following He Yaoxing's finger, they saw a large area of ruins not far away. In front of the ruins lay a massive metal puppet about 5 meters long. It resembled a war god, quite shocking. However, this puppet was severely damaged. One of its thighs was missing, its body riddled with gaping holes, and its enormous head was reduced to half. It was evident that it had undergone a fierce battle in its lifetime. Su Chen felt a sense of familiarity. Upon closer inspection, his mouth involuntarily widened. Wasn't this a puppet warrior of the goblin race? Could it be that there were goblins here? Then who had beaten this puppet warrior into such a state? What is this thing? Han Shipping and the others began to examine it. Since they had never seen a puppet warrior before, they were all very curious. Su Chen pondered for a moment, then held his sword, Judgment, and stepped forward, striking the puppet warrior's head with a single blow. With a loud bang, the head shattered. Su Chen, what are you doing? He Yaoxing asked in confusion. Su Chen did not answer but let out a disappointed sigh. The puppet warrior before him was even larger than his four, and its strength was certainly greater. He had originally thought that breaking it would yield a light orb, allowing him to control it through the puppet staff. But unfortunately, it did not go as he wished. Su Chen glanced into the distance and called out, let's explore the surroundings. This vast ruin might still hold treasures. Su Chen and He Yaoxing walked in one direction. Han Shipping and Yen Tianxiao exchanged glances and followed closely behind. The four of them wandered around the ruins for a while and discovered many damaged puppet war chariots and puppet warriors, as well as some skeletal remains. Piles of bones were scattered on the ground, all white to the eye. The largest pile was 3 or 4 stories high, resembling a mountain of bones. What kind of skeleton was this? Han Shipping and the others were shocked. Su Chen's mind began to turn. He suspected that this ruin might be a goblin tribe. Had it suffered an attack from a necromancer leading to this outcome? If so, had both sides perished? Thinking of this, Su Chen became vigilant and immediately summoned the little tray ant. As soon as the little tray ant appeared, it conveyed a message to Su Chen. Notify Su Chen that behind this pile of bones stands a first-tier Silver Realm job changer, the same haggard man they encountered before. How did he get here? Is he planning to ambush us? Su Chen's brows furrowed slightly. Seeing Su Chen's expression was not good, He Yaoxing asked, Boss, what's wrong? Su Chen stared ahead and coldly snorted, Come out. Who? Han Shipping and Yen Tianxiao's spirits jolted, and they looked forward in unison. The next moment, the haggard man casually walked out from behind the bone mountain. Yen Tianxiao's eyes widened, filled with killing intent. What are you doing here? Are you following us? The haggard man smiled. I'm not following you. I was specifically waiting for you here. Waiting for us to do what? The three of them were stunned. Su Chen also did not understand the other party's intentions. The haggard man calmly said, You came to find the golden sunflower, right? So did I. However, the location of the golden sunflower is protected by a powerful formation, and I can't break it alone, so I came to seek your cooperation. He Yaoxing asked, How do you know there are golden sunflowers here? Only Lan Yuxiu knew. About the golden sunflower in the cracked rock secret realm. He and Han Chipping learned about it from Lan Yuxiu. How did the haggard man know? Could it be that Lan Yuxiu told him too?
The haggard man smiled and took out a map from his pocket. I found this place using this map. He Yaoxing and Han Chipping took a closer look and saw that this map was exactly the same as
the one they had. Could it be that Lan Yuxiu gave it to him too? Does this mean Lan Yuxiu is playing both sides? Damn! How could Lan Yuxiu do this?
A surge of indignation rose in He Yaoxing's heart,
and he exploded in anger. Are you having an affair with Lan Yuxiu? Speak quickly, or I'll break your dog legs. Han Chipping also felt humiliated and firmly stood with He Yaoxing, forming a united front.
The haggard man was slightly taken aback and explained, "Don't misunderstand, I don't know Lan Yuxiu at all. This map wasn't given to me by her, I got it
from somewhere else. As for where I got it, there's no need to tell you. As long as that's the case." He Yaoxing and Han Chipping both breathed a sigh of relief. Su Chen always felt that
the haggard man's words were insincere, but he didn't dwell on this matter. Right now, the priority was still to obtain the golden sunflower and the golden sunstone. Other matters could
be set aside for the time being. Su Chen fixed his gaze on the haggard man. Where is the golden sunflower? Follow me. The haggard man turned and walked back.
The four of them closely followed. After wandering through the ruins for more than 10 minutes, the five arrived in front of a damaged building. Inside, golden light shone brightly, dazzling and brilliant.
It really looked like there were treasures inside. He Yaoxing's expression changed. Is the golden sunflower inside the building? The haggard man nodded and led everyone to the other side
of the building. The golden sunflower is right inside. The other side of the building was even more severely damaged, allowing a clear view of the interior. The four of them focused their gaze. The first thing that caught their eyes were 3 golden plants, each bearing a flower that looked like a small sun, radiating blinding light. Additionally, behind the 3 plants stood a massive golden stone, appearing to weigh about a ton, also emitting a blazing golden light.
Han Chipping's breathing became rapid. This is the golden sunflower. Let's move quickly. He Yaoxing was a bit eager to try. Wait a moment.
The haggard man suddenly said, "There is a layer of formation set up outside the building.
To obtain the golden sunflower, we
must first break the formation. Also, after breaking the formation, I only need 1 of the golden sunflowers. The remaining items you can distribute among yourselves."
No problem. He
Yaoxing and Han Chipping both expressed their opinions. There were a total of 3 golden sunflowers, enough for them to share. Yan Tianxiao grinned. "I have no problem either."
He wasn't
interested in the golden sunflowers. What he valued was that piece of golden sunstone. This thing was a rare commodity, and such a large piece could sell for at least several million
blue star coins.
Moreover, he believed that with his own strength, no one would dare to compete with him.
Su Chen, what do you think? Han Chipping asked. Su Chen raised an eyebrow. I have no objections.
He shared the same thoughts as Yan Tianxiao, both determined to obtain the golden sunstone.
Let's get started.
The haggard man was a bit impatient, pulling out a
bow and shooting an arrow at the building. Whoosh! An arrow flew out, its shaft wrapped in a layer of blue lightning, piercing through the air with a sharp sound, and in the blink of an eye, it shot towards the building. Suddenly, a layer of blue ripples spread across the outer perimeter of the building, like a curtain of water cascading down. The arrow struck it, only advancing a millimeter before shattering, splattering a burst of lightning, yet leaving no trace on the water curtain. What strong defense! The crowd was somewhat moved. The arrow the haggard man had just released was not an ordinary arrow, but a special skill of archers, the thunderstorm arrow. This skill was even more powerful than the explosive arrow. Yet even so, when
it struck the water curtain, it merely created a splash. The haggard man reminded, "This is a water curtain radiance array, with very strong defense. But as long as we attack it together, at one point we will eventually break it. Stop dawdling and get to work."
He Yaoxing and the others showed no hesitation, each using their abilities to attack fiercely. Su Chen summoned a plant archer to join the attack while he stood aside to watch. He always felt that the haggard man was not as simple as he appeared, so he had to be cautious. Yan Tianxiao was a Silver Realm Level 3 Hammer Warrior, currently wielding a large iron hammer and striking the water curtain madly.
Han Chipping was a Bronze Realm Level 10 Fire Mage, continuously casting fireball spells. As for He Yaoxing, he not only summoned fire spirits and fire-type monsters but also unleashed sword skills frantically.
Su Chen shook his head.
While others were deliberately conserving their strength, only He Yaoxing was putting in all his effort. If they broke the array and a conflict arose, He Yaoxing would definitely suffer a huge loss after consuming
so much mana.
After more than 10 minutes of continuous bombardment, they still couldn't break the array, and everyone was getting a bit anxious.
Yan Tianxiao looked at Su Chen. Dissatisfied, "Su Chen, everyone is working together to attack the array. How can you just stand by and watch?" Su Chen pointed at the plant archer. "Are you blind? Can't you see my plant archer?"
Yan Tianxiao was taken aback, then snorted, "Everyone knows your strongest profession is a swordsman. Summoning a plant archer is nothing but trying to fish in troubled waters."
Su Chen shrugged, looking indifferent. "And you have the nerve to say that? As a hammer warrior, you haven't used any skills from the beginning, aren't you also conserving your strength?
Seeing Su Chen and Yen Tianxiao arguing, the haggard man quickly intervened. Gentlemen, right now we should focus on breaking the array.
If we don't break the array, we won't gain any benefits.
So, I suggest we all stop holding back and go all out to break the array in the shortest time possible.
I have no problem. Su Chen nodded.
The sooner they broke the array and got the items, the more time they could spend hunting the flame beasts. In truth, he didn't want to waste time either. The others had no objections.
After that, everyone took turns
attacking using more powerful skills, especially Yen Tianxiao, whose skill was the sky-breaking hammer, which enhanced attack power.
The entire formation began to tremble violently.
The power of the attack was astonishing. The number one genius of the northern frontier was not just a name. When it was Su Chen's turn, he directly used the skill Tenfold Wave Slash. The raging sword energy surged up like a tidal wave, striking 10 times in succession, creating a crack in the formation.
What a powerful skill! Han Chipping exclaimed in shock. He had
long heard of the explosive power of Su Chen's Tenfold Wave Slash, and seeing it today, it truly lived up to its reputation.
That feeling was even more formidable than Yen Tianxiao's Skybreaker Hammer.
Thinking of this, Han Chipping turned to look at Yen Tianxiao.
Once the formation was broken, they would be fighting for the treasures. Could Yen Tianxiao handle Su Chen?
A hint of emotion appeared on Yen Tianxiao's face, but he quickly regained his composure and gave Han Chipping a confident smile, as if to say, rest assured, everything is under control.